Clearly the top genius of the whole school, yet deprived of the college entrance exam qualification. You became an ordinary border soldier. Only because the passage between humans and the other world was opened, countless monsters descended upon the earth. Only those who awaken a B-level talent or higher can take the college entrance exam, while you awaken the lowest level of talent. Even classmates who once idolized you now mock you as a useless person. Yet they don't know that upon entering the border, you awaken the monster-slaying point system. As long as you kill monsters, you can earn points. Such words are trivial and hard to reach the peak. With the courage to slay monsters, I will push through the ages, stand proudly at the peak, and become the supreme ruler. Years later, the monster clan invades, and the fate of humanity hangs by a thread. You hold a long sword in your hand. Standing before millions of humans, you shake the entire monster clan with your own strength. At this moment, at the gate of the 8th high school, you walk past the students with a transfer form in hand, expressionless. Just a few days ago, they called you Senior Sue, but everything changed since your talent awakened. The regulations of Long Country state, only those who have awakened a B-level talent or higher can participate in the college entrance exam. Those below B-level only have two choices. One is to transfer to a support school to study forging, medicine, construction, and become logistics personnel at the border. The other is to voluntarily apply to join the border monster slaying, but fresh high school graduates entering that brutal battlefield are mostly cannon fodder destined to die. Yet you refuse to fall into a support school, resolutely choosing to go to the border to slay monsters, because a voice in your heart calls you to that place. At the drama troupe Sujin, on the military truck at the school gate, a middle-aged man in camouflage speaks loudly. You walk over and hand him the transfer form and the border application. Currently, you are the only one from 8th high school choosing to join the border. With your strength, surviving there might give you a chance to regret, but the middle-aged man does not accept your materials. After all, you look pale and frail, clearly a pretty boy with little combat ability. He's seen many like you, they're cannon fodder and unlikely to return alive. Now, to resist the invasion of the monster clan, the human population is dwindling, and he can't help but feel sympathy. I have no regrets, you say firmly. After getting on the truck, the middle-aged man glances at you several times. He's seen many eager to go to the border, but this is the first time he's seen someone so desperate. Others look like they're about to die, while you wear a determined expression. Your mindset is quite good. The middle-aged man glances at the materials in his hand. It's a pity. If your talent level were just a bit higher, you might survive. Level 1 is far from enough. He tosses the materials into a snakeskin bag. Then he looks at the heavy items in the truck. Since you've chosen to go to the border to slay monsters, remember the following points. Don't think about being a coward, those who fight are merciless. Don't think about being a traitor, those who betray are punished. Don't think about turning in achievements, in that place, the victor is king. In 10 hours, we will reach the border. Use this time to rest. Once you get there, you won't have the chance for deep sleep again, the middle-aged man finishes. The truck is silent. Most people choose to close their eyes, but the fear on their faces is hard to hide. Those who aren't sleeping also wear worried expressions, their youthful faces showing confusion about what lies ahead. After all, they've just entered a low point in life and are heading towards another abyss. The only ones who seem somewhat normal are you and the girl next to you munching on snacks. You reach into your pocket and pull out a necklace. The chain is silver, and hanging from it is a round blue gem, resembling a miniature blue planet. According to your deceased mother, this belongs to you. She wasn't wrong about it being your life project, but it's not just any life project. It's something you had in your past life. You remember it was obtained by finding 999 people on a platform, and the day you got the necklace, you crossed over with it. You thought it would be a special item, but unexpectedly, it hasn't served any purpose over the years, not even granting a high-level talent. It's fine to bring it along. Since you're heading to the battlefield anyway, and might not live long, there's no need to cling to the past. You open the window and throw the necklace out. Hey, why would you throw away such a beautiful necklace? You could have given it to me. The girl next to you, munching on snacks, widens her eyes in disbelief at what she just saw. You glance at her, her skin is flawless, her face delicate, a typical campus beauty. You wonder why someone like her would be interested in you. However, you don't feel like paying attention, you're too lazy to speak and turn your head, closing your eyes. Hey, why are you so cold? Aren't you going to say anything? You can't be mute, right? The girl blinks at you. After staring at you for a while and confirming that you really don't want to talk, she reluctantly turns her head away. At that moment, a blue light suddenly flashes beside you. The girl thinks she's seeing things and quickly rubs her eyes. When she opens them again, everything returns to calm. Strangely, the charging is complete, and the system is about to awaken. Currently, the awakening point is 8,822 kilometers away. In a daze, you hear mechanical notification sounds, but you don't understand. You've been dreaming of this system awakening for 18 years. The stock market is unperturbed. You sleep as if nothing happened. This gorilla truly suits the border. The middle-aged man, also a monster slayer, can tell you're genuinely asleep. Unlike the panicked, feigning calmness around you, you're just a boy fresh out of school. Facing the successive lows in life, you understand the importance of conserving energy, far surpassing your peers. But the gap in talent becomes an insurmountable chasm. Are there miracles? Perhaps. The middle-aged man averts his gaze, smiles, and closes his eyes to sleep, knowing he'll have to slay monsters when he wakes. You've arrived at the border. Everyone gets off the truck. Before you stands a towering road, lined with rusty, blood-stained steel walls. A howling wind bites at you, and the stench makes you feel nauseous. The students, unaccustomed to the sight, turn pale, their hearts racing. Many vomit, and some even plead with the middle-aged man to take them back. The middle-aged man, his face stern, says, "You've made your choice. There's no room for regret. I've already given you a chance. You have 1 minute to rest. After a minute, report to the border distribution center." His tone is cold and undeniable. The half-demon on the city wall gathered a group of people at an unknown time, and they were commenting on the group of middle-aged men, saying that this batch of young lads did not perform well. That's not too far off from the last session. The last session had wild rabbits, but didn't cry. Those two guys are quite interesting, not changing their expressions. They've got something. This guy has a good temperament, and the other girl is also impressive. In this situation, she can still eat snacks, a capital blessing. However, after seeing you and the girl, the expressions of several people changed somewhat, especially your cold and resolute demeanor, which caught their attention. This guy, as long as his talent is not bad, will definitely be a tough character. I'll go investigate a bit, and if suitable, we can bring him into our team. That woman can also be brought in. After a brief observation, dozens of people came down. One of the old Sia called out middle-aged. The man turned around and threw the snakeskin bag in his hand. The border mainly adopts a squad-based monster hunting mode. These people come here to recruit some newcomers into the team. This move not only reduces some procedural troubles but also increases the survival rate of newcomers. The higher-ups have always turned a blind eye to this. It's a pity that he is an outsider, a good seed, but his talent is just too poor. If he were in the same class as us, we could form a team, but now it's not possible. I can't joke with my teammates' lives. Ah, a group of people is pointing at you, their words full of regret. You see all of this, and you've already experienced the same blow several times. It's nothing to worry about. You are currently only focused on Sha-E in your mind. Charging complete, the system is about to awaken, currently 10 meters away from the awakening point, estimating that this is the distance to the Iron City wall. In other words, as long as you go inside the city wall, you can awaken the system. After 18 years of charging, I don't know what system will be awakened. You are rubbing the necklace in your pocket, and a look of contemplation appears in your eyes. At that moment, a young man dressed in casual clothes walked over holding a document. "Hey, you are called Yi Liushua, right? I am from the 72nd team of the Eastern Border Sand Demon Squad. I see your profile shows you are level B, and your talent is me." The young girl Yi Liushua looked at the newcomer warily, subtly shifting closer to you. You also looked at it with some surprise. "Yi Liushua, are you willing to join our team, to fight alongside us and slay demons together?" The young man's eyes lit up with joy. Unexpectedly, when Yi Liushua saw this scene, she hurriedly darted behind you, and after a while, she poked her head out and contentedly shook her head at him. You know, the young man unexpectedly saw and suddenly had an incredible thought pop into his mind. This little girl was brought to the border by you, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. After all, you are really handsome. In terms of handsomeness, you are the first among the borders. Even Ouyang Xiaoyao might be inferior to you. Not just him, the way the people around you look at you is also off. Even the middle-aged man is looking at you in shock right now. With the development of the internet, maybe this girl really is under your control. Otherwise, we wouldn't be happily eating snacks all the way. This doesn't look like going to the border at all. It clearly looks more like eloping, okay? You guessed wrong. I don't know him. You shook your head expressionlessly. The young man looks at you with a face full of disbelief. You turned your head away, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then forget it. The young man saw that you were ignoring him, and his expression was not very good. But thinking that in a few days you would be made to obey him, he didn't bother about it. Many people later went to invite the overnight flow to join the team, but he did not agree. The time was almost up, and since the person was unwilling, you should not insist anymore, said the middle-aged man. Everyone gather, there are women to men, line up once, follow me to the distribution office to report. Soon a group of people, led by a middle-aged man, passed through the narrow passage and entered the steel city walls. Shark 1 charging complete, the system is about to awaken, currently 0 meters from the awakening location. Shark Demon explosion point system awakening successful, now bound to the host. What are the functions in the awakening system? With a slight movement of the eyes, I eagerly began to understand the system. The host system is called the Demon Slayer Explosive System. As long as the host slays demons, they can obtain attribute points. Attribute points can not only enhance the host's own attributes, and it can also enhance the host's talent and cultivation, as well as weapons. The system is very tsundere and cannot enter the system, and the weapons of the magical eye can no longer be upgraded. Talent can also be enhanced, which means that your humble level 1 talent blood treasure can be improved. Level 1 can only absorb 1/100,000 of the enemy's, so if it were to rise to SSS level, would it absorb everything? Moreover, the system can also increase cultivation, which is equivalent to having 2 external aids for upgrading strength. Just thinking about this makes your breathing a lot heavier. However, you quickly calm down. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to reach the level you envision, you have to kill demons, kill a lot of demons. Why does this guy suddenly have such a strong killing intent? The middle-aged man in the lead, Hui, glanced back. You exhale, hurriedly suppressing the flutter in your heart. After 10 minutes, the leading man stopped, and you arrived at the equipment distribution area, where numerous weapons were neatly arranged. You walked through several warehouses in a row, but did not find a trace of the sword until you reached the last episode, where you discovered a few dusty alloys in the corner. The scene casually picked up a sword, and with a gentle shake, the dust on the blade was shaken off, revealing its original appearance. Although it can't be said to be good-looking, it is much better than the unsharpened longsword used in my previous life. When you change into your battle outfit and just step outside, a middle-aged man suddenly said in a deep voice below, you must make a choice. This is a matter of life and death. I hope everyone will be cautious and make a careful choice for team combat. The second option is solo combat. The former allows you to form your own teams, with a maximum of 5 people per team, while the latter is solo combat. Explanation complete. It's that simple. Those who choose to team up can form their own teams, while those who choose to fight solo don't need to worry about it. As soon as the words were spoken, many students from the same school quickly gathered together. Those who couldn't find anyone from the same school also gathered around others, hoping to team up with them. Even the Night Bleeding, who was snacking, became spirited and moved to your side with small steps. After experiencing 2 lows in life, these students understand what is important and what is not. Those present have not even reached the level of first-class dancers, so to survive, they naturally have to band together for warmth. However, as you looked at the several girls who had come over, you instinctively moved aside. Su-jin, you have to choose solo combat. It's your nod in response. The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised by the situation, but it was also within his expectations. After all, given your personality, it would indeed be quite difficult for you to form a team. But this also means that you have to guard the city against the sand demons alone with a figure that is even less than a first-level martial artist. Yilio Shue besides saw that you didn't team up and looked a bit disappointed. In the end, he also chose to be insufficient. A middle-aged man opened the large door behind him and walked in. When he came out, he had a transparent bag in his hand. There is a pile of ancient black rings inside. The merit badge, this is the merit badge, which is said to record the number of sand monsters. I heard my brother say that the merit points from this merit badge can be exchanged for high-level weapons, high-level armor, so this is what the merit ring looks like. You've heard of this thing, but this is still your first time seeing it. Since you all understand, I won't say much more. This is the merit ring of our eastern border war zone. Below, each person will receive one. Don't worry about the size issue, the merit ring can identify the size of the finger. Additionally, the people who form teams touch their merit badges with each other, signifying that your team has successfully formed. Su-jin is studying abroad. You two come here. A middle-aged man will take you both into the room separately. The room had nothing but shelves, filled with numerous merit rings, but there were also a dozen uniquely shaped merit rings. Was hung in the most conspicuous position. Seeing these few merit badges, this is the merit badge for solo combat. You two each choose one. Reiterating once again, after choosing this merit badge, you will not be able to team up. You two still have the opportunity to regret it now, said the middle-aged man Shin Shang. His gaze fell on Yi Liushue's face. He knew he couldn't persuade you, but he still wanted to persuade Yi Liushue again. After all, that was a rare talent. It would be such a pity if it were to be wasted like this. However, Yi Liuxue, who was picking a ring while bending her fingers, ignored his words and said, "I want this one." After a while, Yi Liuxue, with a happy face, pointed to one of the rings that resembled a branch. "Ah, there's no saving it." The middle-aged man sighed and took it off for him. "This ring is called Xiaoge. I hope you take good care of it. The ring also has a name, Brother Chow loves it. It's really nice to hear, and it matches my name very well." Yi Liuxue happily accepted it. Wearing several rings of different styles on his slender, pale hands, it exuded a different flavor, just like withered wood meeting spring. At this moment, you also took off your own ring, which was blood red in shape like a dragon pattern, looking somewhat demonic and sinister. Seeing you choose this ring, the middle-aged man's expression slightly changed, but soon he regained his composure. "This ring is called Chang'an, and I hope you do not tarnish this name." You silently nodded and went out, arriving at Tianmen Pass. You took a glance at the appearance you had seen earlier, which indeed stood on the earth connecting to the sky. Tianmen Pass truly lived up to its name. Soon a group of people followed the middle-aged man and took the elevator to the top of the city wall. What surprises you is that at such a high altitude, there are actually no clouds or mist, and you can see a long distance. It was unexpected. It was the same when I came for the first time. According to the old people from before, this scene is the result of the actions of the commander of the Eastern Border War Zone. That is the legendary Poor and Forbidden Strong Person. I have been here for 18 years and have never seen them once. The middle-aged man saw your confusion and then spoke to explain, the Poor and Forbidden Strong Person. "What kind of ranking is this? I've never heard of it," a student asked with confusion. "Let me popularize this for you. It's something that came from the Demon Clan's place. Realm transformation, poverty and realm correspond to our human clan's level 6 dancers. Level 6 dancers." The faces of the students all changed. For them, a level 3 dancer at the principal level was already very impressive, and they had never seen a level 6 dancer. Even imagining it is unimaginable. "You can also talk about the corresponding realms of other levels," you asked calmly. "Human race martial artists from level 1 to level 9 correspond to the demon race realm divisions, which are respectively Lingchuan, Lushan, Guanhai, Yufeng, Lingshin, Xiangyu, Shenghui, Bodhi Sword, and the one who holds the heavens. Among them, the level 9 martial artist corresponds to the one who holds the heavens, which also has another nickname. This is already very imposing, and it even has another name." Yi Liuxue's little face is blank, and she hasn't come out of those realm names from just now. The one who goes straight to the heavens is also known as the Supreme. As soon as the words Supreme are spoken, without waiting for the middle-aged man to elaborate, everyone can already feel it. A wave of unprecedented, overwhelming power. Between heaven and earth, there is no soul supremacy, and I don't know if this figure has the hope of witnessing the birth of a supreme being, as the middle-aged man looks on with longing. I couldn't help but look at you, who was deep in thought in the crowd, but after 3 seconds, I looked away again. What are you thinking? Even if there are supreme beings in this world, it shouldn't be you. Although your stars are good enough, you still chose this merit badge from Chang'an, but the first level talent is too weak enough to be found in large numbers among the crowd. Such a person being able to live here is not easy. It is ridiculous to talk about the Supreme. Recalling his thoughts, the middle-aged man led everyone to a rusty room on the city wall. From this moment on, we are comrades fighting side by side to guard the human race. Finally, I advise everyone to be cautious of the demon race and also be wary of the people around you. Additionally, the merit system must be well protected. Besides being able to collect merit points to exchange for items, there is also a locator for each support. We all rely on merit to borrow positions. Alright, no more nonsense. Everyone line up to receive a copy of the instructions, and then you can go to your respective areas to take over. After receiving the precautions, you turned and headed towards the direction of Area South 1, arriving at your assistant's office. This is a small house with simple facilities, just a bed, a cabinet, and a toilet. After you tidied up the room a bit and confirmed that there were no surveillance devices, you sat cross-legged on the floor, and the system host is here. Did you forget something? Where is my newbie gift package? The system has not considered everything thoroughly, but others have it, and the host should have it too, and it should be even better. The beginner's gift package has been successfully distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the beginner's gift package. May I ask if you want to open it? The novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 attribute points on your personal attribute panel. Congratulations, host, you have obtained pure sword heart. The person who had not been seen in the rear pushed through a few people and looked at the camera. On the screen, it was a dim, sunless ancient wood forest. Suddenly, a cold moon appeared. The chilling light shone down, illuminating a river of blood. as if one were in a blood pool at a demon clan camp. In the center of the blood pool lay a mountain of demon corpses. At this moment, a blood-soaked humanoid monster was sitting cross-legged atop the demon corpses. Countless strange streams of blood surged from these corpses, as if in a sacrificial offering, flowing towards him. After a moment, the humanoid monster slowly rose. He spread his arms wide, facing the endless night, as if accepting the baptism of these blood streams, or perhaps summoning endless spirits. The scene was eerie yet sacred, making one unable to resist the urge to worship. Click. The image froze at this moment. Everyone fell silent, plunged into deep stillness. However, within their hearts, a storm was brewing, unable to calm for a long time. Is this a human? After a long while, someone broke the silence. It shouldn't be. The demon clan evolves towards a humanoid form starting from the sea observation realm. This should be a cruel and powerful demon. Someone explained. But I feel this is a human. And I have a sense of familiarity. Me too. Ding. Host has slain 356 demons, gaining 553 attribute points. A day later, Su Chen had slaughtered the 13th demon camp, and the task progress had surpassed 4,000. System. Open the personal attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Mid-Sea Observation Realm 3020/5000, points available, attribute points, 4,532, Physique, 548, Golden Body, points available. Physique reaches 3,000 for a qualitative change, Spirit, 112, Photographic Memory, points available. Spirit reaches 500 for a qualitative change, Talent, Pure Sword Heart. Sea Level Blood Explosion 678/8000, points available, Martial Skill, Sea Level Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords, Proficiency, Perfect, points not available, Cultivation increased by 1980 points. Ding! Points allocation complete. Current cultivation level Early Wind Control Realm 0/100. 000. A flash of white light passed, and Su Chen's cultivation level broke through to a level 4 warrior. Wind Control Realm. At this level, he could ride the wind and fight in the air. Su Chen adapted to the change in cultivation and had the system conceal his aura, appearing outwardly as an early sea observation realm. System. Why did the required attribute points suddenly jump to 100? 000? Su Chen felt a bit frustrated. To reach 100,000 attribute points, he needed to kill 100,000 ordinary demons, or 10,000 Spirit River Realm demons, or 2,000 Mountain Tower Realm demons, or 1,000 Sea Observation Realm demons. Reply to Host. The realm before Wind Control Realm is the conventional Warrior Realm, starting from the Divine Perception Realm. It enters the Extraordinary Warrior Realm. For example, the Divine Perception Realm requires the host to comprehend the Intent Realm to break through, which is a very long process. Intent Realm. Can Sword Intent work? Yes. However, Sword Intent is closely related to the sword. If the host wants to comprehend Sword Intent, there are two paths. First, the host needs to possess a high-level sword imbued with Sword Intent. Second, personally witness someone demonstrating the sword's intent realm and derive one's own sword intent. So you mean, if neither of these two conditions are met, I can only gather 100,000 attribute points, right? Su Chen did not believe he would obtain a high-level sword-carrying intent in a short time, nor did he think that some great sword cultivator would casually demonstrate intent for him. Correct. Then let's grind it out. Su Chen put away his thoughts and continued towards the next demon camp. After just a few steps, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly leaped to the side. In an instant, a silver spear shining with the light of thunder flew past, grazing his hair. Immediately after, a figure sprang out from the dense forest beside him, grabbing a long spear and charging at him. The person's movements were fluid and graceful, as if practiced hundreds of times. It's you, Jing Hai. This person was indeed Jing Hai, one of the members of the Underworld Squad. However, the current Jing Hai was no longer at the level of the Mountain Realm, but a genuine expert at the Sea Observation Realm. Su Chen, you took what my captain considered to be in his grasp. You shall die. Jing Hai had been searching for Su Chen's whereabouts at the outskirts of the demon territory for the past few days. He had not expected to find no trace of Su Chen after several rounds, so he decided to take a chance and venture deeper. Sure enough, heaven does not disappoint those who are earnest. As soon as he went a little deeper, he discovered Su Chen's trail. What shocked him was that Su Chen's cultivation had also broken through to the Sea Observation Realm. Just like him, Such astonishing talent filled him with fear. To avoid leaving behind any future troubles, he decisively struck, intending to kill Su Chen on the spot. But to his surprise, Su Chen managed to evade his lethal strike that he had practiced hundreds of times. It should be noted that this strike was not made with an ordinary C-grade weapon, but with the B-grade spirit weapon, Thunder Spear, that his captain had lent him. However, after a brief moment of shock, his rich combat experience quickly kicked in, and he picked up the Thunder Spear to charge at Su Chen. Crack! The violent thunder flickered and struck Su Chen's body, causing the protective shield formed by his golden body to dim significantly. Su Chen immediately retreated a few steps. Su Chen, die! Sensing his fear, Jing Hai snarled, and his attacks became even more ferocious. The two exchanged hundreds of blows in no time. What puzzled Jing Hai was that although Su Chen was struggling to defend and kept retreating, he showed no signs of fatigue. In contrast, he himself had already consumed more than half of his spiritual power. After another few hundred exchanges, Su Chen continued to retreat, but at that moment, Jing Hai seemed to realize something, and his expression turned extremely grim. Su Chen, are you treating me as a sparring partner? Since you figured it out, then you should be on your way. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen in front of Jing Hai suddenly transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards him at such speed that even someone at the Sea Observation Realm could not see clearly. How long has it been since you reached the Wind Control Realm? How could you? Nothing is impossible. Su Chen's figure appeared clearly in front of Jing Hai, and just as Jing Hai was about to raise his spear to counterattack, he suddenly found his vision widening. It was only when he fell to the ground that he realized he had been cleaved in two by Su Chen's sword. Killer! The killer is always killed. Su Chen wiped away the blood around him, then picked up the Thunder Spear, impaled Jing Hai's corpse, and headed to the next demon camp. It wasn't until the demons had devoured Jing Hai's body clean, leaving no bones behind, that he began his slaughter. Ding! Host has slain demons X323, earning 380 attribute points. With the strength of the Wind Control Realm, he easily resolved the battle in just 3 minutes. The demon camp before him was no longer a challenge for Su Chen. He shouldered the Thunder Spear, wielded the alloy long sword, and ventured deeper inside. What? My royal brother Lei Tian is in trouble? Yes, Demon Emperor, the soul token of King Lei Tian has shattered. In the lavish tent adorned with grandeur, Lei Xian pushed away the fox demon in his arms and stood up. Upon receiving the shattered soul token that bore a familiar aura, he immediately roared in anger. Demon Emperor, this is a recording from that human. A demon opened the recording, which showed Su Chen bathed in golden light, wielding his sword to slay demons. Lei Xian's expression changed as he saw this scene, and an unmasked greed surfaced in his eyes. What did my royal brother say before he left? The king seemed to say that this human's physique is impressive, but he must prove that the Lanyo clan's physique is the strongest. Is that so? Lei Xian fell into deep thought. He knew his brother's temperament. He must have gone to find someone to compete in physical strength, and since he was no match, he died at this person's hands. In other words, the protective treasure on this person was even stronger than his brother's unparalleled physique in the Sea Observation Realm. Could it be that this treasure could rival the physique of the Thunderbolt clan in the Wind Sovereign Realm? Thinking of this, Lei Xian's breathing became considerably heavier. You all guard this place, while I go to slay this damned human and avenge my brother. My lord, you must come back, cried the fox demon writhing on the ground. Shut your filthy mouth. How could I not return? If anything happens to me, the demon assassination squad will definitely kill him on the spot. Does he dare to touch me? Ridiculous. I'll be back soon, Lei Xian said, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the camp. Should we notify the demon assassination squad first? At that moment, the demon who had come to inform spoke in a deep voice. You don't believe in the demon emperor? It's not that. I just remembered that last time Lord Lei Tian said the same thing. And then, dare to curse the Lord. Drag him out and behead him. Meanwhile, a pair of individuals arrived at a certain demon camp. This was done by Su Chen? The woman holding a spear tightened her grip on the snack bag in her hand upon seeing the scene before her. These demons all have sword wounds, and Su Chen's designated location has appeared here, so it can only be him. Xia Changkon looked at the locator in his hand, somewhat incredulous. He had come here with Yi Rouge to bring Su Chen back. He never expected that Su Chen had already gone on a killing spree here. This demon camp had at least 350 demons occupying it. If this force were to unite, Even a late-stage Sea Observation Realm practitioner would not be able to withstand it. Yet Su Chen, a mere Mount Lushan Realm practitioner, had actually slaughtered them all with such overwhelming force. Had he really grown to this extent in just over a month? Xia Changkong recalled the boy who had entered 2 abysses yet could still sleep whenever he wanted, and connecting that to the scene before him, he suddenly felt as if he were in a different world. Could it be that he was truly a miracle? Xia Changkong murmured. He didn't know. But while all the newcomers were in shock, he calmly inquired. It seemed he had such a feeling. Has Su Chen become this strong? Yi Rouge, upon hearing this, silently put down the snack she had brought to her mouth. He has grown stronger. I must grow stronger too. The next moment, a powerful aura began to emanate from Yi Rouge. Sea Observation Realm. Yi Rouge, you broke through to the Sea Observation Realm? Xia Changkong felt the unique aura of a level 3 warrior. The Sea Observation Realm, and was left speechless. In just over a month, breaking through 3 realms, was he even human? Was this really B-level talent? After a long time, Xia Changkong sighed with a darkened expression. He felt quite uncomfortable. After walking for over 10 years, he had been surpassed in just a month. It sounded absurd, but this was an undeniable fact. Perhaps this is what genius is. Xia Changkong found a reason to comfort himself. He looked down at the locator in his hand and suddenly saw a demon hidden within a black robe on the screen, causing his face to turn pale. Yi Rouge, run! Before his words had finished, Yi Rouge had already shot a short blade mixed with black mist away with one hand holding her spear. I can defeat him, Yi Rouge said as she chased after him. Don't get entangled, that's the Demon Assassination Squad. At the very least late-stage Sea Observation Realm, and they move in groups. Those past prodigies couldn't complete this mission because of their existence. Hurry, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Xia Changkong shouted angrily. That's Su Chen. Su Chen's signal has already returned to Tianmen Pass. Hurry up and follow me, or you won't even get to see him. Quickly. Okay. Yi Rouge's expression relaxed, and she quickly retreated with Xia Changkong. On the way, Xia Changkong glanced back. The position they had just occupied was already swarmed by members of the demon assassination team. Seeing this, he crushed the locator in his hand. Yi Rouge, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Su Chen is actually still inside. But, the human race has already lost this genius, we cannot lose you. This prodigy, they're not the target's aura is ahead. Pursue. In an instant, many members of the demon assassination team vanished into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Su Chen had found a new demon camp. This place was larger than any camp he had previously slaughtered. From the demons coming and going, there were at least around 800 demons present. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations were turbulent, and among the mixed auras, the majority had considerable cultivation. The most numerous were those at the Lushan and Lingchuan realms, while the least were at the Guanhai realm, with only 3. With such a powerful demon camp, even Su Chen could not ensure that no demons would escape under a direct assault. He could only have a chance if he first killed those 3 demons at the Guanhai realm. Su Chen did not act recklessly, he observed for a while, and when the timing was right, he used a thunderous method to slay a lone demon at the Lushan realm, then concealed his aura, wrapped himself in demon blood, and transformed into its shape to enter. Great-grandfather, are you going to attack the city tonight? Great-grandfather, do my scales look good? Good evening, great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, the king wants you to come to the tent, he has something to discuss with you. This demon seemed to have a high status, and many demons greeted Su Chen as he passed by. He had been watching this demon for a long time, so he simply responded according to the person's behavior. The demons here were all of a lower realm than him, so they naturally could not see that this demon was a disguise. Thus, Su Chen was called great-grandfather all the way into the largest tent in the camp. As soon as he entered, a massive Guanhai realm wolf demon sitting in a chair immediately stood up to greet him. Great-grandfather, you finally came. Hurry, hurry. Today, this king has been assigned the task of attacking the South 15 district. You need to come up with a strategy. South 15 district? Su Chen placed his hands behind his back and pretended to be profound as he approached the sand table. The large wolf demon immediately followed him eagerly. However, Su Chen walked around the sand table once without saying a word. Great-grandfather, please speak, we're about to attack. The large wolf demon urged anxiously. Hearing this, Su Chen shot him a sidelong glance and slammed his hands down on the sand table. The large wolf demon was startled. Great-grandfather, what's wrong? Did I not do something right? You can just say it, whatever you need. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Su Chen smiled coldly and grabbed a rough piece of chess, smashing it hard onto the ground. Attacking the pass? Strategy? Is this something for a single demon to decide? Get all the Guanhai Realm ones over here. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The large wolf demon scratched his head and walked out. He didn't understand why great-grandfather was acting so strangely. Just called the people over and now wanted to call them back. But he didn't think too much about it and quickly brought the other 2 Guanhai Realm demons into the tent. Great-grandfather, did you call us? Great-grandfather, weren't we already assigned to lead the vanguard? Suddenly calling us over. Is there a last-minute arrangement? Don't you know to come over already? Su Chen snorted coldly. Seeing this, the 3 Guanhai Realm demon kings immediately approached with forced smiles. Just as they got close to Su Chen, 3 sharp sword lights suddenly appeared, killing them on the spot. Until the moment of death, the 3 Sea Observation Realm demon kings could not understand. Why did their revered great-grandfather suddenly strike to kill them? Ding! Host has slain 3 Sea Observation Realm demon clans, gaining 300 attribute points. Great King, what's going on inside? I heard some commotion. It's nothing, we are discussing strategy. Also, gather all the demon clans and prepare to attack the city. Su Chen said in a deep voice. Yes, great-grandfather. The demon clans outside obeyed and retreated. When Su Chen emerged, all the demon clans had already gathered together. A full 800 demons formed a dark mass, their presence formidable amidst the swirling black mist. Great-grandfather, the demons shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and startling countless birds in the forest. Very good. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. All demons, listen up. Target, human race's heavenly gate. Move out at full speed. Great-grandfather, what about the 3 kings? A demon asked in confusion. The 3 demon kings have already gone 30 miles ahead of you to scout the enemy. I will accompany you all to set out and strive to capture the human race's heavenly gate today. As Su Chen's words fell, excitement spread across the faces of the demons. Great-grandfather is coming with us. That's wonderful. With great-grandfather here, we will definitely win. With the all-seeing great-grandfather present, what are those humans? Long live great-grandfather. Charge. Kill towards the heavenly gate. Charge. The morale of the demons surged, and they rushed towards the heavenly gate with great momentum. Su Chen followed at the back of the line, occasionally slaying isolated demons. In just 10 minutes, he had killed nearly 100 demons. However, those bloodthirsty demons, focused solely on moving forward, did not notice this at all. Half an hour later, when the number of demons had decreased by half, some finally sensed that something was wrong. Report to great-grandfather. Some demons have gone missing. They haven't gone missing, I killed them. Before the demon could react, Su Chen struck him down with a sword. Many demons witnessed this scene, and in an instant, panic spread, causing them to scatter and flee. Not good. Great-grandfather is killing demons. Great-grandfather is killing demons. Help! Great-grandfather, what are you doing? Great! At this moment, Su Chen could no longer be bothered to hide, directly revealing his true form and wielding his sword to slay demons. The demons before him were merely from the Spirit River realm and the Tower Mountain realm, not even close to being his match in the Wind Control realm. Moreover, with his ability to dominate the skies, it took him less than an hour to wipe out this group of demons. Swish, swish, swish. 800 streams of blood surged into Su Chen's body, slightly increasing his cultivation progress. However, this was insignificant compared to the 100,000 attribute points he needed to break through. But Su Chen had no habit of wasting, and he did not leave until he had absorbed everything. Ding! Host has slain 832 demons, gaining 320 attribute points. System, Blood Explosion adds 7,322 points. Ding! Points added. Current Blood Explosion level is B level 0/50. 000. B-level Blood Explosion can absorb 1,000th of the slain's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate, current critical hit rate 10%. The next level is a level Blood Devour, which can absorb 1% of the slain's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate 20%. Additionally, there is a 1 in 100,000 chance to devour the slain's talent, with the devoured talent starting at level E. Devouring talent. Su Chen finally saw what he wanted. Although the chance of devouring was very low, only 1 in 100,000, he had a system. As long as he continued to add points to blood explosion, this chance would surely increase. Similarly, although the talent obtained from devouring was only E level, he could add points to it. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be able to possess multiple SSS level talents. At this moment, even though Su Chen's temperament was steady, his breathing became noticeably heavier. After a long while, he finally calmed the restless turmoil within him. He knew very well that only by staying alive, only by upgrading his blood explosion to Blood Devour or a higher realm, could all of this become possible. Otherwise, everything would be mere empty talk. The long sword let out a light chime. Looking again at the long sword in his hand, Su Chen's gaze became much more resolute. Kill the demons. Sizzle. The long sword swept across, and the last demon's head fell to the ground. Blood splattered, reflecting the face of a young, handsome, and exceptionally determined man. Ding! Host has slain 862 demons, gaining 280 attribute points. Whoosh! The long sword returned to its sheath, accepting the continuous influx of cultivation energy from the surroundings. A hint of fatigue appeared on Su Chen's fair face. He had spent a day and a night to annihilate this demon camp. During that time, he had been mentally tense, only now able to relax a little. 10 minutes later, after absorbing the cultivation energy, Su Chen left the area. He had not walked far when Lei Xian arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the devastation, his eyes blazed with fury, and he howled at the sky. Damn human race, you dare to kill my demon kin, I will make sure to tear you apart. With that, Lei Xian's nose twitched, and he chased after the direction Su Chen had gone. But after just 20 miles, Su Chen's aura vanished. What's going on? Did this guy notice that I was tracking him? How could a mere sea observation realm detect the presence of a wind control realm? It must be an illusion. I'll search again. Lei Xian frantically sniffed but still could not find Su Chen's aura. Are you looking for me? At that moment, Su Chen leaped down from an ancient tree. Human race, you dare to appear before me? You're truly seeking death. Return my brother's life. Seeing this, Lei Xian immediately transformed into a gray streak of light and charged towards Su Chen. Wherever he passed, earth and wood flew, and sand and stones scattered, creating a terrifying momentum. Su Chen remained expressionless, leisurely taking out 2 stones from his backpack and tossing them aside. These are my brother's sea observation realm body refining stones? Lei Xian suddenly turned and picked up the 2 stones. That's right. Your brother sought me for a contest of strength but couldn't match me. As his elder brother, your physical strength should be decent. I want to compete with you. Why should I compete with you? Lei Xian sneered. I'm a sea observation realm, and you're a wind control realm. There's a significant gap in realms. I can't defeat you, but I'm sure my physical strength is definitely stronger than yours. A mere sea observation realm dares to say that the physical strength of my wind control realm Thunderbolt clan is inferior to yours? Where do you get your confidence? So, as a wind control realm Thunderbolt, are you afraid to compete with me? You're talking nonsense. My Thunderbolt clan has never feared your weak human race. Then let's compete. I want to lose convincingly. Fine. Lei Xian grinned maliciously and nodded. As you wish. Lest others say the Demon Emperor Lei Xian bullies the human race with his higher realm. With that, he took out 2 body refining stones of the wind control realm. These are my body refining stones. The rules have already been explained by my brother. Let's begin the competition. You swear by your Dao heart that you won't attack me when I come over. Su Chen said solemnly. I, Lei Xian, swear by my Dao heart and as a demon clan celestial being, that before the competition ends, if I attack this human, may my realm fall, unable to advance an inch, and may I be struck by 5 thunders and die a terrible death. Lei Xian swore without hesitation. He certainly wouldn't attack. However, his body refining stones would attack. Those were body refining stones of the wind control realm, containing not only the energy of metal but also the powers of fire, ice, and other terrifying body refining techniques. How could a protective treasure withstand so many attributes of body refining damage? Moreover, even if one could endure it, what then? As the golden stones were withdrawn, the trial came to an end. With his cultivation, killing the human in front of him was not a difficult task at all. No matter how he calculated it, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Thinking of this, a proud and sinister smile appeared in Lei Xian's eyes. Many demon emperors mocked him for being reckless. unaware that he was truly the one who was wise yet foolish. All right. Swearing with his Dao heart and the demon clan's heavenly sovereign, Lei Xian's decisiveness took Su Chen by surprise. Without hesitation, he quickly walked to Lei Xian's side. Swish, swish, the golden stones struck the ground. 2 golden light shields appeared. 3 breaths. Oh no, you humans don't say that. How about we all enter together after 3 seconds? Sure. Su Chen nodded. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, just as Lei Xian was about to enter the golden light shield, a sudden sense of danger surged in his heart. The moment he turned around, 3 sword lights came rushing towards him, engulfing him completely. Immediately after, a thunderous long spear pierced through the air, breaking through his chest and pinning him in place. Human, despicable, you are actually in the wind control realm. As soon as Lei Xian finished speaking, his body was split in 2. Torrents of hot blood sprayed forth, symbolizing the fall of this wind control realm powerhouse. Ding! Host has slain a wind control realm demon, gaining 200 attribute points. Su Chen expressionlessly pulled out the long spear. Initially, he hadn't been confident about killing Lei Xian, but the other party was too clever and had given him the opportunity. At that moment, several bloodlines surged from Lei Xian's corpse, flowing towards Su Chen. This process lasted a full 5 minutes, truly worthy of a wind control realm powerhouse. A single person's cultivation is equivalent to half a camp. Su Chen picked up the 4 pieces of golden stone on the ground and had just taken 2 steps out when an excited voice came from Lei Xian's corpse. Your Majesty, good news! An ancient cave has appeared in the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor, calling for you to go treasure hunting together. Treasure? The demon emperor's territory? Su Chen paused for a moment but did not stop his steps. His task was not yet complete, and he had no intention of risking it to snatch treasures from demons. Your Majesty, new news! New news! The ancient wolf demon emperor has already extracted a broken sword from it, but it is said that this sword has a spirit and refuses to acknowledge him as its master. Su Chen stopped again. He looked at the alloy long sword in his hand and silently turned around. There was no need to take risks for treasures from demons, except for the sword. What kind of broken sword won't acknowledge its master? Does it not know that this emperor is very busy? The next day, Demon Emperor Lei Xian arrived at the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor, surrounded by a group of small demons. This was a fairly large stone palace, adorned with many ancient patterns, most of which depicted the history of the human race. It was evident that this palace was a relic left behind by humans. Brother Xian, you are well. What I obtained from the ancient cave is naturally extraordinary. Brother Xian will know as soon as he takes a look. The voice of the ancient wolf demon emperor came from deep within the palace, exuding a vast and surging aura, a true late-stage powerhouse of the wind control realm. As soon as he finished speaking, several small demons opened the stone door, lining up in 2 rows to welcome Lei Xian. Your Excellency, the demon emperor requests your presence. Less pomp next time, remember to make it bigger when welcoming this emperor. Understood? Understood. The small demons hurriedly nodded, fearing that if Lei Xian was displeased, he would slay them on the spot. Brother Xian, please do not be angry. Come quickly. The ancient wolf demon emperor walked out of the palace with a weary expression, smiling apologetically as he greeted Lei Xian. As fellow demon emperors, why does this ancient wolf seem so wary of Lei Xian? A hint of confusion flashed in Lei Xian's eyes, but on the surface, he strode in arrogantly. Seeing this, the ancient wolf demon emperor seemed to find nothing amiss. The 2 entered the palace. At this moment, Lei Xian discovered that 5 demons were already seated inside the palace. Moreover, all 5 of them were at the wind control realm. So many demon emperors? What's going on? Did the ancient wolf call so many people? Lei Xian's eyes were still somewhat guarded. It was simple. At this moment, Lei Xian was not Lei Xian, but rather Su Chen in disguise. Where is that broken sword? Bring it out for this emperor to see. I want to see what kind of broken sword can still possess a spirit. Su Chen directly ignored the group of people, mimicking Lei Xian's tone and coldly shouted, I'll get it right away. Just a moment, Brother Xian. Several demon emperors around him looked furious upon hearing this. Gulang, what are you doing? When we came, you didn't take the sword, insisting on waiting for this guy. Do you think we are not demon emperors? We are all demon emperors, but Lei Xian has deep roots. If you let him take the sword first, what if he recognizes it as his master? Wouldn't we be at a huge loss? A sword of the world deserves a hero. Lei Xian is a world-renowned hero. Surely he can make the spirit sword recognize him as its master. But you, Gu Lang, old thief, how can you not let this emperor try it first and insist on waiting for Lei Xian? What am I supposed to do? Alas, this sword must be fated to have no connection with this emperor. How about this? Brother Xian, let me try it first? The several demon emperors lamented as they spoke. However, the coldness in their eyes was keenly captured by Su Chen. It seemed they were trying to flatter Lei Xian, encouraging him to take the sword, intending to use the broken sword to kill him. But with his intellect, there was a 99% chance he would fall for it. Dream on. This sword undoubtedly belongs to this emperor. You guys shouldn't even think about it. Since they thought this way, Su Chen decided to go along with their wishes. He wanted to see what was so special about this broken sword that it could suppress a demon emperor. No fate, alas. At least give me a chance to try. Another wasted trip. Lei Xian, don't think you can get it. The several demon emperors played their roles, some taking the red face while others took the white face. Their words were all meant to provoke Su Chen into taking the sword. Su Chen mimicked Lei Xian's arrogance, arguing back and forth with them. This continued until the Gu Lang demon emperor walked in holding a jade sword sheath, within which was inserted an ancient, unremarkable stone broken sword. But at that moment, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. This sword was definitely a good thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered such a pure reaction from my sword heart. Gu Lang, this is mine. Quickly hand it over. Su Chen imitated Lei Xian's temperament, striding over to snatch the sword sheath into his arms. Before he could draw the sword, the stone sword within the sheath suddenly trembled violently, as if it wanted to break free from its sheath. At the same time, Su Chen's heart inexplicably raced. The frequency of his heartbeat was actually in sync with the trembling of the stone-long sword. What a piece of junk! Isn't this just a toy made by the human race? Su Chen gritted his teeth and directly threw the sword sheath out of the palace. What? The famous Lei Xian of the Lei Niu clan dares not draw his sword? Still claiming to be the #1 demon emperor, yet he doesn't even dare to draw his sword. What a waste! Daring to throw but not to draw. This is your courage, Lei Xian. Truly laughable. You throw out something that embarrasses demons. If you won't draw it, let this emperor do it. The surrounding demon emperors began to provoke Su Chen again, with one or two even pretending to stand up and draw their swords. Seeing this, Su Chen dashed outside the palace to pick up the sword sheath. Who said this emperor dares not draw? Now, open your eyes wide, and watch as this emperor draws it for you. With that, Su Chen drew the broken sword. In the next moment, the trembling broken sword suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, a feeling of bloodline connection surged from the broken sword. Su Chen also learned the name of this broken sword. The sword's name was Shu Xian. Ha ha, who said this emperor dares not draw? Look, this sword has now recognized me as its master. Who among you dares to fight this emperor? Su Chen held the broken sword, his expression wild. Inside the hall, the faces of the 6 demon emperors changed from green to white, but no one spoke again. Report, all you demon emperors. News has come from the territory of the Thunder Mystic Demon Emperor that the soul token of the Thunder Mystic Demon Emperor has shattered and he has fallen. At this moment, an urgent exclamation suddenly rang out from outside the camp of the ancient Wolf Demon Emperor. Before the demons could enter the hall, Su Chen had already slain the speaker with a single sword strike. The sword light was dazzling, and the blue sword aura emitted from the blade of the extermination sword made several demon emperors present feel apprehensive, not daring to make any moves. After all, when this broken sword was first drawn, it had instantly killed the ancient Wolf Demon Emperor's most capable subordinate just a step away from breaking through the constraints of the Sea Observation Realm and stepping into the peak of the Windmaster Realm. With such might, even they, as demon emperors, did not dare to test it. Moreover, among the demon emperors, no one could see that the arrogant and dismissive Thunder Mystic before them was a fake. I want to see which bastard dares to spread the news of my fall. Su Chen snorted coldly, brandishing the extermination sword and charging forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A minute later, a group of demon assassination team members arrived at the scene. You all are demon emperors. Why didn't you stop that human pretending to be Thunder Mystic? The leader of the Wind Master Realm assassination team said coldly. What? Thunder Mystic is a fake? Bold human, how dare you deceive this emperor? I will tear you to pieces. My sword. Several demon emperors were filled with rage and joined the demon assassination team's hunt. Quick, take us to chase this person. The demon assassination team has already sealed off all exits, he can't escape. The leader of the demon assassination team sneered and vanished like a flash of light. Several demon emperors hurriedly followed. This person was not wrong. Su Chen had just flown 30 miles when he was blocked by dozens of black-robed members of the demon assassination team. These demons were all at least at the Sea Observation Realm, and there was even a suspected leader-level Wind Master Realm expert among them. Target confirmed. Kill. There was no unnecessary chatter. As soon as the two sides met, the demon assassination team members launched their attack. Dozens of Sea Observation Realm Demon Kings, plus one Wind Master Realm Demon Emperor of the same level. In just a few seconds, Su Chen's golden shield was shattered. System. Add 2,400 to physique. Ding. Attribute addition complete. Current physique 3,000. Ding. Physique attribute has reached 3,000. A qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Body of the 100 Elephants. Body of the 100 Elephants possesses the strength of 100 elephants. Can reduce 80% of damage from B grade, including B grade and below weapons. During this time, while Su Chen absorbed cultivation, both his physique and mental attributes had seen some growth. Therefore, only 2,400 attribute points were needed to cause a qualitative change in his physique. Whoosh! White light enveloped his body, enhancing Su Chen's physique. This comfortable feeling made him want to lie down and relax, but he couldn't. He didn't even dare to let his guard down for a moment, because these demon kings and demon emperors were continuously attacking from all directions. Soon, the white light merged into his body. Feeling the surging power within, Su Chen let out a deep roar, changing from a defensive stance to suddenly cleaving towards a demon king that was attacking him. Bang! The violent power erupted, and the demon king in front of him was directly turned into a pile of minced meat. Blood rained down, and under the sunlight filtering through the ancient trees, it resembled a brilliant firework. With one successful strike, Su Chen suddenly surged forward, attacking the nearest demon king. With Wind Master Realm cultivation and the strength of 100 elephants, what could he use to withstand it? Unsurprisingly, this demon king was slain by Su Chen in one blow, just like the previous one, bursting into fireworks. The surrounding members of the demon assassination team did not flee at this sight, they continued their methodical assassination. Only that Wind Master Realm Demon Emperor took out a flute and played a note. Bang! 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 As Su Chen slaughtered his way through, a rain of blood fell, and in the dark ancient forest, brilliant fireworks erupted one after another. In just 2 minutes, under his relentless killing, he had slain nearly 30 demon kings of the Sea Observation Realm. However, what weighed heavily on his heart was that the number of surrounding demon clans was not decreasing but rather increasing. Moreover, he could faintly sense the presence of a dozen or so Wind Control Realm demon emperors approaching. At that moment, Su Chen understood why this task was placed in the most prominent position on the task board. He no longer lingered in battle and decisively carved out a gap to retreat. However, the members of the demon assassination team around him continued to accumulate. The demon assassination team had already deployed several demon kings and even demon emperors along his retreat line. Yet, Su Chen did not look back. Instead, relying on his formidable physique and the Excalibur of slaying immortals, he fought his way through, creating a bloody path. Half an hour later, after enduring a series of attacks from demon kings and 3 Wind Control Realm demon emperors, the white protective light shield around Su Chen dimmed. The spiritual power within him was nearly depleted. The only reason he had lasted this long was due to absorbing the cultivation energy from the demon clans he had encountered along the way. Launch a full-scale attack. Kill. The leading Wind Control Realm Demon Emperor seemed to see that Su Chen was at the end of his rope. With a single command, hundreds of demon kings and the 2 demon emperors immediately charged towards Su Chen. The black mist carried by the many demons quickly engulfed him, but in the next moment, a blinding flash of lightning appeared, followed by dozens of Sea Observation Realm demon kings exploding into fireworks. The black mist was pushed back by the lightning, revealing Su Chen's figure holding the thunder spear. Without spiritual power, he could gain no advantage using the Excalibur of slaying immortals, but he still had strength. With the power of 100 elephants, over 100,000 pounds of force, a full-force strike could not be withstood by even the strongest demon emperor. Bang! 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 With the spear in hand, Su Chen exploded 10 or more Sea Observation Realm demon kings. Without spiritual power to fly, he chose to fight his way back. However, at this moment, the demons seemed to sense something. Recklessly charging towards Su Chen, intent on exhausting his stamina with their lives. Suddenly, Su Chen's heart trembled, and he swung his spear to the side. Sizzle! The spear force shattered the black mist and pierced the shoulder of a Wind Control Realm demon emperor holding a dark short blade. A terrifying force poured down, and the demon emperor's shoulder immediately shattered into a bloody hole. Yet, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. Assassination curse! As the words fell, a strange short blade pattern suddenly attached itself to Su Chen's wrist. Having fallen victim to my demon clan's assassination curse, no matter where you go, you will be prioritized for assassination by my demon clan. Shut up! Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and the long spear erupted, but it only scattered a mass of black mist. He ignored the demon and directly used 1/10 of the spiritual power absorbed from the blood explosion to escape into the air. Yi Rouge, you are foolish. Su Chen is already dead. The terror of the demon assassination team is beyond your imagination. Let's go. Don't wait any longer. Outside the demon realm, in the desert, Yi Rouge stood tall, dragging the long spear with one hand. Indifferent to Xia Chankong's pleas, sigh, Xia Chankong felt helpless. Yi Rouge was not as aloof as Su Chen, but once she made a decision, it was not easily changed. He knew he couldn't persuade her, but he didn't want to give up on this prodigy of the human race. After all, there were only a few months left until the winter demon tide. As someone who had been through it, he understood just how significant the impact of a prodigy could be on the battlefield. During last year's winter demon tide, when the southern districts from District 1 to District 10 of the Tianmen Pass fell, and the demon hunters were retreating in chaos, it was the prodigy Nan Yao, with a sword and an arrow, who single-handedly defended 10 districts, saving the collapsing fortress. That scene was like a steel brand, deeply etched into his heart. He understood that he was not a prodigy and could never achieve that, but the prodigies of the human race could. From that moment on, he found a new direction in life. That was to do everything in his power to protect those human prodigies who had yet to grow. Xia Changkong looked down at the spear, on which were engraved 3 characters: Xia Weigua. Father, you died to save a human prodigy, and before, I once thought it was not worth it, but now, I understand you. I have seen the terror of prodigies, what they do, I could never compare to, not 100, not 1,000 of me. For the human race, their value far exceeds ours. So, you did not die for that prodigy, you died for the human race. You are not a fool, you are our silent great hero. Clang! Xia Changkong held the spear horizontally and silently walked 10 meters in front of Yi Rouge. Old Xie, you? Before Yi Rouge could finish her sentence, a sudden burst of fierce fighting sounds came from ahead. Immediately after, a figure fell to the ground like a shooting star, crashing heavily in front of Xie Changkong. This person was Su Chen, who had been desperately fleeing. An hour ago, he had just soared into the air, only to be forcibly knocked down by 6 arriving demon emperors. Helpless, he could only endure the relentless pursuit of hundreds of demon kings and over a dozen demon emperors. Just now, with both his spiritual and physical strength exhausted, he was struck down to this place by a combined attack from 3 demon emperors. Put! As Su Chen struggled to stand up, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, several lines of blood flew out from the forest and surged into his body, slightly reddening his pale face. But for his battered body, this was merely a trivial supply. Su Chen! Su Chen! 2 exclamations rang in his ears, and Su Chen turned to see Yi Rouge and Xie Changkong. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. I'm being targeted by the demon assassination squad. They have hundreds of demon kings and over a dozen demon emperors. You are no match for them. What? Yi Rouge's small face turned pale in an instant. The snack bag she was tightly holding fell to the ground at that moment. Is it true? Xia Changkong gripped his spear tightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. You too. Go. I'll hold them off. You are no match for them. Hurry and leave. I can hold on for a while longer. Su Chen shouted angrily. This is an order. Xia Changkong took out a transparent white sphere and, taking advantage of Su Chen and Yi Rouge's moment of distraction, smashed it towards them. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of white light flashed, and the 2 figures instantly appeared 10 miles away. It's also my choice, Xia Changkong murmured, suddenly turning around and laughing wildly. You 2 cannot take away my few opportunities to show off. I am also a hero. Ha ha! Before the laughter faded, a swarm of demon kings rushed out. Along with them were over a dozen demon emperors. It's you who are hunting down our human Su Chen? Xia Changkong swung his spear, unleashing his sea observation realm cultivation, causing dust to fly. Who are you? A demon emperor said coldly. They did not act rashly, because no human of the sea observation realm had ever faced them so arrogantly. I do not change my name, nor do I change my surname. At Tianmen Pass, I kill demons. Xia Chang Kong. As the words fell, Xia Changkong shook his spear, and the unadorned alloy spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling, blinding golden spear light. The spear light spanned dozens of meters in front of him, and wherever it passed, the demons retreated. Not long after, the spear light dissipated, and in the boundless night, only Xia Changkong's wild laughter remained. How about it, Su Chen? Am I not showing off as well as you? Get lost quickly. One day, I will become supreme and come here to inform Xia Changkong. The voice cut off, and several streams of light swept in from the horizon, with hundreds of dark shadows entwined in black mist rushing forward. Old Xie Yiruj stood frozen in place, her gaze hollow, tears streaming down her face. Run! Su Chen grabbed Yiruj, relying on the 1/10 of spiritual power he had just regained, and flew close to the ground. But this little spiritual power could not withstand the consumption. Within 10 minutes, the two collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Yiruj also regained her senses, and without speaking, they ran wildly. Behind them, just a mile away, were more than a dozen demon emperors soaring through the air, closely followed by a dark mass of demon assassins. The two moved quickly, but before half a minute had passed, the nearest ancient wolf demon emperor caught up, extending a large hand to grab them. Damn human! Return my spiritual sword! Whoosh! At that moment, a long arrow shot through the air, shattering the hand formed from spiritual power. At the same time, two streams of light swept in from the front, grabbing Su Chen and Yiruj and turning to leave. With their enhanced speed, they quickly left the demon emperors behind. However, the group of demon emperors and the demon assassins behind them pursued madly, only stopping when they witnessed the few entering the heavenly gate. Damn humans, one day I will tear you to pieces. Ah, my spiritual sword. Damn it! The demon emperors roared in anger, but the towering gate before them filled them with dread. Let you live a little longer. When the winter demon tide breaks the heavenly gate, I will make you wish you were dead. I will too. So will I. After leaving their harsh words, the group of demon emperors and the demon assassins retreated. Who is it that has attracted more than a dozen demon emperors and so many demon assassins to chase them? It's Su Chen and Yiruj. I just saw the southern demon and Shui go to assist them. How is that possible? That mission. How could Su Chen survive? I saw it with my own eyes. Soon, the news of Su Chen returning alive spread like a plague throughout the entire heavenly gate. On the city wall, after the southern demon set Su Chen down, he left, and only Shui and Yiruj remained. Su Chen, you're seriously injured. Go to the logistics department to get some medicine for treatment. Shui said softly. Su Chen shook his head with a heavy expression. Could you tell me where Xia Changkong's stationed area is? North 18. Why? Shui asked, puzzled. Thank you. Su Chen did not answer and turned to walk towards North 18. What's wrong? Shui frowned at Yiruj, who also looked dazed and listless. Old Xia sacrificed himself to save us. Sigh. Shui patted her shoulder, said nothing, and turned to leave. Night. It was very late, but at that moment, a voice resounded throughout the heavenly gate from the direction of North 18. Eastern Border War Zone. Heavenly Gate kills demon people. North 18. Guanhai Realm Xia Changkong. On the 2nd of July in the 93rd year of the human race, outside the demon territory, fought fiercely against 13 demon emperors and 253 demon kings. Heroically sacrificed. North 18. Su Chen entered Xia Changkong's stationed room. There were not many pieces of furniture inside, with a standard straight male style, but unlike ordinary straight men, every item was arranged very neatly. Only the pack of cigarettes and lighter on the table seemed a bit casual. Su Chen took out a cigarette, lit one, and tried to take a puff, but the bitter smoke choked him. Yet after a moment, that burning sensation in his heart made him feel a bit dazed. Through the swirling smoke around him, he seemed to see the middle-aged man holding a long spear. To be honest, old Xie, your act really isn't that impressive. Su Chen took another puff and ended up choking again. However, he didn't stop, even if he coughed with each drag. He didn't let go of the cigarette in his hand. Outside the open window, Yi Rouge witnessed this scene and silently covered her mouth. Yet, tears streamed down the corners of her eyes like a broken dam. I don't understand what's so good about this thing. It's so hard to smoke, and yet some people still like it. Su Chen stared at the nearly burnt-out cigarette, unable to help but bring it to his lips and take a deep drag. It burns the lungs. Tap. The cigarette butt was inserted into the ashtray. Su Chen left the room, closed the door, and returned to his post. Whoosh! The Zhuxian sword was drawn, and soon a line of small characters appeared on the wooden table. On the night of July 2nd, year 93 of the human race, the Demon Slayer Su Chen and the Demon Slayer Xie Chankong made a pact. If either breaks through to the Supreme, they must inform the other. Putting down the long sword, Su Chen's cold gaze grew even colder. Open the personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen, cultivation, early stage of wind control 8457/100, 000, points available, attribute points, 41, 245, physique, 3023, body of the 100 elephants, points available. Physique reaches 50, 000 for qualitative change, spirit, 156, photographic memory, points available. Spirit reaches 500 for qualitative change, talent, pure sword heart. B-grade blood explosion 0/50, 000, points available, martial skill, C-grade sword technique Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect, points not available, weapon, pseudo-S, Zhuxian sword. Attributes, C-grade sharpness 0/20, 000, Zhuxian sword intent, missing, 0/80, 000, S-grade hardness 0/500, 000, Zhuxian sword formation, missing, 0/800. 000, Zhuxian sword body, damaged, 0/2, 000, 000, Zhuxian sword spirit, missing, 0/2, 000, 000, points available, increase the sharpness of the Zhuxian sword by 20, 000 attribute points. Ding, points added successfully. The Zhuxian sword is now B-grade sharpness 0/200, 000, the system prompt sounded. The blue light on the Zhuxian sword flickered, and as it calmed down again, a lot of stone dust fell around the sword body. Looking from where the stone dust fell, one could faintly see a glimmer of a deep blue sharp sword body. Tap. Su Chen placed the B-grade weapon Thunder Gun and his backpack on the table. These were the spoils from his recent mission. Tap tap tap. He clicked the Chang'an merit ring 3 times, and a string of data immediately appeared. 10012/10000, 113H. The mission was completed, but he felt little emotional fluctuation. Hiss! He unzipped the bag. Inside was a pile of short blades shrouded in black mist, along with 4 pieces of golden body refining stones. These items were special and could be exchanged for merit points in the logistics department. Demon cores could also be exchanged, but Su Chen's backpack was too small, so he didn't collect them. System, is there a personal space? Ding! Personal space being allocated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 cubic meters of personal space. Personal space, the host can collect items with a thought. Note, living beings cannot be stored inside, although it wasn't given before the mission, resulting in a significant loss of merit points. Next time he went out to hunt demons, he wouldn't have to carry a backpack. System, can this assassination curse be removed? Su Chen hadn't forgotten the short blade pattern left on him by that demon. If he didn't find a way to get rid of it, his next mission would be quite troublesome. Ding. Yes, but it will cost 1 attribute point. Remove it. Ding. The host spent 1 attribute point, and the assassination curse has been successfully removed. Su Chen looked at the gradually disappearing short blade pattern and inexplicably thought of that demon emperor. If the other party knew that the curse, obtained at the cost of a serious injury, was only worth 1 attribute point, he wondered what they would think. He dispersed his thoughts. Su Chen counted for a moment before heading to the logistics department with his backpack. Except for the task handover area, which was not open during this time, the other departments were open all day. This was also to ensure that every demon slayer had sufficient logistical support. Several hours had passed since the demon clan siege began, and it was not a peak time for merit point exchanges, so there weren't many people here. However, Su Chen, with a pale face, covered in blood, and exuding a strong smell of blood, still attracted the attention of everyone present. Is that guy Su Chen? It really is him. He actually came back alive? No way. He just broke through to the sea observation realm. Look at him, he must not have completed that mission. Just being alive is already impressive. Su Chen ignored their whispers and placed his backpack on the table. The sound startled Fong Chang, who was typing. Her face immediately darkened. But when she looked up and recognized him, a bright smile spread across her face. It's Su Chen. Are you here to exchange merit points? Su Chen nodded and unzipped his backpack, pushing it toward her. When she saw what was inside, despite her efforts to maintain her smile, she couldn't hide her unparalleled shock. What is this? Why is the exchange taking so long? Someone who had been waiting behind Su Chen muttered impatiently, leaning forward to see. But when he saw the contents of the backpack, he froze in place. How could there be this many Demon Clan Assassination Team's spirit-infused short blades? Each member of the Demon Clan Assassination Team has at least the cultivation of the Sea Observation Realm. How many Sea Observation Realm Demon Kings did he have to kill to get this many short blades? A total of 172 spirit-infused short blades from the Demon Clan Assassination Team. Fong Chang, coming back to her senses, quickly provided the answer. Upon hearing this number, the demon slayers behind Su Chen felt a wave of suffocation. 172 Sea Observation Realm Demon Kings, what kind of monster could kill that many? What? Su Chen killed 172 Demon Kings? How is that possible? He's only at the Sea Observation Realm himself. This must be fake. The people around them gathered closer, but upon seeing the blood-soaked backpack and the pile of spirit-infused short blades, no one spoke again. The entire logistics department fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of gasps could be heard. At that moment, Fong Chang set down her calculator. According to the logistics department's buyback price, each short blade is worth 3,000 merit points. For 172 blades, that's a total of 516,000 merit points. Are you sure you want to exchange all of them? Su Chen nodded. Alright, Su Chen, please show your merit ring. Fong Chang said softly. Su Chen raised his hand, and under the instrument's sensing, the value displayed on the Chang'an merit ring changed from 124,732 to 640,372. Seeing such a large number of merit points, everyone present gasped again. With this many merit points, Su Chen must have really completed that mission, someone exclaimed. But strangely, this time no one contradicted him. Soon, news of Su Chen completing that mission spread like wildfire. Many demon hunting teams heard the news and issued orders to recruit him into their ranks. But through it all, Su Chen remained unaware. After exchanging his merit points, he also exchanged for some healing potions and returned to the garrison room. At all costs, we must recruit Su Chen into our Tiandao team. I have a feeling that this guy is definitely a key figure in this winter demon tide. In the spacious and bright garrison room, the captain of the Tiandao team, Hurricane Yang Tian, issued orders to a few people. But Captain, didn't you say a while ago that since the establishment of the Tiandao team, we don't have a habit of waiting for dead people? A young man beside him joked. Yes, I admit it. Yang Tian nodded readily. But, everyone, you must understand that Su Chen is not dead. He is a monster like the Southern Demon. The Winter Demon Tide. The Southern Demon. Mentioning these words made everyone recall the cold woman who single-handedly guarded 10 districts. Moreover, Yang Tian tapped the table, looking at the others with a very serious expression. I have a feeling that Su Chen is even more of a monster than the Southern Demon. Why? I've seen the scene of the Southern Demon being hunted down, with only 3 demon emperors and dozens of demon kings involved. But for Su Chen, I think you all saw that scene as well. Furthermore, Su Chen has produced 172 spirit-infused short blades from the Demon Assassination Squad. What does this achievement represent? I don't need to say more, do I? Yang Tian, who rarely smoked, couldn't help but light a cigarette at this moment. He couldn't understand how Su Chen survived such a pursuit that could threaten a military commander. 13 demon emperors and over 400 demon kings, he would have been worn out. Go ahead. Promise him all the benefits, even the position of captain. Yang Tian exhaled a smoke ring. What? You can't be serious, Captain? Am I hearing things? The others stood up, looking at Yang Tian in disbelief. I've made progress in my cultivation and have comprehended the realm. Breaking through is just a matter of time. By then, this won't be my battlefield. I've observed Su Chen. He is a good candidate for captain. With him leading you, I won't have any worries. Upon hearing this, The previously gloomy expressions of the others suddenly turned ecstatic. Captain, now that Su Chen has returned, should we recruit him or continue recruiting Yi Rouge? The southern demon stood on the city wall, her expression cold as she stared at the demon territory outside Tianmen Pass. Behind her stood Shui and two other girls from the Rakshasa squad. Recruit Su Chen. Su Chen. Before the southern demon could speak, the two girls voiced their thoughts in unison. Shui actually wanted to give up on Yi Rouge and recruit Su Chen, but ever since Xie Changkong's sacrifice, she had sensed some changes in Su Chen. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. It just felt like the previously aloof and quiet Su Chen had become even more reclusive. Not recruiting. The Rakshasa squad is not worthy of him. The southern demon's voice left Shui and the other three stunned in place. Before they could ask why, she turned and walked into the command room. As darkness faded, dawn arrived. The morning was calm. Without a strong wind, this was Tianmen Pass in the desert, the most tranquil moment of the day. But today, Tianmen Pass felt somewhat different from usual, especially at the logistics department's task handover area. It was now in an uproar. Several demon hunting squads were confronting each other at the main gate, arguing loudly with flushed faces. The most frequently mentioned words were none other than Su Chen's name. Step aside. Su Chen is coming. Someone shouted. The previously congested task handover area suddenly opened up a path wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side, extending from the logistics department's gate to the task handover area. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming pressure, those handling the task handover quickly stepped aside. Soon, a slightly frail figure walked over slowly. It's Su Chen. So damn handsome. So aloof. Just my type. Seeing is believing. Today, I see that he truly is like a jade among men. Unmatched in the world. Carrying a long sword. Wearing the Chang'an merit badge. It's definitely Su Chen. Su Chen. Join our demon hunting squad. Join us. The crowd on both sides of the path kept shouting, with some even jumping up and waving frantically, hoping Su Chen would glance their way. Amidst the crowd, many people loudly requested Su Chen to sign their weapons. The scene was incredibly lively, resembling a fan meeting in the mainland. However, Su Chen paid no attention. All he wanted was to hand over the task. Before long, Su Chen walked into the task handover area. Good morning, Su Chen. As soon as Feng Qing, who had been waiting here, saw him, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The logistics staff around them also paused their work, craning their necks to observe this currently renowned demon slayer. Hand over the task. Su Chen tapped his merit ring 3 times. When the string of numbers lit up, all sounds vanished in an instant. At that moment, the entire logistics department was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. Feng Qing, observing closely, was stunned for a long time before regaining her senses. Sorry, Su Chen. I was lost in thought. Please sit and wait a moment. I'll get the equipment to hand over the task. Feng Qing moved a chair over. Su Chen thanked her and sat down. This scene left the onlookers outside completely dumbfounded. Wow, this Tyrannosaurus has a gentle side? Damn. After so many task handovers, I've never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Su Chen. He really deserves it. Su Chen. My idol. So polite. I love it. I love it. If it were someone else, I would definitely complain. But this is Su Chen. I can only say Feng Qing's approach is still lacking. Feng Qing quickly returned and efficiently completed the task handover procedures for Su Chen. Su Chen. The 100,000 merit points for completing the task have been transferred to your merit ring. This is your other reward. As she spoke, she handed a token to Su Chen. The token was the size of a mahjong tile, dragon-shaped, semi-transparent black, emanating a blood-red glow from within. This is the Chang'an order. Holding it grants you the qualification to establish a demon hunting team. I chose it for you based on your merit ring Chang'an. If you want a different style, you can come with me to the storeroom to choose. No need. Thank you. Su Chen took the Chang'an order and stood up. Su Chen. Wait a moment. Just as he turned around, Feng Qing suddenly ran in front of him. Before he could speak, she pulled out a smooth, warm jade pendant. Could you sign this for me? Su Chen remained silent, expressionless as he walked past her. Feng Qing's expression darkened. The image of him turning away without hesitation echoed in her mind. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, unable to describe her current sense of loss. Yet, she inexplicably thought that at that moment, Su Chen was truly handsome. Meanwhile, as Su Chen stepped out the door, he was surrounded by several demon hunting teams, all eager to recruit him. Among them were both ordinary teams and top-ranking strong teams. It's Qiu Lanruo, the vice-captain of the Tiandao team, here to recruit Su Chen. A gasp arose from the crowd. Immediately, the crowd parted to make way for three calm figures approaching. As they arrived, the previously shouting demon hunting teams fell silent. This was because the Tiandao demon hunting team was the second-ranked super strong team, having held that position for years without change. Faced with such a powerful team, even the most promising offers from other teams seemed dim. Su Chen. Hello, I am Qiu Lanruo, the vice-captain of the Tiandao team. The two beside me are members of our team. What's the matter? Su Chen looked at Qiu Lanruo. Well, I am here on behalf of our captain, hoping to invite you to join our Tiandao team. The captain said that as long as you are willing to join, our Tiandao team is willing to pay any price, even the captain's position, if necessary. Qiu Lanruo explained her intentions. For some reason, facing Su Chen, who was at the sea observation realm, even he, a wind control realm expert, felt pressure and a bit uncomfortable. This person's aura is so powerful, no wonder he was chosen by the captain. I feel the same way. In fact, this sense of oppression is even stronger than the captain's. The two people beside Qiu Lanruo exchanged glances, expressing their opinions through spiritual communication. In an instant, the two who had initially been unconvinced changed their minds. What? The conditions offered by the Tiandao team are so fierce, how are we supposed to compete? They can even offer the captain's position. Yang Tian is really willing to invest heavily. Su Chen, hurry up and agree. That's the Tiandao team, the second-ranked super demon hunting team. With such hardcore conditions, even Su Chen has no reason to refuse. Upon hearing Qiu Lanruo's words, the crowd erupted in excitement, but it quickly fell silent. Everyone looked at that extraordinarily handsome face, waiting for an answer. Faced with such an incredible recruitment offer, no one thought Su Chen would refuse. After all, it was the Tiandao team. As long as Su Chen agreed, he could easily obtain this terrifyingly powerful demon hunting team. Sorry. Under the eager expectations of the crowd, Su Chen simply shook his head and left. My God! Su Chen rejected the Tiandao demon hunting team. He didn't even hesitate for a moment. He just rejected the Tiandao team like that? What a pity! But the way he turned and left was so aloof, so cool, so handsome. The crowd erupted in heated discussions again. The news of Su Chen rejecting the Tiandao team spread throughout Tianmen Pass in just 10 minutes. Su Chen, I didn't expect that even the position of captain of the Tiandao team couldn't sway you. Shui leaned against the city wall, finally understanding the meaning behind Nan Yao's words. Su Chen was the same kind of person as her. They were both born solitary and would never join any team, unless they built a team themselves. Bang! 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 Su Chen, I know you're in there, hurry up and get out. In the evening, Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged healing, was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Before he could respond, the door to the guardroom was smashed open by a wall of earth. Immediately, a young man dressed in dark red clothing rushed in with three others. As soon as they entered, they began to rummage through his guardroom. In just a moment, the room was turned upside down. Su Chen, where are my things? Tang Zhen? Hurry up and bring them out, or you'll face the consequences. Not finding what he wanted, Tang Zhen angrily confronted Su Chen. The three behind him quickly surrounded Su Chen. Get lost. Su Chen calmly looked at Tang Zhen. A mere sea observation realm. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Are you tired of living? Tang Zhen sneered, and as he flipped his palm, heavy earth attribute spiritual power surged violently, extremely brutal. It seemed that in the next moment, this spiritual power would turn into a sharp attack to crush Su Chen. Be sensible and hand over our captain's thunder gun, or you'll regret it. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over our captain's weapon. You have 10 seconds. The others around him sneered, their hands also enveloped in raging spiritual power. Su Chen said nothing and slowly stood up. Seeing this, the others drew their weapons, taking an offensive stance. Even Tang Zhen's eyes flickered with a hint of caution. Su Chen, don't be impulsive. At that moment, Shui rushed over, pushing the others aside and standing in front of Su Chen. Tang Zhen, you guys forcibly broke into the demon hunter's guardroom with the intent to attack. Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned? Now, leave me alone, or you'll bear the consequences. Who said I barged into the guardroom? He clearly opened the door and let us in. Okay? Tang Jin sneered. And attacking and killing demon people? Shui, you really know how to throw around accusations. Look at him. He doesn't have a speck of dust on him. Does he look like someone we've attacked? The few people around chimed in, echoing Tang Jin's words. Shui was so angry that her body trembled, but she didn't know what to say. Tang Jin was the most cunning of them all. His presence here proved he was fully prepared. Moreover, there were indeed no obvious signs of battle on Su Chen. With just this point, they had no way to deal with him. Su Chen, consider yourself lucky this time, having a foolish woman protecting you, but if you don't hand over my things, next time, you won't be so fortunate. As a man, you can't just keep hiding behind a woman's back, can you? As soon as Tang Jin said this, the people under him burst into wild laughter. Suddenly, at that moment, a silver-white spear crackling with thunder appeared in Su Chen's hand. Is this it? Not bad. You understand. Su Chen, hurry up and hand it over. Tang Jin thought Su Chen had given in and immediately reached out to snatch the spear. But the next moment, the spear erupted with a brilliant thunder, shooting straight towards his head. The spear's momentum was overwhelming at such a close distance. He had no way to block it. Swish! In a hurry, Tang Jin didn't hesitate to crush the transparent white ball hidden in his sleeve. The next moment, his figure appeared 10 miles away. Realizing the sudden change, the expressions of the people under him changed drastically, and they quickly retreated from Su Chen's guard room. Tang Jin, returning through the air, hovered in the sky, his gaze cold as he looked at Su Chen in the guard room, his killing intent palpable. Do you want more? Su Chen, holding the spear, stepped out, calmly looking at Tang Jin. Kill me, and this thing is yours. Tang Jin's eyes burned with fury, his body trembling, wishing he could directly strike Su Chen down. But he couldn't. The rules of Tianmen Pass stated that anyone who attacked a demon person within the pass would face punishment. It seems you don't dare to make a move. Then remember, next time you barge into my guard room, I won't hesitate. His tone was flat, yet the words were extremely domineering, and he was facing 3 people of the same realm, as well as one who was a level higher. Such a stark contrast created an indescribable visual shock. Behind, Shui looked at the slightly frail figure, unconsciously covering her mouth, her emotions complex. She didn't understand what Su Chen's reliance was, but at this moment, he seemed like the southern demon of old. Good. Very good. Excellent. Su Chen, you truly exceed my expectations in bravery. Here, I dare not make a move against you, but you'd better not take any missions outside. We're leaving. Tang Jin dropped a few harsh words and led the 3 away. Captain, this Su Chen is too arrogant. If it doesn't work out, let's find an opportunity to use the same trick again. I can't stand him, especially since he actually dared to attack the captain. An observation C realm. Who gave him the courage? Back in the guard room, the few were filled with resentment. Only Tang Jin remained silent, his face dark as water. Su Chen returned alive with the thunder spear, and he knew that Jing Hai had been killed by him. Given Su Chen's serious injuries, he wouldn't be going out for a while. He devised this plan, intending to use his own cultivation to intimidate and forcefully reclaim the B-grade enchanted weapon, the Thunder Spear. However, Su Chen was too calm, so Comet sent shivers down his spine. What shocked him even more was that in Tianmen Pass, Su Chen actually dared to strike at him. The power displayed by that spear, looking back now, still made him feel a lingering fear. If it weren't for using the life-saving teleportation ball, he wouldn't have died but would have been severely injured. Using the same trick again? He had thought about it, but he didn't dare to gamble. Su Chen had already proven with his actions that he really dared to take action. Enough! Don't provoke him now, this guy is a madman. Tang Jin slammed his palm on the table, startling the 3 people beside him. Captain, if we don't touch him and don't get back the thunder gun, won't Jing Hai have died in vain? Moreover, the winter demon tide is about to arrive. With more weapons, the team's survival chances will increase, and we can also secure a good ranking. A young man beside him spoke in a deep voice, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. What I mean is not to provoke him within the Tianmen Pass, but if he goes out on a mission, then we can take action. Zhang Hoshao, you are now responsible for investigating Su Chen's whereabouts within the pass. Chen Zhang, once I give you the message, you will be responsible for going to the demon territory to kill Su Chen. In that place, your talent in the night will have a significant advantage. Su Fan will be responsible for coordinating with Chun Zhang's actions and delivering the final blow afterward. Remember, you must completely eliminate Su Chen, both to avenge Jing Hai and for our own sake. At the same time, I will head to the demon territory to kill demons and earn merit points, making the final preparations for the arrival of the winter demon tide. If you encounter danger, you can send a signal, and I will support you as quickly as possible. Tang Jin said solemnly. Yes, Captain. The three nodded gravely and retreated. Su Chen, the shame of today. I not only want you dead, but I want you to wish you were dead. Inside the command room, Tang Jin coldly took out a satellite phone. Hello, old classmate. Could you help me find out who was in Su Chen's family from class 7 of the 8th middle school? Crackle. Ding. Host has killed Demon Race X-147, gaining 347 attribute points. South District 20. Su Chen sheathed the Excalibur and was about to return to the city wall when the ground beside him shook, and suddenly hundreds of demons surged in. He focused his gaze and found that these demons were led here by a shadow. However, this shadow, under the cover of night, seemed to be cloaked in invisibility, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. The shadow led these demons to South District 20 and then used its movement technique to leave, quickly disappearing from sight. With their attack target lost, these hundreds of demons turned and charged at Su Chen. Su Chen held back, and after 5 minutes, more than half of the hundreds of demons had been killed. A trickle of fine blood flowed from the ground, merging into his body from the soles of his feet. Su Chen, I'm here to help you. At that moment, Yi Ruj swooped in from the side and joined the battlefield without hesitation. Su Chen wanted to refuse, but the other party had already charged into the demon horde with a long spear. He stopped speaking and silently increased his speed in killing demons. Ding! Host has killed Demon Race X-243, gaining 1,280 attribute points. Su Chen, you're amazing. Even the demons at the observation sea level can't last 2 moves against you. Yi Ruj rested her long spear on her back, disregarding the bloodstains on her hands, and pulled out snacks to pour into her mouth. But before she could pour them out, she quickly tightened the bag. Su Chen, do you want to eat? Su Chen shook his head, still so aloof. When will you teach me the swordsmanship you promised? I've already bought a sword. And Yi Ruj started chattering again, and Su Chen sheathed his sword and turned back to the city wall. When he reached the door of the command room, he found Shui waiting for him there. Is there something wrong? Ahem. That wave of demons was led over by the Yuming team. I was thinking of helping you, but I didn't expect you and Yi Ruj to be so strong. Shui smiled and gave a thumbs up. Thank you. Su Chen nodded and pushed the door open to enter. Hey, Junior. Wait a moment. Just as Su Chen was about to close the door, Shui stepped in ahead of him, forcing her slender figure through the gap. It's like this. I heard you have body refining gold stones, and I'd like to trade with you. When Su Chen exchanged for merit points, he didn't redeem any body refining gold stones, so he still had all 4 in his possession. Shui came this time mainly to exchange for body refining gold stones to enhance her physical strength and improve her combat ability. After all, the winter demon tide is approaching. Which one? Su Chen placed the 4 body refining gold stones on the table. This one for the sea observation realm is enough. Shui pointed to a small piece among them. Su Chen pushed 1 piece for the sea observation realm and 1 for the wind control realm towards Shui. The other piece, please help me deliver it to Nan Yao. Ha! Shui was taken aback. She saved my life. After saying this, Su Chen silently lit a cigarette. The curling smoke illuminated his fair face, as if draping him in a sacred veil. Shui, who usually disliked boys smoking, was momentarily captivated. Coming back to her senses, Shui initially wanted to trade merit points with Su Chen, but he refused. In the end, she insisted on leaving with 2 transparent white spheres before walking out the door. This is a teleportation sphere, which allows a person to instantly move 10 miles. It was originally a strategic item, but due to the impending winter demon tide, the logistics department has opened exchanges. Additionally, the logistics department has also released some good items, including sword techniques. Su Chen, you can go take a look. Goodbye, Junior. Shui's spiritual voice floated over, tinged with teasing. Su Chen didn't respond but closed the door and headed towards the logistics department. He also needed to learn new sword techniques. At this moment, the Demon Clan's siege period had just passed. and the logistics department at Tianmen Pass was crowded with demon hunters coming to exchange merit points. Someone recognized Su Chen, and with a gasp, everyone turned to look back. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and they instinctively made way. But after Su Chen's aloof reputation spread, no one stepped forward to greet him. He walked through the crowd and entered the material exchange area behind the merit point exchange. This was a separate steel building with 3 floors. In the past, when he came here, only the first floor was open, but now all 3 floors were open, brightly lit and filled with demon hunters exchanging materials. However, most people gathered on the first floor, while the upper 2 floors had few figures. Su Chen had already browsed the first floor multiple times and didn't find what he needed. He went straight to the second floor. Su Chen, you're here? As soon as Fang Qing, who had just been assigned here to manage the second floor, saw Su Chen, she warmly welcomed him. Let me show you around. There are quite a few good things on the second floor. No need. Su Chen declined her offer and began browsing on his own. Before long, he found the transparent white spheres left by Shui. Teleportation sphere, you can infuse your thoughts into it, and after crushing this sphere, you can teleport up to 10 miles away. Merit points required for exchange, 50,000. Upon seeing this item, Su Chen suddenly thought of Xie Changkong. That demon hunter had stayed here for many years but was only at the sea observation realm. Perhaps just 2 teleportation spheres would have already consumed most of his savings. Otherwise, how could he have gone so many years without even a decent weapon? Recalling his thoughts, Su Chen continued walking. The prices of items on the second floor were relatively high, which was also the reason for the sparse crowd. He wandered to a corner. Here, various types of martial techniques were neatly arranged, mainly belonging to long-range weapons like guns and staffs. There wasn't a single sword technique. Su Chen turned and went up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he walked in, he saw a row of B-grade spirit weapons exuding a sharp aura. The prices of these weapons were exorbitant. Even the cheapest spirit long spear required 300,000 merit points. For an average demon hunter, that was an astronomical figure. No wonder there were so few people here. Su Chen, over here. The sword technique you wanted is this way. The 3rd floor was not large. Su Chen followed the voice and looked up to see Fang Qing bouncing towards him, waving her hand. In her hand, she held a blue light screen displaying the words Autumn Water. Su Chen walked over and saw the details of this sword technique. A-class area damage sword technique Autumn Water. A single sword strike releases a sword light that transforms into 3,000. Like autumn water rippling out. Required merit points for exchange, 100,000. This sword technique is said to have been left behind by a former commander, and its power is very strong. Moreover, the transformed sword light does not diminish in power, it only reduces the attack range. The difference is like that between a cannon and a shotgun. Fang Qing introduced seriously. To get closer to Su Chen, she had already familiarized herself with everything related to swords here. May I ask, why are there no firearms here? Mentioning cannons and shotguns, Su Chen then realized that there were no commonly seen firearms in this place. Only cold weapons. Such behavior was equivalent to the human race giving up its technological advantage. Well, Fang Qing scratched her head, momentarily unsure how to respond. She hadn't paid attention to this issue either. Firearms are the last line of defense for the human race. At that moment, the southern demon approached with a blank expression. Su Chen understood her meaning. The demon race, like the human race, was an intelligent species. Once the human race used firearms on the battlefield, nuclear weapons, it was not impossible for the demon race to imitate and learn. After the revival of spiritual energy, they were favored by heaven and earth, not only possessing strong physical bodies but also various innate abilities, making them formidable. Coupled with the large number of demons, if they were to master firearms and nuclear weapons on that basis, it would be a devastating blow to the human race. Moreover, human martial artists above the Qiangyu realm and the demon emperors do not fear firearms or nuclear weapons. The southern demon glanced at the sword technique Autumn Water and turned to leave. However, as she passed by Su Chen, she involuntarily stopped. "Let me see your sword." Su Chen's mind moved, and the Excalibur unsheathed, hovering steadily in front of the southern demon. With her A-class talent and obsession with swords, she naturally sensed the extraordinary nature of the Excalibur. Good sword. Too bad it's broken. The southern demon examined it carefully for a moment, did not take the sword, and turned to go downstairs. Su Chen actually wanted to know why the southern demon said that the strong above the Qianyu realm would not fear firearms, even nuclear weapons, those world-destroying weapons. However, she clearly did not want to elaborate, and he did not have the habit of being overly curious. Whoosh! With a thought, the long sword returned to its sheath. Su Chen exchanged 4 autumn water, as well as some healing potions and 10 bottles of breath-concealing water before returning to the guard room. Tap! The Chang'an merit ring lit up, and a string of numbers appeared. 501. 312. Tap! The number changed to 129. Turning off the merit ring, Su Chen took out the sword technique autumn water. The blue light screen, in a standard technological style, was a means for contemporary humans to record important information, aimed at preventing the demon race from stealing it. Su Chen reached out, sensing his merit ring, and the blue light screen unfolded, transforming into a light screen that recorded the cultivation method of the sword technique autumn water. Starting with the sword, gather spirit and release, transforming into 3000. In the guard room, Su Chen held the Excalibur, referencing the method, and began his cultivation. Under the enhancement of pure sword intent, he quickly began to perform this sword technique with some proficiency. Ding! The host has learned the A-class area damage sword technique autumn water. Current proficiency level is beginner 1 out of 100. Points can be added. Add 100 points. Ding! Points added. Current A-class area damage sword technique autumn water proficiency level is skilled 1/500. Add 500 points. Ding! Points added. Current A-class area damage sword technique autumn water proficiency level is proficient January 2000. Add 2000 points. Ding! Points added successfully. Current mastery level of the A-grade area damage sword technique autumn water is master January 5000. There are a total of 7 mastery levels. Above master are grandmaster, transformation, and perfection. Su Chen did not continue to add points. The master level autumn water was already quite close to a small perfection. Adding more would lead to more refined aspects, such as shortening the time to draw the sword and precisely controlling the sword's aura. These aspects could improve with increased usage, so there was no rush. He needed to accumulate attribute points now. Open personal attribute panel. Ding! Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen cultivation, early stage of wind control 9328/100. 000 inch, points available, attribute points, 22. 143-inch physique, 3019, body of the 100 elephants, points available. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 50. 000, spirit, 172, photographic memory, points available. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 500, talent, pure sword heart. B-grade blood explosion 0/50. 000 inch, points available, martial skills, C-grade sword technique 3 swords of rising wind, mastery, perfection. A-grade area damage sword technique autumn water, mastery, master January 5000, points available, weapon, pseudo-S, sword of slaying immortals. Attributes, B-grade sharpness 0 out of 200. 000. Sword intent of slaying immortals, missing, 0/80. 000. S-grade hardness 0/500. 000. Sword formation of slaying immortals, missing, 0/80. 000. Sword body of slaying immortals, damaged, 0/2. 000. 000. Sword spirit of slaying immortals, missing, 0/200. 000. Points available, now that my injuries have healed, and I've learned the area damage sword technique autumn water. It's time to earn some attribute points. Closing the attribute panel, Su Chen headed to the task distribution area. In recent days, there had been many people and teams going out, and when he arrived, only 3 tasks remained on the task board. First, assassinate 10 demon kings. Second, collect 300 demon cores. Third, investigate the ancient cave that appeared in the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor. Su Chen did not choose, he accepted all of them. You've earned so many merit points, and you still want to go out? I thought you wouldn't take on tasks for a while. Qin Tianzhu, holding a metal staff, walked over from the side. He belonged to the monitoring room, mainly responsible for supporting various station areas. Additionally, when demon hunters went out on missions, they also had to guard the unguarded areas. The last time Su Chen went out on a mission, it was Qin Tianzhu who guarded the South 23rd District for him. Stop. Let me remind you again. My surname is Qin. My name is Tianzhu. You can call me Old Qin or Tianzhu. but don't call me by my full name, okay? Alright. Su Chen nodded, and the Chang'an merit ring lit up, transferring 1,000 merit points to Qin Tianzhu. Hiring someone to take over during an outdoor mission requires merit points, usually 80 points per day, 10 days. After saying this, Su Chen turned and left. Qin Tianzhu looked at the credited merit points, squinting slightly, then called out loudly, "You gave me 200 more." Su Chen did not respond, just waved his hand. Be careful of the underworld team. When you go out on a mission, they will definitely take action. Tang Jin went out 5 days ago. This was conveyed through spiritual sound by Qin Tianzhu. Thank you. Su Chen's voice came back. Qin Tianzhu clicked his tongue, boredly tapping on the merit ring. Handsome, wealthy, generous, polite, and a dual talent holder. His combat power is ridiculously strong. Why does all the good stuff in this world go to him? Damn it, I don't get any of it at all. This pain. Family, who understands? Venting his frustration, Qin Tianzhu leaned against the city wall and silently lit a cigarette. But speaking of which, old Xie, your vision is quite good. Very good. Exceptionally good. Qin Tianzhu. A voice called out from a distance. I'll repeat it one last time. Damn it. My surname is Qin. My name is Tianzhu. You can call me Old Qin or Tianzhu, but don't you dare call me by my full name. Are you okay? Under the light of the moon, Su Chen crossed the desert and entered the territory of the Demon Clan. Not long after he left, a dark figure, hidden in the night, appeared in the area and vanished moments later. Although there were many demon camps on the outskirts of the demon territory, most were just ordinary level demons, of little value. Su Chen didn't linger here and continued deeper, soon arriving at a demon king's camp. In a flash, he killed 2 demon kings at the sea observation level inside and unleashed the master level A-grade area damage sword technique Autumn Water. 3,000 sword lights burst forth like threads, devastating everything in their path, shattering the camp and slaying all the demons. Holding the Excalibur, Su Chen watched the scene expressionlessly, occasionally adding a few more strikes to finish off the demons that had managed to dodge. In just 3 minutes, the large demon king camp was reduced to ruins. The ground was in disarray, and wherever he looked, it was a sea of crimson, with nearly 1,000 demon corpses lying among the debris. A gruesome sight. Streams of blood flowed from their bodies, enveloping Su Chen within. From a distance, it looked eerie and enchanting, like a semi-transparent blood cocoon. Ding! Host has slain demons X923, gaining 12,456 attribute points. 10 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the next demon king's camp. Continue. Slaughter. Ding! Host has slain demons X856, gaining 11,342 attribute points. Next one. Ding! Host has slain demons X839, gaining 12,133 attribute points. After absorbing the cultivation from this demon king's camp, Su Chen leaped onto the nearest ancient tree and sat cross-legged on a concealed branch to recover. The A-grade area damage sword technique Autumn Water could only be used 3 times in a short period. After that, his spiritual power would be exhausted, requiring him to meditate and recover. System. Blood explosion add 50,000. Ding! Points added. Current Blood Devour Blood Explosion upgrade. Level is A-grade 0/500. 000. A-grade Blood Devour can absorb 1% of the slain's cultivation, with a certain critical hit rate, 20% critical hit rate. Additionally, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to devour the slain's talent, with the devoured talent starting at level E. The next level is S Blood Devour, which can absorb 1/10 of the slain's cultivation, with a certain critical hit rate, 30% critical hit rate. Additionally, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to devour the slain's talent, with the devoured talent starting at level E. A 1 in 10,000 chance to absorb talent, though not high, was terrifying to Su Chen. The current Blood Devour not only violated the 3 great laws of talent awakening: talent cannot be changed, talent cannot be increased, talent cannot be created, but it could even devour other talents. If this news were to spread, the entire human realm would surely be shaken. However, that was impossible. With such a talent, he naturally wouldn't reveal it easily. Ha! Su Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the abundant spiritual power within him. He leaped down from the ancient tree, ready to head to the next demon camp. Whoosh! Just then, he felt a chill behind him, and a spear suddenly pierced his back. At the same time, 2 long arrows whistled through the air, shooting towards his head. "Ha ha, Su Chen, you bastard. This time I'll see if you live or die." From the darkness in the distance, a figure holding a bow leaped out. Su Chen recognized him. It was Su Fan, a member of the underworld team. However, Su Fan did not see the scene of Su Chen's head being pierced by the long arrows. He only saw that the 2 arrows, upon hitting Su Chen's head, shattered into several pieces as if striking an egg against a rock, falling to the ground in an instant. How is that possible? These 2 arrows of mine are C-grade alloy weapons. How could they not break through your defense? Su Tian was stunned by the scene before him. How could he know that Su Chen's 100 elephants body was directly immune to C-grade weapons? Whoosh! Before Su Tian could regain his senses, he was pinned to the spot by Su Chen's thunderous spear, dead beyond revival. At the same time, Su Chen suddenly turned around and swung the long spear embedded in his body. The overwhelming power brought by the 100 elephants' body sent a shadow that had merged into the darkness flying away. When this shadow hit the ground, the hard and solid surface was smashed into a large hole. Before the shadow could rise, the Excalibur was drawn, instantly piercing through this person's body. Yet, at the brink of death, this person still fired a signal flare into the sky. Zing! Su Chen delivered another strike, completely slaying this individual. With the loss of spiritual power to maintain it, the figure revealed itself to be none other than Chen Zhang, the vice-captain of the underworld squad. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, 2 bloodlines surged from Su Fan and Chen Zhang towards Su Chen. To his surprise, the bloodline belonging to Chen Zhang was also attached to a thin black line. Ding! Host has acquired the talent Nightfall. Current level E0 out of 100. Points can be allocated. E-level talent Nightfall, when activated, remain still in darkness for 10 seconds to merge with the surrounding environment. Next level is D-level Nightfall, under E-level effects. When launching an attack, there will be a 2-second sensory shield, during which your attack cannot be detected. Su Chen did not expect that just after upgrading Blood Explosion to Blood Devour, he would absorb Chen Zhang's talent, Nightfall. This talent may not be beneficial for personal growth, but its practicality is extremely strong. System, allocate 100 points to Nightfall. Ding! Points allocation complete. Current Nightfall level D0/1000. Next level is C-level Nightfall. In addition to having D-level effects, it can also activate Nightfall Stealth, blending into the surrounding environment, making it difficult to be perceived. Attacking in stealth mode also has a 2-second sensory shield. Allocate 2000 points to Nightfall. Ding! Points allocation complete. Current Nightfall level C0/8000. Next level is B-level Nightfall. B-level Nightfall has several attributes, and as long as one is in a dark place, they can gain a 1-meter teleportation effect, with a daily limit of 3 times. Even though Su Chen's mind was calm, seeing the words teleportation effect still made his eyes heat up. If he had mastered C-level Nightfall when being hunted by numerous demon kings and emperors, he wouldn't have been so passive. 3 times of teleportation is few, but combined with the other effects of the talent Nightfall, if used well, it might not be impossible to escape unscathed. There might even be a chance for a complete counterattack. Thinking of this, Su Chen's breathing quickened a bit. However, he still patiently waited for his mind to settle before he began to familiarize himself with this new talent. Human talents are similar to the innate abilities of the demon race, a natural divine power with utmost proficiency. There is no need for practice, it can be perfectly displayed. However, Su Chen was unsure if the talent obtained through absorption was the same, but the facts soon provided him with an answer. The talent gained through absorption is just like other naturally awakened talents. With a thought, it can be activated. In the darkness, Su Chen remained still and activated the talent Nightfall. 10 seconds later, he merged with the surrounding environment. Just as he was about to try out Nightfall Stealth, a yellowish humanoid streak of light rushed over. With his superhuman eyesight, he clearly saw the appearance of this person. The newcomer was none other than Tang Jin, the captain of the underworld squad. Summoned by the signal flare, Su Chen, I, Tang Jin, swear here that I will tear you to pieces. Tang Jin saw the tragic state of Su Fan and Chen Zhang, his anger boiling, his body trembling, and a violent spiritual power bursting forth from him, fully unleashing his cultivation at the late stage of the wind control realm. As a result, the ground within 100 meters shook violently, rumbling incessantly, as if responding to this rolling vow. Boom, crack. The ground where Su Chen stood suddenly collapsed. Without hesitation, He used night stealth to appear beside Su Fan. The thunder gun that had attacked Su Fan earlier was still not retracted. He planned to use it as bait to strike at Tang Jin. Over here. After a bout of rage, Tang Jin gradually calmed down. He fixed his gaze on the thunder gun not far away but showed no inclination to retrieve it. Su Chen, I know you're here. Come out for a fight. I give you a chance for a fair duel with me. Tang Jin roared, his voice infused with spiritual power, booming like thunder, stirring up dust everywhere. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze still cold, holding the Excalibur hidden beside Su Fan. However, Tang Jin's cunning and patience exceeded his expectations. He thought the other party would come over after a bit of probing, but after more than 10 minutes, apart from shouting a few times, Tang Jin made no moves. Just then, Tang Jin cautiously stepped forward, picking up the B-grade enchanted spear that Chen Zhang had dropped on the ground. He turned the spear tip to look, and a spot of bright red blood was smeared on it. This was left when Qin Zhang had stabbed Su Chen. However, that strike's power was mostly blocked by the 100 Elephant's body, so it didn't affect him much. Could it be that when Su Chen was injured and saw the signal flare, he fled without even having time to retrieve the thunder gun? Tang Jin frowned, the wariness in his eyes not diminishing in the slightest. The next moment, his spiritual power erupted around him, and the ground's soil rose up, quickly forming a dirt chamber with a radius of 50 meters. Su Fan, Chen Zhang, Su Chen, and himself were all sealed within. Surrounded by soil, Tang Jin's spiritual power mixed in, and with the A-grade talent of thick earth, he could sense any movement within the dirt chamber. But after probing dozens of times, he still detected no anomalies. Did that guy really escape? After pondering in place for more than 10 minutes, Tang Jin took another step forward. At the same time, the soil in front of him surged up, instantly forming a giant hand of mud that reached out to grab the thunder gun. The operation was smooth and decisive, highly deceptive. If Su Chen hadn't been keeping a close watch, he might not have expected Tang Jin to strike suddenly. Crack! The thunder gun was seized by the giant hand, pulled from Su Fan's body, and flew steadily towards Tang Jin. It seems that guy really left. As the thunder gun approached, the wariness on Tang Jin's face eased slightly, but just as the thunder gun was about to land in his hand, 3 sword lights, each 10 meters wide, burst forth from behind the mud giant hand without warning. In Tang Jin's slightly expectant gaze, the 3 sword lights cleaved through the mud giant hand, engulfing him. Immediately after, Su Chen's figure appeared, grabbing the thunder gun and hurling it fiercely. With over 1,000,000 pounds of force and the violent power of thunder, the thunder gun shot through the spot where Tang Jin had been, smashing the ground behind into a deep pit. Su Chen wielded the Excalibur for another horizontal slash, and 3 sword lights followed, striking at the position where Tang Jin had been. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Su Chen retracted the thunder gun and retreated 100 meters, the area was still shrouded in dust, with debris flying everywhere. 3 minutes later, the surroundings returned to calm. The previously cautious Tang Jin now stood motionless in place, holding Qin Zhang's B-grade enchanted spear with both hands. A gaping hole on his chest was exceptionally conspicuous. At this moment, arcs of electricity flickered around the hole, and with each flash, fresh red flesh fell away. It was a shocking sight. A crack echoed as his spear shattered in his hand, a line of blood quickly extending down from his forehead. At the same time, his side was torn open, a crimson line slicing through from his waist. In just 3 seconds, his body fell to the ground like a block. Su Chen, although you killed me, you will definitely regret it. You will. Ha 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 ha. Tang Jin's remaining spiritual energy gathered here, leaving behind his last harsh words in life. Su Chen leaned expressionlessly against the tree trunk, absorbing the cultivation energy that surged from Tang Jin's remains. Undoubtedly, Tang Jin was the strongest among those he had killed. Talent, temperament, and intellect were all top-notch. Every strike was cunning, without any warning, catching one off guard. If it weren't for the advantage of the night, the outcome would have been uncertain. After absorbing the cultivation energy, Su Chen's tense heart finally relaxed a little after more than 10 minutes. In any case, he had won this deadly battle against the underworld team. Unfortunately, he did not absorb Tang Jin's thick earth talent. Crack, crack, crack. Su Chen held the thunder spear, skewering the corpses of Tang Jin and the others together like roasted meat, and arrived at a demon clan camp. As usual, he waited until these demons had completely devoured the 3 before he struck to slay the demons. 10 minutes later, the dust settled. Su Chen stood atop the ruins of the Demon Clan camp, surrounded by hundreds of lines of blood. Ding! Host has slain demons X839, gaining 11,328 attribute points. 30 minutes later, at the next Demon Clan camp. Ding! Host has slain demons X928, gaining 13,296 attribute points. Tap tap tap. The merit ring displayed the task progress. 001, 10/002/300,003. The first task had been completed, while the second and third tasks required returning to Tianmen Pass for submission. However, Su Chen had annihilated 5 Demon Clan camps and collected over 4,000 crystal cores, exceeding the second task's requirements. Currently, only the last task remained: to investigate the ancient cave that appeared within the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor. Originally, Su Chen planned to put this task off, but after gaining the night talent, he changed his mind. After all, with this talent, combined with the stacking power of the 3 winds swords and the 100 elephants body, it might not be impossible to slaughter the demon emperor's camp. System: add 8,000 to night. Ding! Points added. Current night level is B level 0/50. 000. The next level is a level night, which has several levels of attributes. Additionally, as long as one is in a dark place, they can gain a teleportation effect within 1 meter, with a daily limit of 10 times. Report to the ancient wolf demon emperor. Multiple king-level demon camps have been slaughtered in our territory. The slaughterer's methods are extremely cruel, and now the hearts of the demons in the king-level camps are in turmoil. We hope the demon emperor will come to our aid. Oh, have you discovered any special information? On the stone throne, the ancient wolf demon emperor opened his eyes, feeling gloomy. He often thought of the stone-broken sword he had brought out from the ancient cave. Every time he thought of it, he wished he could tear the damned human to pieces and reclaim the broken sword. Several times he had rushed out of the demon territory, but each time he was persuaded to return by his subordinates. It wasn't out of cowardice, but as a demon emperor, he could not act recklessly. He had to consider his subordinates. Report to the ancient wolf demon emperor. At every demon camp that was slaughtered, a few words were left behind. What words? Tianmen Pass, slayer of demons. Xia Changkong. Xia Changkong? The ancient wolf demon emperor glanced at his belly. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? What weapon did the one who slaughtered the demon camps use? From the wounds we investigated, this person used a sword. Could it be him? But how is that possible? The ancient wolf demon emperor immediately thought of Su Chen. But Su Chen was currently under an assassination curse. As long as he was within the territory of the demon clan, he would be sensed by the demon assassination team. However, the assassination team showed no signs of movement at the moment. Could it be that sword-wielding woman who had rampaged through the demon territory long ago? Report! The Earth Emperor has issued an order. The ancient wolf demon emperor is to summon 30,000 demons to prepare for the winter demon tide in 10 days. At that moment, a pterosaur flew into the palace. So soon, and they want 30,000 demons from this emperor? Wasn't it just 10,000 last year? The ancient wolf demon emperor frowned. According to the Earth Emperor, the demon sovereign has prophesied that there is a monstrous talent among the human race at the heavenly gate. This winter demon tide has been moved up to suppress him before he grows. Understood. The ancient wolf demon emperor waved his hand. The ancient wolf demon emperor. The Earth Emperor also said that this monstrous talent is a human male who wields a sword. What? The ancient wolf demon emperor exclaimed, his eyes wide as copper bells. A human male, wielding a sword. Who else could it be but that guy? Convey my orders. All strong demons above the sea observation realm are to gather and support the remaining royal demon camps within my territory. Inform the demon assassination team during the process. Yes. In addition, send a team of demon soldiers to assist in the excavation of the ancient cave. This time, during the winter demon tide, I will also seize treasures and make a name for myself. Ding! Host has slain demons X852, gaining 13,872 attribute points. Su Chen had come this far, slaughtering 4 royal demon camps before arriving outside the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace. At this moment, about 50 sea observation realm demon kings were gathered at the palace entrance, shrouded in rolling black mist, exuding an extraordinary presence. Leading them was not the ancient wolf but a familiar demon emperor on the steps. From their tone, it seemed they were there to reinforce the royal demon territory under the ancient wolf. Soon, This group of Sea Observation Realm demons followed the familiar demon emperor away. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he activated Night Stealth and quietly followed. Just a few meters away from the familiar demon emperor, Su Chen suddenly struck, unleashing 3 swift sword strikes followed by the thunder gun in 2 seconds. Before the demon emperor even sensed anything, he had already met his end in the northwest. After killing the demon emperor, Su Chen picked up the thunder gun and entered stealth mode again. The ancient Yu demon emperor is dead. Enemy attack. Alert! The 53 demon kings stirred, entering battle mode. The black mist rolled, obscuring their figures, making it hard to see the specific situation. Whoosh! At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through the black mist. At the same time, a demon king fell to the ground in response. But in an instant, the lightning light dissipated, and everything returned to calm. He's among us. Scatter! The demon kings dispersed. Seeing this scene, Su Chen, still in stealth mode, silently put away the thunder gun and replaced it with the Excalibur. Swish! No sword light flashed, just in the darkness, a nearly transparent figure swept past. The next moment, a demon king silently fell to the ground. This scene continued to unfold until only a dozen demon kings remained, at which point they finally reacted and fled in all directions. But how could they outrun Su Chen, who was in the wind control realm? 10 minutes later, with the last demon king falling, Su Chen's figure became visible. Ding! Host has slain demons X54, gaining 500 attribute points. The Excalibur was sheathed. After absorbing the cultivation, Su Chen stealthily returned to the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace. It was deep night, and the palace was brightly lit, with numerous demons coming and going, the weakest among them being at the Spirit River realm. In areas with light, stealth was impossible. Su Chen poured a bottle of concealment water over himself, transforming into the appearance of the slain demon emperor, and walked in. Ancient Yu demon emperor, ancient Yu demon emperor, ancient Yu demon emperor. On the way, the encountered demon clan members all bowed respectfully. Relying on his identity as the demon emperor, Su Chen walked straight to the back of the palace. Ancient Moon demon emperor. A small demon from the Building Mountain realm bumped into him and hurriedly bowed. Where is the ancient wolf demon emperor now? The demon emperor is cultivating in the moon viewing hall. Su Chen turned and left. The small demon watched his departing figure in confusion, scratching his head. The ancient moon demon emperor is a bit strange. The demon emperor cultivates with him at this time every day. How could he forget? In the next moment, a powerful spiritual hand crushed his head. Ancient moon demon emperor, a small demon from the Spirit River realm, who had just approached, was instantly terrified and prostrated on the ground, not daring to breathe. He feared that if the demon emperor was displeased, he would be killed too. Take him out and deal with him, Su Chen said coldly. Yes, obey. The small demon from the Spirit River realms had hit the ground with a loud thud. Su Chen glanced at him and turned to walk toward the highest stone palace, the moon viewing hall. The ancient wolf demon emperor belonged to the wolf demon clan, and the demon clan's records indicated that the wolf demon clan's cultivation method was moon viewing, absorbing the moonlight and condensing lunar spiritual power. Ancient moon demon emperor, ancient moon demon emperor, ancient moon demon emperor. The moon viewing hall had 9 levels, and due to its unique geographical location, each level had members of the wolf demon clan cultivating. As Su Chen walked, he sensed the aura of the wind control realm emanating from him, causing the demons to stop their cultivation and bow. Thus, under the repeated bows of the demons, Su Chen arrived at the 9th level of the moon viewing hall. The view here was very open, and looking up, one could see the bright moon in the sky. Perhaps due to the proximity, the moon here appeared much larger than on the lower levels. At this moment, the ancient wolf demon emperor was tilting his neck back, staring blankly at the moon. Soft beams of visible light continuously spread around him, merging with the surrounding spiritual power and flowing into his body. A demon of the emperor level had already taken on a humanoid form. Aside from his long, shiny silver fur, which was different from humans, he was not much different in other aspects. Ancient moon, have you taken care of the matter? The ancient wolf demon emperor stopped his cultivation and turned to look at Su Chen behind him. Su Chen nodded. The moonlight is often present, but never lasting. The ancient wolf demon emperor gazed at the moon in the sky. His eyes suddenly filled with a hint of melancholy. Ancient moon, do you think there is an eternal moon in this world that can be used for the wolf demon clan's cultivation every day? Su Chen shook his head. I knew you wouldn't know. The ancient wolf demon emperor waved his hand, and an old, yellowed children's science magazine fell into his hand. He rubbed his hands on his robe and carefully turned to one of the pages. Look, this is the eternal moon of the human race. It is said that as long as there is thunder and lightning, this moon can shine forever. What if we brothers could obtain such a treasure and cultivate every day? Wouldn't the Earth Emperor, Sky Emperor, and even the Demon Sovereign fall into our hands effortlessly? The reason I search for treasures everywhere is to one day find a relic from the ancient times of the human race, to help me cross the mountain and sea pass and snatch this eternal moon back from the human territory. Su Chen looked at the large light bulb displayed in the magazine, lost in thought. But you don't need to worry about these things, I will find a way. You just focus on your cultivation. The ancient cave left by the human race is about to open. At that time, I will let you choose a suitable divine weapon, and you will be responsible for making a name for us brothers during the winter demon tide 10 days later. As for me, I will infiltrate the human territory and obtain this eternal moon. The ancient wolf demon emperor looked forward with longing. Unbeknownst to him, the bright moon above was suddenly covered by layers of dark clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the dark clouds obscured the moon, Su Chen appeared in a flash, wielding the Excalibur and unleashing the three swords of Fuyo, striking fiercely down towards the head of the ancient wolf demon emperor. At the same time, the thunder spear was thrown, unleashing over 100,000 pounds of force, accompanied by a violent thunder, locking onto his chest. As a late-stage master of the wind control realm, the ancient wolf demon emperor was not slow to react. Sensing the impending crisis, he summoned a protective treasure. However, under the dual enhancement of the three swords of Fuyo, the Excalibur shattered the treasure in less than 3 seconds. Without the protective treasure, the thunder spear pierced directly through his chest. The violent power it carried blasted a large hole through his sturdy demon body. Crack! 3 sword lights reappeared above the ancient wolf demon emperor's head, signaling the end of this battle. Ding! Host has slain a demon X1, gaining 200 attribute points. 5 minutes later, after absorbing his cultivation, Su Chen rummaged through the ancient wolf demon emperor's belongings and then destroyed the magazine before heading downstairs. Thanks to the ancient wolf demon emperor's protective treasure and the material effects of the moon viewing palace, this battle had not caused much commotion. When Su Chen came down, a group of wolf demons was still practicing, shouting, "Ancient moon demon emperor! Ancient moon demon emperor! Ancient moon demon emperor!" Su Chen nodded. The next moment, the A-level group damage sword technique Autumn Water was activated, directly annihilating the demons on this floor. Ding! Host has slain demons X334, gaining 6,340 attribute points. After absorbing his cultivation, Su Chen adjusted his breath on the spot, restored his spiritual power, and then moved to the next floor. Ding! Host has slain demons X523, gaining 8,930 attribute points. Next floor. Ding! Host has slain demons X627, gaining 9,820 attribute points. Ding! Host has slain demons X724, gaining 11,230 attribute points. Ding! Host has slain demons X824, gaining 13,212 attribute points. After finishing off the moon viewing palace, Su Chen moved on to several nearby grand halls for a massive slaughter. An hour passed, and the once brightly lit demon emperor camp, bustling with demons, was now littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, the stench overwhelming. A figure holding a sword stood atop the grand hall, arms outstretched, absorbing the bloodlines gathering from all directions, as if a god had descended. Ding! Host has slain demons X6423, gaining 92,310 attribute points. Another hour later, Su Chen walked out of the palace. As he left, he took several thousand stone bricks, intending to study their strong defensive properties. Just then, a wyvern flew over. Report to the ancient moon demon emperor. The human cave has been opened, and the ancient Sha demon king sent me to inform you and the ancient wolf demon emperor to go retrieve the treasure. My elder brother is in seclusion. I will handle this matter personally. Take me there. Su Chen tapped his toes and leaped onto the wyvern's back. The latter, sensing the aura of the wind control realm on him, dared not refuse, flapping its wings and soaring into the air. Before long, it brought Su Chen to a dark mountainside. Surrounding the area were towering ancient trees and massive stones, with stone bricks scattered about, filling the air with an ancient desolation. At this moment, over 1,000 demons were continuously carrying stone bricks out from a gap in the stone bricks. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Upon seeing Su Chen, every demon bowed in greeting, their fatigue vanishing as they worked even harder. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. The ancient Sha Demon King is currently inside the cave, said the wyvern. Su Chen said nothing and turned to walk over. As if recalling something, he turned back to look at the wyvern. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor, do you have any orders? The wyvern asked, bowing. In the blink of an eye, its massive head fell to the ground. The surrounding demons, seeing this, initially walked but then directly ran away. However, after a flash of swordlight, all the demons were wiped out completely. Ding! The host slayed the demon clan X1223, gaining 17,234 attribute points. Su Chen looked around, confirming there were no survivors, before stepping into the cave. All the demon clan he encountered along the way had perished under the Excalibur. Half an hour later, Su Chen reached the end of the cave. It was a spacious stone hall, with luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling, reflecting the earthy yellow stone bricks, creating a magnificent and grand appearance. Dozens of demon clan members were gathered in the hall, clearing the disordered stone bricks inside. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. As Su Chen entered the hall, the surrounding demon clan members put down their tasks and bowed respectfully. However, what awaited them was a wave of sword light that spread like autumn water. After this strike, only a few demon clan members remained alive in the hall. At that moment, a wolf demon king suddenly leaped out from behind a stone wall, subduing the few surviving demons. Second brother, I know your thoughts. In human terms, this is called silencing witnesses. We brothers have worked hard to find this treasure, so we can't let any news leak out. What do you think, second brother? My hands and feet are quick, right? Although I've been supervising here, I haven't been lazy at all. I've been cultivating the whole time. Come, second brother, take a look at this good thing I found here. The wolf demon waved, and Su Chen walked over with a blank expression. Then, in response to the wolf demon's proud look, he delivered a powerful thunderous strike. Second brother, I understand now. You would even kill your own brother to monopolize the treasure. How ruthless. Ding! The host slayed the demon clan X64, gaining 1,250 attribute points. Su Chen kicked aside the ancient corpse and walked over. Soon, he arrived in front of a stone coffin that had been opened slightly. He frowned and used his hands to lift the coffin lid, simultaneously retreating several dozen meters to guard against any traps inside. 10 minutes passed, and seeing no movement from the coffin, Su Chen approached it. Inside the stone coffin, there was no treasure, only a stunning female corpse dressed in a white robe. This corpse looked so lifelike, as if she could awaken at any moment, showing no signs of decay. Additionally, the interior of the coffin was engraved with some ancient characters. System, translate this. Reply to the host. The text inside the coffin reads, Year 15 of the Eternal Era. Mo Xuan Xue. What era is the Eternal Era? Reply to the host. The Eternal Era is approximately 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. How is that possible? Su Chen looked again at Mo Xuan Xue in the coffin. After 10,000 years, the body remains uncorrupted. Is this the effect of the coffin? Or is this person too powerful? Moreover, the spiritual energy revival has only been happening for a few decades. Why are there people who existed 10,000 years ago emerging now? Did they foresee that this period would see a revival of spiritual energy? Or, Su Chen pondered for a long time without any clues, so he stopped dwelling on it and turned to explore other parts of the hall. What he didn't notice was that when he turned to leave, Mo Xuan Xue in the coffin blinked her eyes. After wandering for a while, Su Chen found nothing valuable in the hall, so he noted it down and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the entrance of the hall, he turned back to cover the coffin lid. Before leaving, he filled the cave entrance with some stone bricks to prevent any demons from discovering it, and he moved several hundred large stones to weigh down the area. Break the heavenly gate. Exterminate the human race. Break the heavenly gate. Exterminate the human race. Break the heavenly gate. Exterminate the human race. In the extremely dark demon camp, nearly 50,000 demons gathered together, with black mist swirling, creating a thunderous momentum. However, What the leading demon emperor and the others did not notice was that under the nearest tree stood a human figure that blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. This person was Su Chen. When he emerged from the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor, he set his sights on this demon emperor camp. The demon emperor in charge here belonged to the Stone Spirit clan, named Panshan, and was at the mid-stage of the Wind Control realm. Originally, Su Chen planned to directly slaughter them, but upon learning that 50,000 demon clans would gather here for the Winter Demon Tide, he changed his mind and decided to accumulate more attribute points. Break the Heavenly Gate. Annihilate the human race. Break. Facing nearly 50,000 demon clans and feeling the intense atmosphere of slaughter, even Su Chen felt a pang of trepidation. One can only imagine how shocking the Winter Demon Tide would be. Very good. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. In an instant, an old man with a head full of green leaves appeared in the arena. Wood Dragon Demon Emperor! Wood Dragon Demon Emperor! Wood Dragon Demon Emperor! The nearly 50,000 demons roared in unison upon seeing the old man, their voices booming. Ha ha ha, not bad, very good. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor stroked his beard and smiled, his powerful aura spreading out, causing the demons in the arena to stand straight and fall silent. A peak expert of the Wind Control realm? Su Chen's eyes flickered. But soon after, he sensed a different kind of aura within the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor's presence. This aura was formless and intangible, yet it exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. Could this be the realm of intent? The Wood Heaven Demon Emperor has sent me to lead you in attacking the Heavenly Gate during the Winter Demon Tide. Are you willing? Willing, willing, willing. The crowd of demons shouted in unison. Since that is the case, then I shall lead you to break through the human race's Heavenly Gate. After the Wood Dragon finished speaking, he whispered a few words to Panshan, who immediately nodded and left. After that, the Wood Dragon dismissed the crowd of demons and walked into the largest tent in the camp. Su Chen initially planned to kill the local demon emperor at this moment, but that was for Panshan. The current Wood Dragon Demon Emperor was very likely to have comprehended the realm of intent and was about to break through to a level 5 warrior. That is, a deity realm expert. Facing a demon emperor of this level, it would be difficult for him to achieve a quick kill with his current strength. System, open the personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Mid-Stage Wind Control Realm 43. 212 out of 100. 000. Points available, attribute points, 302. 828. Physique, 4,562. Body of the 100 Elephants, points available. Physique reaches 50. 000 for qualitative change. Mentality, 457. Photographic memory, points available. Mentality reaches 500 for qualitative change. Talent, Pure Sword Heart. A grade Bloodthirst 0 out of 500. 000. B grade Nightfall 0/50. 000. Points available, Martial Skills, C grade Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords, Proficiency, Perfect. A grade Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water, Proficiency, Master 3820/5000. Points available, Weapon, Pseudo S, Ju Sword. Attributes, B grade Sharpness 0 out of 200. 000. Ju Sword Intent, Missing, 0/80. 000. S grade Hardness 0/500. 000. Ju Sword Formation, Missing, 0/80. 000. Ju Sword Body, Damaged, 0/2. 000. 000. Ju Sword Spirit, Missing, 0/2. 000. 000. Points available, System, increase cultivation by 56. 788. Ding. Points added successfully. Current cultivation level, Early Deity Realm 0/3. 000. 000. Ding. Mentality attribute has reached 500, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations, host. You have gained exceptional talent. Exceptional talent, extremely strong learning ability, quick to grasp any subject. Ding. Detected that the host's cultivation has entered the deity realm, but has not yet comprehended the realm of intent. Please choose an intent. Can I choose freely? Replying to the host, as long as the host desires an intent, the system has it available. Please choose an intent. Sword Intent. Ding. Sword Intent has been granted. The system's prompt sound fell. A sharp aura of Sword Intent erupted from Su Chen. At the same time, the Zhuxian sword on his back let out a crisp sword cry, unsheathing itself and spinning around him incessantly. Which Earth Sovereign has descended? Forgive me, Wood Dragon, for not welcoming you properly. I hope the Earth Sovereign will pardon my offense. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed this extreme sharpness and hurriedly rushed out of the camp, bowing in greeting. Wood Dragon? Su Chen transformed into a wolf demon. Yes. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor felt the sword intent emanating from him and bent even lower. As he bowed, his head full of green leaves drooped down, revealing his branch-like body. From these features, it could be determined that he belonged to the Tree Demon clan recorded in the Demon Race's atlas. I wonder what brings the Earth Sovereign to this place. My elder brother is the Wood Heavenly Sovereign, who loves to make friends across the world. If you have no business, please allow me to accompany you for a chat. With you? You think you are worthy? I spoke out of turn, please forgive me. Earth Sovereign. Upon hearing this, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor directly knelt on the ground, trembling. I have come here to ask you to lend me something. Please speak, Earth Sovereign. As long as it is something the Wood Dragon possesses, I will not refuse, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor said loudly, lowering his head. I want to borrow a leaf from your head. Wood Dragon obeys. Without a moment's hesitation, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor tore off dozens of green leaves from his head and respectfully presented them. The green leaves atop the tree demons' heads are manifestations of their cultivation. Tearing them off can lead to a regression in cultivation or even damage their foundation. However, at this moment, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor was more concerned about not offending the Earth Sovereign before him. After all, the demon race has a strict hierarchy, and higher-ranked beings can kill lower-ranked ones at will. I said I only want to borrow a leaf from your head. Earth Sovereign, I am at fault. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor suddenly knelt down, discarding the large handful of green leaves in his hands, and took down the most vibrant leaf from his head. With a whoosh, as he removed the leaf, the Wood Dragon Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of emerald blood, his cultivation dropping from the peak of the wind control realm to the early stage. Yet even so, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, for the person before him was an Earth Sovereign of a higher rank. Earth Sovereign, this is the green leaf you wanted. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor held the leaf above his head, his tone filled with despair. Compared to his earlier demeanor upon entering this place, he was now worlds apart. Su Chen extended 2 fingers and pinched the vibrant, dew-kissed leaf. Wood Dragon dares to ask, what does the Earth Sovereign need my leaf for? To take your life. Ha! The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor suddenly looked up. In the next moment, a leaf imbued with sword intent sliced through his neck. Ding! Host has slain a Demon Race X1, gaining 200 attribute points. With a heart full of sword intent, all things can become swords. This is the essence of sword intent. 2 phantoms of long swords flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and moments later, the swords transformed into a chaotic mass, from which all things in the world were born, twisting and forming into swords again. It went round and round, as if in a cycle. After a long time, Su Chen came back to his senses. Only a few minutes had passed, yet it felt as if tens of thousands of years had gone by. At this moment, he truly understood what the essence was. He also comprehended why prodigies like the Southern Demon, at such a level, would be stuck in this realm for so long without breaking through. System, Physique Attribute Points 39, 234. Ding! Attribute points added. Current physique has reached 50,000, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1000 Elephant Body. 1000 Elephant Body, immune to damage from B grade, including B grade and below weapons. Immune to damage from B grade spirit weapons. 90% damage reduction from B grade spirit weapons. And additionally, grants the power of 1000 elephants. The cultivation level broke through the divine realm, and all attributes saw a significant increase, while the attribute points for enhancing physique decreased considerably. Once his physique was fully enhanced, Su Chen raised the sharpness level of the Excalibur to A grade. It was visibly apparent that a considerable amount of stone dust had fallen from the sword's blade. In certain areas, the deep blue blade of the Excalibur could be clearly seen. It seemed that the Excalibur sensed its own transformation, affectionately lying across Su Chen's path, its blade singing continuously. It seems you can't wait to slay some demons either. Su Chen grasped the Excalibur and, with an indifferent expression, walked into the Demon Emperor's camp. Soon, the sword light, like autumn water, spread out continuously. Even the demon kings at the Sea Observation Realm could not withstand a trace of it. In about an hour, The 50,000 demons were slaughtered by Su Chen. Ding! Host has slain 49,810 demons, gaining 369 attribute points. Earth Emperor, we have tracked the human's whereabouts. He is currently within the camp of the Pan Mountain Demon Emperor. Given his brutal nature, he has likely already begun his massacre. I want to see which human dares to slaughter dozens of demon camps. Gather 100 members of the Demon Emperor level assassination team. Today, I will personally lead the attack. Above the palace of the ancient wolf Demon Emperor, a young man dressed in the attire of the demon assassination team coldly shouted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Moments later, a full 100 Demon Emperor level assassins appeared at the location, only to disappear in a flash. When the young man of the demon assassination team led the 100 assassins to the Pan Mountain Demon Emperor's camp, they were all shocked by the scene before them. The vast Demon Emperor camp had turned into ruins, with the remains of tens of thousands of demons scattered everywhere, blood flowing like a river, staining the ground a deep red. Above this place, a wolf Demon Emperor was suspended in the air, arms outstretched, as tens of thousands of bloodstreams converged towards him like waves. The demons, witnessing this scene for the first time, stared wide-eyed in shock. Damn it, this guy is the human who transformed. All demon emperors, listen to my command. Let's tear this damned human into pieces. As soon as the young man's voice fell, he had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was holding a red short blade, standing 10 meters in front of the wolf demon emperor. Just as he was about to make a move, a stone flew towards him. Human, is this your means of attack? The young man scoffed, but in an instant, each stone was imbued with a phantom of a long sword. With a tearing sound, under the enhancement of the sword's intent, these stones directly ripped through the space, heading towards the young man. The young man, also a demon emperor, sensed the sword intent and had already fled. However, his actions left the demon emperors behind in a dire situation. The intent exerted an extremely terrifying suppression on those without it. The demon emperors in the front row had no time to react and were sealed by this intent. Unable to move, they could only watch helplessly as the stones, imbued with sword intent, passed through their bodies. After a single strike, 7 demon emperors in the front row fell to the ground, crashing into a pile of demon remains, their fates unknown. Good technique, human. I had planned to use this during the winter demon tide, but you probably won't get to see it. The young man laughed in anger, gripping his short blade horizontally, and vanished into the void once more. At this moment, the Demon Emperor level assassins in the back also began to move, charging forward under the pressure of the intent. Nearly 100 Demon Emperors and a Demon Emperor joined forces, and the black mist they carried enveloped the void within 1,000 meters. A Demon Emperor? Ha! Above the void, Su Chen had absorbed all his cultivation. He reached out, and the Excalibur fell into his hand. Die! Suddenly, the young man's figure appeared right in front of Su Chen, and as he swung his short blade, it seemed aimed directly at Su Chen's head. This was his unique assassination technique. Other demons attacked from the surroundings, focusing on surprise, but he was different. He approached head-on, emphasizing the unexpectedness of the unexpected. However, he did not anticipate that Su Chen would remain so calm in the face of such a degree of assassination, showing no signs of panic whatsoever. Bang! The weapons of the two clashed, and the violent force immediately caused a stir around them, with sand and stones swirling and the void trembling. Nearly 100 demon emperors nearby were affected, uncontrollably retreating dozens of steps, because the clash between the two was not merely a contest of strength and spiritual power, but also a competition of intent. They had thought this scene would last a long time, but to their surprise, the young man was sent flying after only 3 seconds, continuously spitting blood in midair. By the time he stabilized himself, his face was already pale, and his eyes were filled with horror and dread. What kind of intent is this? Why is it so fierce, so powerful? Su Chen did not answer, merely caressing the long sword in his hand. How could it possibly be sword intent? How could it be? This kind of intent has been severed since the ancient times. How could a frail human comprehend it? What do you mean by ancient times? Su Chen asked aloud. Ha ha ha, human. Do you think I would tell you? Give up that thought. You don't think only your kind would seal us off, do you? To tell you the truth, we demons have also sealed you humans off, but you humans will never have the chance to know about it. After this winter demon tide, There will be no humans left in the world. Kill! The young man roared, and nearly 100 demon emperors trembled, rushing towards Su Chen one after another. Meanwhile, he himself transformed into a streak of light and fled. Swish! 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 After 3 streaks of autumn water sword light, only a few physically strong demon emperors remained in the arena, but they were quickly slain by Su Chen. Thud! Su Chen landed on the ground, delivering finishing blows to the 7 fallen demon emperors. Ding! Host has slain 100 demons, earning 20,000 attribute points. After absorbing the cultivation, Su Chen recalled the words of the young man and couldn't help but look in a certain direction. Year 15 of the Ancient Era, Mo Xuan Shui. After closing his eyes and pondering for a long time, he arrived at a terrifying thought: the past of humanity from 10,000 years ago was sealed off by the demons. Su Chen contemplated for a long time but could not fathom what the world was like 10,000 years ago. Was it truly as recorded, that humans evolved from ancient apes, and apes were the ancestors of humanity? What do you think? Su Chen returned to his true form, looking at the mini blue star hanging around his neck. Reply to the host: history is merely a plaything written by the victors. The truth may not exist in books. Su Chen opened the Demon Clan Atlas, and the first line that caught his eye was about the Ape Demon Clan. The Ape Demon Clan, one of the 10 royal families of the demon race, possesses great physical strength and intelligence akin to humans. Clap! Su Chen closed the book, pondering for a moment but unable to come up with any conclusions. He decided to stop thinking about it and opened the ranking section of the Chang'an Merit Ring, where 2 numbers appeared: 65. Turning off the Merit Ring, Su Chen pointed his toes and soared into the air, arriving at the next Demon Emperor's camp in no time. With only a few days left until the Winter Demon Tide, the Demon Emperor's camp was now filled with over 30,000 demons. Su Chen could defeat and slay demon emperors of the same level, but he could not kill them instantly, nor could he prevent their escape. Therefore, the Demon Emperor's camp remained the top choice for now. It was just that there were fewer demons here. Holding the Excalibur, Su Chen walked in with a calm demeanor and indifferent expression. Report to the Demon Emperor: we have discovered a wild human. Which human dares to trespass on the territory of our White Snake Demon Emperor? Capture him, you lot. Kill the human and feast on his flesh and blood. A swarm of surged forth, over 30,000 emerging together, the black mist billowing like a great wave. An imposing sight. This was the result of Su Chen deliberately concealing his aura. One by one they went to kill, some taking time, but gathering together would be much more efficient. Once all 30,000 had poured out, Su Chen's sword trembled, and the sword intent spread out. In an instant, all below them were prostrated on the ground, unable to move. The of the fared no better, they could move, but were suppressed, unable to unleash even half of their strength. The only ones in better shape were the 2 of the not good. It's an expert. Run! Run! The 2 fled without a moment's hesitation, but in the blink of an eye, a bolt of thunder and a brilliant blue light flashed from behind them. Before they could react, they were struck down one by the and the. At the same time, the brilliance rippled like blue waves, turning the vast camp into a hell of slaughter in an instant. Has Su Chen not returned yet? I don't know. I went to his station room today and only saw Qin Tianzhu. On the city wall, Yi Rouge held a snack bag in her small hand, her gaze forlornly fixed on the outside of Tianmen Pass. Above the desert, where the sand and dust roamed freely, was a vast expanse of black mist. This was a sign of the army gathering. According to many veteran hunters, this winter was likely to arrive early. Most of the hunters who were out had sensed the anomaly and hurried back to Tianmen Pass. But among them, there was no sign of Su Chen. If he doesn't come back, the division of responsibility for this winter might not yield any good places. Shui beside Yi Rouge furrowed her brows. Each winter would divide the stationed areas based on strength, but whether among the strong hunters or the average ones, everyone had a chance to choose. With Su Chen's current reputation at Tianmen Pass, he would undoubtedly be assigned to one of the top 15 areas, but since he was absent, he would have no choice but to take what others left behind. In a place like Tianmen Pass, where one walked on the edge of a knife, even a fool knew that the further back the stationed area, the greater the chance of survival. Moreover, this time the winter saw them mobilizing in unprecedented numbers, making the difficulty of holding the front lines clear. Many hunting teams had already established their selection ranges. According to the intelligence Shui received, Even the top-ranked Yan Wang team among the hunting squads did not include the top 3 stationed areas in their selection range. Thus, if Su Chen did not come, he might very well end up stationed in the southernmost or northernmost 3 areas. This guy really makes me worry. The people from the underworld team haven't returned either. What if he... No, Su Chen won't die. I believe in him. A firm determination shone in Yi Ruge's eyes. You trust him that much? Shui was somewhat surprised. I don't know. I just feel like he's different from ordinary people. As if I can believe in him unconditionally. Yi Ruge's eyes trembled slightly. She had never felt this way about anyone, not even her parents or her kin, because her talent was not just any B-level talent, but an S-level talent known as the Heartless Gift, Heaven's Path. With this talent, her cultivation speed was rapid. As soon as she sensed a breakthrough, she could achieve it with a mere thought, as if aided by the heavens. But the only downside was that she was heartless, her heart as calm as water, unbound by worldly emotions. Yet since meeting Su Chen, she inexplicably developed feelings for this boy. Even though he paid her no mind, she would still think of him from time to time. During her first mission, although Xie Chongkong said Su Chen had already returned, she knew clearly that Su Chen was still there, facing life and death danger. At that moment, she didn't know why, but she felt compelled to wait for him at all costs, as if she were bewitched. In the depths of her intuition, she sensed that it was her talent influencing her. The heavenly path demanded that she protect him, that she fight desperately to save him. It was as if, to the heavenly path, he was more important than anything else in this world. Moreover, she discovered that only when she was with Su Chen did her emotions begin to stir. This was true when Xie Chongkong sacrificed himself, and it was the same when Su Chen smoked. Clearly, she had never felt her emotions shift, yet in just over a month, she had laughed, cried, and wept profusely. Really? Shui cast her a meaningful glance. But this place, Tianmen Pass, isn't really suitable for romance. Yi Ruge, of course, as your most steadfast iron best friend, to celebrate your success, you should treat me to some snacks first. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruge quickly pulled her small hand back, hiding the snack bag behind her. This was the last. Half a bag of cucumber-flavored chips. She wanted to save it for Su Chen. Stingy, Shui scoffed, hands on her hips, just about to say something when her expression suddenly turned serious. Su Chen better come back soon. Sister Yao has given up guarding the front 3rd district for our safety. The Rakshasa team has also given up the front 3rd district? Yi Ruge was somewhat surprised. Given Nan Yao's cold and combative nature, she had thought the other party would directly lock onto the front 3rd district. No choice, this winter demon tide is likely the most terrifying one in history. The two looked towards the outside of Tianmen Pass. The area that had previously been a desert was now shrouded in a patch of black mist. In the sunlight, they could still see the massive, fierce-eyed figures of the demon race. Thud, thud, thud. All demon hunters, heed the call. Enter the logistics department to select the Winter Demon Tide defense area. The defense area is currently managed by the monitoring room. Let's go. Sigh. Shui sighed and walked with Yi Ruge to the logistics department. When they arrived, many demon hunters had already gathered in the steel plaza of the logistics department. Although these demon hunters were scattered, they were mostly in 5-member teams, with a few 4-member teams, and very few 3-member teams. As for 2-member or single-member teams, there were none at all. Sister Yao, Shui pulled Yi Ruge to where Nan Yao and the others were. Is there really no one else who chooses to fight solo like me and Su Chen? Yi Ruge asked. Sister Yao, there are quite a few demon hunting team leaders who fight solo, but they later chose to form demon hunting teams. Shui explained. Is that task completed by so many people? Not really. The conditions for forming a demon hunting team can also be met through other tasks, but there's just no specific badge to symbolize it. I see. Yi Ruge nodded. Su Chen's Chang'an order was quite good. Should she team up with him? He probably wouldn't agree. Right? Silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage, his aura spreading out, enveloping the entire plaza in a suppressive atmosphere that made everyone shudder. It's the commander of the Bright Army. Shui whispered. Last time, it was just a demon hunter who had just stepped into the divine realm overseeing things. I didn't expect this time he would directly rise to commander. The situation for this winter demon tide must be dire. Not just her, but many demon hunters changed their expressions the moment the middle-aged man appeared. The Rakshasa team, not considering the top 5. Nan Yao said coldly. Shui and the others glanced at her but said nothing. The Heavenly Path team, not considering the top 5. On the other side, the leader of the Heavenly Path team, Yang Tian, also issued orders. The King of Hell team, not considering the top 5. When the top-ranked demon hunting team also withdrew from the top 5, the demon hunters fell silent. Many teams, upon hearing this, pushed back the areas they had originally considered by quite a bit. First, let's divide the top 15 areas. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. This area will be selected by Su Chen, the King of Hell team, the Heavenly Dao team, the Rakshasa team, the War God team, Yi Rouge and others. Those with the lowest strength will select first. After 3 minutes, Yi Rouge will be the first to choose. Soon, 3 minutes passed, killing Demon Yi Rouge. Which of the top 15 areas in the north and south do you want to choose? The commander of the light army said solemnly. Can I choose a bit later? Yi Rouge replied. Are you crazy, Yi Rouge? Don't be like that. Hurry up and choose. Do you not want to live anymore? As soon as these words were spoken, all the demon hunters turned their gaze to Yi Rouge. Shui and the others quickly urged her. Even the southern demon frowned upon hearing this, but Yi Rouge did not change her mind, her gaze firmly fixed on the stage. All right, the commander of the light army said, but I need a reason. I want to choose with Su Chen. Then it's fine. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the commander's eyes. Then, under his organization, all areas in the north and south, except for the top 4 in the southern third area, were selected. The last selector, Su Chen. The commander's voice echoed in the square. To his surprise, at this moment, all the demon hunters were silent. No one stepped forward, and no one spoke. Commander of the Light Army, I want to ask, is this ranking based on strength from weak to strong? At this moment, the captain of the Heavenly Dao team, Yang Tian, spoke up. As soon as this was said, the demon hunters in the field looked towards the commander. They wanted to ask the same question. It should be known that the strongest visible force today is the King of Hell team and the other top-ranking demon hunting teams. If it really is from weak to strong, wouldn't that mean Su Chen, with his own strength, has overwhelmed multiple demon hunting teams and claimed the title of the strongest at Tianmen Pass? I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Su Chen, hurry up and come to select the stationed area. The commander of the Light Army said coldly. Hiss, it's actually true. Su Chen, but how is that possible? He is clearly just a sea observation realm. I also find it unbelievable. The entire King of Hell team is at the wind control realm. How could they be suppressed by a sea observation realm? Could it be that Su Chen has jumped 2 levels and has already become a big shot in the divine realm? The commander's response confirmed Su Chen's identity as the strongest. Such news was like a heavy bomb, catching all the demon hunters off guard, leaving them shocked. Demon sister. Shui looked at the southern demon. A phrase she had said before inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Not worthy. The Rakshasa team is not worthy of him. Nearby, 2 members of the Rakshasa team were also stunned in place. How is this possible? It's only been a little over 2 months, and this guy has already become the strongest at Tianmen Pass? So terrifying. At this rate, won't he soon be on the battlefield in the sky? Handsome, strong, a sword cultivator, a dual talent holder, there's no one like him. On the side, Yi Rouge listened to the two's discussion and couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand. If Su Chen is this strong, then she must also become stronger. Boom, crack. Yi Rouge responded and entered the wind control realm. Your breakthrough is a bit fast, isn't it? Shui held her forehead. At this moment, she really didn't want to speak. One Su Chen was enough. How could this guy be the same? If it weren't for the data showing their talents were really just E-level and B-level, she would suspect this was a talent above S-level that only a chosen one could have. Actually, I could have broken through a few days ago, but I wanted to do it with Su Chen. Yi Rouge stuffed her mouth with snacks, her silly smile making her look adorable. Shui, isn't Su Chen here? The Bright Army commander frowned and asked. Why hasn't anyone come up to make a selection? Report, Commander. Su Chen is on a mission and hasn't returned yet. I'll choose first then. Yi Rouge stepped onto the stage, took the list, glanced at it, and pointed at it. Commander, how did the Underworld squad fall so far behind? They should be guarding the top 15 districts. The Underworld squad's captain, Tang Jin, Vice Captain Xin Zhang, and team member Su Fan are all dead. Now, the Underworld squad only has Zhang Xiaorua left, and their combat power is insufficient to guard the top 15 districts. Oh, they're dead. Good. Yi Ruj smiled thoughtfully. The Bright Army commander. What? Thick Earth, Tangjin is dead? This guy had an A-level talent and was cunning and cautious. Last time, 3 demon emperors couldn't catch him. How did he die? Chen Zhang and Su Fan were also quite troublesome. Even if the Underworld squad only had those 3, their combat power was extremely strong. For them to die like this, it's probably suspicious. I heard the Underworld squad and Su Chen didn't get along. I wonder if it has anything to do with him. Hiss, if Su Chen really could single-handedly kill the 3 main forces of the Underworld squad, he would indeed qualify to be ranked higher. The crowd of demon hunters buzzed with discussion. Tangjin isn't even your opponent anymore. Su Chen, just how strong have you become now? Can I still call you my junior in elementary school? Shui recalled that silent boy from back then and thought of the scene where he fiercely drew his gun in the guardroom, her mind racing with thoughts. He seemed to have been growing wildly all along, though the path he walked was solitary and desolate, with no one participating. So next time you break into my guardroom, remember, I dare to take action. So domineering, my sister can't help but be moved. My little junior. Shui sighed and collected her thoughts. She turned her head, and Nan Yao still had a blank expression. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with her at that moment. They really were quite similar. Commander, I have a hard time making choices. Please bear with me, I might need a little more time. On the stage, Yi Ruj held the map of the guarded areas. Looking left and right, she occasionally raised her head to quietly observe the entrance of the logistics department. I'll give you 5 minutes, the Bright Army commander said in a deep voice. Thank you, Commander. Yi Ruj nodded with a smile. 5 minutes later. Commander, I have a bit of a headache. Please give me a few more minutes to think. I'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. Sorry, Commander, I'm a bit hungry. Let me have a snack first. I'll give you another 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. Commander, I have an idea now. Please don't rush me, I'll choose right away. Last minute. 1 minute later. Commander, just choose directly. Don't delay any longer. There are still many squads that haven't been assigned. Oh, Yi Ruj sighed, extending her hand to point at the map's South District 4. Yi Ruj has chosen South District 4. Has Su Chen arrived? Hurry up and come choose your area. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't come up in 3 minutes, I'll decide on South District 1 for you. No need. At that moment, a cold voice came through. Su Chen. Before Yi Ruj could exclaim in surprise, as Su Chen's voice rang out, all the demon hunters' gazes fell upon him. So handsome. His handsomeness isn't just a day or two old. Don't you know? He's now ranked as the #1 handsome guy at Tianmen Pass. What a strong aura. This is the wind control realm. How long has it been? And he's already broken through to the wind control realm? Amidst the continuous gasps of the crowd, a path automatically opened up leading directly to the stage. But Su Chen didn't move. Su Chen, come up and choose your guarded area. The commander of the Bright Army spoke in a deep voice. No need. Su Chen shook his head. You mean to accept my arrangement and directly guard South District 1? No. Then why don't you come up and choose? The commander of the Bright Army was somewhat confused, and the surrounding demon hunters looked at Su Chen with puzzled expressions, not understanding what he was planning. What I mean is, I want South District 1 to South District 3. After Su Chen finished the sentence, he turned and leaped onto the city wall like a streak of light. He did not know that for nearly 3 minutes after he left, the vast steel square was silent, with not a single word spoken. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the commander of the Bright Army, who was responsible for coordinating the Winter Demon Tide Defense Zone Division, fell into deep thought. Damn, this guy is so pretentious, yet somehow I'm convinced. A roar broke the silence. The next moment, the square erupted in chaos. Damn it, I ask you, among all the demon hunters at Tianmen Pass, who the hell dares to make such bold claims? In the past, a single demon from the south guarded 10 defense zones, but that was at the end of the battle. Now, under this terrifying demon tide, Su Chen still dares to say this. That's really impressive. So damn exciting. My husband is the best. Who can be as handsome as my husband? Damn it, it feels like this guy has been showing off for the past month or two, and yet I have nothing to say. Can you believe it? Coming back to his senses, The commander of the Bright Army looked in the direction Su Chen had left, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This guy really knows how to show off. Why didn't I think of that before? I'm going to find Su Chen. Yi Rouge greeted the commander of the Bright Army and the members of the Rakshasa team, and also transformed into a streak of light to leap onto the city wall. Perhaps due to her lack of experience, she almost fell midway. Let's go too, Shui said. This time, the Rakshasa team chose South District 5. Su Chen, are you there? Yi Rouge knocked on the door of Su Chen's guardroom. After a moment, Su Chen opened the door. What's up? Can I look for you if there's nothing? You said you would teach me sword practice. It's been a long time. What are you? Clap. Before she could react, Su Chen had closed the door. Forget that. Su Chen, I really have something to discuss with you. The door remained tightly shut. Oh come on. I really have something. Something big. The door was still tightly shut. The call you made has come back. When? Yi Rouge stared blankly at Su Chen, who appeared in front of her in an instant, her mind momentarily blank. Wait, do you have something against me? You won't open the door, but as soon as I mention a call, you come out. Su Chen looked at her expressionlessly. Forget it, just look for yourself. Yi Rouge took out the satellite phone and angrily handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at it and indeed saw a missed call. He took the phone and called back. Hello, is this Brother Su Chen? It's me, Brother Su Chen. I miss you. When are you coming to see me? Soon, Brother Su Chen. Xiaoji really misses you. I got first place in this exam again. The teacher praised me for being great, but I'm not happy because you haven't praised me yet. Xiaoji is really great. Nearby. Upon hearing these words, Yi Rouge was completely frozen in place. This guy is so aloof. He actually knows how to compliment people? Thank you. 3 minutes later, Su Chen returned the phone to Yi Rouge. Su Chen, I want to trade with you. I want to exchange merit points for the body tempering gold stones you have. Whoosh! 2 body tempering gold stones appeared in front of Yi Rouge. She was about to say something when Su Chen had already closed the door of the guardroom. Hey, I haven't given you the merit points yet. Yi Rouge knocked on the door. Phone bill. Su Chen's voice came from inside. It's just a phone call. What phone fee could be worth 2 pieces of refined gold? Don't throw it away. I want it. Yi Rouge hugged it like a treasure. But I can't let you suffer a loss. How about this? If you need my help, just say the word. If you need to form a team and need members, I can reluctantly agree. I still have half a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, which is my favorite snack. If you want some. Tisk tsk. Alright, your calculations are almost rolling onto Su Chen's face. As Shui walked over, she heard Yi Rouge talking to herself. Goodness, if one didn't know better, they would think she was really expressing gratitude. Hey, Shui, why are you here? Yi Rouge blushed a little upon seeing Shui. I'm looking for Su Chen about something. Oh, then you two chat. I'll head back first. After Yi Rouge finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of light and darted into her station room. It was indeed a bit awkward to act like this in front of outsiders for the first time. Over here, on the city wall, Su Chen and Shui stood side by side. In front of them was the desert outside Tianmen Pass, where sand and dust swirled. Beyond that was the outer territory of the Demon Clan, already shrouded in rolling black mist. Su Chen, give me a straight answer. Are you really confident in holding the 3 outermost zones? The Luocha team chose the South Zone 5, which is very close to Yi Rouge's South Zone 4 and Su Chen's first 3 zones. These top-ranked areas are the primary targets of the Demon Clan's attacks. Once a certain zone falls, the pressure will be shared by other nearby zones. If Su Chen cannot hold the first 3 zones, the pressure from those 3 zones will spill over to others, bringing disaster to them. Shui came this time not only for the safety of the Luocha team but also to persuade Su Chen to abandon this decision. After all, even the southern demons chose to withdraw from the first 3 zones. This winter demon tide is likely to far exceed previous ones. As long as Su Chen gives up, the battlefield of the heavens will likely send powerful beings to assist. At that time, their pressure would be greatly reduced, and their chances of survival would increase significantly. Su Chen nodded. Shui wanted to say more, but seeing his frail silhouette, the word she intended to say inexplicably got swallowed back. She, too, knew that Su Chen was truly different from ordinary people. Yi Rouge, perhaps you are right. Then good luck. Junior, if you can't hold on, just run. Senior will cover for you. After Shui left, Su Chen returned to the station room. System, how many attribute points do I currently have? Replying to the host, you currently have a total of 539, 489 attribute points. Add 248, 604 to physique. Ding. Attribute addition complete. Current physique 300, 000. Ding. Physique has reached 300, 000. A qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations host for obtaining Body of All Phenomena. Body of All Phenomena, A-grade weapons, including spirit weapons, damage reduction of 90%. Complete immunity to damage from A-grade and below weapons. In addition, you will also possess the power of all phenomena. After Su Chen's physique was enhanced, every move he made was filled with immense power. And with a little force, he could even distort the void. Moreover, his defense was extremely strong. An A-grade sharp Zhujian sword striking him only left a small blood mark. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, Su Chen could easily subdue powerful beings at the wind control level. Add 80, 000 to Zhujian sword intent. 50, 000 to Nightshade. Ding. Attribute addition complete. Zhujian sword has obtained Zhujian sword intent. Ding. Attribute addition complete. Current Nightshade level A-grade 0 out of 500. 000. The next level is S-Class Dark Knight, which possesses several attributes of the following levels. Additionally, as long as one is in a dark place, they can gain a teleportation effect within 5 meters, with no usage limit. The Zhuxian sword emitted a soft chime as it was drawn from its sheath, carrying waves of azure sword intent that twisted the surrounding void. Although it appeared to be just a stone-broken sword, at this moment, it already exuded the aura of a divine sword. Su Chen reached out and summoned the broken sword into his hand. With the dual layers of sword intent overlapping, the Zhuxian sword directly sliced through the surrounding void. With a gentle downward stroke, the void was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black vacuum area, which was quickly restored to its original state. Su Chen then began practicing his sword techniques. As time passed, he became more adept at merging his own sword intent with that of the Zhuxian sword. 2 hours later, he was able to perfectly blend the two realms of sword intent. One day, I will make you regain your former might. He withdrew the sword intent and gently caressed the sword body. The Zhuxian sword seemed to respond, emitting a series of soft chimes. Swish! The broken sword returned to its sheath. Su Chen stepped out and arrived at the material exchange area. One person was guarding 3 zones alone. He needed to make some preparations. It's Su Chen. Seeing is believing. He truly is impressive and enviable. What is he here to exchange? Who knows? These big shots always go to the upper 2 floors. On the brink of the winter demon tide, the material exchange area was crowded and noisy. However, upon seeing Su Chen, everyone fell silent, stepping aside to make way. Su Chen walked straight up to the 2nd floor. Su Chen, long time no see, you look even more handsome. Fang Qing greeted him warmly as she spotted him, immediately dismissing the demon slayer she was talking to. The demon slayer, seeing Su Chen, wanted to protest but ended up scratching his head and leaving with a silly grin. But anyone familiar with him would be shocked to see this scene, for he was one of the members of the Tiandao team. Do you have any heavy weapons? Su Chen stated his purpose. He possessed the body of all phenomena but needed a weapon to match it to maximize its advantages. Heavy weapons? Fang Chung frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. Let me ask around. She jogged off and returned panting within a minute. Su Chen, I found it. It's on the 3rd floor. I'll take you there right now. Okay. Su Chen followed Fang Qing to the 3rd floor. As soon as they entered, they found several demon slayers gathered in the center of the room, pointing at a glass cabinet. The auras of these demon slayers were quite strong, with the weakest being in the mid-stage of the wind control realm. However, aside from Nan Yao and Xiao Lanruo, he didn't recognize anyone. It's right there, just delivered from the mainland today. Fang Qing led him over. Su Chen, are you interested in this weapon too? Xiao Lanruo greeted him. Let me introduce. This is our Tiandao team leader, Yang Tian. She introduced the man beside her with a bow. I've heard much about you. Seeing you today is truly remarkable. Yang Tian said with a smile. Su Chen nodded but remained silent, turning to examine the weapon. But the next moment, a tall figure blocked his path. You are Su Chen? I heard you're going to guard 3 zones alone, with your delicate frame. Can you handle it? Su Chen glanced at the person and then walked around him. However, the person was persistent, standing firmly in front of him. At the same time, he released his late-stage wind control realm aura, exerting a powerful pressure towards Su Chen. Du Chunfeng, what are you trying to do? This is Tianmen Pass. Are you looking to cause trouble here? Qiu Lanrua frowned. Cause trouble? I wouldn't dare. I, Du Chunfeng, am timid. It's just that our Tianjin team is stationed in South District 6. I'm afraid this guy won't be able to hold the front 3 districts, and we'll end up suffering for it. I was thinking of going to his station room to talk to him later, but since he's here, it should be easier. What do you mean? Xiulan asked in a low voice. I mean nothing much, just want to verify if the strongest at Tianmen Pass, as this bright army general claims, really has the strength to guard from South District 1 to South District 3. Du Chunfeng sneered. Here's a piece of advice, step aside and apologize. This world is vast, and not everyone is someone you can provoke. At that moment, Yang Tian smiled. Ha, you, Yang Tian, are the captain of the Tian Dao team? On the verge of comprehending the realm and stepping into the divine realm. Naturally, I, Du Chunfeng, cannot provoke you, but I also cannot let my team members die without reason, right? As long as you're happy. Yang Tian waved his hand and stopped speaking. So, Su Chen, please let me see if you have the strength to guard 3 districts? Step aside. Su Chen remained silent, but Nan Yao stepped forward, positioning herself between the two. Nan Yao, this is between him and me, it has nothing to do with you. What do you mean by this? Du Chunfeng looked at Nan Yao, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. I don't want the Rakshasa team to share the burden of guarding your South District 6. Nan Yao said coldly. What do you mean? Are you saying this guy really has the strength to guard 3 districts? Don't joke around, you're an old hand. You know how terrifying this winter demon tide is without me having to say more. I'll say it once, step aside. Nan Yao's voice was cold, her aura spreading out, revealing her peak wind control realm cultivation. Moreover, there was a faint, elusive presence mixed in. The realm. You've actually reached the step. Good. This time I, Du Chunfeng, will concede, but if Su Chen cannot hold 3 districts, then I, Du Chunfeng, will risk my life to make him pay the price. Du Chunfeng snorted coldly and walked straight towards the exit, but after a few steps, he suddenly turned back, looking at Su Chen with disdain. I hope the next time I see you, you're not hiding behind a woman. Whoosh! In an instant, a stone sword blocked Du Chunfeng's path. The azure sword intent, as if it were tangible, completely sealed off his way. The realm! It's actually the realm. Such sharp intent. I knew it, Su Chen has already taken that step. The people around were shocked as they watched the scene. What a genius! A prodigy! Qiu Lan couldn't help but speak. Indeed. Yang Tian nodded with a bitter smile. He had thought he was the first to take that step here, but he didn't expect Su Chen to be ahead of him. Moreover, the realm he comprehended was so strong that there were probably few who could compare across the entire battlefield of the heavens. Pat. Under such close-range pressure of sword intent, Du Chunfeng's late-stage wind control realm cultivation was utterly unable to resist. He held on for several dozen seconds but still couldn't endure, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground. Apologize. Su Chen's cold voice rang out. I'm sorry. Du Chunfeng's face darkened as he struggled to squeeze out those words from his lips. Whoosh! The Zhuxian sword returned to its sheath. With the pressure gone, Du Chunfeng stood up and quickly left the 3rd floor. After the demon tide, I'll kill. Nan Yao glanced at Su Chen, her expression unchanged as she turned to leave. This guy really acts swiftly. But Su Chen, you need to be careful, Du Chunfeng has someone backing him, Yang Tian said. Thank you. Su Chen nodded. Cough. Su Chen, let me introduce you to this weapon. This weapon is called the Meteor Fist Gauntlet, with a weapon grade of A, and it has a fire attribute spirit. It's said to be made from a meteorite weighing over 30,000 pounds. At that moment, Qiu Lan pointed to the transparent glass case and introduced it. Su Chen looked over. The glove was entirely pitch black, its surface uneven, shimmering with flickering sparks of light, resembling a meteor that had just fallen to the ground. Cool, right? I think it's cool too. Yang Tian laughed. Unfortunately, this weight isn't something an ordinary person can handle. Du Chunfeng, who has a B-level talent, force field, can manage it, but he can't use it freely. The limitations are significant. This is the heaviest weapon here. Fong Chang added. Is there something heavier? 30,000 pounds is manageable for the 100 elephants' strength, but for the myriad elephants' strength, it's still too light. This is still light? Yang Tian smirked. His gaze flicked to the sword sheath on Su Chen's back. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. A swordsman should ideally follow a path of lightness. How did Su Chen end up playing with heavy weapons? The main point is that 30,000 pounds is considered light, and he wants something heavier. Is there such a sword cultivator in this world? If not, then forget it. Su Chen turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Fong Qing called out to him. Su Chen, I suddenly remembered a weapon. I don't know if you can use it, but it's really heavy. It wouldn't be that one, would it? Xiao Lanruo's expression turned strange, and the others nearby showed similar reactions. How heavy is it? I don't know. This thing has been here since the establishment of the Tianmen Pass. Lead the way. Okay, follow me. Su Chen followed Fong Qing to the massive square of the logistics department. Yang Tian and the others didn't miss the chance to watch the excitement and followed along. It's this one. Fong Qing pointed to the giant spear standing in the center of the square. The spear was entirely silver white, with a red tassel hanging from its tip, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Su Chen had seen this object before, but he always thought it was a decoration made by the Tianmen Pass. He never imagined it was actually a weapon. Can it be lifted? Su Chen asked. Yes. With a positive response, Su Chen walked over and examined the spear closely. Do you think Su Chen can really pull out this spear? Xiao Lanruo frowned. It's probably unlikely. They say even the commander can't lift this spear, let alone Su Chen. Su Chen is strong, but this spear has been standing here longer than the Tianmen Pass itself. No one knows how heavy it is, even if he has a strong physique. He probably can't budge this spear. That's right. There have always been many prodigies in the Tianmen Pass. Everyone has come to try, but no one has been able to move it even a little. The people around exchanged words, and no one believed Su Chen could lift it. Even Yang Tian didn't have high hopes for him. At that moment, Su Chen noticed a few lines of small characters on the spear's body. The writing style was the same as that in the stone coffin. It was the same script. System, translate this. Returning to the host. These characters mean, in the third year of the Eternal Era, the human race's weapon forging master Ouyang Yun forged this spear. This spear is named Tian Ke, has no spirit, no attributes, but its hardness is extremely high, equivalent to today's S-level weapons. Moreover, this spear is extremely heavy, equivalent to 1,000 elephant strength. Another mention of the Eternal Era. Su Chen frowned, no longer thinking deeply, and placed both hands on the spear, exerting force to pull. Boom, crack. In an instant, the myriad elephant's strength poured out, and the spear, standing firm, was pulled upward by this immense force. My heavens, how is this possible? Xiao Lanruo was petrified in place. The others nearby were equally astonished at this scene. Someone can lift this spear? Above the clouds, an elderly man in a suit, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Tianmen Pass. When he saw the scene before him, he felt it was unbelievable. Not relying on spiritual power, not relying on intent, actually moving this spear solely with physical strength. Interesting. The old man's expression shifted, his eyes brightening, and when he looked at Su Chen again, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Golden skin and jade bones, with blood and energy surging like the tide. He's practically a humanoid beast. When has our human race ever had someone with such a refined physique? Hello? You bumped into me. Yang Tian, who had been nudged by the old man, spoke up. Oh, sorry, I was shocked by this kid's physique. The old man turned back to apologize. Yang Tian waved his hand. It wasn't a big deal. He just wanted an apology. After all, he was the captain of the Heavenly Dao team, one of the prominent figures at the Heavenly Gate, so he had some grace about him. At that moment, Yang Tian seemed to realize something and hurriedly took out a photo to compare with the old man in front of him. As soon as the two were compared, they matched perfectly, and Yang Tian stood there in a daze. Total, shoo, quietly. Don't say anything reckless, just know it. The old man patted his shoulder. Why yes. Yang Tian nodded excitedly. Tell me about this kid's information. The more detailed, the better. Was it really because of this guy that he appeared? Yang Tian looked at Su Chen, who was drawing his gun, with envy in his eyes. to be noticed by the commander-in-chief. It was likely he would be the next military leader or the next commander-in-chief. This person is named Su Chen, dual talent, completed that mission, and can draw this gun. He's qualified. The old man's eyes sparkled, and the satisfaction in his gaze grew stronger. Boom, crack, with the last section of the gun barrel emerging from the ground. The long gun that Su Chen had been holding let out a thunderous sound, quickly shrinking in size. In just a moment, it had transformed into the size of an ordinary alloy long gun. Once Su Chen drew the long gun, it recognized him as its master, and he could freely change its size. Good, the old man shouted, leading the applause. Seeing this, Yang Tian also clapped. If Qiu Lanruo saw her captain applauding, she too would not hesitate to join in. Nearby, seeing that the captain of the Heavenly Dao team, Yang Tian, was applauding, the group also began to clap. However, the brightest smile belonged to Feng Qing, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Chen, can I try it? Qiu Lanruo's eyes lit up as she saw the gun shrink, unable to resist wanting to play with it. Many others were also tempted. As demon hunters, they were most familiar with long-range weapons like long guns and staves. However, compared to staves, long guns were more powerful and cooler, making them the first choice for many. With prolonged use, their weapons had become fixed. Thus, long guns were very popular here, not to mention Su Chen's gun, which was quickly becoming a symbol. Su Chen said nothing, throwing the long gun in front of Qiu Lanruo. Screech, the steel floor, protected by a great formation, was pierced by the gun's tip, creating a large hole. Such might made the demon hunters present flinch. A floor that can withstand B-grade enchanted weapon strikes couldn't bear the weight of this gun. Truly terrifying. A demon hunter's face showed astonishment. Thanks, handsome bai. I'll give it a try first. Qiu Lanruo took a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy, and pulled upwards with all her might. But 3 minutes passed, and even with her face flushed and straining, she couldn't budge the gun an inch. Forget it, I can't do it. Qiu Lanruo slumped down, gasping for breath, looking as if she were about to die. So weak? Su Chen, can I try? A demon hunter rubbed his hands and asked. After getting Su Chen's permission, he too unleashed his violent spiritual energy and boldly drew the gun. However, in less than 2 minutes, he collapsed to the ground, joining Qiu Lanruo, calling me weak, not knowing who's really weak. At least I lasted 3 minutes. What about you? The demon slayer was about to speak when his vision went dark and he fainted. Don't mind him, this kid overexerted himself. The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. If he couldn't handle it, how could these guys dare to try? Saying this, the old man turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, I find your bones remarkable. You are a martial arts genius rarely seen in 100 years. I happen to have. No, that's not right. What I mean is, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat bewildered. It was Yang Tian who kept giving Su Chen meaningful glances, hinting for him to agree. However, Su Chen simply shook his head calmly. He could sense that the old man before him was very strong, the strongest he had encountered among both humans and demons. But with the system in place, as long as he killed demons to earn attribute points, he could level up without needing a master's guidance. Alright, then I'll take my leave. There are quite a few matters to attend to. The old man was not angry at the rejection. Instead, the appreciation in his eyes grew even stronger. However, my words still hold weight. If one day you change your mind, you can come find me. My name is. Never mind. You'll know when the time comes. Goodbye. The old man waved his hand, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. What the hell? What kind of power is this? I didn't sense anything at all. One of the demon slayers exclaimed in shock. The other demon slayers also looked astonished. They represented the strongest combat power at the Tianmen Pass at that moment. Even the commander who had comprehended the realm could catch a trace. Yet, someone could disappear right under their noses. How strong could that person be? Could it be? At that moment, one of the demon slayers seemed to realize something and stared at Yang Tian in disbelief. That's right, this person is the commander of Tianmen Pass. Yang Tian sighed. Su Chen, do you know that you missed a tremendous opportunity? The demon slayers nearby were dumbfounded. Damn, the commander personally came to take a disciple, and Su Chen actually rejected him? I want to cry. Why can't such luck fall on me? That's the commander. Su Chen, sigh. What a pity. If I were him, I would regret it to death in this minute. So aloof. Even the commander was rejected. Su Chen, you are something else. The people around looked regretful, many gazing at Su Chen, expecting to see him filled with regret. But Su Chen merely expressionlessly picked up his spear and left. He had no idea that the news of the commander wanting to take him as a disciple had spread throughout Tianmen Pass in just a few minutes. The expressions of everyone who heard the news were remarkably uniform. When the southern demon learned of it, a slight fluctuation appeared on her otherwise expressionless face. What a pity. That's the commander. Becoming his disciple would mean receiving his unreserved training. Shui sighed. Shui. The southern demon spoke. What is it, demon sister? After the demon tide, I will leave, and Yi Rouge will take over as the next captain of the Rakshasa team. I have no objections, but I don't know if she will agree. Shui's talent as a willow demon was merely a supportive one, and her own combat power was weak. She had never considered taking over the captaincy. Yi Rouge's advancement speed was already more monstrous than the monsters themselves. Moreover, her combat power was not bad. With her leading, the Rakshasa team wouldn't weaken just because the southern demon was leaving. It was just a matter of how to persuade that stingy love-struck brain. After the demon tide, I'll go talk to her. The southern demon said. Yes, the demon tide is coming soon, but demon sister, will you still choose someone when you go up? Perhaps. Team up. The southern demon said solemnly, a certain figure appearing in her mind. Then we must team up with Su Chen. Although this guy is cold, he gives a sense of security. Do you like him? The southern demon looked at Shui. I like him. How could I not? He's handsome, has dual talents, and is a powerful being in the divine realm. How could he dare to refuse the commander-in-chief? These things have destined him to be different from other boys, and I, having seen such an outstanding him, probably won't be moved by any other boy. Shui candidly expressed her thoughts. What about you, Yao Jie? Do you have someone you like? Nan Yao remained silent and left the guardroom with a blank expression. Sigh. Does Yao Jie really only have cultivation in killing demons in her heart? Bang! 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 At 6 o'clock sharp, demon hunters take their positions. Guard the city. The heavy bell rang, marking the beginning of the night. Su Chen stood suspended on the city wall. Behind him was the empty area from South District 1 to South District 3. Su Chen, let's see who kills more today. On the city wall of South District 4, Yi Rouge, with a lollipop in her mouth, raised an eyebrow at him. Su Chen said nothing, his gaze fixed on the approaching black mist. Emergency notice! Emergency notice! Emergency notice! The demon army has fully mobilized. The winter demon tide has arrived. All demon hunters, listen up! Defend the heavenly gate. Protect our human lands. As soon as the emergency notice was issued, the demon hunters rushed out. When they witnessed the thick mist, dark as an abyss, approaching, many faces were filled with terror. So many demons are coming. It's too terrifying. Is this the winter demon tide? The defense formation is fully activated. Another sharp announcement followed. Then, arcs of electricity burst forth, and the steel city wall was instantly covered with a translucent protective shield. Break the heavenly gate. Kill the humans. Break the heavenly gate. Kill the humans. Break the heavenly gate. Kill the humans. As the night swallowed the last rays of twilight, millions of demon troops stepped onto the ground beneath the heavenly gate. Feeling the overwhelming intangible momentum that twisted the void, the demon hunters all showed serious expressions. Kill. Without any preamble, millions of demons launched their attack. Sizzle. 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 In just 1 minute, the massive steel city wall of the heavenly gate was already covered with demons climbing up, roaring and howling. Among them, the South District 1 to South District 3, which Su Chen was guarding, was particularly severe. When the demon squads attacked earlier, most of the demons surged into the South District, and among those, a large portion gathered in the area he was defending. With so many demons, can Su Chen handle it? The number of demons in just Su Chen's 3 districts was already equivalent to, if not exceeding, the previous winter demon tide. Moreover, the strength of the demons this time was stronger than ever before. Under such circumstances, even Shui, who had experienced several winter demon tides, couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Kill demons. Nan Yao expressionlessly uttered 2 words, drawing her bowstring taut, and as she released it, a pterosaur fell straight down. crashing onto the steel city wall. In the flash of electricity and flesh, it created a bizarre red firework. Go for it, Su Chen. I believe in you. Shui looked at Su Chen with determination, and as she turned, her face was already filled with killing intent. This guy really knows how to keep his cool. On the city wall, Yang Tian was sweeping away demons with gusts of wind while glancing at Su Chen. To his surprise, Su Chen remained expressionless, standing before the 3 guarded districts, showing no intention of making a move. He really is calm. Chou Lan, holding a long spear, also showed full admiration on his face. He didn't know what Su Chen was planning, but it must be an extraordinary feat that he could never do in his lifetime. Su Chen, are you still not going to make a move? If this goes on, the demons you kill won't catch up to me. South District 4. As Yi Ruj swept her spear, the wind and fire surged, and more than a dozen demon creatures exploded in response, transforming into dazzling fireworks. This was her newly exchanged B-grade spirit weapon, the Wind and Fire Spear. She had originally thought it would provoke a reaction from Su Chen, but at this moment, Su Chen remained indifferent. Really, can't you give a little response? I spent all my merit points to exchange for this weapon. Yi Ruj bit down hard on her lollipop, venting her frustration on the demon creatures, and with another swing of her spear, more fireworks scattered. Damn demons, why are they all coming at me? How am I supposed to help Su Chen like this? Under the pitch-black night sky, the battle raged on. Everyone was locked in a fight to the death, yet Su Chen seemed like an outsider, silently observing everything. Damn it, am I really not going to make a move? How long am I supposed to wait? This temperament is truly extraordinary, but it's too cold. At this point, Su Chen still hasn't made a move. Is he really not afraid of being scolded by other demon hunters? Ha! Who would dare to say a word against a strong figure in the divine realm? In the monitoring room, everyone wore serious expressions, nervously staring at the big screen. This winter demon tide was unusual. They were responsible for supporting various station areas and could not afford to be negligent. But so far, from South District 1 to South District 3, aside from the stone swords flying and slaying the demons that leaped onto the city walls, Su Chen had made no moves. Finally, has this day come? At that moment, Qin Tianzhu in the crowd suddenly realized something. His expression darkened as he left the monitoring room, holding a long staff. On the other side, many demon hunters stationed in the South District, seeing that Su Chen still showed no signs of action, also wore angry expressions. However, wary of Su Chen's recently displayed strength, no one dared to speak up. At the same time, behind the demon army, a young man in a black robe played with a bloodstained dagger in his hand, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Just then, a demon emperor transformed into a streak of light and flew over, bowing before him. Report to the Earth Emperor. We have confirmed the location of that human swordsman. He is currently between South District 1 and South District 3 at Tianmen Pass. Good. Strike immediately, but be careful. The demon lord said this person has an extremely strong physique. To kill him, we need to use the blade of royal blood. This item is with me, and you 500 demon emperors, along with another 10 earth emperors, need to provide cover for me. Understood? The young man's expression turned cold. Understood. Soon, hundreds of black mist merged into the demon army, heading straight for the front of South District 3. Their speed was fast, but among the millions of demon troops, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, drawing little attention. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The demon army has attacked. Please give instructions. What the hell do you want me to instruct? The demons are already attacking. What else can we do but fight? Above the clouds, the old man roared, unable to calm the anger in his heart for a long time. This damn battle is probably going to last a while. I wonder how that kid is doing. Let's take a look. Swish. As he spoke, the clouds in front of the old man parted, revealing the scene of the battle at Tianmen Pass. When he saw everyone fighting desperately while Su Chen stood calmly in midair, he couldn't help but stroke his chin, his brows furrowing. What is this kid doing? As the old man pondered, he suddenly saw several shadows rushing toward Su Chen's position. One of the figures even made him feel a hint of threat. He focused his gaze and saw that this person was holding a blood-stained dagger, hiding among the demon army, occasionally glancing at Su Chen. Damn it! That bastard demon lord actually used the blade of royal blood against my disciple. This is truly unforgivable. The old man rose abruptly, but in the next moment, his surroundings transformed. and he found himself in an extremely dark realm without any warning. Just as he intended to leave, a figure shrouded in thick fog blocked his path. Commander of Tianmen Pass, He Yaowu, long time no see. It's you, Dog-Coin Demon Lord? Tianmen Pass. The battle was still ongoing. Under the relentless attacks of the Demon Clan, the once towering steel walls that stood like a chasm were now battered and bruised. Many demon slayers, with bloodshot eyes, were overwhelmed by waves of demons while desperately resisting, marking the end of their lives. But in the next moment, his weapon was picked up by a comrade and thrown back into the fray. It was a cycle. Again and again, the disadvantaged human race, with the number of demon slayers dwindling, found it increasingly difficult to resist. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan, like a flood, gradually gained the upper hand due to their numerical advantage. In the monitoring room, the person in the chair stared intently at the large screen, completely ignoring the thick blood vessels in his eyes. Zhao Changchun, support from North District 35. He Naijin, support from South District 36. Wang Wewei, support from North District 21. Lu Woyang, support from South District 42. At that moment, a gap suddenly appeared in the city wall of South District 6. Immediately, thousands of demons surged in, slaying 2 members of the Tianjin team responsible for guarding this area on the spot. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Du Chunfeng roared as he charged forward, wielding the violent power of his innate force field, killing more than half of the demons in an instant. Su Chen, you still don't. He turned back to shout, but before he could finish, he was taken down by a hidden assassination demon emperor, falling from the city wall. In his fading consciousness, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Above the territory from South District 1 to South District 3, it was filled with endless demons, clawing and roaring. Their momentum was earth-shattering. Yet Su Chen stood alone, like another gate of Tianmen Pass. No matter how many demons rushed in, they could not shake him in the slightest. He still did not make a move, but he bore the pressure of 3 districts. It's about time. Su Chen waved his hand, and the Tianke spear fell from his grasp, crashing down towards the demons below. Is this all you've got? A demon sneered at the sight, not retreating but advancing, rushing towards the Tianke spear, wanting to seize it. But the moment he grasped the spear, he felt an intense sense of crisis. Before he could escape, the Tianke spear, which could be held in one hand, suddenly expanded hundreds of times. In his horrified gaze, it directly crushed him and the demons from 3 districts into the ground. The earth trembled, and blood and flesh scattered. When Su Chen recalled the spear, the area from South District 1 to South District 3 was already littered with the remains of demons. Ding! Host has slain demons X102, 350, gaining attribute points 702, 359. Hiss! What a move! Cholan, witnessing this from afar, was completely petrified. Is this still a sword cultivator? Are you sure he's not a body cultivator? Yang Tian was equally astonished. Damn! Su Chen, you're cheating. How am I supposed to catch up to you like this? With over 100,000 demons killed in one strike, the pressure on Yi Rouge was significantly reduced. But she was not happy. Clearly, she had been ahead by several hundred. How did it suddenly revert to square one? It was infuriating. Su Chen, just wait, I will surpass you. Yi Rouge transformed her anger into strength, fiercely charging towards the hundreds of demons nearby. This guy, Shui smiled knowingly. She just knew he would hold the line. Su Chen, well done. Su Chen, oh my god, damn. Killing over 100,000 demons in one strike. Who else can do this? I've made up my mind. I want to be Su Chen's follower. This strike from Su Chen not only intimidated the demons but also inspired the human spirit. Many demon hunters were filled with fervor, their spirits high, and they managed to turn the tide of the earlier despair, gradually stabilizing the situation. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Kill! A roar echoed once more from within the black mist. The demon clan trembled at the sound, their eyes turning crimson, as if they had lost their sanity, launching an even more frenzied attack. This is bad. The demon clan's offensive is too fierce. We can't hold on. They're attacking recklessly, with so many demons. We can't kill them fast enough. We can't hold on. In such circumstances, within just 3 minutes, the balance was once again shattered. The human race fell once more into a scene of being crushed by the demon clan. The protective shield on the Iron City wall dimmed completely at that moment. Crack, crack, crack. Without the protection of the Great Formation, the ordinary iron body of Tianmen Pass could not withstand the fangs and claws of these demons. In no time, the massive Iron City wall was left riddled with thousands of wounds from the relentless assault of millions of demons. Not good. The wall is about to be destroyed by this group of demons. Hurry. Retreat. Retreat. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Many demon hunters made a quick decision, shortening their defensive line and leaping to the back of the city wall. The nearly collapsing Iron City wall could still hold for a little while longer. Their task was to slay the demons that leaped over from the front of the wall. As the demon hunters fell back, only a few strong practitioners of the wind control realm remained on the wall, fighting in the air. Everyone, prepare to retreat in advance. Fighting in the air consumes too much spiritual energy. We don't know when this battle will end, and we can't waste our energy. Yang Tian shouted, his toes tapping as he was the first to retreat several dozen meters into the air. The people around him followed suit. However, two did not move. Su Chen and Nan Yao. The two exchanged glances and nodded, but the next moment, their figures appeared among the crowd of demons in front of the city wall. Crazy! What are these two doing? There are millions of demons. In the monitoring room, those who witnessed this scene gasped in disbelief. Such irrational behavior was unexpected from these two prodigies. It seemed utterly unreasonable. Perhaps it's for that reason. The person in the chair sighed. I've looked into Su Chen's background. Do you know what the best article he wrote in school was called? Hurry up and say it. Stop teasing. Damn the riddle man. Just say it. Do you only say half of what you mean? Is that how you are in the bathroom too? The person in the chair ignored them, silently rising and walking to the window, gazing at the desolate desert in front of Tianmen Pass. The crowd failed to notice that at this moment, he had not limped even once along the way. Su Chen's article was called, "The Yu family is poor, so they do not yield an inch of land. The Yu family is poor, so they do not yield an inch of land." A demon hunter murmured, and in an instant, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. Damn it, they've bullied us to our doorstep, and I'm still going to retreat? If we're going to kill demons, take me with you, count me in. Me too. But at that moment, the person in the chair stopped them. I know you're all feeling frustrated and stifled, but have you considered that Su Chen and Nan Yao can survive by going? Well, what about you? This statement was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of anger in everyone's eyes. Indeed, Su Chen and Nan Yao were the most renowned prodigies within Tianmen Pass. Their strength might not be enough to repel the demons, but they had no problem protecting themselves. Yet they were merely among the many ordinary demon hunters of Tianmen Pass, with average strength and poor self-defense capabilities. Facing such a situation, all they had to rely on seemed to be sheer courage. Fellow demon hunters, the person in the chair looked at the crowd. I know you want to kill the demons, to drive this group of brutal beasts out of our human territory, but the heavenly gate is about to break, and we do not have the strength to hold back the collapse. What we can do now is to remain calm, not to lose our footing, and to do our jobs well. As for the rest, let them handle it. They are another iron wall after the collapse of the heavenly gate. Saying this, he glanced out the window. Everyone followed his gaze. Under the night sky, amidst the tide of demons, that frail figure stood out remarkably. Kill this human. Kill. Such strong vitality. It must taste good. Human man, wielding a sword. This is the human designated by the demon lord to be killed. In front of him were millions of demons. Su Chen stood alone with his sword, like a small boat sailing against the sea. Threads of blood-red lines surged forth, dyeing the ground beneath him for thousands of meters with a seductive crimson hue. Swish, swish, swish. Empowered by Blood Devour, he had no concerns about his spiritual power. With every movement, he unleashed the three rising swords and the autumn water sword light. With this reckless fighting style, he grew braver with each battle, pushing forward more than 10 meters in just half an hour. To him, this was nothing, but from the perspective of the demon hunters behind, he was single-handedly driving back the black mist, crushing the entire demon race. So terrifying, standing alone against millions of demons. Is this Su Chen's true strength? Terrifying. Not a single demon in front of him can withstand his sword. His sword technique is reckless. Won't his spiritual power run dry? A master of intent. So fearsome. Burning. It's so damn burning. The demon hunters could not describe the scene before them, but at this moment, that frail figure holding the sword was deeply etched in their hearts. Ha ha ha, well done. I ask you, in all the past winter demon tides, has anyone been able to advance like Su Chun, crushing millions of demons with his own strength? Xiao Lan laughed loudly. The frustration that had been pent up earlier vanished in an instant. There has never been one before, and there will never be one in the future. There are many human demon hunters, but Su Chen is the only one. Yet, that is enough. Yang Tian sighed. He was born a prodigy, the center of attention, and this was the first time he felt what it meant to be ashamed of himself, and that person was Su Chen. Boom, crack. Under the trend of the situation, the northern wall of the Heavenly Gate was the first to be breached by the demons. Everyone, although the Heavenly Gate has fallen, the demon hunters have not fallen. Without the iron wall, we will forge a new wall of flesh and blood. Moreover, our grand human race, with a legacy of 10,000 years, what do we have to fear from the demon race? Kill. Shui, whose talent was in support, should have retreated to the second line, but at this moment, she was the first to charge out. The slender and petite figure of hers formed a stark contrast with the massive demons ahead. Seeing this, the killing intent surged from the demon hunters. Well said, our grand human race, what do we have to fear from the demon race? No need to say anything, just kill the demons. If a woman can do this, how can I, a 7-foot man, retreat? Brother, lend me a gun, on the day of your grave. I'll place a few demon heads for you. Kill. Night. Very long. The war continued. Su Chen could not remember how many demons he had killed or how far he had walked. He only knew that the speed at which Blood Devour absorbed his cultivation was about to become uncontrollable. Bang! 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 At this moment, dozens of blood columns, the size of arms, suddenly erupted from the ground. These blood columns rooted in a blood pool on one end and connected to Su Chen on the other, continuously supplying him with cultivation. At the same time, a massive amount of spiritual power surged in, filling Su Chen's dry dantian. In just a moment, a reddish glow appeared on his fair face. Swish! With a single sword strike that combined the essence of two swords, the void shattered, and tens of thousands of demon clans were severed in half. However, Su Chen's full dantian did not receive any relief. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed several more sword strikes in quick succession. Yet, the exhausted dantian was soon replenished. Moreover, as the demon clans continued to fall, more and more spiritual power gathered, keeping him at the peak of overflowing spiritual energy. System, allocate 500,000 points to Blood Devour. Ding! Allocation complete. Current Blood Devour level is S level 0/5,000,000. Next level is SS Blood Devour, which can absorb 1/5 of the Slayer's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate 50%. Additionally, there is a 1,000th chance to devour the Slayer's talent, with the absorbed talent starting at E level. As Blood Devour leveled up, the absorbed cultivation became even more immense. Su Chen could no longer suppress it and directly released the restrictions, allowing the boundless sea of blood and cultivation to engulf him. What is this guy doing? How can he have such a violent aura? On the city wall, Yi Rouge was dumbfounded as she witnessed all of this. Before she could comprehend the situation, Su Chen's figure leaped out from the sea of blood. Along with him came the azure swordlight unleashed by the Excalibur. After this strike, more than half of the demon clans around Su Chen were dead or injured, and the black mist dispersed, revealing a vacuum zone resembling a blood-red abyss. At this moment, facing the tide of demon clans, with countless cultivations transformed into pillars of blood behind him, he walked forward with his sword raised, as if he were a god of slaughter emerging from the depths of the underworld. In such a situation, the nearby demon clans did not dare to approach him. Kill! The black mist surged, and a roar echoed. The demon clans, hearing this, were driven to madness and charged towards Su Chen once more, unafraid of death. But soon, they were met with Su Chen's overwhelming and crushing strikes, slaughtering them on the spot. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 10 demon kings and nearly 600 demon emperors launched a joint attack on Su Chen. With such a number of powerful demon clans attacking together, the surrounding area turned into a vacuum. At the center of the attack, Su Chen held a sword in his right hand and a spear in his left, blocking the strike in an extremely brutal manner under the dual essence enhancement. but he did not notice a shadow as dark as ink merging into the vacuum, holding a blood-stained dagger, rushing towards him. Su Chen, you didn't expect this, did you? This time, I still choose to assassinate you from the front, and with the effect of the royal blood blade, even if your physique is strong, you will undoubtedly die. As the powerful demon clans launched another joint attack, a young man shot out from the vacuum, aiming directly at Su Chen's face. However, what awaited him was the triple sword strike of the rising wind, enhanced by dual sword intent. The dazzling azure sword light, carrying the power to shatter the void, completely engulfed the young man. After landing a hit, Su Chen unleashed several more rising wind strikes, not giving the young man a chance to breathe. But at that moment, a blood-red light exploded, and a blood-stained dagger pierced through the sword light, rushing towards Su Chen with incredible speed. Like lightning, Su Chen sensed the dagger was extraordinary and was about to dodge when he found himself completely immobilized, unable to move. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, this is my demon clan's supreme treasure, the royal blood blade, stained with the blood of 10 demon lords and above, carrying the might of rules. How can a mere temporary god realm like you escape? Accept your fate, you damned human. As the void repaired, the young man's bloodied and mangled body was revealed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not in a hurry to heal, but instead fixated on Su Chen, as if he wanted to witness his death with his own eyes. Die, human! Just 1 second before the royal blood blade reached Su Chen, the young man sneered, having already envisioned Su Chen's inevitable demise. But at that critical moment, a figure suddenly sprang out from the side, blocking in front of Su Chen. Screech! The blade of royal blood pierced his body, and a terrifying power erupted. Before the newcomer could utter a single word, he collapsed into a pool of blood. How? How could this happen? The young man was horrified at the sight. Suddenly, he realized something and looked up sharply. In the next moment, dozens of sharp sword lights whistled toward him, engulfing him. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1, gaining 500 attribute points. Qin. Su Chen approached the newcomer. Stop! Stop! Let me remind you again. My surname is Qin. My name is Tianju. You can call me Old Qin, or you can call me Tianju, but don't call me by my full name. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Su Chen poured countless spiritual powers into Qin Tianju's body. The latter's pale face suddenly flushed with color. Ha ha, Su Chen, are you wondering why I risked my life to save you? Su Chen remained silent, calmly fending off the attacks from the surrounding demons while watching him. No need to ask. I won't tell you. It's just that the situation was urgent, and I couldn't act cool. Damn it, I really wanted to look good. Being handsome is a lifelong affair. What a loss. Qin Tianju's expression was melancholic as he trembled and fished out something from his pocket. Seeing this, Su Chen took out a cigarette and lit it for him. He squinted and took a deep drag, but it aggravated his injuries, causing him to cough up blood several times. No, it's not a loss. In my lifetime, being able to smoke a cigarette lit by you, Su Chen, is worth it. Just this point, I'm better than old Xia. I could go down and still act cool. Su Chen said nothing, really aloof. Since you lit the cigarette for me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Be careful of the people and demons from the eternal era. After Qin Tianju finished speaking, he grabbed a long spear nearby. Trembling as he stood up, Su Chen went to support him, but he was pushed away. No matter what, I'm still a demon-slaying man at the heavenly gate. Even if I die, I'll die in the midst of slaying demons. This act, I'm determined to pull off. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll go after them. Qin Tianju roared, slashing down a demon from the Lingchuan realm with his spear. Ha ha, beastly demons, is this all you've got? Come and kill me. He laughed heartily, planting his spear into the ground as he staggered forward. Come on, beasts, come and kill me. I've already endured enough grievances in this life. Bring on a few more to vent my anger and act cool. And you, damn it, old heaven, can you give me a good talent in my next life? What E-grade foresight, only able to foresee 10 years later, and only once every 10 years, what a useless thing. I could go to hell. Swish! Another demon from the Lingchuan realm fell to the ground. Xia Changkong, you're so good at talking that you've convinced me. But damn it, open your eyes and see. I can still kill demons even when I'm about to die. Are you saying I'm not acting cool? What? Speak louder. Don't you know I'm way ahead of you? You think I can't hear you just because you're speaking softly? After struggling to kill several demons, Qin Tianzhu finally collapsed to the ground. Hundreds of demons around him rushed forward, quickly overwhelming him. But in a moment, these demons were cut in half by a brilliant blue swordlight. Not long after, Su Chen arrived beside Qin Tianzhu. Behind him stood Yi Rouge, holding a spear, her eyes filled with tears. Su Chen, am I handsome? Qin Tianzhu forced a smile. Su Chen nodded. Then 10 years from now, can you come back here and light a cigarette for me? Sure. Ha ha ha, not a loss. Not a loss at all. I've made a huge profit. Qin Tianzhu laughed loudly. No one knew what he was laughing about. And no one knew that 10 years later, a human supreme would come here to light a cigarette for a demon-slaying man from the Lushan realm. Qin. Yi Rouge covered her small mouth. Old man, again, I urge you once more. Qin Tianzhu looked at Yi Rouge, but before he could finish his words, he collapsed weakly into a pool of blood. Su Chen said nothing, silently drawing the Zhuxian sword and walking into the midst of the demon clan. Immediately, among the demons, the autumn waters rippled like azure waves, and hundreds of swordlights blossomed like flowers. The frail figure holding the long sword resembled a blood-red dot, tearing through the black mist that engulfed the world. The demon lord commands, "Retreat!" The black mist surged, echoing with angry roars. In just 10 minutes, the demon clan that had previously obscured half the sky had completely retreated to their territory. Logistics Department, Border Staff, accelerate the wall repair progress. Alive demon slayers, report your names. Surveillance room, check for any traces of demons inside and outside the barrier. Leave no hidden dangers. Contact the media in the mainland. Broadcast this winter demon tide. All stationed demon slayers, advance 10 miles outside the barrier. Intercept all demons. Additionally, the demon slayer at Tianmen Pass, the human hero Su Chen, do not go looking for him, he will return. After the battle, inside Tianmen Pass, everyone was performing their duties, silently working. With orderly repairs, the traces of the winter demon tide were gradually erased. The steel walls remained the same as before. Yet, on everyone's faces, there was an added layer of inexplicable melancholy. Occasionally, someone would look up for no reason, but before them, the frail figure holding the sword was missing. All that remained was an endless desert. Su Chen, I know you want to avenge old Qin, but please, you must come back alive, okay? What on earth is going on? Tianmen Pass has been breached. Why retreat? I can't make sense of it either. Su Chen is indeed strong, but with our demon army charging in, he would undoubtedly die. It was a battle without suspense. What does retreat mean? I hope the demon lord can provide an explanation. Such great sacrifices, the Tianmen Pass within reach. What is the meaning of retreat? How dare you? The demon lord's intentions are not for you lowly demons to speculate. Has the Earth Emperor not arrived yet? Inside the demon territory, Earth Emperor's camp, many demon emperors gathered, exchanging words, venting their inner frustrations. At that moment, a gaunt old man with green hair walked in. The demon emperors hurriedly bowed in greeting. Earth Emperor, the gaunt old man had an expressionless face, his sharp gaze sweeping around. The demon lord commands, all strong beings above the demon emperor level gather here. We will march to the battlefield of heaven in 3 days. What? The battlefield of heaven? A wolf demon emperor's expression changed drastically. Earth Emperor, is this true? The battlefield of heaven has always been a battle that only demon clans of Earth Emperor level and above can participate in. How can we qualify? Could it be that something happened at the battlefield of heaven? Mentioning the battlefield of heaven, the faces of the demon emperors turned grim. Indeed, there has been a change at the battlefield of heaven. The Earth Emperor spoke solemnly. But this change is advantageous for us. Currently, the Demon Lord has already restrained the commander of Tianmen Pass. The Earth Emperors and Heavenly Emperors at the battlefield of heaven also hold a significant advantage. Capturing this place is merely a matter of time. The reason the Demon Lord ordered the retreat is to expedite the progress at the battlefield of heaven. Upon hearing this, the Demon Emperors fell silent. The battlefield of heaven is more important to both the human and demon clans than the pass itself. It was established to block celestial phenomena and prevent the enemy from spying. Due to its uniqueness, over the years, both demon and human clans have stationed Earth Emperors and above at this location. As long as we break through the battlefield of heaven, ascertain the human position, set up a teleportation array, and annihilate the human race. It will be just a matter of time. A fox demon emperor spoke solemnly. I see now. No wonder the demon lord would retreat at this time. There's no time to lose, everyone. Hurry and notify. The battlefield of the heavens, once conquered, will allow our demon clan to march in large numbers. How can the weak human race stop us? Ha ha, I knew it. The actions of the demon lord must have their reasons. Mu Tiandi Huang. I will send someone to notify you right away. Go ahead. Mu Tiandi Huang nodded. The demon emperors bowed in respect, but as they raised their heads, they saw dozens of brilliant blue sword lights suddenly appear, engulfing Mu Tiandi Huang. It's the human Su Chen. That guy has come. Damn it. Run. Escape. The demon emperors scattered in all directions. The last demon emperor suddenly felt a chill in his heart, just as he turned to look back. He was struck in the neck by the Excalibur. As his head fell to the ground, he saw a figure merging with the darkness, constantly flickering, chasing the next demon emperor. He wanted to shout a warning, but a sudden flash of sword light extinguished his life. Ding! Host has slain 336 demons, gaining 67,500 attribute points. An hour later, Su Chen walked slowly through the darkness. In his hand, he dragged a spear adorned with the heads of demons. The spear was hundreds of meters long, with over 10,000 heads, each one belonging to a powerful being above the Demon King level. Soon, dozens more heads were added to the spear. Old Qin, Old Xie, take care. Su Chen glanced ahead, then turned and walked towards the Heavenly Gate Pass. He did not hide his tracks. Yet, among the demons, not a single one dared to step forward to block his path. After walking for a long time, he finally saw a desolate and bleak desert. Suddenly recalling something, he took out a cigarette and tossed it down, then pulled out another to light. The smoke curled slowly, and the Heavenly Gate Pass ahead became even more blurred, but he did not stop. Crack! A sound of a camera shutter echoed ahead, and a girl with a gun transformed into a streak of light and approached. Su Chen, you looked so cool just now, but a bit sad. It would have been perfect if you smiled. Yi Rude shook the camera in her hand. She had been watching from the city wall and rushed over as soon as she spotted Su Chen. Su Chen ignored her and kept walking. Hey, what's this? At that moment, Yi Rude noticed the spear in his hand. Upon seeing the demon heads hanging behind him, her pupils constricted, and she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Even the snack bag she was tightly gripping fell to the ground without her noticing. Su Chen, welcome home. Shui also transformed into a streak of light and came over. When she saw the spear, she froze in place. She knew Su Chen was powerful, a being at the level of the divine realm, but she never expected that during his absence. He had killed so many powerful demons. Shui roughly counted. There were nearly 1,000 demon emperors, over 10 earth emperors, and more than 50,000 demon kings on the spear. This number corresponded almost exactly to the number of powerful beings in this winter demon tide. In other words, in less than 2 days, Su Chen had slain all the powerful demons involved in this winter demon tide. At this moment, the demon slayers at the Heavenly Gate Pass all stepped out. Upon witnessing the spear, everyone fell silent, quietly moving to the sides to clear a path. But Su Chen stopped at that moment. Su Chen? What's wrong? My old. Just as everyone was puzzled, the sword intent around Su Chen burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the passage leading to the Heavenly Gate Pass sank several dozen centimeters. Swish! Before everyone could react, Su Chen shook the spear, embedding tens of thousands of demon heads into the passage, creating a new pathway. After doing all this, he lifted the spear, stepping on the heads of the demons, and walked expressionlessly into the Heavenly Gate Pass. That's so damn cool. Su Chen, well done. These beasts' heads are only fit to pave our way. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Lanrua let out a wild laugh. Beside her, the other demon slayers also flushed with excitement, breathing heavily. For them, killing a single demon king was already a remarkable feat. But now, because of Su Chen, these usually aloof demon kings, demon emperors, and even the Earth Emperor can only be trampled underfoot. Su Chen! Someone roared. In an instant, everyone shouted in anger. The name Su Chen echoed through the Tianmen Pass. Principal, look at them. So spirited. These are the pillars of our human race's future. Look at Zhang Hao from Class 3, Zhou Shiyu from Class 5, and Lu Ruoxue from Class 7. They have all awakened A-level talents. My fame at No. 8 High School is just around the corner. At No. 8 High School, the large conference room was packed. Principal Ji Hongwei looked at the confident and proud college entrance examination candidates, feeling quite proud. This year's No. 8 High School had the highest number of B-level talents in history. Soon, this group of candidates would make the name of No. 8 High School resound throughout the human realm. It's a pity that the once celebrated Su Chen is just an E-level talent. On the podium, an old man with white hair and black-rimmed glasses sighed. He was Wei Wusheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, and Su Chen was a child he had watched grow up, a prodigy he was proud of. But ever since Su Chen's talent awakened and he went to the eastern border war zone, he had not seen him again. However, every time he saw these spirited students, he couldn't help but recall that stubborn and resolute face. Yes, the Su Chen back then was truly extraordinary. It's just a pity that fate played tricks on him. The snow-haired director also expressed his sentiments. Alas, with his E-level talent, going to be a demon slayer on the perilous border, he's most likely doomed. Alas. Speaking of Su Chen, many people's expressions dimmed a bit. That former representative of No. 8 High School, who didn't know him? Ahem. Ji Hongwei stood up to break the heavy atmosphere. Students, you have passed the talent test. In the future, you will enter university to cultivate, become powerful warriors, and become heroes protecting the human race. Just yesterday, I received a battle video from the Eastern Border War Zone regarding the Winter Demon Tide. I haven't watched it, but I have experienced it there. I know the terror of the Winter Demon Tide. At this oath-taking conference, I hope this heavy video will help you deeply understand that the so-called peaceful times are merely because someone is bearing the burden for you. Additionally, there may be a shadow of Su Chen in it. Let's watch together. Play the video. Click. The lights in the conference room went out. The projection screen lit up. Soon, the scene unfolded. What came into view was the overwhelming surge of millions of demon clans. This suffocating sense of oppression changed the expressions of the students and school leaders. Soon, millions of demon soldiers were at the gates of Tianmen. On the steel city walls, demon slayers stood ready. But when the image froze on that frail, suspended figure, everyone was stunned. It's Su Chen, someone exclaimed. Suspended in midair. Has Su Chen already stepped into the 4th level of warriors? How could he, an E-level talent, possibly reach the 4th level so quickly? This must be an illusion. I also find it unbelievable. And why is he guarding 3 places while others only guard 1? This can't be a trick by Su Chen, can it? Not only were the school leaders astonished, but even the students below began to discuss heatedly. Among them, a girl in a white dress stared intently at Su Chen's figure. Speechless. Wan Yue. This must be fake. It doesn't look like Su Chen at all. Someone beside her said. The girl, however, seemed not to hear, staring blankly at the screen. She knew. That was him. She wouldn't mistake him. Kill. At that moment, the demons on the screen launched their attack. They clawed their way up the city wall, but were continuously slaughtered by the demon slayers. Yet throughout this process, Su Chen's figure remained unmoved. The only stone sword in his hand darted back and forth, annihilating the demons that climbed the wall. I knew it. How could Su Chen, an E-grade talent, possibly deal with these demons? It's a miracle he hasn't been scared to death. I bet he's already dead. The Su Chen in this video is probably just edited in. Otherwise, how could he remain so still in the face of so many demons? A student sneered. Exactly. I was just about to say that. I think so too. Agreed. With his words, many students echoed in agreement. No one spoke up to refute. Not even Su Chen's homeroom teacher, Wei Wusheng, who merely sighed. He too believed that this was just a posthumous edit of Su Chen in the border war zone. However, for an E-grade talent, dying heroically at the border was already a good ending. Su Chen, are you not going to make a move? At this rate, the demons you kill won't be able to catch up with me. At that moment, a stunning girl appeared on the screen. She was chewing on a lollipop, wielding a spear with grace, like a goddess of war. Wow, Su Chen actually found such a beautiful girl to team up with. What a beautiful girl. She's not any less than our school beauty, Lu Wanyue. I really don't understand how such a pretty girl became a demon slayer. It's still Su Chen, he's so popular with girls wherever he goes. Even in death he can show off. Many students were discussing animatedly. Only a girl in a white dress, upon seeing this scene, felt a tinge of loneliness. Wan Yue, Don't mind her, you're the most beautiful. Who doesn't know that Lu Wanyue from Class 7 is the school beauty of our school? Don't think too much, Su Chen is already dead. This is just a self-directed play. Lu Wanyue said nothing. She silently watched the screen. She knew this might be a real script, or perhaps a video edited after Su Chen's death. Yet, she felt an inexplicable envy. She too had once wanted to speak to Su Chen in the tone of that girl, but after 3 years of effort, she still couldn't enter his life. Boom, crack. At that moment, the Southern District 6 garrison was breached by the demons, and 2 people died in an instant. But soon, a strong demon slayer rushed in to stabilize the crisis. He glared at Su Chen, but before he could finish speaking, he was ambushed and killed by a hidden demon king. This is a real demon slayer. Su Chen is just a photo editing monster. I don't understand why you would call for Su Chen. This is a battlefield where a moment's carelessness can cost you your life. It must be that Su Chen begged him before he died. That damned guy, even in death, wants to drag others down with him. I can't forgive Su Chen's actions. His behavior has indirectly caused the death of a level 4 warrior. The students' faces turned grim, and many shouted in condemnation. Even the school leaders frowned heavily. Su Chen is moving. At that moment, someone shouted. Immediately after, everyone saw Su Chen throwing the Tian-Ke. The disdain and contempt in their eyes turned to shock as the blood flower exploded. Whoosh! Principal Ji Hongwei suddenly stood up. It's that gun. It's actually that gun. Su Chen can actually shake that gun. No one knew what he was talking about, but in that minute, everyone felt a storm brewing in their hearts. With one strike, 100,000 demons perish. Such divine power is truly terrifying. Is this really an E-grade talent? Su Chen moved, and the demons fell. This had already shattered the rumors of photo editing. Everyone knew that the person before them was the real Su Chen. Yet, they found it hard to believe. Once an E-level talent, how did he grow to such a degree in less than 2 months? So, does that mean Su Chen is really a level 4 warrior now? A student broke the silence. Isn't that obvious? Su Chen can fight in the air. That's the most typical characteristic of a level 4 warrior. Another student replied. As high-achieving students about to take the college entrance examination, the school had recently provided them with a comprehensive warrior system. They were all familiar with the characteristics corresponding to each level of warrior. But how is that possible? Su Chen is just an E-level talent, recognized as having a trash talent. Someone questioned. This statement received agreement from many. But a new question arose: how to explain Su Chen's growth rate? No one knew. The conference room fell into silence once again. Principal, is there any record of Su Chen's talent awakening? Suddenly recalling something, Wei Wuxing spoke up. Talent awakening is a significant matter, especially since Su Chen was once the face of our school. Ji Hongwei opened a video on his phone and handed it to Wei Wuxing. It showed the process of Su Chen awakening his talent. So it really is. Wei Wuxing returned the phone with a heavy expression after watching it. Unfortunately, our school has truly missed out on a genius. What do you mean? Ji Hongwei was confused. I just checked. After Su Chen awakened his E-level talent, he didn't go to the dual talent awakening platform, which means Su Chen is very likely a dual talent. Dual talent. The faces of the school leaders around them changed in shock. That's right. Only Su Chen being a dual talent can explain why he has grown to this extent in such a short time. Wei Wuxing's voice was not loud, but in the now silent conference room, everyone heard it clearly. What? Su Chen is a dual talent? It's most likely true. Su Chen was already a shining prodigy. If you think about it, him being a dual talent is not surprising at all. Rather, it's his awakening of E-level talent that is truly unexpected. A dual talent Su Chen is the unparalleled genius in everyone's heart. In less than 2 months, breaking through to the wind control realm, such talent is rare even among humanity. If this isn't a dual talent, what is? Once this news spread, many people expressed their opinions. No one questioned Wei Wuxing, because the name of that once youthful prodigy was well deserved. And they were all witnesses. I knew it. I knew he was so outstanding. Lu Wanyue murmured, her beautiful eyes unknowingly misting over. At that moment, she was in tears yet smiling. Smiling so gently, like the spring breeze arriving. Seeing Lu Wanyue, it's all my fault. I, as the principal, am incompetent. I let our school miss out on a genius. Ji Hongwei could envision how much attention would be drawn if a dual talent appeared in their school. But now, Su Chen had gone to the border to become a demon slayer, and without a few years, He simply couldn't return. With the college entrance examination approaching, if he missed this opportunity, he would never have a chance to enter university. If we had discovered it earlier, we might have persuaded him, but he is already registered at the border. It's all too late. Wei Wuxing sighed. For a demon slayer at the border to return to the mainland, there are only two ways. First, serve as a demon slayer at the border for 3 years. Second, have a big shot intervene. With the college entrance examination nearing, time was tight, they couldn't wait that long, so the first option was ruled out, and to mobilize a demon slayer. Looking across the entire dragon country, there would be no more than 10. Their school was just one of many in the dragon country and couldn't reach such figures. The second option was also unrealistic. Our school owes Su Chen too much. This time, no matter the cost, I must bring him back to take the college entrance examination. Ji Hongwei spoke with determination, and the school leaders beside him wanted to say something but were stopped by his wave of the hand. I know what you all want to say, but don't say anything. This matter regarding Su Chen will be left to me. I assure you all, if he doesn't show up in the exam room, I, Ji Hongwei, will resign as principal. At that moment, Wei Wuxing also stood up. Principal, we also want Su Chen to come back. We don't doubt your abilities, but what if Su Chen refuses to return? Everyone knows this child is very proud and stubborn. In my opinion, even if there is a chance for him to come back, he might not be willing to. As his words fell, a girl suddenly stood up, dressed in a white dress, illuminated by the hazy light on the projection screen. She looked like a fairy fallen to the mortal realm. I'll go persuade him. Under everyone's gaze, the girl spoke her thoughts with a gentle smile. I disagree. Wan Yu, that place is too dangerous. You can't go. You are one of the few A-grade talents in our school. Bearing the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the school, you can't afford to get into trouble. Wan Yu, you can't be impulsive. Without Su Chen, how can our school stand out? I also disagree. In the conference room, voices rose and fell, all opposing Lu Wanyue's decision. She said nothing and turned to leave. Like him, the decision she made was not something anyone could change. Wan Yu, I know I can't persuade you, but have you thought about what to do if you can't bring Su Chen back? Wei Wuxing's voice came from behind, and Lu Wanyue paused. When she turned back, she revealed a sweet smile. Then I'll accompany him and become a demon slayer. At the same time, video footage from the eastern border war zone was sent to various places of the human race. Under the arrangement of the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, universities, middle schools, primary schools, and even kindergartens all organized a unified screening. Teacher Wan Yi, this person is my brother. His name is Su Chen, isn't he handsome? At Tianqing Kindergarten, a little girl in a pink dress happily pointed at the television screen. Wow, he really is handsome. Is he really your brother, Xiaoji? Brother Su Chen said he would come to see me. But it's been so long, and he still hasn't come. I miss him so much. The little girl propped her face up, her chubby little hands pawing at the screen, as if trying to pull at the corner of that thin figure's clothes through the television. Xiaoji, just wait a little longer, your brother Su Chen is busy. He'll come to see you when he has time. Okay? A female teacher squatted down to comfort her. Okay, but Xiaoji isn't being unreasonable. Xiaoji just really misses brother Su Chen. Brother Su Chen said he would take Xiaoji to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel. Xiaoji loves the Ferris wheel. Alright, then should teacher Wani go with you when that time comes? The teacher smiled, just about to pinch the little girl's chubby face, but she dodged away. Teacher Wan Yi, my face is only for brother Su Chen to pinch, others can't pinch it. Otherwise, I will get angry. Okay, the teacher won't pinch anymore. The teacher reluctantly withdrew her hand and continued to chat with the little girl about this boy named Su Chen, because only by talking about him would this quiet little girl respond to them. No one noticed that not far outside the window, a man in black was coldly watching this scene. Young Master Tang, we've found the person. General Guangming has ordered that demon slayers above the wind control realm gather at the square. On this day, the harsh announcement echoed through Tianmen Pass. Before long, dozens of streaks of light flew down like shooting stars, drawing attention. TSK, a big shot from the wind control realm, flying in the air, really too showy. If he succeeds in his ambition to control the wind, he will surely ride the clouds and become a stunning sight. Now is not the time for the battlefield of promotion, and I don't know why the commander of the light army has come. You'll know when you see. Once the announcement was made, Aside from the strong from the Wind Realm, many demon hunters also came to watch the excitement. In just a few minutes, most of the demon hunters had gathered in the logistics department square. Su Chen is here, someone shouted. In the next moment, the demon hunters instinctively stood to the sides, revealing a wide path enough for more than 10 people to pass. No one spoke, every pair of eyes was fixed on the slowly approaching Su Chen. It wasn't until he walked into the ranks of the Wind Realm strong that everyone let out a sigh of relief. This kid really has quite the influence. The commander of the Light Army's mouth twitched. With such a grand display, not to mention him, even the Supreme Commander probably hadn't enjoyed such treatment. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. This group of demon hunters, who lived on the edge of a knife, should have foul tempers. Although Su Chen was strong, it shouldn't be enough to make everyone completely submit to him, right? The commander of the Light Army turned his head to look around at the strong above the Wind Realm and found that each of them had a respectful expression, with several even crowding together just to give Su Chen some space. Among them were even the well-known Qiu Lanrua and Yang Tian from Tianmen Pass. What was going on? Even these prodigies recognized Su Chen's status? Commander of the Light Army, Su Chen is now not just a demon hunter, but also our undeniable war god at Tianmen Pass. Calling him a belief is not an exaggeration. Yang Tian said with a wry smile. Agreed. No objections. Well said. Many strong from the Wind Realm echoed in agreement. The commander of the Light Army was suspicious. Overpowering over 10 million demon clans, entering the demon realm alone, taking the heads of tens of thousands of demon kings, over 1,000 demon emperors, and more than a dozen earth emperors to pave the way. This act, is it not that of a war god? Is it not a belief? Shui explained. Overpowering over 10 million demon clans, taking the heads of tens of thousands of strong demon kings to pave the way. The commander of the Light Army's expression changed upon hearing this, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the road paved with demon heads. Feeling the fierce aura emanating from these demon heads, he was shocked beyond measure. Could such a shocking act really be accomplished by a strong in the divine realm? He couldn't believe it. But the sword intent flowing from these demon heads left him no reason to doubt. The commander of the Light Army walked back and forth on this path dozens of times. After more than 10 minutes, he took a deep breath, straightened his clothes in front of the mirror formed by spiritual power, and when he reappeared in the square, he stood solemnly in front of Su Chen, demon hunter of Tianmen Pass. Su Chen, your brave performance in the Winter Demon Tide is enough to be recorded in the annals of human history. I, Wang Guoguang, the commander of the 10th Army in the Eastern Border War Zone, represent the entire Tianmen Pass to express my gratitude to you. After saying this, Wang Guoguang bowed. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. No one expected that Wang Guoguang, one of the top 10 commanders, would perform such a grand gesture in front of all the demon hunters of Tianmen Pass. In the past, such a scene would have caused a stir, but at this moment, no one present felt surprised. It was simply because the one being honored was Su Chen. He deserved it. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen! Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted in the square, growing louder and lasting for a long time. I feel unworthy. Su Chen helped Wang Guoguang up, and at the same time, the sword intent radiated. The demon hunters felt this familiar aura and instantly quieted down. Not arrogant. Not impatient. Very good. Very good. Wang Guoguang patted Su Chen's shoulder with an appreciative expression. But when he looked at the other demon hunters, his expression suddenly became serious. Currently, the Supreme Commander is being held back by the demon clan's demon lords, and the demon hunters are caught in a deadly battle. The situation on the battlefield is critical. For the human race, all demon slayers above the wind control realm, follow me to the battlefield of heaven in 3 hours. Is something happening at the battlefield of heaven too? A look of shock appeared on Qiu Lanrua's face. Hearing this, not just him, but many people around him turned pale. They were only at the wind control realm, while the minimum requirement for the battlefield of heaven was the divine realm. The arrival of Wang Guoguang indicated that the situation above was severe, to the point of seeking help from below. Specific arrangements will be made when we get there. You all should rest for now and gather here in 3 hours to depart. After Wang Guoguang finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. These demon beasts are really annoying. We just survived the winter demon tide, and now this happens. Do they want us to live? There's no choice. The battlefield of heaven is more important than the heavenly gate. We can't afford to lose it, even if it means death. Sigh. What can we do with our level of cultivation? Just be cannon fodder? The commander will have his considerations. After all, he wouldn't send us to our deaths, right? Many demon slayers looked grim, and several had huddled together, preparing to form a team. But no matter how the crowd shifted, no one dared to approach Su Chen. Yang Tian glanced at him with some interest but quickly averted his gaze. If it were just him, it would be fine, but the incident was sudden, and all members of the Tiandao team were affected. As the captain, he couldn't abandon his teammates. Hey, Junior, do you want to team up with me? Love-struck Brain, and Sister Demon? At that moment, Shui walked over. Yi Rouge also poked her head out from beside Su Chen, holding a bag of snacks. Stinky Shui, who are you calling Love-struck Brain? Isn't your Rakshasa team enough? Big Bear and the others haven't reached the wind control realm yet. They have to stay at the Heavenly Gate. Right now, it's just me and Sister Demon in our team. Oh, I see. Yi Rouge shook her head, glancing at Su Chen, her grip on the snack bag tightening. Agree. Hurry and agree. As long as you agree, we'll be a team. Your merit badge is Chang'an, and my merit badge is Jugga. Then our team's name will be Ange. No, Ange doesn't sound good. Let's call it Chang'e. That name is powerful and poetic. Under Yi Rouge and Shui's expectant gazes, Su Chen shook his head in refusal. Why not agree? The battlefield of heaven is unfamiliar. It's better to stick together for support. Yi Rouge looked like a deflated balloon, the snacks she was munching on suddenly losing their flavor. Alright then, let's team up another time. Although she had anticipated this outcome, Su Chen's unwavering refusal still made Shui a bit sad. Sigh, since we still have some time, let me tell you about the situation at the battlefield of heaven. Quick, is there even better snacks there? Yi Rouge pulled a chair and sat down. As if remembering something, she hurriedly got up and moved the chair in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, you sit. Su Chen ignored her. I'm the one who should be speaking. Shouldn't I get to sit? Shui complained. Stinky Shui, you're too short, and you keep calling me Love-struck Brain, so I'm not letting you sit. He. Yi Rouge stuck out her tongue proudly. Humph, I don't care. Shui raised her eyebrows, and in the next moment, willow branches on the ground began to stir, forming a chair in just a few seconds. She elegantly sat down, and at the same time, made chairs for Nanyao and Su Chen. Wow, such a beautiful chair. Shui, I want to sit too. Yi Rouge's eyes lit up upon seeing the chair. Who just called me Stinky Shui? If I remember correctly, someone used to call me Stinky Ditch, right? Who bullied you? Tell me, Shui, and I'll help you deal with them. Give them a good beating. Yi Rouge blinked her eyes, her little fists clenched tightly, looking righteous. Love Brain, how did I not notice your thick skin? I'm impressed. Shui twitched her lips and raised her hand to pull out a chair for her. He. Yi Rouge happily sat down, swaying left and right like a curious baby. However, after fiddling for a while, her attention returned to the snacks in her hand. It's like this. Shui put away her playful thoughts. The battlefield of heaven, strictly speaking, still falls under the category of Tianmen Pass. It's just that the impact caused by the battles between the human and demon races was too great, so the strongest from both races joined forces to carve out a space for their battles, which over time came to be known as the battlefield of heaven because it is above the sky. This is also the reason why there isn't a single cloud or mist visible on the walls of Tianmen Pass. So you mean, the battlefield of heaven is actually located above the Steel City walls? Yi Rouge asked. That's right, the battlefield of heaven is indeed above Tianmen Pass, but it's not limited to just that area. The most accurate description would be the region from the demon race's Earth Emperor camp to above Tianmen Pass. Shui explained. But I don't understand. Why do demon hunters go to the battlefield of heaven? Compared to Tianmen Pass, that place should be more dangerous, right? Danger often comes with opportunity. Although the struggles in the battlefield of heaven are brutal, the resources up there are incomparable to those at Tianmen Pass. Here, we can at most exchange for A-grade weapons and A-grade martial skills, but up there, we can exchange for S-grade or even higher-level weapons and skills. So that's how it is. Yi Rouge's small face showed surprise. It's all a matter of risking your life. After killing demons for so long, you only exchanged for a B-grade enchanted weapon. So you can imagine how expensive the things up there are. Shui said helplessly. But what attracts everyone the most up there is the ancient martial arts cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques? Aren't we supposed to rely on talent for cultivation? What do techniques have to do with it? Our vast human race has a legacy of thousands of years. How could we not have some foundation? Otherwise, do you think those ancient martial families keep producing top talents? Shui smiled. They aren't necessarily more talented than us, it's just that they've been practicing techniques since childhood. But for people like us who have no inheritance, we can only achieve twice the result with half the effort by finding techniques that suit our own talents. So you all came here to find a cultivation technique? Yi Ruj looked at Shui and Nan Yao suspiciously. Nan Yao remained silent, but Shui nodded decisively in acknowledgement. That's right. Otherwise, do you think I would need to come here to live such a life of life and death with my A-grade talent? Oh, that makes sense. The border war zone is the best place to obtain ancient martial arts cultivation techniques on the surface. I hope this time we can all find suitable techniques for our cultivation. After Shui finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, be careful when you go up, someone might target you. Who dares to target Su Chen? Has he never died before? Yi Ruj gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. On the surface, there are 3 people in the battlefield of heaven who are very likely to take action against you. Su Chen looked at Shui, waiting for her to continue. The first is Tang Hao, who is behind Tang Jin. He is Tang Jin's cousin, and he also wants the Chang'an in your hands. The second is Li Fingyi, the former captain of the Tianjin team, also known as the boss of Du Chunfeng. The third is Ouyang Xiaoyao. I can understand the first 2, they come after the younger ones to deal with the older ones. But who is this Ouyang Xiaoyao? Su Chen has no grudge against him, right? Yi Ruj frowned. Ouyang Xiaoyao is a handsome man who pays great attention to his appearance, nicknamed the most handsome in Tianmen Pass. But after Su Chen arrived, he became the second most handsome in Tianmen Pass. Given his personality, he is very likely to target Su Chen. This person also has an A-level talent. It is said that he broke through to the divine realm 5 years ago, and now, he might be on the verge of breaking into the Qiangyu realm. Shui said solemnly, the Qiangyu realm, that has already reached the level of the commander of the Heavenly Gate. Is this person really that powerful? Your information is outdated. The commander in the Qiangyu realm is just the surface strength, and it has been decades since then. He has probably long since broken through to an even higher realm. No wonder he is the commander. Yi Ruj couldn't help but admire. Moreover, 3 years ago, the 9th Army commander died in battle, leaving the position vacant. Ouyang Xiaoyao is one of the strong contenders for the commander position, and there are quite a few people supporting him both openly and secretly. So Su Chen, you need to be careful. Shui didn't say this openly but conveyed it to Su Chen through a private message. Thank you, Su Chen replied. Shui then shared some news about the battlefield of heaven. By the time she stopped, Wang Guoguang had already appeared on the stage. This girl is right. Su Chen, you need to be cautious of Ouyang Xiaoyao, this person is not simple. Wang Guoguang's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Thank you. If you have the chance, you can also strive for the position of the 9th Army commander. Okay, good luck. I look forward to the day we fight against the demon race together. Wang Guoguang smiled with satisfaction. Not long after, all cultivators above the wind control realm had gathered. Don't worry, this time you go to the battlefield of heaven. Except for a few who need to fight against the strong demons, the rest will only be responsible for guarding. As soon as these words were spoken, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Since everyone is here, let's go. With a wave of Wang Guoguang's hand, a golden staircase slowly descended from the sky. This is the ascending stairway, the passage from the heavenly gate to the battlefield of heaven. Let's go. Everyone stepped onto the staircase together. After walking a few steps, Yi Ruj suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Guoguang, who was standing still. Commander Guangming, aren't you coming with us? Let's go. Commander Guangming is one of the top 10 commanders, holding the commander's order, and can enter and exit the battlefield of heaven at will. Shui patted her little head. Then let's go. Commander Guangming. Yi Ruj waved her hand, and Wang Guoguang smiled as he watched them leave. After the group left, Wang Guoguang walked back and forth on the path paved with the heads of demons. Hello everyone, I am Ouyang Xiaoyao. Welcome to your arrival. As Su Chen and the others stepped onto the clouds, a man in a white robe flew in on a sword. A gentle breeze stirred his long hair, making him look elegant and carefree. So handsome. Yi Ruj exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha, the little girl has good taste, but the word handsome is no longer enough to describe me. Now, I prefer to be called a beautiful man. Ouyang Xiaoyao brushed his hair and struck a pose he thought was charming. I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to say something? Yi Ruj put her hands on her hips and took a big bite of her snack. It seems Xiaoyao has been too abrupt. I wonder what words the lady intends to use to describe me, like a beauty that rivals Panin, or charming and dashing, or perhaps handsome? Not that. Yi Ruj shook her head. What I mean is, although you are very handsome, you still fall short compared to Su Chen. Oh, really? Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword light flashed beneath his feet, and in an instant, he was in front of Su Chen. He had noticed Su Chen's extraordinary looks when he flew in. Above the clouds, Ouyang Xiaoyao stared at Su Chen's face for a long time, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Indeed, you are very handsome and have the qualifications to be compared with me, Ouyang Xiaoyao. And you also use a sword? As he spoke, a powerful sword intent emanated from Ouyang Xiaoyao, pressing down towards Su Chen. Su Chen had not yet made a move when the Excalibur had already been drawn, emanating a deep blue sword intent that clashed with Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword intent. The two forces collided, wreaking havoc, yet the void merely rippled without shattering. This demonstrated that the spatial strength of the battlefield and the sky far exceeded that of the ground. Interesting, this sword is quite good. Is it for sale? Ouyang Xiaoyao looked at the Excalibur, his admiration evident in his eyes. Su Chen ignored him, making a single gesture with one hand to grasp the Excalibur. At the same time, the sword intent emanating from him spread out, and the two sword intents overlapped. Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword intent could only withstand for a moment before being suppressed. At a critical moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword at his feet spun, barely blocking the strike. Very well, it seems this generation of demon slayers is not all mediocre. Su Chen, you are quite impressive. Ouyang Xiaoyao, will remember you. After speaking, Ouyang Xiaoyao tapped his toes and flew away on his sword. Everyone, I apologize, I was supposed to come to meet you, but I had a sudden matter to attend to, which is why I was a step late. Ouyang the Great Sword Immortal didn't make things difficult for you, did he? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in Demon Slayer attire stepped out from the side. Su Chen glanced at him but said nothing. The man had only just appeared, likely because someone had given him a heads-up. However, he was not interested in such matters. He only wanted to kill demons and earn attribute points. Uncle, your timing is quite impeccable. As for whether it was difficult or not, I think your eyes aren't blind, you should see it quite clearly, Yi Ruj said coldly, biting into a snack bag. She could ignore others, but she was quite displeased with Ouyang Xiaoyao making things hard for Su Chen. I think we shouldn't dwell on this issue. The urgent matter is to go and assign tasks, the middle-aged man said helplessly. You say we shouldn't dwell on it, but do you really think the regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone are just for show? Or do you think that the rules set by the Commander-in-Chief can be casually crossed by Ouyang Xiaoyao? Little girl, you are being too harsh. Harsh? I'm just stating the facts. Or are you in cahoots with him? Yi Ruj retorted coldly. I wouldn't dare, it's just that you all have just come from Tianmen Pass and are not familiar with the situation here. Let's go and assign tasks first, the middle-aged man said, not giving Yi Ruj a chance to respond. And with a turn of his body, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away. I will kill, Nan Yao said expressionlessly, following the man along with the others. Su Chen noted the direction in which Ouyang Xiaoyao had left and then turned to follow Nan Yao and the others. Before long, he arrived at a cluster of buildings established above the clouds, styled somewhat like a royal palace but on a much smaller scale. The grand entrance of the palace bore the words Battlefield of the Heavens in flamboyant script. At this moment, Yi Ruj and her group were standing before the entrance. You need to pay 100,000 merit points to enter. Who set this rule? Don't go too far, our patience is limited. Don't push us. Are all the demon slayers in the battlefield of the heavens this arrogant, using public resources for personal gain? Who gave you the right? Damn it! Su Chen landed, and with Shui's explanation, he understood the situation. It turned out they had lost track of the middle-aged man who was supposed to guide them, and when they found this place and were about to enter, someone at the entrance demanded 100,000 merit points from each of them to allow entry. I said, 100,000 merit points per person, not a single point less, the newcomer said, leaning lazily against a pillar with a pitch-black spear in his arms. Yet the surging aura around him revealed his peak cultivation at the divine realm. Yi Ruj was about to argue when Yang Tian stepped forward first. Brother, what you're doing isn't quite right. 100,000 merit points is not a small amount for us. How about we change it to 80,000? And we can all be friends? What do you think? How about this? One person, 100,000. If you fall short by even a fraction, you won't be able to enter this door. That's what I say. Since you disagree, then let me experience the skills of a realm master. Yang Tian's long spear vibrated in his hand, and with a swing, he unleashed a spear technique. He knew that a realm master was not simple, but the other party had already bullied him to this extent. If he didn't respond, did they really think Yang Tian, was a soft persimmon? However, the other party merely moved the spear, and the might of the realm surged forth, sending Yang Tian crashing down. At that moment, a figure wielding a sword leaped out, and with a swift turn of the long sword, it transformed into a beam of swordlight, heading straight for the intruder's neck. Whoosh! The intruder raised the spear, and the resulting force immediately sent the sword-wielding figure flying. Sister Yao! Shui exclaimed, quickly catching the flying Nan Yao. Is there anyone else with objections? If there are no objections, then hand over your merit points, otherwise, you won't be able to enter this door. The intruder, holding the long spear, glanced at the crowd and continued to lean against the doorpost, feigning sleep. At this moment, Su Chen walked up to him. Are you going to hand over the merit points, or do you want to fight? Su Chen remained silent and tapped his merit ring, causing a string of numbers to appear. 847, 071. Over 8 million merit points. That's significantly higher than I estimated. Su Chen had slain many demon clans during the Winter Demon Tide, and many had calculated the merit points he earned. Yet, no one had calculated the number displayed on the merit ring. Such a quantity is truly terrifying. Over 8 million merit points. How many demon clans must one kill to achieve that? This is too frightening. The expressions of the demon slayers were filled with shock. Not just them, even the gatekeeper, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. As a late-stage realm master and a sword cultivator, he knew Su Chen's strength was not lacking, but he hadn't expected him to possess so many merit points. At the Heavenly Gate, the primary way to earn merit points was by slaying demon clans. Generally speaking, the number of demons killed is proportional to the merit points earned, and strength is proportional to the number of demons killed. In other words, the amount of merit points can, to some extent, represent a person's strength. With over 8 million merit points, one can imagine how strong he must be. How much do you want? Su Chen spoke calmly. The gatekeeper stared at the over 8 million merit points, his gaze wavering. After a moment, as if he had made up his mind, he turned to the side and chose to let him pass. Demon Slayer at the Heavenly Gate, Guardian of the Heavenly Battlefield, Late-Stage Realm Master, Wang Zhanyuan. Su Chen said nothing and walked in with a blank expression. Su Chen is strong enough, he can pass, but you all cannot. 100,000 merit points, not a fraction less. Wang Zhanyuan blocked Yi Ruj and the others who wanted to enter. I'll pay. At that moment, Su Chen's voice came through. Wang Zhanyuan's expression darkened, and after pondering for a moment, he chose to let him pass. Su Chen, you have this demeanor, you must not be a miserly person. I, Wang Zhanyuan, respect you. I have always detested those who harm their own kind. Someone transmitted a message to me, claiming you were indiscriminately killing your own people, which is why I made things difficult for you here. But now it seems, all of this was a misunderstanding. Who said that? Yi Ruj frowned. I don't know, the other party's transmission technique is extremely high, leaving no trace. Wang Zhanyuan glanced at her. So, just because the other party said so, you believed it? I didn't believe it, I just judged right and wrong in my own way. The facts prove that the other party was wrong. Wang Zhanyuan turned to look at Su Chen. This difficulty was my fault. Wang Zhanyuan's. I don't like to apologize, but I will make amends in my own way. Su Chen, I can do 3 things for you that won't cross the line. No need. Su Chen shook his head. Whether you want to or not is your business, but whether you do it or not is my Wang Zhanyuan's business. If there are any orders, just give me a shout. After Wang Zhanyuan finished speaking, he turned and left. This guy really has a personality, but he is indeed strong. Fortunately, he didn't go all out, otherwise, I fear I wouldn't last 3 moves. Yang Tian said, coming over while holding his arm. He is very strong. Nan Yao acknowledged. Sorry, everyone, I suddenly had a bit of an urgent matter and left in a hurry. I didn't expect such a situation to arise. Truly sorry. Since everyone has no further issues, let's go distribute the tasks. The situation is urgent, and we can't delay any longer. The middle-aged man who had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared again. Yi Ruj was about to say something when Shui pulled her behind. Then I must trouble you. I am very grateful. No need for formalities, we are all demon hunters. You can just call me Lao Jin. I am Jin Xingxi, mainly responsible for managing the new personnel in the heavenly battlefield. There will be many opportunities to interact with everyone in the future. As the middle-aged man spoke, he floated in the air. In just a few minutes, he led everyone to the Demon Slayer Hall. This hall was located at the center of the heavenly battlefield, and the interior was very spacious. But aside from a white light orb in the middle, there were no extra decorations. All newly arrived demon hunters must leave a roster here. It's simple, just lean your merit ring against the white light orb. After saying this, he leaned his merit ring against the white light orb, and soon his basic information appeared. Name, Jin Xingxi. Position, Captain of the Heavenly Battlefield Garrison Team. Just like this, Jin Xingxi withdrew his hand, and the information on the white light orb disappeared. Let me try. Yi Ruj cautiously leaned her merit ring against it. The white light orb surged for a moment, and several lines of small text emerged. Name, Yi Ruj. Position, Guardian of the Heavenly Battlefield. It's been verified. No problem. Everyone, hurry up. Yi Ruj withdrew her hand. Seeing this, everyone lined up to complete the roster entry. But when it was Su Chen's turn, the text displayed was different from the others. Name, Su Chen. Position, Demon Hunter of the Heavenly Battlefield. What's going on? Why is Su Chen's information different from ours? Yi Ruj looked at Jin Xingxi with a displeased expression, her snack bag put away, and her hand unknowingly resting on her spear. Ahem, I forgot to mention, those who have broken through to the Divine Realm, except for orders from the commander or colonel, must take on the position of demon hunters. The middle-aged man chuckled. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? I suspect you did it on purpose. Well, the recent battle situation has been severe, and I forgot about it. It's my fault, I hope everyone can understand. Yi Ruj's spear light suddenly intensified upon hearing this. If Shui hadn't stopped her in time, she might have already attacked. Shui, why did you stop me? This guy is clearly trying to set Su Chen up. I will never let him off. Yi Ruj exclaimed angrily. Shui patted her head and said something that made her walk to the corner with a gloomy face. Ahem, this place is not as easy as Tianmen Pass. Captain Ji is busy, and we all understand. However, we are newcomers and don't know much about this place. I wonder if Captain Ji could provide some important notes about the heavenly battlefield. Shui turned back and smiled. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I really wouldn't have remembered. Here are the notes. Everyone take a copy and familiarize yourselves before heading to your posts. I've already marked them for you. As for Su Chen, you will need to go out and hunt demons. I've also marked the area you are responsible for. Jin Xingxi waved his hand, and dozens of copies of the notes flew out, hovering in front of the demon hunters. Su Chen took one and looked. The notes were very simple, containing only a map of the areas under the responsibility of the heavenly battlefield. There are a total of 10 districts above, and the area marked for him by the west of Jinchang is the southern boundary of District 9. This is too rough, isn't it? There's nothing here, not even marked where the resource exchange point is? It really is too simple, it can't compare to the detail of Tianmen Pass. What's the use of this? Just marking a responsible area, and nothing else? Could they at least indicate the current situation of each battlefield in the heavens? The group of demon slayers kept flipping through the notes, their brows furrowing deeper. This was the first time they had seen such a perfunctory booklet. If they weren't in the battlefield of the heavens, many would probably be unable to hold back their curses. Everyone, bear with it, you'll get used to it in a while. I have things to do, so I won't accompany you. Familiarize yourselves, and in an hour, head to your designated area. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he transformed into a stream of light and left the place. Damn it, they want us to head to the responsible area in just an hour. That's really pushing it. Yi Ruj grumbled as she chewed on snacks. The notes issued by the west of Jinchang already torn into shreds. We're fine being here, but Su Chen is so far away, how could an hour be enough? As Yang Tian's words fell, everyone unconsciously looked at Su Chen. If you ask me, just don't go. At worst, we can make a scene at the military commander's place and have him decide. Qiu Lan said coldly. Better not. Shui sighed. The other side is powerful. Their audacity to toy with us so openly proves their background is not simple. Right now, what we can do is to seize the time to improve our strength. Only with a strong fist is the hard truth. Saying this, Shui looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, I suggest you try to get there within half an hour, or wait a few hours before going. They only gave such a short time. I suspect someone is setting you up. Su Chen nodded and left. Since it's a setup, why are you still telling him to go? Isn't that sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Yi Ruj asked in confusion. What you think of, others can't possibly not think of. If Su Chen doesn't go, he might fall into another trap, and the consequences could be even greater. This is a blatant scheme. Whether Su Chen goes is a trap, and whether he doesn't go is also a trap. If it's all a trap, what's the difference between going and not going? Yi Ruj scratched her head, somewhat not understanding Shui's meaning. If he goes, there might be danger. If he doesn't go, then he's a deserter. I don't need to mention the punishment for deserters, do I? They actually dare. What is there to be afraid of? Shui sneered. Do you think these guys who killed their way up from Tianmen Pass are really that simple? Then Su Chen is in danger, isn't he? Not necessarily. I actually think that Su Chen going there is the best choice. Why? Because if he goes there, he'll mainly be dealing with demons, while if he stays here, he'll be dealing with people. Sometimes, people can be much harder to deal with than demons. Indeed, Yang Tian nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, to crush millions of demon clans with one's own strength, no matter what, we should believe in him. Open the personal attribute panel. Host, Su Chen Cultivation, late stage of the Divine Realm 2. 368. 212/3. 000 points can be allocated. Attribute points, 6. 039. For 72 physique, 580. 396. Body of all phenomena, points can be allocated. Physique reaches 5. 000 to undergo qualitative change. Spirit, 8. 237. Extremely intelligent, points can be allocated. Spirit reaches 50. 000 to undergo qualitative change. Talent, Pure Sword Heart. S-Class Bloodthirst 0/5. 000. S-Class Nightshade 0/5. 000 points can be allocated. Realm, E-Class Sword Intent 0/150. 000 points can be allocated. Martial Skills, C-Class Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords. Proficiency, Perfect. A-Class Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water. Proficiency, Perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, Pseudo-S, Excalibur. Attributes, A-Class Sharpness 0/500. 000. E-Class Excalibur Intent 0 of 150. 000. S-Class Hardness 0 out of 500. 000. Excalibur Formation, Missing, 0/800. 000. Excalibur Body, Damaged, 0/2. 000. 000. Excalibur Spirit, Missing, 0/2. 000. 000 points can be allocated. During the Winter Demon Tide, in order to hunt down the various demon clans, Su Chen raised his talent Nightshade to S-Class. The proficiency of the A-Class Area Damage Sword Technique also reached perfection during this process. System, allocate 631,788 cultivation points. Ding. Allocation complete. Ding. The host has reached the breakthrough point of the Divine Realm cultivation. Would you like to directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the realm? Are you saying that if I don't choose to break through directly, I can still continue to comprehend the realm? Yes, host, that is correct. What is the benefit of continuing to comprehend the realm? Host, the next realm after the Divine Realm is the Qiangyu realm, which is characterized mainly by the realm of intent. A single intent can only transform a single element domain, but if one possesses multiple intents, they can transform multiple domains, even merging them to form a superimposed domain. Having multiple domains means one can avoid being restrained by the opponent's domain, and a superimposed domain can exponentially increase the power of the domain. Can I only choose one of the two options? Yes, host. Once you choose to break through, the sword intent will transform into the sword domain, after which you cannot comprehend other intents. But if you choose to continue comprehending the intent, as long as you step into the breakthrough point, you can comprehend the intent without any restrictions. Moreover, if the host does not wish to continue comprehending the intent and chooses to break through directly, all the obtained intent will be transformed into a domain. Continue to comprehend the intent. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen made his decision. Ding. Please state the intent you wish to comprehend. Wind intent. Ding. Wind intent comprehension successful. As the system prompt sounded, a gust of wind erupted around Su Chen. The wind raged, distorting the surrounding void. At the same time, the resistance in front of Su Chen decreased, and his speed in the air increased significantly. A journey that used to take a minute now only took him 5 seconds to complete. System, allocate 150,000 points to sword intent, 150,000 points to Excalibur intent, 150,000 points to wind intent. Ding. Allocation complete. Current sword intent level is D-Class 0/500. 000. Current Excalibur intent level is D-Class 0/500. 000. Current wind intent level is D-Class 0/500. 000. With the increase in realm level, sword intent enveloped Su Chen, and his speed in the air surged again. Whoosh! The Excalibur was drawn, its azure sword intent swirling around Su Chen incessantly. System, allocate 2,000,000 points to Excalibur body. Ding. Allocation complete. The Excalibur body has been fully repaired. As the prompt sounded, a ball of azure light enveloped the Excalibur. When it reappeared, the Excalibur body had been restored. Hum. The Excalibur let out a soft hum, quietly hovering beside Su Chen. I promise you, I will not go back on my word. This is just the beginning. Su Chen gently caressed the stone sword, then waved it in the air. With the enhancement of 3 realms, the sword light cut through the void, leaving a vacuum black line in the sky above. It was only when the realms were withdrawn that the void gradually repaired itself. The power of this sword was even greater than the clash of sword intents he had with Ouyang Xiaoyao. This demonstrated the strength of the triple realm overlay. Whoosh! The Zhuxian sword returned to its sheath. A golden light curtain appeared before Su Chen. The map indicated that this was the safety warning line of the human race's battlefield in the sky. It could move back and forth with the concentration of the demon race's aura, serving as a warning. Crossing this light curtain would allow entry into the demon-slaying area of the battlefield. There were 5 zones in the north and south, with the northern zones numbered 1 to 5 and the southern zones numbered 6 to 10. Zone 9 in the south was the second largest demon-slaying area in the southern region, located on the right side of the light curtain. Su Chen's task was to prevent any demon from breaking through this area. This group of beasts has increased their offensive. Tang Hao, proceed as planned. In Zone 8 of the south, Ouyang Xiaoyao repelled the demon in front of him with a sword, retreating at speed towards the location of Zone 9. Understood. But let me be clear. If you touch the Chang'an I want, don't blame me, Tang Hao, for being ungracious. A voice came from the merit ring. What kind of magic does this thing possess? Just a merit ring, yet your Tang clan is so obsessed with it? Ouyang Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't care. What I want is just Su Chen's face. Alright, hurry up and lure this group of demons over, don't waste time. Are you so sure that Su Chen will definitely come here? Ouyang Xiaoyao asked. He will come, it's just a matter of time. The fate of a cowardly deserter doesn't need me to elaborate, right? True. Ouyang Xiaoyao smiled. But I've investigated, this guy's strength is not weak. 50 Earth Sovereign demons might be a bit too few. What do you mean? I mean, go lure some more over. Aren't the 8 demons around here lately? Let him meet Su Chen. Alright. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao's voice sounded from the merit ring. But be subtle about it, although the 9 army leaders and the commander-in-chief are restrained. We must be cautious. I know that. Ouyang Xiaoyao sneered, sweeping his sword to attract dozens of Earth Sovereign demons. Before long, he arrived at Zone 9. As soon as the demons stepped here with him, they were bound in place by several chains of spiritual power surging from the clouds, unable to move. If it weren't for borrowing the domain left behind by the 9th army leader, it would be hard to keep you all here obediently. 15 minutes, by the time Su Chen arrives, this group of beasts should just be breaking free. Ouyang Xiaoyao sneered and transformed into a beam of swordlight, disappearing. At the same time, in another direction of Zone 9, a man wielding a heavy hammer appeared. Behind him were also dozens of Earth Sovereign demons bound by spiritual power chains. The 8 Demon Clan, a royal clan among demons, capable of using innate divine abilities. Su Chen, if you encounter him, just prepare to wait for death. The Chang'an Merit Ring can only be mine. Tang Hao then vanished from the spot. Within a few minutes, Su Chen appeared here. Damn humans, let us out. Relying on the domain of others. What kind of hero does that make you? Look at you, you should be a pretty boy among humans. A cowardly fellow. Do you dare to fight me fairly? Human, let this emperor out, and I promise I won't come to this area. Let this emperor out. The surrounding Earth Sovereign demons erupted with spiritual power, struggling to break free, but a mysterious force kept them bound in place. However, looking at the situation, in about 10 minutes, they would be free. This time difference was precisely the moment when Su Chen arrived here before comprehending the essence of the wind. If he had traveled at his previous speed, by the time he arrived here, his spiritual power would be nearly exhausted, and he would have just encountered a group of demon lords who had escaped. Such behavior clearly indicated that someone wanted to put him to death. Tell me who brought you here, and I will give you a fair chance to duel. Su Chen looked at the group of demon lords. All right, seeing that you are a man of the human race, I will tell you. The one who brought me here is a guy wielding a heavy hammer. One of the demon lords said coldly. What does he look like? Like this. With a wave of his hand, the demon lord conjured the image of a young man holding a heavy hammer in the void. Su Chen looked over. This person bore a slight resemblance to Tang Jin, so he must be his cousin. Tang Hao. Alright, human, I have already told you. Hurry up and release me. Su Chen said nothing, grasping his sword. With the enhancement of 3 realms, soon only one demon lord remained. Human, you are not keeping your word. The remaining demon lord shouted angrily. However, what answered him was the sword light that Su Chen unleashed. Ding! Host has slain 23 demon races, gaining 11,500 attribute points. Without waiting for his cultivation to absorb, the essence of the wind surged, and he soon appeared at another boundary in the South 9 district. Here, he also discovered a group of trapped demon races. Following the same method, he learned about Ouyang Xiaoyao's information. Ding! Host has slain 27 demon races, gaining 13,500 attribute points. This time, Su Chen did not leave but sat down to absorb his cultivation completely. The immense cultivation gathered by these demon lords pushed him to the peak of the divine realm once again. He was just a hair's breadth away from entering the Qianyu realm. Crackle! 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 At this moment, several pillars of spiritual power surged from the horizon, directly pouring into Su Chen's body. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough point of the divine realm. Please choose whether to directly break through or continue comprehending the realm. Comprehend the realm. Ding! Please state the realm you wish to comprehend. What was the power that previously imprisoned these demon lords in the South 9 district? Replying to the host, it is a residual power of the imprisoning domain left here. Is this domain transformed from the imprisoning essence? Su Chen asked. Yes. Good. Then I will comprehend the imprisoning essence. Ding! Comprehension of the imprisoning essence successful. Swish! 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 Waves of light flickered, and chains of spiritual power emerged from Su Chen's body, continuously swirling around, as if to imprison this piece of heaven and earth. The strange phenomenon soon disappeared, and these chains transformed into clusters of spiritual power, merging into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's eyes moved slightly, and the next moment, several chains flew out, forming a closed space centered around him. With the imprisoning essence, as long as he willed it, most of the matter within the space could be imprisoned. However, the duration of the imprisonment could not last too long, only maintaining for a few seconds. Su Chen then familiarized himself with the imprisoning essence in this place before waving his hand to withdraw the space. Boom! Crack! Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, several chains of spiritual power flew in from the South 9 district and quickly wrapped around Su Chen. In no time, these chains of spiritual power merged into Su Chen's body. Crackle! Su Chen's body trembled, and hundreds of chains of spiritual power soared out, quickly covering half of the South 9 district. With a thought, the spiritual power, clouds, and mist in this half of the South 9 district were all imprisoned in place, unable to move. Even the void, which had been difficult to imprison before, was at this moment sealed by a mysterious power, unable to circulate normally. As expected, Su Chen felt this mysterious power, his eyes flashing. He chose to confine the realm because he wanted to gain proximity to the confined domain here. Thus, to a certain extent, he could acquire the domain abilities of this place. It turned out he was right. Now, his confinement realm, integrated with the confined domain here, not only rose to A level but also carried a trace of domain power. This situation not only greatly increased the range and power of the confinement realm but also sowed the seeds for its transformation into comprehension. As long as he devoted himself to understanding, the confinement realm would completely transform into a confined domain. It was just a matter of time. System, if my confinement realm turns into a domain, will I directly step into the Qianyu realm? Reply to the host. No. As long as the host still has one realm that has not yet transformed into a domain, you remain within the Liming realm. Under normal cultivation conditions, only by ascending the realm can one master the unique abilities of the higher realm. For example, only those above the wind control realm can walk in the air and fight in the sky. Those below this realm cannot achieve this step without breaking through to it. But now, the system meant that Su Chen was in the Liming realm, and as long as he comprehended the domain, he could utilize the domain abilities that only Qianyu realm experts could master. At the same time, he could also comprehend numerous realms and domains without restriction. This operation was simply a full-on bug. Over time, he would undoubtedly be an invincible existence among those of the same rank. Moreover, he could also be invincible across ranks. At this moment, even though Su Chen's mind was calm, thinking of this made his heart surge, difficult to suppress. After a long time, he finally calmed the rolling waves in his chest. Whoosh! Su Chen retracted the chains that obscured half of the southern 9th district and began to survey the area. Tang Hao, did you sense it? The confined domain in the southern 9th district seems to be in turmoil. Above the clouds, Ouyang Xiaoyao's mind stirred as he looked at Tang Hao, who was rushing through the air beside him. It should be that group of Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns breaking free from the confined domain. Tang Hao replied coldly. As he spoke, he glanced back. He saw a white-robed youth wielding a long staff relentlessly pursuing them from behind. That's probably it. At this time, Su Chen should have also arrived in the southern 9th district. I really want to see how he, with his depleted spiritual power, can withstand the pursuit of 50 Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns? Ouyang Xiaoyao laughed. This person is not simple, he must have some means to save his life, so don't underestimate him. Ha! Even if he has means to save his life, so what? I don't believe he can escape the pursuit of the Earth Sovereign from the 8 Demon Clan. You have to know, this guy has comprehended 1/10 of the domain power and possesses innate divine abilities. Even you and I would find it somewhat tricky. He, a mere Liming realm, would probably not last 3 moves against this ape demon. Ouyang Xiaoyao sneered. If the domain left by the 9th Army commander is still there, he might have a slim chance of escape, but during this time, we have consumed quite a bit of that domain power. After this group of Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns breaks free, that domain will likely dissipate. Without the domain's restrictions, Su Chen facing this ape demon alone indeed has no chance of survival. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Human trash. You two don't even dare to take on one of me together. What cowards! Stop right there. Do you humans lack the courage to face me directly? From behind, the white-robed youth shouted angrily, wielding his long staff. Hearing this, Tang Hao and Ouyang Xiaoyao quickened their pace. During this time, Ouyang Xiaoyao even frequently made monkey-like movements. The white-robed youth, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth in hatred, and a violent spiritual power surged from the long staff in his hand. Human trash. Once I capture you, I will definitely tear you to pieces, burn your souls, and ensure you can never transcend. Come on, you dead monkey. Ouyang Xiaoyao scoffed, making a gesture as if a monkey were fishing for the moon. Ah, damn those human scum. I will tear you apart with my own hands. The young man in white was furious, his face turning red, and his speed suddenly increased significantly. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao had already stepped into the territory of South District 9. As soon as they entered, they saw a young man in black standing there with a sword. His expression was calm, his gaze cold, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. In front of him was a neatly arranged row of Demon Clan Earth Sovereign heads. How is this possible? Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He had thought that Su Chen could survive, but he never expected that Su Chen would remain unscathed while facing the siege of 50 Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao's gaze shifted, and he quickly darted to the side. Su Chen, didn't you say you wanted to find a monkey to brew monkey wine? Now we've brought this ape demon over. You handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed the black transparent sphere in his hand, disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Tang Hao also crushed a sphere and vanished. The two moved extremely quickly, and both were enveloped in domain power. The confinement domain that Su Chen had set up in South District 9 did not keep them behind. You human scum! You actually want me to brew monkey wine for you? Who gave you the audacity? As the two disappeared, the young man in white vented his anger on Su Chen, swinging his long staff towards his head without hesitation. Su Chen's expression shifted, and hundreds of spiritual power chains suddenly appeared, binding the feet of the young man in white. But in less than a second, the young man broke free from the confinement and charged over. Bang! The stone sword-like Excalibur collided with the long staff. A violent force erupted, distorting the surrounding void. The two separated instantly. Su Chen remained still, but the young man in white retreated over 1,000 steps. Human, I didn't expect your physique to be so strong. You are worthy of my serious attention, the young man in white declared, and a mysterious aura enveloped his body and staff in an instant. To die under my divine staff domain with your divine realm cultivation. Human, you will be remembered in the annals of human history. The young man in white thrust out his staff, and countless staff shadows appeared, covering a radius of 50 meters around Su Chen in just a few seconds. Su Chen stood straight beneath the countless staff shadows, like a mayfly, as if he could be blown away at any moment. Die, human! The young man in white pressed down with his palm, and in the blink of an eye, the myriad staff shadows fell. The surrounding void, under this pressure, twisted and crumpled like a sheet of transparent paper. Su Chen was at the center of the domain, yet the changes around him seemed to have no effect on him. He remained standing in place, his feet not moving an inch, to withstand such immense pressure without any reaction. This human's physique is surprisingly strong? The young man in white was startled, but his movements did not slow down. In just a few seconds, the divine staff domain covering a radius of 50 meters had completely enveloped Su Chen. However, to the young man's surprise, even under such circumstances, Su Chen remained completely still. Human, under my full power domain suppression, you actually do not flee. How arrogant! Do you know that although I have only comprehended 1/10 of this domain, it is equivalent to 4 or 5/10 of an ordinary demon clan? The young man in white roared. Su Chen looked at him calmly, unfazed. Human, you dare to ignore me like this? Truly infuriating. Die for me. Su Chen's attitude greatly frustrated the young man in white. With a grimace, he brought his hands together and pressed down, unleashing the full force of the divine staff domain. Crack, crack. The void could not withstand this power and began to crack open with thin gaps. Soon, it affected Su Chen, but all these phenomena abruptly stopped around Su Chen. If the void cannot crush you, how could a weak human possess such a physique? The young man in the white robe was utterly shocked by the scene before him. As the domain pressed down, his expression relaxed slightly. He saw that the void at Su Chen's feet had already been affected. Just then, Su Chen twisted his wrist, and the Excalibur suddenly burst forth with a brilliant blue sword light. The sword light had incredible penetrating power, piercing through several divine shadows in the blink of an eye. However, when it reached the edge of the domain, it was suppressed back. Ha! Weak human race! How could you possibly shake this emperor's domain with just a sword's intent? The young man in the white robe sneered. Before his words could finish, the Excalibur erupted again with a blue sword light. The two sword lights merged into one, directly piercing a gap in the divine domain. Two realms of intent. One is yours, and one is from this sword. Human race, unfortunately, you are still a bit weak. The young man in the white robe formed hand seals, and spiritual power surged out to reinforce the domain, pushing the sword light back. At the same time, he suddenly exerted force, compressing the domain to just 1 meter in front of Su Chen. Such terrifying pressure tore open Su Chen's shirt, revealing his pale, frail body. That's enough. Human race, die. Divine shadow domain. Divine shadow sky collapse. Swish, swish, swish. Lines of divine shadows flew out from the divine domain, smashing towards Su Chen. The power of the domain attached to them made Su Chen feel a wave of heart palpitations even before they got close. Such power had surpassed the level of an A-grade enchanted weapon attack and posed a threat to him. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Gripping his sword horizontally, the intent of wind enhancing it, Under the gathering of 3 realms of intent, he slashed and shattered the approaching divine shadows with one strike. 3 realms of intent. How is this possible? The young man in the white robe exclaimed in shock. Ancient texts recorded that a living being could master at most 2 realms of intent, one of which was attached to a weapon. Moreover, there was a repulsive reaction between the intents. He had never seen anyone able to harmoniously fuse 3 realms of intent together like this. Such a situation had broken the inherent records of the demon race's history. Even in the sacred book of the demon race, the eternal record, he had never seen anything like it. Swish! Just as the young man in the white robe was stunned, the blue sword light shone brightly. Su Chen swung his sword down, and the divine domain was instantly obliterated. The solid void of the battlefield also revealed a large gaping hole at that moment. 1 person. 4 realms of intent. How is this possible? There are no records of this in the eternal era? The young man's eyes turned red, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Eternal era? Su Chen heard those words again. Human race. Don't even think about prying information from this emperor. You master 4 realms of intent. I admit defeat, but when we meet again, I will surely tear you to pieces. The young man in the white robe finished speaking and fled far away. Su Chen's mind stirred, and he chased after him. His speed was swift, and it wasn't long before he caught up to the young man in the white robe. Swish! The long sword swung, carrying the blue sword light with 4 realms of intent, slicing out in an instant. The young man in the white robe hadn't reacted yet when a bloody wound appeared on his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, not daring to stop, and continued to flee despite his injuries. However, how could his speed compare to Su Chen, who had comprehended the intent of wind? In less than 5 minutes, several wounds appeared on his body, and one of his hands and feet was severed. At this point, even as a member of the resilient 8 demon clan, the young man in the white robe was weak and his speed had dropped significantly. Su Chen followed leisurely, raising his hand to unleash several swordlights. The young man's remaining hands and feet were also severed. Suffering such heavy injuries, he fell directly onto the clouds. Just as he tried to get up, the Excalibur in Su Chen's hand was already resting against his neck. Human race, you cannot kill this emperor. My uncle is nearby in the void, and he is the demon emperor who controls the complete realm. If you dare to kill me, he will surely strike and crush you. The white-robed youth cried out in terror. Speak of the eternal era, and I will let you go, Su Chen said calmly as he looked at him. Ha ha ha, human race, you wish. Even if this emperor, Yuan Tian, dies, I will never betray the demon race. And do you really think that your meager strength can kill me? Whoosh! A golden light suddenly erupted before him, followed by a tremendous force emanating from the Zhuxian sword, sending Su Chen staggering back hundreds of steps. When he steadied himself, Yuan Tian, who had previously lost his hands and feet and was gravely injured, had already restored his limbs, radiating waves of golden light. The aura he emitted was even stronger than during his peak. Human race, you have forced me to use my divine powers. I will surely devour you alive to make up for the 1,000 years of lifespan I have expended. You pride yourself on your strong physique, but this time, I will show you that under the divine power of my Yuan Demon Clan's Yuan Demon Diamond Body, your painstakingly refined physique is nothing. As he spoke, Yuan Tian's long staff vanished, choosing to engage Su Chen in a physical battle. Whoosh! The Zhuxian sword was sheathed. Su Chen threw a punch, colliding with the rushing Yuan Tian. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the 2 fists unleashed terrifying power. Such force shattered the void, revealing a pitch-black vacuum zone. The 2 figures separated once more. Su Chen remained standing in place, while Yuan Tian was sent flying backward, retreating thousands of steps. Impossible! This is impossible! My Yuan Demon Clan is one of the top 10 demon royal families, and the Yuan Demon Diamond Body is an unparalleled divine power that can enhance the physique by hundreds of times. How could I lose to a human? This situation was beyond Yuan Tian's expectations. As if realizing something, his expression changed drastically. Human race, you didn't use your full strength earlier? Su Chen remained silent, gripping the Zhuxian sword. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of swordlights imbued with 4 realms of intent appeared, engulfing Yuan Tian's figure. Human race, you cannot kill this emperor. Golden light scattered from Yuan Tian's body, countering the azure swordlights. But what followed was an unending series of swordlights. In the end, the golden light around Yuan Tian was extinguished, and he was sliced into pieces. exploding into a rain of blood. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1, gaining 5,000 attribute points. Who dares to kill my nephew Yuan Tian? Crack! The void split open, and a massive figure radiating golden light emerged. His eyes, the size of copper bells, scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing Su Chen, he raised his enormous fist and smashed it down towards him without hesitation. As the fist passed, the power of the realm surged like a tidal wave, and the solid void before him shattered like paper. Yuan Feng, stop it! Wang Guoguang appeared from the void, but he was too far away, and Yuan Feng's strike was extremely ruthless and fast. Even if he used the power of the realm to rush over, he would not make it in time. He could only watch helplessly as that world-destroying fist engulfed Su Chen. Yuan Feng, if you dare to kill him, I will destroy my realm today and bury you with him. With a powerful strike from the Qianyu realm, even if Su Chen was a monstrous genius, Wang Guoguang did not believe he could survive such an attack. At that moment, Wang Guoguang directly summoned his realm, preparing to perish together. But to his surprise, Yuan Feng's fist did not descend. Instead, it stopped above Su Chen. He thought it was because Yuan Feng was afraid to strike. But the next moment, the might of Yuan Feng's fist surged dramatically. At the same time, a heart-stopping force erupted, directly obliterating the void within 1,000 meters. Boom, crack! A tremendous sound echoed. The expression on Yuan Feng's face darkened as he took a step back. In front of him stood Su Chen, who had retreated over 1,000 steps. How is this possible? Su Chen is merely at the mid-stage of the divine realm, yet he forced Yuan Feng, at the peak of the Qiongyu realm, to retreat. How can his physique be so formidable? On the other side, Wang Guoguang, who witnessed this scene, was left stunned in place. He had thought Su Chen would die under that punch, but to his surprise, not only did Su Chen survive, he actually withstood the blow. It should be noted that this was a full-force strike from the peak of the Qiongyu realm, a royal beast. Moreover, it was under the premise that the opponent had unleashed the divine ability Yuan Mo King Kong body. Human, you, at the mid-stage of the divine realm, can actually withstand a blow from this emperor. Such talent is truly monstrous. Today, even if it costs me dearly, I will definitely crush you. Yuan Feng roared, instantly raising his fist and appearing beside Su Chen. Su Chen exchanged a punch with him, using the force to retreat while continuously moving towards Wang Guoguang's direction. The power of a peak Qiongyu realm expert completely transformed into domain power. Although Su Chen's physique was strong and he mastered 4 realms of intent, he could only defend and was not his opponent at all. Yuan Feng, stop it! At this moment, Wang Guoguang also reacted. He expanded his domain and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the void, blocking Yuan Feng's heavy punch. At the same time, he used the power of the domain to teleport Su Chen behind the light screen. Su Chen, are you okay? Wang Guoguang's voice came from the merit ring. I'm fine. Just now, Su Chen had exchanged 2 punches with Yuan Feng, only suffering hundreds of wounds on his surface from the domain power. But for someone with the body of all phenomena, it was nothing serious. Moreover, when Wang Guoguang teleported him, he had erased the domain power within him, so he only needed to rest for a while to recover. That's good. By the way, didn't I arrange for someone to pick you up? How come the communication function of the merit ring wasn't activated? Also, how did you end up here? Didn't I arrange for you to go to the smallest area, the South District 3? Who told you to come here? Wang Guoguang's tone relaxed. Su Chen did not answer and closed his eyes to meditate. I understand now, but dignity is something one must fight for. The selection for the 9th Army Commander is in a month. After a moment of silence, Wang Guoguang's voice came from the ring again. By the way, a girl named Lu Wanyue came to the Tianmen Pass looking for you. Do you want to talk to her? Lu Wanyue. Su Chen recalled the figure in a white dress. Coming back to his senses, he expressionlessly declined. Alright, you focus on healing and continue to guard the South District 9. With me holding this guy back, he won't be able to attack you. But it's getting dark soon, and the Demon Clan is coming on strong. If you can't hold on, retreat. The Commander-in-Chief said our bottom line is the battlefield of heaven. Understood. Half an hour later, Su Chen had recovered from his injuries. Open the personal attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Mid-Stage of the Divine Realm 1. 103. 234/3,000,000. Points available, attribute points, 2. 987. 639, physique, 1. 103. 396, body of all phenomena, points available. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 5. 000. Spirit, 25. 034, extremely intelligent, points available. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 50. 000, talent, pure sword heart. S-class bloodthirst 0/5. 000. S-class nightshade 0/5. 000. 000, points available, intent, D-class sword intent 0/500. 000. D-class wind intent 0 out of 500. 000. A-class confinement intent 0/5. 000. 000. Points can be added, martial skills, C-level sword technique Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A-level area damage sword technique Autumn water, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be added, weapon, pseudo S, Juxian sword. Attributes, A-level sharpness 0/500. 000. D-level Juxian sword intent 0 of 500. 000. S-level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. Juxian sword formation, missing, 0/800. 000. Juxian sword body, damaged, 0/2. 000. 000. Juxian sword spirit, missing, 0/2. 000. 000 points can be added, system. Increase cultivation by 1. 896. 766. Ding. The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Divine Realm cultivation. Would the host like to directly choose to break through? Or continue to comprehend the realm? Comprehend the realm. Ding. Please state the realm you wish to comprehend. The realm of the spear. Ding. The comprehension of the realm of the spear is successful. Whoosh. As soon as the Tian-K was taken out, it sensed the pervasive spear intent around, immediately trembling incessantly. Su Chen held the spear, waved it a few times, and felt no unfamiliarity at all. System, add 800. 000 points to the Juxian sword formation. Ding. The Juxian sword formation has been repaired. Current level is E-level 0/2. 000. 000. Juxian sword formation, E-level Juxian sword formation, a formation established with the Juxian sword as the eye, covering a radius of 10 miles. Anyone stepping into the sword formation will be attacked by 5 sword lights infused with Juxian sword intent every breath. Note, the Juxian sword cannot be used when setting up the sword formation. The formation relies on the Juxian sword to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain itself. As long as the surrounding spiritual energy is continuous, the Juxian sword is not restricted, and the sword lights will not cease. Moreover, the higher the level of the Juxian sword intent, the stronger the power of the Juxian sword formation. The sword lights condensed from the Juxian sword intent can easily slay a strong practitioner of the wind control realm with just one. Within the sword formation, 5 sword lights can be released every breath. If a strong practitioner above the divine realm enters, even if not instantly killed, they will face 5 attacks from the Juxian sword lights within approximately 3 seconds. Such dense attacks are difficult to resist continuously, and if there are others lurking to ambush, it would be a certain death. Su Chen chose this sword formation to massacre the demon race on a large scale and earn attribute points, but he did not expect the Juxian sword formation to be so domineering, combined with the confinement realm he currently mastered and the S-level talent of Nightfall. As long as the opponent has not transformed their domain to over 70%, within this formation, he is fully confident in slaying them. System, add 24, 966 points to spirit. Ding. Points added successfully. Current spirit is 50. 000. Ding. The spirit attribute has reached 50. 000, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Clear Mind and True Nature. Clear mind and true nature, comprehension and action greatly improved. Understanding current affairs becomes twice as effective. As the prompt sound fell, Su Chen felt a wave of clarity in his mind. With the proficiency of 2 sword techniques reaching perfection, he also gained new insights at this moment. However, he did not delve into it further and instead closed his eyes to comprehend the confinement realm. He had previously obtained a trace of domain power, and using this as a foundation, it was not difficult to comprehend. In just half an hour, he transformed 30% of the confinement domain. Whoosh! When Su Chen opened his eyes, hundreds of spiritual power chains spread out from his body, merging into the Zhuxian sword formation. With a thought, he conjured a spiritual power clone to enter it. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, over 100 spiritual power chains bound the clone, and before it could react, several azure sword lights obliterated it. At this moment, the sun set, and night fell. Su Chen, holding the Tian-Ke spear, expressionless, walked into the Zhuxian sword formation. Mu Feng, Earth Sovereign, does the South Ninth District still retain the confinement domain power of the human race's Ninth Army, Commander? Are we really going to attack from here? We can only transform up to 50% of the domain power. Facing the domain power of a human race, Commander, it will be difficult to resist. Should we change to another area? Indeed, that place is somewhat sinister. I'm afraid the residual power of the domain is extremely terrifying. Mu Feng, Earth Sovereign, this concerns whether we can break through the human race's heavenly battlefield soon, so I hope you think it over. Above the clouds, over 1,000 Earth Sovereigns of the demon race gathered here. The overwhelming aura they exuded stirred up a turbulent tide of foul wind and black mist. Ha! The Earth Sovereign of the demon race standing at the forefront had bloodlight surging in his eyes. The surging aura spread out, transforming into a peak Earth Sovereign who had converted 60% of the domain's power. Under the suppression of the domain's power covering several miles, the Earth Sovereign who had spoken earlier suddenly fell silent. I have already investigated, within the South Ninth District, the residual power left by the human race's Ninth Army commander is about to dissipate completely. Moreover, because of the existence of this power, there are no human race guards in this area. Therefore, as long as we join forces to break this residual power of the domain, we can charge straight in and forcefully capture the human race's heavenly battlefield. At that time, we will be the meritorious officials of our clan. With all the martial arts and techniques we desire, perhaps we might even get a glimpse of the legendary Demon Race Sacred Book. The Demon Race Sacred Book. Upon hearing this name, many demons' breaths became heavier. But, Mu Feng, what if there really are human race guards here? An Earth Sovereign said solemnly. Guards? Mu Feng sneered. Currently, all major border war zones of the human race have been restrained by our demon race. It is impossible for any external aid to arrive. The human race's strongmen at the commander level have been detained by our clan's heavenly sovereign and cannot escape. What is there for you to worry about? Without commander-level strongmen taking action, I ask, among the current human race in the heavenly battlefield, who can withstand over 1,000 Earth Sovereigns, unless they have formations to assist them? But how could the human race, which has severed its inheritance, possess such large-scale killing tools? Formations. Upon hearing these two words, many Earth Sovereigns of the demon race trembled, revealing expressions of apprehension. As strongmen of this level, they had already come into contact with some secrets of the demon race. Among them was the formation known for its devastating killing power. According to records, there had been a demon race strongman who set up a grand formation, killing a whole army of demon slayers in one fell swoop. Such a terrifying achievement was etched in the hearts of every Earth Sovereign who had witnessed it. Fortunately, this kind of thing is in our demon race's hands. Otherwise, combined with the human race's nuclear weapons, our demon race would be in grave danger. Another Earth Sovereign sighed, and the others nodded in deep agreement. Also, don't you all want to slay Su Chen? The conditions set by the demon sovereign, do you all remember? Mu Feng said solemnly. The demon sovereign said that whoever can slay Su Chen will receive royal blood transformation, join the demon royal family, gain a glimpse of the demon race's sacred book Eternal Record, and enter the demon race's prison tower to select 10 items. Many Earth Sovereigns shouted with fervent eyes. So what are you waiting for? Su Chen is already a strong man at the divine realm and is very likely in the heavenly battlefield right now. The human race has severed its inheritance. Without formations, they cannot pose a large-scale threat. And they do not dare to use nuclear weapons now. This moment is the best opportunity. Once Mu Feng said this, the group of Earth Sovereigns all had red eyes, their spiritual powers surging. Yes, the human race has severed its inheritance, let alone formations. They don't even have decent martial arts techniques. How can they fight us? Without the threat of formations and nuclear weapons, over 1,000 of us Earth Sovereigns are enough to sweep through the human race's heavenly battlefield. Let's slaughter these weak humans together. Charge into the South Ninth District, slay the human race's Su Chen, and claim rewards from the demon sovereign. Follow me. and together we will break through the South Ninth District and attack the heavenly battlefield." The demons surged forward with great momentum. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the South Ninth District. "I didn't sense any binding domain power. The domain here has already dissipated. Kill!" The demons rushed in, breaking into the South Ninth District, but the scene before them made their eyes widen in rage. This is my fellow demon clan. Damn human scum, I will tear you to pieces." They carry the aura of the binding domain power. They must have been killed by the humans using this domain power. No wonder the domain power here dissipates so quickly. Mu Feng, are we going forward? I suspect this is a trap set by the human scum. South District 9. The demon clan emperors witnessed row upon row of demon heads, their faces twisted with rage and killing intent. Their sacrifice was not in vain. Because of them, we do not need to be distracted by the domain power here, Mu Feng said solemnly. Then, Emperor Mu Feng, which direction should we head now? One emperor asked. Since our fellow clan members have already scouted the way, the area where their heads are located must have lost its domain power. We will enter from their direction. Mu Feng, enveloped in domain power, was the first to walk to the location of the demon heads. The other demon clan members hurriedly followed. In no time, over 1,000 demon clan emperors had arrived at the site. As soon as they got there, many emperors grabbed the heads on the ground and began to chew on them. Emperor Mu Feng, this head contains the binding domain power. Although it comes from a different source than ours, it can be refined into pure domain power. And the blood energy of our fellow clan members is abundant. Eating it can enhance our blood energy. One emperor held out a reconstructed head to Mu Feng. Mu Feng sensed a familiar aura. When he turned the head over, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. How is it, Emperor Mu Feng? My eye for quality is not bad, right? This is the head with the most abundant blood energy here. The emperor laughed. What the hell? Are you blind? This is the head of the ape demon royal family's ape Tian. Do you dare to eat it? Mu Feng immediately threw the head back. The emperor, holding the head of ape Tian, met his gaze and turned pale. He looked around and finally, with great respect, placed the head back in its original position. As he left, he even knelt down and performed several respectful bows. Stop wasting time, charge forward, Mu Feng roared. Just as he was about to move, several streaks of azure sword light suddenly flew in from the darkness. His expression turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, the domain power surged forth, blocking the sword lights. This sword light is from Su Chen. Just as Mu Feng was about to act, hundreds of spiritual power chains emerged from the clouds, tightly binding him. Before he could break free, several sword lights appeared around him. Damn it! On one side were the piercing sword lights, and on the other was the binding domain power. Mu Feng knew that dragging this out was not good, so he immediately unleashed 60% of his domain power. Crack! The violent force erupted, and the spiritual power chains binding him shattered instantly. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to retreat. However, he did not notice a figure blending into the darkness, standing behind him with a long spear in hand. Whoosh! Before Mu Feng could react, a long spear pierced into his body. The violent force behind it sent him flying thousands of meters away. At the same time, azure sword lights came in succession, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Even so, he managed to stabilize himself using 60% of his domain power, but the spear on his chest felt like a mountain, preventing him from standing upright, forcing him to hunch over to deal with the surrounding sword lights and spiritual power chains. At that moment, a cold-faced young man suddenly appeared, pulling out the spear while simultaneously delivering a punch to his head. He felt darkness cloud his vision. Just as he tried to brace himself to stand, the silver spear plunged into his skull. Yet, in his dying moments, he still sent out a subtle message. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, gaining 500 attribute points. System, if I remember correctly, the last time I killed a demon lord, I received 5,000 attribute points, right? Returning to the host, the demon lord is a member of the royal family of the demon race. As long as the host kills a member of the royal family, the attribute points gained will be increased tenfold. Got it. Su Chen gripped his spear, blending into the darkness as he continued to search for his next target. These demon lords had formidable physical bodies, and many were powerful beings who had transformed their domains to a significant degree. Relying solely on the extermination sword formation and the binding domain with 30% domain power, It was impossible to kill them in a short time. He still needed to deliver the finishing blow. Half an hour later, Su Chen killed the last demon lord. Ding! Host has killed demons X1024, gaining 512,000 attribute points. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the system notification finished, thousands of pillars of cultivation energy surged in from all directions. Seeing this, Su Chen sat down on the ground, devouring and refining this cultivation energy. As time passed, his cultivation attributes increased rapidly, soon reaching the critical point of a breakthrough. However, this cultivation energy had not yet been exhausted, continuously pouring into his body without pause. Before long, his fair cheeks had turned as red as blood, glistening like water. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node for the Divine Realm X3. Would the host like to directly choose to break through? Or comprehend 3 realms? Comprehend the realms. Ding! Please state the 3 realms you wish to comprehend. Realm of Thunder, Realm of Ice, Realm of Wood. Ding! Comprehension of the Realm of Thunder, Realm of Ice, and Realm of Wood successful. Boom, crack! A brilliant thunder erupted from Su Chen, followed by a chilling frost and the vitality of wood. In that moment, he was surrounded by towering thunder, with ice and wood opposing each other behind him. Excuse me, Senior Wang, how far is South District 9 from here? Under the starlit sky, 2 streaks of light raced towards the golden light curtain. Almost there. Wang Zhanyuan replied in a deep voice. But why are you suddenly looking for Su Chen? Is there something going on? Someone asked me to deliver a message to him regarding his college entrance examination. Shui's expression was somewhat anxious. Is that so? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Wang Zhanyuan's eyes, and he suddenly increased his speed in the air. Shui hurriedly followed. Traveling at full speed, the two quickly arrived at the territory of South District 9. At this moment, Wang Zhanyuan suddenly stopped. Shui, confused, flew to the side. As she looked up, she saw Su Chen suspended amidst a storm of thunder, half surrounded by chilling ice mist and half by vibrant greenery. The 2 elements seemed like wings, shielding him from the torrential thunder. Beneath him lay a field of demon corpses, their blood staining the clouds red for miles around. The visual impact of this scene stirred up tumultuous waves in Shui's heart, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. It wasn't until the phenomenon subsided and Su Chen landed on the clouds that she regained her senses. If I'm not mistaken, that phenomenon just now should be the simultaneous manifestation of 3 realms. Wang Zhanyuan spoke heavily. Shui's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, having realized the same thing, but she knew that aside from these 3 realms, Su Chen also possessed his own sword intent and the sword intent attached to his sword. In other words, Su Chen alone now mastered 5 realms. Moreover, 3 of those realms were comprehended just today. Do you have something to discuss? She's looking for you, I have nothing to do with it. Wang Zhanyuan moved on to another place. Shui succinctly conveyed Lu Wanyue's intentions. After hearing this, Su Chen shook his head in refusal. He had his reasons for not participating in the college entrance examination. Staying here to continue killing demons and earning attribute points was just fine. But Su Chen, to participate in the military leader selection, you at least need to have the identity of a prospective college student. If you don't participate, then there will be no opportunity. Shui said, then I won't participate. But if you don't select a military commander, once Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao rise to power, they will definitely make things difficult for you. By then, Shui's expression grew heavier. It's fine. Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao had roughly converted 90% of their domain power. Being in the battlefield of the heavens, possessing 8 paths of intent, 1 domain, plus the extermination sword array, Su Chen was already qualified to resist them and wasn't worried about them causing trouble. But, Shui wanted to say something more, but the words stuck in her throat, and she could only let out a helpless sigh. She knew she couldn't persuade Su Chen. Shui, I heard you went to find Su Chen? In the silence between them, the voice of Yi Rouge came from Shui's merit ring. Yes, I'm in South District 9 right now. Shui replied. Then you should inform Su Chen. His call came through, asking if he wants to come take a look. I'm currently behind the safety cordon. I originally wanted to go over, but they said there would be no signal past this point. Tell him I'm waiting for him here. Okay. Shui looked up but only saw Su Chen's figure quickly leaving. He soared through the air, the surrounding airflow parting, and in the blink of an eye, He disappeared from South District 9. So fast. It hasn't even been a minute, right? Over here. Yiruj had just torn open a snack pack and hadn't taken more than 2 bites when she saw Suchen rushing over, stopping in front of her. Phone. Oh. Yiruj hurriedly handed it over. Suchen took the phone and dialed back. The other side connected quickly. Brother Suchen? Brother Suchen. I got first place again today. The teacher said we performed really well this time, and they will take us to visit the high school entrance exam at No. 8 middle school. But I'm not happy because you didn't praise me. But just thinking about seeing you soon makes me really, really happy. Brother Suchen, will you take me to ride the Ferris wheel then? Xiaoji dreamed about it yesterday. In the dream, we rode the Ferris wheel together. Brother Suchen. Okay? Okay. Yay. It's settled then. The cheerful cheer of the little girl came through the phone. They chatted for a long time, but mostly it was Xiaoji talking while Suchen listened. Brother Suchen, you have to be good. Eat well, sleep well, and practice well, okay? You're the best. And Xiaoji wants to see you get first place. Okay. Also, Brother Suchen, did you forget something? Xiaoji got first place. That's great. I knew Brother Suchen wouldn't forget to praise Xiaoji. Brother Suchen, go to sleep now. No staying up late. Okay. But, Brother Suchen, Xiaoji really misses you. Misses you so much. Tianqing Kindergarten. Dormitory area. The little girl tightly hugged the hung-up phone, staring out the window. It seemed she wanted to see a familiar figure through the dimly lit street. Oh, that black-clothed strange uncle has appeared again. Over here. Suchen had just returned the satellite phone to Yiruj when Shui rushed over. Suchen, Senior Wang is stationed there now. If you're free, go check out the Merit Hall in the battlefield of the heavens. There are quite a few good things inside. Yes. There are really a lot of good things in there. The snacks are hundreds of varieties more than at the Tianmen Pass material exchange. Yiruj chimed in with bright eyes. Shui helplessly slapped her forehead at this. This glutton. Is there nothing else in her head besides Suchen and food? I took a look. The Merit Hall has a total of 5 floors, but each floor requires a specific number of merit points to enter. I only checked the first 2 floors, but the things inside are more varied and complete than those at Tianmen Pass. Additionally, I found out that there is a sword technique on the 4th floor, said to have immense killing power, but the price is very high. It is rumored that Ouyang Xiaoyao is saving merit points to exchange for it, so you might want to act quickly. Suchen nodded. The A-level group damage sword technique Autumn Water has little killing power against demon clans of the Earth Sovereign level and above, while the C-level sword technique 3 Swords of Fuyo is quite powerful. However, due to the limitations of his realm, to release his strength multiple times, the spiritual power stored in the divine realm is only enough for 2 uses, making it not cost-effective. He indeed needs to exchange for a new sword technique. By the way, here are the detailed notes I found. The information about the battlefield of heaven is all introduced in it. You can take a look when you have time. Shui handed him a booklet. Suchen accepted it. After parting ways with the two, he soared into the air and arrived at the Merit Hall of the battlefield of heaven. This place is similar to the logistics department of the Heavenly Gate. Whenever the demon clan retreats, many demon hunters gather here. What's going on? There are usually over 100 demon clan Earth Sovereigns. Why are there only a few tonight? I still need to gather merit points to exchange for things. This isn't enough. Do you think you can handle a few demon clan Earth Sovereigns? Save your energy. Haven't many died in the past few days? It's very likely that the demon clan is preparing to launch a full-scale attack. The situation is severe, and the commander hasn't shown up for several days. Everyone, be careful. Now, it all depends on the outcome of the battle between the commander and the demon sovereign. Sigh. Suchen bypassed the crowd and went up to the 2nd floor. Just as he arrived there, a woman dressed in demon hunter attire approached him. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Suchen shook his head and turned to walk towards the 3rd floor. The woman was momentarily taken aback but quickly caught up with him. You must be a new demon hunter, right? The floors here are different from the Heavenly Gate. Going to the 3rd floor requires over 1 million merit points. You probably don't have that much yet, so you might as well browse around the 2nd floor. The items here, while not as good as those on the 3rd floor, are much better than those at the Heavenly Gate. Suchen remained silent and stepped onto the stairs leading to the upper level. Hey, you! I was just trying to remind you because I thought you were handsome. Don't be so ungrateful. The woman's expression was a mix of embarrassment and anger. In the past, she wouldn't have bothered with these newly arrived demon hunters. If it weren't for this guy being somewhat handsome, she wouldn't have approached him at all. But this guy was so aloof. She had already spoken up to advise him, yet he continued to act as if he were above it all. Didn't he fear being thrown down by the light curtain on the third floor? What's going on, Sister Qian? A few demon hunters approached upon hearing her voice. After learning the details, each of them wore a mocking expression. This guy really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He just got here and wants to go to the third floor. Does he think he's Ouyang the Great Sword Immortal? Just wait and see, the identification light curtain will soon throw him down. It's been a long time since I've seen the light curtain throw someone. It should be quite a show. Hey, Lao Lu, Lao Gao, call the brothers to come watch the light curtain throw someone. A few demon hunters shouted to each other, and before long, dozens of demon hunters gathered around. After understanding the situation, everyone looked at Su Chen, who was about to ascend to the third floor, with cold smiles. Isn't this Su Chen? A voice rang out from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the demon hunters silently parted to make way. The reason was simple. The speaker was one of the most renowned figures in the current battlefield of heaven, Ouyang Xiaoyao. How is he still alive? Ouyang Xiaoyao looked at Tang Hao beside him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tang Hao's expression was also not good. He had originally planned to check the situation in the South 9th District earlier. However, tonight, the Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns attacking his area far exceeded previous numbers, and he couldn't spare the time. After the Demon Clan retreated, just as he was about to go over, he was called here by Ouyang Xiaoyao. He thought there was something significant happening, but it turned out this guy wanted to borrow merit points to exchange for sword techniques. This guy is not simple. Most of the monkeys in the sky are probably dead. To kill him, we can only think of another way. Tang Hao transmitted solemnly. He, Ouyang Xiaoyao, has never let anyone escape from those he wants to kill, and Su Chen is no exception. Ouyang Xiaoyao sneered, and the female demon hunters around him immediately sparkled with excitement, flocking towards him. Ouyang the Great Sword Immortal. Ouyang the Handsome Man, give me an autograph. Ouyang the Great Sword Immortal. Give me a beautiful photo for backup. I want one too. I want one too. With so many women crowding around, Ouyang Xiaoyao felt quite pleased. He ran his fingers through his hair, revealing a smile he thought was very charming. Don't rush. Line up. One at a time. Ouyang Xiaoyao? Su Chen turned around and saw Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao surrounded by the crowd. He said nothing and walked expressionlessly into the light curtain that separated the second and third floors. But he did not know that this turn caused the previously noisy crowd to fall silent in an instant. Little beauty, let me give you an autograph. Ouyang Xiaoyao smiled and turned around, only to find the woman in front of him staring intently in the direction Su Chen had left. His expression darkened as he turned to another woman, only to find her doing the same. He skeptically looked at a few more women, and they all reacted the same way. Many of them, unable to control themselves, had already gulped down a few mouthfuls of saliva. Poof! Ouyang Xiaoyao pushed through the crowd, his face grim as he walked up to the third floor. After the two left, the previously silent crowd suddenly erupted with exclamations. How is this possible? How could this newcomer have so many merit points? He actually made it to the third floor. That's 1,000,000 merit points. He would need to kill 2,000 demon lords to gather that. I noticed that this guy's merit ring seems to say Chang'an, which means he chose to fight solo. But how could he gather so many merit points alone? The woman who had spoken to Ouyang earlier also looked incredulous. Aside from Ouyang Xiaoyao, she had never seen a demon hunter who started with over 1,000,000 merit points. Phew! Coming back to her senses, the woman quickly tapped a few times on her merit points. Hey, Xiao Zi, take a look. Did a really handsome guy just go upstairs? Yeah, I wanted to entertain him, but he was too aloof and ignored me. What? This guy is heading to the fourth floor? You need over 5,000,000 merit points to enter there. How could he possibly get in? A wave of gasps came from the merit rings. The sound was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Upon hearing this news, the group of demon hunters became restless. He just got here and is already going to the fourth floor? Is he trying to break the record of the battlefield? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a newcomer gather so many merit points? 5,000,000 merit points? That means he would need to kill 10,000 demon lords. If he really had that strength, he would have come up long ago. How could he still be down here? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I don't believe it too. Hey, let me show you the footage. Xiao Zi's voice came through. Immediately after, the merit ring in the woman's hand surged with spiritual energy, projecting Su Chen's figure as he ascended the stairs. When they saw his figure, many female demon hunters took a deep breath. The other demon hunters looked on with mockery. 1 million is already the limit. If he really makes it to the 4th floor, I'll call him Dad. Just Dad? I'll call him Grandpa. I'll call him Ancestor. I'll call him Great-Grandpa. I'll call. Before the voices of the crowd could settle, Su Chen stepped into the 4th level of the merit hall. The light curtain that changed from red to green was like a cold bucket of water poured down, silencing all the demon slayers on the 2nd floor of the merit hall. And all of this, Su Chen was unaware of. At this moment, he had already found the sword technique that Shui mentioned. Hello, this sword technique is called Demon Slayer, an S-rank martial skill, priced at 6,990,000 merit points. Next to Su Chen, a woman in a green robe was gently pointing at the red light curtain, softly introducing it. Xing Yi, this sword technique is mine. How could a newcomer like him afford it? At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao walked over. He flicked his merit ring, and a string of numbers quickly appeared. 7,001, 263. The woman glanced at Ouyang Xiaoyao but ignored him, continuing to softly introduce the technique to Su Chen. Since it is an S rank, there is no additional introduction for this sword technique, but the Commander-in-Chief has personally stated that this technique has immense killing power and is a top-tier sword skill. Li Qingyi, do you think he can afford it? Don't delay. Hurry up and give me this sword technique. Ouyang Xiaoyao urged. According to the rules, he arrived first, and he has 10 minutes to consider. You have no right to rush him. Li Qingyi spoke coldly. Fine. Then I'll see if this guy really has that many merit points. Ouyang Xiaoyao leaned against the side, sneering at Su Chen. He knew Su Chen's strength was not bad, and this winter's demon tide was no simple matter. He estimated that Su Chen could get at most over 4 million merit points. To reach the 4th floor, he must have borrowed over 1 million from others. Altogether, that would only be a little over 5 million. But this sword technique was priced at 6,990,000 merit points. Even he had to borrow some from Tang Hao to make it work. He didn't believe Su Chen could come up with it. I want it. You want it? Ouyang Xiaoyao's expression was strange, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Did you hear that, Xing Yi? Hurry up and sell it to him. He has already confirmed he wants to buy it. Ouyang Xiaoyao did not believe for a second that Su Chen could pull out 7 million merit points. He could already envision the scene of Su Chen being slapped in the face. Perhaps it was because of Su Chen's face. Just thinking about it made him very pleased. Ouyang Xiaoyao, my name is Li Qingyi. Please call me by my full name in the future. Thank you. Li Qingyi shot a cold glance at Ouyang Xiaoyao. Alright, Xingyi. Ouyang Xiaoyao laughed foolishly. The next moment, a Fang Tianhua halberd shot out, resting against his neck. The power of the halberd's domain spread out, and before it even fell, several cuts appeared on his neck. He gently pushed the halberd away, his smile fading, replaced by a serious expression. Li Qingyi, I was just joking with you. Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Ouyang Xiaoyao, I hope you understand. I am not giving you advice, I am merely informing you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can come find me anytime. I, Li Qingyi, am always at your service. Whoosh! Li Qingyi retracted the halberd and turned back to softly speak with Su Chen. You can take the sword technique, just show your merit ring here. She took out the sword technique and handed it to Su Chen. Li Qingyi, what are you doing? He hasn't even had his merit points deducted, and you already gave him the sword technique. This is against the rules. Ouyang Xiaoyao shouted coldly. Li Qingyi ignored him and simply touched her merit ring to Su Chen's. Immediately, Sexbuine, 90,000 inch appeared, indicating the transaction was successful. How is this possible? Ouyang Xiaoyao stared blankly at the scene. He couldn't believe that Su Chen actually had 7 million merit points. That was 7 million. The total amount he had earned in the Eastern Border War Zone over the past few years was only about that much. But this guy had earned such an amount in just 2 months. Was he cheating? Transaction complete. You can take it and leave now. Li Qingyi smiled. Su Chen nodded and was about to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, Li Qingyi called out to him. Su Chen, you were able to leave the demon-slaying path at Tianmen Pass. That's impressive. If you have time, we can spar a bit. My name is Li Qingyi, but if it's too much trouble, just call me Qingyi. Demon Slaying Path? Su Chen had never heard of this name, nor had he ever encountered such a thing. It's the path paved with the heads of over 10 Earth Emperors, more than 1,000 Demon Emperors, and over 30,000 Demon Kings that you have slain. This name was given by the 10th Army Commander, Wang Guoguang. It signifies, step on the demon-slaying path, exit the pass, and slay demons. Got it. With that, he turned to leave, but his path was suddenly blocked by Ouyang Xiaoyao. Wait, no matter how I calculate, you don't have that many merit points. I suspect you tampered with the data in your merit badge. Unless you clarify the source of your merit points, this sword technique stays here. Su Chen said nothing. In response, he unleashed a brilliant blue sword light infused with the essence of 2 sword realms and 30% of the power of a confinement domain. This strike was fierce, and even though Ouyang Xiaoyao reacted quickly and summoned the sword domain to defend, he was still forced back several dozen steps. Good. Su Chen, you have some guts to dare to strike here. Don't you know that attacking a fellow countryman on the battlefield of heaven will incur punishment? Ouyang Xiaoyao, you provoked Su Chen first and questioned the data of his merit points. His actions are justifiable. Li Qingyi said solemnly. I admit I provoked him, and I also admit I questioned him, but I never attacked him here. Instead, he struck me with lethal intent. According to the rules of the battlefield of heaven, Su Chen's actions must be punished. Su Chen looked at him expressionlessly and raised his hand to unleash another brilliant blue sword light. This strike was enhanced with 8 realms and 30% of the power of a confinement domain. Boom, crack. The sword light shot towards Ouyang Xiaoyao, carrying a terrifying power that shattered the surrounding void. Ouyang Xiaoyao did not expect Su Chen to strike again. In a hurry, he swung his long sword and summoned the sword domain to block this attack. 8 realms, and one of them has even transformed at least 30% of its domain power. How can this appear in one person? Ordinary warriors only possess one realm, and it was only recently that research on multiple realms coexisting emerged in the Dragon Kingdom. However, realms repel each other, they do not have a mutually beneficial property and cannot coexist. Even with mutually beneficial properties, across the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are not more than a handful of people who can master more than 2 realms, not to mention someone who has mastered so many realms and can fuse them so skillfully. It can be said that Su Chen's strike has shattered Li Qingyi's understanding. Su Chen, by attacking me like this, you have violated the rules of the battlefield of heaven. With the commanders currently absent, I, Ouyang Xiaoyao, will take their place and punish you. Ouyang Xiaoyao roared, his domain expanding, and a violent domain power surged forth. Su Chen found himself surrounded, and what he saw was no longer the 4th level of the Merit Hall, but a pitch-black vacuum filled with long swords. Unfortunately, Su Chen, I just broke through to the Qianyu realm yesterday. I intended to come in exchange for this sword technique, but I didn't expect you to get it first. But it doesn't matter, as long as I kill you, everything of yours, including your face, will be mine. It seemed that strong practitioners of the Qianyu realm primarily relied on their domains in battle. No wonder there were not many commanders on the battlefield of heaven. Su Chen took a deep breath, and the extermination sword soared into the air, setting up the extermination sword formation. At the same time, the Tianke spear appeared in his hand, crackling with thunder and rumbling. System, add 650,000 points to the Thunder Realm. Ding! Points added. Current Thunder Realm is Sea Level 0/1. 000 000 ZZZ ZZZ ZZZ. The artistic conception upgraded, and the Tianke long spear suddenly erupted with a more powerful, pure thunderous light. I didn't expect you to comprehend such a strong killing intent of the realm of thunder. With such a monstrous talent, you cannot be spared today. Ouyang Xiaoyao waved his long sword, and thousands of long swords in the domain instantly transformed into flowing light, rushing forward at a speed that was no less than the wind realm comprehended by Su Chen. Swish, swish, swish. The countless long swords surged into the formation, triggering the might of the Excalibur array, and countless azure sword lights appeared out of thin air, blocking these long swords. But how could the long swords imbued with domain power be stopped by a mere Excalibur sword intent? Moreover, this place was within Ouyang Xiaoyao's domain, and the Excalibur could not draw on spiritual power in just a few dozen seconds. It had exhausted the spiritual power within the swords, turning into flowing light and flying into the scabbard. Without the assistance of the Excalibur array, Su Chen could only rely on the Tian-Ke long spear to fend off the endless long swords. Su Chen, die! If I hadn't stepped into the Qiangyu realm and lacked the full confidence to kill you. But today, you must die. As Su Chen dealt with the myriad swordlights, Ouyang Xiaoyao suddenly appeared from the side, his long sword carrying the power of the domain, precisely stabbing towards his neck. Seeing this, Su Chen's Tian-Ke long spear trembled, and the power of myriad phenomena burst forth, shattering hundreds of thousands of swordlights and clashing with Ouyang Xiaoyao's long sword. With a loud bang, Ouyang Xiaoyao was sent flying like a kite, but Su Chen, struck by the power of the domain, also felt the pressure and retreated rapidly. What terrifying power! You actually possess such divine strength. After failing to land a hit, Ouyang Xiaoyao no longer held back, and the domain rapidly contracted, the power of the domain suddenly increasing. Su Chen found himself within it, the pressure surging, as if he were sinking into a quagmire, restricted in all directions. At the same time, within the domain, the countless long swords gathered together, forming a giant sword radiating blinding light. Die! Ouyang Xiaoyao pointed his long sword, and the giant sword immediately surged forth with the might of the domain. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the giant sword, and with a thought, the Excalibur soared out, infused with spiritual power, carrying 8 realms, 3 parts of the binding domain power. The sword light met the giant sword. At the same time, holding the Tian-Ke long spear, the realm of thunder opened wide, enveloping an unstoppable force, following the Excalibur to slash at the giant sword. Boom, crack! Boom, crack! 2 terrifying forces exploded in succession, and Su Chen was violently pushed back, while the previously giant sword shattered. But the shattered giant sword quickly transformed back into countless long swords, once again rushing to attack. System, cultivation level. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to break through to the Qiangyu realm, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person held a Feng Tianhua halberd, and above his head was a long halberd shining with bright light. The newcomer was none other than Li Qingyi. Ouyang Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Li Qingyi horizontally held the Feng Tianhua halberd, and in an instant, tens of thousands of halberds descended. In the blink of an eye, they shattered all the sword intents in the sky. Put! The domain was injured, and Ouyang Xiaoyao spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, disappearing from the scene in an instant. Li Qingyi's brows moved, and the surrounding domain dissipated, restoring the appearance of the 4th level of the Merit Hall. By the shelves, Ouyang Xiaoyao looked at the two who had appeared, his face twisted with rage, killing intent surging. Taking advantage of your illness to take your life. Su Chen twisted his wrist, and the Tian-Ke spear flew out, carrying the power of shattering the void, appearing in front of Ouyang Xiaoyao in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Ouyang Xiaoyao activated the power of the domain around him, narrowly avoiding this strike. Crack, snap! The Tian-Ke long spear pierced the wall of the Merit Hall, the immense power contained within it directly breaking a large hole in the wall. As the spear was launched, Su Chen prepared to strike with the Excalibur, but was stopped by Li Qingyi. Su Chen, you cannot kill him. Taking advantage of this moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao crushed the golden light curtain in his hand. Su Chen, you dealt a deadly blow to your fellow countryman. Li Qingyi, how could you protect this murderer? I, Ouyang Xiaoyao, cannot punish you, but someone can. Whoosh! The realm of wind activated, and Su Chen bypassed Li Qingyi, raising his hand to summon 8 streaks of azure swordlight above Ouyang Xiaoyao. Who dares to disregard the battlefield rules and act here? At that moment, a golden figure of a middle-aged man appeared, effortlessly dispersing the swordlight Su Chen had unleashed with a wave of his hand. Su Chen, this man is Gu Xingdong, the commander of the 8th Army of Tianmen Pass. At the peak of the Qiangyu realm, it is said he has touched the edge of the Radiant realm. He is a formidable character. Moreover, he has high hopes for Ouyang Xiaoyao to be elected as the 9th Army commander. You need to be careful, Li Qingyi transmitted through thought. At the same time, she shattered a golden light barrier. What? In the eastern border war zone, the battlefield of the heavens, how dare you act so lawlessly? You should be punished. Gu Xingdong snorted coldly, raising his hand to manifest a golden spear that shot towards Su Chen with terrifying speed. Besides the overwhelming power of the domain, it also contained an inexplicable force. Facing this spear, Su Chen's hair stood on end. He intended to dodge but found himself immobilized on the spot. He didn't even have time to allocate points before the golden spear was upon him. At the critical moment, a long staff pierced through the air, blocking this lethal strike. Yet even so, the force from their collision sent Su Chen flying. But, as Su Chen got up, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This strike was the strongest killing move he had ever faced. If it weren't for his Wanxiang body, he would have likely died on the spot. But even so, he was severely injured. Shi Xue, why did you stop me? Gu Xingdong said coldly. I already know the reason for this matter. It was Ouyang Xiaoyao who provoked first. Ha! Just because he provoked first, does that mean you can kill at will? This is the Eastern Border War Zone. There are rules here. Killing should be punished, and that is only right. And your good disciple actually helped the murderer deal with Xiaoyao. I didn't even come to settle accounts with you, and you dare to stop me from punishing this person. What? Does the 7th Army Commander Gu Shixue also want to protect this murderer? That's not what I meant. A golden female figure appeared beside Li Qingyi. It's just that he is not someone you have the right to punish. Gu Shixue, what do you mean? As a commander, are you saying I cannot punish him? The middle-aged man sneered. You must have heard of the demon-slaying path that Wang Guoguang mentioned, right? Are you implying that this guy is Su Chen, who paved the way at Tianmen Pass by slaying tens of thousands of demon heads? Gu Xingdong said solemnly. Upon receiving Gu Shixue's confirmation, his expression suddenly turned very grim. The regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone state that those who have made significant contributions worthy of being recorded in the annals of humanity should be respected. Even if they commit grave mistakes, a commander cannot judge or punish them. It must be decided by the Supreme Commander. In the Eastern Border War Zone, Tianmen Pass, 7th Army Commander Gu Shixue, I would like to thank you for the significant contributions you have made to the war zone and to humanity. Gu Shixue bowed to Su Chen, and Li Qingyi hurriedly followed suit. There's no need for that, it's just killing demons. Su Chen said calmly. Just killing demons? Yes, just killing demons. Gu Shixue was momentarily taken aback, a hint of appreciation flickering in her eyes. Ha! Since you want to call the Supreme Commander for judgment, then I will call him, Gu Xingdong said, crushing the light barrier in his hand. What do you want me for? Don't you know I'm currently dealing with the Demon Lord? A faint blue figure appeared, revealing the Supreme Commander of the Eastern Border War Zone. He Yaowu, dressed in a suit. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. This person has dealt a lethal blow to his compatriot on the battlefield of heaven. Our regulations should impose sanctions, but Gu Shixue stopped me, saying that only you are qualified to judge him. Gu Xingdong said solemnly. What nonsense is this? Can't we just follow the rules? Why do I have to do it? Him. Gu Xingdong pointed at Su Chen. I want to see who dares to disregard the law and has caused trouble here. He Yaowu turned away with a grim expression. The next moment, a smile suddenly bloomed on his tightly furrowed face. It's you, my good disciple. Good disciple? The always unconventional commander of the Eastern Border War Zone actually took on a disciple? Gu Shixue's expression was strange, and Li Qingyi beside her looked equally incredulous. In contrast, Gu Xingdong and Ouyang Xiaoyao's faces grew increasingly grim. I never said I wanted to be your disciple, Su Chen said expressionlessly. At this statement, the expressions of several people changed slightly. It was a great honor for the commander of the Eastern Border War Zone to personally take on a disciple. But Su Chen actually rejected it just like that? Su Chen, you should agree quickly. Your current situation is very serious. If you don't acknowledge the commander as your master, he won't be able to help you. Li Qingyi urgently transmitted her voice. Su Chen merely looked at her without saying anything. It's fine. Take your time to think it over before coming to me. What surprised everyone present was that the usually hot-tempered He Yaowu, despite having his face publicly rebuffed by Su Chen, still greeted him with a smile, showing no impatience. Witnessing such a kind and amiable commander, everyone revealed a hint of shock in their eyes. By the way, Su Chen, I just received news from Guoguang. He said you left a demon-slaying path at Tianmengwen, which greatly weakened the demon clan's momentum. You did well, and regarding the reward, I will personally give it to you when my true body descends. He Yaowu looked at Su Chen with admiration. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Su Chen previously dealt a lethal blow to me. According to the regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone, even though he is a meritorious figure, he should still face corresponding sanctions. I ask the Commander-in-Chief to handle this impartially. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao suddenly clasped his fists and spoke. Oh, is that so? He Yaowu turned to look at Gu Xingdong, who nodded. Commander, I am a witness to all of this. Let me explain the matter to you, and if there are any omissions, the surveillance can supplement it. Li Qingyi stepped forward. She recounted what had happened earlier in just a few words, without embellishing or deliberately favoring one side. She only mentioned Su Chen's cultivation level in relation to Ouyang Xiaoyao. After listening, He Yaowu narrowed his eyes. So, you're saying that Ouyang Xiaoyao, a Qianyu realm, provoked Su Chen, a Lingshan realm, and claimed that the other party dealt a lethal blow to him? If I remember correctly, the Lingshan realm is meant for intent, while the Qianyu realm can use domains. The power levels are like a chasm between heaven and earth. How could a mere Lingshan realm pose a threat to a Qianyu realm expert? Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Su Chen's methods are numerous. He can not only use the 8 paths of intent but also the power of the confinement domain. His strength cannot be judged by appearances alone. Ouyang Xiaoyao hurriedly added. Oh, really? He Yaowu looked at Li Qingyi, who hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Commander, you see, even Li Qingyi has come forward to testify for me. Ouyang Xiaoyao said excitedly. Su Chen, show me your 8 paths of intent and domain power. He Yaowu looked at Su Chen, his appreciation growing stronger. Ouyang Xiaoyao wanted to say something upon seeing this but was stopped by Gu Xingdong. If you don't want to die, don't provoke the Commander-in-Chief. Why? Do you think someone who can sit in this position is simple? Su Chen is clearly the heir favored by the Commander-in-Chief. If he didn't want to punish him, there are many ways to do so. Right now, you still need to compete for the position of the 9th Army Commander. So you must not provoke the Commander-in-Chief at this critical moment. Once you successfully ascend to the position of Commander, there are many ways to deal with Su Chen. Understood. Ouyang Xiaoyao replied solemnly. Swish! The Zhuxian sword trembled, and the azure sword light, infused with 8 realms of intent and 30% of the power of the confinement domain, suddenly appeared. It really is so. It really is so. One person comprehending 8 realms of intent. Su Chen must be a prodigy, unparalleled in the world. He Yaowu exclaimed. He then glanced at the Zhuxian sword and suddenly frowned at Su Chen. The way you can so harmoniously merge these 8 realms of intent must be due to the sword, right? He Yaowu's question caught Su Chen off guard. However, after a moment of silence, he nodded. He could only fully integrate the realms of intent by using the Zhuxian sword. Using other weapons wouldn't work, not even the S-class Tianke spear. In that case, combined with 30% of the domain power, and your golden physique, along with your formidable body, you indeed have the qualifications to contend with a Qianyu realm expert. But to say you can kill, that would be a bit difficult for you right now. So, you can't kill Ouyang Xiaoyao at this moment, am I right? Su Chen remained silent. He truly couldn't kill Ouyang Xiaoyao right now. Yet, having only met him twice, this person had analyzed his strength so thoroughly. Such a powerful individual was indeed terrifying. Since Su Chen doesn't have the strength to kill Ouyang Xiaoyao, and Ouyang Xiaoyao isn't in any major trouble, why not just drop this matter? As for Ouyang Xiaoyao's side, I will compensate him separately. How about that? He Yaowu said calmly. Commander-in-Chief, a country cannot be without laws, and a family cannot be without rules. If this matter spreads, I'm afraid there will be complaints from the eastern border war zone regarding the killing of demons. Gu Xingdong said solemnly. That makes things difficult. But this guy Su Chen, even as Commander-in-Chief, I can't do anything to him. He's not just a demon slayer who has made great contributions. He Yaowu frowned. The few people nearby were puzzled by this statement, including Su Chen. They didn't understand what He Yaowu was thinking. It's a shame you two are commanders. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see what spear Su Chen is using? Upon hearing this, Gu Shixue and Gu Xingdong immediately looked at the spear embedded in the wall. In just a moment, both recognized the spear. This is the spear that stands in the logistics department square of Tianmengwen? Gu Shixue exclaimed in shock. It said that only with physical strength can one lift this spear. How could he, Su Chen, a mere Lingshan realm, have such a formidable physique? Gu Xingdong's expression also showed astonishment. The few who are stationed in Longwei can't even lift this spear. If the news that Su Chen can use this spear reaches the mainland, the commotion it would cause would be unimaginable. I don't need to say more, right? Do you think Su Chen is someone I, as the Commander-in-Chief of Tianmengwen, can judge? He Yawo looked calmly at Gu Xingdong, who wore a heavy expression and said nothing. When it comes to the higher-ups of Longhua, he, a mere commander, had no right to speak. But speaking of which, Gu Xingdong, you are right. If we don't impose some punishment, wouldn't the laws of the Eastern Border War Zone be rendered meaningless? How about this? Since it's about killing demons, let's punish Su Chen to kill demons, 500 Earth Emperors within 3 days. How does that sound? He Yao's words fell. Gu Shixue and Li Qingyi both breathed a sigh of relief. 500 Earth Emperors, although it sounds like a large number. Given Su Chen's displayed strength, it wasn't a difficult task, just a bit rushed on time. I have no objections. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xingdong spoke solemnly. But, Commander-in-Chief, I think the selection for the 9th Army Commander a month from now should be based on competition rather than voting. You mean, the position of the 9th Army Commander this time will be determined by strength? Yes, Gu Xingdong replied. Currently, the Demon Clan's offensive is fierce, and the Eastern Border War Zone is in a state of disarray. In such a severe situation, the battlefield of heaven must undergo certain changes. Restoring this kind of model, although cruel, is very practical and can provide a certain number of strong individuals for our human race in a short time. Indeed, it is time for the battlefield of heaven to make some changes. He Yawu looked at Gu Shixue. If I'm not mistaken, you several commanders should also share this thought. Gu Shixue nodded. We 10 commanders discussed this a few months ago. At that time, it was Cheng Feng who proposed it, and everyone had their own opinions at first. After Cheng Feng's fall, we discussed it again and unanimously agreed with his initial idea. The current battlefield of heaven indeed needs fresh blood of strong individuals injected. When the name Cheng Feng was mentioned, everyone turned their gaze to Su Chen. Su Chen, do you know who Cheng Feng is? He Yawu asked. Su Chen shook his head. Cheng Feng, full name Li Chengfeng, is an A-grade talent with the Rainbow Sword and the 9th Army Commander of the Battlefield of Heaven, nicknamed Longjian Chengfeng. The merit ring Chang'an you have on your hand was worn by him a few months ago. At this point, He Yawu looked at Ouyang Xiaoyao. The long sword in his hand is the original sword of Li Chengfeng Rainbow Light, which carries the sword intent of Rainbow Light that once amazed the entire battlefield of heaven. Rainbow Light, the sword intent of Rainbow Light. It turns out that Ouyang Xiaoyao's sword intent was derived from this sword. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Chen's eyes. You could say that the two of you are the ones chosen by Li Chengfeng in a mysterious way. Moreover, you both chose to fight alone. He Yawu sighed. Since you have already discussed it, then let's proceed as you said. In that case, I will go down and make arrangements, Gu Xingdong said, folding his arms. Go ahead. He Yawu waved his hand. After Gu Xingdong left with Ouyang Xiaoyao, he turned to Su Chen. Do you know that during the selection process for the commander, no one is allowed to interfere, regardless of casualties? This means that Ouyang Xiaoyao might very well kill you in the competition. If he can kill me, I can kill him too, Su Chen said expressionlessly. He is currently new to the Qiangyu realm and doesn't understand it very thoroughly yet, but in a month, with his talent, he will definitely be able to unleash peak strength in the Qiangyu realm. Aren't you afraid at all? Indeed, although Ouyang Xiaoyao is deep-minded, his talent is undeniable. A month from now, he will surely display strength far beyond today, Gu Shixue acknowledged. Su Chen said nothing, sheathing his long sword and leaving with his spear. This guy is really too arrogant, Li Qingyi said. Ha, arrogance requires capital. If you can draw that spear and possess the realm of 8 intents, you might be even more arrogant than him. He Yawu laughed. I originally wanted to trick him into becoming my disciple, but I didn't expect this guy to be so unyielding. Li Qingyi looked at He Yawu with a strange expression, but within the 4th floor of the Merit Hall, his figure had already vanished. Sigh. Survival of the fittest. It has been less than 100 years since the revival of spiritual energy, and humanity is ultimately going to reach this point? Gu Shixue sighed. Master, I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but compared to Ouyang Xiaoyao, I hope Su Chen ascends to the position of commander. Oh, why? I've heard the demon slayers from the lower realms talk about him, and their evaluations of him are very high. And besides, do you think a person who, when everyone else retreats, steps forward alone, and would kill tens of thousands of demon heads to pave the way for a mountain, isn't a good person? Li Qingyi's words left Gu Shixue silent. In a daze, she once again saw that radiant sword light that dominated the battlefield across 10 regions. On that day, he too stepped forward alone, using his own strength to hold back the 10 strongest Demon Clan members, buying them a glimmer of hope. I hope so. Although he is exceptionally talented, his chances of winning in this military commander competition are not high. It's a pity that you chose to fight in a team back then, otherwise, you would have had a chance. After all, only by becoming a military commander can one qualify to go to that place. Gu Shishue lamented. I have no aspirations for the position of military commander, I just want to kill a few more demons to avenge my former teammates. Li Qingyi said. Your injuries are almost healed. If you want to kill demons, go to South District 9 and find Su Chen. He is the only one guarding that place now. It would be good for you to help him. Thank you, Master. You wait a moment. I have something to say to you. In the battlefield of the heavens, behind the safety warning line, He Yaowu called out to Su Chen. I want to ask, is your confinement realm power derived from the realm power left by Li Changfeng in South District 9? Su Chen nodded. Good kid. Not only are you handsome, with dual talents and a strong physique, but your comprehension is also so impressive. Do you know how discouraging that is for others? He Yaowu slapped his forehead, knowing it would turn out this way. After calming the turmoil in his heart, He Yaowu's expression suddenly became serious. Since your talent comes from Li Changfeng, then he has helped you to a certain extent. So, can you help him fulfill a wish? Speak. I knew you weren't an ungrateful person. He Yaowu rubbed his hands together. You see, although Li Changfeng is one of the top 10 military commanders, he has always had one regret: he never got to take me as his master. I was actually ready to accept him as my disciple, but unexpectedly, a Demon Clan expert launched a surprise attack, and he sacrificed himself heroically to cover the retreat of the other commanders. So I want you to help him fulfill this wish, which is to take him as my disciple. After saying this, He Yaowu looked at Su Chen, only to find that Su Chen had already left without him noticing. Damn it, I was almost crying, and you didn't even listen. Damn, He Yaowu shouted. Just as he was about to chase after him, the merit ring on his hand suddenly moved. Immediately after, the figure of a middle-aged man emerged from it. Old Captain, it's me, Hongwei, over here. As soon as Su Chen set foot in South District 9, Wang Zhanyuan left with a long stick in hand. Whoosh! The Excalibur unsheathed, setting up the Excalibur formation. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, swallowed a dozen healing potions, and then closed his eyes to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for healing. In his battle with Ouyang Xiaoyao, he had only sustained minor injuries. However, the aftermath of the clash between the two military commanders had worsened his condition. It could be said that this was the heaviest injury he had sustained since arriving at the eastern border war zone. 3 hours passed. Su Chen's body recovered to its peak state. He got up and opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, cultivation level, late stage of Divine Realm 2, 880, 743/3, 000, 000, points can be allocated, attribute points, 128, 407, physique, 1, 289, 396, body of all phenomena, points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 5, 000, 000, mentality, 109, 354, clear mind. True nature, points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when mentality reaches 300, 000, talent, pure sword heart, S-class bloodthirst 0/5, 000, 000, S-class nightshade 0/5, 000, 000, points can be allocated. Concepts, A-class confinement concept 0/5, 000, 000, D-class sword concept 0 of 500, 000, D-class wind concept 0 of 500, 000, C-class thunder concept 0 of 150, 000, E-class ice concept 0 of 150, 000, E-class wood concept 0/150, 000, E-class spear concept 0/150, 000, points can be allocated. Domain, E-class confinement domain, 300, 4256/10, 000, 000, not yet broken through the Qiangyu realm. Points cannot be allocated. Martial skills, C-class sword technique 3 swords of rising wind, proficiency, perfect. A-class area damage sword technique autumn water, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, Pseudo-S, Excalibur. Attributes, A-Class Sharpness 0/500. 000. D-Class Excalibur Intent 0 of 500. 000. S-Class Hardness 0 out of 500. 000. E-Class Excalibur Formation 0/2. 000. 000. Excalibur Spirit, Missing, 0/2. 000. 000. Points can be allocated. Points for cultivation, 119. 257. Ding. Points allocation complete. Host has reached the threshold for breaking through the divine realm. Would you like to directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend concepts? Comprehend concepts. Ding. Please state the concept you wish to comprehend. Water concept. Ding. Water concept comprehension successful. As the system prompt faded, a mist of water began to emanate around Su Chen, swirling around him like a water column tornado. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. From within the water column, a dense green essence surged in. Soon, the previously transparent water column transformed under its influence into a verdant water column tornado. Water nourishes wood. The 5 elements generate each other, and it merges so harmoniously. This guy's comprehension is indeed extraordinary. In the distance, He Yao's eyes grew increasingly satisfied. Just then, he seemed to recall something, and a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. Wait, what's going on? When did he comprehend this water concept? Could it be that this brat mastered the 9 concepts from the start and hid his talents from me? The more He Yao thought about it, the more he felt it was true. According to research from the Dragon Kingdom, mastering 9 concepts is the limit for an individual. Further comprehension would lead to a transformation. This kid, aside from the sword intent on his sword, has comprehended 8 concepts? Just 1 away from 9. I wonder if he can comprehend beyond the 9 concepts. At this moment, Su Chen's water concept and wood concept had reached a balance. He Yao was just about to approach when a blinding white light surged once more from the water-wood tornado. In the blink of an eye, the tornado was completely encased in ice. But upon closer inspection, one could see that although the outer layer of the tornado was frozen, the inner water-wood tornado continued to swirl slowly, endlessly. Ice and water share the same origin. Now this kid can freely use 3 concepts even without that sword. If this news were to reach the mainland, those old geezers would probably stir up a frenzy to recruit disciples. This juicy piece of meat right in front of me. It's hard to let go. Should I really let him go back? He Yao's gaze flickered. Minutes later, he sighed repeatedly, like a deflated balloon. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back. Only a qualified college student can participate in the military leader selection. And only by becoming a military leader can one go to that place. With that, He Yao set off towards him. At this moment, the strange phenomena around Su Chen also settled down. He raised his hand and summoned the Tianke spear, which appeared in his grasp, adorned with the 3 realms of ice, water, and wood, exuding a pressure that distorted the void itself. Not bad, not bad, as long as you catch them off guard. With a thrust like this, the demon clans below the Qiangyu realm will probably be left either dead or severely injured. He Yao chuckled. But there are still some flaws. How about this? You take me as your master, and I'll give you some pointers? Su Chen ignored him. He Yao was well aware of Su Chen's aloofness and joked to himself for a moment before his expression turned more serious. Su Chen, do you know that to participate in the military leader selection, you must at least have the status of a prospective college student? Su Chen nodded. That's right. Earlier, your principal Ji Hongwei from the 8th High contacted me, asking me to call you back to take the college entrance examination. I want to know what you think about that. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, He Yao suddenly interrupted him. I know what you want to say, but please hold on for a moment and let me explain the benefits of becoming a military leader. Su Chen looked at him calmly. This brat actually didn't refuse. It seems there's hope. Luckily, I didn't give him a chance to refuse, otherwise, it would have likely fallen through again. He Yao cleared his throat. Here's the thing. After becoming a military leader, you will have the qualification to enter the 5th level of the Merit Hall, where you can exchange for more super-level items. At the same time, you will step into the upper echelons of humanity, gaining the right to know some secrets that ordinary people cannot access. However, I can't tell you those right now, but you should have heard the term Eternal Ages. It seems the news about the demon clans is not completely sealed. The strong among humanity also have some understanding of this secret. But then again, Within the demon clans, they can also learn about human affairs through certain channels. Su Chen pondered for a moment and took out hundreds of stone bricks he had collected earlier. Some were from the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace, and others from the treasure hall of the demon clan. These are relics from the eternal ages. It seems you already know some information. Hiyawu didn't elaborate further and continued to introduce the benefits to Su Chen. Before long, he finished his introduction and looked at Su Chen with a tense expression. Having been rejected by Su Chen multiple times, he had developed a shadow of fear, worried that he would shake his head again. However, what Hiyawu didn't expect was that Su Chen nodded in agreement without much thought. I want to ask, why did you agree so readily? Su Chen remained silent. In his mind, the figure of a little girl appeared. She wore a pink dress and always loved to tug at his clothes, following behind him, calling him, Su Chen, brother, reporting to the Demon Lord. The investigation is accurate. Su Chen from Tianmen Pass has arrived at the battlefield of the heavens. Summon 10 assassins of the Demon Emperor. In the dark hall, the Demon Lord, dressed in a blood-red robe, spoke coldly. In less than a quarter of an hour, 10 figures shrouded in black mist appeared in this place. They knelt half down, facing the main seat of the hall, their expressions solemn and respectful. I summoned you here to eliminate the rising rebel Su Chen of the human race. This concerns the survival of our demon clan. Do you understand? Understood. The 10 demon emperors replied in unison. Very good. Worthy sons of my demon clan. This time, you will go and slay him. The rewards I promised earlier still stand. Moreover, this genuine blood blade of the emperor contains the blood of the 10 royal demon lords, harboring a powerful force of rules. As long as it strikes this person, he will surely die. To be safe, take this blade with you, and remember, do not let the other demon hunters interfere. Your only goal is to slay Su Chen. The demon lord waved his long sleeves, and a short blade instantly appeared, tearing through the space and appearing before the 10 demon emperors. We understand. To avoid any prolonged delays, you will act tonight. Do not give him time to grow. The demon lord waved his hand, and the demon emperors immediately retreated. You all may leave as well. Understood. Once the demons retreated, the demon lord rose from his seat, waving his long sleeves, and a massive crystal ball floated in the air, illuminating. The image reflected was that of a slender figure holding a deep blue long sword. He stood straight before the human race, single-handedly blocking the entire demon clan. Put! The demon lord suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the overwhelming aura around him weakened instantly. At that moment, the crystal ball in the air shattered into fragments of spiritual power. Even the divine power of the prophetic Crow Emperor clan cannot predict this person's future? South District 9. Hiyawu left after saying someone would come to pick him up the next day. On the spot, Su Chen took out the S-rank sword technique Demon Slayer, but after a moment, he put it away again. After his earlier battle with Ouyang Xiaoyao, he understood that without the corresponding intensity of domain power, facing such strong opponents would lead to significant suppression. Thus, he decided to convert all his confinement intent into domain power first. As the night faded, the warm sun poured down, the sky was azure, and the clouds were soft. Su Chen set up the extermination sword array and continued to comprehend the domain power within the array. With prior experience, he found it easy to understand and convert now. In just 2 hours, Su Chen had converted 50% of the confinement domain. He did not stop but continued to sit in meditation. Only when he had completely converted the confinement domain did he slowly open his eyes. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless chains of spiritual power spread from his body, and in an instant, the vast South District 9 was covered with powerful confinement domain power. Su Chen stood within it, and with a thought, he could confine all things. Even the previously unshakable void could now be easily sealed. With a thought, the extermination sword array was instantly confined on its own. He could clearly feel that the extermination sword could not draw spiritual power at this moment. This action was akin to when Ouyang Xiaoyao confined the sword array within the domain. However, after becoming familiar with the array, Su Chen discovered he could not establish his own domain space. In other words, he could not expand his own domain to fight like Ouyang Xiaoyao and Li Qingyi. Additionally, Su Chen found that although his confinement intent had been fully converted into domain power, the confinement intent still existed. System, what's going on? Returning to the host, both are due to the limitations of your realm. You can use domain power to fight, but you cannot expand the domain. For the host, this means losing a domain to suppress the opponent. But since the host has converted all confinement domain power, even when in the enemy's domain, you are not suppressed at all, and instead can use all domain power to confine others. Are you saying that expanding the domain to fight consumes a portion of the domain power? And I cannot expand the domain, but I can use all domain power? Yes, the host understands completely. However, strong individuals in the Qiangyu realm can choose between two combat modes, but generally, most strong individuals will not give up using the domain to suppress their opponents. The domain can restrict the opponent in all aspects and also provide a certain enhancement to oneself. Su Chen deeply understood this. However, the drawback is that if the domain is damaged, the one controlling the domain will also be hurt. Ouyang Xiaoyao being heavily injured by Li Qingyi is the best example. He could not expand the domain now, which meant he lacked some enhancement, but he could use all domain power. For him, that was already enough. System, will the extermination sword, which is attached to the confinement domain power, be subject to domain suppression? Returning to the host, it will not. The extermination sword being unaffected by suppression meant that Su Chen could carry the sword array into battle within the domain. Being in the domain was equivalent to having a small domain assisting him. What? How could this be? As soon as Li Qingyi stepped outside the safety perimeter, she felt the power of the confinement domain spreading out from the South 9th District. The intensity of such power had already surpassed 30% of Su Chen's original strength. Even the domain power emitted by the 10th Army commander, Li Chengfeng, back then was considerably inferior. Could it be that Su Chen has transformed this through a deep-level realm? But how long has he been in the divine realm? How could he have enough time to comprehend a deep-level realm and convert it into domain power? Li Qingyi flew over in disbelief. It wasn't until she entered the South 9th District and personally experienced the grand momentum of this confinement domain power that she was convinced that Su Chen's domain power was derived from a high-level confinement realm. Whoosh! Just as she was lost in thought, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of her. Is there something you need? Su Chen looked at her with a cold expression. Ahem. It's like this. I heard you were guarding the South 9th District alone, so I came to help you. No need. Su Chen declined. Right now, he didn't have enough attribute points, so there was no reason to let someone else lend a hand. Alright then, I'll go check elsewhere. If you need anything, just call me through the merit ring. Li Qingyi tapped her merit ring a few times, and Su Chen's merit ring immediately lit up. That's it, Li Qingyi said. Her words also came out from Su Chen's merit ring. After saying that, Li Qingyi decisively turned to leave. At that moment, Su Chen's merit ring lit up again. Junior Su Chen. It's Shui. It's like this. That foodie seems to have been called back by her family to take the college entrance exam. Originally, she didn't plan to go, but when the 10th Army commander guaranteed that you would go too, she agreed to attend. I just found out that this foodie actually knows the 10th Army commander. I was wondering why the usually strict 10th Army commander was so nice to her. It turns out that's the reason. By the way, she left that satellite phone when she left, saying to pass it to you. You can come here to pick it up. Forget it, I'll bring it to you after tonight. You can't leave your place anyway. Okay. Su Chen nodded. The wind rose with the moon, and the night came with the demons. Kill the human race, devour their flesh and blood. In the battlefield of destruction, slaughter the human race. Kill. Under the night sky, thousands of demon lords surged forward. Black mist surged wildly, and thunder roared. In just a few minutes, they charged into the South 9th District like a hot knife through butter. Human race, I will tear your body into pieces. You killed my demon kin, you deserve to die. With the heads of my demon kin paving the way, we will make you pay in blood. Seeing this scene, the group of demon lords' eyes turned bloodshot. Their spiritual power and domain power erupted, and without further ado, they charged forward with overwhelming might. The crowd of demons moved, enveloped in black mist like a night shroud, quickly obscuring the territory of the South 9th District. The light of the stars and moon could not shine down. Here, it became a true realm of darkness. Su Chen sat cross-legged above the heads of the demon lords, his gaze indifferent, unmoved. When the last demon lord stepped into the South 9th District, he suddenly vanished from his spot. At the same time, countless chains of confinement domain howled out, suppressing the group of demon lords. They had only converted about 70% of their domain power, and under the tenfold confinement domain, they had no power to fight back, directly being suppressed to the point of immobility. Not good. There's an ambush. Retreat. How is this possible? Didn't Li Changfeng die? How could his domain power reappear? Damn it! Retreat quickly! Fall back! The demon lords in the back, seeing this, immediately erupted with a series of attacks, trying to break free. Since most of the domain power was suppressing the demon lords in the middle, their own suppression was not significant. With all their strength to break free, a few demon lords actually regained their mobility and quickly fled. But they did not expect that a figure constantly flashing in the night would soon catch up to them and slay them one by one. Ding! Host has slain 12 demon clans, gaining 6,000 attribute points. After finishing off the fleeing Earth Sovereigns, Su Chen brandished his spear and vanished once more from his original spot. Whoosh! 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 The spear rose and fell, blood raining down. With each thrust, a demon clan Earth Sovereign fell. The extermination sword array assisted, confining the area and suppressing them, while Su Chen delivered the finishing blows. As the numbers dwindled, over 1,000 demon clan Earth Sovereigns could not escape. In just half an hour, the South Nine district had seemingly turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Chen ran through it, slaughtering the demon clan Earth Sovereigns. Behind him were hundreds, even thousands, of brilliant blood pillars of cultivation. Bang! With the final thrust, Su Chen had killed all the Earth Sovereigns that had invaded the South Nine district. Ding! Host has slain 658 demon clans, gaining 82,900 attribute points. With all the demons exterminated, the black mist dissipated, the bright moon and gentle breeze, the starry river stretched for miles. Su Chen sat cross-legged atop the cloud that resembled a blood mirror, devouring the thousands of cultivation energies pouring in. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and the void shattered. The surrounding environment changed, and Su Chen found himself in a pitch-black vacuum realm. Before he could survey his surroundings, 9 demon clan heavenly sovereigns launched an attack on him. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, activating his night talent, constantly flashing, such speed that even the demon clan heavenly sovereigns who had trained in body techniques could not pursue him. The heavenly sovereign who had opened the domain was even more shocked. Even though he had exhausted all his domain power to maintain it, he could not suppress Su Chen. Not good. This person, he shouted angrily, but before he could finish, his head was severed by the extermination sword, empowered by the full force of the confinement domain and 8 realms of intent. With the death of this heavenly sovereign, the domain lost its maintainer, and Su Chen and the other heavenly sovereigns returned to the South Nine district. But in an instant, the surrounding world changed again, and Su Chen fell into another domain. The pursuing heavenly sovereigns had gone from 9 to 8. Heavenly transformation illusion technique. A furious roar came from the darkness, followed by constant changes in the surroundings. But Su Chen felt a chill in his heart, unaffected by it, and instead, he slashed back at the assassination heavenly sovereign before him. Whoosh! With a successful strike, he immediately flashed and used the heavenly deficiency, and before the demon clan assassination heavenly sovereign could react, he was pinned to the clouds by a spear imbued with 3 realms of intent and domain power. His life unknown. Not good. This human is unaffected by the illusion. You all be careful. As soon as this heavenly sovereign's words fell, Su Chen had already slain another assassination heavenly sovereign. Although these assassination heavenly sovereigns were powerful in the Qianyu realm, they had sacrificed their robust physiques and long-range weapons for the sake of honing their assassination skills. Even the domains they comprehended were designed to conceal their tracks. But how could they know that their proud speed and concealed domains could not compare to the wind intent and S-class talent of night? It could be said that their weaknesses were Su Chen's strengths, and their strengths were even surpassed by Su Chen. This was a battle without suspense, the only downside being that it took some time. Half an hour later, Su Chen emerged from the battle unscathed. Ding! Host has slain 10 demon clans, gaining 100,000 attribute points. System: how is this royal blood blade different from the previous one? Replying to the host, the previous royal blood blade was soaked in the blood of 10 ordinary demon lords, but this blade is forged from the blood of 10 demon clan royal heavenly sovereigns. Its power is extraordinary, even a radiant realm expert struck by it has a high chance of dying. However, the royal blood blade has a characteristic: it will disappear after one use. Understood. Su Chen silently put away the blood-stained short blade, as the domain shattered and he returned to the South Nine district. He sat cross-legged to continue absorbing the cultivation energy he had not finished absorbing earlier. And the more than 10 demon clan members who were killed later had the cultivation level to assassinate the Heavenly Emperor. Ding! Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Divine Realm X6. Would the host like to directly choose to break through? Or comprehend 6 kinds of realms? Comprehend the realms. Ding! Please state the 6 realms you wish to comprehend. The realm of gold, the realm of fire, the realm of earth, the realm of killing, the realm of darkness, the realm of light. Ding! Realm comprehension successful. Ding! The host has comprehended more than 9 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, darkness, light, and has obtained attribute Dao intent. Attribute Dao intent. After obtaining this attribute Dao intent, you can establish an attribute realm chain, organically linking and merging the attribute realms you possess. When using the attribute realms, you can choose a single or multiple attribute realms without conflict. Furthermore, possessing the attribute Dao intent will make it easier to comprehend the remaining attribute realms, as if aided by the divine. Boom, crack. The moment the system prompt sounded, a dazzling beam of light surged from Su Chen's body, soaring into the sky and illuminating the heavens of the Southern Nine District. Such a scene was clearly visible even in the battlefield of the heavens. What is this? It seems to be a realm, but how can it be so terrifying? How can there be such a terrifying realm in this world? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, wind, light, darkness. How could these 10 attributes possibly merge together? This seems to be the location of the Southern Nine District, which means this is the phenomenon created by Su Chen. It is Su Chen, but how long has it been? Has he already become this powerful? Not only in the battlefield of the heavens, but at this moment, the leaders of various armies also noticed the scene. Dao intent. It's actually Dao intent. The kingdom of Guang, closest to the Southern Nine District, felt this soaring realm immediately. He opened a corner of his domain and saw Su Chen sitting cross-legged beneath the beam of light. Ha ha ha, heaven bless our great human race. You beasts will one day reap the consequences of your actions. The kingdom of Guang felt great joy in his heart, and the gun light in his domain surged sharply, the offensive becoming even more fierce. Moreover, the power of the rules mixed within each attack became more refined. Damn human race, Wang Guoguang. I didn't expect you to refine the 5th rule because of this. What's wrong with that? Wang Guoguang sneered. You demon clan are only allowed to sever my human race's inheritance, but my human race's prodigies are not allowed to emerge? Heh, what of the attribute Dao intent? My demon clan has countless outstanding talents, and many with exceptional comprehension. In your human race, only a few have emerged in 100 years. Such a tiny spark of light. How can it compete with the bright moon? The human race will surely perish. Let's see the truth in action. I find it disgusting to talk more with you beasts. You're seeking death. The ape wind glared and charged forward, but Wang Guoguang, who had just comprehended a rule of power, changed from his previous dejection and responded calmly. No one knew what rule he had comprehended. Only in his mind, there remained an image of a young man sitting cross-legged. Attribute Dao intent. Dao produces 1. 1 produces 2. 2 produces 3. 3 produces all things. By deducing through many Dao intents, it becomes the world. On an unknown battlefield, He Yao's eyes flickered, a glimmer of understanding passing through. When he struck again, the demon lord opposite was directly blasted back over 1,000 feet. 30%. You actually comprehended 30%. How is this possible in such a short time? The demon lord's face was filled with shock, and she turned her wrist, sending the crystal ball flying. In the heavens, it outlined the image of Su Chen sitting beneath the beam of light. Damn it, how can this human race achieve this step while I, the demon clan, have sealed off the news? Such a monstrous prodigy has shaken the very foundation of our demon clan. He must be killed. The demon lord's figure vanished from the spot, but He Yao would not let her escape easily. Wherever she went, he would pursue her relentlessly. Sigh. This feeling of hunting down beasts is quite nice. Little beast, look me in the eye. He Yao, don't get too proud. I, from the demon clan, will definitely not let this person go. The demon lord seemed to have made up his mind, leaping several times back into the territory of the demon clan. He Yao pondered for a moment on the outskirts but ultimately gave up the idea of pursuing. Right now, he had to put his earlier insights into practice. After all, It all depends on that kid Su Chen. The path he is taking might just be the cultivation path of my human race from the ancient times. After several dozen minutes, the strange phenomena in the South Ninth District had nearly dissipated. Su Chen opened his eyes, a hint of chaos flashing in his gaze. He seemed to have some understanding regarding the essence of attributes, yet he did not know where this understanding came from. Su Chen contemplated for a while, unable to figure it out, so he stopped probing and recalled the Tian-Ke spear. Crack, crack, crack. Under the influence of various attribute realms, the residual waves emitted by the spear directly shattered the void, revealing a vacuum zone of several dozen meters. Whoosh! With a swing of the spear, the void within 100 meters was directly obliterated. This kind of might was no weaker than the Zhuxian sword, which was empowered by 8 realms and domain powers. Now, relying solely on the Tian-Ke spear, Su Chen was confident he could slay a strong opponent in the Qianyu realm. Damn human race! Kill! So many Earth sovereigns! Help! What is the guard doing? Why aren't they coming to help me? At this moment, the battles in various regions had not yet ended. This time coming to the Demon Clan seemed to have many more participants than usual. Su Chen's expression shifted as he concealed himself in the void, disappearing from the South Ninth District. Senior Sister Qingyi, with this many Earth sovereigns, it's far beyond the scope of resistance. Retreat! In the South Sixth District, Li Qingyi and the demon-slaying team responsible for this area were surrounded by over 1,000 Demon Clan Earth sovereigns, caught in a bitter struggle. Under the relentless bombardment from the demons, their energy was being depleted significantly. Even Li Qingyi, who had entered the Qianyu realm, now had only a third of her spiritual power left. Retreat! Li Qingyi decisively ordered. At the same time, she threw the Feng Tianhua halberd, and the overwhelming domain power exploded, repelling hundreds of Earth sovereigns and opening a path for everyone. Hurry and go! Retreat! Don't linger in battle! Withdraw! Everyone fought while retreating, and in just a few dozen seconds, they exited through the path. At that moment, Li Qingyi suddenly felt a shock in her heart. An ominous premonition surged within her. Stop! Before her words could finish, a demon-slaying warrior stepped back. Immediately, the world spun, and everyone found themselves in an unfamiliar place. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see their own hands. Boom, crack! Accompanied by a loud noise, a blinding white light appeared above their heads. They looked up and found it was a multitude of silver-white long swords shimmering with bright light. So hot! A demon-slaying warrior suddenly leaped into the air, and the next moment, countless long swords fell down. These long swords carried domain power, and he was overwhelmed in just a moment. Don't act rashly. Protect your feet with spiritual power. If I'm not mistaken, this is a formation of the Demon Clan. Li Qingyi looked down and saw that the previously dark ground had somehow turned bright red from the surging spiritual fire. Even a martial artist stepping on it felt as if they were walking on red-hot iron plates, burning intensely. Ha ha ha, damn human race, do you think you are the only ones who can use schemes? Sorry, my royal Demon Clan, the Divine Crow family, can do the same, and we are smarter and stronger than you. In the void, a young man in a blood-red robe appeared. He had an arrogant expression, standing beneath thousands of long swords, looking down at everyone as if they were a swarm of ants. However, when he glanced at Li Qingyi, his expression slightly changed. You human woman have sharp eyes, actually recognizing the unique formation of my Demon Clan. Since that's the case, I would like to see how your group of useless fools can break my Ye's formation. With that, Ye sat cross-legged in the air, watching the few people with great interest. Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. If you manage to escape, please send a letter home for me. Tell my mother that her son is not a waste, but a demon-slaying guardian of the human race, a hero standing tall. One demon slayer shouted angrily, using the last bit of spiritual power in his body to charge at Ye. But before he could reach him, countless long swords pierced through his body, killing him. I really don't understand how your human race can be so foolish. Shouldn't you be begging for mercy at a time like this? Perhaps, if I soften my heart, I might let you go? Ye laughed. Begging for mercy from you, you beast of the demon race? I might as well have a spring and autumn dream about it. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Come at me with whatever you want, even if I, Hu Hanshan, just frown. It doesn't count as being a man. You ugly demon race, do you dare to think that my grand human race will bow to you? Within the formation, the demon slayers shouted continuously, their faces resolute. refusing to bow down even though Ye held their lives in his hands. Seeing this, the smile on Ye's face stiffened. He waved his long sleeves, and even more intense spiritual fire surged from the ground. I have seen many humans, from the Eagle Nation to the Neon Nation, and every time at this moment, they choose to bow to my demon race. Only you people from the Dragon Nation have this fearless spirit towards life and death. I want to see if your bones are really this hard. Crack! Li Qingyi's fallen Tianhua halberd plunged into the ground, and the few people beside her were instantly absorbed into her domain. She stepped on the blazing spiritual fire, her gaze cold as she walked towards Ye's position. You are indeed interesting. I want to ask, how long can your weak spiritual power support your domain? And your current strength? To be honest, I can suppress you with just a finger. What you are doing now is no different from what your human race calls hitting a stone with an egg. Li Qingyi said nothing, just taking one step after another, allowing the scorching spiritual fire to burn her body. In just a few seconds, her feet and calves were already burned to a wrinkled state, with blood seeping out with every step. But she seemed oblivious, her steps unceasing, getting closer to Ye. Such irrational behavior appearing among humans is something I cannot understand. Human race, tell me, what makes you act this way? You beasts of the demon race will never understand. You will never understand. Li Qingyi sneered. To all the demon slayers, if you can walk out alive, remember to bury me at the peace squad and tell my teammates that Li Qingyi died in battle. Li Qingyi raised her fist and leaped, her fist devoid of any spiritual power. Yet at that moment, it stirred up a violent gust of wind. Ye frowned slightly, and the power of his domain instantly sent Li Qingyi flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack! The blazing spiritual fire burned her like maggots on a corpse, yet she remained unfazed, propping herself up to stand again, walking towards Ye once more. Human race, tell me, what is supporting you? You wish. Li Qingyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression growing more resolute. She raised her fist to leap again, but was once more struck down by Ye from the air. However, she quickly got back up, even though at this moment, she was burned and covered in wounds. Even though at this moment, one of her hands and one of her feet were broken. Even though at this moment, her consciousness was already fading. It's a pity that although my heart was moved, I still couldn't have a romantic relationship. Su Chen. Speaking of which, we haven't had a proper spar yet. However, being able to see my teammates and fight alongside them again is quite nice. Li Qingyi chuckled lightly, relying on her innate hatred, and threw her last punch at Yi. Human race, I've tolerated you for a long time. Since you won't speak, then die. With a wave of his long sleeves, countless long swords transformed into a rain of swords falling down. Under such overwhelming attacks, before even getting close, Li Qingyi was sent flying back under the pressure. She looked at the increasingly close long swords, and a hint of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. This sword is too ugly. Not even half as good as that aloof guy. Daring to say my sword is ugly. You truly seek death. Yi moved, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Qingyi, holding the long sword. Li Qingyi looked at his fierce face, a mocking expression crossing her features. The sword is ugly, and the person is even uglier. Die for me. Ye's long sword fell, and Li Qingyi closed her eyes to welcome the arrival of death. But after waiting for a long time, she felt nothing, not even a sound. Is this the feeling of death? She murmured as she opened her eyes, but she only saw a frail figure standing straight in front of her. In front of him was a brilliant sword light spanning the southern 6th district. This sword is really cool. After saying that, she fainted. When Li Qingyi woke up again, she was in the medical room of the battlefield in the sky. Where is this? Am I dead? The demon slayer beside her bed hurried over upon seeing her. Senior Qingyi, you're not dead. None of us are dead. But I remember being killed by Yi. How could this be? Li Qingyi rubbed her throbbing head, the previous scenes flashing before her eyes. But all she remembered was being killed by Yi. Then dreaming of Su Chen unleashing a sword light that pierced through the southern 6th district. It was Su Chen. Su Chen saved us, one of the demon slayers said excitedly. Su Chen is so strong. He not only killed Yi with one sword to save you, but also slaughtered all the thousands of Earth Emperors that had been entrenched in the southern 6th district. He's really strong. When I looked back as I was leaving, Su Chen was carrying countless blood, like a god of slaughter. Wherever he went, demons would fall. That sword was really too cool. I haven't seen the 9th Army commander's sword, but Su Chen's sword truly struck deep in my heart. The other demon slayers shared their experiences, but they didn't notice that on the hospital bed, Li Qingyi's pale face suddenly showed two faint blushes. She wasn't dreaming, which meant that the words she had spoken were heard by Su Chen. "Hey, senior, the instruments show your heart rate is too fast. You need to rest." One sharp-eyed demon slayer noticed this scene and quickly reminded her. You all go rest. I want to be alone for a while." After everyone left, Li Qingyi lay on the hospital bed, her eyes lost in thought. Her mind was filled with that frail figure. And that sword light. Is this what it feels like to be moved? But why do I just feel embarrassed? Wishing I could find a crack in the ground to hide in? How will I face him in the future? "Hey, Su Chen, your principal has come to pick you up. You can go now." In the southern 9th district, He Yaowu appeared, and with him was Gu Shishue. Su Chen, sitting here, opened his eyes and nodded expressionlessly. "Here, this is the reward I promised you, but considering your performance last night, I've prepared an extra gift for you. You should be interested. Everything is in this bag." He Yaowu handed Su Chen a bag. This was a storage item unique to the battlefield in the sky, a space bag. Su Chen had previously exchanged for one to conceal his personal space. "Su Chen, thank you for saving Qingyi. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Gu Shishue flicked her fingers, and a sword light like the evening glow flew over. "This is the Rainbow Light Sword Qi, imbued with the essence of the Rainbow Light Sword. It may be of help to you." Su Chen received it, thanked her, and left. On the spot, He Yaowu looked at Gu Shishue with a strange expression. "You really are generous. Isn't this sword light something that not just anyone can see? Why suddenly give it to this kid now? Chang Feng is dead, and my heart has no more attachments. But Qingyi is different, she has someone else in her heart. I don't understand what love is, but I don't want her to follow in my footsteps." Gu Shishue sighed. Hearing the name Chang Feng, He Yaowu's expression also grew heavy. Since ancient times, sword cultivators have caused trouble, making men envious and women infatuated. This kid may not be Chang Feng, but that sword last night certainly attracted many girls. Indeed. Gu Shishue smiled and unconsciously looked up at the sky. Once, a flash of rainbow light had shone here, like the evening glow as the sun sets, shining alone as night approaches. Moreover, that sword had illuminated the 10 districts of the south and north. Why think so much? Life is just 2 words, drink and slay demons. He Yaowu lit a cigarette, speaking while blowing smoke rings. Dressed in a suit, he seemed to carry a hint of melancholy at that moment. "Better not smoke, it's not good for you," Gu Shishue said. "That's true." He Yaowu extinguished the cigarette. "I just happened to see this brat smoking so vigorously that I couldn't help but light one up. Is it good? Not good. It burns the mouth and chokes the throat. Then why smoke? Maybe it's just not feeling right inside?" He Yaowu chuckled and vanished from the spot. Gu Shishue looked at the cigarette butts and the heads of the demon clan around her and sighed deeply. Smoking is one thing, but this kid, how could he use the heads of demons as an ashtray? However, it truly vented her frustration. "I hope you won't let the rainbow light down and let it illuminate the battlefield of the heavens once more." Su Chen, not bad, very good, extremely good. On the battlefield of the heavens, Wang Guoguang patted Su Chen's shoulder 3 times in succession. This time, he led Su Chen back to the Heavenly Gate Pass, where Principal Ji Hongwei and class teacher Wei Wusheng, along with Lu Wanyue, were waiting for him. "This is the commander's order. Once you have this, you can freely enter and exit the Heavenly Gate Pass and the battlefield of the heavens." Wang Guoguang took out an ancient, pitch-black token and waved it in front of Su Chen. Following that, he infused it with spiritual power, and the commander's order emitted a dazzling light. The stairway to heaven that Su Chen and the others had walked on slowly appeared. "Let's go," Wang Guoguang said. Su Chen nodded and stepped onto the stairway with him. "Wait." At that moment, a group of demon slayers suddenly surged out from the battlefield of the heavens. In the face of Wang Guoguang's bewildered expression, this group of demon slayers knelt down in front of him. "Father, safe travels. Grandfather, smooth sailing. Ancestor, win first place. Great-grandfather, renowned throughout the nation. What are you all doing? Are you crazy?" Wang Guoguang was speechless. "Sorry, this group lost a bet with themselves. They originally wanted to renege, but upon hearing that Su Chen's sword was unmatched in the southern 6 districts, they all willingly accepted their defeat." The receptionist on the 2nd floor, He Qian, explained. Then, In Wang Guoguan's astonished expression, she quietly called Su Chen husband and ran off. Wang Guoguan glanced at Su Chen, wanting to see his reaction. But Su Chen remained cold and indifferent, as if he hadn't noticed the situation. For a moment, a mix of emotions swirled in his heart. Truly, those who are drought-stricken die of thirst, and those who are flood-stricken die of drowning. Damn it, I still haven't even been in a relationship. Cough. Wang Guoguan cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and then spoke earnestly. Su Chen, there's something I need to inform you. Su Chen looked at him calmly. It's like this, Wang Guoguan said seriously. Tianmengwen has sent back your recordings of the Winter Demon Tide and the Demon Slaying Path to the mainland. According to them, the feedback on these recordings has been excellent, and they are very popular online. So, you're quite the sensation now. In the mainland of Longhua, many people idolize you. Your popularity is probably even higher than that of those university prodigies and numerous celebrities. After you return, be mindful of your influence. After all, you have become the image spokesperson for our eastern border war zone. Su Chen nodded silently. This guy really knows how to keep his composure, even after becoming a big star. He remains so calm? Such temperament is truly unparalleled. Wang Guoguan sighed inwardly. The two of them climbed the heavenly ladder and soon arrived at the gate of Tianmengwen. A few people who had been waiting there rushed over as soon as they saw Su Chen. Su Chen, you have brought so much honor to our No. 8 high school. It was my negligence that brought you here. You've worked hard during this time. Ji Hongwei tightly grasped Su Chen's hand, tears streaming down his face. Child, the teacher responsible for your talent awakening has been dismissed. From now on, no one will make the students of No. 8 high school suffer such unfair treatment. It's all the teacher's fault. If the teacher hadn't been busy at that time, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Wei Wuxing also came over with a mournful face. What are you two mumbling about? Making it sound like our eastern border war zone has mistreated Su Chen? Wang Guoguang's face turned from green to white. If it weren't for Su Chen being here, he would have been unable to hold back from scolding them. No, we wouldn't dare, Ji Hongwei said anxiously. Having been a demon slayer, he knew well the tempers of these military leaders. After some pleasantries, they suddenly stepped aside. The girl in the white dress had now changed into demon slayer attire. She still bore the marks of battle. She said nothing, merely lowered her head, not daring to look Su Chen in the eye. Su Chen, say a few words to Wan Yu. This child has suffered quite a bit during this time to persuade you. Wei Wuxing sighed, but her comprehension is excellent. She came here as a first-level warrior and has now broken through to a second-level warrior, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Ji Hongwei looked pleased. Su Chen glanced at Lu Wanyue but said nothing and turned to get into the car. Seeing this, the others had nothing more to say and could only get in the car with the girl. Boom, boom. The vehicle started, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. On the city wall, many demon slayers came out, silently offering their blessings. With his departure, it's like a dragon returning to the sea, Wu Shanqing said. Isn't that right? He's the man I've set my sights on. Fang Qing pushed up her glasses. Who says he's yours? He clearly belongs to us. Okay? Exactly. Two members of the Rakshasa team walked over, one of them rolling their eyes at Fang Qing. When he returns, he might already be a high-ranking military leader, but he is still Su Chen. Still that aloof Su Chen, isn't he? That's true. Let's have a toast. Hello, is this you? What? Su Chen is coming to take the college entrance exam. Okay. I will definitely arrange the most grand welcome ceremony. In the principal's office of No. 8 High School, the principal's assistant, upon learning of Su Chen's return, immediately called a meeting. Before long, a piercing alarm rang out in No. 8 High School, followed by an announcement of Su Chen's return to take the college entrance exam. As soon as this news broke, it spread across the internet in just a few minutes. What? The school hunk Su Chen from No. 8 High School is back? I'm stunned, a demon slayer returning to school to take the college entrance exam. Isn't this unprecedented? Shocking. Su Chen from No. 8 High School is a dual talent, and the school leaders seem to have confirmed it. Family, let's form a group to see our idol at No. 8 High School. Sword Immortal Su Chen returns. This time, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. At the same time, posts about Su Chen surged like mushrooms after rain, gaining immense popularity and quickly dominating multiple short video platforms and social media rankings. Many reporters close to No. 8 High School rushed to the scene with their cameras. Young Master Tang, Su Chen has returned. Really? Inside the villa, Tang Guan looked down with a gloomy expression at the black-clad man kneeling on the ground. Yes. Good. Since that's the case, let him show off for a few days. During his college entrance examination, in front of him, we will forcefully kill his sister. I want him to understand the consequences of killing someone from the Tang family. He can't bear it. Understood. The black-clad man retreated. Scum! If it weren't for the Chang'an in your hands, I wouldn't come to this broken place. I don't know what the older generation was thinking, giving such an important key to Tianmen Pass as a merit badge. But as long as I kill your sister and then you, this key will belong to me. Tang Guan. No. 8 High School. Under the gaze of the crowd, a military vehicle slowly approached and stopped at the entrance. When they saw Su Chen, dressed in a fitted outfit with a cold expression, step out of the car, the crowd erupted. Su Chen. So handsome. Su Chen. I love you. Su Chen. Give me an autograph. Su Chen. No. 8 High School welcomes your return. The crowd surged. The atmosphere was high, and over 100 security guards struggled to control the scene, with many people already crossing the barricade, rushing towards Su Chen. Among them were mostly starry-eyed girls. They held photos of Su Chen, their faces glowing with the fervor of fandom. This scene made the leaders of No. 8 High School, including Ji Hongwei, smile like proud ants. Su Chen's popularity meant that this ordinary high school would shine brightly in Long Country. Students, calm down. Our Su Chen has just returned from Tianmen Pass, exhausted from his journey, so please give him some time to rest. Yes, we understand everyone's love for Su Chen, but as fans, you wouldn't want him to be too tired, would you? Although Ji Hongwei felt proud, he did not forget to maintain order. He and Wei Wuxing worked together, their presence as third-level martial artists, Guanhai Realm, gradually quieting the surrounding cheers. After all, in mainland Long Country, aside from the student mentors of major universities, third-level martial artists also held a certain level of deterrence. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a group of students suddenly rushed out from inside No. 8 High School. Upon seeing Su Chen, they all knelt down. What are you guys doing? Ji Hongwei shouted angrily. Sorry, Senior Su Chen. We shouldn't have called you trash. We are the trash. Sorry, Senior Su Chen. We were wrong. We shouldn't have mocked you. Sorry, Senior Su Chen. We shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. These students lowered their heads, sincerely admitting their mistakes. I'm sorry, Principal. I couldn't stop them. They were all scared by the video of Su Chen killing monsters, afraid that if Su Chen was unhappy, he would kill them too. The principal's assistant led a group of teachers over, but no matter how they persuaded, the students remained unmoved. They continued to kneel on the ground, showing no signs of getting up until Su Chen forgave them. Such a scene left Ji Hongwei in a dilemma. He looked at Su Chen, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Wei Wuxing beside him could only sigh. Su Chen remained silent, expressionless as he walked past them and entered No. 8 High School. You can get up now, Su Chen has already forgiven you. Ji Hongwei said. Really? He won't tear us apart like he did with the Demon Clan, right? Su Chen. That's too scary. Hearing this, none of the students dared to stand up. Ji Hongwei, feeling helpless, eventually called a group of security guards to forcibly drag them away. On that day, a new school rule was added at the 8th middle school. Everyone in the school was prohibited from insulting or mocking Su Chen. Violators would be expelled immediately. Wan Yu, what are you doing at Su Chen's dormitory? Is he not here? At night, Ji Hong came to find Su Chen but discovered only Lu Wanyue standing alone at the door. Su Chen went to find Xiaoji as soon as he got back. Lu Wanyue said, Then why are you staying here? Aren't you going to rest? The college entrance exam is just a few days away. I'm waiting for Su Chen, I have something to tell him. Ah, fine. Ji Hongwei shook his head and left. Do you really dislike me that much? The moonlight was gentle, and the starlight was hazy. The girl in a white dress leaned lightly on the railing. Occasionally a breeze would come, lifting her long hair and blowing against her sentimental eyes. Teacher Wan Yi, I had a dream yesterday that Su Chengij is coming to see me today. At the Tianqing kindergarten, a little girl in a pink dress rested her head on her hands, staring blankly out the window. Is that so, Xiaoji? Then tell the teacher. How did Su Chen-gij come in your dream? The gentle-looking female teacher smiled. Su Chen-gij flew over. Xiaoxi waved her hands happily. Really? If he flew, then he must be a level 4 martial artist. Your Su Chen-gij is so young. How could he? Before the teacher could finish her sentence, a dazzling blue sword light flashed by the window. This is flying on a sword. The teacher stammered in surprise as the blue sword light swept to the window. She could clearly see a cold-faced boy standing on a blue stone sword. If it's not Su Chen, then who could it be? Teacher Wan Yi, Xiaoji didn't lie to you. My Su Chen-gij really flew over. Xiaoji turned around and smiled proudly. However, when she turned back, her little face was covered in tears. Su Chen-gij, you lied. You said you would be good, eat well, and sleep well, but now you've lost so much weight. Swish! Su Chen appeared in the room and picked up Xiaoji. He gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and, in the blink of an eye, produced a cartoon sticker. Error card. Xiaoji recognized the sticker at a glance. She grabbed it and then pinched Su Chen's thin cheek. Just this once. If I see Su Chen-gij's thin again next time, I won't talk to you. Okay. Su Chen rubbed Xiaoji's head, revealing a faint smile. Wow, so handsome. The female teacher couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you, Teacher Wan Yi, for taking care of Xiaoji. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lin Wanyi came back to her senses and hurriedly covered her mouth, wiping away the drool that had escaped. Su Chen-gij, I also want to fly. Can you take me flying? Sure. Su Chen took Xiaoji out the door and soared into the sky on his sword. Wow, Tianqing Kindergarten looks so small, and the moon is getting bigger. On the Zhu Xian sword, Xiaoji tightly held onto Su Chen's clothes, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Su Chen-gij, let's chase the moon. Su Chen-gij, look over there. There are so many people. Su Chen-gij, fly around that big mountain. Su Chen-gij, I want to fly into that cloud. Under the night sky, the blue sword light darted across the heavens, like a brush painting on a thin black canvas. After playing until she was tired, Su Chen took her to a dilapidated little house. Su Chen-gij, is this your old home? Su Chen led Xiaoji inside. The house had been uninhabited for years, accumulating a thick layer of dust. Several holes had formed in the ceiling, perhaps unable to withstand the rain. Many wooden furniture pieces had become moldy and dilapidated, exuding a scent of decay. Wow, this doll is so cute. Can Su Chen-gij give it to Xiaoji? Xiaoji grabbed the teddy bear from the TV cabinet and hugged it tightly. It's moldy, Xiaoji, Su Chen said, ruffling her little head. It can be washed clean. Su Chen-gij. Xiaoji clutched the teddy bear, her affection for it evident in her eyes. I'll wash it for you. Su Chen reached out, but Xiaoji turned her eyes around and ultimately shook her head in refusal. Xiaoji wants to wash it herself. Recently, Teacher Wan Yi has taught me how to do laundry. I want to learn to wash clothes, and later, I will wash for Su Chen-gij. Then, when the time comes, Su Chen-gij will go fight monsters, and Xiaoji will be responsible for washing Su Chen-gij's clothes and cooking. Okay, Su Chen-gij? Xiaoji tugged at Su Chen's shirt. Su Chen squatted down and pinched her round little face, nodding with a smile. Yay! Xiaoji happily hugged Su Chen, but at that moment, her stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Why are you so uncooperative? We just had lunch, and now you're making noise. Xiaoji patted her belly, sounding quite mature for her age, with a hint of disappointment. You need to eat well. Su Chen rubbed her little head, and with a wave of his hand, the dust that had accumulated in the house was instantly blown away. At the same time, he took out some bricks and repaired the house. After finishing all this, Su Chen took Xiaoji to the market to buy some vegetables. On the way, he didn't forget to buy her a hamburger, her favorite. After returning home, Su Chen quickly prepared 4 dishes, 3 dishes and a soup, with fish and meat. It smells so good. I haven't had Su Chen-gij's cooking in a long time. Xiaoji ran out of the house, setting the hamburger aside. To celebrate Gij's first place in the college entrance exam. To celebrate Xiaoji starting elementary school soon. Cheers! The autumn was cool, and the evening breeze was pleasant. After finishing their meal, the big and the small collapsed onto the rocking chair in the yard. Rocking back and forth, Xiaoji leaned against Su Chen's arm, constantly pointing at the stars in the sky, telling Su Chen their stories. Su Chen-gij, the teacher told me that when people die, they become stars. Do you think Mom and Dad are up there too? Maybe, Su Chen replied. His parents had been missing, and he still had no news of them. They must be up there. If they see that a Su Chen Gij is so good to Xiaoji, they would be very comforted. Suddenly, Xiaoji blinked her eyes, looking at Su Chen with a serious expression. Su Chen Gij, during the new year, we have to eat together, drink juice together, set off fireworks together, and together. Okay? Okay. Yay! Xiaoji happily kissed Su Chen on the cheek. 2 blushes crept onto the cool face of the young boy. Does Xiaoji want to see fireworks? Xiaoji doesn't want to. Xiaoji wants to wait until the new year to watch them with Su Chen Gij. Okay. Su Chen Gij, you have to work hard. Xiaoji will go watch you take the exam then. You have to get first place and can't hold Xiaoji back. The investigation is clear. The one who was flying in the air earlier was Su Chen, who returned from the eastern border war zone to take the college entrance exam. Su Chen? In the office chair, a middle-aged man with a square face darkened his expression upon hearing the name. If anyone were present, they would recognize him as the mayor of Daqian City, Lu Yuesheng. Ahem. He's the boy that Miss Lu likes, the assistant added. Is it him? A hint of appreciation flickered in Lu Yuesheng's eyes. This kid has some backbone. If you can really be with him, it would be a good thing. By the way, this Su Chen, if I'm not mistaken, is the one who just returned from the eastern border war zone, right? Lu Yuesheng asked. Yes. In that case, prepare the car. I want to meet this young prodigy in person. But, Mayor, it's already midnight. The assistant reminded him. What do you mean it's midnight? I don't remember it being just 6 or 7 o'clock. Mayor, you were busy reviewing documents earlier and may have been too focused to notice the passage of time. All right, Lu Yuesheng sighed. If it were someone else, what does it matter if it's midnight? They should be called in regardless. But Su Chen is different. He is now a powerful figure in the divine realm, and we must show him enough respect. Let's meet him tomorrow morning, and bring Yu along to see if we can obtain a trace of meaningful spiritual power from him. Mayor, are you suggesting a nomination? Exactly. Lu Yuesheng nodded. Due to his outstanding achievements, he had been nominated for the governor of Dazhou province. There were dozens of competitors at the same time, although their achievements were not as good as his. Their cultivation levels were higher. If he wanted to secure the governorship with certainty, he needed to comprehend a certain realm in advance to the divine realm. However, with the final selection time approaching, he needed to quickly grasp this realm with the help of other realms. The latest news about Su Chen has come in. It said he has 8 realms. If you ask him, he might just give it to you. 8 realms? How is that possible? Lu Yuesheng stood up abruptly. This is information from within Tianmen Pass. It's highly likely to be true. In that case, we must not be negligent in front of such a person. Lu Yuesheng's gaze was intense as he stared at his assistant. You don't need to accompany me tomorrow. I'll go see him myself. All right. The assistant nodded. Hello, I'm Ji Hongwei. In the middle of the night, just as Ji Hongwei was about to sleep, a phone call came in. He initially didn't plan to answer, but upon seeing that short string of numbers, he didn't dare to neglect it. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has regulations that all 5-digit numbers and below are reserved for national use to better combat demons. What? Send Su Chen's file to you? His information is completely sealed. Level SSS. No, comrade. Su Chen's information is completely sealed. How can he take the college entrance examination? You mean the regular college entrance examination is fine as long as other aspects are not disclosed? Oh, I see. I understand. I'll take care of it first thing tomorrow morning. Just as Ji Hongwei hung up the phone, before he could think further, another 5-digit number called in. Hello, I'm Ji Hongwei. What? You also want Su Chen's information? Ji Hongwei exclaimed in confusion. Damn. Someone called earlier, don't believe him. I'm the legitimate one. Su Chen's information can only be temporarily stored here, the person on the phone urged. Ji Hongwei vaguely heard the words Qingbei University. He slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, so these guys are from the admissions departments of major universities. To dig Su Chen out, they even used the excuse of information being sealed. Well, comrade, although Qingbei University is impressive, the best in the country, your methods make me feel very ashamed. The martial artist college entrance examination is a serious matter. As a candidate, Su Chen has the right to decide his own path, not to be confused into entering your school. I advise you, Such actions harm both others and yourselves. And Su Chen is not weak, he is in the divine realm. If you continue like this, you can imagine what impression he will have of you. Let's leave this matter here. I won't tell Su Chen this time. But next time, I can't guarantee it. Ji Hongwei angrily hung up the phone. Little did he know. At this moment, the teachers in the admissions department of the Imperial Capital University were laughing uncontrollably. Little Han, you really went too far. Jingbei inexplicably took the blame for you. This move was brilliant, directly lowering the impression score. Su Chen coming to our Imperial Capital University is a sure thing. Ha ha ha, I can already imagine the expression on the other principal's face right now. To be honest, this isn't very fair, but if we can recruit Su Chen, then it's all worth it. Actually, this trick was told to me by Senior Shui Shui. The girl called Little Han laughed as she scratched her head. Shui Shui is really something, but I wonder when she'll be back. Someone sighed. Why are you even worried about when she'll be back? As long as I'm in the same place as Su Chen, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come back. So amazing. What a coincidence. I'm the same. Me too. The next day, Ji Hongwei walked into the conference room with 2 dark circles under his eyes. His ghostly appearance startled quite a few school leaders. Everyone greeted him. Ji Hongwei twitched his mouth and leaned back in his chair to explain the situation. When they learned that he had been harassed by phone calls from the admissions department all night, the school leaders were both amused and exasperated. But on their faces, there was a look of pride. Once upon a time, the small Baizhong could also attract such attention. And all of this was because of that young prodigy, Su Chen. Principal, you've worked hard. From now on, I'll help you take these calls, one school leader said. Ji Hongwei hurriedly stuffed his phone into his pocket. Although he hadn't slept all night, he had educated the university teachers for a whole evening. It was exhausting, but he felt great. Those high and mighty admissions officers were scolded into silence by him. That feeling was simply indescribable. How could he let go of such an opportunity to show off? Ding ding ding, just then, his phone rang. He opened it to see the usual 5-digit number. Hello, this is Ji Hongwei, principal of Baizhong. Ji Hongwei put the call on speaker and tossed it onto the conference table. Hello, Mr. Ji Hongwei. The information of student Su Chen has been entered into our National Confidential Archives Management Department, classified as SSS. Due to its special nature, please extract his file. A dedicated person will come to seal it in about 10 minutes. This will not affect student Su Chen's college entrance examination, nor will it cause any inconvenience for his university admission. Everything is for the country, and we ask for your cooperation. Mr. Ji Hongwei. Oh, if you want to take Su Chen from our school, just say so. Now you're dragging the country into this. You admissions department really knows how to play. Ji Hongwei lit a cigarette, looking amused. Mr. Ji Hongwei, I don't understand what you mean. A puzzled voice came from the phone. Don't understand? I received 328 calls from university admissions last night, and you tell me you don't understand? The country is currently implementing a military recruitment plan for universities to combat the demons. Although it hasn't been officially announced, it has been tacitly approved for major universities to use 5-digit numbers. The calls you received should be related to this. Your admissions department is interesting. You really know how to make things up. You're just throwing around national plans. Do you know that's illegal? Principal. Wei Wuxing poked Ji Hongwei's shoulder and handed him a phone. It displayed a 5-digit number, followed by the words National Confidential Archives Management Department. Ji Hongwei looked at the phone with suspicion, and in an instant, he stood up abruptly. Sorry, comrade, I was really confused by these calls last night, which caused this misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind. The school leaders couldn't help but chuckle at the contrast, but they held back their laughter, their faces turning red. It's fine, Principal Ji. The person should be here, numbered 9527. Just give him the file. As the words fell, a soldier in military uniform appeared out of nowhere in the conference room. The string of numbers on his chest was indeed 9527. Understood, comrade, Ji Hongwei replied, then signaled his assistant to retrieve Su Chen's file. To protect Su Chen's information, the school had secretly stored his file away. In the entire 8th high school, there were no more than 3 people who knew its location. Comrade, since Su Chen hasn't undergone precise talent testing yet, his talent section hasn't been updated, Ji Hongwei said. No problem. Just notify the department after you conduct the confidential test. Remember, this concerns our Dragon Nation's grand plan and must not be leaked, the man said before disappearing from the spot. Principal, you're trying to fake a ghost but have encountered the real deal, Wei Wuxing joked, and the conference room erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? At least I managed to put on a show in front of the National Secret Archives Department with Su Chen here. Can you do that? Ji Hongwei snorted coldly, and the school leaders felt a bit uncomfortable. However, this interlude quickly passed. The meeting commenced. The core topic was the issue of Su Chen's dual talent awakening. After the meeting was finalized, a call came to Wei Wuxing's phone. Teacher Wei, Su Chen has returned. Good. Tell him. Never mind. We'll go find him ourselves. Don't let anyone get close to him. After hanging up, Wei Wuxing's expression grew serious. Let's go find Su Chen. His dual talent should truly make its appearance now. Su Chen returned to his dormitory. The original 4-person room had been transformed into a single room upon his return. The space was not small, and the furnishings were simple. He scanned the room, and just as he sat down to meditate, a gentle knock came at the door. He got up and opened it. The visitor was Lu Wanyue. Behind her stood a middle-aged man in formal attire with a square face. Is there something you need? Su Chen, my father wants to meet you, Lu Wanyue said softly. Hello, Su Chen. I am Lu Yuesheng, the mayor of Daqian City. The middle-aged man smiled. He glanced at Lu Wanyue. And I am also Wanyue's father. Is it convenient to talk? Su Chen didn't speak, stepping aside to let them into the room. The reason for my visit is mainly twofold, one personal matter and one official matter. Once they were seated, Lu Yuesheng directly stated his purpose. He knew Su Chen was reserved and didn't like to talk much, so he expressed his desire to borrow a hint of the realm succinctly. Su Chen remained silent, raising his hand as a strand of spiritual power imbued with the essence of wood floated before him. This, Lu Yuesheng stared at the sudden appearance of the essence, momentarily taken aback. He had prepared many words to persuade Su Chen but hadn't expected him to give it to him without batting an eye. It should be noted that while this essence wouldn't affect the understanding of the realm, it could help a practitioner in the wind control realm quickly enter the divine realm. For those on the verge of comprehending the realm, it was extremely precious. Currently, in the black market, a hint of essence was even being traded for millions of dollars. And it was a seller's market. Su Chen, I want to know why you so decisively gave this to me. Lu Yuesheng took a deep breath and didn't immediately take the essence. When I'm not around, take care of my sister. Your sister? You mean the little girl named Xiuji? Su Chen nodded. All right, I promise you. Only then did Lu Yuesheng feel relieved to accept the essence. As for the second matter, I would like to speak in front of the television station. Mr. Su Chen, do you have any thoughts? Su Chen shook his head. All right, then you can come in. Lu Yuesheng clapped his hands. A few minutes later, a group of reporters armed with long guns and short cannons surged in. After all the preparations were made, Lu Yuesheng straightened his collar and stood upright in front of Su Chen. Beside him, Lu Wanyue followed a step behind, her expression solemn. I am Lu Yuesheng, the mayor of Daqian City. Here, on behalf of all the citizens of Daqian City, I would like to thank Mr. Su Chen for his outstanding contributions to Daqian City and to humanity in the Eastern Border War Zone. After saying this, Lu Yuesheng solemnly bowed. Lu Wanyue mirrored his actions. Didn't we say not to disturb Su Chen? What's going on with you all? When Ji Hongwei arrived and saw a crowd gathered at Su Chen's door, his expression immediately changed. Ignoring his assistant's explanations, he rushed over with a group of school leaders. Su Chen was now the treasurer of the 8th high school. What if something happened to him? Unauthorized personnel. Do not enter. As soon as they reached the door, a bodyguard in a suit and sunglasses blocked their way. Damn it, I'm the principal of 8th high school. You call me unauthorized personnel? Are you blind? Step aside. What do you want with our Su Chen? Who allowed you to come in? Get lost. Ji Hongwei was furious at these words, leading the school leaders to unleash their momentum, directly pushing the bodyguard from Guanhai realm into the room. Oh no! Oh no! The person inside is the mayor. The assistant, catching up, happened to witness this scene. His already anxious heart leaped to his throat at that moment. Without him saying a word, everyone in the room focused their attention on Ji Hongwei and the group of school leaders he represented. This included Lu Yuesheng, who was still bowing and had yet to rise. Mayor, why are you here? Ji Hongwei, seeing that familiar face, felt his raging anger extinguished in an instant. The surrounding school leaders shrank back behind him, fearing the mayor's wrath. Ahem! Citizens of Dakian City, this is the principal of 8th High School, Ji Hongwei. Su Chen's growth is inseparable from this diligent gardener. Next, let's turn the camera to him and hear Su Chen's past stories from his mouth. Lu Yuesheng clapped his hands, and a bunch of cameras immediately pointed at Ji Hongwei at the door. First, we would like to thank the mayor for his respect towards the students of 8th High School and the heroes in the city. The achievements of 8th High School and Su Chen today are inseparable from this mayor who has worked hard for Dakian City. Next, I will speak as the principal of 8th High School about the past stories of the hero Su Chen. Watching Ji Hongwei handle the situation with composure, the rushing assistant finally relaxed his tense heart. Truly the mayor, this transition is so damn professional. The mayor's assistant outside also breathed a sigh of relief. If a scene had really erupted just now, it would have surely been a blemish on his path to promotion. But he turned the danger into safety, smoothly shifting the topic with just a few words. At the same time, he subtly expressed an apology for intruding and gave the principal of 8th High School a chance to promote his school. How could being a mayor be simple? But this principal of 8th High School knows how to handle things. He started by praising the mayor. What a character! Both of them are seasoned veterans. We still need to practice. Outside, those witnessing all this couldn't help but sigh. Ha! You all only noticed the mayor and the principal. Did you not see that Su Chen's expression has remained unchanged throughout? A cold snort rang out. Everyone hurriedly looked over and indeed saw that Su Chen still wore a blank expression. It was as if no matter how the surrounding environment and atmosphere changed, they could not affect him. He sat quietly there, yet gave everyone an undeniable feeling of presence. Hiss! This temperament is truly terrifying. It's indeed surprising. If the mayor bowed to me, I'd probably lose my mind. Too calm, but also too cold. With this kind of temperament, anyone who doesn't call him a genius is just wrong. At this moment, not only were the people outside shocked, but even those watching this scene online were left dumbfounded. Many university mentors who hadn't taken on a student in years suddenly felt the urge to recruit. When the news spread, numerous universities dispatched enrollment teams led by their administrators, all just to bring Su Chen into their institutions. Inside the room, Ji Hongwei spoke eloquently for several hours, and the number of viewers in the live stream soared to millions, with gifts flooding the screen non-stop. If it weren't for the approaching time for Su Chen's talent awakening, he would have continued speaking. Alright, dear friends and family, I'll stop here for today. If I didn't express myself well, please forgive me. Next, I'll hand the microphone to the mayor, who will point out my shortcomings and give a final summary. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuesheng quietly gave Ji Hongwei a thumbs up. A little over 10 minutes later, a group of reporters exited the dormitory. Su Chen, let's go. After confirming your talent awakening, you can participate in the college entrance examination. Wait a moment. At that moment, Lu Yuesheng walked in from outside. What's wrong, Mayor? Ji Hongwei asked, puzzled. Here's the thing. Based on Su Chen's current achievements, he is eligible for direct admission to any university in Longhua. I happen to have one spot left, so Su Chen can choose any university he wants. I see. Everyone understood. Each city in Longhua has specific quotas for direct admissions, but the requirements are very high. It's either extraordinary talent or significant contributions to humanity. Su Chen, however, meets both criteria. Su Chen, what do you think? Ji Hongwei pondered for a moment but still handed the choice to Su Chen. For the 8th High School, he naturally hoped Su Chen would shine in the college entrance examination and bring fame to the school. But he preferred to respect Su Chen's choice, not just because he was a powerful figure at the divine realm level, but more importantly, because he had once been a monster slayer like Su Chen. I'll participate in the college entrance examination, Su Chen said calmly. He had promised Xiao Ji that he would take first place, so he couldn't go back on his word. Great! The school leaders cheered. Lu Yuesheng remained silent, but the appreciation in his eyes deepened. After Su Chen made his statement, Ji Hongwei smiled with satisfaction and immediately took him to the talent awakening room. Ahem! Su Chen, can I be a witness? Lu Yuesheng followed up. Su Chen nodded. Let's go, Mayor. But Su Chen's information is currently classified as SSS, so it must not be leaked. Ji Hongwei said with a smile. Are you implying that as the mayor, I'm a bit careless and need your reminder? Lu Yuesheng joked. Not at all. I just sometimes act recklessly and might forget. so I need the mayor to keep reminding me. I didn't realize you're quite the smooth talker. Not bad. You have a bright future. Lu Yuesheng laughed and patted Ji Hongwei on the shoulder. The group exchanged banter and soon arrived at the Talent Awakening Room. This place was fundamental to Longhua, so it was generally kept under strict lockdown. Ji Hongwei took out a key to open the door, and after Su Chen walked in, everyone followed. The room was decorated in an ancient style, with a stone platform on either side, each holding a glass column. The columns were about 3 meters high and wide enough for one person to enter. When Su Chen came before, he had awakened his talent in the left glass column. However, at that time, the column was filled with a light blue screen, but now it was empty. The equipment at No. 8 High School is outdated, and the dual talents need to awaken in different places, which is why Su Chen went to the eastern border war zone. Ultimately, it's all my fault as the principal. Ji Hongwei sighed. The other school leaders also looked guilty. After we return, I will apply for an upgrade of the talent awakening equipment at No. 8 High School, Lu Yuesheng said solemnly. Crack! At that moment, Wei Wuxing had already activated the dual talent awakening platform on the right. A light blue screen lit up, emanating a strange power. Previously, Su Chen was just an ordinary martial artist and didn't feel much about it. But now, he could sense this power, which faintly resembled his own attributes and intentions. Su Chen, go up! No, 8 High School cannot let you suffer this injustice. At Wei Wuxing's gesture, Su Chen stepped onto the dual talent awakening platform. Click! The glass door closed, and the light screen instantly engulfed him. Moments later, a thin, bloody red line emerged from it. Along with it appeared white text on the glass column: E-level talent. Blood explosion. Then, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, a black light mass surged forth, obscuring the light blue screen. At the same time, a huge red symbol appeared on the glass column S. Below this symbol, a string of text was inscribed. S-level talent, Knight, Ghost in the Night, born to be a god of assassination. Ha, it's actually an S-level talent. Su Chen, you are amazing. Our No. 8 High School finally has an S-level talent. This is a direct stepping stone to prestigious schools like Qingbei University and the Imperial Capital University. Heaven bless No. 8 High School. Heaven bless Su Chen. Ji Hongwei and the other school leaders were ecstatic, sharing in the glory. Many were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept, tears streaming down their faces. They could already envision Su Chen's rising fame and the prosperity of No. 8 High School. Even Lu Yuesheng, who had been relatively calm before, changed his expression drastically. He had originally guessed that Su Chen would at most have a strong A-level talent. He never expected that Su Chen's talent would be a prophetic S-level. However, amidst the shock, the crowd failed to notice that invisible long swords were swirling around Su Chen, endlessly spinning. The text on the glass column trembled slightly but did not identify anything, still displaying the S-level talent. Knight. Boom, crack. The previously stable talent awakening platform suddenly split open. The light blue screen violently erupted, shattering the glass column. Before the crowd could react, shards of glass sliced through the air, hurtling towards them. The speed was so fast that even Lu Yuesheng, a master of the wind control realm, couldn't respond in time. At the critical moment, if it weren't for a mysterious force that spread out and froze the glass, everyone present would have been severely injured. This is the talent awakening platform. Its sturdiness even reaching A-level. How could it suddenly explode? Coming back to his senses, Wei Wuxing looked incredulously at the suspended glass shards around him. Not just him, but all the school leaders were equally astonished. Only Lu Yuesheng squinted, thoughtfully observing Su Chen. Let it be broken, we can just rebuild it. This piece of junk should have been replaced long ago, Ji Hongwei said nonchalantly. With a dual talent, including an S-level, plus the star-like popularity, Su Chen would undoubtedly become a renowned prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom. As his alma mater, it was not excessive for No. 8 High School to apply for a new talent awakening platform. Moreover, the mayor saw it too. This thing was naturally damaged. So what are you worried about? Ji Hongwei smiled. The school leaders immediately regained their composure and began to flatter Lu Yuesheng. This matter will be on me. But have you forgotten one thing? Our lives were saved by Su Chen. Saying this, Lu Yuesheng adjusted his attire and solemnly bowed to Su Chen. Seeing this, Ji Hongwei and other school leaders hurriedly followed suit. There's no need for that, Su Chen said expressionlessly. and then transformed into a fleeting shadow, returning to his dormitory. System: what level of talent does my pure sword heart belong to, and how could it directly shatter the talent awakening platform? At first, Su Chen did not consider pure sword heart as a form of awakened talent. He only mentioned to the system the E-level Blood Devour display and the normal display of the Knight talent. He never expected that pure sword heart would cause a disturbance on the talent awakening platform. Returning to the host. Pure sword heart belongs to both a non-level talent and a super-level talent. What does that mean? Talent is categorized by levels, a rule inherent in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen had never heard of a non-level talent or a super-level talent. It's like this: non-level and super-level talents, simply put, are talents that cannot be described by existing talent levels. These types of talents are usually linked to one state of mind, do not interact with the external world, and do not establish connections with it. Although the talent awakening platform can detect them, it cannot perceive them accurately. Hearing this, Su Chen checked the description of pure sword heart once more. Pure sword heart, when practicing the sword path, it is as if aided by the divine, unafraid of worldly illusions, enchantments, and other illusions. Such a description indeed relates to the state of mind. Su Chen thought carefully. The talents of the people he encountered could indeed connect with the external world. The only one with a relatively vague connection was Qin Tianzhu's E-level talent, precognition. Host: the E-level talent precognition also has a connection to the real world, but its association is not with the present, but with 10 years later. So, talents that can connect with the external world can be recognized and classified by level, while those that cannot belong to the non-level category? Yes. Then what about super-level? Returning to the host, super-level talents are equivalent to the strongest talents among non-level talents. With the system's explanation, Su Chen understood. Pure sword heart cannot directly affect reality, yet it greatly enhances the path of swordsmanship. The resulting influence is no less than any super high-level talent. In contrast, ordinary non-level talents, such as inferiority and complaints, have minimal impact. This means that super-level talents are determined by the magnitude of influence caused by non-level talents through a medium. Bang! 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 A series of knocks sounded from outside the door. Su Chen collected his thoughts and walked over to open the door. A slightly troubled face came into view. Lu Wanyue. Su Chen, is there something? Can you accompany me for a walk? I have something to tell you. Speak. Su Chen shook his head. Well, my dad wants to invite you to my house for a meal. No need. After Su Chen finished speaking, he closed the door, but Lu Wanyue blocked it with her hand. There's one more thing. In 3 days, the college entrance examination will take place in Dakian City, and the originally set location was at No. 1 High School, but after you returned, the city decided to change the location to No. 8 High School. The exam venue distribution map has been released. If you have nothing else to do, come with me to take a look. Su Chen expressionlessly closed the door. Outside, Lu Wanyue stood dazedly in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Inside, Su Chen took out the rainbow sword light that Gu Xiaoxue had given him. System: can sword intent be comprehended in multiple ways? Returning to the host, yes, but the subsequent comprehended sword intent will merge with the initially comprehended sword intent, and the initially comprehended sword intent will possess the characteristics of the subsequent comprehended sword intent. Receiving the system's response, Su Chen unsealed the rainbow sword light. The next moment, the evening glow like rainbow sword light filled the dormitory. The terrifying power attached to it crushed the surrounding void, revealing a pitch-black vacuum zone. However, under the confinement of the power of the forbidden domain, this sword light did not spread out but quietly hovered above Su Chen's head. With such close proximity, Su Chen could clearly feel the terrifying might emanating from it. At that moment, he took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to comprehend the rainbow light sword intent. With the enhancement of his pure sword heart, it took him only a few minutes to grasp it. When he opened his eyes, 2 flashes of rainbow light vanished. Crack, swish. Sensing the familiar aura on him, the rainbow sword light flew directly into his body. Ding! The host has comprehended the rainbow light sword intent, which has merged into the original sword intent. Current sword intent level, C level 24, 597/1, 000. Swish! The long sword was drawn, and Su Chen gently sliced in front of him. A strange sword light of blue and red appeared. tearing apart a section of the void. Boom, crack. The surrounding void could not withstand the pressure brought by this two-colored sword light and shattered accordingly. In the blink of an eye, the dormitory was plunged into a pitch-black vacuum. Only that sword light remained, shining brightly. Su Chen retracted the sword light and took out the S-level sword technique Demon Slayer. This sword technique had only one move, named Demon Slayer. The more demons it slayed, the stronger its power. However, practicing this sword technique required the essence of demon slaying, which could only be refined during the act of slaying demons. In other words, one could only cultivate it while killing demons. Endless demon slaying, endless power. Once a sword immortal, a single sword slays the heavens. Such an introduction made even Su Chen take a deep breath. This kind of growth sword technique was indeed hard to come by. If it weren't for the requirement of slaying demons to cultivate, it would likely have a higher level. However, this characteristic, which others viewed as a drawback, was an advantage for Su Chen. After all, to earn attribute points, one had to kill demons. The two complemented each other and did not conflict. Calming the excitement in his heart, Su Chen put away Demon Slayer and opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Late Stage of the Divine Realm 2, 963, 732/3, 000, points available, attribute points, 5, 524, 051, Physique, 1, 100, 396, Body of all things, points available. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 5, 000, Spirit, 159, 354, Mind and Nature, points available. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 300, 000, Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-level Bloodthirst 0/5, 000, S-level Nightshade 0/5, 000, points available. Intent, Attribute Dao Intent, E Gold E Wood E Water E Fire E Earth, E Ice E Thunder D Wind E Light E Dark, A-level Confinement Intent 0/5, 000, C-level Sword Intent 0 of 1, 000, E-level Spear Intent 0 of 150, 000, 18 Intents to Comprehend, points available. Domain, E-level Confinement Domain 0/3, 000, not yet broken through the Qiongyu realm. Points cannot be allocated. Martial skills, C-level sword technique Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A-level AoE sword technique Autumn Water, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, Pseudo-S, Excalibur. Attributes, A-level sharpness 0/500, 000, D-level Excalibur Intent 0 out of 500, 000, S-level hardness 0 out of 500, 000, E-level Excalibur Formation 0/2, 000, 000, Excalibur Spirit, missing, 0/2, 000, 000, points available. System, allocate 140, 646 points to Spirit Attribute. Ding, points allocation complete. Spirit Attribute has reached 300, 000, a transformation occurs. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Extraordinary Comprehension. Extraordinary Comprehension, as the name suggests, the host's comprehension far exceeds that of ordinary people, with a strong learning ability and extremely high efficiency in cultivation and comprehension. After previously saving Li Qingyi and killing the Demon Clan experts in the South District 6, Su Chen then went to the South District 8 and South District 10 to continue slaying demons. During this time, the cultivation he absorbed was enough for him to break through the Qiongyu realm 18 times. But he chose to comprehend the intents instead. However, time was tight, and he had not yet had the chance to use it before returning to the mainland. System, the 18 paths of intent, if I remember correctly, correspond to 2 types of intent. Reply to the host, that's right, you can also directly state the 2 types of intent you desire, and the system will match you with the corresponding realm. The intent of weapons, the intent of swords. Ding! Understanding of the intent of weapons successful. Matching realms are E-level Blade Intent, E-level Fork Intent, E-level Staff Intent, E-level Whip Intent, E-level Halberd Intent, E-level Hammer Intent, E-level Axe Intent, E-level Spear Intent, E-level Hook Intent. Intent of weapons. After obtaining this intent, you can integrate the techniques of various weapons, applying them flexibly. You can observe sword techniques and comprehend sword moves, and you can strike with a staff while manifesting the essence of a whip. Moreover, possessing the intent of weapons will allow the host to master each type of weapon far faster than ordinary people. Ding! Understanding of the intent of swords successful. Matching realms are E-level Forest Sword Intent, E-level Great River Sword Intent, E-level Metal Sword Intent, E-level Earth Sword Intent, E-level Frost Sword Intent, E-level Purple Rose Sword Intent, E-level Heavenly Tao Sword Intent, E-level Green Lotus Sword Intent, E-level Burning Sky Sword Intent. Intent of swords. After obtaining this intent, the host's comprehension of swords will reach a new peak. For the host, everything can be a sword, and all paths can be the sword path. Furthermore, possessing the intent of swords, combined with a pure sword heart, will allow the host to grasp sword intent effortlessly. Swish! The Zuzhan trembled. The intent of swords surged, like a rainbow-colored sword light bursting forth in an instant. The surrounding void was obliterated in an instant. Even the power of the confinement field that Su Chen used to seal this place was shattered by the might of this sword light. If he hadn't retracted it in time, under such overwhelming force, this dormitory building would have been destroyed. Such a formidable power exceeded Su Chen's expectations. He didn't anticipate that the intent of swords could actually shake the power of the confinement field. Ding! Numerous sword intents merged into the sword realm. The current sword realm level is B level 374, 597/2 million. Will the merging of sword intent into the sword realm affect the intent of swords? Reply to the host. It won't. It's just a unification. At this moment, the sword realm is equivalent to the intent of swords. Receiving such a response, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he comprehended the intent of swords was to cultivate the sword path. However, the system's description also made him understand that a single realm could also stand alone as a path. There exists an interrelated effect between different paths. All of this was confirmed through the application of realms. For example, when using Forest Sword Intent, combining it with Wood Intent would yield an amplification effect. His strongest sword now is a combination of Attribute Intent and the intent of swords. This sword's power is terrifying, far surpassing the sword techniques Autumn Water and 3 Swords of Rising Wind. Even a full confinement field power cannot compete with it. However, such a sword consumes a significant amount of spiritual power. The spiritual power stored in Su Chen's divine realm can only be used once. He pondered for a moment and named this sword Long Rainbow. System: raise all low-level attribute realms to D level. Ding! A total of 8 attribute realms: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, light, dark, have been raised to D level, consuming 1.2 million attribute points. Raise the gun realm to D level. Ding! The gun realm has been raised to D level, consuming 150,000 attribute points. Raise the sword realm to A level. Ding! The sword realm has been raised to A level, consuming 1,625,403 attribute points. Su Chen learned from the system that the conversion level of realms is equivalent to the level of intent. According to the current trend, it is impossible for him to raise all realms to SSS. He can only make choices, and the sword path is his choice. Swish! The wind realm surged, and a deep blue sword light appeared as Su Chen rode his sword above the clouds. Holding the Zuzhan sword, he infused it with spiritual power and swung out the strongest sword, Long Rainbow. Boom! Crack! The sword light shot out, pressing across more than 10 miles. Wow! Look! A rainbow! I haven't seen such a beautiful rainbow in a long time. Quick! Take a picture and post it on WeChat. It's so beautiful, even though it's far away. It's almost as big as the one over at No. 8 High School. So pretty. Below, the students of No. 8 High School, confused, stopped to watch. Many raised their phones to take pictures, just to capture this wonderful moment. However, in the next moment, a thunderous cracking sound erupted, and the sky above No. 8 High School suddenly turned into an extremely dark vacuum. No light poured in, and it seemed as if No. 8 High School had plunged into night in an instant. Yet, that rainbow-like arc, spanning over 10 miles, shone blindingly bright at that moment. Through its light, everyone saw the figure holding a sword. This is the sword strike from that person. How is that possible? When did such a powerful sword cultivator arrive in Archean City? So terrifying, such a beautiful rainbow, actually transformed from a sword strike. Quick, take a picture. That sword strike is so damn cool. As the crowd reacted, the void began to repair itself, and everything suddenly returned to calm. That rainbow-like sword light vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Tap. Su Chen returned to his dormitory. He had only used 40% of his strength for that sword strike. Although it couldn't compare to the casual moves of the former military leaders Gu Shixue and Gu Xingdong, it was enough to slay Ouyang Xiaoyao. If he were to harness the power of the confinement domain, he wouldn't be as helpless when facing Gu Xingdong again. Bang! The door fell to the ground. Ji Hongwei led a group of school leaders into the dormitory. Upon seeing that Su Chen was unharmed, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Su Chen, it's good that you're fine. Just now, an unknown powerful figure appeared above No. 8 High School, and we were worried about you, so we came to check, Ji Hongwei said, patting his chest and catching his breath while blocking the broken door. Su Chen, you must be careful. With your extraordinary talent, many people might have their eyes on you as we approach the college entrance examination. Wei Wuxing said solemnly, that's right, No. 8 High School will be holding joint exams, and students from various middle schools and society will be coming in succession. It's a mixed bag, so we mustn't be careless. You are the hope of our No. 8 High School, you must not let your guard down. If anything happens, remember to inform us. No. 8 High School will always be your support. The group of school leaders repaired the door and left. Just as Su Chen sat down to meditate, a figure suddenly swooped in from a distance. He originally intended to enter through the window but was blocked by Su Chen's confinement domain power. Domain power? 10% of domain power? The newcomer exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen looked at him, his sword somehow already in hand. Don't be afraid. Su Chen, I am Lu Shansong, a mentor from Qingbei Academy. It's like this. Lu Shansong smiled. I have come to offer you a special recruitment. As long as you agree, you can enter Qingbei Academy without taking the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Su Chen calmly shook his head. Of course, you can also agree to join my academy first, and with your strength, you can still choose to take the college entrance examination later, Lu Shansong said with a smile. Before Su Chen could respond, several streaks of light suddenly shot across the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 powerful martial artists flew in mid-air, surrounding the elder who had just spoken. Old Lu, we all agreed to come together, and you actually played tricks on us, an old man with white hair shouted angrily. If we hadn't run fast, you would have probably tricked Su Chen into joining your Qingbei Academy. You old schemer, you would really do anything for Su Chen. Su Chen, don't listen to his temptations. Old Lu is treacherous, don't trust him. Exactly, don't listen to him. Old Lu, you really are something. If Su Chen weren't here, I would have fought you a couple of rounds. The crowd began to denounce Lu Shansong, but he merely stroked his beard and smiled, not taking it to heart. With a talent like Su Chen, I certainly cannot be negligent. Unlike you all, who just go to the brothels to listen to music. You are so infatuated with the mundane. With such a lack of resolve, how can you be worthy of Su Chen's talent? Now that Su Chen has agreed to join my Qingbei Academy, you should take your leave. You're talking nonsense. The white-haired elder shouted angrily upon hearing this. If it weren't for you saying something about it being rare to leave the confines and wanting to enjoy a bit, would I, a half-buried man, have gone with you? Exactly. Who usually enjoys the brothels the most? The people around began to mock. Taking advantage of their quarrel, the white-haired elder suddenly approached the window. Su Chen, don't listen to that old rogue Lu's nonsense. As long as you agree to come to my Imperial Capital Academy, I'll offer you 3 times his conditions. Oh, you old white-haired Taoist, don't treat people as human. Taking advantage of our argument to poach Su Chen? A black-clad elder floated over. Su Chen, don't listen to him. This old white-haired Taoist has bad intentions. Come to our National Defense Academy. I'll give you 5 times what they offer. Damn, you're also sneaky. Su Chen, don't listen to him, no matter what they offer. My academy will give you 10 times. My academy offers 15 times. My academy offers 20 times. 30 times. Just as they were fiercely competing, Lu Yueshang flew over with a dark expression. Everyone, according to the regulations of Longhua, those above the wind control realm must report their passage. When I received news of your arrival, I waited in the office for a long time, but didn't see any of you. I didn't expect you all to have crossed over me, Lu, and arrived at No. 8 High School. Well, it was sudden. Plans can't keep up with changes. Please forgive me. Mayor Lu. Lu Xiangson looked guilty. The others also expressed their apologies. There are laws in the country, just a word of forgiveness won't suffice. Then what's the point of rules? Lu Yuesheng snorted coldly. Now, how many people are here? Everyone must come with me to register first. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, but no one said anything. Although they were powerful, they had to act according to the country's laws. Otherwise, once that department moved, they would be left with no way out. Su Chen, remember what I said. Besides, my Imperial Capital Academy has beautiful scenery and beautiful people. Su Chen, my Qingbei Academy has a profound foundation and many senior sisters. Su Chen. As the crowd left, they still didn't forget to send messages to recruit Su Chen. Su Chen did not respond, silently closed the window, and drew the curtains. He lit a cigarette and opened the spatial bag that Yaowu had given him. There weren't many items inside, just a bracelet and 2 small booklets. The bracelet was named Guardian and could withstand 5 attacks from those below the Radiant Realm. One booklet contained information about major universities in Longhua and its powers, while the other recorded some information from the ancient era. Su Chen first took out the booklet with information about Longhua. However, after flipping through a few pages, he set it aside and took out the other one, the ancient era, a suspected epoch sealed off by the demon race. What's going on? The joint exam is clearly held at Arno 1 High School. How did it end up at No. 8? Isn't it just one Su Chen? I admit his realm is high, but most of the assessment items in this college entrance exam cannot use cultivation power. How can he compare with our school students? Moreover, his cultivation isn't that high. Have you all forgotten that prodigy? Right. It said that guy is already a 5th level warrior, on par with him, and that guy is also a dual talent. No. 1 High School. Conference room. Mentioning that person, the faces of many school leaders gradually relaxed from their troubled expressions. After this joint college entrance examination, we cannot let No. 8 Middle School take away the hosting qualification again, the principal said solemnly. The other school leaders nodded frequently in agreement. Principal, Chu Zhanxiong has arrived, an assistant called from outside. Immediately, a proud-looking boy walked into the conference room with a large sword on his back. The school leaders looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep satisfaction. Principal, did you call for me? Chu Zhanxiong asked respectfully. Yes, the principal nodded. We called you over to ask how your preparation for the college entrance examination is going. No problem with second place, Chu Zhanxiong replied. Good. The principal's expression relaxed. But, is there no chance to take first place? That freak in class 1 is too strong. I can't compete with him in any aspect. True. The principal walked over and patted Chu Zhanxiong on the shoulder. Forget about that prodigy. Your task is to suppress Su Chen from No. 8 Middle School with your total score and secure second place for our No. 1 Middle School. Understand? Principal, you can rest assured, as long as it doesn't involve cultivation assessment items, I will definitely crush him. Good, as expected of our No. 1 Middle School's S-class talent. Speaking with such confidence, the principal laughed with satisfaction. After Chu Zhanxiong left, he sat down with a look of delight. As the host, to lose first and second place. Everyone, I can already imagine the scene of Ji Hongwei's face turning ashen. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, all thanks to the students' efforts. Ha ha ha, principal, not good. This time for the college entrance examination. No. 1 Middle School is likely to hold back a big move against Su Chen. What's going on? In the office, Ji Hongwei jumped up from his seat upon hearing the news. The assistant, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead, handed over the documents in his hand. What? A few minutes later, Ji Hongwei calmly set down the documents. Principal, aren't you nervous? The assistant asked, somewhat confused. Just this? But this is 2 S-class talents from No. 1 Middle School. Aren't you worried at all? S-class. Su Chen is also S-class. But, they have 2 here, and reportedly one of them is at the same level as Su Chen. The assistant exclaimed. Su Chen has dual talents. Ji Hongwei replied indifferently. Are we really not preparing any measures? Should we inform Su Chen to give him a psychological preparation? The assistant still felt uneasy. It's fine, if they were really that outstanding. The various university mentors wouldn't have come to recruit Su Chen from No. 8 Middle School first. What? University mentors actually came here in person? They came quite discreetly, you wouldn't know normally. and I just found out not long ago, Ji Hongwei said as he opened his phone. The assistant looked over and saw a video of Lu Shangsong and others coming to recruit Su Chen. Ding dong, at that moment, a message popped up. Mayor Lu Hongwei, prepare 37 more chairs in the audience. These mentors will be coming to observe the exam, and I will try to get them to recruit more top students. Did you see that? Ji Hongwei glanced at the assistant, who instinctively nodded. Then hurry up and prepare. Old Lu was hinting to me that besides this matter, you should spread this news to boost the morale of those kids. Yes, principal. The assistant dashed off. In place, Ji Hongwei slammed his hand down on the documents. What if no? One middle school has two S-class talents? As long as Su Chen is here, if you want to take first place, dream on. 3 days later, the college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. The area of No. 8 middle school was packed with people coming to observe the exam. The large playground was filled with cameras and equipment. The audience seats were fully occupied. Many people held up banners, cheering for their idols. The atmosphere was once fervent. First middle school examination team has arrived. The host's enthusiastic shout echoed through the speakers. Soon, the students from first middle school, led by the principal, walked onto the playground. Chu Zhanxiong, Chu Zhanxiong, Chu Zhanxiong. When the boy carrying a large sword appeared on the big screen, the crowd erupted in cheers. Many people rushed forward with notebooks, hoping to get an autograph, but were stopped by the security team specially hired by 8th middle school. Principal, why are there so many people? I remember last time the joint exam didn't even reach a tenth of this number. The assistant to the principal of first middle school looked somewhat incredulous. Su Chen is handsome. His popularity rivals that of a star, so it's normal to attract so many fans. But the more people there are, the harder it will hit Ji Hongwei's face later. Ha ha. The principal of first middle school waved his hand dismissively and led the group of students into the examination area. No one noticed that among the first middle school team, there was a person with their face covered, hiding in the middle of the crowd. This person followed the group while blinking and looking around, as if searching for something. Second middle school examination team has arrived. Third middle school examination team has arrived. Fourth middle school examination team has arrived. Eighth middle school examination team has arrived. With the host's furious shout, the atmosphere on site instantly exploded. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen! Before the team even entered, countless spectators stood up from their seats, stretching their necks, screaming, and frantically tugging at banners. Many girls studying dance even willingly transformed into cheerleaders at that moment, dancing around to hype up the 8th middle school team. Bang! 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 At that moment, dozens of fireworks shot into the sky with a thunderous sound. Tens of thousands of balloons flew into the air from all directions. Each balloon had a photo of Su Chen attached to it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen led the 8th middle school examination team into the examination hall. The moment he appeared, thousands of spectators rushed towards him. Su Chen, give me an autograph. Su Chen, I love you. Su Chen, darling, sign for me. Su Chen, baby, I want an autograph too. Boom, crack, boom, crack, boom, crack. The surging crowd formed a massive force that directly pushed aside many security personnel, rushing into the examination hall. Oh no! Ji Hongwei, seeing this scene from a distance, was dumbfounded. He had anticipated Su Chen's high popularity, but he never expected the fans to be this crazy. No worries, Hongwei, just watch. Lu Yuesheng beside him chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in a white robe dashed out, creating a spiritual energy shield to protect Su Chen. Everyone, Su Chen still has to take the exam. We'll talk about autographs and other things later. The old man with white hair spread his spiritual energy, his voice booming like a bell, making everyone's scalp tingle. Who is this old man? What does he want? Get out of the way. Yeah, don't disturb us while we're trying to get Su Chen's autograph. It won't take long to sign. Move aside. However, many people around showed no respect, each one channeling their spiritual energy, intending to forcefully break through the shield. Ha! The old man sneered upon seeing this and directly pulled out a work certificate. I am Bai Mafeng, the chief mentor of the Imperial Capital Academy. Anyone who dares to harass Su Chen again will not blame me for being merciless and preventing you, along with your family, friends, and relatives, from entering this academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy playground fell silent. No one expected such a big shot to appear in this small place of 8th middle school. Before everyone could react, about 30 figures swept in, firmly protecting Su Chen in the middle. The intention of Lu Shangsong, the chief mentor of Qingbei Academy, is the same as Director Bai from the Imperial Capital Academy. The National Defense Academy feels the same. Yuanbei Academy is the same. The same. Many renowned institutions spoke out together, and this unified stance once again shocked everyone. Faced with the harsh words of these mentors, the scene fell silent once more. This group of mentors, without exception, were influential figures within their respective schools. It can be said that they, to a certain extent, determined a person's future. The students they named as not being accepted would naturally not be pursued by other institutions. Without the chance to enter a university, one could only choose to attend a preparatory school or go to the border to slay monsters. Moreover, this influence extended beyond the individual, affecting those around them. In such circumstances, naturally, no one dared to step forward and be the first to speak out. As the first person returned to the audience, within just a few minutes, everyone had returned to their seats. What's going on? How could these elusive powerful figures come to the 8th high school and stand up for Su Chen? On the podium, the principal of the first high school had an extremely grim expression. Oh, why isn't Principal Huang smiling? Ji Hongwei teased upon seeing this. The principal of the first high school, Huang Shuyi, twitched his lips, his expression even more unpleasant. Just smile. It's not like you don't like to smile? Ji Hongwei joked again. The principals of several surrounding high schools all laughed in unison upon hearing this. Being in Daqian City, they had also suffered from Huang Shuyi's ridicule over the years. With such an opportunity for revenge, they naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Brother Su Chen, go for it, get first place. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from the audience. Su Chen looked over to see Xiao Ji waving at him. He smiled back in greeting. He looks so good when he smiles. So handsome. Seeing him smile suddenly lifts my mood. Su Chen, smile again. Smile. The atmosphere in the audience returned to its original state with Su Chen's smile. Su Chen, do well on the exam. With me here, no one dares to disturb you. Bai Mofeng smiled at Su Chen and then transformed into a streak of light, flying back to the audience. Su Chen, wishing you good results in advance. Su Chen, I'll be waiting for you at Yanbei Academy. Su Chen, good luck on the college entrance exam. The other mentors from various institutions also greeted him before returning to their seats, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers from the audience. All the candidates from the 8 high schools gathered in the examination room. With a command from Mayor Lu Yuesheng, the joint college entrance examination officially began. Su Chen quickly found his seat with his admission ticket. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the subjects of the college entrance examination had gradually evolved into 2 main categories. The first to take place was the literary section, followed by the martial section. Candidates, during the examination, the use of spiritual power, devices, and talent cheating is prohibited. If verified, cheaters will receive a lifetime ban from examinations. Activate the spiritual energy shielding device, talent anomaly detector, signal jamming device, and noise isolation device. Distribute the papers. As the chief examiner's voice fell, hundreds of invigilators moved into action, and within a few minutes, the exam papers were distributed. The literary section included both subjective and objective questions. Before the exam, Su Chen had memorized all the knowledge points with his photographic memory and answered fluently. However, the last subjective question made him frown. But this question was only worth 3 points. The total score for the college entrance exam was 100 points, with the martial section accounting for 70 and the literary section for 30. Aside from these 3 points, there were still 27 points in the literary section. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen decided to answer according to his thoughts. Principal Ji, I heard Su Chen has been a monster slayer for a few months. Will he have forgotten all these knowledge points? I see him frowning quite tightly, said Huang Shuyi, breaking the norm by speaking to Ji Hongwei. Principal Huang, you may not know, but Su Chen was always first in both literature and martial arts at the 8th high school. I still have his exam papers, take a look. Ji Hongwei replied, pulling out an exam paper and laying it on the table. Many school principals gathered around. This answer sheet from the currently renowned individual also piqued their curiosity. Swish, swish, swish. Even Bai Mothing and his group in the audience were drawn over by their curiosity. Hiss. The handwriting is neat and orderly, meticulous yet imbued with an ethereal and lively feeling. Indescribable and hard to articulate. I can only say it is the best I have ever seen in my life. Bai Mothing examined it for a long time, stroking his beard as he expressed his opinion. Hearing such praise for Su Chen from a strong figure, Ji Hongwei's lips curled slightly upward. He looked at Huang Shuyi and smiled. Principal Huang, it is said that Chu Zhanxiong from your school has the best handwriting. I wonder if you have a habit of collecting his answer sheets? I'm not as bored as Principal Ji. Huang Shuyi's expression darkened. He originally wanted to use Chu Zhanxiong's copied answer sheets to dampen Ji Hongwei's spirit and show off his superiority. However, he did not expect Su Chen's answer sheet to be flawless, which left him feeling quite displeased. Suddenly, Huang Shuyi seemed to think of something. He waved his hand, spreading a paper on the table. Thanks to Principal Ji's reminder, I suddenly remembered that Chu Zhanxiong once wrote an essay. The handwriting was a bit lacking, but the emotions conveyed in the essay were exceptional. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Before long, appreciation appeared in their eyes. Indeed, it's a good essay. If I remember correctly, this student also has S-level talent, right? Lu Shansong looked at Huang Shuyi, who was suddenly taken aback and stood up. Director Lu was right. Zhanxiong indeed has S-level talent. Such a prodigy could enter our Qingbei institutions. Why is it always your Qingbei institutions? Is my Daido institution not worthy? What are you two up to again? Are you implying that my Yanbei institution is lacking? Why not come to our institution? I find Zhanxiong's essay is simply in line with our school motto. Seeing the mentors fighting over Chu Zhanxiong, Huang Shuyi's face flushed with pride. He glanced at Ji Hongwei, only to find the latter looking indifferent and unmoved. This instantly made him uncomfortable. Look at Principal Ji's demeanor. Could it be that he has some good essays in hand? His voice was not small, and many people turned to look. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He aimed to make Ji Hongwei look bad in front of so many witnesses. Principal Huang is quite perceptive. Coincidentally, I do have one here, and it is also written by Su Chen. Ji Hongwei slowly flipped the paper over, revealing an essay. His confident demeanor, combined with the mention of Su Chen, made Huang Shuyi feel inexplicably uneasy. He followed his gaze but was left blank-headed just by seeing the title of the essay. The Yu family is poor, hence we do not yield an inch of land. Good, good, good. I knew this Su Chen cares for the world and has the ability to support it. Bai Mothing exclaimed loudly, his robes billowing, a sense of righteousness emanating from him. Not yielding an inch of land, combined with his identity as a demon slayer. This statement is truly transcendent. One mentor expressed with admiration. I, Lu Shansong, will say this: whoever wants to compete with me for Su Chen, I will not hold back. Stop talking. Draw your sword. No sword. Can I draw a gun? I have something to say first. Bai Mothing suddenly looked at the other mentors. Old Taoist, just speak your mind. Lu Shansong shouted. I want Su Chen for my Daido institution. As for Chu Zhanxiong, I can let him go to you. You're talking nonsense. Then I'll give you Chu Zhanxiong. But Su Chen is for my Qingbei. Do you agree? What nonsense is this? Old Taoist Bai. Are you bullying people because of your age? My Yanbei institution also doesn't want Chu Zhanxiong. We want Su Chen. My institution feels the same. The mentors argued heatedly. Their faces flushed. Ji Hongwei hurriedly took out his phone to record this scene. What a joke. This could make a promotional video. The effect is simply unmatched. Moreover, it can also be used to take revenge on Huang Shuyi and suppress Zhong. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Ah, Principal Huang. Although the mentors say this, don't take it to heart. Ji Hongwei turned and smiled. I personally think that Chu Zhanxiong's writing is excellent. Really excellent. I think so too. It's much better than what our Zhong students write. I share the same view. The surrounding principals seem to have a tacit understanding, all chiming in to tease. Huang Shuyi remained silent, his face dark and frightening. Shuyi, Hongwei is just joking. Don't take it to heart. I also think Chu Zhanxiong's writing is quite good. Lu Yuesheng patted Huang Shuyi to comfort him. Huang Shuyi's mouth twitched, and after a moment, he forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. The time for the college entrance examination essay is up. Put down your pens and stand up. After the essay, there was a 2-hour break, but leaving the examination room was not allowed during this time. As soon as Su Chen stood up, he saw Lu Wanyue walking over with Xiaoji. Xiaoji said she wanted to see you, so I brought her over. Su Chen picked up Xiaoji and casually placed the guardian on her little hand. The originally oversized bracelet shrank to a suitable size after a flash of light. Wow! Brother Su Chen! What is this? It even glows. This is a bracelet called Guardian, which means I will always be by your side, Su Chen said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji immediately pulled her hand into her embrace, her little eyes scanning the surroundings. Afraid of being snatched away by someone else, Su Chen rubbed her little head, a hint of indulgence on his face. Nearby, Lu Wanyue looked at Su Chen, silently lowered her head, and left. Brother Su Chen, I have something for you too. Xiaoji quickly took out something and stuffed it into Su Chen's hand. Just as Su Chen was about to open it, Xiaoji stopped him with her hand. Brother Su Chen, you can't look at this right now. It has to be a secret. We can't let others find out. Okay, by the way, this thing is called Xiaoji. It means Xiaoji will always follow Brother Su Chen, always be by Brother Su Chen's side. If Brother Su Chen misses Xiaoji, he can take Xiaoji out to sea. Okay. Su Chen rubbed her head and started to take her around. Young Master Tang, why didn't we take action just now? In the audience, a group of more than 10 people quietly gathered together, their expressions cold as they watched Su Chen and the others in the examination room. You don't understand, Tang Guan sneered. With Su Chen's talent, he will definitely be in the top 3. The 4 great joys in life, a timely rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the moment of being on the gold list. Just imagine, if Su Chen ranks in the top 3 and gets accepted by those prestigious schools, isn't that like being on the gold list? Isn't that the peak of his life? May I ask, young Master Tang, how does this conflict with killing that little girl? One person frowned. That little girl is Su Chen's only relative. Just think about it, if Su Chen is at the peak of his life, wouldn't he be the happiest? But if at that moment, the person he cares about the most dies in front of him, what will happen? Extreme sorrow combined with extreme joy. You don't need me to say it, you should have guessed it. He will go mad. He will destroy himself. He will become a monster. At that point, I won't need to take action, someone will deal with him, and what I want will be easily obtained. This is what is called killing the heart. Do you idiots understand? Tang Guan pointed to his own head. The people around did not speak, but many of them shivered at the thought of this scene. Afternoon. The college entrance examination proceeded on time. The martial arts assessment consists of 10 items, which evaluate your physical capabilities, except for the cultivation level, which can be demonstrated. The other items cannot utilize cultivation or spiritual power. You've had enough mock exams, so I won't elaborate on that. The martial arts assessment begins. The first item was the cultivation test. With his cultivation at the divine realm, Su Chen easily secured first place. The second item was a strength test, which determined the level of physical constitution corresponding to the respective cultivation level and confirmed the score. You are Su Chen? A boy with a large sword cut in line behind Su Chen. The students behind him were about to speak but, upon seeing the boy's face, wisely closed their mouths. He was Chu Zhanxiong from No. 1 High School, an S-class talent, a prodigy renowned in Daqian City, someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Su Chen glanced at him but said nothing. Your cultivation at the divine realm is impressive, but your physical constitution won't significantly improve with cultivation. So, in terms of physical constitution, you might not be able to compare with me. Moreover, this is my specialty, strength testing, Chu Zhanxiong said solemnly. Su Chen ignored him. However, the surrounding candidates began to murmur excitedly. Chu Zhanxiong's strength testing is indeed formidable. As far as I know, his strength level is on the verge of a level 5 warrior, which means he can match someone who has broken through to level 5 purely based on strength. That's terrifying. Usually, a warrior's physical constitution lags behind their cultivation level. How can Chu Zhanxiong still advance? This is likely related to his talent. His S-class talent. Such a powerful physique. No wonder he wields such a large sword, he's truly a monster. Hearing the flattery from those around him, Chu Zhanxiong couldn't help but show a proud expression. Principal Ji, Chu Zhanxiong's physique is extraordinary. I wonder how Su Chen from your school compares. It was only at this moment that Huang Shuyi found a reason to undermine Ji Hongwei. Su Chen's physique is not simple. Very not simple. Extremely not simple. Before Ji Hongwei could speak, Bai Mothing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The surrounding instructors echoed in agreement. Others might not know, but as school instructors, they were acutely aware. The spear that Su Chen threw from the Winter Demon Tide was something no one in the Dragon Kingdom could bear. With such strength, one could imagine how formidable his physique was. That's impossible. Chu Shunxiong's talent is an S-class battle body. To a certain extent, physical strength can be comparable to cultivation, or even exceed it. Huang Shuyi's expression darkened slightly. However, no one responded. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to the examination area. Name: Su Chen. Gender: So, Su Chen. You will now unleash your strongest punch on the strength testing machine. Remember, you can only use physical strength, do not use spiritual power, martial skills, or talents. The supervising teacher for the strength test said solemnly. How much force can the strength testing machine withstand? Upon hearing this question, the supervising teacher momentarily doubted her ears. After Su Chen repeated the question, she was sure she hadn't misheard. Young man, don't aim too high. Since the strength testing machine is used for the college entrance examination, it can certainly withstand your full punch. Just go ahead and hit it. Is there a backup? Su Chen asked expressionlessly. Of course, there are backups. Don't worry, for the joint examination of the entire city, all necessary precautions have been taken. There are 3 strength testing machines here. If you're not satisfied with the results, you can go to another place to test again. The supervising teacher wanted to say more, but Su Chen had already stepped forward and punched the strength testing machine. Boom, crack. With a dull, thunderous sound, the force gauge capable of withstanding over 1,000,000 pounds was shattered into pieces by a single punch from Su Chen. How is this possible? The proctor knew Su Chen was strong, but she never expected this outcome. Even as Su Chen turned to leave, she still covered her mouth tightly, unable to regain her composure for a long time. The shockwave from that punch sent the group of candidates behind him staggering back hundreds of steps. Even Chu Zhanyong, who possessed an S-level talent war body, could hardly withstand it and was pushed back more than 10 steps. Such power, how could it come from someone in the spirit realm? Typically, a strong practitioner in the spirit realm, if not focused on physical training, could only reach a strength of over 10,000 pounds. Even if one prioritized physicality and devoted themselves to body refinement, the maximum strength would only be around 30,000 pounds. Chu Zhanyong, with his S-level war body, could infinitely refine his body to enhance his physique. Even so, up until now, he only possessed over 50,000 pounds of strength. He had hoped to shine in the examination hall, but Su Chen's punch had directly shattered his pride in his physique. How could a force gauge that can withstand over 1,000,000 pounds be shattered by Su Chen's punch? There must be a trick. There must be a trick. In the name of the principal, I request that Su Chen be retested. Huang Shuyi, sitting on the podium, stood up abruptly. However, no one paid him any attention. After a long while, Lu Yuesheng finally patted him on the shoulder with a heavy expression. Shuyi, this machine costs nearly $1,000,000, and it's priceless. But if you can come up with that money, I will agree to let Su Chen be retested. Yizhong has gained quite a reputation in recent years and made a lot of money, right? If Principal Huang is willing to pay for a force gauge, I, Ji Hongwei, guarantee that Su Chen can be tested again. How about that? Ji Hongwei said with a smile. Huang Shuyi did not respond, lowering his head and sitting back down, his expression unreadable. Ji Hongwei glanced at him, beaming with joy, feeling immensely satisfied. However, he did not expect Huang Shuyi's character to not just walk away but to stay and endure the humiliation. Could it be that another S-level talent from Yizhong was the trump card in this college entrance examination? Perhaps to verify his guess, a masked figure wearing the Yizhong emblem walked up to another force gauge. When verifying her identity, she removed her mask, revealing a delicate oval face. A reporter outside quickly pointed the camera at her. When the crowd saw her face on the screen, they erupted. It's the school beauty of Yizhong. Yi Rouge! Yi Rouge! Yi Rouge! Yi Rouge! As the name echoed through the venue, Huang Shuyi finally lifted his head with a dark expression. She was Yizhong's last trump card, crushing Chu Zhanyong, who also had S-level talent. In every aspect, if she couldn't surpass Su Chen, Yizhong would have little hope of taking first place. Bang! In the examination hall, Yi Rouge slammed her fist down on the force gauge. A dull sound resonated, followed by a series of numbers appearing. 92, 354. This girl's physique is still somewhat lacking. Principal Huang. When you have time, you should have her consult Su Chen. Our Su Chen can smash the force gauge with a single punch. Ji Hongwei joked. Indeed, Su Chen's physique is quite extraordinary. Principal Huang. At this time, it would be wise to heed Principal Ji's advice. This is all for the children's future. Principal Ji is somewhat mistaken. How can we only have Yi Rouge? I think Xu Zhanyang should also train with Su Chen. Don't you think? Absolutely. Absolutely. The other school principals certainly would not miss the opportunity to kick someone when they were down, all chiming in agreement. Hearing these words, Huang Shuyi was seething with anger but had no way to refute them. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and with a muffled groan, he collapsed onto the table. Quick! Call a doctor. Principal Huang is unwell, someone exclaimed. Before long, Huang Shuyi was carried away by several people in white coats. Witnessing this scene, everyone sighed in sympathy. Originally, the emergency measures were prepared for the candidates, but unexpectedly, the candidate didn't need them. Instead, they were used by the principal sitting on the podium. I have to say, Huang's physique is still too poor. If he had practiced with Su Chen for a couple of days, it wouldn't have come to this, right? Ji Hongwei said with a look of regret. Upon hearing this, Huang Shuyi on the stretcher spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. The people on the podium witnessed this scene, and their lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Lu Yuesheng even gave Ji Hongwei a thumbs up under the table. A few years ago, the first high school had outstanding results, and Huang Shuyi was so proud he could almost fly. As the mayor, he had also suffered a lot of grievances. Seeing the other party take a hit today, he felt immensely relieved. It can only be said that Su Chen is impressive. Ji Hongwei looked at Su Chen in the examination room, his eyes filled with increasing pride. Indeed, Lu Yuesheng couldn't deny it. The surrounding principals, hearing their words, looked at them with envy that could almost ignite flames. This was not just impressive, this was simply a prodigy. Yi Rouge finished testing her strength and cut in line behind Su Chen. Su Chen, here you go. She patted Su Chen on the shoulder and handed him a bag of cucumber-flavored crispy chips. Su Chen ignored her. TCH, this is my favorite cucumber-flavored crispy chips. If you don't want it, I'll just keep it for myself and give it to you when you want some. Yi Rouge huffed proudly. The students from the first high school around them were wide-eyed at this scene. This usually cold and frosty goddess actually had this side to her. What kind of relationship did Su Chen have with her? Many people, witnessing this moment, began to whisper among themselves, their gazes occasionally drifting over, the shock in their eyes growing stronger. Rumors would spread that Su Chen and Yi Rouge were friends. Rumors would spread that Su Chen and Yi Rouge were best friends. Rumors would spread that Su Chen and Yi Rouge were a couple. Rumors would spread that Su Chen and Yi Rouge already had 3 children. Su Chen, my talent isn't a B-level shotgun, but an S-level heavenly path. I also have dual talents. The shotgun is just another one of my abilities. My family wants me to keep it a secret. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Moreover, for some reason, after meeting you, my S-level heavenly path has risen to SS level. Yi Rouge transmitted her thoughts, but she didn't say the last part. This contradicted the 3 major laws of talent awakening, and she still hadn't figured it out. She planned to clarify this situation before telling Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Yi Rouge's rapid breakthrough certainly couldn't be attributed to a B-level talent. Hey, why aren't you talking? And my strength is impressive, right? It's all thanks to the body refining stone you gave me, Yi Rouge said while munching on snacks, waving her petite fist. At this moment, the line reached Su Chen, and he walked over, quickly completing the test. Wow, you've scored full marks in 4 or 5 of the 10 martial arts items. This first place is definitely yours. Yi Rouge clapped her cheeks full of snacks. However, what followed was not applause but the sound of shattered hearts from the boys of the first high school. This scene made it clear to them that the ice goddess they had longed for would never return. Su Chen said nothing and moved on to the next testing point. As he arrived at the back of the line, the candidates in front suddenly dispersed, quickly lining up neatly behind him. He turned his head in confusion, but the person in front was grinning and pointing forward. Senior Su Chen, you go first. Su Chen didn't say anything and turned to be the first to test. A gasp of surprise arose from the crowd around him. Isn't this guy He Tianqiu from the first high school? He always cuts in line and causes trouble. If it weren't for his grades always being in the top 3, he would have been dealt with by the teachers long ago. Why is he now acting like a grandson in front of Su-chun? With such a silly expression? With his own strength, crushing 3 top talents from the Central Academy. Such an astonishing feat can only be accomplished by Su-chen. Hey, this guy is just a bully who fears the strong. He probably fears that Su-chen will blow him up with a single punch. But Su-chen is indeed impressive. His writing in the literary section is like magic. And he scored full marks in all the martial arts tests. Looking across the entire Daqin city, no one can achieve such results. Barring any accidents, Su-chen will surely be the first in this joint college entrance examination. Listening to the discussions around her, Yiruj squinted her eyes and revealed a brilliant smile. It seemed that the snacks in her mouth became even tastier at that moment. Under her expectant gaze, Su-chen once again scored full marks. After this assessment, Su-chen moved on to the next section, and the candidates waiting in line also gave him priority. He achieved full marks and went elsewhere, consistently receiving priority for assessments. In just half an hour, Su-chen completed the martial arts assessment with full marks. His score was immediately displayed on the big screen. The audience erupted in a wave of screams and cheers. "Brother Su-chen, you're amazing!" Xiaoji waved her hands happily at Su-chen. Su-chen smiled back. According to the rules of the college entrance examination, one could only leave the examination room once the total score was announced. He now had to wait for the literary section results. Logically, the results for the literary section should have been announced by now. Why haven't they come out yet? Ji Hongwei frowned. The other principals also looked puzzled. Ding dong at that moment, the phone rang. Lu Yuesheng took out his phone to take a look, his expression suddenly changing, and he quickly answered the call. "This is Lu Yuesheng. Mayor, could you please ask those mentors to come to the literary assessment group? We have encountered a problem regarding Su-chen." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuesheng did not hesitate and immediately jogged over to explain the situation to Bai Mothing and the others. Originally, this group of mentors did not want to get involved, but upon learning it was related to Su-chen, they instantly scattered like flowing light. A few seconds later, Bai Mothing rushed over to Lu Yuesheng with an anxious expression. "Mayor Lu, where is the assessment group?" After learning the location, Bai Mothing vanished from the spot. After that, many mentors who couldn't find the place came to inquire about the location. Lu Yuesheng, feeling overwhelmed, directly used his spiritual power to condense the location of the assessment group. Every time someone arrived, he mechanically raised his hand to point at the text transformed by his spiritual power in front of him. Tap. Bai Mothing was the first to arrive at the assessment group. A group of frowning teachers surrounded him like they had found a savior. "Director Bai, the scores for the other students have come out. But we really don't know how to score the last question for Su-chen, so we wanted to ask for your opinion." The head of the assessment group smiled bitterly. "What's the situation? Which question?" Bai Mothing frowned. The head of the assessment group pointed to the projection screen. Bai Mothing looked over. The question was very short, only a mere 20-some words, but Su-chen's answer was even shorter, consisting of just a single word. Question: if one day the demon race launches a full-scale invasion and our human race suffers a great defeat, what would you do? Answer: kill. Just this brief word left Bai Mothing momentarily stunned. In a daze, he saw a frail figure holding a sword stepping out from the crowd at the moment when the human race was on the brink of collapse. Facing billions of demons alone, he calmly uttered this single word: kill. So that's it. Su-chen. Perhaps he is the one foretold in the prophecy. Bai Mothing took a long time to come back to his senses. The others looked confused, not understanding his meaning. "So, Director Bai, do you have any thoughts on scoring this?" the head of the assessment group asked. "Is there even a need to score this?" Bai Mothing exclaimed. "I'm fucking telling you, our human race is on the brink of extinction. At such a critical moment of life and death, what good is it to analyze trivial matters? Besides killing, what else can we do? Are you suggesting that we surrender to these brutal, bloodthirsty beasts, just to survive? We dare not." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. "Full marks," Bai Mothing said coldly. "Full marks." Lu Shansong, who had rushed over, echoed. "Full marks, full marks, full marks." Every instructor who arrived later was unexpectedly in agreement. The head of the grading team, seeing this, did not dare to delay and immediately confirmed Su-chen's score. Written exam. Full marks. Whoosh. Once the grading was complete, the results were instantly displayed on the big screen in the examination hall. "The results are out. Su Chen has full marks in both categories, ranking first overall. He is the first martial artist in Dakian City and even in the history of Long Country to achieve full marks. A loud cheer spread, and everyone's gaze focused on that top-ranking score. The already noisy audience erupted into thunderous applause at that moment. Ha ha ha, first in both categories, the best in Long Country. Su Chen from our 8th High has won the championship. Su Chen from our 8th High has won the championship. Su Chen from our 8th High has won the championship. Did you see that, Mayor? Su Chen from 8th High in Dakian City has won the championship. Did you see that, Principal Chun? Su Chen from 8th High has won the championship. He has won. Principal Chang. Did you see that? Su Chen from 8th High has won the championship. He has won. Principal Jing. Did you see that? Ji Hongwei jumped up from his seat, laughing as he grabbed the hands of everyone on the podium, running around to share the news, tears streaming down his face. He had never dared to imagine that the 8th High, which had ranked at the bottom, would one day take first place in the joint examination, let alone be the first in Long Country. But Su Chen, this student who had once despaired and become a demon slayer, had made this incredible dream come true for him. Su Chen, well done. You are the pride of our 8th High, the pride of Dakian. Ji Hongwei wiped away a tear and extended his hands, giving Su Chen a big thumbs up. Lu Yuesheng, seeing this, also extended his hand and smiled, giving a thumbs up. The surrounding high school principals followed suit, all giving thumbs up. The arriving instructors also did not hesitate to give a thumbs up. Brother Su Chen got first place. That's amazing. In the audience, Xiaoji looked at the scene before her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Yeah, just as I expected. Yi Rouge happily opened a new snack. At the same time, this news quickly spread, soon dominating the trending searches on multiple platforms, with full marks in both literary and martial arts. Su Chen, who topped the college entrance examination, once again shocked everyone in Long Country. Half an hour later, all the students' scores were out. According to Dakian City's usual practice, the top 3 will be awarded medals. Please invite the first place in this college entrance examination, Su Chen, second place Yi Rouge, and third place Chu Zhanyang to the stage to receive their awards. A deep voice echoed from the speakers. Not long after, Su Chen and the other 2 were arranged on the podium, where Mayor Lu Yuesheng, Principal Ji Hongwei of 8th High, and Chief Instructor Bai Mofeng from the Imperial Capital presented the medals. Once this process was completed, deafening applause erupted in the venue. At this moment, a small pink figure dashed from the audience. In her hand, she tightly clutched a small red flower sticker. However, as soon as she stepped onto the podium, she was engulfed by a dozen attacks. No! Almost simultaneously, a dozen colorful sword lights flashed, killing more than 10 black-clad attackers. Su Chen struck successfully and hurried to Xiaoji's position. What he saw was a blue protective shield. Xiaoji stood dazed inside, her small face filled with fear and anxiety. Upon seeing Su Chen, her tears fell instantly. Brother Su Chen, don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Chen picked up Xiaoji, but unexpectedly, a terrifying killing move came crashing down. Boom, crack, a loud noise erupted. A large expanse of void shattered, revealing a pitch-black vacuum zone. But at its center, a dazzling, radiant 7-colored sword light shone brilliantly. Whoosh! The sword light descended, and the madman in front of Su Chen was instantly split in two. As the world settled down, everyone gradually regained their senses. Bai Mofeng rushed over first. Su Chen, I'm sorry, this group moved too quickly. We had to seal our cultivation to cross the border, so we couldn't act immediately. Please forgive us. Su Chen said nothing, continuously soothing the small Ji in his arms. Upon seeing this, Lu Wanyue, Yi Rouge, and others who had arrived also turned cold. Xiaoji has a weak constitution. Although she has a protective treasure, the residual waves still hurt her. This is a bottle of healing elixir, give it to her, and she will recover in a few days. Bai Mofeng handed over a bottle of elixir. Su Chen did not refuse and poured out a pill for Xiaoji to take. The medicine was highly effective. Within a few minutes, Xiaoji's erratic pulse stabilized. Though still very weak, she was much better than before. Brother Su Chen, Xiaoji called out. Then, trembling, she placed a crumpled sticker on Su Chen's forehead. Teacher Wani said, if you come first in the exam, you will be rewarded with a little red flower. After saying this, Xiaoji fell into a deep sleep. Su Chen gently stroked her pale cheek. while behind him, the sound of the extermination of immortals echoed continuously. No one knew what he was thinking, but at that moment, everyone felt an extremely cold killing intent. Investigate. Find out who dared to ignore the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and act violently in the examination area. Such a crime deserves death. Lu Yuesheng roared. Before he could finish, the instructors from various major institutions had already begun their investigation. Yet no one noticed the thin strands of blood continuously flowing from the ground into Su Chen's body. Moreover, one of the bloodlines was attached to a thin black thread. Ding! Host has acquired the talent Madness. Current level E0 out of 100. Points can be allocated. Su Chen. This person is very likely from the Tang clan. Lu Shangsong pointed at the two halves of the corpse. Look! There is the mark of the Tang clan, the character Tang, carved on this person's ring finger. And in this person's spatial bag, I also found the ancestral technique of the Tang clan. 3 transformations technique. As he spoke, he threw the technique onto the corpse. The Tang clan. Su Chen recalled the harsh words left by Tang Jin before his death. Who dares to kill my direct descendant of the Tang clan, Tang Guan? An old man in a black robe suddenly appeared from the void, the collapsing void around him showcasing his peak strength in the Qianyu realm. Seeing this scene, everyone hesitated not at all, surrounding Su Chen to protect him. It was you who killed my Tang clan's Tang Guan? The old man's gaze fell on Su Chen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tang Guan of the Tang clan crossed the border without reporting and attempted to kill in the examination area. Multiple crimes deserve multiple punishments. Su Chen's act of killing him is a heroic deed. Lu Yuesheng shouted angrily. You, a powerful figure, violated the law by crossing the border. Withdraw now, and I will not pursue the matter. Otherwise, according to the law, I have the right to summon the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement to execute you. Go ahead and summon them. Before you do, I will definitely kill this child on the spot. The old man's killing intent was chilling. What if I don't allow it? Bai Mofeng suddenly snorted coldly. You are Bai Mofeng, the chief instructor of the Imperial Capital Academy. The old man was taken aback, but after a moment, he let out a cold laugh. Just a level 4 warrior with sealed cultivation. How arrogant! What about me? Lu Shangsong stepped forward. Chief instructor of Qingbei Academy. The old man's eyes flickered. And me, chief instructor of Yanbei Academy. There's also me. All 37 mentors from the academy stood up, blocking in front of Su Chen. Heaven and earth bear witness. I, Bai Mo Feng, swear here that if you kill Su Chen, I, from the Imperial Capital Academy, will not rest until your Tang family is destroyed. Bai Mo Feng said coldly. What does my Tang family have to fear from your Imperial Capital Academy? But I can't understand. A mere transcendent realm. Is he really worth so many of your academies? Did he perhaps drug you with some kind of charm? The old man snorted coldly. No one noticed the strands of unfathomable power emanating from him, binding this space and moving towards the crowd. A mere transcendent realm. What a joke! Tang family, you've truly blinded your eyes. Yi Ruge stepped forward. Su Chen from Diqian City, when his talent awakened, went to the eastern border war zone, during which he killed countless monsters. During the winter monster tide, he even furiously beheaded more than 10 monster clan Earth Emperors, over 1,000 monster emperors, and over 30,000 monster kings, paving the way with their heads. This path was named Monster Slaying Road by the 10th Army Commander of the Eastern Border War Zone, Commander Guangming, with the intent, tread the Monster Slaying Road, break through, and slay monsters. Boom, crack, a dull sound spread. The large screen in the examination hall suddenly lit up. Immediately, the scene of Su Chen guarding the South 9th District alone on the battlefield appeared. When they saw that frail figure stepping on the heads of countless monsters, carrying thousands of blood pillars, slaughtering a screen full of monsters, the vast examination venue fell silent. But in everyone's heart, a storm was rising at that moment. The visual impact of this scene was like a heavy punch, striking hard at their hearts. Su Chen must not die. Someone shouted. The next moment, Su Chen's name echoed throughout Diqian City. Countless people walked out from the audience, resolutely standing in front of Su Chen. They were warriors, mortals, young people, old people, and even some were just a few years old children. Their faces were filled with determination, without fear, without dread, because in their hearts, there was always a voice telling them, Su Chen must not die. In the sky above, the old man, seeing this situation, became even more determined to kill Su Chen. Today, even if it costs my life, I will slay this child. Whoosh! As the old man's voice fell, a wave of crimson mist surged in from all directions. This is the power of rules. Bai Mo Feng snorted coldly. Just as he was about to resist, his eyes suddenly lost their luster. In just a few seconds, everyone in the examination hall was similarly affected. Ha! If it weren't for considering you all, would I waste my effort to use the power of rules to create such an illusion? The old man sneered coldly. Old bastard, what kind of hero do you think you are? If you have the ability, come at me. Yi Rugu shouted angrily. The earlier change in the surrounding crowd was the effect of her talent SS level Heavenly Dao, but she didn't expect that the old man, who comprehended the rules, could create an illusion that made everyone lose their combat ability. You little girl have the aura of ancient martial arts. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the pride of the Yi family, Yi Rugu, right? If you know, then get lost. Under normal circumstances, I might retreat a bit upon encountering you, but this child is involved with many. Today, I cannot let him go. After saying that, the old man waved his hand, and the power of rules transformed into a cage, instantly imprisoning Yi Rugu. But her illusion seemed to have no effect on Yi Rugu. She quickly broke free, and with a shake of her spear, she turned into a stream of light, charging at the old man. Bang! With a loud noise, Yi Rugu fell like a kite with a broken string. No wonder you are the pride of the Yi family, but it's a pity you have just entered the transcendent realm, and your intent has not yet been fully mastered. How could you be my opponent in the Qiongyu realm? The old man sneered, correcting that, the old man's realm in the last chapter is the peak of the Qiongyu realm. As Yi Rugu just stood up, she was swept into the domain by the old man's large hand. At that moment, Xiaoji peacefully fell asleep. Su Chen's spiritual power surged, lifting her into the air, and as he turned, the Zhuxian long sword had already fallen into his hand. He had just taken a step when a slight pulling force came from the corner of his clothing. He turned back to see that Xiaoji had woken up at some point, staring at him blankly. Brother Su Chen, don't go. It's dangerous. Xiaoji, be good. Brother Su Chen will draw a rainbow for you. Su Chen affectionately patted her little head. The next moment, the intent of the wind activated, and Su Chen instantly killed his way to the old man's side. With a tremor of the long sword, imbued with the attributes of the Tao, the intent of the sword, and the full power of the confinement domain, a single strike fell. Boom, crack. In the sky, the void shattered, and a rainbow spread across the horizon. You bastard, you actually aren't affected by my rules. Damn it! The old man's expression changed drastically. He had activated an extremely powerful illusionary rule power as soon as Su Chen arrived, but he never expected that this move would have no effect on Su Chen at all. It was only when Su Chen struck down with this sword that he hurriedly regained his senses to defend, but without the suppression of the rule power, he simply could not withstand this sword. He intended to escape, but the confinement domain power attached to Su Chen's sword drastically reduced his speed. In a panic, he could only watch helplessly as this sword engulfed him. Bang! With a swing of the sword, Su Chen's spiritual power completely dissipated, crashing straight into the ground. The specially reinforced playground floor was smashed into a large hole. After a while, several blood columns poured down from the sky, surging into his body. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough point of the divine realm. Please choose whether to directly break through or continue to comprehend the intent. Save it. Received. Su Chen leaped out of the hole, holding the worried Xiaoji in his arms. Crack, crack. Without the maintenance of the domain power, Yi Rugu quickly broke free from the old man's domain. When she saw that Su Chen was safe and sound, and a rainbow gradually dissipating in the sky, shock welled up in her eyes. Su Chen, did you kill him? Su Chen nodded. Wow, you're so amazing. Yi Rugu walked over, tore open a snack package, and handed it to Xiaoji. Xiaoji, your brother Su Chen is so amazing. Did you know? Xiaoji's eyes were filled with concern as she buried her head in Su Chen's embrace, quietly sobbing. Xiaoji doesn't want brother Su Chen to be amazing. Xiaoji just wants brother Su Chen to be safe. Xiaoji doesn't want brother Su Chen to be in danger. Silly girl. Su Chen rubbed her little head, but Xiaoji cried even harder. Su Chen, are you all okay? After the old man's death, the rule power dissipated, and Bai Mofeng and the others also regained consciousness. Upon discovering that Su Chen and the others were fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Tang clan openly provokes the laws of our Dragon Kingdom. Truly despicable. Classmate Su Chen. I will report this to the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement department immediately. We must make these despicable guys give you an explanation. Give me a lot of money, and give our Dragon Kingdom an explanation. After Lu Yuesheng finished speaking, he transformed into a stream of light and left. This rainbow, good kid, that unknown powerhouse from a few days ago was you, right? Ji Hongwei said with a bitter smile. Su Chen nodded. After that, completing the aftermath work here. Since Mayor Lu Yuesheng was not present, Ji Hongwei took the lead in organizing the college entrance examination application. Everyone thought Su Chen would choose the top-ranked Qingbei institutions in the Dragon Kingdom. However, in the end, Su Chen chose the second-ranked institution in the capital. No other reason. When Xiaoji was in danger, Bai Mofeng was the first to offer her pills. He didn't like owing others favors. Night. The stars were warm, and the evening breeze was gentle. Su Chen held Xiaoji, quietly leaning on the lounge chair, enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. Brother Su Chen, tomorrow, are you going back to the eastern border war zone? Then Xiaoji will miss you. Can Xiaoji still call you? If Xiaoji wants to call, she can call anytime. Brother Su Chen, take out Xiaoji. Xiaoji is very pretty. Upon hearing this, Su Chen took out the Xiaoji that she had given him earlier. It was a small blue stone that emitted a glow under the moonlight. It looked like a luminous pearl of the night or an oval glass ball polished by the beach. Isn't it pretty, Brother Su Chen? This is Xiaoji. Oh, you must protect her well. Brother Su Chen, if one day, Brother Su Chen encounters danger, just take her out. Xiaoji is also very powerful. She can protect Brother Su Chen too. Okay. Su Chen rubbed Xiaoji's head. Brother Su Chen, you must not forget what Xiaoji said. I will never forget. A lifetime is too short. Xiaoji wants to be by Brother Su Chen's side forever. Then, forever. Swish. A group of people swooped in. Leading them was the solemn-faced Lu Yuesheng. Following him were Ji Hongwei, Lu Wanyue, Yi Rouge, and Bai Mofeng. Su Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time, but the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement department has come up with a plan for the Tang family. Su Chen calmly looked at Lu Yuesheng, waiting for him to continue. The Tang family, as a well-known ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom, has many strong practitioners and prodigies, with complex connections. Many prestigious schools have members of their family in positions, and there are quite a few top students from the Dragon Kingdom among them. Under the mediation of the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement, the Tang family is willing to send 300 strong practitioners to various border war zones to kill demons. Additionally, to compensate you, the Tang family allows you to practice their ancestral martial arts, 9 transformations of 3 bodies. Lu Yuesheng's expression was somewhat grim. What kind of solution is this? Since when can the family's disciples become demon hunters and be used as a bargaining chip? The Tang family is truly shameless, making such a big fuss. Thinking a broken martial art can solve this problem? This plan from the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement department is also problematic. It's clear they want to protect the Tang family. It's infuriating, Yi Rouge said angrily, crumpling the snack bag in her hand. It wasn't just her, the expressions of the others around were also quite grim. Su Chen said nothing, and the colorful sword light appeared, shattering the martial arts manual in Lu Yuesheng's hand. Xiaoji, do you want to fly? I do. With a thought, Su Chen drew the Excalibur, and the two turned into a stream of light and left the place. At the spot, Yi Rouge stormed off. The others were left speechless. After a moment, Lu Yuesheng sighed. Su Chen will not accept the reconciliation, not because he has been wronged, but because Xiaoji has been wronged. Perhaps, Xiaoji is his sword path. Anyone who has designs on Xiaoji will only have one outcome, and that is death. At the same time, in an unknown realm, the head of the Tang family was furious. You brat, how dare you destroy my Tang family's martial arts? You truly deserve to die. It seems this child does not intend to accept reconciliation. But how could my Tang family allow such a hidden danger to live in peace? Beside him, an old man in a black robe said coldly, this child must be eliminated. Pass my order to have Tang Yu participate in the upcoming selection for the commander of the 9th Army on the battlefield and kill this child to uphold the dignity of my Tang family. Yes, head of the family. The old man in the black robe clasped his fists and left. Not good. Head of the family. The Yi family suddenly announced a severance of relations with our Tang family. What? The next day, As dawn broke, Ji Hongwei organized all the teachers and students at the entrance of the 8th school to send Su Chen off. Su Chen, no matter what, the 8th middle school will always be your solid backing, always your home. If you need any help, just call out, Ji Hongwei advised. Big Qian feels the same. Lu Yusheng pondered for a moment and similarly expressed his seriousness. Su Chen, this time going to the battlefield of the heavens. Safety is the priority. Also, remember to take some time to report back to the Imperial Capital University when school starts. Shui is a student at Imperial Capital University. You can ask her anything you don't understand. Additionally, this is the emblem of Imperial Capital University. Bai Mofeng raised his hand, and the emblem of Imperial Capital University was imprinted on Su Chen's clothing. Su Chen nodded and turned to enter the military vehicle. Boom, boom. The military vehicle started and drove away. Solemn, send off the hero. Ji Hongwei faced the direction of the military vehicle, his expression serious as he bowed. The students and teachers behind him followed suit, bending at the waist. Even the mayor of Daqian City, Lu Yusheng, and the chief mentor of Imperial Capital University, Bai Mofeng, bowed in reverence at that moment. Mayor, your stance surprised me a bit. After a long while, Ji Hongwei straightened up. There's nothing surprising about it. Isn't life just a gamble? I'm betting on Su Chen. What's wrong with that? Lu Yusheng smiled nonchalantly. Goodbye. You too. I should also return and settle accounts with the Tang family, Bai Mofeng said before vanishing like a flash of light. With internal troubles and external threats, it's a time of turmoil. Our human race needs someone to speak up. Lu Yusheng sighed. Ji Hongwei's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Hongwei, if that day really comes, perhaps you and I will both be heroes. Perhaps. Ji Hongwei's eyes flickered. If my guess is correct, when Su Chen wins, you should have broken through to the wind control realm, right? Thanks to Su Chen, I opened my heart. I originally wanted to keep it a secret, but I didn't expect you to find out. Then when you reach your peak, come and comprehend the realm with me. Su Chen left me a trace of the realm. All right. Hey, by the way, how did you get to know Su Chen? Why would you think of becoming a demon slayer? In the vehicle, Yi Rouge looked at Lu Wanyue. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Lu Wanyue smiled faintly. In her mind, however, she recalled that summer. It was a sultry afternoon, and a little girl was diligently doing her homework, but the sunlight streaming in from the window fell squarely on her face. Before long, her little face turned bright red from the sun, just as she prayed for the annoying sunlight to disappear. The light in front of her was suddenly blocked by something. She looked up in surprise and saw a little boy beside her, holding a book, perfectly shielding her from the sunlight coming through the window. Despite sweating from the heat, when the little girl looked over, the little boy merely turned his head away, haughtily snorting. Really? Why don't you tell me about it? Yi Rouge, munching on seeds, looked curious, clearly turning into a bystander. It's nothing. Lu Wanyue came back to her senses and discreetly glanced at Su Chen in the front row, silently sighing. TCH, one day we will dig out your secrets, Yi Rouge said firmly. Lu Wanyue smiled and said nothing. What? Tang Yu, who has comprehended the power of two rules, is also participating in this military commander selection? This is the list issued by Commander Gu Xingdong. It can't be wrong. With Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tang Hao in front, and now Su Chen. The three of them are only slightly weaker than Su Chen, but now with the addition of the powerful Tang Yu, who has comprehended the power of two rules, what can they do? Indeed terrifying, the power of rules surpasses the power of domains. If Tang Yu makes a move, it would be a dimensional strike. This military commander position must belong to him. On the battlefield of the heavens, Logistics Department Bulletin Board. Shui looked at this piece of news, her expression instantly turning grim. Last night, she had just learned from Yi Rouge about the events happening in Daqian City during this time. Now, Tang Yu from the Tang family announced participation in the military commander selection. Such actions were undoubtedly aimed at Su Chen. Tap. At this moment, Nan Yao approached her expressionlessly. Sign me up. Sister Yao, you want to participate too? Nan Yao said nothing, only thrusting her sword at a name on the notice, Jin Chengxi. Shui understood her meaning. Nan Yao wanted to kill. This Jin Chengxi was the middle-aged man who had once guided them here. Welcome back, Su Chen. The military vehicle came to a stop. Wang Guoguang and his group came forward to greet him. As soon as he sensed Su Chen's merit badge, He organized the demon hunters at Tianmen Pass to wait here. Su Chen, long time no see. The news of you being the best in Long Country has reached us. Really impressive. Now Su Chen is a college student. Congratulations. Congratulations. As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, everyone surrounded him to offer their congratulations. He nodded and returned to the battlefield of the heavens with Wang Wuguang. I didn't expect you to come back. Feng Cheng looked at Lu Wanyue, who remained here, with a surprised expression. The people around also cast unexpected glances. They had learned Lu Wanyue's true identity during this time. The mayor's daughter, an A-grade talent holder. Now she was even registered at the Imperial Capital University, about to enroll as a college student. No one would have thought that she, with such favorable conditions, would choose to return to Tianmen Pass again. Under the Steel City walls, Lu Wanyue smiled gently, not responding. Her gaze remained fixed on that increasingly distant frail figure. It's our Su Chen's charm, isn't it? Feng Cheng followed her gaze and sighed softly. Lu Wanyue was infatuated, but she, how could she not be? Just because she met such an outstanding person. Thus, no matter who she encounters in the future, she would inevitably compare them to him. Her heart, thus, was locked onto him. He was not wrong. The mistake was merely that girl who had buried herself in registration, inadvertently lifting her head that one time. Yes, Su Chen's charm is great. So great that even this Tyrannosaurus has become gentle. To be honest, it's a bit hard to get used to. Feng Cheng, you say you're doing well in the logistics department. Why do you want to come out and be a demon hunter? What's so hard to guess? It's just that I want to be closer to Su Chen on the battlefield of the heavens. Recently, many female demon hunters have this mindset. It's going to be tough. The surrounding demon hunters joked. Feng Cheng said nothing, pushed up her glasses, and silently left with her long spear. Night was approaching. The demon race was also coming. She still had to guard the southern 23rd district. Su Chen returned to the battlefield of the heavens, chatted with Shui and the others for a while, then came to the southern 9th district. During his absence, Wang Zhanyuan had been stationed here. From the demon heads laid out on the clouds, it seemed the demon race's offensive had not been very fierce during this time. There haven't been many demons lately. They might be brewing some conspiracy. So be careful, Wang Zhanyuan said before leaving. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped again. Shall we spar? Su Chen nodded. In the blink of an eye, the southern 9th district was filled with the shadows of long sticks and colorful swordlights. Half an hour later, Wang Zhanyuan left, dragging his injuries. By the way, Su Chen, now every district is imitating you by using demon heads to pave the way. The commander-in-chief is pleased with this and has instructed the station personnel to create a ranking list. It is said that the one who maintains the first position for a month will receive a reward. Currently, the southern 9th district is still in first place, but it is about to be surpassed by the southern 8th and southern 10th districts, namely Ouyang Xiaoyao and Tanghao. Wang Zhanyuan transmitted the message back. Su Chen nodded. After Wang Zhanyuan left, he finally opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Chen Cultivation, Midstage of the Divine Realm 1, 463, 732/3, 000, pending comprehension of the Realm X1, points available, attribute points, 2, 686, 294 Physique, 1, 356, 297, Body of all Phenomena, points available, Physique reaches 5, 000. 000 for qualitative change, Spirit, 303, 234, Extraordinary Insight, points available, Spirit reaches 5, 000, 000 for qualitative change, Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-level Blood Devour 0/5, 000, 000, S-level Dark Knight 0/5, 000, 000, E-level Madness 0 out of 100, points available, Realm, Attribute Dao Intent, D Gold D Wood D Water D Fire D Earth, D Icy Thunder D Wind D Light D Dark, A-level Confinement Realm 0/5, 000, 000, A-level Sword Dao Intent, A-level Sword Intent Realm, 0 out of 5, 000, 000, D-level Spear Intent 0 out of 150, 000, Weapon Dao Intent, E-Knife Forky Staffy Whippy Halberd Hammer Axe Spear Hook, points available, Domain, E-level Confinement Domain 0/3, 000, 000, not broken through the Cheongyu Realm, Points cannot be added. Martial skills, C-level sword technique Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A-level area damage sword technique Autumn Water, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S, Zujin sword. Attributes, A-level sharpness 0/500. 000. D-level Zujin sword intent 0 of 500. 000. S-level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. E-level Zujin sword formation 0/2. 000. 000. Zujin sword spirit, missing, 0/2. 000. 000. Points available. Su Chen clicked on the Blood Devour talent. And in the next moment, the attributes of SS level Blood Devour appeared. SS Blood Devour can absorb 1/5 of the Slayer's cultivation. And the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate 50%. Additionally, there is a 1,000th chance to devour the Slayer's talent, with the devoured talent starting at E level. Currently, Su Chen's greatest threat was not Ouyang Xiaoyao, but Tang Yu of the Tang clan. This person was a strong individual who had comprehended the power of 2 rules. The power of rules is the strength that must be mastered to step from the Qiongyu realm into the Radiant realm. Mastering the rules grants a significant advantage in one's own domain and the outside world. Previously, when facing the elder of the Tang clan, if it weren't for Su Chen possessing a pure sword heart that just happened to counter his illusions, even with all his effort, he would not have been able to resist. This shows the strength of the rules. One rule can seal off tens of thousands of people in an examination venue, and 2 rules would only be stronger. Su Chen had not encountered such strong individuals much and could not imagine how powerful they truly were. He only knew that he needed to quickly become stronger in the remaining time, which required upgrading Blood Devour to SS. Currently, he was still lacking over 2 million attribute points needed for the upgrade. That is to say, over 4,000 Earth Emperors. System, refining 9 types of Dao intent is the limit, right? Returning to the host. Yes, for ordinary people, 5 types of Dao intent is the limit, but the host is different. The host's limit is refining 9 types of Dao intent. Su Chen nodded and closed the system panel. As the dark mist surged in the sky, and the demons attacked, he remained expressionless and drew his sword. A few minutes later, the 7-colored sword light flashed, and the last demon's head fell to the ground. Ding! Host has slain demons X302, gaining attribute points 151. 000. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Divine Realm X3. Would the host like to directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the realm? Comprehend the realm. Today, there were not many demons in the South 9th District. Su Chen carried hundreds of blood pillars and headed to the next area. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding! Host has slain demons X234, gaining attribute points 117. 000. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Divine Realm X2. Would the host like to directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the realm? Comprehend the realm. Ding! The host has slain 272 demon clans, earning 136. 000 attribute points. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node for the limiting Divine Realm X2. Would the host like to directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the realm? Comprehend the realm. Su Chen killed the last demon in the southern district. Only then did he turn around and look at the demon-slaying team stationed here. Take out the merit rings. A few of them looked confused, but under their captain's lead, they raised their hands. In the next moment, 5 strings of numbers flew out from Su Chen's merit ring and surged into their rings. This, Su Chen, there's no need for this. This is your reward for killing demons. You don't have to give it to us. If it weren't for you, we might still be facing danger. The team captain looked terrified. Su Chen didn't give them a chance to speak and directly transformed into a stream of light and left. Su Chen truly embodies righteousness. Not only did he help us kill demons, but he also gave us merit points. He didn't even take the demon heads with him. What does he mean by doing this? Are strong people really this willful? If that's the case, can we just lie down? Perhaps this is why Su Chen has such a high reputation among these newcomers. On the spot, the team members were all puzzled. At this moment, Su Chen had returned the merit points from the southern district to the southern 7th district and went back to the southern 9th district. The reason he did this was to continue hunting demons elsewhere tomorrow. These demon hunters relied on merit points to exchange for resources to grow stronger. If he took all of them, it would mean they had no income. When it reached the ears of the various military leaders or He Yaowu, they would definitely not allow him to do this again. Su Chen sat cross-legged for a while to adjust his breathing, then checked his attribute panel. This time, he had slain nearly 2,000 Earth Sovereigns, earning over 900,000 attribute points. In addition, he had gained 16 breakthrough nodes for comprehending the realm. Comprehend the way of the spear. The 9 attributes are all transformed from the previous swordway attributes. Ding! The comprehension of the way of the spear is successful, and the matching realms are E-level Forest Spear Intent, E-level Great River Spear Intent, E-level Metal Spear Intent, E-level Thick Earth Spear Intent, E-level Frost and Snow Spear Intent, E-level Purple Weeping Spear Intent, E-level Heavenly Dao Spear Intent, E-level Green Lotus Spear Intent, E-level Burning Sky Spear Intent. Way of the Spear. By obtaining this way, the host will be more adept at using the spear, able to unleash 100 spears with one, transforming all things into a spear, invincible in all directions. Moreover, possessing the way of the spear allows the host to comprehend spear intent as if in water, providing a significant advantage. Ding! Numerous spear intents merge into the spear's realm. The current spear realm level is B level 70. 000/1, 000. 000. Similar to the previous sword way, a single realm upgrading to a way means that all related realms will merge into one. However, this means that using the way is equivalent to unleashing all realms at once, which is not a bad thing. Whoosh! The Heavenly K appeared, and under the enhancement of the way of the spear, the previously silver-white shining spear was suddenly covered with a layer of colorful spear intent. The surrounding void felt the terrifying power and instantly twisted and collapsed in patches. In just a few seconds, the void within a few miles was completely crushed, leaving only a colorful light. Such might was fully displayed on the S-level weapon, the Heavenly K Spear. The power generated by Su Chen's slaying immortals was not much stronger. After all, at this moment, the slaying immortals was still incomplete. Whoosh! Su Chen sheathed the spear and took out a mass of blood-colored gas. This was an essential item for practicing the S-level sword technique Slaying Demons, the Slaying Demon Chi. Originally, it could only be collected and practiced while killing demons, but the speed was too slow, so Su Chen asked the system to gather it for him. This fist-sized slaying demon chi was collected from killing nearly 2,000 Earth Sovereigns. At that moment, Su Chen drew his long sword, attached the slaying demon chi to the sword, and began to practice. Ding! The host has acquired the S-rank sword technique Demon Slayer, with the current proficiency level at beginner 0 out of 100. And points can be allocated. This sword technique can also have points allocated, which Su Chen did not expect. However, given the nature of this sword technique, he does not plan to allocate points. It's enough to practice. After all, the goal is to slay demons. 2 hours passed, and relying on the aura of demon slaying, he successfully raised the proficiency of Demon Slayer to the master level. The power of the sword technique has also reached the level of the C-rank sword technique Fuyo 3 Swords. Although there is only one sword move, its power is enough to threaten those below the peak of the divine realm. With such a growth rate, even Su Chen, who usually remains calm, felt a bit embarrassed. Truly worthy of being an S-rank growth sword technique. Perhaps after slaying demons for a while longer, this sword could rival the Long Rainbow. If combined with the Long Rainbow and the power of the domain, it would surely be even more terrifying. With this thought, Su Chen immediately unleashed an astonishing sword move, Long Rainbow Demon Slayer. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword light, wrapped in the blood-red aura of demon slaying, erupted forth, turning the void within dozens of miles into a vacuum under this sword. Boom! Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. The Kingdom Light, in deep meditation, instantly opened his eyes. He saw that a corner of his domain, imbued with the power of rules, had actually been shattered. He bent down in confusion. Just then, he noticed the surrounding void was pitch black, and a 7-colored sword light carrying blood energy pierced through the southern 9th district. Exceptionally dazzling. Damn! My domain was shattered by this brat's sword? This is a domain infused with the power of rules. This brat has become strong enough to shake the power of rules. Kingdom Light, furious, was about to find Su Chen to settle the score, but then he thought better of it and stopped. After all, he was a military commander, a being who mastered 5 powers of rules. If he went to confront this brat, wouldn't that just be showing off? Not worth it. Not going. You brat are riding high, showing off too much isn't good. Kingdom Light muttered as he raised his domain significantly. After thinking for a moment, he ascended several dozen miles higher. Who knows what kind of commotion this brat will cause next? It's best to keep a distance. Su Chen was unaware of the impact of this sword. At this moment, he was testing the Long Rainbow Demon Slayer and the power of the confinement domain. After a while, he obtained the exact power index of the Long Rainbow Demon Slayer. This sword could break through 10 layers of overlapping confinement domain power. This level of power exceeded his expectations. I just don't know if it can pose a threat to the power of rules, Su Chen murmured. However, without a reference, he could not verify his conjecture. After pondering for a while and finding no answer, Su Chen stopped dwelling on it and continued practicing the sword technique Demon Slayer. He planned to first raise the proficiency of this sword technique to perfection. As for its power, he would have to rely on the subsequent acquisition of demon slaying aura to enhance it. For several consecutive days, Su Chen was either slaying demons or practicing sword techniques. The proficiency of demon slaying had not yet reached its maximum, but he had accumulated enough attribute points to upgrade the SS rank Blood Devour. System: allocate 5 million points to the Blood Devour talent. Ding! Allocation complete. Current Blood Devour level is SS 0/8. 000. 000. The next level is SSS Blood Devour of the Firmament, which can absorb 100% of the Slayer's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate 100%. Additionally, there is a 10% chance to devour the Slayer's talent, with the devoured talent starting at C rank. As Blood Devour rose to SS, a surge of blood energy suddenly appeared around Su Chen. A beast-like aura surged forth, then vanished without a trace moments later. Once the anomaly settled, Su Chen looked at his attribute panel. His breakthrough point had reached 45 points. This meant he could now comprehend 5 kinds of Dao intent. System: can I still comprehend the Dao of the sword? Returning to the host, naturally, it can be done, but the system suggests that the host comprehend the sword's way 4 more times. Why? In the world, 9 is the extreme, and 9/5 is the supreme. When the host comprehends 4 paths, it will be 36 realms, thus adding to the previous 10 paths, precisely 1 more realm of the Supreme Sword Path, making it a transcendent Supreme Sword Path. Is there a stronger sword path above this? Returning to the host, in this world, the Supreme Sword Path is the extreme. The host has already transcended the Supreme Sword Path and is the number 1 in the sword realm. Incomparable. If the host wishes to pursue higher, one can only break the barriers and go to a higher level world. Understood. Su Chen pondered for a moment and chose to comprehend the sword's way 4 times. Ding! Comprehension of the 4 sword paths successful. Relevant matching sword realms are being released. Ding! Numerous sword intents merge into the sword realm, reaching the extreme of this world. The host sword realm is thus upgraded to Chaotic Sword Intent. Current level of Chaotic Sword Intent is S level 400. 000/30. 000. 000. Chaotic Sword Intent, the source of sword intent, capable of deriving any sword intent in the world. When wielding Chaotic Sword Intent, it can suppress all sword intents in the world. Ding! The host's sword path intent has merged into one. The current host's sword path is the Transcendent Supreme Sword Path. Transcendent Supreme Sword Path, just surpassing the Supreme Sword Path slightly. It is the strongest sword path intent in the world. As the system prompt fell, thousands of sword phantoms were released from Su Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, this phenomenon spread throughout the entire South 9 district. If someone were here, they would surely see that many sword phantoms were constantly changing, from the initial void, transforming into black and white, and then through multiple transformations, it finally settled into a rainbow of light. Under the rainbow light, the sound of slaying immortals echoed, unsheathing and spiraling under the vast rainbow light. South 8 District. Ouyang Xiaoyao's rainbow light suddenly flew out of the sheath, as if sensing something, transforming into a streak of red mist, swiftly flying to South 9 District. At a critical moment, Ouyang Xiaoyao's expression turned cold, and he promptly used his domain to seal off the area. What is this? That damned guy. What is he doing here again? Witnessing the rainbow light spreading across South 9 District, Ouyang Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically. Facing this overwhelming sword intent, he actually felt an impulse to kneel and worship. At the same time, in the battlefield of the heavens, the South Demon, who was in deep meditation, was suddenly awakened by the long sword beside her that was continuously humming. In her daze, the long sword had already transformed into a stream of light and flew away. but was trapped by the formation in the training room. The South Demon stood up and retracted the long sword. As she opened the door, she was startled by a dazzling streak of rainbow sword light in the sky, her face changing dramatically. A sword intent. No, this is many sword intents. How can this guy, alone, master so many, and integrate them so perfectly? Swish, swish, swish. Before she could regain her senses, in the battlefield of the heavens, over 1,000 streams of long swords surged forth, heading towards the rainbow light. Damn it, my sword! What's going on? Why did my sword leave? All the alloy long swords from the first floor of the Merit Hall have flown away. Someone help intercept them. That place is the South 9 District, which Su Chen is responsible for. What on earth is happening? Behind the long swords, a crowd stopped in their tracks upon seeing the rampant rainbow light of sword intent. Even from such a distance, they could feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. If they were closer, they feared they wouldn't even be able to move normally. Another sword intent. At the same time, many military leaders also cast their gazes towards this place. Even the commander-in-chief He Yaowu, who was fishing by the pond, switched the pond's view to South 9 District. This sword path is truly terrifying. Relying on this sword intent, Su Chen is likely enough to threaten any military leader. However, his realm is still too low, insufficient to support him in using this sword intent. No way. Wait until his realm improves to worship a master? I must find a way to make him pay respects to a master first. He Yaowu left in a rush, only to return a few seconds later with a gloomy expression. He had been observing Su Chen's swordsmanship and suddenly had an epiphany. Why did you come so late? How am I supposed to take on a disciple like this? Damn it! He Yaowu complained, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The next time he emerged from seclusion, he would definitely take my precious disciple into my fold. What a powerful sword intent! I can't see through it? In the sky above South 9 District, Wang Guoguang observed for a while, then silently raised his domain by several dozen miles. He does not disappoint Hongguang. A gentle voice came through. Wang Guoguang was taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he sighed and nodded silently. Hongguang will also gain glory because of him. Half of the sunset-like domain opened, casting a colorful light into South 9 District. Gu Shixue, dressed in a white robe, watched the scene and smiled with satisfaction. In South 9 District, Su Chen bathed in the colorful light, surrounded by swirling circles of long swords. Boom, crack! As Su Chen opened his eyes and stood up, the colorful light surged into his body, and a magnificent sword intent spread from within, causing over 1,000 long swords around him to ring out continuously. He reached out, and the Zhuxian sword instantly appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it was the strongest sword move, long rainbow slaying demons. Sizzle! With a swing of the sword, the colorful sword light, carrying immense vitality, shattered the void of South 9 District in an instant, even affecting South 8 District and South 10 District. Crack, crack! Wang Guoguang, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the gaping rift in the domain, lost in thought. With that one sword strike, all the spiritual energy within Su Chen was completely exhausted. However, he could only unleash 30% of the chaotic sword intent, unable to manifest the true transcendent supreme sword path. He knew that as long as he could unleash more chaotic sword intent, this sword could be even stronger, but it was limited by his current realm. Nevertheless, Su Chen understood that once he comprehended another Dao intent, he would reach the limit of understanding the realm. At that point, he would need to break through to the Qiangyu realm. System, comprehend the Dao intent of wind. Ding! Wind Dao intent comprehension successful. Matching realms are E-level swift wind intent, E-level blue steel wind intent, E-level lightning wind intent, E-level ethereal wind intent, E-level spring wind intent, E-level cold soul wind intent, E-level life wind intent, E-level illusory wind intent, E-level sky riding wind intent. Wind Dao intent. By obtaining this Dao intent, the host is favored by the winds of heaven and earth, and the use of wind will be as natural as an arm. With wind, one can stop; without wind, one can create. Additionally, possessing the wind Dao intent allows the host to comprehend wind intent as if it were water, easily grasping it. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew in, followed by a sudden gust of wind. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the South 9 District transformed into a realm of wind. What the hell is going on? Don't do this, Su Chen. I just wanted to take my sword. I'm going to die. Here it comes again. Damn it. Someone help me out. The many demon slayers who had just arrived at the outskirts of South 9 District were swept away by the fierce wind before they could even enter. Many of those with lower strength were directly blown away, their spiritual power imprisoned, turning into black dots, disappearing without a trace. Fortunately, this disturbance did not last long. The crowd regained their senses, gathering behind the safety line, but no one dared to step into South 9 District again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, thousands of long swords flew back, quietly hovering in front of them. I knew Su Chen wouldn't look down on these swords. Take the swords back to the manor. This sword has absorbed a trace of Su Chen's sword intent. Its power will surely increase. Thank you, Su Chen. Thanks, Su Chen. Good job, Su Chen. As everyone retrieved their long swords and noticed the changes, they all cupped their fists towards South 9 District. It wasn't until they had walked far away that a few of them, drenched in sweat, flew back. Lan Ruo, how far did Su Chen blow you? I swear I ended up in South 1 District. Yang Tian gloomily retracted his alloy longsword. At first, he had thought about working hard to catch up with Su Chen's pace, but now, he only felt that the distance between him and Su Chen was becoming increasingly distant. I'm also a wooden chicken. Anyway, we're pretty close to the battlefield of the heavens, Xiao Lanruo said, pulling the sword with a twitch of her mouth. Practicing swordsmanship is useless, and you still say it looks cool. Now, we two are probably the most embarrassing people on the battlefield of the heavens. Seriously, I was still thinking about practicing the sword, looking cool like Su Chen. Forget it, damn it, Yang Tian complained. Give me that sword. I'll practice. Looking up to the high mountains and being inspired by the gentle breeze, with Su Chen in front, I also have a direction to learn. Xiao Lanruo chuckled. Yang Tian threw the sword to her and took out a long spear, angrily soaring into the air. On the spot, Xiao Lanruo gazed at the long sword in her hand, recalling the sword light that pierced through the southern 6 districts in the video. That sword from Su Chen was really damn cool. In the southern 9 districts, a shadow that could not be captured by the naked eye was riding the wind, causing the clouds to surge and the void to twist wherever it passed. Whoosh! The shadow paused in mid-air, revealing a slender figure dressed in black tight clothing, Su Chen. With the blessing of the Way of Wind, Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast. This was the fastest speed he had seen so far. When fully exerted, it was only slightly slower than the teleportation brought by his innate talent. Night, however, like the long rainbow slash against demons, it consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual power. With his current cultivation at the divine spirit realm, he couldn't maintain it for long. Crack! Su Chen didn't hesitate, taking out the accumulated demon-slaying energy and continuing to practice the sword technique Demon Slayer. The power of the Demon Slayer was now sufficient to rival the 3-layered Fuyo 3 swords. His proficiency had also reached the master level after several days of practice. Several hours later, the proficiency of the Demon Slayer reached the transformation level. At this moment, dark clouds surged in the sky, and hundreds of Earth sovereigns rushed in, but they quickly fell under Su Chen's sword. Ding! Host has slain 200 demon races, gaining 100,000 attribute points. Ding! Host's cultivation has broken through. Current cultivation level, Xiangyu Realm 5, 876, 234/40, 000. Ding! Host's all intents have been fully converted into domain power. Ding! A-level confinement intent converted into A-level confinement domain. Current domain level, A-level 150, 000/5, 000. Points can be added. Ding! S-level chaotic sword intent converted into S-level chaotic sword domain. Current domain level, S-level 400, 000/30, 000. Points can be added. Boom, crack, boom, crack. Above the sky, as if sensing Su Chen's breakthrough, dark clouds surged out of nowhere, with thunder rolling within, a terrifying might. Moments later, thousands of thunder dragons descended from the sky. Their speed was so fast that they almost submerged Su Chen in his breakthrough. Only the cultivation path of the ancient times can attract the tribulation of thunder. In this world, could there still be ancient cultivators like me? In the demon realm, a stunning woman in a white robe watched this scene, a look of nostalgia appearing in her eyes. If Su Chen were here, he would surely recognize her as Mo Xuanxue, who once lay in the stone coffin. First, I need to understand the situation of this period before proceeding. Acting rashly could very well lead to a poisonous hand. Mo Xuanxue's eyes flickered, ultimately deciding to first scout the situation in the demon realm. But when she turned around and saw the hundreds of giant stones, her brows twitched fiercely. Damn thief! Stealing my human race's treasure, the Zhanxian sword, was bad enough. Now, moving so many stones to block this place, it took me so long to dig it out. When we meet again, I will make you taste the bitterness of digging for months. On the battlefield of the heavens, after experiencing several anomalies, when the crowd saw the changes in the southern 9 districts, they remained calm and unperturbed. This was too normal for them. If Su Chen didn't make some noise, they would actually feel a bit uncomfortable. With so much intent in Dao, it's strange if it doesn't attract a thunder tribulation. However, this guy has tough skin and thick flesh. This little thunder tribulation isn't even enough for him to temper his body. Wang Guoguang gazed at the thunder, his expression darkening as he subtly raised his domain several dozen miles high. After a moment's thought, he twisted his wrist, and another force of rules merged into his domain. With 2 forces of rules at such a distance, unless you little brat have mastered the force of rules, don't even think about breaking my domain again. After saying this, Wang Guoguang closed his eyes and entered a deep meditation. South District 9. Su Chen was surrounded by thousands of bolts of thunder. But surprisingly, these thunders did not attack him. Instead, they transformed into pure thunder essence and surged into his body. Boom, crack. With the influx of the world's spiritual energy and thunder essence, Su Chen officially stepped into the Qiangyu realm. Swish, swish, swish. One domain after another emerged from his body, continuously filling the South District 9. The domain of the Chaos Sword, the domain of confinement, the domain of the spear, the domain of thunder, the domain of wood. A total of 26 domains spread across the entire South District 9. Boom, crack. With a loud noise, Wang Guoguang looked at the domain that had been torn open by the colorful light, falling into deep self-doubt. What the hell? I set up a domain with 2 forces of rules, and it was torn apart by your damn sword domain? Damn it! I can't provoke him, can I not hide? Just as Wang Guoguang was about to move, he suddenly thought of something, and a look of deep shock appeared on his face. This little brat has already broken through to the Qiangyu realm. Is he cheating or what? While Wang Guoguang was in a daze, a frail figure stepped out from the colorful light and entered his domain. He twitched the corner of his mouth, finally revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. Su Chen, congratulations on your breakthrough. Your domain has 2 forces of rules? Su Chen asked. Yes. Wang Guoguang's mouth twitched. He didn't want to admit it, but unfortunately, it was the truth. Su Chen nodded and turned to leave. The moment his figure disappeared, Wang Guoguang quickly raised his domain by over 100 miles. South District 9. Su Chen's thoughts moved, and all 26 domains merged into the domain of the Chaos Sword intent. At this moment, the hardness of the domain was even higher than that of Wang Guoguang's domain, which was enhanced by 2 forces of rules. When breaking through to the Qiangyu realm, the domain is supported by a full 10% of domain power. From Wang Guoguang's response, he could confirm that 10% of domain power was enough to easily tear apart a domain enhanced by 2 forces of rules. This indicated that the power of the Chaos Sword intent domain could threaten 2, or even 3 forces of rules. If the remaining 25 domains were added, it might threaten 4 or 5 forces of rules. Su Chen broke through to the Qiangyu realm, and the spiritual power within him surged like a great river, incredibly abundant. But even so, he could only use about 60% of the power of the Chaos Sword intent domain at most. 60% of the Chaos Sword intent domain, combined with the other 25 domains. He didn't know how many forces of rules it could withstand. Thinking of this, Su Chen swung his sword towards the sky, unleashing his strongest strike, long rainbow slashing demons. Swish! Blood energy carried the colorful swordlight, shattering the void all the way until it encountered Wang Guoguang's domain. Boom, crack! Wang Guoguang looked at the domain that had been shattered by more than half, his expression extremely ugly. This domain of his had been enhanced by 3 forces of rules. How could a domain of such hardness be cut open by a single sword? This little brat is doing it on purpose, isn't he? Swish! Su Chen stepped into the domain. 3 forces of rules? Yes, but Su Chen, what are you doing? Why do you keep staring at my domain? I'm verifying a hypothesis. As Su Chen spoke, a string of numbers surged from his merit ring into Wang Guoguang's merit ring. 1, 000. Wang Guoguang had originally wanted to complain a bit, but upon seeing this string of numbers, he swallowed the words he was about to say. 1 million merit points was no small fortune for him. Compared to the consumption from his recent repairs in the domain, it was significantly more. This brat really knows how to play the game. Suddenly, Wang Guoguang seemed to realize something and looked at Su Chen with a wary expression. You give me so many merit points. You don't plan to keep coming back, do you? I tell you, I won't allow it. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen's figure vanished from the spot. A few minutes later, a sword light, half as powerful as before, struck. This time, Wang Guoguang's domain was only cut open at one point. Su Chen walked up, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared again. The next moment, another sword light appeared, round and round. After several hours of continuous testing, Su Chen had a clear understanding of his current strength. With just 20% of his chaotic sword intent domain power, he was already capable of threatening a domain reinforced by 2 rules of power. With such a powerful sword, Long Rainbow slaying demons, he could slice a domain reinforced by 2 rules in half. However, this was merely the effect of the opponent acting as a punching bag. In a real fight, the outcome might not be so favorable. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure appeared within Wang Guoguang's domain, and Wang Guoguang's face immediately darkened. Su Chen, I've already lost a lot. If you come again, I'm going to lose big. Let's spar a bit, Su Chen said calmly. Spar? Wang Guoguang was taken aback, but after a moment, he understood Su Chen's intention. Su Chen was testing his own strength, and given his current situation, he was enough of a threat to someone at the level of a military commander. For him, ordinary Qianyu realm practitioners were no longer his opponents. Only those who had comprehended the power of rules could fight him. All right, Wang Guoguang nodded, his massive fists trembling with excitement. You brat, do you think it's that easy to comprehend the power of rules? After being my punching bag for so long, it's time to give you a good beating. You can use 3 rules of power, Su Chen said. No need for 3, 2 is enough. Wang Guoguang initially wanted to say 1, but feeling it was too risky, he opted for 2 instead. Watch closely. These 2 rules, one is suppression, and the other is divine spear. As his voice fell, a domineering pressure erupted from the surroundings of the domain. Su Chen, caught in it, suddenly felt his strength drop by several steps, but as a burst of colorful light emanated from within him, the surrounding pressure vanished without a trace. I forgot. You have comprehended the Dao intent. The strength of the Dao intent cannot be suppressed by the power of rules. A serious expression appeared on Wang Guoguang's face as he raised his hand, and a cold gleam shot out. In an instant, a gleaming silver long spear pierced through the air towards Su Chen. It carried the power of rules and a dense force of the domain. Su Chen instinctively tried to dodge, but the spear followed him like a leech. Its speed undiminished. It was getting closer and closer. The divine spear means that my spear will not stop attacking until it pierces you. This is the power of the rules, and the invincibility of the power of rules. Wang Guoguang smiled as he saw Su Chen in trouble. Boom, crack. Unable to shake it off, Su Chen directly used half of his chaotic sword intent domain power to unleash Long Rainbow slaying demons, destroying the spear behind him on the spot. However, in the blink of an eye, dozens of long spears emerged from the domain again, chasing after him. I forgot to tell you, the cold spear is not just one spear, as long as my spiritual power is not exhausted. Wherever the power of rules exists, there will be long spears, Wang Guoguang shouted loudly. Seeing this, Su Chen directly expanded his chaotic sword intent domain. The colorful light spread out, and the long spears around him were suddenly suppressed, their speed drastically reduced. He shifted from defense to offense, empowered by the chaotic sword intent domain, clearing away the spears, and with a raised hand, unleashed a long rainbow slash to vanquish the demons. Good fellow, not bad strength, but how much of this intent have you comprehended? To be able to counter my rule power. Wang Guoguang dodged the sword, and hundreds of long spears once again surged towards Su Chen. At the same time, the domain was suddenly covered in layers of ice and snow. In just a few seconds, Wang Guoguang's domain, including Su Chen's chaotic sword intent domain power, was frozen. Su Chen, this is my 3rd rule, Ice Seal. This rule can freeze the domain, and except for me, no one can escape, but it has a time limit. In the same realm, it can seal for about 30 seconds, but I don't know how long you can last. Wang Guoguang moved swiftly, the surrounding ice blocks having no effect on him, as if walking on flat ground. Just as his massive fist was about to land on Su Chen's head, a 7-colored sword light appeared, shattering the ice blocks in an instant and engulfing him. Cough cough. You managed to break free in less than 3 seconds. Not simple. Come again. Wang Guoguang tore off his shirt, revealing a long sword wound. Being injured by a guy who had just entered the Qiangyu realm, he was truly enraged. He no longer held back, intertwining 3 rule powers, demonstrating the true terrifying nature of rule power. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Refreshing. After several dozen minutes, Wang Guoguang looked at the injured Su Chen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Chen remained expressionless. In this battle, he had witnessed the formidable nature of rule power for the first time. If it weren't for Wang Guoguang holding back at a critical moment, his injuries would likely have been much worse. But your physical strength is indeed not simple. If your physique were a bit stronger, it wouldn't be so easy for me to defeat you. Wang Guoguang chuckled. Physical strength? Su Chen's eyes flickered. Your flash assassination isn't bad either. If I weren't so alert, I might have fallen for your trick. But compared to Tang Yu, you're quite lacking. Hearing this, Su Chen looked up at Wang Guoguang, waiting for him to continue. Tang Yu, with an S-level talent, Phantom, combined with his comprehension of rules, assassination, and venom, even a military commander must be cautious in his presence. Assassination. Venom? His talent is Phantom, allowing him to conceal his presence and merge into the darkness. Paired with his Nightfall domain, it's essentially equivalent to invisibility. The assassination rule allows him to strike from the darkness without being detected, which is quite terrifying. The venom is rather disgusting. Once struck by him, it's akin to being poisoned. This poison, while variable in intensity, carries rule power, making any ordinary poison seem trivial. If not expelled within 5 seconds, death is certain. But 5 seconds is enough for Tang Yu to execute dozens of assassinations. So far, anyone targeted by Tang Yu, whether human or demon, has not survived, Wang Guoguang said with a heavy expression. Now he has declared his intention to participate in the upcoming military commander selection, likely aiming for you, so be careful. Thank you. Su Chen expressed his gratitude as he returned to District 9. After battling Wang Guoguang, he understood the power of rule power. Tang Yu possessed the Nightfall domain, assassination, and venom as 2 rules. He had the Wind domain, paired with the S-level talent Night, and various intents to resist domain suppression, with speed close to flashing, making him unafraid of assassination. However, to unleash his full strength, he would inevitably need to use the Chaotic Sword Intent domain. Using both domains simultaneously was quite draining on spiritual power. Even with the abundant spiritual power of the Qiangyu realm, it wouldn't last long. Additionally, facing Tang Yu's rule venom, he was quite passive. The probability of winning without injury was low, unless one can be immune to all poisons in the world. Thinking of this, Su Chen opened his personal attribute panel and looked at the physique section. He was still short of over 3 million attribute points to trigger a qualitative change in his physique. Currently, he had just over 1 million, still lacking about 200,000. He needed to accumulate more attribute points. Under the night, black mist surged, and over 100 Earth sovereigns rushed in to kill. Su Chen stood up, and in just over 2 minutes, the battle was over. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X-187, gaining 93,500 attribute points. The Demon Race was dwindling. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. The domain of wind manifested, and he slipped into the void, quickly arriving in another area. It wasn't until he had cleared the Demon Race from 7 areas that he had collected around 600,000 attribute points. In the following days, Su Chen collected attribute points while also gathering demon slaying energy to practice the sword technique of demon slaying. Day and night, Su Chen killed the last Earth Sovereign. His attribute points finally reached over 3 million. System, allocate physique points to 5 million. Ding, allocation complete. Current physique 5 million. Ding, physique has reached 5 million, triggering a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Body of 1,000 Mountains. Body of 1,000 Mountains, S-Class weapon attack, including spirit weapons. Attached intent. Attached rules power, damage reduction of 80%. All A-Class and below weapons, including spirit weapons, damage immunity. Additionally, possesses the power of 1,000 mountains, capable of breaking the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward of a critical hit. successfully obtaining a physique attribute lottery once. Please draw. The physique attribute drawn will be distributed for free. Draw. Drawing physique attribute. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the physique attribute immune to all poisons. Physique attribute immune to all poisons in the world. Ding. Attributes along with rewards are being distributed. Please check. Host. Swish. White light engulfed Su Chen, continuously transforming his physique. Half an hour passed, and with the last trace of white light entering his body, a powerful aura erupted from Su Chen's surface. As a result, the surrounding void became distorted and compressed. If someone were present, they would notice that Su Chen's already fair skin had become even whiter, appearing like a piece of uncut jade from a distance. Up close, the pores on his skin seemed to breathe, swirling with gusts of aura, exuding an imposing presence. Moreover, as his blood surged, some strange purple patterns faintly appeared on Su Chen's surface, constantly emerging and disappearing, repeating endlessly. Boom, crack. Su Chen threw a punch, and the force of 1,000 mountains surged forth, directly exploding the void several miles in front of him with a single blow. Sizzle! Sizzle! The power of the attribute domain surged from his fist. Su Chen gazed at the sky and delivered a punch. Bang! The domain trembled violently. Wang Guoguang, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. As soon as he opened his domain, Su Chen stepped out of the void and entered his domain. You little brat, after a few days of peace, you want to get beaten up again. Ha! Wang Guoguang joked. Su Chen said nothing and unleashed a furious punch, causing Wang Guoguang's domain to shake several times. Good kid, your physique has become stronger. Interesting, come and fight, Wang Guoguang shouted, unleashing 3 strands of rules power, engaging in combat with Su Chen. During the fight, Wang Guoguang became increasingly astonished, as the strength of Su Chen's physique far exceeded his expectations. When he saw Su Chen shatter the ice block frozen by the attached rule's power with a single punch, he was left dumbfounded. Although everything in the world has its limits, so does the power of rules. But he never expected that the limit of the rule's freezing would be tested in this way by Su Chen. This time, the two fought for a full 2 hours. Enough, enough, with your physique strength, unless I use 4 strands of rule's power together, I can't do anything to you. Wang Guoguang spoke to end the battle. As of now, Su Chen has yet to use his ultimate sword technique. He has already restricted his 3 rules of power just by relying on his physical strength. If this continues, once Su Chen employs his sword techniques, relying solely on the 3 rules of power may not be enough to withstand it. After all, these days, he can feel that after being tempered by the Demon Clan, Su Chen's sword skills have increased dramatically, no longer comparable to before. Thank you, Su Chen said seriously, clasping his fist. These days, besides helping him test his strength, Wang Guoguang has also voluntarily taken on the responsibility of being his sparring partner. His combat experience has greatly improved under Wang Guoguang's guidance. No need to thank me, everything I do is for the human race. Wang Guoguang smiled. Su Chen said nothing and turned to leave. On the spot, Wang Guoguang watched his departing figure, a hint of comfort appearing on his face. Xie Changkong, Qin Tianzhu, for the sake of the human race, you were right. Such a prodigy may one day lead our human race to an unprecedented height. Moreover, the 8th round of testing was too hasty. This guy probably has more than just dual talents. Junior, the selection for the military commander starts in 3 hours. You can head over now. 3 days later, the voice of Shui rang out from Su Chen's merit ring. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the South 9th District. Hey, Stinky Shui, when do you think Su Chen will arrive? I haven't seen him in a long time, I kind of miss him. In the battlefield of heaven, in the martial arts hall, Yi Rouge patted Shui's head. You love-struck fool. I told you not to pat my head, I won't grow taller like this. Shui turned back and glared at her, casually grabbing a cookie and popping it into her mouth. Stinky Shui, you stole my snacks again. Seeing this, Yi Rouge hurriedly sealed the snack bag. Humph. I took it openly, okay? Shui, act with integrity, how could I do something so sneaky? Humph. I don't believe you. You stinky ditch. Is that so? Shui conjured a small chair covered in flowers and leisurely sat down. Shui, I actually think snacks should be shared with good friends, don't you think? Yi Rouge quickly took out several bags of snacks and handed them to Shui. I guess so. Well, When I was in kindergarten, the teacher told us that if we have good things, we should share them with good friends. So, Shui, I want a chair like yours too. Shui glanced at her but said nothing. No way. The cucumber-flavored chips are reserved for Su-chen. I haven't eaten them myself for quite a while. Really? Love-struck fool. Shui sighed, twisting her wrist, and another chair appeared. Yay! Stinky! Cough cough. Shui, you're so nice. Yi Ruj sat down. The two of them munched on snacks while surveying the empty martial arts arena. In the battlefield of heaven, everyone has their own tasks, with plenty of time before the military commander selection. Only she and Yi Ruj were in the arena. Whoosh! The sound of a long sword humming rang out, followed by the southern demon flying over on a sword. Shui raised her hand, and another chair appeared. The southern demon walked over and sat down, her gaze fixed on a name displayed on the projector, Jin Xingxi. Demon's sister. I found out that there are a total of 32 participants in this military commander selection, and the competition will be in a round system. The one who comes out on top will be the new 9th military commander. The southern demon nodded. Demon's sister. Jin Xingxi has already converted 50% of his domain power, while you have only converted less than 20%. Be careful. The southern demon remained expressionless, still staring intently at that name. What is Tang Yu doing? He has condensed 2 powers of rules. Why is he still participating in the military leader selection? How shameless. He could have just said he wanted to be one earlier. With his strength, who would dare to say a word against him? This guy must be coming for Su-chen. Yi Ruj bit her cheek fiercely. Su-chen needs to be careful. This guy's domain, including the 2 rules, is not simple. Li Qingyi walked over. Upon seeing her, Yi Ruj's eyes immediately filled with hostility. She didn't know why. She always felt that this person, like her, had thoughts about Su-chen. Senior Qingyi, Shui greeted. Li Qingyi nodded. We really have a connection. We all came from the Imperial Capital University. What you want to say is that you have a connection with Su-chen, right? Yi Ruj said. I do have a connection with Su-chen, Li Qingyi admitted generously. School will start soon, and I might have to go back with him. Ruj, do you want to come along? Who wants to go with you? Yi Ruj turned her head and pouted, seemingly venting her frustration, her snack bag crunching loudly. At that moment, people began to walk in one after another. In just about an hour, the martial arts hall was filled with demon slayers. Ha, so many people. Are you all waiting for this handsome guy? Ouyang Xiaoyao arrived on his sword. To his surprise, the crowd only glanced at him, without the usual commotion. This made him quite unhappy, but to maintain the demeanor of the second handsome guy of Tianmen Pass, he didn't show it. After Ouyang Xiaoyao arrived, many participants in the military leader selection came here one after another. Ghost Tang Yu is here, someone shouted. The next moment, everyone moved to the sides, creating a path wide enough for 3 people. Soon, Tang Yu, shrouded in a black robe, slowly walked out of the void and onto the martial arts stage. During this process, everyone remained silent, and some timid ones even dared not look directly at Tang Yu's figure. What's so great about it? It's just condensing 2 rules. Why the big show? Yi Ruj said. Her voice was not loud, but in the quiet martial arts hall, many people heard it. For a moment, many gasped, and their gazes towards her were filled with pity. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Tang Yu merely glanced at Yi Ruj and said nothing. What are you looking at? I won't look at you, you're too ugly. I still want to look at Su-chen. Boom, crack. Tang Yu's aura suddenly surged, and the violent power shook the martial arts stage fiercely. Everyone thought he was about to get angry, but moments later, he retracted his aura and walked away alone. That's more like it. Stay away from me. Yi Ruj chewed on her snack fiercely, her eyes full of triumph. Nearby, Shui and the others glanced at her, their expressions somewhat complicated. To be able to tease a military leader-level demon slayer who comprehended 2 rules, Yi Ruj's identity was naturally not simple. This was evident to anyone with discerning eyes. At the same time, whispers spread through the crowd, marking Yi Ruj as someone not to be provoked. Whoosh! As Jin Xingxi arrived, Nan Yao's gaze turned cold, and he stepped onto the martial arts stage. Su-chen is here! A loud shout rang out. The next moment, the people on both sides stepped back a few paces again. At the same time, a series of screams erupted. Su-chen! Handsome guy! Su-chen! Thank you for the sword you gave us, Su Chen. Thank you for helping us kill demons, Su Chen, god of war. Seeing such momentum, a sinister look appeared on Ouyang Xiaoyao's handsome face. Even Tang Yu on the martial arts stage instinctively turned to look at the entrance. He was very curious as to why the family would use him, a powerful rule enforcer, to slay a being at the divine realm. Tap! Su Chen stepped out of the void, weaving through the crowd until he reached the martial arts platform. At the same time, more than 20 phantoms appeared. Among them was He Yaowu, the supreme commander of the battlefield of heaven, along with several army commanders. The rest were demon slayers with the strength of army commanders but who had not held any official position. This time, the selection of army commanders will be conducted in pairs, in a round-based format. The one who ultimately secures first place will become the new 9th Army Commander, He Yaowu stated succinctly, explaining the rules of the selection before handing over the speaking rights to Wang Guoguang. During the competition, life and death are irrelevant. Participants may choose to concede before the match begins, but once the match starts, there will be no grounds for concession. The opponents will be determined by a draw. Those who draw the same number will face each other. I invite the 32 participants to the martial arts platform for the draw. As Wang Guoguang's voice fell, a table appeared in the center of the platform, upon which sat a black box. To ensure fairness, the order of the draw will follow the order of entry into the martial arts arena. Those who entered together will draw together. The draw begins with a command. The first contestant, Nan Yao, who had entered the area, walked over and drew a black sphere from the box. It bore the number 8. Under the supervision of the Supreme Commander and the 10 army commanders, the draw was quickly completed. Su Chen arrived last and drew last. The number he drew was 9, and his opponent was an unfamiliar strongman at the Qiangyu realm. Swish! Wang Guoguang waved his hand, and the martial arts platform was instantly divided into 16 zones. Each zone displayed a number. According to the rules, those with the same number would go to the corresponding zone to compete. When Su Chen arrived at Zone 9, the Qiangyu realm strongman with the same number was already there. Demon Slayer Luo Xiangdong, Peak Qiangyu realm. Su Chen, early Qiangyu realm. The two exchanged greetings, and with a command from Wang Guoguang, the domains expanded, and they began to battle in the void. In less than a minute, Luo Xiangdong fell from the void, crashing heavily onto the martial arts platform. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped off the platform to concede. Wow! Su Chen is amazing. He's the first person to win a battle. Yi Ruj clapped her small hands in excitement. Wasn't the first one Tang Yu? His opponent conceded without hesitation. Li Qingyi remarked, "That guy doesn't count." At that moment, Wang Guoguang announced Su Chen's victory, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Su Chen remained silent, closing his eyes to regulate his breath and recover his expended spiritual power. This was not a slaughter. Without external replenishment, he could only rely on himself for recovery. Half an hour later, the list of the top 16 had been determined. Under Wang Guoguang's organization, a new round of draws began. This time, the order was based on the sequence of victories. Su Chen was the second to draw. The number he drew was 5. Su Chen, I hope I draw a 5 as well, that way, I can. Ouyang Xiaoyao sneered as he approached the table. As if favored by the heavens, he indeed drew a 5. Su Chen is in danger, Li Qingyi said with a serious expression from below the platform. It is said that Ouyang Xiaoyao has not only mastered the use of his domain during this time but has even touched the barrier of rules, allowing him to wield a trace of rule power. Rule power in a domain is like a domain in a realm, even just a trace is enough to create a crushing advantage. Not necessarily. Shui had a different opinion. The disturbances caused by Su Chen in recent days must be preparations for this army commander selection. Although Ouyang Xiaoyao is strong, don't forget that Su Chen killed a Qiangyu realm strongman who had comprehended a rule in the examination arena. Even if he can't defeat Ouyang Xiaoyao, it shouldn't be too difficult to protect himself. Humph, why don't you believe in Su Chen? I bet Su Chen will kill him with one sword, just like he did with that old man in the exam room. Yi Ruj said angrily. Su Chen is not afraid of illusions. The opponent's rules are naturally useless against him. You could say that battle was a coincidence. Ouyang Xiaoyao has killed many demons and has rich combat experience. Now he has grasped a bit of rule power. Su Chen might not gain any advantage under him. Yang Tian walked over. Since the demon slaying at Tianmen Pass, they had discovered Su Chen's immunity to illusions. believe it or not. Yi Rude shot him a glare. Just wait and see. You all come to my domain, and I'll take you to watch this battle. Li Qingyi expanded her domain to cover everyone. Strong practitioners of the Qianyu realm can watch battles between opponents of the same level in a vacuum. They can also conceal their own domain and launch attacks on other domains. However, Li Qingyi's domain was separated by the powerful rule power of Wang Guoguang. They could only watch and not interfere. The match begins. With Wang Guoguang's command, Ouyang Xiaoyao immediately expanded his domain. Compared to the previous domain filled with long swords, there was an additional mysterious power within his domain. Although it was relatively weak, it caused a qualitative change in the domain. Su Chen, I just comprehended a bit of rule power, and you happened to encounter me. I can only say you are destined to die here. Come and take your life. Ouyang Xiaoyao's long sword trembled, instantly bringing a storm of long swords towards him. Each long sword was imbued with a trace of rule power. The might generated by such a number of long swords gathered together was no longer comparable to the past. However, this domain was too weak for Su Chen. Even if there were 10 such domains, they could not compare to Wang Guoguang's domain enhanced by 3 rule powers. Su Chen raised his long sword and silently swung out a strike empowered by 20% of chaotic sword intent. Long rainbow slash. Swish! The 7-colored sword light slashed through, shattering the long swords it encountered like paper. It wasn't until this sword light cut the domain in half that it slowly dissipated. Ouyang Xiaoyao, narrowly avoiding the attack, sensed something was wrong and was about to flee when Su Chen appeared beside him and severed his head with one sword. Ding! The host has obtained the talent Sword Soul. Current level E0 out of 100. Points can be allocated. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm and can comprehend rules. Note, ordinary warriors can break through the Radiant Realm by comprehending 9 rules, but the host can comprehend multiple rules. Ding! Please state the rule you wish to comprehend. Light. Ding! Rule, light comprehension successful. As the system's voice fell, Su Chen's body suddenly radiated light, appearing exceptionally dazzling in the dimly lit martial arts hall, like the rising sun. This is impossible. He forcefully killed Ouyang Xiaoyao and also comprehended a rule. Given the situation, it's a very strong attribute rule. Su Chen truly cannot be judged by common sense. Such talent is terrifying. Terrifying. The light rule just happens to counter Tang Yu's Nightfall domain. Su Chen is likely aiming for the position of army commander. Not only did the surrounding crowd exclaim in shock, but Shui and her group also looked incredulous. Su Chen has already grown to this extent? How long has it been? Li Qingyi found it hard to believe. This was the boy who had needed her help not long ago. How could it be that in such a short time, he possessed the strength to kill opponents of the same level? Moreover, she could tell that Su Chen had not used his full strength. What a terrifying guy. Yang Tian glanced at Xiao Lanrua beside him, who seemed to sense something and silently took 2 steps back. Why are you retreating? Am I going to eat you? Yang Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. Captain, the rest is negotiable. But that sword you already gave me. Don't even think about getting it back. Xiao Lanrua smiled. Who cares? Yang Tian crossed his arms, looking completely unconcerned. These 2 swords are as graceful as a long rainbow. So cool. Xiao Lanrua gazed at the training platform with admiration, unaware that at that moment, Yang Tian had already leaped behind him. His hand reached for the sword at his waist. Whoosh! To his surprise, as soon as he grabbed it, the sword transformed into a burst of spiritual energy and dissipated. Captain, I knew you would regret it. Do you think I, a mere Wind Realm cultivator who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Realm, would carry a sword infused with Su Chen's colorful sword intent? You're ruthless. Yang Tian reluctantly withdrew his hand. Above the void, the 10 army commanders, including the Supreme Commander, all showed expressions of surprise. They had all comprehended the rules, but they had never seen anyone comprehend them in the midst of battle. Su Chen's actions had truly refreshed their understanding. This kid is indeed extraordinary. From the Dao intent earlier to the rules now, how much time has passed? One army commander said solemnly. Indeed, comprehending the rules means he is a commander-level powerhouse, and his light attribute counters Tang Yu's talent and domain, giving him the strength to resist. Gu Shixue said. I don't think he can counter Tang Yu. Everyone knows about Tang Yu's other rule, Venom. Such a monstrous talent, even without relying on assassination. As long as he injures Su Chen will definitely lose. Unless Su Chen can defeat Tang Yu without taking any damage, but that's simply impossible. The other option is that he can resist all poisons in the world, but that's even less realistic. Gu Xingdong's expression was not good. Earlier, he had wanted to step in to save Ouyang Xiaoyao, but Su Chen's speed was too fast, and he couldn't make it in time. Look, after this army commander selection is completed, we should send someone to investigate the situation with the Demon Clan. Recently, the Demon Clan has been decreasing, which is quite illogical, Wang Guoguang said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. At this moment, the surrounding anomalies settled, and Su Chen retracted the power of the rules, sitting cross-legged to adjust his breath. Meanwhile, Shui and the others had arrived at another battle area. Here, the southern demon was facing off against Jin Xingxi. The two had not fully transformed their domains and could not expand their domains for battle, so they could only fight within the designated area. As a result, there were many demon hunters gathered to watch the match. Swoosh! The southern demon slashed out with a sword, the overwhelming power of the domain transforming into a deep blue swordlight, tearing a small piece of the void and arriving in front of Jin Xingxi in an instant. Jin Xingxi did not retreat but advanced, thrusting his spear forward, using the heavy power of his domain to pierce through the swordlight, charging towards the southern demon in the blink of an eye. The southern demon did not linger in battle, stepping back as several pitch-black long arrows suddenly shot out, racing away in the opposite direction. Taking advantage of the delay caused by the long arrows, the southern demon quickly created distance. She faced Jin Xingxi's 50% domain power with less than 20% of her own, putting her in a passive position. However, with her dual talents, she was still able to maneuver and not be completely defenseless. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, mostly with the southern demon retreating and Jin Xingxi attacking. Despite the southern demon's agile dodging, she still bore wounds from the relentless assault. Die! Jin Xingxi roared, unleashing a torrent of spear strikes, not giving the southern demon a chance to breathe. The southern demon held her long sword, standing still, her gaze cold as she watched him approach. Have you accepted your fate? Jin Xingxi shouted coldly, suddenly increasing his speed. Just as he stepped within 3 meters of the southern demon, a burst of 7-colored swordlight suddenly erupted from her long sword, engulfing him, with a shower of blood raining down. Only a long spear remained where Jin Xingxi had stood, clattering to the ground. Hiss! The people in the arena turned their attention to Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the martial arts platform, adjusting his breath. Within the eastern border war zone, everyone knew that the colorful swordlight was his signature. As Wang Guoguang announced the end of the match between the two, Nan Yao expressionlessly picked up the spear from Jin Xingxi in the spatial bag, walking down from the martial arts platform. What? She's leaving just like that? Is she giving up her qualification for the military commander selection? A voice cried out from the crowd. Sister Yao's purpose in participating in the military commander selection was just to kill this person. Shui sighed. She found it hard to imagine that Nan Yao, someone so proud to the core, would seek help from Su Chen. But that colorful sword light that killed Jin Xingxi explained everything. After a heated discussion, under Wang Guoguang's organization, the draw for the third round of matches began. Su Chen was still the second to draw, and he drew number 2. This time, his opponent was a peaked Xiangyu realm expert who had comprehended a rule. According to the regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone, this person was indeed a military commander-level expert. Everyone thought this would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, this person chose to concede as soon as he stepped onto the stage. What's going on? This guy is at the same realm as Su Chen, yet he chooses to concede? Is he just giving up? I can't understand what he's thinking. Although Su Chen is ridiculously strong, at least they should exchange a few moves. I think this person is right. Fighting Su Chen, his chances of winning are indeed low. 2 moves to kill Ouyang Xiaoyao. This level of strength is not much weaker than someone who has comprehended a rule. Now that Su Chen has also comprehended a rule, how can this be played out? Amidst the heated discussions, the third round of matches quickly concluded. Now there were only 4 people left on the stage: Su Chen, Tang Yu, and 2 others who had each comprehended a rule. After the few of them finished adjusting their breaths, Wang Guoguang organized the draw for the 4th round, which was the quarterfinals. Since Su Chen's opponent conceded first, this time, Su Chen drew first. He drew number 1, and his opponent was a demon slayer who had comprehended a rule. What puzzled everyone was that this person also chose to concede. Thus, Su Chen advanced to the top 2. Neither of them fought, and their states remained at their peak. Seeing this, Wang Guoguang removed the rules of power set on the martial arts platform. This military commander selection will be decided between Su Chen and Tang Yu. Do either of you wish to concede? The two remained silent. In that case, the match begins. As the words fell, two domains erupted, each occupying half of the martial arts platform. One was a chaotic sword intent domain filled with sword shadows and colorful light. The other was a pitch-black domain, devoid of light, resembling a night curtain. Boom, crack. The power of the light rule surged into the chaotic sword intent domain, shining brightly and dispelling all darkness within the domain. In just a moment, the martial arts platform was occupied by black and white. Su Chen and Tang Yu each stood on one half, not making a move, allowing the domains to contend. Minutes later, Tang Yu's figure merged into the domain, disappearing from the martial arts platform. At the same time, Tang Yu's night curtain domain suddenly transformed into dozens of black threads, extending into the chaotic sword intent domain. Tang Yu's move is truly insidious, using the domain as a medium, combined with his innate characteristics. As long as Su Chen doesn't find the thread of the domain he's in, he will definitely be assassinated. Gu Shishua said solemnly. Indeed, this move is too tricky to defend against, unless Su Chen can shatter Tang Yu's domain in one strike. It's simply impossible for a newly comprehended rule power Qian Yu realm expert. A military commander echoed. Wang Guoguang's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. This brat could even cut through the three rules he had set. Tang Yu's move was not a problem for him at all. However, Wang Guoguang did not expect that even with dozens of black lines of the domain approaching him, Su Chen still made no move. What is this brat trying to do? Wang Guoguang wondered. It wasn't just him. He Yaowu, at that moment, was also puzzled. As if realizing something, He Yaowu hurriedly looked at Su Chen, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. The next moment, his previously expressionless face was shocked into retreating several steps. Commander, what's wrong with you? Wang Guoguang asked. It's nothing, I'm just stepping back to adjust my suit. Is there a problem? Aren't we all just avatars right now? Wang Guoguang's face showed a hint of speechlessness. What does it have to do with you? He Yaowu shot him a glare and continued to observe Su Chen. No one noticed that in He Yaowu's eyes, Su Chen was surrounded by a fierce blood energy, with ancient purple patterns resembling dragons, surging with vitality. How could this brat's physique have improved to such a level in such a short time? And how does he have that strange pattern that seems to be from an ancient era? It's a pity that I'm just an avatar now, and my power is limited, I can't see it more clearly. He Yaowu's eyes flickered. Whoosh! At that moment, numerous black lines of the domain approached Su Chen, but Tang Yu did not initiate an assassination. With a thought, all the black lines of the domain instantly split apart, and in just a moment, dozens of black lines transformed into a giant net, covering Su Chen. However, the radiant rules emanating from Su Chen kept the area within several meters around him in absolute brightness. No matter how Tang Yu's dark domain invaded, Su Chen remained unmoved, his brilliance undiminished. Crackle! Su Chen's chaotic sword intent domain dissipated, and in an instant, the domain of light emerged. The domain of light, enhanced by the rules of brightness, shone brilliantly, instantly pushing back the black giant net. But because the power of the rules was not as strong as Tang Yu's, Su Chen's domain of light only expanded for several dozen meters. Yet this distance was enough to ensure that Su Chen would not be assassinated by Tang Yu. The domain of light is terrifying. I didn't expect Su Chen to have this trump card. Now Tang Yu has a hard time making a move. It seems Su Chen has put in a lot of effort to deal with Tang Yu. But it's only a defense if Tang Yu goes all out. As long as he injures Su Chen, with his other rule of venom, Su Chen will still lose. To achieve this level in such a short time, Su Chen is already impressive. But Tang Yu's talent for venom is truly unbeatable. Indeed, seeing this scene, the people around were in constant discussion, but no one had high hopes for Su Chen. Tang Yu's combat experience is too rich, he clearly has the advantage in rules and is still so cautious. It's too difficult for Su Chen to defeat such a strong opponent. Shui sighed. This person is extremely vigilant, even when facing martial artists of a lower realm. He will go all out and never underestimate them. Previously, several army commanders recommended him for the position of the 9th Army Commander, but he refused. To be honest, Su Chen's chances of winning against him are not high. Li Qingyi frowned. Tang Yu's venom rule was too incomprehensible. Unless Su Chen could become immune to all poisons in the world, which was fundamentally impossible. In the arena, facing the surrounding brilliance as bright as the sun, the black lines of Tang Yu's domain trembled for a moment and then slowly retreated. But no one noticed that his figure, hidden in the darkness, had somehow stood not far in front of Su Chen. He stood there in the blinding white light, yet he did not appear out of place at all. Instead, he blended in as if this were his domain. All of this, even Su Chen, who was in the center of the domain, did not notice. Suddenly, Tang Yu moved, like a ghostly shadow. He quickly darted to Su Chen's side. Crackle! The short blade pierced Su Chen's body, and Tang Yu immediately vanished. But Su Chen managed to trap him. He had previously inquired with Wang Wudwang and learned that only by using a rule could one unleash the strongest power of that rule. If Tang Yu wanted to assassinate him, to ensure he wouldn't miss, he would inevitably have to fully utilize the rule's venom at the moment of the kill. At that time, his other assassination rule could not be maintained at full strength. So, this was his flaw. Only by seizing this point did Su Chen have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, even if Su Chen defeated him, he would not be able to kill him. Boom, crack. Facing Tang Yu, Su Chen showed no hesitation, raising his hand to empower the six-fold chaotic sword intent domain. Along with the strongest sword strike from the remaining 25 domains, long rainbow slaying demon. Zing! Tang Yu didn't even have time to defend and was sliced into a mist of blood by this colorful swordlight. Boom, crack. Losing the spiritual power to maintain it, Tang Yu's Nightfall domain instantly shattered and dissipated. Tap. Su Chen landed on the martial arts platform, becoming the final victor. But at that moment, in the vast martial arts arena, not a single person spoke, because everyone had seen Tang Yu's short blade pierce Su Chen. This meant that Su Chen had already been struck by his rule venom. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen! Yi Rouge, Shui, and Li Qingyi all rushed towards the martial arts platform. At the same time, dozens of demon hunters who had recently arrived from the Tianmen Pass also ran towards the platform. Even Wang Wudwang, who was in the void above, swept to Su Chen's side. What a pity! If he had become a commander, with his growth rate, he would surely instill fear in the entire demon race. A commander's side. There's nothing to be done, the world is unpredictable. Rules are rules, and this world does not change according to personal will. Perhaps this is Su Chen's fate. Another commander lamented. That streak of rainbow light spanned 10 districts from north to south. The youth's path should not be so short. Unfortunately, Tang Yu's speed was too fast. Gu Shishue turned her head away, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, murmuring softly. Who would have thought that Tang Yu had grown to this extent? The ultimate black is the ultimate white. Alas, if Su Chen dies, it wouldn't be unjust. Just as everyone was sighing, a purple pattern suddenly emerged from Su Chen's body. At the same time, an extremely violent physical gale erupted. The people around hadn't reacted yet when they were blown back several dozen steps by this gale. Boom, crack. The ancient and strange purple pattern expanded, as if the laws of heaven and earth stood behind Su Chen. In an instant, a mass of black blood erupted from the top of Su Chen's head. The terrifying aura of rules emanating from it changed the expressions of everyone present. How is this possible? This is a powerful poison created by rule venom. How can Su Chen withstand it? In the void above, Gu Xingdong was shocked beyond measure by the scene before him. The other commanders also wore faces of horror. Earlier, they had known that Su Chen was unafraid of illusions. But now, Su Chen was not even afraid of such a potent poison. Did this mean he could be immune to any illusion or venom in the world? A terrifying guy. I have a feeling that among those who will represent the eastern border war zone to go to that place in the future, there will definitely be Su Chen, a commander said solemnly. The youth's path is long and winding. Gu Shishue rubbed her reddened eyes, a hint of a smile appearing in her gaze. Is the function of this pattern to be immune to all poisons in the world? Our human race must be extraordinary in the ancient times. He Yao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As the strange phenomenon settled, the purple pattern returned to the surface of his body, while the mass of black blood was sealed by a purple pattern, quietly suspended in front of Su Chen. So close, Su Chen could clearly feel the horror of this venom. If he had not obtained the physical attribute immune to all poisons facing such a rule poison, he would not only be dead but severely injured. Whoosh! Su Chen retracted the ball of poison while dispersing the surrounding physical gale. Su Chen! Yi Rouge stumbled in. Seeing Su Chen's calm expression, she let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly tore open a bag of snacks to calm her nerves. Su Chen, are you okay? Shui walked in with a worried look. Su Chen shook his head. He looked up at the martial arts platform above, pointed with his fingertip, and the long sword flew to Gu Shishue's side in a rainbow of light. Every story has a beginning and an end. A sword that rides the wind should not hide its brilliance. It is not just a sword, it also carries the belief of guarding the human race. Gu Shishue waved her hand, and the long sword flew back to Su Chen. I have a sword now. As Su Chen's voice fell, the Zhuxian sword unsheathed behind him, emitting a deep blue sword intent, as if declaring its sovereignty, continuously singing, "Good sword! Good sword! Good sword!" Many demon hunters shouted in response. Even the commanders showed envious expressions. Such a long sword, though it had not yet birthed a spirit, had already reached the level of spiritual connection. If it were to gain sentience in the future, it would surely be a divine weapon. What is the name of this sword? Gu Shishue asked. Su Chen did not answer but glanced at the Zhuxian sword. In the next moment, the sword intent of Zhuxian surged, swirling in the void, leaving behind two deep blue characters, Zhuxian. The sword is named Zhuxian, a sword that slays immortals. What a domineering name! This sword must have an extraordinary origin. Since ancient times, a treasured sword is matched with a hero, and only a prodigy like Su Chen can earn the sword's recognition. To obtain such a long sword, Su Chen, you truly have good fortune. Even if demons become immortals, they can still be slain. The crowd erupted, their gazes assessing the Zhuxian sword. Their expressions varied. The Zhuxian seemed to sense something, letting out a soft chime before transforming into a stream of light and flying into its sheath. The long sword's rainbow light returned to its original form only when it sensed the Zhuxian returning to its sheath. Who is strong and who is weak? It is clear at a glance. The rainbow light indeed does not match you. Gu Shishue sighed, pointed her finger, and the rainbow light flew towards the southern demon. Your sword has no spirit. This sword is connected to the spirit. Although it does not yet have sentience, it is not ordinary. Are you willing to accept it? What do you want me to do? The southern demon asked. Just to slay demons. All right. The southern demon nodded and accepted it. At this moment, Wang Guoguang solemnly walked onto the martial arts platform. Su Chen, if I remember correctly, you have the Chang'an order, right? Su Chen took out the Chang'an order. He Yawu in the void saw this and snapped his fingers. A mysterious aura surged into the Chang'an order. The commander just granted you the rank of commander. From now on, wearing the Chang'an order will allow you access to the 5th level of the Meritorious Hall, as well as the right to enter and exit the battlefield of heaven and the heavenly gate at any time. In other words, the Chang'an order in your hand is the new commander's order of the 9th Army. As Wang Guoguang said this, his aura spread, and the surrounding crowd fell silent. Now I announce that Su Chen has topped the selection for the commander and is appointed as the commander of the 9th Army in the Eastern Border War Zone. Upon hearing this, the demon hunters all cupped their fists and bowed. Even the commanders in the void, the commander-level demon hunters, were no exception. 9th Army Commander, 9th Army Commander, 9th Army Commander. 3 roars echoed throughout the Eastern Border War Zone, and Su Chen was officially inaugurated. In the 10 districts of the battlefield of heaven, the demon hunters are responsible for guarding the clouds, while the commanders are responsible for guarding the void. Previously, the void in the southern 9th district was guarded by Chang Feng. Now that you have succeeded to the position of 9th Army Commander, you will also be responsible for guarding this place. Southern 9th district. Wang Guoguang looked at the void above, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. I want both the void and the clouds, Su Chen said calmly. Wang Guoguang had anticipated this. If Su Chen had only mentioned guarding the void, that would have surprised him. All right, if you need anything, just call out. I'll be nearby, Wang Guoguang said. What I mean is, I want the clouds and the void of South District 8 and South District 9. Wang Guoguang twitched the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this brat has been showing off again. Why didn't I think of this way of flaunting before? Damn, can you hold it? Wang Guoguang blurted out, but after a moment, he seemed to realize something and slapped himself hard. This brat can kill 7 districts of demon clans in one night, and I actually asked such a stupid question. How did I become so foolish? Call me if there's something, Wang Guoguang said, leaving without any hesitation as he expanded his domain and departed. On the spot, Su Chen's thoughts moved, and numerous domains spread out. He left only the Chaos Sword Intent domain above South District 9, while the rest went to South District 8. This was the place guarded by Ouyang Xiaoyao, but now, it belonged to him. In the following days, Su Chen practiced the sword technique slaying demons while killing demons to earn attribute points, but for some reason, the number of demon clans was decreasing more and more. Sometimes, there were even fewer than 50. Ding! Host has slain 20 demon clans, earning 10,000 attribute points. That night, the number of demons hit a new low. Su Chen sheathed the Zhuxian sword, expanded the Wind Domain, and strolled through South and North District 9. Basically, the number of demons in each district was decreasing. This number was not enough for the demon slayers stationed here to kill. He had no reason to take action. Ding! At that moment, Su Chen's merit ring emitted a soft glow. At the same time, He Yao's heavy voice came from inside. All commanders assemble. Location, Tianzhizen Battlefield, Guantian Hall. When Su Chen arrived at Guantian Hall, all the commanders had already gathered there. Everyone present was in their true forms. There were a total of 11 positions in the hall, each engraved with a name. The first position had the name of the commander-in-chief, while the other 10 chairs bore the names of the commanders. Su Chen, over here. Wang Guoguang pointed to the chair next to him engraved with the words Su Chen. Su Chen walked over and sat down. Su Chen. Gu Shixue greeted him from the side. Wang Guoguang probably hasn't told you about the commander tasks and the points system, right? Su Chen has only just taken office. How could I have thought that the commander tasks would start so soon? Wang Guoguang said helplessly. Then let me explain it to you. It's just in time since the commander-in-chief hasn't arrived yet. Gu Shixue smiled gently. Commander tasks refer to tasks that can only be completed by commanders or commander-level experts. The tasks do not have selection conditions. Once issued, someone must step up to complete them. They are similar to the tasks at Tianmengwen, but the tasks in Tianmengwen are numerous and can be chosen freely. As for the points system, it is determined by the commander-in-chief based on the completion conditions of the tasks, and points are issued to the task performer. According to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, the points system is settled every 3 years. At that time, the top 3 commander-level demon slayers in each border war zone can go to the Holy Hall to train for a year. There are still about 2 months until the 3-year point settlement, and the current top 3 are Wang Guoguang, Gu Xingdong, and me. Sacred Hall? This was the first time Su Chen heard of this place. The human race Sacred Hall is a gathering place for powerful human beings. The reason the demon clans do not dare to emerge as a whole is not only because the human race has nuclear weapons but also because of the existence of the Sacred Hall. Wang Guoguang said, after you break through to the Qianyu realm, you should be able to feel it. Ordinary nuclear weapons cannot threaten those who have their own domains. Having a domain not only creates a world of its own but also allows for extremely fast movement. Indeed, nuclear weapons cannot threaten such powerful beings. Su Chen was puzzled as to why the demon clan experts above the Qianyu realm did not invade on a large scale. Now it seemed it was because of the existence of the Sacred Hall. You also heard what Shixue said. Only those with the strength of a military commander or above can enter the Holy Temple. In other words, the weakest inside is also at the military commander level. The reason the Holy Temple is so powerful is that it contains the world's original power in many principles of Tao for comprehension. But the main point is that the flow of time inside the Holy Temple is different from the outside world. 1 day of cultivation inside the Holy Temple is roughly equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. When the Holy Temple was mentioned, Wang Guoguang looked longingly, and many military commanders nearby showed similar expressions. 1 day of cultivation equating to 10 days, numerous rules and powers, and the world's original power available for comprehension. This was a deadly temptation for them. After all, He Yao had once entered there with the cultivation of the Qianyu realm and returned as a powerful figure in the Shenghui realm, mastering the world's power. But you have just ascended to the position of military commander. This is too far for you. Just listen for now. In the next 3 years, perhaps there will be a place for you there. Wang Guoguang patted Su Chen's shoulder. Why are there only military commanders here? I remember there are quite a few strong ones with military commander level strength? Su Chen asked. Those guys are just afraid of being assigned military commander tasks, so they don't compete for the position. The previous ghost Tang Yu is a typical example among this group. Gu Shixue said solemnly. Just then, He Yao's true self walked out of the void. His emergence was very natural, as if he were simply walking, seamlessly blending into this world. Unlike Xiangyu realm warriors, who had to tear apart the void in front of them to step out, Is mastering the characteristics of the world's power about being able to merge with the world? A thoughtful look flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Everyone, the human race's heavenly machine pavilion has issued instructions. A major event has occurred within the demon race, and the related military commander tasks are connected to this matter. With a wave of his hand, He Yawu distributed 10 documents to the military commanders present. Su Chen took one and saw a concise description of the internal situation of the demon race, with the remaining part being 10 military commander tasks marked in red font. The human race's heavenly machine pavilion is a highly confidential department formed by many warriors with talents in foresight, deduction, and calculation. Its main responsibility is to investigate the situation of the demon race to provide our human race with corresponding countermeasures. Xin Tianju's talent is in foresight, but his level is too low and hasn't reached the threshold of the heavenly machine pavilion, which is why he came here to hunt demons. Gu Shixue explained to Su Chen through sound transmission. Have you finished reading? He Yawu asked, and at some point, a cigarette had ignited in his hand while sitting in the chair. A lot of ash had fallen on his suit, making him look somewhat disheveled. I've finished reading, Wang Guoguang replied. Good, then I won't say much more. The demon race is causing trouble again, and you've seen the related tasks. Next, let's assign the tasks. As usual, military commander tasks can be taken individually or in teams. Anyone who is confident can take them. Those wanting to earn points can also take action. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion has stated that this time the military commander tasks are very severe, involving the Eternal Era, so completing the tasks will yield a 20% increase in task point rewards. As soon as He Yawu said this, many of the top-ranking military commanders showed signs of interest. The first task will be taken by my Wei Dong team, Gu Xingdong said in a deep voice. Good. The second task will be taken by my Xingfeng team. The 9th task will be taken by Gu Shixue. Good. As for the last task, if no one takes it, I'll go call those military commander level guys. He Yawu put away the documents, and the surrounding military commanders said nothing. Su Chen, you just took office, you don't have to be forced to take on tasks. It's really comfortable. Wang Guoguang transmitted enviously. However, before he finished speaking, Su Chen had already stood up. The 10th mission. Su Chen accepted it. Wang Guoguang's smile froze, and the surrounding military leaders looked at Su Chen in astonishment. No one expected that Su Chen, who had just taken over the position of military commander, would choose to accept a mission. Even He Yawu, who was at the forefront, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Su Chen, too impulsive, Gu Shixue said in a low voice. Su Chen did not respond to her, only repeating what he had just said. This mission is in the territory of the Fox clan of the demon race. The Fox clan is skilled in illusion, but Su Chen is immune. To be honest, it is indeed suitable for Su Chen. After a moment of silence, Gu Xingdong spoke up. Think it through, you still have room to regret. Once you accept the mission, you cannot turn back, He Yawu said. Su Chen nodded. The number of demons was decreasing, and attribute points could not be accumulated. To become stronger, he had to take the initiative, abandon his post, and go to the demon race to hunt demons. Good. At this point, He Yawu had no choice but to agree. The mission acceptance process was completed quickly. Su Chen, you have guts, you are a talent. One military commander gave a thumbs up as he left. Not bad, being in this position, you live up to the title of military commander. I remember when I first became a military commander, I didn't have such guts. Su Chen, you are much stronger than we were back then. Well done. Let's spar when you return from the mission. I suddenly have the idea of Su Chen going to the Holy Temple, but it feels a bit unrealistic. Ha ha, Su Chen, good luck. If you can't make it this time, with your talent, you will definitely have a place in the Holy Temple in 3 years. As the military leaders left, they all greeted Su Chen. Even Gu Xingdong, who once wanted to kill him, surprisingly said a few encouraging words. I'm leaving. When I come back, I'll beat you up again. Just thinking about turning that ridiculously good-looking face of yours into a bun excites me. Wang Guoguang laughed heartily as he left. I'm off. By Deji Anxian. My mission location is not far from the Fox clan, we might run into each other. Gu Shixue smiled gently and then tore through the void and disappeared. Is there something? The reason Su Chen did not leave was that He Yawu had called him to stay alone. Where's the bracelet I gave you? He Yawu asked. I gave it to my sister. I see. He Yawu murmured. raising his hand as three mysterious auras surged into Su Chen's merit ring. Chang'an is made of special material and involves some causality. I infused a bit of power into it. It can withstand 3 attacks from a demon lord and can save your life in a critical moment. Thank you. Su Chen did not refuse. By the way, didn't I say that the one who keeps the first place in the demon race for a month can receive a reward? You are still leading in the South 9th District. So, what do you want? Detailed information about the Tang family, including every single person. You have some guts, leave this to me. He Yawu exhaled a smoke ring, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He believed in repaying grudges, which was similar to him. Moreover, it was time to clear out some tumors within the human race. This is a map of the demon race collected from the eastern border war zone over the decades. Although it is quite rough, it is very important for you, make a note of it. He Yawu handed over a document, and after Su Chen noted it down, he put it into his personal space. Also, about that, didn't I tell you about Cheng Feng's last wish? He Yawu scratched his head, just about to say more when Su Chen had already torn through the void and left. This brat is really hard to fool. At the spot, He Yawu took a few strong puffs of smoke. He then took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Dragon Country Headquarters. Commander He Yawu of the Eastern Border War Zone. Applying to view the Tang family's information. Please hold. 10 minutes later, a document appeared out of thin air in the void. He Yawu took a look and his expression instantly turned colder. Among my human race, competition is normal, but with a great enemy at hand, you not only refuse to help fight the demons but instead engage in internal strife, intending to harm our human prodigies. You are a disgrace to our race and deserve to be punished. Su Chen arrived at the Merit Hall. Wang Guoguang had sent him some items that needed to be exchanged, so he had to go and redeem them first. Commander! 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 As soon as he appeared, the demon hunters around him immediately clasped their fists in salute and made way for him. Su Chen nodded slightly and walked all the way to the 5th floor of the Merit Hall. As soon as he entered, Shui came over with a bag in hand. Her current position was to handle the exchange matters on the 5th floor of the Merit Hall. This is what I prepared for you according to the standards of the other commanders. Take a look and let me know if you need anything else, she said. Su Chen took the items. The high-level breath-concealing water and high-level transformation water that Wang Guoguang had instructed were among them. As for the others, they were some snacks and healing medicines. That's enough. Su Chen extended his left hand. There are also cultivation techniques in here. Do you want to take a look and choose one to practice? Shui initially wanted to mention weapons, but the weapons here were not suitable for Su Chen. No need. But if there are high-level sword techniques, remember to let me know. Su Chen shook his head. Okay, I'll take care of it. You just relax. Junior brother, Shui smiled. Also, the opening ceremony is coming up soon, so remember to go back for that. Su Chen nodded and left. As soon as he walked away, Yi Ruj sprang out from a corner cabinet. I knew it. Su Chen would definitely accept those snacks. Cut it out. It's not like he did it for your sake. You love-struck fool. Using even your best friend to chase after Su Chen. How shameless can you be? Shui pretended to be angry and pinched her cheek. Su Chen must have his eye on the cucumber-flavored chips. I just knew he would like that flavor. Yi Ruj seemed oblivious, her face flushing as she thought of something. Seeing this, Shui slightly increased her grip. Ah, you're so mean. Shui, that hurts. I still say you love-struck fools have no sense. Come on, what were you thinking just now? I won't tell you. Are you going to say it or not? I won't say. If you don't say, I'll tickle you to death. So ticklish. Are you going to say it or not? I won't say. South District 9. Su Chen used the transformation water to turn into a fox demon. Under the cover of a commander-level powerhouse guarding the area, he successfully followed a dozen Earth sovereigns back to the demon territory. Upon entering, he unleashed the domain of wind and, following the map, arrived at the territory of the Fox Clan. His mission this time was to scout the ancient relics unearthed in the Fox Clan's territory and collect related information to bring back to the human race. Swish! The map only had rough markings, and without a clear direction, Su Chen landed on the ground, preparing to find a demon to scout the way. However, the surroundings were filled with towering ancient trees, cold and damp, with no trace of demon presence. Relying on his instincts, he chose a direction. After walking for several hours, he finally saw a winding stream. Just as Su Chen was about to approach, several humanoid female demons with fox ears and tails emerged from the woods on the opposite side. Seeing this, he focused his thoughts, expanded his domain, and slipped into the void to get closer. Only then did he hear the conversation of these fox demons. Xiao Mei, the demon lord, is going to hold a handsome man selection again. It's said that the winner can spend the night with her and also gain the qualification to explore the relics. The fox demon in a white robe said, "Stop it, Xiao Bai. The young master Bai I like has already gone. He just left me behind, and now I feel so sad." The fox demon in a purple robe cried, "Don't cry, Xiao Zi. We sisters are not lacking. When we break through the human race one day, won't I be able to pick a few handsome men for you as servants?" Xiao Hong is right. There are so many humans. There must be plenty of good-looking men. Hurry and fetch water. If father finds out later, he will scold us again. I don't know what has gotten into him. He wants to bathe in the river every morning. I guess he wants to participate in the talent show too. Sigh. I'm afraid so. While the fox demons fetched water, Su Chen quietly tore through the void and stepped out. He had just taken a few steps when a sharp-eyed fox demon spotted him. Wow, so handsome. Can all the esteemed heavenly fathers and mothers give a good review? The little flop is about to cry. Woo-woo, he really is so handsome. Is he also going to participate in the Handsome Man talent show? His looks are just like the celestial beings described in books. So stunning. A few female demons turned back at the exclamation. Upon seeing Su Chen's face, their eyes turned red, and they unconsciously revealed a pink aura. Excuse me, how do you get to the Handsome Man talent show? Using high-level transformation water can change one's appearance and aura into that of a demon, without needing spiritual power to maintain it. But the only drawback is that it retains certain parts of the body. Su Chen happened to retain his face. Ah, he spoke to us. How exciting. Why is his voice so pleasant? Oh no, what should I do? My foxtail is about to perk up. I really want to jump into his arms. A few fox demons jumped with excitement. Minutes passed. They finally pushed a fox demon in a red robe forward. Young master, I am called Xiao Hong. My full name is Hu Mei Hong. Are you going to participate in the Handsome Man talent show? Su Chen nodded, sensing his cool aura. Hu Mei Hong's pink mist could not help but leak out. Her delicate face turned rosy, and her breathing became noticeably heavier. Then, I will take you there, Hu Mei Hong said softly, as if worried about Su Chen being on guard. She pondered for a moment and chuckled lightly, covering her brow. The mountain roads here are complicated, and it's hard to find the way. Young master, let me take you there. All right, Su Chen nodded. Yay! The group of female fox demons behind jumped up happily. However, noticing Su Chen looking at them, they all pretended to be shy and continued fetching water. Sisters, I will take this young master to Tianhu City. Remember to tell father. Hu Mei Hong turned back to smile, then turned her head again, returning to her weak and shy demeanor. Young master, this way please. Hu Mei Hong parted the bushes, revealing a dark, secluded path. If one didn't look closely, they would never notice it. This is an illusion set by the Lord of Tianhu City. Since you are new here, young master, you naturally cannot discern it. Hu Mei Hong smiled softly, leading Su Chen onto this small path. As Su Chen walked, he observed that there were indeed many traces of illusions along the way. Pure sword heart can only be immune to illusions, but cannot actively discover them. So at first, he didn't notice. On the deep little path, Hu Mei Hong walked ahead, leading the way, while Su Chen followed at a leisurely pace. As they went deeper, Hu Mei Hong seemed to intentionally slow her pace, getting closer and closer to Su Chen. At the same time, a faint fragrant breeze wafted over, enveloping Su Chen's senses. Minutes passed, and Hu Mei Hong was only a body length away from Su Chen. At this moment, the fragrant breeze became extremely rich, and rippling pink mist quietly drifted over, soon enveloping her and Su Chen. Young master, is Xiao Hong beautiful? Hu Mei Hong shyly twirled her braid. After a moment, she turned around, her fox ears gently twitching, her eyes like silk, staring intently at Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen expressionlessly reached his hand into her mouth. So it turns out, young master, you like this? Hu Mei Hong giggled. As the creaking sound spread, her soft fox ears suddenly perked up. Her small face was dazed, unresponsive to the dissipating mist and fragrance around her. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. but the delightful taste bursting in her mouth made her so happy that she bounced a few times in place. "Young master, what did you give me to eat? It's really delicious. I want more. Lead the way," Su Chen said calmly. In his hand, which was resting behind his back, hung a bag of refreshing cucumber-flavored chips. Hu Meihong nodded obediently. Whether it was because of the chips or something else, she put away her charming little thoughts and led the way with ease. Along the way, she occasionally turned back to ask for chips, but Su Chen ignored her. It wasn't until they reached a tranquil little hill that she turned back with a face full of grievance. "Young master, we've arrived at Tianqiu City. Can you give me that delicious snack now?" Tianqiu City? Su Chen looked over. This hill was no different from an ordinary one. Moreover, it was too peaceful here, eerily calm compared to the previous demon camp. Could it be another illusion? "Let's enter the city." Su Chen pulled out a chip and handed it over. Hu Meihong hurriedly caught it and enjoyed it before setting off to lead Su Chen into the city. Boom, crack. At the foot of the mountain, Hu Meihong muttered something, and a stone door appeared. At the same time, dozens of powerful presences scrutinized them. The weakest among them was a powerful Earth Sovereign. "This is an illusion array set up by the Heavenly Sovereign of Tianqiu City. I wonder what kind of scenery you have over there that can produce such delicious snacks." Hu Meihong stared intently at the bag of chips. If she weren't unsure of Su Chen's cultivation level, she would have been unable to resist snatching it away. "Is this where the handsome man selection takes place?" Su Chen offered a chip. Every evening, there will be a selection of handsome men here." Hu Meihong nodded eagerly while munching on the chips. As Su Chen stepped through the stone door, a rich spiritual energy rushed toward him. After passing through the narrow mountain path, he saw a different world. Peach blossoms covered the mountains, wooden houses were scattered about, and fox demons came and went endlessly. "Xiao Hong, who is this?" A demon spotted Su Chen and rushed over. Hu Meihong was about to speak but swallowed her words. She had been too focused on the chips to even know Su Chen's name. "My name is Hu Bai, and I'm here to participate in the handsome man selection," Su Chen said. "Yes, he is Hu Bai. He is my good friend. Just arrived from the neighboring Tianqian city today, ready to participate in the selection," Hu Meihong hurriedly added. "No wonder. He is truly handsome. It's a pity he was born in that desolate place of Tianqian city. Now that he's come to Tianqiu, it's quite good. Why not cultivate here in the future?" A female fox demon approached flirtatiously but was blocked by Hu Meihong. "San Yang, what are you doing? Young Master Bai is here to participate in the handsome man selection." "And he is. What is he?" The female fox demon giggled. "He is the demon I noticed first," Hu Meihong interjected, linking her arm with Su Chen's without hesitation. "Don't you dare have designs on him." "Alright, but if young Master Bai doesn't like Xiao Hong anymore, you can come to the peach tree in the forest for a chat." The female fox demon threw a flirtatious glance and swayed away. "It's fine now. He. Hu Meihong patted her chest and quickly withdrew her hand. "I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that you are too handsome, making it easy for other foxes to take notice." Su Chen said nothing, tossing her a chip, and she instantly beamed with joy. "There's still some time before the handsome man selection. Let me take you to register first." After several hours, one person and one fox demon finally arrived at the center of Tianqiu City. It wasn't that the distance was far, but rather that they were stopped along the way by numerous female fox demons. The center of Tianqiu City was not a cluster of small houses, but a bustling array of ancient buildings. From a distance, it resembled the ancient cities of Blue Star. The only notable difference was the peach blossoms that were visible everywhere. "Do you really love peach blossoms here?" Su Chen asked. "I'm not sure," Hu Meihong replied. "Legend has it that the lord of Tianqiu City during the ancient times had a deep affection for peach blossoms, and this has been passed down through generations. To commemorate her, Tianqiu City became filled with peach blossoms." At this point, Hu Meihong cautiously leaned closer to Su Chen's ear. According to unofficial history, it was because the lord fell in love with a human man, who deceived her heart with a single peach blossom. However, that human man later betrayed her, and after she personally killed him, she established Tianqiu City. And Tianqiu, according to the books, is the name of that human man? It was again the ancient times. Back then, could humans and demons still fall in love? Su Chen pondered for a moment and glanced back at Hu Meihong, who immediately blushed upon noticing. "Young master, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, just lead the way." Oh, Hu Meihong lowered her head, her small hands fiddling with the whip, lost in thought, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Su Chen, and upon seeing his excessively handsome face, a faint pink mist began to envelop her. Su Chen expressionlessly handed her a piece of potato chip. The refreshing taste immediately calmed the restlessness in Hu Meihong's heart. "Thank you, young master. Also, I would like to ask, do you have a partner?" Seeing that Su Chen remained silent, a hint of delight appeared in Hu Meihong's eyes. San Yang had said that men with partners usually claim they don't have one, making it easier to flirt. Meanwhile, men without partners typically remain quiet, either fearing disdain from others or having developed feelings for the woman asking. Could the fox-white young master have developed feelings for me? Hu Meihong bit her lip, and a layer of pink mist spread around her again. Noticing this, Su Chen stuffed the bag of chips into her hands. "I'm sorry, fox-white young master. I'm only at the sea observation realm and can't quite control my demon nature. But don't worry, once I break through to the wind control realm, and then to the divine realm, I will definitely be able to control it well." Hu Meihong took a bite of a chip, intending to eat a second piece, but after glancing at Su Chen, she quietly sealed the bag and put it away. The journey continued in silence. Under Hu Meihong's various protections, Su Chen successfully registered. With the arrangements made by the relevant fox demons, he donned a mask and arrived at the selection venue. It was a platform made of peach tree wood, resembling the martial arts stage in the martial arts hall, but significantly taller. In the front row below the stage sat 10 fox demons dressed in green robes. According to the guiding fox demon, these were attendants sent by the demon lord, primarily responsible for selecting qualified handsome men to take back. Surrounding the platform were the fox demons of Tianqiu City, gathered to watch the excitement. Boom, crack. Accompanied by dozens of fireworks soaring into the sky, Tianqiu City was suddenly ablaze with lights. At the same time, an elderly fox demon appeared on the selection stage, announcing the start of the event. The selection of handsome men must naturally feature handsome individuals. I declare that the first round of the handsome man selection, meeting the beauty, begins. Please welcome the first contestant, Hu Dangue. As the old fox demon's voice fell, 2 fox demons led a masked man onto the stage. Now, let us see the unparalleled beauty of this contestant, Hu Dangue. Saying this, the old fox demon flicked a peach branch in his hand, and a middle-aged man's face was suddenly revealed. How is it this guy? Hu Wango. He even took the name Hu Dangue. I thought it was some handsome young master from a noble family. At your age, with several children already, you still come to participate in the talent show? It's really disgusting. Ugh, just get down already. Does the demon lord really have eyes for an ugly old man like you? My eyes hurt too much. The surrounding demons sighed in disappointment, and some even spat a few times towards the stage. Hu Meihong and her sisters immediately covered their faces with their hands, because on the stage, Hu Wangao was their father. The 10 young fox demons in green robes also twitched their lips and shook their heads. Sorry, Luango, young master Dangue. You haven't been recognized by the 5 or more green-robed messengers. Unfortunately, you've been eliminated. The old fox demon waved his hand, and 2 fox demons dragged Hu Luangao off the stage. Don't pull me. I'm so handsome. How could I not catch the eye of the green-robed messengers? Take a good look. How could you overlook someone as good-looking as me? Hu Luangao kicked his legs, trying to rush back onto the stage, but was mercilessly dragged down by the 2 fox demons. Below the stage, Hu Meihong and her sisters wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This little episode quickly passed. As more and more Fox Clan men took the stage, various handsome faces ignited the atmosphere of the talent show. But no matter how the surrounding fox demons cheered, Hu Meihong and her sisters felt somewhat disinterested. On one hand, it was because of their father, Hu Dangue. On the other hand, it was because they had all seen Su Chen's face. Xiu Hong, why are you so unambitious? You're the prettiest among us sisters, with the highest standards. How come you didn't win over young Master Hu Bai? The white-robed fox demon tugged at Hu Meihong's little fox ear, looking disappointed. Exactly. Young Master Hu Bai is so handsome. If he weren't less good-looking than you, I wouldn't have given you the chance. Why are you so useless? Another fox demon in a plum blossom robe took the opportunity to tug at Hu Meihong's other ear. Xiu Hong, you have to work hard. My young Master Bai has already lost interest in me. You can't let go of your young Master Hu Bai. The purple-robed fox demon choked back tears. Sigh. I want to, but young Master Hubai only has eyes for the demon lord. He doesn't even notice me. Hu Meihong rubbed her braid, unable to suppress her sigh. But thinking of Su Chen's face, she still couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. A pink mist began to uncontrollably waft around her. Ha ha, Xiaohong is smitten. Look, the fox essence just burst out. Her tail is held high. Tisk tsk. It seems young Master Hubai has really captivated our Xiaohong. Not at all. Hu Meihong quickly ate a piece of potato chip to suppress her body's reaction. Next, let us welcome the final participant in the Handsome Men's Talent Show, young Master Hubai. As the old fox demon's voice fell, Su Chen was brought up by two fox demons. Now, let's take a look at the astonishing beauty of this young Master Hubai. Hubai, Hubai, Hubai. Before Su Chen's mask was removed, Hu Meihong and her sisters couldn't help but shout out. With a flick of the old fox demon's peach branch, Su Chen's face was instantly revealed. When this face appeared, the noisy atmosphere fell silent. The 10 young fox demons in the front row stood up at the same time. So handsome, too handsome. Only such a graceful young man is worthy of the demon lord. Hurry, report to the demon lord. Quickly, let's wait a moment. The demon lord is looking for more than just looks. Other aspects must also be acceptable. I can't see this Hubai's cultivation clearly. Let's wait and see. The middle green-robed fox demon said solemnly. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted around. Many fox demons were enveloped in bursts of pink mist. If it weren't for the fox demon maintaining order, they would have rushed onto the stage. Whoosh! At this moment, the old fox demon's aura spread out, and the pressure of a heavenly emperor enveloped the area, quickly restoring the sanity of the fox demons present. Young Master Foxbai's appearance is truly astonishing. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. The old fox demon sighed, waved his hand, and the mask instantly returned to Su Chen's face. The two fox demons understood and, not daring to delay, took him down. Half an hour later, Su Chen and the previously selected group of Fox Clan men were brought back to the stage. However, aside from Su Chen, the other Fox Clan men no longer wore masks. This round is a test of physical strength. To get close to the Demon Lord, one cannot rely solely on appearance, one must also possess sufficient physical strength. This is a stone weighing 100,000 pounds. If you can't lift it, you will lose your chance to advance. In order, begin! As soon as the old fox demon finished speaking, a strong Fox Clan man lifted the stone on the stage. Passed. Next, the old fox demon said, "What should we do? Young Master Foxbai looks so weak, I fear he won't be able to lift such a heavy stone." Hu Meihong said worriedly, "If he can't lift it, then you, Xiaohong, will have a chance, right?" The white-robed fox demon replied, "But I don't want to see young Master Foxbai sad." Hu Meihong said softly, "Xiaohong, you wouldn't really be falling for him, would you?" "I don't know." Sigh. "How long has it been? And you've already been enchanted by young Master Foxbai like this?" "I don't know. I also don't know if I really like him. But just thinking about him leaving makes me feel inexplicably lost." Sigh. The white-robed fox demon said nothing, only sighed deeply. "Young Master Foxbai, it's your turn," the old fox demon called out. At the same time, he removed Su Chen's mask. When they saw his face, the Fox Clan men on stage felt somewhat ashamed. With such a small frame, he thinks he can lift 100,000 pounds of stone? I bet he would struggle to lift even 10,000. The earlier strong Fox Clan man sneered, showing off his muscular physique in an attempt to find a sense of superiority. But the next moment, Su Chen effortlessly lifted the massive stone with one hand. How is that possible? The strong Fox Clan man looked astonished. Hiss, he actually lifted it with one hand. What incredible physical strength, he must be at the peak of the divine realm. Terrifying, to be so slender yet able to unleash such formidable strength, truly impressive. So handsome and so strong, I'm in love. This young man's cultivation level must be quite high. At that moment, even the fox demons who had only focused on Su Chen's appearance were shocked by the scene before them. Very good. The old fox demon nodded in satisfaction. Young Master Foxbai, congratulations on advancing to the next round. The final round was a display of cultivation. Only Fox Clan men who reached the divine realm could successfully follow the Demon Lord's attendants to the Demon Lord's domain. Su Chen did not reveal his true cultivation level, only showcasing his peak strength at the divine realm. Thus, He and the other 6 Fox Clan men became the final victors. Everyone, please rest at the Peach Blossom Inn for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will officially set off. The blue-robed Fox Demon arranged, leading the Fox Clan men to check into the Peach Blossom Inn. Nighttime. A fiery red fox quietly arrived at the Peach Blossom Inn and precisely slipped into the room where Su Chen was staying. Whoosh! The fiery red fox transformed into Hu Mei Hong's form. Young Master Fox Bai, is there something? Su Chen looked at her expressionlessly. I'm leaving and wanted to say goodbye. Goodbye. With that, Hu Mei Hong transformed back into a fox and leaped out the window. Through the window she opened, Su Chen saw hundreds of fireworks soaring into the sky. The brilliant flames illuminated the countless peach blossoms of Tianqiu City, and the words goodbye hung high above. Demons can also have feelings? Su Chen's expression was emotionless as he leaped out of the inn with his sword drawn. On the bed in the room, only a high-level puppet doppelganger remained. His speed was swift, but he still couldn't catch up to Hu Mei Hong's figure. The last point of her breath vanished at the central stage of Tianqiu City. Su Chen scrutinized the area but found no trace. Such speed. Could it be that a demon lord-level expert took Hu Mei Hong away? Who are you? As Su Chen pondered, the old fox demon approached from behind. Upon seeing his face, she was instantly taken aback. Hubba, you are actually of the human race. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Chen pulled her into the realm of chaotic sword intent and killed her with a single strike. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1, gaining 10,000 attribute points. After absorbing the old fox demon's cultivation, Su Chen transformed into the appearance of Tang Hao and stepped out of the realm. Enemy attack. At the same time, the powerful beings within Tianqiu City had sensed the disturbance and rushed over. Su Chen expanded the domain of wind, combined with his innate night ability, and launched a wave of assassinations, below the same level. As long as there were no rule comprehenders, they were no match for him. Moreover, the fox race experts were mostly skilled in illusions, and the rules they comprehended were all related to illusions, which were of no use to Su Chen. In just a few minutes, the demon race's emperor-level experts here were nearly all slain. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X30, gaining 300,000 attribute points. Human race enemy attack. Assemble. At this moment, all the fox demons rushed over. Upon seeing Su Chen standing in the void, bearing hundreds of blood pillars of cultivation, like a deity descending, shock appeared on the faces of all the fox demons. This person is truly terrifying. Flee, quick, go summon the demon lord's holy soul. Run, damn human, retreat quickly. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand, and the Tiankei spear flew out, unleashing terrifying power that poured down through multiple domains, instantly slaughtering tens of thousands of fox demons. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X53, 231, gaining 321, 643 attribute points. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm X2, can comprehend rules. Without the demon race's emperor-level experts, no matter how many of these demons there were, they were not his opponents. After all, possessing SS-level Blood Devour allowed for unlimited replenishment of consumed spiritual power. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a human-shaped killing god. Su Chen expanded the chaotic sword intent realm, enveloping thousands of demons, and initiated the next wave of slaughter. Boom, crack. At that moment, Tianqiu City trembled violently. Thousands of peach blossoms gathered together, quickly forming a humanoid figure. Human race, dare to destroy my Tianqiu City, you shall die. A fierce shout echoed, followed by thousands of peach blossoms scattering, carrying terrifying rule power, charging towards Su Chen. Each petal contained a trace of profound and terrifying power. This kind of power, so far, Su Chen had only seen in Hiyawu. That was world power. To master world power, the demon before him was at least a demon lord who had touched the barrier of the Radiant Realm. Comprehend the rules of wind, the rules of space. Ding! 2 types of rules comprehended successfully. Whoosh! The void surged. Layers of space compressed into a shield hovering before Su Chen. At the same time, many domains on Su Chen expanded, merging into the void, and under the enhancement of the wind rules, he retreated dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. Human race, die! The humanoid figure formed from the gathered peach blossoms roared, with a trace of world power enhancing her. Her speed was astonishing, and she quickly caught up. Seeing this, Su Chen no longer lingered in battle and fled to the entrance of Tianqiu City. Boom, crack! He struck the stone door with a punch, and the violent force surged like a tidal wave, causing the ancient stone door to shatter into a pile of stone fragments in just a moment, revealing the exit right before him. Swish, swish, swish! The endless peach blossoms caught up with Su Chen, easily breaking through his physical form and leaving hundreds of bloody small wounds on his back. However, as soon as Su Chen left Tianqiu City, these peach blossoms seemed to lose their power to sustain themselves, wilting and falling to the ground. Human race, you shall die! A roar that echoed for dozens of miles came from behind Tianqiu City, startling countless demon clans into kneeling in submission. Su Chen stood in the void 100 miles outside Tianqiu City, cold sweat beading on his pale cheeks. This kind of powerhouse was the strongest existence among the demon clans he had encountered. Combining this with the previous reaction of the fox demon in Tianqiu City, Su Chen speculated that this powerhouse was the former lord who established Tianqiu City. Yet he did not expect that after more than 10,000 years, such means could still reappear in the world. Had he known of this change, he would certainly not have chosen to massacre the city. To preserve the demon clans that have been passed down since ancient times truly cannot be inferred by common reasoning. After a long time, Su Chen finally lowered his guard and sat down to adjust his breathing. Meanwhile, in Tianqiu City, numerous demons gathered, kneeling on the ground. In front of them stood a humanoid phantom dressed in a peach blossom robe. Tap! The humanoid phantom pointed a finger, and Su Chen's transformed face of Tang Hao appeared. What is this person's name? Reporting to the Lord, this person is the human race's demon slayer, Tang Hao, currently responsible for guarding the southern 10 districts of the heavenly battlefield. A trembling Earth Sovereign replied, "Go to the Fox Demon Clan's Demon Sovereign Hall and summon a Demon Sovereign to kill this child. If this child is not eliminated, he will surely become a great disaster for our demon clan in the future." The humanoid phantom spoke coldly. The Lord may not know, but currently, the strongest of the human race and the strongest of the demon race have signed a heavenly Tao agreement, and demon sovereign level powerhouses cannot invade each other's territories. What? The humanoid phantom shouted, and the surrounding peach blossoms erupted, immediately forcing the demons back hundreds of steps. Hasn't the human race's inheritance already been severed? How can they still contend with my demon race? Reporting to the Lord, it is said that this is the result of the heavenly Tao intervening. Ha! The humanoid phantom sneered. No matter how the heavenly Tao intervenes, the day the human race is destroyed will be the day the heavenly Tao is extinguished. Where are the demons? Here! The fox demons shouted in unison. With the order of the true body, go to the demon camp and summon 1,000 heavenly sovereigns to the southern 10 districts of the heavenly battlefield to kill this Tang Hao. Yes! The long moon sang like a song, the stars rising and falling. 3 days passed. A few blue-robed fox demons finally led several Fox Clan men, their expressions vigilant, out of Tianqiu City. Among these Fox Clan men, one slender figure was separately masked. The leading blue-robed fox demon spread her domain, instantly enveloping the group. But she did not notice that as the domain expanded, a transparent phantom slipped into the team. At the same time, the masked person's eyes suddenly gained a hint of spirit. Young Master Hubai, the domain is on the move, and you are only in the divine realm, so you might not be used to it. Let me protect you, a blue-robed fox demon said as she walked to Su Chen's side, using her domain to shield him. The other Fox Clan men looked on with envy. One demon even called out for protection, but no one paid attention. After several hours, the domain covering Su Chen dissipated, revealing a massive palace, bustling with numerous demon clans, most of whom were blue-robed fox demons. The leading blue-robed woman instructed them to wait there and then entered the palace. When she came out again, she once more expanded her domain. What's wrong, Sister Chiao? The blue-robed fox demon beside Su Chen asked while continuing to use her domain to protect him. The demon lord is currently in seclusion. According to the Qinglian demon lord, before entering seclusion, the demon lord ordered that all qualified handsome male Fox Clan members must undergo a trial, and only after meeting the requirements can they remain in the Qingqiu Palace. What kind of trial? Just bring out an item from the ancient human ruins that have been unearthed. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the other blue-robed fox demons change their expressions, but the group of Fox Clan men also narrowed their pupils. However, the leading blue-robed fox demon did not say anything further and waved his hand to manipulate the domain to continue their journey. After several hours, when the two domains were retracted, Su Chen finally saw the outside world. It was a dilapidated city covered in thick fog, with only the city gate faintly visible. However, judging by the endless fog, the scale of this city was quite large. From the gate extending outward, there were many blue-robed fox demons stationed. The weakest among them was at the Earth Emperor level, and there were nearly 100 powerful fox demons at the Heaven Emperor level. Have you all brought them over? A blue-robed Heaven Emperor appeared from the void, his cold gaze surveying the group of fox demons. Why is he wearing a mask? Report to the Qingyue Heaven Emperor. This person's appearance is too stunning. To avoid trouble, we had to resort to this measure. Oh, take it off. The Qingyue Heaven Emperor's gaze shifted. Understood. The leading blue-robed fox demon pointed his fingertip, and the mask covering Su Chen dispersed. His true appearance was immediately revealed. Not bad. The Qingyue Heaven Emperor chuckled lightly. Take him over, they will arrange for him there. She waved her hand, and the leading blue-robed fox demon led the other demons in a bow before proceeding. It wasn't until they reached the gate that a blue-robed fox demon stopped them. The demon lord has decreed that only qualified handsome fox demons may enter. You are not allowed to enter. The leading blue-robed woman halted and turned to look at Su Chen and the group of Fox Clan men. You just need to enter, retrieve an item, and do not let greed cloud your judgment. Although the items left by humans are good, you must have your life to take them. Su Chen remained silent. The group of Fox Clan men, however, appeared somewhat fearful. Can we not go? After a moment of silence, one of the Fox Clan men spoke softly. However, the response came from a blue-robed fox demon stationed there, who delivered a heart-extracting blow. The demon lord said, "Those who are afraid are unworthy of holding high positions, they must be killed." Saying this, he crushed the heart in his hand along with the demon core. Bang, crack! Bright red flesh exploded, and hot blood splattered onto the surrounding blue-robed fox demons and the group of Fox Clan men. This brutal scene robbed the earlier hesitant Fox Clan men of their courage to speak. Even the 10 blue-robed fox demons who had brought Su Chen were somewhat shocked. Only Su Chen, expressionless, raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. What is your name? The suddenly aggressive blue-robed fox demon noticed that Su Chen was somewhat different from the other fox demons. Fox Bai. Fox Bai? The blue-robed fox demon slightly focused. Not a bad name. And your temperament is decent. If you succeed in coming out, with your looks and abilities, you will surely attract the favor of the demon lord. Su Chen said nothing. The blue-robed fox demon did not say anything further, ordered the guards to open the gate, and let them in. Damn it, I just wanted to find a safe place, but now I have to undergo a trial in the ancient human territory. Isn't this just asking for death? Exactly. The human ruins are filled with dangers. There are ancient remnants and deadly formations everywhere. If we encounter them, wouldn't we be finished? How about we wait here for a while? When the men who entered earlier come out, we can directly attack and seize the items they found. This plan sounds good. Several fox demon men immediately huddled together. But to their surprise, Su Chen did not come over. Instead, he ventured deeper alone. Hey, Hu Bai, what are you going to do? Who cares? This guy is not easy to get along with. Let him be. A lone wolf. Truly reckless. I'm afraid he won't even know how he dies when the time comes. If he doesn't die, he can still bring us something back, right? A few members of the Fox Clan watched Su Chen's departing figure, a coldness gradually appearing in their eyes. Little did they know, the space around them was continuously surging towards them. A male Fox Clan member had just opened his mouth when the surrounding void crushed him into a puddle of blood. The other male Fox Clan members were horrified at this scene, as they attempted to flee. They were trapped by the void. In the next moment, they too exploded into several puddles of blood. Ding! Host has slain 5 demon clan members, gaining 2 attribute points. 500. Outside Tianqiu City, 2 oddly shaped demon clan members hid in the void, constantly observing the situation inside the city. Due to Su Chen destroying the stone gate, the ordinary hills were now gradually covered with peach blossoms. The city, submerged by the illusion array, was also gradually revealing itself due to the array's destruction. From the outside, one could catch a glimpse of the peach blossom-like appearance of the city. Shi Shui, the last location of Su Chen's Chang'an signal, was around here. Looking at the damage to the stone gate, it should have been done by Su Chen, one of the demon clan members said solemnly. He held an instrument in his hand. Guang, I thought Su Chen would act as cautiously as we do, but it seems he chose the most irrational approach. The other demon clan member's eyes showed concern. If Su Chen were here, he would recognize that these two demon clan members were the high-level shapeshifters, Guo Guang and Gu Shui. I also sensed the aura of a high-level puppet clone. With Su Chen's strength, unless a demon lord intervenes, no one could possibly keep him here. The most likely scenario now is that Su Chen created a disturbance himself to blend in with the demon clan, and it's very possible that he has already reached the territory of the Qingmu demon lord. Guo Guang said, that should be the case, but after all, this is his first mission, which makes one a bit uneasy. Gu Shui sighed. At that moment, Guo Guang suddenly crouched down, holding his head. What's wrong, Guo Guang? Gu Shui hurriedly helped him up. Guo Guang shook his head and said nothing, pulling out a cigarette to smoke. Guo Guang, what's going on? You never smoke in front of me, Gu Shui asked anxiously. It's nothing. Guo Guang lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick smoke ring. Shui, haven't you always wanted to know what the fifth rule I comprehended is? That's true, but what does that have to do with you suddenly smoking in front of me? Gu Shui frowned. I just thought that brat looked a bit cool smoking, so I wanted to look cool too. Is that not okay? Guo Guang raised an eyebrow, trying to show a hint of a rogue smile, but with his serious demeanor, it didn't quite fit, instead making Gu Shui laugh. Alright, go ahead and look cool for a bit. Hearing this, Guo Guang smiled. The middle-aged man's weathered brow relaxed, and he took several more puffs. As the smoke filled the air, he snapped his fingers, creating a gap in the domain. From there, one could just see the bright moonlight and starry river outside, and that gradually spreading peach blossom. I was so focused on completing tasks before that I didn't realize there were such beautiful scenes in the human world. It's fine, in the future. If you want to see it, you can come over anytime. This place won't run away. True. Guo Guang flicked away the cigarette butt and lit another one. Is this thing really that good to smoke? Why do you guys seem to all like it? Gu Shui asked with a strange expression. You should ask that brat, he smokes the most. I have no say in this. Wang Guoguang seemed to recall something, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's worth asking him. Gu Shui nodded thoughtfully. And you can also ask about the time he got beaten into a pig's head. He was beaten like that? Interesting. Gu Shui laughed. Although she had the appearance of a demon, under the moonlight, Wang Guoguang still caught a glimpse of the brilliance in her eyes, shining like a galaxy. He quietly discarded his cigarette butt and seamlessly lit another one. Shui, do you think there is hope in this world? Gu Shui nodded without hesitation. Hope always exists. Hope is the most beautiful thing in the world. With hope, everything becomes possible. What about you, Guoguang? Do you think there is still hope in this world? Of course, Wang Guoguang replied. At this moment, Su Chen had already delved deep into the ruins of the human race. The city was ancient, with many buildings having collapsed due to the passage of time. Even the bluestone floor he walked on had very few intact pieces. As he walked, Su Chen encountered no attacks. Instead, he came across numerous corpses of demon clans. However, he didn't gather much information. Apart from some broken murals, he found nothing substantial. Su Chen entered a relatively well-preserved palace. Many parts of this place had fallen into ruin, but one side hall still maintained its general structure. As he stepped inside, a pile of broken furniture came into view. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Yet, he keenly noticed a fresh mark on the corner of a table. It looked very much like the imprint left by a hand. Su Chen remained still, forming a spiritual hand to touch it. Boom, crack. With a loud noise, the ground split open, revealing a stone staircase leading downwards. Standing there, Su Chen examined the staircase for a while. Unfortunately, it seemed that something inside was interfering. His vision from the sea observation realm couldn't penetrate, leaving him unaware of the internal situation. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously descended. After all, such hidden places might be related to the ancient times. As Su Chen walked, he encountered no danger. However, he noticed that the appearance of this place increasingly resembled the human caves of the ancient wolf demon emperor's territory. Even the stone bricks used for the walls were no exception. With curiosity, Su Chen soon arrived at a stone hall. To his surprise, this place was just like the human cave from back then. The architectural style was the same, and even the patterns carved on the walls were identical. Moreover, there was also a stone coffin placed inside this hall. Su Chen pondered for a moment before approaching to open it. Whoosh! In an instant, several long arrows shot out, ignoring his protective domain, fiercely striking his body. At the same time, a white figure burst forth from the side, raising its hand to unleash hundreds of swordlights that fell upon Su Chen's domain. This person attacked with extreme speed. If it weren't for the fusion of multiple domains in Su Chen's protective field, he might have been overwhelmed. Damn it! How dare you trespass here? Die! A sharp voice rang out, followed by several identical-looking women leaping out, surrounding and attacking Su Chen's position. Naturally, Su Chen would not sit idly by. He drew upon the rules of space and quickly restrained several of the women. To his surprise, these women were all at the peak of the divine realm. This meant that the opponent posed a threat to his powerful domain, which was a fusion of multiple realms, relying solely on their peak divine realm cultivation. Such formidable divine realm demons were something Su Chen had never encountered before. He did not hold back and immediately struck to kill, one after another. Several women disintegrated into spiritual energy under the pressure of space, leaving only the last woman struggling to hold on. Suddenly, the Zhuxian sword let out a long cry, unsheathing itself and shattering the void that was strangling the woman. I am the treasure of the human race, the Zhuxian sword, the woman cried out. You are of the human race? Upon hearing this, Su Chen revealed his form. Who are you, and how do you possess the supreme treasure of our human race, the Zhuxian sword? The woman in white questioned. Before Su Chen could respond, the Zhuxian sword let out another long cry and slashed towards the woman's face. Crack! Two halves of a mask fell away, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Su Chen frowned upon seeing this. The person before him was unmistakably the woman from the stone coffin of the past. In the 15th year of the Eternal Era, Mo Xuanxue, you know me? Mo Xuanxue looked at Su Chen, then at the Zhuxian sword. As if realizing something, she suddenly charged forward with her long sword. So it's you, the damned thief, who stole my human race's Zhuxian sword and buried me in that place for so long, making me dig for 3 months to get out. You will die. Mo Xuanxue was filled with killing intent, but with her cultivation at the divine realm, how could she be a match for Su Chen? In just one exchange, she was once again trapped by Su Chen's spatial binding. Thief, just wait. Once I step into the Qiangyu realm, I will kill you like a dog, Mo Xuanxue shouted, but moments later, her face was filled with shock. Even in the Eternal Era, ordinary people could only comprehend 1 or 2 Dao intents, and even the most extraordinary talents could at most grasp 5. Yet this damned thief had comprehended 9 Dao intents. Tell me about the events of the Eternal Era and the reason for the severance of the human race's inheritance. Su Chen said expressionlessly. I can. But you must first release me. You have no choice. With a thought, Su Chen made the Zhuxian sword let out a long cry and fly back into its sheath. The Zhuxian sword was not broken, until the blue sword light faded. Mo Xuanxue finally noticed that the Zhuxian sword had been restored. In an instant, her mind shook violently, and her gaze towards Su Chen held a hint of wariness. Once she calmed her mind, she sighed and answered Su Chen's question. The severance of the human race's inheritance was mainly due to the Extermination War. After the Extermination War, the human race was nearly wiped out. But fortunately, the Heavenly Tao showed mercy and granted the human race a glimmer of hope. That is why I have survived for these 10,000 years, and there are 10 others like me in the open. Our task is to help the human race rebuild after 10,000 years and to eradicate the demon race in the new round of extermination wars. Reviving our grand human race, in the open? Su Chen asked, puzzled. In the Eternal Era, prodigies and powerful beings emerged, and there were always some who possessed extraordinary means to avoid the demon race's slaughter and survive. How long have you been awake? A few months. Since you moved hundreds of giant stones to bury that inheritance point. Mo Xuanxue gritted her teeth. What is the difference between the cultivation system of the Eternal Era and the present? The difference is huge. The current demon race seems to have broken through the Qiangyu realm without comprehending Dao intents, and their realms are incredibly weak, probably only 1/10 of what cultivators in the Eternal Era could achieve, including you. Your domain strength is also lacking. If it were in the Eternal Era, a domain like yours would likely be ridiculed as paper thin. Mo Xuanxue laughed. Su Chen remained silent, calmly expanding his Chaos Sword intent domain. Upon sensing this domain, Mo Xuanxue's smile froze on her face. She never expected that among the human race of this era, there would be someone capable of comprehending such a domain. Although the level of this domain was not very high, the amount of sword intent contained within it far exceeded her understanding. As she discerned one by one, disbelief gradually appeared on her face. There are actually 46 sword intents. How is that possible? Even in the ancient times, the sword gods who comprehended the most sword intents only grasped 36. Even the legendary 9-5 Supreme Sword Dao only had 45. Yet this guy can comprehend 46 sword intents. What are the names of the other 10 people? Su Chen asked. I don't know. These 10 people are unaware of each other. According to the emperor of that time, this was the only way to protect them from being spied on by the demon race. What are you doing here? I came here because I sensed something in this place. I thought there was a transmitter here, so I came to take a look. Also, what is your talent? Talent? You mean my spiritual root, right? Isn't that called cultivation aptitude? Mo Xuanxue looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. My spiritual root is a celestial grade water spiritual root. In ancient times, there was no such thing as talent? What talent? I don't understand. There was no such thing in ancient times. As Mo Xuanxue shook her head, a strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. Also, you can go die. The burden of saving humanity will be left to me. As soon as the words fell, dozens of black mist surged from Su Chen's body, wrapping him up in an instant. At the same time, strange purple patterns flew out, instantly forming a law form standing behind Su Chen. Whoosh! Upon touching the purple patterns, the black mists retreated as if encountering a natural enemy. In just a few seconds, the purple patterns suppressed the last trace of black mist. However, Mo Xuanxue, who had been imprisoned by Su Chen, vanished without a trace, leaving not a single breath behind. A strong being in the divine realm could escape right under his nose, which surprised even Su Chen. But this also indirectly confirmed the power of cultivators in ancient times. Unfortunately, Su Chen still had many questions that remained unanswered. He returned to the ground and wandered around the ruins for a long time, finding nothing, so he abandoned the idea of further exploration and drew up the Zhuxian sword. Swoosh! A surge of demon-slaying energy erupted, and Su Chen swung his sword, practicing the sword technique, demon slaying. 10 days later, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Demons are coming out. Kill. If we take what's in his hands, we can get out. Charge. Kill this person and rise to the top. Whoosh! 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 Numerous fox demons lying in ambush rushed out, their strengths varying. There were heavenly emperors, earth emperors, and even weaker demon emperors. But for Su Chen, they were all unworthy. In less than a minute, Su Chen had slain the last male fox demon. Ding! Host has slain demon race X23, gaining 23 attribute points. 400. Whoosh! With his sword sheathed, Su Chen walked out expressionlessly. To his surprise, the many blue-robed fox demons that had been guarding this place had retreated at some point, leaving only an empty gate. At that moment, a strong sense of unease surged from his heart. Su Chen instantly expanded his domain and dove into the void, darting away. However, a terrifying spell still accurately struck his domain. Boom, crack! With a loud explosion, the solid chaotic sword intent domain was directly blasted open with a large gap. Su Chen didn't have time to dodge and was knocked back dozens of miles by the world power that penetrated his domain. Taking advantage of this force, he decisively used the rules of wind and space to retreat. But unexpectedly, another attack containing world power fell upon his domain again. Boom, crack! The chaotic sword intent domain, which fused dozens of domains, was torn open with a large gap. Put! The domain suffered such a heavy blow that it affected him, and Su Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his aura in disarray, his face pale. But he dared not be distracted for a moment and changed direction to escape again. But what awaited him was an attack infused with the power of the world. Time and again, whenever Su Chen attempted to escape by borrowing strength, he would be struck by such a blow. Repeatedly, under this relentless bombardment, his domain had become riddled with holes, difficult to maintain. Su Chen's expression hardened, and he simply withdrew his domain, revealing his form. Oh, Su Chen, not hiding anymore? Have you accepted your fate? A woman in a blue robe appeared, looking at him with great interest. Her eyes shimmered with a blue light, swirling with an enigmatic power of the world. If a fox demon were present, they would surely recognize her as one of the Fox Clan's demon lords, Blue-Eyed Demon Lord. How boring. I finally found a resilient punching bag, and I was hoping to play a little longer. another woman materialized, dressed in a fiery red robe, her every movement surrounded by a fragrant breeze, exuding a seductive charm. This ambush was designed using supreme means, even sacrificing a celestial to shield against the heavenly Tao. We can only succeed, not fail. Do not delay. Quickly kill this person. If he escapes, our demon clan will face great disaster. A middle-aged man appeared. His cultivation was also at the level of a demon lord, truly worthy of the prophecy that foretells great calamity for our demon clan. The domain you have condensed has withstood over a dozen of our attacks, although not at full strength. This achievement is enough to earn you the title of the Son of Language. Another figure stepped out from the void, cloaked in black mist. His cultivation radiated with the might of the realm. Each step he took seemed to carry the weight of the world. For great demon lords surrounding Emir Qiangyu realm, it feels a bit embarrassing to think about. But for the grand plan of our demon clan, let the embarrassment be. The blue-eyed demon lord sneered, and in an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The surrounding area of dozens of miles seemed to respond to a call, pressing down towards Su Chen. In just a moment, Su Chen's powerful exterior began to seep with bright red blood. He could feel it. If this continued, his body might truly be crushed. But no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this world empowered by the forces of the universe. Swish! Just as Su Chen was about to collapse, the ring on his finger suddenly burst forth with a blinding white light. Immediately, the pressure surrounding him dissipated, and the feeling of being targeted by the four demon lords vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, Su Chen activated his space, the rules of wind, the domain of wind, and quickly retreated towards the battlefield of the heavens. What a powerful force! Truly a formidable opponent who has comprehended the power of the world to this level. However, it is regrettable that Su Chen must die today. The blue-eyed demon lord sneered as she transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished into the void. Chase him. This concerns the grand plan of our demon clan. This person must not be allowed to escape. Kill. The power of Hiyawu is limited. He cannot hold out for long. The other three demon lords also entered the void. As Su Chen frantically retreated, he consumed high-grade spiritual power replenishing potions. Minutes passed, and the white light from the ring faded. At the same time, the four demon lords once again formed a siege, sealing him in. Where do you think you're going? Can you escape? The blue-eyed demon lord smirked. Die! The demon lord in the fiery red robe waved his garment, and the surrounding world was ignited in an instant. The terrifying heat felt like a purgatory. Within moments, Su Chen's exterior was scorched and cracked, blood flowing everywhere. Truly resilient, but this is where it ends. The middle-aged demon lord's mind stirred, and a long spear appeared out of thin air, charging towards Su Chen. The terrifying power of the world carried by this spear changed the color of the heavens and earth. With winds and thunder roaring, Su Chen was powerless to resist, only able to watch as the spear lunged towards him. Swish! Another white light flared up, blocking this fatal strike. At the same time, Su Chen suddenly retreated. His speed increased by dozens of times. This guy is truly extraordinary. Even after being attacked by the four of us, he can still grow stronger. It's simply unbelievable. A talent like this among the human race must be eliminated. We're still far from the battlefield of the human race. With that ring in his hand, he can withstand one more attack from us at most, and then he will surely die. Chase. 10 minutes later, Su Chen was once again pursued by the four demon lords. At this moment, his spirit power replenishing potion had run out. Even all his attribute points had been completely consumed for spirit power. The 3 strands of power left by Hiyawu had dwindled to the last one. But even with his comprehension of a higher level of the wind domain, bursting forth with a speed far exceeding the ordinary by dozens of times, he had only covered half the distance. He now had only about 10 minutes left. Moreover, in his current state, he did not have enough spirit power to reach the battlefield of the heavens. Was he going to die? Su Chen looked ahead with a blank expression. A sense of helplessness, never felt before, surged from his heart like a tide. But thinking of that innocent little girl, he rallied himself, calmly calculating the remaining time. Boom, crack! The demon lord hidden in the black mist made his move. Endless black mist surged forth, and before Su Chen could react, he was blasted back 100 miles. At the same time, the ring emitted a blazing white light, protecting him once again. Seizing this opportunity, he retreated again. The world power in the ring is gone. This time, he will surely die. Chase. Truly the son of prophecy. But a dead son of prophecy is no longer a son of prophecy, is he? This time, to ensure nothing goes wrong, the four of us will strike together. The four demon lords stepped into the void. 10 minutes passed, and Su Chen exhausted the last bit of his spirit power, falling from the void. The sword of extermination let out a soft hum, unsheathing and dragging him to continue his escape. But after the white light dissipated, one person and one sword were still pursued by the four demon lords. They struck together, the surrounding heavens and earth infused with world power, terrifying force pouring down, instantly drowning this one person and one sword. Xiao Ji, I'm sorry, brother Su Chen can't celebrate the new year with you. Su Chen tightly held onto Xiao Ji, slowly closing his eyes. Boom, crack. You little brat, are you just going to accept your fate? It's just four demon lords, what are you afraid of? Just fight, it's a waste of this pretty face. A blinding white light flashed, and Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Guoguang's fist coming at him again, and he quickly tilted his head to dodge. Oh, you don't want to die? Wang Guoguang grinned, rubbing his fist, looking unsatisfied. Boom, crack, the heavens and earth around them collapsed. Seeing this, Wang Guoguang hurriedly grabbed Su Chen and retreated. We're no match for the four demon lords, you shouldn't have come here. Su Chen sighed. So what if there are four demon lords? As long as there is hope, anything is possible. Stop rambling and quickly recover your spirit power. In the white light, Wang Guoguang shouted angrily while tossing a spatial bag over, filled with hundreds of high-level spirit power replenishing potions. Su Chen said nothing more and frantically replenished the spirit power he had consumed. 10 minutes passed, the white light dissipated, and the attacks of the four demon lords fell in an instant. Swish! Another white light lit up. Su Chen had restored his spirit power and immediately used his fastest speed to flee with Wang Guoguang. The two escaped for another 7 or 8 minutes, but the demon lords were still hot on their heels. Su Chen! At this moment, Wang Guoguang called out. As soon as Su Chen turned his head, he was suddenly punched in the face by him. The force of this punch pushed him forward several miles, but Wang Guoguang, taking advantage of this force, turned around and charged towards the four demon lords. Su Chen, I have to say, hitting your face is really satisfying. Go back and tell Shishue that my fifth rule of power is hope, Wang Guoguang said with a smile. His face was aging rapidly, and his once dark and refined short hair seemed to lose its vitality, turning a withered white. At the same time, a strange power emanated from him. It was the power of the world. No need for words. Big man, don't get all sentimental on me. If it's time to go, then go. Remember, Su Chen, I'm not dying for you, I'm dying for the entire human race. Su Chen glanced at him, said nothing, and rushed towards the battlefield in the sky at full speed. Boom, crack. The violent power of the world surged from Wang Guoguang, sealing off the area for dozens of miles around, blocking the four approaching demon lords. The power of the five rules fused into one, forcibly stepping into the radiant realm. And at this level of the radiant realm, human race, what secret method are you using? The four demon lords struck together but could not break through the sealed space created by Wang Guoguang. Bring it on, what do I have to say to a bunch of beasts like you? Wang Guoguang sneered, looking for death. All together, he's just using a secret method, he can't hold out for long. Kill him quickly and chase Su Chen. Kill! The four demon lords attacked with all their might, and Wang Guoguang sneered as he met them head-on. 20 minutes later, Wang Guoguang's body trembled, and his cultivation rapidly dissipated. In just a moment, he fell to the level of a mortal, plummeting from the sky. The four demon lords glanced at him, sneered, and continued their pursuit. Damn kid, I hope one day you can become the hope of the human race. The brilliance in Wang Guoguang's eyes gradually faded. In a daze, he saw a man in military uniform with a resolute face, and a frail little boy. Xiao Guang, what do you want to be when you grow up? The man asked as he picked up the little boy. Dad, I want to be a soldier, just like you, to protect our country and our people. The little boy waved his small fist, his tiny face full of determination. No wonder you're my son. That's great. The man pinched the little boy's cheek, pride shining on his face. Xiao Guang, Dad has to go on a mission now. And this time, it might take a long time. How long is a long time? The little boy asked. Dad doesn't know, but Dad will definitely come back, because Xiao Guang is Dad's hope. Dad, what is hope? Hope is that as long as Dad thinks of Xiao Guang, no matter what Dad is doing or where he is. Even if he has to cross mountains of knives and seas of fire, Dad will definitely return to Xiaoguang's side. Then Dad is also Xiaoguang's hope. Why? Because Xiaoguang wants Dad to come back. The man's expression froze for a moment. Then he lifted the little boy and said loudly, in the 41st year of the human race, June, at the eastern border war zone, at Tianmen Pass, Demon Slayer Wang Shijiang promises comrade Wang Guoguang that after this winter demon tide ends, he will definitely return to his side. So, what is hope? At the brink of death, Wang Guoguang murmured, recalling the scene he had seen when he had a headache earlier. It was a thin man holding a sword, facing an endless horde of demons. There was no one beside him, his back lonely and desolate. But he, with his own strength, made the countless demons dare not take a step forward. Who says a mortal body cannot compare to a deity? Su Chen is the hope of our human race. He is the god of our human race. Suddenly, a roar echoed in his ears. Wang Guoguang's lips curled into a smile, the brilliance in his eyes, at that moment, completely turned to ashes. Su Chen is hope. Su Chen, die. What if he is the prophesied son of the human race? Today, he must die at our hands. Kill. Attack. 4 demon lords caught up with Su Chen and immediately struck. The winds of heaven and earth surged, and the violent power of the world crashed upon him like an endless wave. Su Chen steeled his heart, expanding all his domains, reinforcing them upon his body. At the same time, the Tianke spear transformed into a massive pillar, standing before him like a shield against the heavens. Su Chen didn't know if this would be enough to block the incoming attack, but at this moment, he had no means to evade such a level of assault. Boom, crack! A tremendous sound erupted as Su Chen's domain shattered, and he was sent flying like a disconnected kite. Put! He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his breath dwindling to the extreme. The Zhu Xian sword caught him and quickly fled, but this slow speed was no match for the 4 demon lords. In just a moment, the 4 demon lords reappeared, descending to strike. Boom, crack! Just then, a blinding white light flashed, and a figure swept out from the void, grabbing Su Chen. At the same time, she crushed more than a dozen teleportation orbs in her hand, and the 2 of them vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing 100 miles away. What's going on? How can there still be someone? Don't let them return to the battlefield of the heavens. Quickly, strike to kill. Only a few 100 miles left. Damn He Yaowu, how could he leave everyone with some power? The 4 demon lords pursued fiercely. 10 minutes later, the white light dissipated, and they all struck again, only to be blocked once more by the white light. Damn it, how can there still be more? Kill. There's no time. Hurry and strike. The 4 demon lords chased after them again. Within the white light, Gu Shishue looked worriedly at Su Chen in her arms. At the same time, she turned her wrist and took out an ancient military command token. If someone from the Tianmen Pass were present, they would recognize that this military command token belonged to the former 9th Army commander Li Chengfeng, who wore it daily. This military command token can still withstand 3 attacks, and with my 1, that makes 4. Su Chen, it's only a few 100 miles left. You must hold on. Don't falter. Gu Shishue spoke softly while controlling the domain to speed up. Under the vacuum, the speed of the domain was very fast, but compared to the 4 demon lords, it was still far too slow. Under the cover of several beams of white light, Gu Shishue managed to bring Su Chen to the outskirts of the battlefield of the heavens. But just a few dozen meters from the human territory, the enveloping white light suddenly dissipated. Ha ha ha, heaven helps my demon clan, the child of prophecy. Die. Strike. Kill the child of prophecy. Glorious is my demon clan. It is heaven's will. The human race must perish. Kill. Rumble, for earth-shattering attacks descended, and Gu Shishue's domain was bound by the power of the world, unable to move, forced to watch as the attacks fell. But at this critical moment, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the human territory, blocking these attacks. Gu Shishue seized the opportunity and hurriedly led Su Chen into the human territory. He Yaowu, you dare to break the rules and recklessly cross the border. Do you not know that your actions are provoking my demon clan? Do you not fear that my demon clan will bring millions of troops to invade your human territory? The blue-eyed demon lord's gaze was icy. The other 3 demon lords also wore angry expressions. They were so close. They were just a step away from slaying the child of prophecy of the human race. What nonsense! I He Yaowu have always been in the human territory. That commotion just now was merely the result of my martial arts training. How? Can you beasts restrict my Hiyawu from practicing martial arts? Or do you want to challenge me? No problem. You can all come at me together. I represent the human race, and it won't count as you crossing the border. How about that? Hiyawu's figure materialized. He held a cigarette, looking helpless as he stood at the boundary between the human and demon territories. You! The blue-eyed demon lord shouted angrily, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. After all, Hiyawu was right, his true self had not moved at all. So what if you saved him? In his current state, even if he wakes up, he will just be a useless person, the cold-eyed demon lord sneered. The other demon lords also showed mocking expressions upon hearing this. The 4 streams of world power surged into his body, and the resulting chain reaction was something that a mere Cheongyu realm warrior could not withstand. Moreover, it was a severely injured Cheongyu realm warrior. It could be said that without any miraculous means, even if Su Chen were still alive, he would be useless for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, the 4 demon lords breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't kill the prophesied child, but if they could render him useless, they could still report back. Weak human race, the war of extermination is about to begin. Are you ready to be wiped out? The supreme demon race must stand at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, and you humans will be the stepping stones for my demon race. Let's go! This damned battlefield of the heavens. When the war of extermination begins, we will trample this broken place once again. Let's go! The 4 demon lords left with harsh words, stepping into the void. Commander, what is going on with all this? In the southern 9th district, Gu Shishue asked with a grim expression. An hour ago, the observation hall sent a message saying that Su Chen's mission was a trap set specifically for him by the demon race. Their goal is to crush the unripe Su Chen in the cradle. Hiyawu said solemnly. Why? Because he is the hope of our human race. Hope. Gu Shishue seemed to think of something, and she froze in place. So, the reason Guoguang asked me to wait for him there is that he went to save Su Chen? Guoguang has left. Hiyawu nodded. How could this be? He hasn't told me what his 5th rule is. How could he just? Gu Shishue looked dazed. His 5th rule is hope. Hope? Yes. This rule was realized when he watched Su Chen comprehend the Tao. He said that at that moment, he saw the final outcome of the human race in the war of extermination. He also saw Su Chen single-handedly resisting the invasion of the demon race. But why didn't he tell me at the beginning? Gu Shishue asked. Perhaps Guoguang didn't want you to cry, because the effect of this rule is to sacrifice one's own life to gain strength for the next realm. The duration is 20 minutes. How could he be so foolish? As Gu Shishue murmured, crystalline tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly remembered what he had said to her outside Tianqiu City. He chose to believe in hope, just like his father, willingly dying for hope. Hiyawu took out a cigarette and silently lit it. What is Su Chen's condition now? Gu Shishue suddenly asked. All his meridians are severed. His organs have suffered severe injuries, and even his dantian is damaged. Moreover, my strength cannot save him if he wants to survive now. It can only depend on his own will to live. Hiyawu sighed. Su Chen's condition was not much different from what the 4 demon lords had said. Is there any way to save him? He is the hope in the eyes of Xie Changkong, Qin Tianzhu, and Guoguang. No matter what, he cannot die, and he cannot become a useless person. Gu Shishue said firmly. There is no way. In his condition, it is already a miracle that he is alive. To restore his previous state, unless a miracle happens. At that moment, more than 10 elderly figures with heavy expressions walked out of the void. Where is he? The leading elder in a white robe asked solemnly. Hiyawu waved his robe, and the void rippled, revealing Su Chen's figure. He was submerged in a sealed glass tank. His external injuries had already healed, but his breath was extremely weak. If one did not examine closely, it would be impossible to perceive him. Everyone, let's begin. The old man in the white robe took out a spirit mushroom radiating rich spiritual energy. The other elders nodded at his words, each taking out an item. Without exception, they were all treasures born from the revival of spiritual energy. This brat's connections are truly impressive, Hiyawu remarked. He is worth it. The old man in the white robe gave a light shout, waving his hand, and the power of the world surged forth, quickly transforming the spirit mushroom in his hand into a mass of medicinal liquid. The other elders did the same. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, The liquid formed from the various treasures was simultaneously injected into Su Chen's body. It was visible to the naked eye that his pale cheeks momentarily showed a hint of color. The old man in the white robe let out a long breath upon seeing this. His life is saved, but his cultivation is gone. Moreover, there is a problem with his dantian. If he wants to re-enter the martial path, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even someone as strong as you all can't do anything about it? He Yawu took a deep drag from his cigarette. The group of elders shook their heads. His current condition is no longer suitable for staying in the eastern border war zone. I need to take him back to the mainland to find some feasible solutions, the old man in the white robe stated firmly. He is my disciple. If you want to take him away, you can, but when he wakes up, I hope you respect his choices. If he wants to return here, you must not obstruct him. If I hear that someone has forcibly kept him in the mainland or has attempted to target him, I cannot guarantee what I will do. Commander Hiyawu of the Eastern Border War Zone, please mind your words, an elder said sternly. I have always been careful. Hiyawu adjusted his suit and smiled. But if he has matters to attend to, I would be very sad. When I get sad, I tend to act foolishly, and if I'm in a bad mood, I might offend quite a few people. Don't think I'm joking. I am always straightforward and never joke around. Moreover, what I say naturally includes all of you present. I apologize in advance to everyone here if I offend anyone in the future. I hope to avoid further explanations. You, the elder's expression tightened, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. You have a temper, no wonder you are the commander of the Eastern Border War Zone. The old man in the white robe chuckled. I am Bai Mafeng, the chief mentor of the Imperial Capital Academy. I originally wanted to take Su Chen as my disciple, but I didn't expect that Su Chen has already become your student. You are quite lucky, I assure you. As long as I, Bai Mafeng, am alive, no one will dare to lay a finger on Su Chen. How does that sound? What Elder Bai says, he certainly believes, Hiyawu replied. Additionally, if it's convenient, I would like to ask you a personal question. Not very convenient. Since you have said that, I can only be rude and ask. Bai Mafeng smiled. I want to know, do you mind if Su Chen has another master? Hiyawu's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment and smiled. If you can truly make Su Chen your disciple, then I have no objections. It's a deal, Bai Mafeng said. After saying this, the group prepared to leave. But at that moment, two women rushed over. Upon seeing Su Chen's condition, their faces turned grim. Mentor Bai, Shui and Li Qingyi called out together. What are you doing here? The people in front were all students of the Imperial Capital Academy, several of whom had attended his classes, so Bai Mafeng was not unfamiliar with them. Yi Rouge sensed that Su Chen was in danger, so she sent us to check, Shui explained. Yi Rouge? That girl could sense it. Bai Mafeng frowned slightly. Then why didn't she come? She said she wanted to cultivate and take revenge for Su Chen. Shui explained. But I think she must be afraid to see Su Chen like this. Bai Mafeng nodded, briefly negotiating with a few people before preparing to leave. Bai Mentor, when Su Chen wakes up and goes to report to the Imperial Capital University, please let us know. We will come to pick him up. Li Qingyi suddenly called out. All right. Bai Mafeng nodded, stepped into the void, and left without a trace. Su Chen opened his eyes and found himself lying on a small wooden bed, with a soft glow emanating from an energy-saving lamp in front of him. He struggled to turn his neck, and the familiar window was open, allowing him to see the lounge chair placed in the small courtyard, illuminated by the light. At that moment, an old man in a white robe was leaning back on it, rocking the chair creakily, looking very content. Hiss! A flood of memories surged into his mind, causing Su Chen to let out a soft gasp. Once he regained his composure, he immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Chen Cultivation, Midstage Chengyu Realm 23, 463, 732/40, 000 can allocate points, attribute points, 0 physique, 10, 356, 297, body of Qianshan, can allocate points, physique reaches 80, 000 to undergo qualitative change, spirit, 357, 234, extraordinary comprehension, can allocate points, spirit reaches 5, 000 to undergo qualitative change, talent, pure sword heart, SS level blood devour 0 out of 80, 000 S level knight 0/5. 000. E level madness 0 out of 100. E level sword soul 0/100. Can allocate points. Domain. Attribute Dao intent. D gold, D wood, D water, D fire, D earth, D ice, C thunder, D light, D dark. A level confinement. Domain 3. 000. 000/50. 000. Transcendent Supreme Sword Dao. S level chaotic sword intent. Domain 0 of 80. 000. Gun Dao intent. B level gun domain 70. 000/30. 000. Wind Dao intent. Weapon Dao intent. E knife, E fork, E stick, E whip, E halberd, E hammer, E axe, E spear, E hook. Wind Dao intent. C level wind domain 850. 000/20. 000. E swifty blue steel, E lightning, E ethereal, E spring breeze, E cold soul, E revive, E illusion, E ride the air. Can allocate points. Rules. E level light rule 0/10. 000. E level space rule 0/10. 000. E level wind rule 0/10. 000. Can allocate points. Martial skills. C level sword skill Fuyo 3 swords. Proficiency perfect. A level AoE sword skill Autumn Water. Proficiency perfect. S level sword skill Demon Slayer. Proficiency perfect. Cannot allocate points. Weapon Pseudo S Zujin sword. Attributes A level sharpness 0/500. 000. D level Zujin sword intent 0 of 500. 000. S level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. E level Zujin sword formation 0/2. 000. 000. Zujin sword spirit missing 0/2. 000. 000. Can allocate points. As the attribute panel just appeared, a streak of white light swept across, and immediately the data above began to change. Host, Suchen Cultivation, Mortal 99/100, Dantian damaged. Can allocate points after repair. Attribute points, 0 physique, 90, ordinary person is 10, can allocate points. Physique reaches 100 to undergo qualitative change, spirit, 357. 234, extraordinary comprehension, can allocate points. Spirit reaches 5. 000. 000 to undergo qualitative change, talent, pure sword heart. SS level blood devour 0 out of 80. 000. 000. S level knight 0/5. 000. 000. E level madness 0 out of 100. E level sword soul 0/100. Can allocate points. Domain. Attribute Dao intent. D gold, D wood, D water, D fire, D earth, D ice, C thunder, D light, D dark. A level confinement. Domain 3. 000. 000/50. 000. 000. Transcendent Supreme Sword Dao. S level chaotic sword intent. Domain 0 of 80. 000. 000. Gun Dao intent. B level gun domain 70. 000/30. 000. 000. Wind Dao intent. Weapon Dao intent. E knife, E fork, E stick, E whip, E halberd, E hammer, E axe, E spear, E hook. Wind Dao intent. B level wind domain 1. 850. 000/50. 000. 000. E swifty blue steel, E lightning, E ethereal, E spring breeze, E cold soul, E revive, E illusion, E ride the air. Not broken through Cheongyu realm. Cannot allocate points. Rules. E level light rule 0/10. 000. 000. E level space rule 0/10. 000. 000. E level wind rule 0/10. 000. 000. Not broken through Cheongyu realm. Cannot allocate points. Martial skills. C level sword skill Fuyo 3 swords. Proficiency perfect. A level AoE sword skill Autumn Water. Proficiency perfect. S level sword skill Demon Slayer. Proficiency perfect. Cannot allocate points. Weapon Pseudo S Zujin sword. Attributes A level sharpness 0/500. 000. D level Zujin sword intent 0 of 500. 000. S level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. E level Zujin sword formation 0/2. 000. 000. Zujin sword spirit system. How do I repair my Dantian? Host, you only need to spend 1 attribute point to repair it. Having survived under the hands of 4 demon lords was already a stroke of luck. When Su Chen summoned his domain to defend himself, he never thought his cultivation and physique could save him. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to live and return. The current situation was within his expectations. However, he did not anticipate that the Dantian, which in ordinary novels required a heavenly artifact to repair, could be fixed here in the demon explosion point system with just one attribute point. In terms of the demon race, that was equivalent to just one ordinary level. Awake? A hand, as dry as wood, waved in front of him. Through the gaps between the fingers, Su Chen saw Bai Mofeng smiling at him. He retracted the attribute panel and nodded. Just woke up. My physique is still a bit weak. What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Do you have any cigarettes? Su Chen asked calmly. Cigarettes? Bai Mofeng was taken aback, then quickly pulled out a pack of Huazi and handed it over. Su Chen took one out, lit it, and took a few hard puffs. Instantly, a surge of spiritual power filled his lungs, causing him to cough a few times from the unfamiliarity. My mistake. This pack of cigarettes is made from spiritual tobacco. It's quite strong. I'll get you another pack. Su Chen said nothing, just raised the cigarette in his hand and took another deep drag. The smoke surged into his lungs, burning intensely. In a daze, the words of that man echoed in his ears once more. What if there are 4 demon lords? As long as there is hope, anything is possible. Stop rambling. Hurry up and recover your spiritual power. Su Chen, I have to say, your face is really satisfying to hit. Go back and tell Shi Xue that my 5th rule of power is hope. Nothing more to say. Big man, don't get all sentimental. If it's time to go, then just go. Remember, Su Chen, I didn't die for you, I died for the entire human race. Bai Mofeng sighed and left the room. He knew Su Chen needed some quiet time. Ding-ling-a-ling, the phone rang. As soon as Bai Mofeng answered, an anxious voice came through. Not good. Director Bai. Tang San from the Tang family has taken the first place on the demon suppression list, and he's leading the second place by over 1,000 demons, giving no chance for a comeback. What? Bai Mofeng's expression changed. Didn't I already ask Lu Qingge to take action? Can't even she suppress Tang San? She can't. Tang San somehow got his hands on a powerful weapon, and in the first level of the demon suppression tower, he's practically invincible against these low-level demons. No one can catch up. Now there are only 3 days left until the end of the month. With such a gap, it's hard to surpass. Don't panic. Let me think of a way. Bai Mofeng hung up the phone. He paced back and forth in front of the house, his brows furrowing deeper. Creak. Su Chen, enveloped in smoke, pushed the door open and stepped out. How is it? Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? I can get it for you. Bai Mofeng interrupted his thoughts and approached with concern. No need. Just take me back to the eastern border war zone. Su Chen, you've lost all your cultivation. Your Dantian is damaged, and several demon lords are watching you. Going there is just asking for death. Bai Mofeng said solemnly. I want to kill demons. Su Chen replied. Wherever you go, you can kill demons. Do you think you can't kill demons in the mainland? What do you mean? Su Chen frowned. There's an ancient item within the Imperial Capital University called the Demon Suppression Tower, which holds countless demons. As long as you enter, you can kill demons. Xue, Li Qingyi, and the Southern Demon have all trained there. Bai Mofeng explained. Real demons? Absolutely real. Bai Mofeng said proudly. Otherwise, do you think the title of the strongest killer at the border of the Imperial Capital University came from? Naturally, it's because this group of students has killed demons at school and knows these demon clans very well. At this point, Bai Mofeng patted Su Chen's shoulder with a sincere expression. I know you want to kill demons and avenge Wangguo and the others, but you need to understand that you currently don't have the ability to do this. Moreover, many demon lords are still watching you. This time they didn't kill you, but next time they might send out even stronger beings. You couldn't escape with your previous strength. Do you think you can escape now? Given your current situation, it's best to go study at the university for a while. Once your Dantian is repaired and your cultivation improves, it won't be too late to go to the border. Are there many demons in the suppression tower? Su Chen asked. Yes, there are a lot. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look. If you think there are too few, I'll personally send you back to the border. Besides, it's currently the time for university registration. No matter what, you have to go there at least once. On the spot, Su Chen pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Then let's go now. No rush, you just woke up. First, adapt to your current body, and we can go tomorrow morning. Bai Mofeng smiled. Once Su Chen returned to his room, He took out a satellite phone. Hello, Xingyi. Su Chen has woken up and will go to school for registration tomorrow. Okay, thank you, mentor. Bye. On the battlefield of the heavens, Li Qingyi hung up the phone and dialed another number. Hello, Xinga. This is Li Qingyi. What's up? A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Wait for me at the airport tomorrow. I need you to come with me to pick someone up. Who? You'll know when the time comes. All right. The call ended. Li Qingyi nodded at the merit ring. Shui. Mentor Bai called and said Su Chen has woken up and will go to school for registration tomorrow. I see. Do you know what transportation they will take? The voice of Shui came from the merit ring. Given Mentor Bai's character and that Su Chen just woke up, they will probably take a plane. Okay, I got it. On the other side, just after Shui hung up the phone, Yi Rouge came over with a snack bag. Shui, tell me which airport is closest to the Imperial Capital University? What? Are you going to pick up Su Chen? Shui laughed. Of course. As his classmate, it's only right to pick him up and go for registration together. Yi Rouge replied without hesitation. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face as if she thought of something. Alright then, it's rare for you to do something serious. The closest airport to the Imperial Capital University is. As soon as Shui finished speaking, Yi Rouge's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a bag of cucumber-flavored chips. Garlic sauce has a conscience. Shui tore open the package and popped a piece into her mouth. Suddenly thinking of something, her eyes turned, and she took out her satellite phone to dial another number. Hello, Wanru. This is Shui. Do you have time? What's up, Shui? Missing me? A lively girl's voice came from the phone. I need you to help me pick someone up at the airport. Who is it? Your boyfriend? Not at all. This person you know, and he might even be your idol. Could it be Su Chen? Yes, Shui. I love you. You're truly my good strategist. If we end up together, I'll be the first to treat you to candy. Got it. Shui's face showed a hint of helplessness. She lowered her head, looking at her boots, and stomped her foot hard. What time does my husband arrive? No specific time was mentioned, just go to the airport and wait tomorrow. Alright, even though standing for so long will make my back sore and tired, just thinking about my husband fills me with fighting spirit. There's no saving it. Shui decisively hung up the phone and, feeling bored, picked up a bowl of papaya porridge to eat. Just then, the merit ring lit up, and a soft voice came through. Shui Sr., I'm Lu Wanyue. Do you know when Su Chen is reporting? Shui pondered for a moment and decided to tell her the time and place. Thank you, Shui Sr. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Sure. After hanging up, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Shui's face. She dialed another number. Hello, Ji Daxiawa. It's Shui. I need your help. Go ahead. I owe you. Help me pick someone up at the airport. Who? Su Chen. It's him. Got it. Wait, don't hang up yet. Shui hurriedly said. Is there anything else? I don't have the numbers for Zhou Daxiawa and Zhang Daxiawa. Can you give me one? I need to contact them. Sure. Soon. Shui made 2 more calls. The content was the same, asking them to pick up Su Chen at the airport. After hanging up the last call, Shui suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth, laughing for a long time. Junior, with so many school beauties going to pick you up, you're probably going to make the news again. After laughing for a while, Shui suddenly sighed deeply, and the sparkle in her eyes dimmed a bit. She silently grabbed the pot beside her and swallowed a mouthful of papaya porridge. When I grow up, I won't be any worse. The next day, the rising sun bid farewell to the past and embraced dawn in an official announcement. The earth took off its green hat, and the mountains were no longer youthful. The birds' chirping that lingered in the ears fell silent as the birds had their vocal cords cut. It turned out that winter had arrived. Su Chen walked alone into Dakian Airport and boarded a plane to the capital. Bai Mofeng was supposed to go with him, but had to leave due to a last-minute matter. Mommy, this brother is so handsome. As soon as Su Chen sat down, the little girl next to him exclaimed in a baby voice. Really? The woman beside her looked over. The next moment, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Why you are Su Chen? Su Chen nodded. Wow, this brother is the human hero Su Chen that mommy talks about every day. It seems mommy was right, this brother is really handsome, the little girl said in her baby voice. Su Chen, I'm your fan. can you give me an autograph? Su Chen shook his head. Wow, he's really aloof. My son. This brother is the most aloof person I've ever seen, the little girl said sweetly. The woman beside her seemed to think of something and leaned down to whisper a few words in the little girl's ear. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she tugged at Su Chen's shirt. Brother, can you do me a favor? The little girl was wearing a pink cotton jacket, a plush hat with attached gloves, and her chubby face was adorably round. Su Chen inexplicably thought of Xiao Ji and agreed. Brother, can you take a picture of me and my mom? Su Chen nodded, took the phone the little girl handed him, and snapped a photo of the two. Thank you, Su Chen, the woman said excitedly. She could already imagine the stunned expressions of her friends when they saw this photo during their gathering. After all, this was a photo taken by Su Chen himself. Meanwhile, at the airport in the capital city, the crowd was bustling. At the airport exit, the throng was even more overwhelming, affecting traffic. Many martial artists received last-minute tasks to maintain order here. Xiao Li was one of them. After learning the reason for the traffic jam, he could hardly resist rushing into the crowd, because all 8 school beauties from the capital university had gathered here. Lu Qingge, goddess, who are you waiting for? Junior Ru Gu, aren't you going to check in yet? Zhou Shiyun, I love you, are you waiting for me? Junior Lu Wanyue, are you not going to check in? Are you waiting for someone here? The crowd was in an uproar, and many reporters caught the scent of a hot story, rushing around with their cameras, accompanied by the arrival of an airplane. In the crowd, 8 women, surrounded by people, walked towards the airport exit together. Whoosh! In an instant, many reporters hurriedly turned their cameras towards the airport exit. As the flow of people surged from the exit, the previously noisy crowd quieted down a bit. Everyone looked towards the exit in unison, seemingly wanting to know who these campus beauties were there to greet. Sister, why are you here to pick me up? A joyful shout rang out, followed by a sunny, handsome, muscular boy walking straight up to one of the campus beauties. Wow, is this the person Zhou Shiyun, the campus beauty, is here to pick up? Is this her brother? He looks pretty good. They really resemble each other. So Zhou Shiyun is here to pick up her brother. I was wondering why this campus beauty, who usually doesn't leave the school, would come here to pick someone up. But to be fair, she really treats her brother well. So loving. I also wish I had a campus beauty sister to pick me up here. Now that we know who Zhou Shiyun is picking up, what about the other campus beauties? Everyone looked at Zhou Shiyun and her brother with envious expressions. This warm scene was immediately live-streamed online. Many netizens, seeing this, began to envy the loving sibling pair. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Huayan was very touched. He never expected that his older sister, who had never cared about him, would give him such a grand welcome at this moment when he turned 18 and started college. With her title as the campus beauty of the Imperial Capital University, he could brag about it for 4 years. Who knows, he might even make the headlines tomorrow, attracting talent scouts and becoming a star martial artist. Thinking of this, Zhou Huayan felt a surge of emotions, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. However, Zhou Shiyun, facing him, merely glanced at him indifferently. Get lost. Hearing this, Zhou Huayan silently dragged his large and small bags of luggage away from the airport. He didn't want to, but if he dared to retort, his sister would really beat him up. Oh my, Zhou Shiyun is not here to pick up her brother. Then who could it be? That get lost sounds so familiar. They must be siblings. Alas, poor brother. Ha ha ha, this is oddly funny. The crowd burst into laughter, then began to speculate about who campus beauty Zhou Shiyun was there to pick up. After all, she had even left her own brother behind to greet this person. Boom, boom. Just then, a roar of engines sounded, followed by an official vehicle with the Dragon Kingdom flag driving into the entrance. Isn't that the car of the president of Imperial Capital University? Is he here to pick someone up too? I wonder who it is that would make the president come personally. That's quite a big deal. It must be Director Bai. I heard he hasn't been at the school lately, so it's very likely he's here to pick up Director Bai. After all, he loves to fly. Very likely. A special car is impressive. It can drive directly into the exit, unlike us who have to wait here. Tap. President Qiu Donghong of Imperial Capital University got out of the car, sweating profusely, while his female secretary followed closely behind, constantly wiping his sweat with a tissue. Old Bai's call was so sudden. I was in a meeting, And I didn't know that Su Chen was coming to check in at school. I wasn't prepared at all. I hope I didn't miss Su Chen. If I did, Old Bai would definitely scold me to death. Xiao Donghong said anxiously. President, look, it's Su Chen, the secretary suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiao Donghong quickly nodded and indeed saw that thin figure. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly dragged his plump body forward. Hello, Su Chen. I am the president of the Imperial Capital University. Xiao Donghong. Old Bai instructed me to help you with your enrollment procedures. Please get in the car. Thank you. Su Chen nodded and got into the car. Vroom vroom. The vehicle quickly drove out of the airport. Why isn't he here yet? Yi Rouge was bored, munching on snacks. Maybe it's not this flight, Lu Wanyue said. Maybe, but I have to wait for this guy today. Yi Rouge glanced at the 6 school beauties around her. With her keen sixth sense, she could predict that these people were also waiting for Su Chen. Me too, Lu Wanyue said with a gentle smile. And me, Li Qingyi chimed in with a smile. But after that, they didn't see Su Chen's figure on any of the subsequent flights. Time passed from morning to sunset. It wasn't until the last flight from Dakian to the imperial capital was completed that the two finally gave up. The other school beauties also left at that time. On that day, several news stories quickly topped the trending searches. Shocking! 8 school beauties from Imperial Capital University were stood up by someone. Tears. I rejected my own brother but couldn't wait for that person. All of this, Su Chen was unaware of. At that moment, he had already moved into the small courtyard that Bai Mofeng had specially prepared for him. If it weren't for the demon suppression tower being sealed during the day, he would have been ready to hunt demons to regain his strength. Whoosh! Just then, Bai Mofeng appeared in the small courtyard, along with a woman dressed in a black long dress. So, how is it, Su Chen? Are you comfortable here? Su Chen nodded. That's good. By the way, let me introduce you. This is your counselor, Mo Yanqing. Hello, Su Chen. I am Mo Yanqing, the counselor of the Demon Academy. Mo Yanqing extended her hand. Hello. The two greeted each other. This is a stack of enrollment materials, including all the regulations and facilities of Imperial Capital University. You can take a look. Additionally, Old Bai instructed that I will not interfere with your actions during your university years, including courses, etc. You can choose to attend or not based on your own will. The reason I came here is to personally confirm with you whether you truly accept this plan. If you do not accept it, please let me know. I accept. Su Chen only wanted to hunt demons now and did not want to be disturbed by other matters. Good, but let me make it clear beforehand. There will be an assessment every month at the academy. If you pass, you can continue to maintain this exception. But if you fail, you will have to listen to me and come back to class. Mo Yanqing adjusted her glasses. Bai Mofeng was about to say something when Su Chen nodded in agreement. As expected of a hero of the human race, you have character. I hope your strength is the same. Mo Yanqing showed an approving look and then tore through the void to leave. Su Chen, your dantian is damaged. How will you pass the test in a month? You shouldn't have agreed to her. This girl is also quite stubborn. Bai Mofeng said. Su Chen said nothing and turned to enter the house. In place, Bai Mofeng looked at his back and sighed helplessly a few times. Why are these prodigies so stubborn and proud now? They are nothing like he used to be. So easygoing and down to earth. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, hello. This is Bai Mofeng. Not good. Mentor Bai. The demon suppression list shows that Tang San has now opened a gap of over 5,000 demon races from the second place. What? Bai Mofeng's eyes narrowed. Didn't I tell you to issue a notice that those who surpass him can receive my mysterious reward? Why has the gap widened instead? Is there really no student who can catch up? The students are catching up, but they can't keep up at all. Tang San doesn't know what kind of motivation he's on, fighting more fiercely than ever. With that weapon helping him, no one can catch up. There are only 2 days left until the demon suppression ranking is finalized. Bai Mentor, you need to think of a way. Got it. Bai Mofeng hung up the phone, a strange anger appearing on his face. Damn Tang family, are they really planning to take advantage of my Imperial Capital Academy? Right now, I'm busy helping Su Chen repair his dantian. This time, I'll let you be arrogant for a bit. Once Su Chen is better, I will make you pay the price. The next day, Su Chen arrived at the demon suppression tower early in the morning, but there was already a long line. It's Su Chen, that human hero. Su Chen, no way. It really is him. When did he arrive? How come I didn't see him when I checked in? A group of people wanted to crowd around, but sensing the cold aura around Su Chen, they all took a few steps back, not daring to get too close. Li Qingge is here! A surprised shout came, and soon a tall woman in armor approached. She initially wanted to stand at the back of the line, but upon seeing Su Chen, she switched places with the person behind him. Hello, Su Chen. I'm Li Qingge's good friend, Lu Qingge. May I ask, did you come by plane yesterday? Su Chen nodded. Was it at the Academy City Airport? Yes. Is there something going on? Nothing much, just asking. Lu Qingge's expression flashed with understanding. The surrounding students, hearing this, began to use their spiritual power to communicate and discuss. From what Lu School Flower means, she and Li Qingge were waiting for Su Chen yesterday? Very likely. And it's said that Su Chen has some unclear relationship with Yi Rouge and Lu Wanyue. These two probably went to wait for him as well. Oh my. For school flowers waiting for him. What an honor. But weren't they stood up? Does Su Chen have such a high status? Haven't you heard? The principal's special car went to the Academy City Airport yesterday. I think it wasn't Su Chen who stood them up, but rather the principal who intercepted him. Wow. What a revelation. As the students speculated, the news of the 4 school flowers waiting for Su Chen quickly reached the school's official website. Surprisingly, one of the newly crowned school flowers, Yi Rouge, quickly made a positive response. Swish! An old man tore through the void and emerged. He turned his wrist, and the bronze gate of the Demon Suppression Tower slowly opened. In the next moment, the towering Demon Suppression Tower, standing in the center of the Imperial Capital University, shook violently. At the same time, a wave of bloody aura rushed towards them, causing many new students to turn pale, with several unable to hold back and vomiting. Compared to them, Su Chen, Lu Qingge, and a group of senior students were accustomed to it, showing little reaction. In such a situation, Su Chen understood that Bai Moffin's words were indeed true. Students cultivated in this manner were indeed much better than those from other academies. The Demon Suppression Tower is open. You must come out before midnight. Otherwise, you may encounter high-level demon beasts, the old man shouted coldly, watching as a group of students swiped their student cards to enter. When he noticed Su Chen, a smile broke out on his stern face. Perhaps he had been tense for too long. This smile seemed a bit strange, but to the students, it was like a rare flower blooming on an iron tree. Even Lu Qingge looked surprised. She had been at the Imperial Capital Academy for 3 years and it was the first time she had seen this old man smile. Upon entering the suppression tower, the first sight was an endless desert, with a blazing sun mercilessly scorching the land. Su Chen had imagined many scenarios, but the scene before him still exceeded his expectations. For a moment, he thought he had arrived at the Heavenly Gate Pass. System, why does the environment inside this demon suppression tower seem identical to the outside world? Replying to the host, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. This demon suppression tower is crafted from the world left behind by a powerful being from the Bodhi realm after their death. So, this place is essentially a world of its own? You could say that. A powerful being from the Bodhi realm can create a world. Su Chen pondered for a moment but chose not to delve deeper. This level of realm was still too distant for him. Right now, restoring his cultivation was the priority. With a thought, the Excalibur of Immortals unsheathed itself, pulling him deeper into the desert. Wow! A big shot flying with a sword. The human hero Su Chen. Impressive. Once I break through to the wind control realm, I want to look cool too. Count me in. So cool. Damn. How did I forget to record this? This is Su Chen. Whoosh. Many students at the wind control realm also transformed into streaks of light and sped away. This scene made the surrounding students envious once again. Meanwhile, Su Chen had arrived at a place filled with towering ancient trees, permeated with the aura of the demon race. As soon as he landed, a massive demon creature ambushed him from behind. Whoosh! The Excalibur of Immortals shot out on its own, a brilliant blue sword light flashing, slaying the ordinary level demon. Ding! Host has slain a demon X1. Gained attribute points X1. Repair the Dantian. Ding! Host has successfully repaired the Dantian, consuming a total of attribute points X1. The Dantian was restored. The vast spiritual energy surged into Su Chen's body as if it had found a home, filling his Dantian. In just a few minutes, his Dantian was brimming with spiritual energy. However, this spiritual energy was too sparse. Compared to the vast spiritual energy of the Qianyu realm, it was like a drop in the ocean. Yet for Su Chen, this was a new beginning. Whoosh! With the Excalibur of Immortals in hand, Su Chen walked deeper with an indifferent expression. Along the way, every demon he encountered was slain by his sword. His cultivation quickly reached the peak of the Lingchuan realm, bolstered by the talent of Blood Devourer. The distance to the Lushan realm was just a thought away, but this time, he wanted to reach the pinnacle of every realm, so he did not break through. Whoosh! Another Lingchuan realm demon fell under Su Chen's sword. The talent of Blood Devourer activated, and cultivation surged forth. His originally fair cheeks turned red from the influx of spiritual energy. The violent aura could not be suppressed, spreading out and stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Chen sat cross-legged to stabilize his realm before continuing deeper. Whoosh! Several Lingchuan realm demons exploded before him, streams of blood flowing into Su Chen's body. At that moment, he could no longer contain the accumulated spiritual energy in his dantian and broke through to the Lushan realm. Ding! Host has slain demons X6. Gained attribute point 60. Ding, ding. Host's current cultivation level is Lushan Realm 51/1000. I remember. The previous attribute points only required 500. Replying to the host, since the host broke through to the Lushan realm at the limit of the Lingchuan realm, the corresponding physical and mental enhancements are significant. Hence more attribute points are required. But the host can also feel that the current Lushan realm is at least twice as powerful as the previous one. The system was right. The meridians in Dantian expanded with the breakthrough, far surpassing the first breakthrough. His path of extreme breakthrough was not in vain. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the Lushan realm. Physical attributes have increased. Current physique is 358. Ding! Physique attribute has reached 200. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Silver Bone Body. After the white light faded, Su Chen's physique had significantly improved, but it was still a far cry from his previous 1000 mountain body. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his body, he continued deeper with his long sword in hand. On the way, he did not encounter any camps of the demon clan like those outside Tianmenguan, only occasionally coming across a few scattered demons. However, compared to the numbers in the demon camps, they were pitifully few. As he gradually delved deeper, the number of demons began to increase. At this point, Su Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Lushan realm. His physique had also broken through to the level of a golden body. With a blank expression, he wielded his long sword and continued the next round of slaughter. Yet, he was unaware that the crowd beside the demon suppression tower outside was already shocked beyond measure. Among them, a young man in a black robe had a particularly cold glint in his eyes. Damn! Su Chen's ranking has risen again, reaching 322. In less than an hour and a half, he has killed over 300 demons. This speed is too fast. The number that an ordinary person can kill in a day has been completed by him in such a short time. Truly impressive. Oof. Haven't you seen the recordings of Su Chen? For him, this number of demons is just child's play. What limits Su Chen might be the scattered nature of the demons here. Wasn't this guy's dantian damaged? How can he still kill demons? Bai Mafeng had originally intended to go inside the tower to check on Su Chen, but he didn't expect a crowd gathered around the demon suppression ranking. When he saw Su Chen's ranking skyrocketing, he felt joy but also some confusion. Right, it's that sword. That sword is imbued with sword intent. For martial artists below the divine realm, as long as they don't swarm him, they are basically no match for it. Bai Mafeng understood. As if recalling something, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. The sword was powerful, but to catch up with Tang San's 78,000 demons in just 2 days was unrealistic. Instructor Bai. Instructor Bai. Instructor Bai. The surrounding students noticed Bai Mafeng and immediately greeted him. Bai Mafeng waved his hand. Instructor Bai, the family head invites you to the Tang family domain for a meeting in a month. The young man in the black robe clasped his fists. I'm busy now, let's talk later. Bai Mafeng shook his head and left. After he left, the group of people immediately surrounded the young man in the black robe. Senior Tang San, you've killed so many demons, can you give us some pointers on martial skills? Senior Tang San, as the current number 1 on the demon suppression ranking, do you have anything to say? Do you think Su Chen can surpass your count? Senior Tang San, can I get your autograph? Senior Tang San, with Su Chen's fierce momentum in killing demons, aren't you worried at all? He just returned from the eastern border war zone. Facing the crowd's adulation, Tang San smiled and a long sword appeared in his hand. Su Chen's name is just exaggerated. If he can surpass me, I'll give him this sword. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Senior Tang San is truly imposing. No wonder he's ranked 10th in the genius department. Senior Tang San never kills demons below the Lushan realm, otherwise, this number would have been even higher. I know Su Chen is strong, but to reach this number in 2 days seems unlikely. Senior Tang San is amazing. So cool. Just then, a woman holding a long spear walked over. Her aura spread out, and upon sensing it, the students immediately made way. Miss Yi? Tang San's expression stiffened, and after a moment, he sheathed his long sword, revealing a somewhat unnatural smile. I've noted what you said. If you don't recognize me later, don't blame me, Yi Rouge, for taking action. Saying this, Yi Rouge entered the demon suppression tower with her spear. As soon as she stepped into the desert, she eagerly opened a bag of snacks and began to eat. Sure enough, the fact that I don't eat snacks makes me incredibly domineering. Just a tiny bit less than Su Chen, but still, I want to eat snacks, especially cucumber-flavored chips, but I have to leave some for Su Chen, so I guess I'll eat something else. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm, several powerful human cultivators sat around a copper mirror. Suddenly, the copper mirror shone brightly, golden light shooting out and quickly condensing into a thin figure holding a sword in the air. Upon seeing this figure, all the human cultivators showed expressions of disappointment. We've already measured it 81 times, and every time it's been Su Chen. Everyone, this concerns the survival of our human race. What are your thoughts? An old woman stepped out from the void, her expression heavy as she surveyed the group. Kill. After a moment of silence, a man in a black robe spoke in a deep voice. You Tang family really want to kill Su Chen. I can't help but question your intentions. A beautiful woman spoke up. Ha, your Yi family is powerful, and I won't argue with you. But please remember, this is the Hall of Observing Heaven. The reason I say this must be based on something, the man in black said coldly. The will of heaven dictates that Su Chen is the prophesied child. But now Su Chen's dantian is damaged and has become a waste, yet his identity as the prophesied child remains unchanged. In such a situation, it is clear that only by killing him can our human race give birth to a new prophesied child, who will lead us to exterminate the demon race and achieve revival. What Tang Yuan said is not false. Aside from the eastern border war zone, the conditions in the other 3 war zones are dire. If we don't quickly sit down and discuss, our human race is in danger. An old man echoed. Break and then establish. Indeed, this is the best solution at present. That's right. Although this matter is disgraceful, compared to the life and death of the human race, it is the best method. Agreed. Agreed. One after another, people expressed their opinions. How can you be like this? If you were Su Chen, the human race you desperately protect would turn around and want to kill you. How would you feel? The beautiful woman shouted angrily. Why are you unwilling to believe in Su Chen? Our human race has managed to continue for 10,000 years despite the severance of our inheritance. This itself is a miracle. Is the legendary prophesied child not worth your belief in miracles happening again? Your view is not wrong. The prophesied child can indeed bring miracles. But now Su Chen is already wasted. A wasted prophesied child, even if he can bring miracles, may not necessarily lead our human race to continue. Moreover, the reason our human race has come to this point is not solely due to miracles. In the void above, the old woman looked calmly at the beautiful woman. So, is your attitude the same as Tang Yuan's? To kill Su Chen? The beautiful woman shouted angrily, constantly looking at everyone. When her fiery eyes met theirs, everyone instinctively looked away. Remember your faces, you will definitely regret this. Definitely. Definitely. Yi Konghu, do you know something? The old woman frowned. Ha, I can only tell you that the prophesied child can only be Su Chen. Yi Konghu sneered. Furthermore, I hereby declare my Yi family's stance. This time, my Yi family stands with Su Chen. Whoever wants to kill him is an enemy of my Yi family. That's all I have to say. Everyone, take care. With that, Yi Konghu stepped into the void and left. Everyone, this concerns the survival of the human race. How long can a Yi family protect Su Chen? Moreover, Yi Konghu is not the head of the Yi family. What right does she have to represent the Yi family? Tang Yuan said solemnly. Konghu's words represent my Yi family's stance. An ancient voice echoed in the Hall of Observing Heaven, clearly ringing in everyone's ears. Is what the ancestor of the Yi family said true? The old woman spoke in a deep voice. When has our human race ever continued without the assistance of the heavenly Tao's will? Even if Su Chen has been tested 81 times, it is laughable that you would not believe a single word of it. Not to mention that Su Chen is the prophesied child. Even if he were not, his outstanding contributions in the Eastern Border War Zone already make him a hero of our human race. Yet you all, instead of rewarding and encouraging him, are here discussing killing him? If the world knew of your actions, who would dare to slay demons? I've said enough, take care, everyone. The voice of the Yi family ancestor faded away. In place, the group of powerful beings lowered their heads in silence. This concerns the survival of the human race. We cannot only listen to one-sided words. The methods of the older generation are no longer sufficient for the present. Our human race must keep pace with the times. After a moment of silence, an old woman spoke solemnly. Issue a pursuit order. Dispatch 3 military commanders of the Holy Temple to the Imperial Capital University to kill Su Chen. And our task is to eliminate all obstacles along the way. Yes, inside the demon suppression tower, Su Chen was killing demons all the way. With the SS-level Blood Devourer, his cultivation had restored to the Sea Observation Realm, and his physique had reached the 100 Elephant's body. Whoosh! A large amount of spiritual power surged out, and the colorful domain quickly outlined its shape. But in a moment, it disappeared without a trace. As expected, even now my spiritual power in the Sea Observation Realm cannot sustain the domain's consumption compared to the previous Wind Control Realm. Su Chen murmured, taking up his long sword and continuing deeper. The demons along the way had the highest realm only at the Sea Observation level. None were his match. He slaughtered his way through, and as his cultivation wildly increased, the demons he encountered also grew stronger. Whoosh! 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 Just then, black mist surged from the horizon, and dozens of streams of spiritual light rushed over in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Su Chen activated his innate night concealment and leaped onto a tree to hide. Soon, a demon emperor landed, surveying for a moment before a murderous intent appeared on his face. The aura has disappeared. This person may have retreated or could be hiding here. Split up to investigate. This concerns whether we can escape this cage. The plan of the demon lord cannot have a single flaw. Yes, the demon emperors shouted in unison and scattered. In place, the demon emperor looked around, confirming there were no flaws before leaving. But just as he moved, a deep blue long sword pierced through his head in an instant. Ding! Host has slain a demon X1. Gained 200 attribute points. Whoosh! Spiritual power surged in, and Su Chen's fair cheeks instantly turned red. He suppressed the intense feeling of breakthrough and leaped onto the Excalibur, chasing after the surrounding streams of light. Under the suppression of the Excalibur's intent, the group of demon emperors was soon wiped out. Ding! Host has slain demons X23. Gained 4,600 attribute points. Zing! As soon as Su Chen stopped, the surging lines of spiritual power overwhelmed him. When the surrounding anomalies dissipated, his cultivation had already reached the Wind Control Realm. At this moment, the spiritual power contained within him was approaching the divine realm. Whoosh! The void stirred, and then a colorful domain emerged. This time, the domain lasted a full 10 minutes before exhausting its spiritual power. This meant that Su Chen could utilize the Chaos Sword Intent domain for 10 minutes. Once his spiritual power recovered, Su Chen proceeded to test the other domains. Essentially, aside from the Chaos Sword Intent domain, every other domain could be maintained for a long time. Additionally, he could also use a certain degree of the ultimate killing move Long Rainbow Slash. With such a sword strike, empowered by numerous domains, even an ordinary Qiangyu realm demon would be within his capability to slay. This path is correct. As long as I break through the Qiangyu realm at the limit of the divine realm, I can surely make up for the previous shortcomings and unleash the full power of the Chaos Sword Intent domain. Whoosh! The Excalibur was in hand. Su Chen activated his night talent and swept deeper into the shadows. Before long, he encountered a group of weak demon clans. Under the command of a demon emperor and over 10 demon kings, these demons were continuously placing demon cores in specific positions. Seeing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow and leaped onto a towering ancient tree. Taking advantage of the terrain, and with the vision of the Sea Observation Realm, he spotted hundreds of similar demon groups. Are these demons setting up a formation? Trying to break free from the demon suppression tower? Returning to the host. Yes, this formation is called the Nine Dragons Ascending Formation. Once activated, it can summon the 9 dragons for assistance. commonly used to escape from predicaments. However, the arrangement of the formation is extremely strict. If there is any mistake, it could lead to a backlash from the formation, resulting in the 9 dragons devouring the master. So that's how it is. Su Chen's gaze flickered. Moments later, the confinement domain expanded, sealing off the area. The demons had not yet reacted when the azure sword light that followed immediately slaughtered them on the spot. Ding! Host has slain demons X1024, gaining attribute points 74, 231. Whoosh! In an instant, thousands of cultivation levels surged into his body, causing Su Chen's cultivation to rise steadily until it stabilized at the peak of the wind control realm. He retracted the domain, shifted his position, and adjusted the locations of the demon cores. Su Chen, do you recognize this thing? Lu Qingge tore through the void and appeared. The formation. Su Chen nodded. Can you tell me what this formation is? Mentor Bai discovered these demons' unusual movements a long time ago but didn't know what it was. He is worried that we might destroy these things and attract the demon lord from the depths, so he only told us to monitor and not to act rashly. Can you say something about it? Lu Qingge asked. Su Chen shook his head and tore through the void to leave. It was now close to 12 o'clock, and time was running short. He had to hurry to kill demons. Qingyi was right, this guy really is aloof. But he actually knows about a formation that many mentors in the school are unaware of. On the spot, Lu Qingge looked in the direction where Su Chen had disappeared, her expression a bit surprised. But more than that, she was curious. Crack, crack. Coming back to her senses, Lu Qingge tore through the void and left. Su Chen activated the wind domain and soon arrived at the next formation point. He repeated the process, slaying the demons here and changing the arrangement of the demon cores. The cultivation absorbed from this place pushed him to the great perfection of the wind control realm, just one step away from breaking into the divine realm. Whoosh! The wind domain expanded, and Su Chen arrived at the next formation point. In less than a minute, he had slain the last demon in this area. Ding! Host has slain demons X1056, gaining attribute point 75, 325. After absorbing the cultivation, Su Chen moved on to the next demon formation point. Soon, he had slain the demons here as well. As all the cultivation surged in, his chest, like a jujube, began to seep with blood containing cultivation energy. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the cultivation within him and stepped into the divine realm. Whoosh! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him swirled like a tornado, rushing into his body. Boom, crack. At the same time, a violent physical gale erupted, sweeping away the sand and dust around him, exuding an intimidating power. Once all the anomalies settled, Su Chen's cultivation reached the divine realm. His physique also returned to the thousand forms body. At this moment, his spiritual power reserves not only reached the previous level of the Qiangyu realm but even surpassed it. Aside from his physique and the inability to use rules, Su Chen's strength was at least twice as powerful as it had been in the Qiangyu realm. And this was only the divine realm. Weak human race, how dare you slaughter my demon clan, truly deserving of death. A heavenly emperor led over 10 earthly emperors. Without further ado, directly used the power of the domain to launch an attack. The surrounding void twisted under their thunderous moments, fatally hinting at the force that could tear apart this space. This realm was forged from the world left behind by the powerful beings of the Bodhi realm, filled with the powers of many worlds, the forces of rules, and the essence of intent. These powers had hardened the void of this world to an extremely high degree. Even the void of the battlefield of the heavens could not compare to this place. This demonstrated the strength of this move. Die, inferior race. The demon emperor charged in fiercely, his scarlet vertical eyes, as large as copper bells, seemingly foreseeing the scene of Su Chen's tragic death on the spot. But in the next moment, a 7-colored sword light suddenly appeared before him, magnifying hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, quickly engulfing him within. As soon as he opened his mouth, his head fell from his shoulders. The scarlet light emanating from his eyes turned to ashen gray at that moment. Boom, crack. At the same time, a blinding golden light shone from the demon suppression list. Immediately after, an exceptionally heavy voice emerged from it. Human race Su Chen, slayer of the demon royal family, a strong being of the Candle Dragon royal family in the Qiangyu realm. What? The demon royal family has appeared. The elder responsible for guarding this place rushed over. At the same time, dozens of figures tore through the void, and upon seeing the dazzling golden light flashing with words, each person's expression changed. Ha ha ha, magnificent is our Imperial Capital Academy. Su Chen, truly a hero of our human race. An elder laughed loudly in the void. Since the establishment of our Imperial Capital Academy, no one has ever slain a demon royal family. I didn't expect that on his first day here, Su Chen would achieve such an astonishing record. Truly extraordinary. Another mentor laughed out loud. Ha ha, heaven bless our human race. Heaven bless the Imperial Capital Academy. Heaven bless Su Chen. Such a great feat must be reported nationwide. What could be more eye-catching than this for recruitment? Where is the publicity department? Hurry up and implement what the mentors have said. The principal, Qiu Donghong, hurriedly spoke up. How is this possible? How could Su Chen, relying solely on that sword, contend against the Qiangyu realm demons, especially when the opponent is one of the demon royal families, the Candle Dragon royal family? Unlike the others who were filled with joy, Bai Mothing's eyes were filled with shock. He simply could not imagine how Su Chen, a mere mortal, could achieve such an astonishing feat of slaying beyond his level with just the Excalibur. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, hello, I am Bai Mothing, Mentor Bai. Su Chen has climbed into the top 10 of the demon suppression list. He has slain a total of 12,800 demons today, directly breaking the highest record since the establishment of our Imperial Capital Academy. At this rate, if he had come a few days earlier, he might have surpassed Tang San and reached the first place on the demon suppression list. Unfortunately, there is only one day left until the list is finalized. 12,800. Bai Mothing looked in the direction of the voice, and the name Su Chen, flashing with blinding golden light on the demon suppression list, was very eye-catching. Indeed, a string of numbers followed his name. According to school tradition, breaking a record requires recognition. The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and recognizing Su Chen at this critical moment will surely create a great momentum for our Imperial Capital Academy. Mentor Bai, I plan to recognize Su Chen at the opening ceremony. Do you have anything to instruct? Just handle it as you see fit. Bai Mothing hung up the phone, his face full of confusion. He couldn't understand how Su Chen, who was still a mortal yesterday, had transformed into a god of slaughter today. It seemed impossible no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that Su Chen not only had dual talents but was also a legendary dual Dantian? Ding! Host slays demons x10. Gains attribute points x104. 500. That emperor is worth 100,000 attribute points? Returning to the host. This demon is one of the royal family of the demon clan, the Zhulong royal family. Killing it will yield a tenfold increase. The demon clan is diverse, and there are many recorded materials. However, there are hardly any detailed records left about the royal family of the demon clan. So far, Su Chen has encountered only 3 types of demon royal families: the Ape Demon royal family, the Divine Crow royal family, and now the Zhulong royal family he has just slain. Regarding the innate divine abilities of the demon royal families, he has only seen the Ape Demon Diamond Body of the Ape Demon royal family. He does not know what the innate divine abilities of the Divine Crow royal family and the Zhulong royal family are. Returning to the host, the innate divine ability of the Zhulong royal family is Xulon's Eye. When activated, those of lower realms will be cursed upon seeing it, turning to stone. However, like the Ape Demon royal family, activating this divine ability consumes one's lifespan. What about the Divine Crow clan? The innate divine ability of the Divine Crow clan is dark insight into heaven's secrets. When activated, they can foresee events that will occur within a certain time frame, and their perception ability will greatly increase. But it also consumes lifespan. What about the other demon royal families? Su Chen asked. Returning to the host, the system can only analyze the demon clans that the host has slain. It cannot analyze the other royal families. Understood. Su Chen did not ask further and looked up at the sky. The blood-red characters recorded the time, which had reached 11:57. He did not hesitate and immediately tore through the void, leaving the demon suppression tower. As soon as he emerged, he was surrounded by dozens of mentors, forced to accept a round of praise. He was not used to this atmosphere. But fortunately, Bai Mothing noticed this and immediately pulled him away from the place. As soon as they arrived at the small courtyard, Bai Mothing eagerly began to scrutinize Su Chen. But no matter how he looked, he could not discern Su Chen's current cultivation level. Su Chen, has your cultivation recovered? After a long while, Bai Mothing finally asked softly. Su Chen nodded. Ha ha, great. Heaven's way is merciful, our human race will surely escape this calamity. Bai Mofeng laughed heartily. He patted Su Chen's shoulder, further confirming his guess. Su Chen has dual dantians. While speaking, he excitedly dialed a phone number. Oh, Bai Lao, calling me so late. Are you trying to invite me to the brothel to listen to music? But I, He Yaowu, am a rough man, lacking your transcendent elegance. A teasing voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Bai Mofeng's face turned red, and he cleared his throat, revealing the matter of Su Chen's cultivation recovery. Really? On the other side, He Yaowu stood up excitedly upon learning this. He held the phone with both hands, afraid of missing any important information. He did not notice that the burnt-out cigarette butt had blackened his thumb. After receiving Bai Mofeng's affirmative answer, he revealed a radiant smile. I knew it. This brat's life. Ah, what happened? Bai Mofeng's voice came from the phone. It's nothing. Just tripped a bit. No big deal. Give the phone to Su Chen. He Yaowu cursed as he stomped on the cigarette butt, constantly shaking his reddened fingers. Damn Bai Lao, making me burn myself with this cigarette butt. I'll settle the score with you later. I wonder if that brat's strong physique has recovered after being shattered by the demon lord. Su Chen, has your cultivation recovered? That's good. Do you want to return to the battlefield of heaven now, or stay there for a while? My suggestion is to stay there for a while. Once you come back, those demon lords will surely learn about your cultivation recovery and will initiate the next round of assassination, which would be very dangerous for you. I will stay here for a while. That's good. He Yaowu breathed a sigh of relief. But if you want to come back, just tell me. Whoever dares to stop you, just let me know, and I will definitely smash them. Also, the information you asked me to find, I have found it. I will send it to Bai Lao shortly, and he will give it to you. Okay. On the other side, Su Chen looked seriously at Bai Mofeng. Old Bai, please use the power of the world to cover this place. I have something to say. Upon hearing this, Bai Mofeng did not dare to delay. With a twist of his wrist, the two of them suddenly found themselves in an ancient-style tea house. The air was filled with a refreshing ancient melody, and several women dressed in traditional attire were dancing gracefully on stage, looking quite captivating. Ahem, this is the embryonic form of my world. Su Chen, just take a look, there's no need to pay too much attention. Bai Mofeng's face turned slightly red at the sight, and with a wave of his hand, the women vanished. Oh, old Bai, I thought I heard the tunes of a brothel. You're not trying to lead my disciple astray, are you? He Yaowu joked. Bai Mofeng's face darkened, usually eloquent. He found himself at a loss for words at that moment. Let's get down to business, Su Chen said solemnly. What I want to discuss is the intelligence I gathered during my investigation. For the next half hour, Su Chen relayed all the information he had obtained from Mo Xuanxue in the ruins of the human race to the two of them. In other words, during the Eternal Era, our human race left behind 10 transmitters, responsible for leading our race to revival after 10,000 years. Bai Mofeng said thoughtfully, the ice spirit root has appeared. This is something only found in novels. It seems that what Mo Xuanxue said is not false. After all, very few can exchange blows with Su Chen at the same level, let alone someone who is a whole realm lower and can still escape. This Mo Xuanxue likely follows the cultivation path of the Eternal Era. He Yaowu added. Su Chen, since you've brought this up, you must have some guesses about the whereabouts of these transmitters, Bai Mofeng said, frowning at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at him expressionlessly and slowly uttered two words. Ancient martial. Exactly. The sound of He Yaowu slapping his thigh echoed. These ancient martial families have relied on their techniques to dominate the peak of our human race. Combined with Mo Xuanxue's situation, it's not hard to guess that they have the cultivation methods from the Eternal Era. Only in this way can they have produced a large number of strong practitioners shortly after the revival of spiritual energy, solidifying their status. As long as we target these families, we can surely unearth one or two martial artists, or rather, cultivators who survived from the Eternal Era. Su Chen, do you have any ideas? Bai Mofeng seemed to think of something, his gaze flickering as he looked at Su Chen. Tang family. Ha ha ha, you little rascal are thinking along the same lines as me. Seeking revenge while looking for people. The direction is clear. However, your current strength is still insufficient. But if I shake a few more people, it should be enough. But if we take this approach, this information will leak out. Su Chen, what do you think? I'll back you up. He Yaowu laughed, For the sake of the human race, this information can be shared, Su Chen said solemnly. I understand your meaning, we need to find some reliable people. I get it. But these ancient martial families each have their own separate realms, we have no reason to go there, right? Today, Tang San from the Tang family invited me to visit a month later, that's a reason. Bai Mofeng said. Then what are we waiting for? A month later, we'll deal with the Tang family, as transmitters, for personal gain, disregarding the survival of our human race. They deserve to be executed, He Yawu said coldly. The three continued to discuss some details before hanging up the call. By the way, Su Chen, how's your physique? Bai Mofeng asked. It's recovering, in a few days, I should be back to my peak condition. That's good. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside. Su Chen, it's Mo Yanqing. Bai Mofeng retracted the power of the world and walked over to open the door. Mo Yan lightly greeted and then pushed her glasses as she walked in. Su Chen, the reason I came here is to tell you two things. Mo Yan explained her purpose clearly and concisely. The first thing is that as a new student at the Imperial Capital University, Su Chen needs to attend the opening ceremony. The second thing is that new students are required to undergo military training. The military training instructors are directly managed by the military. I'm just a counselor and have no authority to exempt you from it. You may need to explain your situation to the instructor. Here is the instructor's information, you can take a look. This person is very strong. My suggestion is, if you don't have confidence in defeating her, just go to military training. Moreover, this will be beneficial for you. As she spoke, Mo Yan handed over a document. Su Chen took it and saw only 2 lines of small text. New instructor for the Demon Realm Department's military training, Dongfang Taoyao. Cultivation level, peak of Qianyu Realm, 5 rules stronger. How could it be this person? Bai Mofeng frowned upon seeing it. This Dongfang Taoyao was known as the Iron-Faced Instructor. Extremely strict with students. During military training, not only were students not allowed to take leave, but training was often intensified. Additionally, she was very difficult to talk to. The only way to communicate with her was through fists. I asked around. And the military's reason is that this year's students have a higher level of cultivation. Mo Yan adjusted her glasses, gave a few reminders, and then left the courtyard. Su Chen, you don't need to worry. I'll try to help you with the military training. Bai Mofeng said. No need. I can handle it. Su Chen shook his head. The next day, Su Chen entered the Demon Suppression Tower, and like the previous day, he destroyed over 100 Demon Clan array points in succession. His cultivation level also broke through from the Lingshan realm to the peak of Qianyu realm. His physique reached the 1,000-elephant body. According to expectations, at this time, he was capable of utilizing the full 10% of the Chaos Sword Intent domain. Whoosh! Su Chen tore through the void and soon arrived at the next array point. Whoosh! The long sword swung out, and a colorful sword light appeared, instantly shattering the void within a radius of several dozen miles. Thousands of demons had yet to react before being directly turned into blood mist by this sword. Ding! Host has slain demons X2536, gaining attribute points 200. 342. Zila, the blood mist surged, condensing into pillars of cultivation blood, quickly engulfing Su Chen. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Shanghui realm. Can comprehend rules X1. Comprehend. Dark rule. Ding! Dark rule comprehension successful. As the system prompt sounded, Su Chen stood calmly in place, his body gradually merging into the darkness. At the same time, the world around him within a radius of several dozen miles turned pitch black. Even the extreme light filtering through the trees could not penetrate. At this moment, as he walked within, combined with his talent for night, wind rule, wind domain, and space domain, his speed was comparable to teleportation. This meant he could instantly reach any place affected by the dark rule in this area. Whoosh! Suddenly, the previously pitch-black area burst forth with blinding white light. And in just a moment, this area was filled with extreme brightness. Su Chen, like a point of light, quickly merged into this area. In such a situation, he could still achieve the speed he had in darkness. The ultimate black is the ultimate white, Su Chen thought, and the surrounding scene transformed back into pitch black. And after a few seconds, it changed again into extreme white. Throughout this process, he remained in place, but no matter how the black and white transformed, he seemed to be invisible, concealing all traces of his existence, not revealing a single breath. When the phenomenon of black and white alternating dissipated, Su Chen's figure finally appeared. Open the personal attribute panel. Host, Su Chen cultivation level, early stage Chun Yu 12, 263, 732/40, 000, 000 points can be allocated. Attribute points, 26, 123, 423 physique, 356, 297, body of all phenomena, points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when physique reaches 5 million, spirit, 457, 234, extraordinary comprehension, points can be allocated. A transformation occurs when spirit reaches 5 million, talent, pure sword heart, SS level bloodthirst 0 of 80, 000, 000, S level night 0/5, 000, 000, E level madness 0 out of 100, E level sword soul 0/100, points can be allocated. Domain, attribute Dao intent, D gold, D wood, D water, D fire, D earth, D ice, C thunder, D light, D dark, A level confinement domain 3, 000, 000/50, 000, 000, transcendent supreme sword Dao, S level chaos sword intent domain, 0 of 80, 000, 000, gun Dao intent, B level gun domain, 70, 000/30, 000, 000, wind Dao intent, weapon Dao intent, E knife, E fork, E stick, E whip, E halberd, E hammer, E axe, E spear, E hook, wind Dao intent, C level wind domain 850, 000/20, 000, 000, E swift, E blue steel, E lightning, E ethereal, E spring breeze, E cold soul, E revive, E illusion, E ride the air, points can be allocated. Rules, E level light rule 0/10, 000, 000, E level space rule 0/10, 000, 000, E level wind rule 0/10, 000, 000, E level dark rule 0 out of 10, 000, 000 points can be allocated. Martial skills, C level sword skill Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A level area damage sword skill Autumn Water, proficiency, perfect. S level sword skill Slay Demon, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, Pseudo S, Juxian sword. Attributes, A level sharpness 0/500, 000, D level Juxian sword intent 0 of 500, 000, S level hardness 0 out of 500, 000, E level Juxian sword formation 0/2, 000, 000, Juxian sword spirit, missing, 0/2, 000, 000 points can be allocated. Physique increased by 4, 643, 703, ding, points allocation complete, current physique 5 million, ding, physique has reached 5 million, transformation occurs, congratulations to the host for obtaining body of 1,000 mountains, a tremendous power surged into his body, and Su Chen finally returned to his peak condition. Juxian sword sharpness upgraded to S, Juxian sword intent upgraded to S, Juxian sword spirit allocated 2 million, ding, points allocation complete, current Juxian sword sharpness is S level 0/3, 000, 000, Juxian sword intent level is S level 0 out of 10, 000, 000, Juxian sword spirit level is E level 0/5, 000, 000, whoosh, the Juxian sword unsheathed, its brilliance shining brightly, countless stone fragments falling from it, revealing its originally deep blue sword form. At the same time, a slightly blurred female face emerged from the sword body, her gaze like waves looking at Su Chen, and in the blink of an eye, sword intent surged and spread, resembling her deep blue long hair. Hum, the long sword lightly hummed, its radiance receding, flying in front of Su Chen, hovering for a long time, unwilling to return to its sheath. Then, stay by my side. Su Chen calmly glanced at the Juxian sword. Whoosh! The woman on the Juxian sword revealed a smile, the long sword continuously humming, as if expressing her joy at that moment. Amidst the ruins, still retaining the remnants of colorful swordlight, stood a figure dressed in black tight clothing, slightly frail. Beside him stood a deep blue long sword. Occasionally a woman's face would emerge from the sword body, gazing at him with infatuation. Whoosh! Su Chen reached out and summoned the long sword into his hand. The void in front of him cracked open, and he quickly arrived at the next array point. This array point was vast, about several dozen miles wide. with demon cores placed upon it, shining brilliantly like a starry sky under the night. Very eye-catching. Several demon clan emperors stationed here sensed a disturbance in front of them. Just as they opened their domains, a 7-colored sword light mixed with blood energy suddenly struck, expanding in an instant to span dozens of miles. The might it carried shattered the void within 100 miles in one blow. Bang! 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 Before the nearly 10,000 demons present could react, they were all slain by this single sword strike, beneath the extreme darkness of the void. At that moment, this sword light seemed to transform into a 7-colored bright moon, lingering for a long time. What a terrifying sword! Can a human really unleash such a strike? So frightening. With such might, I fear even those mentors cannot display it. 7-colored sword light. Undoubtedly Su Chen. My heavens, I've seen many demon slayers returning from the border, but someone as fierce as Su Chen. This is the first time. Inside the demon suppression tower, all the students witnessed this spine-chilling scene. Boom, crack, a loud noise erupted, and the demon suppression ranking suddenly shone with 7-colored light. At the same time, a voice like thunder resonated throughout the Imperial Capital University. Human Su Chen, with one sword, slayed 9,783 demons, breaking the demon suppression ranking record. In an instant, thousands of figures gathered at the demon suppression tower. Even many old-timers who were in closed-door cultivation broke through upon hearing this news. To slay such a number of demons with one sword, Su Chen is truly terrifying, one mentor exclaimed in shock. He was also a powerful figure in the Qianyu realm, but he believed he could not reach such a level. Truly terrifying. Previously, he threw a spear to slay over 100,000 demons, but those demons were mostly of the mortal level and posed no real combat power. However, the demons in the demon suppression tower are scattered. To slay such a number with one sword, that strike must reach nearly 100 miles. To maintain such killing power over such a range, I am certain Su Chen's strength is at least at the level of a border army commander. Another mentor said solemnly. Cough. At that moment, Bai Mofeng cleared his throat. I forgot to tell you all. Su Chen has already passed the commander selection and has become the 9th commander of the Tianmen Pass. What? Qiu Donghong, who had just arrived, was taken aback. He just entered university and has become a commander. Does that mean he is the youngest commander in the eastern border war zone and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Bai Mofeng nodded. My heavens, a commander has come to our school. This is an unparalleled honor. Bai Lao, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? If I had known this sooner, I would have definitely given Su Chen a grand welcome ceremony. Qiu Donghong said excitedly. The surrounding mentors also turned red, staring at Bai Mofeng with reproachful expressions. But anyone with eyes could see that the pride in their eyes was growing stronger. Their conversation was not concealed, and the students below also learned of this news. Within minutes, Su Chen's identity as the 9th commander of the Eastern Border War Zone had spread throughout the entire Imperial Capital University. It quickly spread online, soon topping the trending searches. Stunned, human hero Su Chen also holds the title of commander. The youngest commander in the Dragon Kingdom is revealed. And yes, it's still that man. Isn't Su Chen a bit aloof? He probably wouldn't enjoy such crowded events. Bai Mofeng chuckled. Xiao Feng makes a good point. Su Chen's current identity is that of a commander, a human hero, and a powerful figure on par with you all. It is indeed reasonable to give him the respect he deserves. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles spoke up. His voice was not loud, but as soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent. No other reason. Just because this person was one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the Imperial Capital Academy. What the old chief said is right. Everyone voiced their agreement. Just then, a flash of golden light burst forth once again. Everyone turned to look, and they saw the name Su Chen, previously ranked 2nd, ascend to the top of the demon suppression list. Wow! In an instant, the previously silent crowd erupted into intense discussions. All of this, Su Chen was unaware of. At this moment, he was absorbing his cultivation. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm and can comprehend the Rule X1. After absorbing his cultivation, Su Chen's mind moved, and the long sword fell into his hand. Through testing, with his current strength in the Qianyu realm, he could unleash the sword technique Long Rainbow, transformed from the power of the tenfold Chaos Sword Intent, twice. However, the strongest sword Long Rainbow Slash could only be executed once. But this sword was several times more powerful than before. Ha! Su Chen calmed his excited heart, and as he moved, the demon clan's crystal core underwent significant changes. After completing all this, he arrived at the next formation point. In less than 5 minutes, he slaughtered all the demons in this area. Ding! The host has slain X8957 demons, gaining attribute points, 705. 325. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm and can comprehend the Rule X1. After killing 5 formation points in a row, Su Chen fully grasped his current strength. He opened the attribute panel and clicked on the introduction panels for the E-level Talent Sword Soul and E-level Talent Madness. E-level Talent Sword Soul, activating this talent can enhance sword technique power by 5%. The next level is D-level Sword Soul. Activating this talent can enhance sword technique power by 10%. And learning sword techniques will be faster than normal people. E-level Talent Madness, activating this talent will plunge one into a state of madness, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, with a confused consciousness. But under this talent, one can enhance their own strength by 5%. The next level is D-level Madness. Activating this talent will also plunge one into a state of madness. This madness state is deeper than the previous level, but can enhance their own strength by 10%. Note, Pure Sword Heart can immunize against the negative effects brought by the talent Madness. System, allocate points to the talents Sword Soul and Madness to upgrade them to A level. Ding! Point allocation completed. A total of 117. 200 attribute points consumed. Ding! Current Sword Soul level is A level 0/500. 000. Current Madness level is A level 0 out of 500. 000. A level Sword Soul, activating this talent can enhance sword technique power by 20%, and the speed of cultivating sword techniques is extremely fast, far surpassing normal people. A level Madness, activating this talent will plunge one into a frenzied state, with blood-red eyes, focused solely on killing. But under this talent, one can enhance their own strength by 20%. As the system prompt sounded, Su Chen held his long sword horizontally, and under the talent Sword Soul, he unleashed a sword strike empowered by the tenfold Chaos Sword intent. Boom, crack! The void shattered, and a colorful bright moon suddenly hung in the sky. The power of the domain rampaged, and the violent force caused the surrounding void to remain unrepaired for a long time. Su Chen gazed at this sword light, his dark eyes gradually turning blood red. In the blink of an eye, another colorful sword light, also empowered by the tenfold Chaos Sword intent, shot out. This sword light directly shattered the previous one, transforming into an even larger bright moon suspended in the void. With 2 consecutive sword strikes, Su Chen unleashed the same level of tenfold Chaos Sword intent. However, the first sword was under the talent Sword Soul, while the second sword was under both Sword Soul and Madness. With such an amplification, even though Su Chen's state of mind was stable, his breathing became somewhat heavy. After all, these 2 talents were only A level. If they were upgraded to SSS level, the amplification effect would likely increase exponentially. Moreover, there were no side effects. Boom! At this moment, a deafening bell rang out. Su Chen knew this was the signal reminding students to exit the tower, and he immediately tore through the void to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the demon suppression tower, thousands of students clasped their fists in salute. 9th Army Commander! 9th Army Commander! 9th Army Commander! A loud cheer echoed through the sky, and only then did everyone stand up straight with serious expressions. Su Chen, they insist on doing this, and I can't help it, Bai Mofeng said as he led a group of mentors over. Su Chen said nothing and turned to tear through the void and leave. He really is aloof. I can't believe we were supposed to have a chat with him, Xiao Donghong said with a bitter smile. Let's disperse. Let's disperse. With Su Chen's cold demeanor, it's no wonder his swordsmanship is so impressive. Since ancient times, many swordsmen have been melancholic in autumn. One person standing tall is the loneliest. The path of a sword cultivator is indeed difficult, but those who can achieve it, aren't they all renowned figures in the human realm? The group of mentors sighed. Meanwhile, Yi Rouge accurately found the location of Tang San. She said nothing, only pointed at the sword in his hand. Su Chen won, this sword is mine. Miss Yi, taking something so beloved from someone else might not be appropriate. Tang San said solemnly, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Who told you to make such bold claims? Yi Rouge gave him no chance to refuse, shaking her spear, her domain instantly expanding to seal him off. Damn it, this is the Imperial Capital University. Are you not afraid of being held accountable by the school for attacking me here? Tang San said coldly. I don't want to waste words with you, either hand over the item, or die. As for killing you, it's just a dispute between our ancient martial families, the school can't interfere. You! Tang San shouted angrily but couldn't say anything more. He pondered with a dark expression for a moment before throwing the long sword over. Miss Yi, the mountains are high and the road is long, we have plenty of time in the future. With that, Tang San's domain expanded and he left. On the spot, Yi Ruj spat disdainfully and took out some snacks to eat. Getting an S-class long sword. Not bad luck, it's time to go see Su Chen. By the way, I should inform him that my talent has upgraded to SSS Heavenly Dao. Hey, the Prodigy Department Counselor Mo Yanqing. I'm Dongfang Taoyao. Hello, Instructor Dongfang. Is there something you need at this time? Mo Yanqing didn't dare to be negligent, turning on the bedside lamp and sitting up on the edge of the bed. I've watched the military training videos of the Prodigy departments from the past few years, and to be honest, I'm not satisfied. A cold voice on the other end of the phone left no room for doubt. Hearing this, Mo Yanqing tightened her grip on the phone. So, what does Instructor Dongfang mean? All students from the Prodigy departments at Imperial Capital University, regardless of their year, must gather for retraining. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, many students are about to graduate. I'll say this only once, bring them back for retraining. This, beep beep beep. Before Mo Yanqing could respond, the call was disconnected. She frowned and, after a moment, dialed another number. Old Bai. Dongfang Taoyao said she wants to conduct military training for all the Prodigy department students. Is she out of her mind? On the other end, Bai Mafeng, who was snacking and listening to music, shouted out. Does she not know that many of these students are about to go to the border war zone for support? If she keeps this up, what will happen if there are issues at the border? I advised her, but her attitude is very firm. Mo Yanqing said helplessly. Let's not talk about it for now. We'll hold a meeting tomorrow to discuss and try to find a good way to deal with her. After hanging up, Bai Mafeng sipped his tea, watching the once-pleasing dance. Feeling utterly bored, I finally had a good mood, and this person ruined it all. Damn! The next day, Imperial Capital University. On the wide football field, all the faculty and students gathered. Behind them was a group of reporters carrying long guns and short cannons, and around them were circles upon circles of people. The reason for such a grand occasion is that today is the opening ceremony of the Imperial Capital University. The commander is here, someone shouted out. In the next moment, everyone's gaze focused on a frail figure. Su Chen, I love you. The 9th Army commander is so handsome. With a single sword strike, he killed nearly 10,000 demon clansmen. Su Chen, you are the strongest sword cultivator in my heart. Su Chen, you are amazing. The crowd cheered continuously. And among the onlookers, some even held up signs with Su Chen's name, waving their hands in celebration. Su Chen said nothing and turned to walk to the back of the Demon Genius Department's lineup. Along the way, people clasped their fists and made way. Su Chen, your place is not here. Mo Yan stepped out from the void, pointing at the podium. Your place is up there. Following the sound, Su Chen looked and indeed saw a chair on the podium engraved with his name. Moreover, this chair was not on the edge but right in the center. Let's go. Su Chen, this is a decision made by the school meeting. We can't change it. Just sit there, you don't have to say anything. Bai Mafeng stepped out from the void. Su Chen followed him to the podium and sat down. The mentors beside him greeted him, and Su Chen merely nodded in response. However, the mentors, who understood his character, did not feel insulted. Instead, they all looked radiant. After all, Su Chen had returned their greeting. Once everyone was seated, the principal at the edge finally stood up to deliver the opening speech for the ceremony. There are only two major events in this opening ceremony. First, to commend outstanding students. Second, to welcome the new military training instructors. To the adoptive parents of the celestial beings, please give a good review. Imperial Capital University. On the football field, with Principal Chiu Donghong's loud call, one student after another stepped out from the crowd. Most of these individuals came from the Central Demon Genius Department, each wearing a hint of pride on their faces. However, the previously cheering crowd fell silent at this moment. All eyes were fixed on the frail figure on the podium. The last student is the 9th Army commander of the Eastern Border War Zone, a hero of the human race. Su Chen. Suddenly, Chiu Donghong's voice, infused with spiritual power, echoed through the sound system. In the next moment, the previously silent crowd erupted. The atmosphere reached its peak with the mention of Su Chen's name. Su Chen stood up from his seat, calmly making his way among the outstanding students. Along the way, many mentors stood up to congratulate him, and many of the usually arrogant students from the Demon Genius Department unconsciously moved aside, making way for Su Chen. Su Chen, very good. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles expressed admiration as he presented the award to Su Chen. Before long, the award ceremony reached its final segment, the press interview session. Hello, He Yuan Cheng, as an outstanding student of the year, what are your plans after graduation? A reporter asked the male student in front of him. This scene was also broadcasted on the large screen in the football field. The previously noisy atmosphere gradually quieted down. On the screen, He Yuanqing looked at the camera with a calm expression and slowly shared his thoughts. I don't have any grand ideals. After graduation, I want to go to the border to hunt demons. Why? With your talent, you should be able to enter most departments of the Dragon Kingdom. I thought so too before, but after watching a few clips of the 9th Army Commander, I realized that the so-called peaceful times are just someone else carrying the burden for us. Now, I've grown up, I'm no longer that naive boy from before. I should do something to ensure that our younger generations can grow up safely, He Yuanqing said earnestly. Suddenly, he turned around and punched Su Chen. He Yuanqing, willing to follow the army commander to slay demons and protect our great motherland. Good. A stream of spiritual power surged from Su Chen's body, helping He Yuanqing up. As a member of the human race, I must strive for strength. The reporter wiped the corner of her eye, and before she could approach, another student, like He Yuanqing, cupped his fists in salute. Immediately, hundreds of outstanding students followed suit without hesitation. Human race Chu Changsheng, willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. Human race Lu Qingge, willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. Human race Qi Tianyu, willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. Human race Li Qingyi, willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. In a moment, tens of thousands of students followed suit, willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. Willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. Willing to follow the 9th Army Commander to slay demons. 3 consecutive roars echoed throughout the Imperial Capital University. Such a scene brought tears to the eyes of the surrounding crowd. An indescribable national pride surged forth from their chests like a tidal wave. Even the school leaders on the podium stood up at that moment, gazing with admiration at the lone, frail figure standing in the vast football field. Whoosh! Su Chen said nothing, but the long sword beside him suddenly leaped into the air, shining brightly, and delivered a stunning strike forward. Boom, crack! With a loud noise, the space ahead shattered for nearly 100 miles, leaving only a 7-colored sword light spanning nearly 100 miles. Where the sword points, the demon territory. Such heroic spirit should showcase the grandeur of our human race. On the podium, the old man with a face full of wrinkles laughed heartily, his battle intent surging forth. It seemed he wanted to join this sword strike in battling the demons and reclaiming the human lands. Kill! Bai Mofeng roared, a long sword appearing out of thin air, drawing a brilliant sword light, quietly hovering behind the Zhuxian sword. The sword pointed at the demons. Kill! 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 The school leaders roared. Many weapons flew out, their power unparalleled, crushing the void in waves, just like Bai Mofeng's long sword, quietly hovering behind the Zhuxian sword. Kill! 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 The students of the Imperial Capital University followed suit. Tens of thousands of weapons were unleashed, and such might plunged half of the void in the Imperial Capital into an extreme dark vacuum. But that 7-colored sword light was exceptionally eye-catching, like piercing through the darkness, bringing the dawn's light. It inspired longing in people's hearts. Kill! Inspired by this, all the martial artists present raised their weapons in succession. Kill! At the 8th Middle School, Ji Hongwei, who was organizing the entire school to watch the live broadcast, saw this and raised his spear like a dragon, drawing a piercing white light, hovering in the void. The spear pointed at the demon territory. Kill! The students echoed. Those who had not yet become martial artists could not raise weapons, so they turned around, gripping their weapons tightly, their focus directed at the demons. Such a scene, at this moment, continuously emerged in the human territory. Boom, crack! In the observation hall, suddenly, Countless points of light surged in. These points of light gathered on the copper mirror, quickly outlining a silhouette. He was frail, holding a long sword. Before him was an endless sea of demons. There really is a miracle. But it has ruined my Tang family's grand plan. Even if you are the prophesied child, you must die. Tang Yuan's figure emerged, his palm flipping, and all strange phenomena dissipated. Just say some emotional words. If you keep going, are we going to wait until dark to start arranging work? Imperial Capital University. Football field. On the podium, a group of military training instructors in camouflage uniforms walked over. The old man with a face full of wrinkles frowned, raising his hand as spiritual power spread out, calming everyone's minds while returning countless weapons to their rightful owners. What's going on? Principal Qiu Donghong shouted. It's nothing much, just thinking that being so sentimental is pointless. It would be more practical to go to the border and kill a monster. Among the military training instructors, the leading woman walked over and snatched the microphone from his hand. Everyone, I am Dongfang Taoyao, the military training instructor for all members of the monster department. I announce that this military training will begin in 3 minutes. What? Today is the opening ceremony. Logically, military training should start tomorrow. What do you mean, Instructor Dongfang? Qiu Donghong frowned. It's just that looking at this group of delicate and soft waste, still wanting to kill monsters, I find it a bit laughable. Moreover, we are taking over here. If you have nothing else to do, you can go back. Dongfang Taoyao said coldly. She did not put down the microphone, and this statement spread throughout the Imperial Capital University. Who are you calling waste? He Yuanqing roared, instantly tearing through the void and rushing to the podium. I'm talking about you. If you're not convinced, do you want to fight? Come on. As a prodigy of the monster department, He Yuanqing could not tolerate such an insult. His domain expanded, immediately enveloping Dongfang Taoyao in the void. These guys from the monster department are really arrogant, but under the boss, there's no one who can't be subdued. However, this Su Chen is indeed impressive. Just now, for a moment, I almost couldn't help but summon my weapon. This person has a strong aura of killing. Truly someone who has walked through the battlefield. He's not simple at all. Ha, so what? It's true he's been on the battlefield, but as long as the boss makes a move, he'll still be obedient. The military training instructors chatted and laughed, finding this scene unremarkable. Old chief, what should we do? Bai Mothing looked at the old man with a face full of wrinkles. The old man shook his head, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd, deep in thought. There's no way around it. This instructor Dongfang is notoriously unreasonable, and there's no way to communicate with her unless one of you can subdue her. A mentor said with a bitter smile. She's only in her 20s, it would indeed be embarrassing for us to fight her, and her strength is not weak. To subdue her won't be easy. It would be best if someone among the students could suppress her, but that seems unlikely. What about Su Chen? Although Su Chen is a military commander and strong, facing a powerhouse who has comprehended 5 rules, he still falls short. It's probably quite difficult. Moreover, Su Chen is a military commander. In terms of status, he's not lower than her, so there's no reason for them to fight. The school leaders whispered among themselves but couldn't come up with a solution. Principal Qiu Donghong sighed and had no choice but to announce the end of the opening ceremony, transitioning the new students into military training mode. In the end, he proudly declared the last sentence. In the name of the principal, I announce that from now on, a new event will be established at the opening ceremony of the Imperial Capital University sword offering, aimed at the monster race. After saying this, he led the school leaders away from the scene. Su Chen, there's no way around it. Dongfang Taoyao is domineering, and we can't persuade her. However, with your position as military commander, she shouldn't make things too difficult for you. If anything happens, remember to contact me. Bai Mothing transmitted a message, and Su Chen nodded, saying nothing. Crack! At that moment, a rift opened in the void, and a shadow fell out, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling but unable to move. It's He Yuanqing. Didn't he already comprehend a rule? How could he be defeated by the instructor so quickly? He Yuanqing's combat power ranks among the top 10 in the monster department. Just how strong is this instructor? So terrifying. With such combat power, no wonder he's called the freshman butcher. The new students exclaimed continuously. Whoosh! Dongfang Taoyao tore through the void and stepped heavily on He Yuanqing. This is the so-called prodigy of a student. As weak as a chicken, yet still wanting to graduate and slay demons. I see you. At the border. You'll only be a burden. If you have the ability. Don't use the 5 rules. He Yuanqing gritted his teeth. What a joke. Why can't I use my own strength? According to your logic, when we get to the border, will those powerful demon clans still have to give way to you? What a waste. Dongfang Taoyao snorted coldly, turning to the group of prodigy students and sneering. Looking at you all. Some of you seem unconvinced. Who's next? If you beat me, I'll exempt you from military training and let you continue to stir emotions. But if you can't beat me, remember clearly, during military training, what I, Dongfang Taoyao, say is the damn imperial edict. No matter how unhappy you are, you better hold it in. Understand? I'll go. Li Qingyi stepped forward. Oh, you're quite brave. What's your name? Dongfang Taoyao laughed. Demon Slayer from the Eastern Border War Zone. Li Qingyi. Good. Come and fight. Dongfang Taoyao shouted. And in the next moment, 2 domains erupted, and the 2 instantly vanished from their spots. 30 seconds later, Li Qingyi crashed to the ground just like He Yuanqing. Ha! Dongfang Taoyao stepped out of the torn void. This level of strength is just a waste. Daring to call yourself a demon slayer, truly laughable. Still a student from the prodigy department of the Imperial Capital Academy. I see you can't even compare to those with low talent. Better not go to the border. Just enjoy retirement in the mainland. Dongfang Taoyao. What do you mean? Yi Rouge stood up, gripping her spear. What? Are you also a piece of low-talent trash? Demon Slayer from the Eastern Border War Zone. Yi Rouge, please enlighten me. Come, let me see what special abilities you Demon Slayers have. Dongfang Taoyao sneered. In the next moment, the 2 vanished from their spots. 3 minutes later, Yi Rouge fell from the void, landing in front of Su Chen. Not good either? I thought you were strong. Turns out you're just another waste. So, this is the so-called Demon Slayer that's been praised to the heavens? Just a bunch of trash. Low talent is one thing, but your combat power is so poor. People like you living is a disgrace. Wanting to guard the border, truly unaware of your own mortality. Dongfang Taoyao emerged from the void, her gaze filled with mockery. She glanced at Su Chen, seemingly wanting to see his reaction. But Su Chen remained expressionless. Su Chen, I'm sorry, she's too strong. I'm not her match. Yi Rouge stood up, guilt written all over her face as she stood beside Su Chen. Su Chen ignored her, quietly watching Dongfang Taoyao. You have half an hour to recover your spiritual power. What do you mean? Dongfang Taoyao said coldly. Are you also going to challenge me? Ha ha, interesting. The 9th Army Commander of the Eastern Border War Zone, the human hero Su Chen, is here to challenge me? Dongfang Taoyao. Just thinking about it feels like an honor. I'll accept your challenge. However, I don't need to recover my spiritual power. Defeating these wastes doesn't consume much of my energy. No, they said you need to. Su Chen shook his head. They? Dongfang Taoyao looked around, a hint of disdain in her brows. This group of wastes is too pathetic. What they say is like farting. Besides, do you think I need to go all out to fight you? Although you are indeed an army commander, I've defeated many commanders before. You aren't enough to make me use my full strength. It's not me, Su Chen said. Not you? How ridiculous. You come to challenge me and then say it's not you. What is it? A ghost? If you're going to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Like a nagging woman. Dongfang Taoyao sneered. All right. Su Chen nodded. East Border War Zone Demon Slayer. East Border War Zone Demon Slayer. E-rank Talent Shotgun. Xie Changkong challenges you. East Border War Zone Demon Slayer. E-rank Talent Precognition. Qin Tianzhu challenges you. What's Xie Changkong and Qin Tianzhu? What trash are these? Dongfang Taoyao said coldly. They are the heroes in the hearts of all demon slayers in the East Border War Zone. The so-called low-level talent trash in your eyes. Yi Rouge retorted angrily. Ha! Trash dares to be called heroes. It seems the East Border War Zone is beyond saving. Come on, Su Chen. Let me see the strength of the youngest general in the Dragon Kingdom. Boom, crack. Dongfang Taoyao's domain expanded. 5 powers of rule surged forth, attacking without reservation. Su Chen said nothing, stepping forward, his gaze blood-red, sword intent surging around him. The Zhuxian sword in his hand let out a horn-like roar at that moment. In the next moment, Su Chen unleashed his strongest sword strike to date, Rule Long Rainbow Slash. Sizzle! A 7-colored sword light, mixed with black and white, vanished into the void, appearing in front of Dongfang Taoyao in the blink of an eye. The residual sword energy shattered her domain, which was reinforced by 5 rules. Without the domain barrier, all the students present witnessed this shocking sword strike. Many students with lower strength were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Swish! Under the gaze of the crowd, Dongfang Taoyao was directly engulfed by this sword light. Seconds later, a figure bathed in golden light flew out, smashing a large hole in the podium and embedding itself into the ground. Swish! Su Chen dissipated the sword light, slowly descending from the void, his blood-red eyes retracting, returning to their original appearance. Witnessing this scene, everyone fell silent. Everyone knew Su Chen was strong, but no one could have imagined that he could defeat Dongfang Taoyao in such an invincible manner. At this moment, Dongfang Taoyao crawled out, her face pale. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her gaze towards Su Chen was filled with deep apprehension. If it weren't for her protective treasure, she would have undoubtedly died from that sword strike. Huff! She took a deep breath and declared loudly, Dongfang Taoyao loses to East Border Warzone Demon Slayers Xie Changkong and Qin Tianju. Upon hearing this, Su Chen left on his sword. Wait for me. Yi Ruge was about to follow when Dongfang Taoyao stopped her. Su Chen can defeat me. I acknowledge his strength. But you all, get over there for military training. Suppression Tower. Su Chen quickly slaughtered nearly 100 Demon Clan array points. Just as he was moving to the next array point, 3 figures tore through the void, surrounding him and blocking his path. Let me introduce Holy Temple, Yang Haida, Cultivation. 6 paths rule Qianyu Realm. One of the men said with a smile. Holy Temple, Zhang Engshi, Cultivation. 6 paths rule Qianyu Realm. Holy Temple, Pu Jiejai, Cultivation. 6 paths rule Qianyu Realm. The other 2 men introduced themselves in turn. Alright, introductions done. You should die now. Yang Haida's expression turned cold, and in the blink of an eye, his domain expanded. 6 powerful rules spreading out, all of which were suppression-type rules. But he didn't expect that a mysterious power suddenly emanated from Su Chen, and the many rules that had previously confined him were as if they didn't exist at that moment. How is this possible? You have never come into contact with the Holy Temple. How could you have the Dao intent? Yang Haida shouted angrily, but before he could finish, a 7-colored sword light mixed with black and white surged towards him, striking directly at his face. The terrifying power attached to it instantly shattered his domain into 1,000 pieces. At a critical moment, Zhang Engshi and Park Jiejai joined forces to narrowly block the deadly sword strike. However, when the 3 regained their senses, Su Chen had already fled deep into the Demon Suppression Tower. This guy is quite powerful, and he possesses the Dao intent, making him immune to the suppression of the rules. If we face him alone, we could very well be counterkilled. Yang Haida's expression was extremely grim. He never expected that with his strength, he would be unable to contend with a freshman in the early stage of the Qianyu realm, who had less comprehension of the rules than he did. I wonder what the observation hall is thinking. During this time, we've learned about Su Chen. He has made such great contributions to humanity. How could they just decide to kill him? Zhang Engshi said solemnly. I don't understand either. When I watched the opening ceremony of the Imperial Capital University earlier, I almost couldn't help but draw my weapon. How could the higher-ups choose to kill such a hero of humanity? Park Jiejai echoed. This has nothing to do with us. Our mission is to kill him. Only by killing him can we enter that place to cultivate and comprehend more rules, and gain a longer lifespan. Once Yang Haida said this, both Zhang Engshi and Park Jiejai fell silent. Let's go. Continue the pursuit. There are demon lords deep within the Demon Suppression Tower, so be careful. With that, the 3 expanded their domains and rushed forward. Su Chen used the rules of space and the rules of wind to escape quickly. After confirming he had shaken off the 3, he found a secluded area to use his talent, Night Concealment, to hide and recover his spiritual power. At the same time, he opened his attribute panel, which showed that he had accumulated 4 opportunities to comprehend rules. Comprehend, Suppression Rule, Venom Rule, Assassination Rule, Illusion Rule. Ding! Rule comprehension successful. Current level is E rank. Suppression Rule. Activating this rule can suppress the cultivation of all enemies within the domain by 3 minor realms. The suppression level increases with the rule's level. Venom Rule. The attacked individual is treated as poisoned, with venom immediately attaching to the rules of power. The toxicity increases with the rules level. Assassination rule: striking from the darkness will not be detected. The current activation time for the assassination rule is 10 seconds, and the strike time increases with the rules level. Illusion rule: within the domain, everything can become an illusion. The current duration for activating the illusion rule is 5 minutes, and the strength of the illusion increases with the rules level. As the system prompt finished, Su Chen saw the three pursuing him in the distance. He stopped to catch his breath, drawing the Excalibur and stepping into the pitch-black void. Something's not right. This guy's aura disappeared right here. Zheng Engshi halted his steps. This place is pitch black, with no aura. Who knows where he ran off to? Should we split up to search? Park Jae-jae said coldly. No, this person's strength is hard to gauge, and he may have hidden tricks. We must be cautious. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this area is fluctuating. He is likely nearby. We cannot act recklessly. Yang Haida said coldly, expanding his domain and carefully surveying the surroundings. Whoosh! At that moment, a sudden seven-colored sword light appeared without warning, and before Yang Haida could react, his head was instantly severed. Not good. Enemy attack. The strike was too fast. There was no time to react. Zheng Engshi and Park Jae-jae immediately expanded their domains to cover Yang Haida. But it was utterly ineffective. They could only watch in horror as Yang Haida became a cold corpse. Not good. The surrounding spiritual energy has been sealed. Su Chen wants to cut off our escape. Zheng Engshi shouted. The two experienced fighters exchanged glances but did not panic. Instead, they took out spiritual power replenishing potions and placed them aside, their expressions heavy as they guarded against Su Chen. Boom, crack. At that moment, the void in the heavens and earth split open, and a figure slowly emerged. Su Chen. Up. Don't give him a chance to use his phone. The two showed no hesitation, raising their hands to unleash their strongest killing move. But at this moment, Su Chen, with a comprehension of rules far exceeding theirs, possessed a physical strength and spiritual power that they simply could not withstand. A brilliant flash, mixed with black and white, shot out in a colorful swordlight, forcefully breaking through their combined attack. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Chen vanished into thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the two, sword in hand. Without a word, he raised his hand for an ultimate strike rule, long rainbow/demon. Zing! The terrifying power shattered the surrounding void, and even with all their might to resist, the two were sent flying back dozens of miles by this blow. Before they could regain their senses, Su Chen was already charging at them, bathed in several columns of blood. As he swung his long sword, another strike infused with the power of rules followed. The two hurriedly tried to defend themselves. Yet, a sword mixed with multiple powers of rules once again pushed them back, breaking through their defenses and leaving several fine sword marks on their bodies. Run! This person is treacherous. His strength is beyond what we can handle. Retreat! One sword killed a military commander-level expert from the Holy Temple. Two swords forced them back, injuring them. Such strength, even within the Holy Temple, was enough to rank among the commander-level experts. If they continued to drag this out, they had no chance of winning. At that moment, the two no longer hesitated, using their domains to escape into the void, scattering in an instant. However, they did not notice that from their numerous wounds, dark blood was continuously oozing out. In less than 10 seconds, Zheng Engshi fell from the sky, looking weak. What awaited him was a colorful sword light that Su Chen had unleashed. It's poisoned. You're ruthless. Before he could finish his words, Zheng Engshi fell to the ground, dead, as his internal cultivation was expelled like a great wave, transforming into several columns of blood that surged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen moved, empowered by the rules of wind, the rules of space, and the domain of wind, quickly catching up to the fleeing Park Jae-jae. Unlike Zheng Engshi's weakness, Park Jae-jae still had some strength to resist, but even combined, they could not contend with Su Chen. How could he alone withstand it? In just a few seconds, Park Jae-jae was struck down by Su Chen's sword, transforming into streams of cultivation blood that surged forth. A visible dark thread simultaneously flowed into Su Chen's body. Ding! Host has acquired the talent transfer. Current level E0 out of 100. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of Radiant Stage X2. Can comprehend rules. Su Chen. I sensed a fierce battle occurring in the Demon Suppression Tower. Are you alright? Bai Mofeng emerged from the void, and upon seeing that Su Chen was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, a beautiful woman followed him out of the void. Her eyes moved, and the corpses of Yang Hadao, Zhang Engshi, and Yan Hadao immediately gathered before her. Bai Mafeng, did you kill all three of them? I was just discussing matters with an elder from the observation hall and couldn't come over immediately. It seems the other side intended to delay us just to give these three time to kill Su Chen. Bai Mafeng pondered for a moment and quickly pieced together the sequence of events. But he couldn't understand why. Given Su Chen's status, contributions, the observation hall, and the holy temple, they would want to kill him. You killed them? The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow at Su Chen. He nodded. Such a strong physique. And you've comprehended so many rules, no wonder they died at your hands. It seems your cultivation has already recovered. I should help you rebuild a dantian. The woman's gaze flickered. Her eyes filled with increasing shock as she looked at Su Chen. Yi Kong Ho, I want to know what exactly happened between the observation hall and the holy temple. Why they suddenly decided to kill Su Chen. Bai Mafeng said solemnly. Yi Konghu let out a sigh and then recounted what had happened in the observation hall. I originally planned to personally protect Su Chen, but I didn't expect them to act so quickly. However, I have already sent the news of Su Chen's cultivation recovery back. If they aren't crazy, they shouldn't make another move against him. Whoosh! As she spoke, she flicked her finger, and a palm-sized transparent crystal stone suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. This is the Sky Repair Stone. It can be reforged or used to open another dantian. But this item needs to be complemented with Chaos Spirit Liquid, which I don't have. However, the Tang family's treasury has it. Yi Konghu said. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the merit ring Chang'an on Su Chen's finger. This ring you have is the key to opening the Tang family's treasury. So your purpose for coming here, aside from protecting Su Chen, is to help him reforge his dantian? Bai Mafeng asked. Yes, of course, and to take a look at my precious niece. The reason we firmly stand on Su Chen's side, aside from the old ancestors' divination, is more due to Gija's talent guiding us. Yi Konghu replied. Bai Mafeng understood, and seeing that Su Chen remained silent, he flicked his finger and pushed the Sky Repair Stone into his hand. This item will greatly benefit you, take it. As for the Tang family's treasury, we will explore it when the time comes. Bai Mafeng looked at the ring on Su Chen's finger, his brow slightly furrowing. But still, be careful, the Tang family's old ancestor is not simple. When he contributed this ring as a merit ring and forbade anyone in the clan from choosing it, it might not have been without foreseeing this. He is very likely plotting something, so you must be extremely cautious. Are you saying you want to pay a visit to the Tang family? Yi Konghu suddenly became interested. After obtaining Su Chen's consent, Bai Mafeng laid out the plan. Alright, let's eliminate this tumor. Count me in for the Yi family. Yi Konghu immediately expressed her willingness to participate. Aside from the Chaos Spirit Liquid, I don't want anything else. Su Chen accepted the Sky Repair Stone. His sword techniques consumed a lot of spiritual power, so opening a second dantian was very necessary. Good kid. Saying you don't want it just like that, there are quite a few good things in there, like those cultivation methods, martial skills, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Aren't you interested? Su Chen shook his head. The cultivation path given by the system, although not explicitly stated, was easy to guess as the ancient path of cultivation. Ancient martial arts held no significance for him. As for weapons, he didn't believe there was any weapon in this world that could compare to the Zuxian sword that could be enhanced. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were merely aids for cultivation, time-consuming and labor-intensive, far less practical than enhancement. With the time spent using these, he could kill many demons. Alright then, we can discuss these matters later. The most important thing now is your safety. Bai Mafeng said solemnly. Although you killed those three this time, it doesn't guarantee that the Tang family won't act out of desperation and send powerful clan members to assassinate you. Indeed, during this time, we should stay by your side to protect you. Yi Konghu agreed. No need. Su Chen declined their goodwill. I will be staying in the Demon Suppression Tower for the time being. Those below the Radiant Realm cannot pose a threat to me. Alright then, focus on your cultivation. Yi Konghu wanted to say something but was stopped by Mafeng's voice. Su Chen nodded and tore through the void to another place. On the spot, Yi Konghu looked at Bai Mafeng with a puzzled expression. Why did you stop me? You should know how many eyes are watching Su Chen right now. Su Chen has his own thoughts, you don't need to worry. Besides, with me waiting outside, can the Tang family's Radiant Realm experts enter here? Bai Mafeng smiled. That's true. The two talked for a while before stepping into the void and leaving the demon suppression tower. Su Chen slaughtered hundreds of demon clan strongholds in succession. As he delved deeper, he gradually approached a translucent boundary wall. The demon clan experts here had also upgraded to the emperor level of the Qianyu realm. Having comprehended several rules, the energy of the demon cores they set up was even denser, and the formation layout was more intricate. Su Chen concealed his aura and moved closer. According to the information, beyond this boundary wall lay the territory sealing the demon sovereign. He could vaguely see within it a magnificent formation stretching for hundreds of miles. Flickering with a blood-red light, the 9 dragons ascending to the sky formation. Several cracks opened beneath the boundary wall, from which blood-red streams of light extended, connecting to various strongholds in the outside world. Looking down from above, these strongholds were interconnected, resembling 9 struggling, twisting blood-red dragons. The scale was so vast that even after Su Chen destroyed nearly 1,000 strongholds, it was merely 1/10 of the formation. At that moment, he moved, transforming into a streak of light, continuing his slaughter of the demon clan and the destruction of the strongholds. For over 10 days, under Su Chen's relentless destruction, all the external formations were obliterated. The demons he slaughtered also brought in an extremely considerable amount of attribute points. The notes for breaking through to the Radiant Realm had reached 70. Without hesitation, he sat down, comprehending all the insights he had previously mastered into rules. Ding! The host has comprehended the rules of wood, the rules of azure wind, the rules of forest spear, and 70 other rules successfully. As the system's voice fell, a powerful force of rules erupted from Su Chen's body. This force spread out, quickly enveloping half of the demon suppression tower territory outside the translucent boundary wall. As these forces of rules intertwined, they even transformed into a blurred embryonic form of a world. Within it were mountains, rivers, grass, trees, the sun, moon, and stars, resembling a real world. Such a powerful force of rules. So many rules. What's happening? Are the internal demon clan experts coming out together? Too terrifying. Retreat. Withdraw. The students looked horrified and retreated in unison. Even the elders guarding the outside urged everyone to leave at once. Ding! The number of rules comprehended by the host has reached 78. Comprehending 21 more will reach the limit of rule comprehension. Am I close to the limit? Su Chen took a deep breath, instantly absorbing the vast power of rules into his body. With a thought, he unleashed all the related wind rules, combined with the spatial rules, and took a step forward, actually stepping into the void, moving as if he were a radiant realm expert, traversing the void at incredible speed. However, this state lasted only 3 minutes before his spiritual power was completely exhausted. Once he recovered his spiritual power, he shook his long sword, and a colorful swordlight surged forth. However, this time, the colorful swordlight carried dozens of rules power, making it extraordinarily powerful. Just its appearance drained all his spiritual power. After just 1 second, Su Chen fell from the void, unable to support himself with even the strength of his formidable body. He tried a few more times, confirming an undeniable fact. With such a sword move, he could only unleash 1/10 of his internal spiritual power. Yet even so, it was already several dozen times more powerful than his previous strongest sword move. Terrifying indeed. Calming his racing heart, Su Chen knew that to fully unleash the power of such a sword move, it was necessary to open a second dantian, or even multiple dantians. System, increase mental attribute to 5 million. Ding! Attribute points added. A total of 246. 783 attribute points consumed. Ding! Mental attribute has reached 5 million, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for obtaining exceptional insight. Unique insight. The host, through their understanding, possesses a unique vision that allows them to grasp points that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Their perceptiveness is greatly enhanced, far surpassing the extraordinary, and they can easily enter a state of sudden enlightenment. All the difficulties in the world lie within a single moment of realization. Su Chen's heart was clear, and many of the confusions he had seemed to find answers at that moment. He collected his thoughts, expanded his domain, and sat cross-legged to enter a state of comprehension. This time, he prepared to elevate all his domains, all his rules, to S level. Crackle. Half an hour passed, and suddenly, his body radiated the domain of thunder. Its immense power obscured the area around the demon suppression tower for hundreds of miles. Ding! The host's Thunder domain has reached S level. Su Chen's eyebrows moved, and he retracted the Thunder domain. In just over 10 minutes, another domain filled with flames expanded. Ding! The host's Fire domain has reached S level. Su Chen retracted this domain, closed his eyes tightly, and fell back into comprehension. Ding! The host's Light domain has reached S level. Ding! The host's Forest Sword domain has reached S level. Ding! The host's Ice domain has reached S level. Is Su Chen still not out? Outside the Demon Suppression Tower, Bai Mafeng said with a worried expression. It should be fine. As long as he doesn't cross the boundary wall inside the Demon Suppression Tower, nothing will happen, Yi Kongho said solemnly. Originally, she was quite worried, but ever since Yi Ruge informed her that his talent had upgraded to SSS level, the stone in her heart had fallen. The child of prophecy could save humanity with their own strength. How could he possibly die so helplessly in a small demon suppression tower? The Yi clan has ruined my Tang clan's plans, you shall pay with your life. Bai Mafeng, how dare you expel members of my Tang clan these days? My Tang clan will make you pay a bloody price. Two men dressed in black robes emerged from above the Imperial University, launching an attack in an instant. The students below had no time to react and were all pressed to the ground by this force. Damn it! How dare you, you little brats? Several angry roars echoed. Soon after, several powerful figures from the Imperial Academy emerged from the void to confront the two men. But in a moment, over a dozen powerful members of the Tang clan appeared, launching their own attacks, and dozens of students were tragically killed on the spot. Damn it! How can there be so many powerful figures from the Tang clan? Bai Mafeng roared, quickly expanding his world to block this series of attacks. The next moment, a powerful figure from the Tang clan directly expanded their world and engaged in battle with him. This foundation is truly terrifying. Yi Kongho's gaze was heavy, and with a cold laugh, she joined the battlefield. However, amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed that two powerful figures had slipped into the Demon Suppression Tower under the cover of magical artifacts. If Yi Kongho were present, she would recognize that these two were the head of the Tang clan Tang Xin, and the powerful figure from the Tang clan of the observation hall, Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, having come this far, my Tang clan has indeed taken a risky move. Tang Xian said solemnly, there's no other choice. Xian brother, we have deep enmity with the child of prophecy. If we don't act now, it will only be my Tang clan that faces destruction in the future. Tang Yuan replied coldly, as long as Su Chen is dead, this entire situation may be salvageable. After all, the ancestor of my Tang clan is a super strong being who has survived since the ancient era. Though he has fallen, he left behind more than 10 powerful figures for my Tang clan. With such power joining the borders, how can Su Chen compare to us? Humanity will only stand on our side. Then let's kill. Tang Xian's eyes flickered as he stepped into the void with Tang Yuan. When the two reappeared, they had arrived before Su Chen's domain. Swish! A sudden wind rose between heaven and earth, gathering into a dragon whirlwind, with a pervasive force of rules above it. Towering ancient trees were uprooted, and sand and stones flew about, drawing attention. With such a level of rule power, if this person survives, he will surely be a grave threat to my Tang clan. Take action! Tang Xian roared, and the violent power of the world poured down, quickly imprisoning the whirlwind. But in an instant, the whirlwind dissipated, and at the same time, Su Chen's figure vanished into the void, heading towards the boundary wall. Not good. There are powerful demon lords inside, do not let him in. Tang Yuan raised his hand, sealing Su Chen's path with the force of the world. Yet, in a moment, a colorful sword light imbued with dozens of rule powers surged out, directly cutting a gap in the solid and robust barrier of world power. Su Chen's figure instantly slipped inside, leaping into the boundary wall. Damn it! Tang Xian roared as he chased in. Tang Yuan also rushed in without hesitation. At this point, the Tang clan had no way to retreat. Only with Su Chen's death could there be a chance for change. They had no choice. Despicable human race, daring to come here, truly seeking death. As soon as Su Chen entered the boundary, he was targeted by more than a dozen demon lords guarding the area. Such a number of demon lords formed a siege powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. He hesitated not for a moment. Attribute points and spirit power replenishing potions surged into his body, once again unleashing the rules of space, stepping into the realm of wind, fleeing into the void. Kill the human race, devour their flesh and blood. Kill, pursue. As many demon lords raised their feet, Tang Yuan and Tang Xian charged in, Upon seeing the more than a dozen demon lords, their hearts sank, and they suddenly stepped into the void, fleeing away. What a rich power of the world! I didn't expect the human race to have such strong individuals. They must be killed. Such strength poses a threat to our demon race, they must be eliminated first. Lord Earth Sovereign is activating the Great Formation, do not let him be disturbed. Take action. Die. Despicable human race. First deal with these two, then catch that weak human ant. The demon lords all acted together, directly sealing off a radius of several thousand miles, giving the two no chance to escape. In just a few seconds, both were already covered in injuries, blood flowing endlessly. It has come to this. Brother Xian, please summon the ancestor's soul. Tang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as he looked at the demon lords. Tang Xian's eyes moved, and a jade pendant flew out into the air. Bang! The jade pendant exploded, and an old man in a Taoist robe stepped out from within. As soon as he appeared, the entire area of several thousand miles was imprisoned, and the more than a dozen demon lords were suppressed by the overwhelming aura he exuded, unable to move, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Who calls me? The old man's eyes were filled with chaos. It seemed he sensed something, and with a shake of his aura, the more than a dozen demon lords lost their breath in an instant. Weak demon race, how dare you act recklessly? As he spoke, he slightly moved his fingertip. Is my Tang clan destined to reach this point? Regret not having acted earlier. Should not have schemed to conceal the heavenly path, cutting off the road for my Tang clan. Since there is still a glimmer of hope, then it must be done this way. If you wish to cut off my Tang clan's path, do not blame me. The old man's gaze turned cold as he stepped into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the fleeing Su Chen. Such a physique, such a sword path, such a Dao intent, such rules, truly worthy of being the legendary son of heaven. Indeed astonishing. Who are you? Su Chen looked at him expressionlessly, his mind racing with strategies, but soon he fell into despair. Facing such a powerful being, he had no chance of escape. Me? The old man shook his head. Just a wisp of remnant soul, with a slight reputation in the ancient era, I remember. Others called me the concealing heaven diviner, Ziwaitawis Tang Shurji. Originally, this ring was meant to foster a good relationship between the Tang family and you. But I never expected that the descendants would be blinded by immediate interests and choose the path of the inferior. I was already a fallen person, but my selfish desires were too strong, deceiving the heavenly way to survive since ancient times. I intended to strengthen my Tang clan, yet the Tang clan has been affected by my karmic retribution and has come to this point. Life has no regrets. I only wish for the Tang clan to regain its former glory one day. Therefore, today, you must die. As the son of the heavenly way, I will grant you a dignified death. Tang Shurji sighed, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force surged from the world, and before Su Chen could react, he was imprisoned in place, unable to move. At the same time, a terrifying power invaded his body, continuously extinguishing his life force. Boom, boom, boom. Dear celestial guardians, please give a good review. The little one kneels in gratitude. Just then, the heavens and earth shook violently. Countless blinding beams of bloodlight filled this realm, and immediately, 9 giant dragon phantoms emerged, shattering the translucent barrier in an instant, spreading throughout the demon suppression tower's space. Ha ha ha, my grand formation is complete. Weak human race, once I break free from this damned demon suppression tower, I will make the rivers run red with your blood. A blood-colored figure suddenly stepped on the head of a giant dragon phantom, soaring into the sky, accompanied by the other 9 blood-colored dragons, crashing towards the heavens. Boom, crack. Such a terrifying strike caused the entire suppression tower to tremble violently. Chunks of void shattered. Even the vacuum was broken, revealing the world power, domains, and rules that constituted this realm. Affected by the aftermath, Tang Shurji's figure dissipated significantly, creating a brief opening in the process of exterminating Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen seized the opportunity and fled at full speed. Tang Shurji's gaze turned cold upon seeing this, but just as he stepped into the void, he was struck away by the tail of a giant dragon. At the same time, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared before him. Human thief! I have been trapped here for over 10,000 years. Today, I have set up the 9 dragons ascending formation. You shall not ruin my plans again. 9 dragons unite. Charge! As the words fell, the 9 blood-colored giant dragons merged into one, carrying world-destroying power, crashing towards Tang Shiji. Wherever they passed, the void and vacuum were annihilated, and the overwhelming world power revealed was directly obliterated by this shocking collision. The 9 dragons ascending formation. I never expected that your demon race would master such means. Tang Shiji's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his fingertip, a long sword phantom flew out, suddenly bursting with sword light, transforming into a giant sword that slashed towards the dragon's head. Bang! At the moment of collision, the void and vacuum within a radius of several thousand miles were destroyed, revealing the bronze-like inner wall of the demon suppression tower. Human race, do you think you can escape in this moment? Amidst the rampant power of the realm, the blood-colored figure darted out, blocking Tang Shiji's path. At that moment, Tang Shiji's form was scattered, resembling a translucent spiritual clone. It was evident that this strike had consumed most of his power. Crackle! Tang Shiji pointed with his fingertip, and a chessboard appeared beneath his feet. As the black and white pieces moved, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. A wisp of remnant soul. Do you think you can escape? The blood-colored figure formed hand seals, and with a snap of his fingers, 9 giant dragons surged from the edges of the demon suppression tower, sealing off the entire space of the tower. At the same time, a blood-colored world unfolded, with rich world power surging out, imprisoning Tang Shiji, Su Chen, and the others, including Tang Xian and Tang Yuan. Damn it, just a little more. Tang Shiji looked at Su Chen, who was several miles ahead. This distance, he could cover in a breath, yet he was trapped by this demon race's Earth Sovereign. Ancestor, save me! Tang Xian and Tang Yuan, still unaware of what had happened, sensed they were trapped here, panicking and desperately calling out to Tang Shiji. However, in the next moment, the two of them turned into a mist of blood that scattered. 2 damned human ants, making me feel annoyed. The demon clan's Earth Sovereign appeared at this location. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the blood mist formed by Tang Xian and Tang Yuan and tossed it into his mouth to chew. Perhaps we can cooperate, Tang Shiji said, his expression unchanged. Cooperate? Interesting. As a powerful human, you actually think of cooperating with me. Aren't you afraid of being seen as a traitor by your own kind? No one knows about our cooperation, and it will only be for this one time. Sounds somewhat interesting, but I don't see what you have in hand to negotiate with me. The Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign sneered. If I'm not mistaken, this place is the Demon Suppression Tower world where my human race has imprisoned the Demon Clan, and I happen to know the process of creating this object. In other words, I can help you easily break it, Tang Shiji said. How can I trust you? You can choose not to trust me. I, Tang Shiji, am just a remnant soul. My main body has long fallen. Whether I live or die makes no difference to me. Interesting. So, tell me, what do you want me to do? If I happen to be in a good mood and agree, it wouldn't be impossible. Kill him, Tang Shiji pointed at Su Chen. Ha, a powerful being like you would actually target such a weak human compatriot. This truly opens my eyes. However, this kid's physical body is extremely strong. Keeping him alive has its uses. I can at most erase his soul. What do you think? Okay. Tang Shiji pinched his fingers, and after a moment, nodded. First, tell me half. The Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign did not rush to act but instead looked at Tang Shiji with a practiced gaze. The suppression tower is made using. Tang Shiji spoke eloquently, quickly explaining the materials for refining the Demon Suppression Tower and some simple processes. However, when it came to the confidential parts, he intentionally made them ambiguous, not revealing everything. Humans are indeed cunning. To continue the transaction, I will erase one of his souls, and you will tell me a key point. How about that? Okay, in that case, let's continue. The Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign waved his robe, and at the same time, a heart-pounding force surged forth. Before Su Chen could react, he felt a strong tearing sensation in his soul. But in an instant, a powerful soul force erupted from his soul, completely annihilating that force. Oh, an ant from the Qiongyu realm can unleash soul power comparable to the Shanghui realm. Quite impressive. But this won't stop me. The Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign shouted coldly, raising his hand to unleash an even more terrifying force. Just then, the 9 giant dragons that had sealed this place suddenly let out a long roar, breaking free from their restraints and charging towards the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign. What's going on? The Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign's face changed drastically, and he no longer cared about erasing Su Chen's soul. He moved to Tang Shirji's side. Human, I am currently suffering from the backlash of the formation. Quickly help me resist this formation, or you will be buried with me. It's fate, all of this is fate. Tang Shirji did not speak, merely murmuring to himself, as if resigned to his fate. Damn human! Seeing this, the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign slapped and directly dispersed his remnant soul. System, allocate my physique points to 80 million. Although the backlash of the formation affected the Demon Sovereign, Su Chen, being in the center of the Nine Dragons collision, was also caught in the aftermath. Such a terrifying force from the formation, even if it was just the residual wave, he did not dare to withstand it head-on. Ding! Allocation complete. A total of 66, 932, 751 attribute points consumed. Ding! Attribute points have reached 80 million, resulting in a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Body of 10,000 Mountains. Body of 10,000 Mountains. Body of 10,000 Mountains. SS level weapon attack, including spirit weapons, attached domains, artistic conception, and the power of attached rules. Damage reduction of 80%. All damage from S level and below weapons, including spirit weapons, is completely immune. In addition, it can possess the power of 10,000 mountains, with a body of unparalleled strength, capable of breaking the void, accompanied by a flash of white light. Su Chen's body was transformed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 9 colossal dragons had already charged into the center of the world opened by the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign. Seeing this, Su Chen opened a domain that overlapped over 90 times and infused all his rules within it. Boom! The 9 dragons converged and exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth, with world power, rule power, artistic conception power, void power, and vacuum power spilling everywhere. Under such a strike, Su Chen was blasted backward, his speed so fast that he seemed to merge into the void. The domain he had set up was completely shattered, and even the body as strong as the body of 10,000 mountains was struck to the point of being riddled with holes at that moment. After planning for 10,000 years, this deity is unwilling. A heart-wrenching roar echoed from the place where the 9 dragons converged, followed by the immediate shattering of the surrounding world, turning into world power, rule power, and domain power drifting between heaven and earth. As the surroundings settled, the area within several thousand miles of the previous location of the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign still could not recover, remaining in a state of chaos. The Demon Sovereign, whose strength had reached the Bodhi realm, now hung in the air like a wisp of smoke, his face dark as he watched the scene before him. He had not died, but after this blow, his world was completely destroyed, and his strength was utterly depleted. His cultivation was visibly dissipating at an alarming rate. Moreover, all his meridians were severed, his demon core shattered, and his soul heavily injured, rendering him unable to use any techniques or skills, making him appear as a complete waste. Whoosh! At that moment, a 7-colored sword light mixed with rule power suddenly appeared behind him, piercing through his skull with lightning speed. A generation of Demon Clan Earth Sovereign met his end. Ding! Host has slain a Demon Clan X1, gaining 10,000,000 attribute points. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands upon thousands of pillars of cultivation surged in, completely engulfing Su Chen. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm. Can comprehend rules X1. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm. Can comprehend rules X2. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm. Can comprehend rules X3. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm. Can comprehend rules X20. Ding! Host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm. Can comprehend rules X52. As the last prompt from the system fell, the Demon Clan Earth Sovereign's cultivation was completely absorbed by Su Chen. He opened his eyes, and all his injuries had fully healed under the influx of this cultivation. His physique also gained a tremendous boost during the absorption process, far surpassing before. Whoosh! Several figures appeared. Su Chen, are you all right? An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles asked with concern. Bai Mafeng, Yi Konghu, and others also spoke up to inquire. Su Chen shook his head. Su Chen, what exactly happened here just now? Bai Mafeng asked. Boom, crack. A loud noise spread, followed by the rapid collapse of the surrounding heavens and earth. The speed was so fast that it spread here in the blink of an eye. Not good. The demon suppression tower is about to collapse. We need to get out first. The elderly man with a wrinkled face grabbed Su Chen and flew out of the demon suppression tower. As soon as they emerged, the towering demon suppression tower, one of the symbols of the Imperial Capital University, collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of ruins. Here's what happened. Su Chen briefly explained the situation to everyone. The Tang family actually mobilized even the remnants of the old ancestor's soul. Truly sinister intentions. Yi Konghu exclaimed angrily. Fortunately, Su Chen is fine. If anything happened to Su Chen, the entire Tang family would die 100 times over. Bai Mofeng shouted in anger as well. Is it because my Imperial Capital University has been too low-key for too long that anyone dares to step on us? The old man with a face full of wrinkles spoke coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping around. Everyone, those who can still fight, follow this old man and eradicate this tumor that harms humanity. As his voice fell, the mentors immediately stepped forward with murderous intent on their faces. Su Chen, can you still fight? Bai Mofeng transmitted a message. Su Chen did not answer, merely walking silently into the ranks of the mentors. Imperial Capital University, first-year student of the Monster Department, Yi Rouge, requests to battle. Imperial Capital University, first-year student of the Monster Department, Chu Zhanxiong, requests to battle. Imperial Capital University, third-year student of the Monster Department, Li Qingyi, requests to battle. Imperial Capital University, third-year student of the Monster Department, Lu Qingge, requests to battle. Imperial Capital University. At the same time, many students with cold expressions joined the ranks. In this sudden attack by the Tang family, many students from Imperial Capital University had lost their lives. The tragic deaths of their classmates before their eyes were nothing short of a deep-seated grudge for the students. They, too, would join the battle to avenge their fallen friends. Good. I declare that this time, we from Imperial Capital University will definitely eradicate the Tang family. The old man roared, his robes billowing as the power of the world surged forth, sweeping up the crowd with a fierce momentum. Just then, dozens of individuals in uniform suddenly appeared ahead. Each of their clothes bore the large characters Dragon Country Law Enforcement Department, Elder Qi. If Imperial Capital University goes to battle against the Tang family, anyone who obstructs us will be killed. The old man waved his hand, and dozens of law enforcement personnel were immediately sent flying uncontrollably to the side. Captain, they have passed. One of them was about to step forward when he was stopped by the leading captain of the law enforcement team. The Tang family is at fault first. Such a deep-seated grudge cannot be resolved easily. Once we take action, it will only disrupt the situation, which is not a good thing for us humans, especially with a great enemy at hand. Send my orders to report this matter to the observation hall and the holy hall. Let them handle it. Captain, why don't we try to persuade them again? Although the Tang family is at fault, isn't Imperial Capital University at fault too? They are so lawless, which has already violated the regulations of our law enforcement department, and according to the law, they should be detained. A woman walked over, looking angrily in the direction where Su Chen and the others had left. Who is she? The leading captain looked at the person beside him. Reporting to the captain, she is a newcomer named Tang Xiaoxiao. From the Tang family. Arrest her. Yes. Two members of the law enforcement department quickly restrained Tang Xiaoxiao on the spot. What are you doing? I didn't say anything wrong. Imperial Capital University indeed violated the regulations. By covering for them like this, when the truth comes out, none of you will escape. Swish! The leading captain waved his hand, and the power of the world surged forth, cutting off her voice. I suspect this person is a spy planted by the Tang family in our law enforcement department. Take her away and interrogate her strictly. In the void above, the leading captain of the law enforcement department issued his orders. The surrounding people nodded and dragged her away like a dead pig. Captain, a call. A member of the law enforcement department handed over a satellite phone. Hello, Law Enforcement Department Captain Feng Baiong. I am He Yaowu. I need to return to the mainland for a while. Send someone to cover my shift. Reason? Someone from the Tang family killed my good disciple. As a master, I can't just stand by and watch. I have to do something. Right? This does not comply with regulations. I have a bit of a temper. And besides, I'm not thinking about your application. I'm just notifying you that if anything happens to my good disciple, I can't guarantee what I might do. Just like that. Call someone over quickly. I'm already on my way. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up, and a hint of helplessness appeared on Feng Buyang's face. Is the world really going to fall into chaos? System, open the attribute panel. Ding. Please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Late Stage Changyu Realm 32, 263, 732/40, 000, Rules to Comprehend X52, Points Available, Attribute Points, 216, 123, 423, Physique, 90, 356, 297, Mountains and Body, Points Available, Physique reaches 100, 000 for Qualitative Change, Spirit, 19, 600, 234, Unique Insight, Points Available, Spirit reaches 80, 000 for Qualitative Change, Talent, Pure Sword Heart, SS level Blood Devours 0 out of 80, 000, S level Dark Knight 0/5, 000, A level Madness 0 for 500, 000, A level Sword Soul 0 out of 500, 000, Points Available, Domain, Attribute Dao Intent, S Gold S Wood S Water S Fire S Earth S Ice S Thunder S Light S Dark, S level Confinement Domain 3, 000, 000/80, 000, Transcendent Supreme Sword Dao, S level Chaotic Sword Intent Domain, 0 of 80, 000, Gun Dao Intent, S level Gun Domain, 70, 000/30, 000, Wind Dao Intent, Weapon Dao Intent, S Sword S Fork S Staff S Whip S Halberd S Hammer S Axe S Spear S Hook, Wind Dao Intent, S level Wind Domain 850, 000/20, 000, S Swift S Blue Steel S Lightning S Ethereal S Spring Breeze S Cold Soul S Revive S Illusion S Ride the Air, Points Available, Rules, E-Level Light Rule 0 out of 10, 000, E-Level Space Rule 0/10, 000, E-Level Wind Rule 0/10, 000, E-Level Dark Rule 0 out of 10, 000, E-Level Venom Rule, E-Level Suppression Rule, E-Level Assassination Rule, E-Level Wood Rule, Points Available, Martial Skills, C-Level Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords, Proficiency, Perfect, A-Level Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water, Proficiency, Perfect, S-Level Sword Technique Slay Demons, Proficiency, Perfect, Points Not Available, Weapon, Pseudo S, Zujin Sword, Attributes, S-Level Sharpness 0/2, 000, S-Level Zujin Sword Intent 0 of 5, 000, S-Level Hardness 0 out of 5, 000, E-Level Zujin Sword Formation 0/2, 000, E-Level Zujin Sword Spirit 0 of 5, 000, Points Available, System. Isn't reaching 99 paths the limit? Why are there still 52 breakthrough nodes? Reply to Host. The system detected that the host wants to open a second Dantian, so it specifically reserved it. The second Dantian must be cultivated to the Radiant Realm, and it also requires breakthrough nodes. Are you saying that the second Dantian not only has the effect of storing spiritual power but can also be used to break through cultivation? Reply to Host. Yes. Su Chen understood the system's meaning. In other words, as long as he opened the second Dantian, he could continue to cultivate. At first, he only thought it would provide an additional reserve of spiritual power. But this operation was something he hadn't anticipated. The spiritual power stored in the Dantian could increase with the advancement of his cultivation. If he raised the cultivation of the second Dantian to the same level, he would have 2 equal reserves of spiritual power. This way, the current strongest killing move, the rule of Long Rainbow slaying demons, would be sufficient to execute twice, coupled with the talent Blood Devour. As long as he fought, he could unleash this move continuously. Moreover, once he broke through to the Radiant Realm in the future, he would possess 2 worlds. Thus, as he continued to advance, his killing power would surely multiply. Su Chen, are you okay? A pleasant voice rang in his ears. Su Chen paused his thoughts and saw Yi Rouge handing him a bag of potato chips. Cucumber flavor. He shook his head and didn't take it. Alright then, I'll save it for you. Just let me know when you want to eat it, Yi Rouge said, naturally sitting cross-legged beside Su Chen. By the way, you're living in the mentor's courtyard now. I went to find you last time, But students can't enter without a pass. What was it about? Su Chen asked. I wanted to tell you that my talent has upgraded. Yi Ruj communicated. Your talent can upgrade? Su Chen frowned. He had a system that allowed him to defy the three major laws of talent awakening. But Yi Ruj was just a martial artist. Bound by the rules of this world, how could she upgrade her talent like him? I have a guess, but I'm not too sure. My talent has now upgraded to SSS. Go on. Because of you. Me? Yes. I don't know why, but every time you're in danger, my talent can predict it in advance, prompting me to save you. This time was the same, but the Tang family's powerful beings were too strong, and my strength wasn't enough to cross over to the demon suppression tower to save you. Every time this happens, I feel a force pouring into my body, helping me grow stronger. You might not know, but at that moment, I've already comprehended 3 rules. I suspect that my talent upgrade is also related to the power that flows in. Yi Ruj said. Your talent, if I remember correctly, is the way of heaven, right? Yi Ruj nodded vigorously, a joyful smile spreading across her face. So he remembers my talent. How delightful. System, what's the reason for this? Returning to the host, it should be related to the will of the way of heaven in this realm. You might be the savior in the eyes of the way of heaven. Savior? Su Chen fell silent. He never thought he had such great abilities, but at this moment, he inexplicably recalled those 3 men. He had promised Xie Chankong that he would inform him when he broke through to the supreme level. He had promised Qin Tianzhu that he would light him a cigarette 10 years later. But Wang Guoguang hadn't asked him for any promises. He only said that everything he did was for humanity. With this thought, Su Chen silently lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The swirling smoke dispersed his thoughts. In the hazy world before him, the shadows of those 3 men appeared. It seemed, he hadn't told Gu Shishue that his 5th rule was hope. Share a smoke. He Yawo walked over, squatting beside Su Chen, skillfully lighting a cigarette. Share a smoke. Bai Mofeng also came over. Seeing this, many students who smoked silently took out their cigarettes and lit them. The flowing smoke resembled mist, like a silent veil. Through it, Yi Ruj saw Su Chen's chiseled profile. She wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Give me a pack of snacks. Li Qingyi approached. Yi Ruj glanced at her, snorted lightly, and tossed a pack of snacks over. After a moment's thought, she also distributed a pack to those classmates who didn't smoke. In the world, everyone fell silent, with only the swirling smoke and the crunching sounds of snacks being chewed. The Tang family's domain has arrived. A deep voice called out. Everyone immediately stood up, weapons in hand, their expressions cold as they looked ahead. Break the barrier. Boom, crack. Several powerful beings from the Radiant Realm struck together, forcefully breaking through the Tang family's barrier. Everyone, for the dignity of our imperial capital university, for our fallen friends, let's act. An old man with a wrinkled face waved his hand, and in the next moment, the world opened up, and everyone descended into the Tang family's domain. As soon as Su Chen landed, an intense aura of spiritual energy rushed towards him, to such an extent, it was several times worse than what he had seen in Tianqiu City back then. Under such spiritual energy, combined with the assistance of ancient martial arts, even a waste would surpass ordinary people in breaking through realms. With such depth of foundation, it was no wonder that the Tang clan produced so many strong warriors, standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. Kill! Hundreds of students roared in unison, charging forward to attack. Just then, a light barrier suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Guardian formation? The old man with a face full of wrinkles had a cold gaze. The Tang clan is truly despicable. If such a formation were used at the borders, what kind of effect would it bring? How could so many of our people have died? Damn it! He waved his hand, and the entire world pressed down, causing the Guardian formation to tremble, but it did not inflict any substantial damage. Beside him, Bai Mofeng and He Yawo exchanged glances and joined the other strong warriors in the Radiant Realm to take action. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of several worlds, the Guardian formation shook violently, yet it remained steadfast, unable to be shaken in the slightest. The foundation of my Tang clan is not something you mere mortals can fathom. A phantom emerged from the Guardian formation, wearing a mocking expression, completely unconcerned that the formation would be destroyed. The old man with a wrinkled face turned cold, about to say something when a voice transmission surged into his mind. He focused his thoughts, then waved his hand, revealing hundreds of thousands of demon cores. Everyone, arrange these demon cores according to the positions I have transmitted to you. Moreover, these demon cores are not enough. If anyone has extra demon cores, please contribute them all, and I will compensate you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen waved his hand, and millions of demon cores suddenly appeared, their flickering, eerie light obscuring a vast expanse of the sky. Hiss! So many demon cores. How many demons has Su Chen killed? The sheer quantity left the students in a daze. Even Bai Mafeng, He Yaowu, and the other strong warriors in the Radiant Realm were shocked, and even the old man with a wrinkled face was momentarily stunned. The hundreds of thousands of demon cores he had were the result of decades of accumulation, yet Su Chen had effortlessly produced several times that amount. Let's set up the formation. Su Chen focused his thoughts and was the first to act, withdrawing the demon cores to begin. The voice transmission the old man received earlier was the 9 dragons ascending formation that he had sent him. This formation was something he had extracted from the demon clan's Earth Sovereign. Set up the formation. The old man came back to his senses, waving his hand as over 10,000 demon cores were laid out, quickly arranged in specific positions to form the core of the 9 dragons ascending formation. Nearby, the instructors and students worked together, soon laying down over 1,000 formation points. The scale of this formation was not inferior to the plans of the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereign in the Demon Suppression Tower, which had been in the making for 10,000 years. Ha! The human race's inheritance has been severed, and you dare to recklessly manipulate this trash, trying to break through my Tang Clan's Guardian formation? Truly a delusion. Another figure appeared. My Tang Clan certainly has its faults, but your overwhelming presence here has already seriously violated the rules. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will surely hold you accountable, the previous figure said coldly, but no one paid him any mind. Everyone was methodically arranging the formation. During this time, He Yaowu found the person annoying and waved his hand to shatter his clone. You still have time to retreat. When the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom arrive, you will surely die. Another figure emerged, speaking coldly. What greeted him was a dazzling rainbow sword light. Damn it, third brother. Our eldest and second brothers have likely encountered misfortune. If they really manage to set up a formation, my Tang Clan will be in grave danger. Inside the Guardian formation, an old man looked somewhat anxious. What are you worried about? You're shaking the morale. Shut up, the old man with a wrinkled face said coldly. Now, within the domain of the Tang Clan, only we, the strong ones of the Radiant Realm, remain. Before leaving, my elder brother and second brother had already arranged everything. The bloodline of the Tang Clan has been transferred abroad. Even if we die, the Tang Clan can continue to thrive. Moreover, the protective formation of our Tang Clan was personally laid down by our ancestor, a transcendent array. To think that they would attempt to break through the protective formation with such haphazard methods is truly laughable. Boom, crack. At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Following that, 9 colossal dragons surged out from the formation, converging towards the wrinkled-faced elder. Wherever they passed, the void shattered, revealing the original power of the world and the power of rules. Ha ha ha, as expected of the formation that destroyed the Demon Suppression Tower. It is indeed terrifying. Thieving scum of the Tang Clan, come and face your death. With a twist of his wrist, the elder merged the 9 dragons into one and charged towards the protective formation. False techniques. Inside the protective formation, the wrinkled-faced elder sneered coldly, not feeling that this level of attack could pose any threat to the formation. Boom, crack. With a loud explosion, the protective formation shattered in an instant, and the elder's eyes nearly bulged out in rage. Before he could regain his senses, the wrinkled-faced elder burst through the formation, wielding the might of the 9 dragons and the power of the world, and punched through his chest. How is this possible? The elder looked at the scene before him in disbelief, but the fading vitality within him made it clear that this was real. Swish! A streak of 7-colored sword light flashed, and the elder's head was instantly severed, falling lifelessly before the crowd outside. Thud! He Yaowu walked over and pressed the cigarette butt into the elder's eye, then coldly gazed ahead. Kill! Kill! A roar echoed. Thousands of student mentors charged into the domain of the Tang Clan. The momentum was overwhelming. Several Radiant Realm members of the Tang Clan hadn't even had time to react before being dragged into the battlefield by the mentors from the Imperial Capital University. The students who couldn't join the high-end battlefield began to search within the domain, but to their surprise, in the vast domain, they couldn't find a single person. Boom, crack. the 9 colossal dragons let out a long roar, and another Radiant Realm expert from the Tang clan was struck down into the void by the wrinkled-faced elder, on the brink of death. Seeing this, Su Chen raised his sword and delivered a finishing blow. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm X23, and can comprehend the rules. Ha ha ha, good lad. Finishing off is great. I, Chi Put Song, will reclaim my former glory. The wrinkled-faced Chi Put Song laughed heartily, enveloped by the 9 blood-colored dragons, and charged towards the next Radiant Realm expert of the Tang clan. Su Chen followed closely behind, ready for the next finishing blow. With Chi Put Song's powerful involvement, soon another Radiant Realm expert from the Tang clan was sent flying out. Without any surprise, this expert was once again finished off by Su Chen. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough node of the Radiant Realm X20, and can comprehend the rules. Having tasted success, Su Chen continued to deliver finishing blows, until the battle concluded. Su Chen had finished off a total of 5 Radiant Realm experts. In total, he gained breakthrough nodes of the Radiant Realm X102, adding the previous 52. That makes a total of 154 breakthrough nodes, excluding the 21 needed for his first Dantian and the 99 for his second Dantian. He had an extra 34. System, why is this? Replying to the host, you can now directly break through the Radiant Realm, but I think you should first open the treasure left by the Tang clan's ancestor, Tang Shiji, before making a decision. Swish! As the system's voice fell, He Yaowu rushed over. Su Chen, we found the Tang clan's treasury. At the same time, a group of mentors from the Imperial Capital University also gathered around. During this battle, after obtaining Su Chen's consent, He Yaowu had informed them of this matter. Therefore, everyone became aware of the treasures of the Tang family. Young friend Su Chen, we do not covet the treasures within, but if we can find the protective formation of the Tang family, could we contribute it for use at the borders of the Dragon Kingdom? The situation at the borders is severe. With this formation's assistance, the burden of slaying the demon people would be much lighter. Chi Put Song dispersed the 9 blood-colored giant dragons that were entangling his body. In this battle against the Tang family, Su Chen had already brought out the 9 dragons ascending formation, a formation of immeasurable value. With this formation, the Imperial Capital University could stand at the pinnacle among all universities. As for the treasures of the Tang family, he truly felt he had no face to ask for anything more. Elder Chi is right, Su Chen. Rest assured, we absolutely will not covet the things within. Yes, this time we are avenging the students of our Imperial Capital University, and we have achieved our goal of demonstrating our might. Our hearts are content. Indeed, the group of mentors expressed their agreement. Su Chen remained silent and followed He Yaowu to the Tang family's treasury. All the buildings of the Tang family were garden-like structures, with intricate paths, and the treasury was located between a hill at the back of the buildings. He Yaowu found this place by chance while slaying a powerful being from the Tang family. This is the place. The aura emanating from here is the same as that on Su Chen's ring. I believe this should be the location of the Tang family's treasury, He Yaowu said, pointing at the mist swirling in front of them. Su Chen took off the ring, infused it with spiritual power, and in an instant, the ring shone brightly, transforming into a key engraved with ancient patterns. Boom, click. As the ring spun in mid-air, the surrounding mist dispersed, revealing a long-sealed stone door that slowly opened, presenting the scene within. What came into view were rows of bookshelves, marked with categories ranging from formations to techniques, alchemy, and more, everything one could imagine. There was even a separate shelf for history books, all recording events from the ancient era, with an overwhelming number of volumes that caught the eye. The Tang family is truly despicable. If we had such books earlier, how could our Dragon Kingdom have developed to this point? How could our territory have shrunk time and again? Such books could overturn an era. Yet the Tang family chose to hoard them rather than make them public. It wasn't just Chi Put Song. Seeing this scene, everyone else was also filled with rage, wishing they could drag the deceased members of the Tang family out to whip their corpses, to vent their hatred. But no one moved until Su Chen walked in, and then they followed him inside. Su Chen skimmed past the bookshelves and walked deeper into the next room. Here, hundreds and thousands of pills and weapons were stacked. Each item was a treasure. If released, it could stir up a sea of blood. Su Chen did not act and continued walking deeper. In the last room, there was a pool of liquid surrounded by swirling spiritual mist. Chaos Spirit Liquid. Yi Konghu exclaimed in surprise. The mentors, including Chi Put-sung, exchanged glances, unsure of what this substance was, but with their cultivation levels, they could tell that this item was extraordinary. Su Chen, could you spare me a little? My Yi family is willing to exchange it for a. Yi Konghu said. System, how many dantians can a person build at most? Replying to the host, an ordinary person can only forge a maximum of 2 dantians, but the host is different. The host can have up to 10 dantians. 10 dantians. Upon hearing this, a trace of shock flashed unnoticed in Su Chen's eyes. If he could have 2 dantians, he could possess the strength of 2 peak Xiongnu realm experts. If he had 10 dantians, he could unleash the extraordinary power of 10 Xiongnu realm experts by himself. If he used 10 dantians to execute 10 supreme sword strikes rule, long rainbow slaying demons, the resulting might could rival that of a peak Shenghui realm expert. It might even surpass it. After all, 10 dantians equate to 990 rules. With so many rules supporting the realm of chaotic sword intent, this realm can only be compared to the world. And it is that kind of extremely powerful world. To possess such a realm means that his strength has reached the pinnacle level of the Radiant Realm. The impact caused by stepping into the Radiant Realm again is likely no less than that of a Bodhi Realm expert. Returning to the host, as long as 3 dantians are forged, with the host's strength, it is enough to match an early-stage Radiant Realm expert. Su Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately chose the method recommended by the system, to forge 10 dantians. Although this process was a bit slow, in the long run, combined with his talent, it was the optimal choice. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at Yi Konghu. I want 15 sky repairing stones. Okay. Yi Konghu agreed without a second thought. The reason she wanted 15 sky repairing stones were also a considerable fortune for the Yi family. Yi Konghu wanted to trade with Su Chen not for herself or the Yi family, but for her talented little niece Yi Rouge. The will left by the ancestors of the Yi family indicated that only Yi Rouge possessed the talent to forge multiple dantians. Only she could perform such a miraculous feat and reach heights unattainable by ordinary people. Swish! Yi Konghu raised her hand, and 15 sky repairing stones hovered in front of Su Chen. Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted these sky repairing stones. Under the system's guidance, he collected the chaotic spiritual liquid needed to forge 15 dantians. After completing all this, he turned to the crowd. All the items here will be donated to the Imperial Capital University, and as a condition, anyone from the Eastern Border War Zone, regardless of their background or talent, will have the qualification to study at the Imperial Capital University. Impossible. Chi Put-sung hurriedly spoke up. Su Chen, these items are too precious. The Imperial Capital University may have some strength, but it is not enough to safeguard these items. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely not allow these items to fall into the Imperial Capital University. Yes, Su Chen, why not reconsider? This is indeed somewhat inappropriate. The Imperial Capital University cannot guarantee the safety of these items. This matter cannot be rushed. The group of mentors from the Imperial Capital University advised. It is indeed inappropriate. At this moment, He Yaowu stepped forward. What I mean is, aside from weapons and pills, all other books should be made public for everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the time left for us is limited. If we continue to hide things, the situation will only become increasingly unfavorable for us. Su Chen said, making everything public, if it is like this, is indeed a good plan. Moreover, this can also prevent the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom from holding us accountable later. Bai Mofeng pondered for a moment and said, Great righteousness, great righteousness. While we are still entangled in how to protect these items, Su Chen has already thought of this level. Compared to him, our vision is indeed short-sighted. Chi Put-sung sighed. Upon hearing this, the mentors looked at Su Chen with deep admiration. Since it is like this, I will dare to temporarily safeguard these items. If in the future, young friend Su Chen has need, just come and take them. I, as a representative of the Imperial Capital University and the entire human race, thank young friend Su Chen for this great deed. Chi Put-sung pondered for a moment, then straightened his attire and solemnly bowed to Su Chen. The mentors behind him followed suit. Commander He Yaowu of the Eastern Border War Zone, on behalf of the entire war zone, thank you. He Yaowu also bowed. Su Chen's actions. If one were to say who benefited the most, it would be the entire Eastern Border War Zone. After all, with his words, All the demon hunters in the Eastern Border War Zone now had the opportunity to study at the Imperial Capital University. This included those with poor talent who found it difficult to rise. No need for such formality. Everything I do is for the human race. Su Chen shook his head, and spiritual energy surged forth, helping everyone to their feet. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, he retrieved the key that had been suspended in the air. The key fell into his hand and quickly transformed into the Merit Ring Chang'an. Why is there a disturbance in spiritual energy here? At that moment, He Yaowu seemed to have discovered something. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual energy clone suddenly appeared, quickly condensing into the figure of a woman in a white robe. It's Mo Xuanxue, she has been here? Su Chen frowned. Mo Xuanxue, this person is one of the leftover from the ancient era? Yi Kongho said solemnly. Su Chen nodded. This person is familiar with the Tang clan's domain, given her uniqueness. She may have already entered the treasury. He Yaowu remarked. Just then, Mo Xuanxue's spiritual energy clone suddenly blinked. Deng Tusi, I knew you would come here. Just wait for me, once I regain my strength, you'll see. In place, the spiritual energy clone stomped her foot and vanished in an instant. Terrifying strength, with her Qiangyu realm cultivation, she can achieve such feats. Su Chen, you need to be careful with her watching you, Bai Mofeng said with concern. Su Chen nodded. This person was quite special. Her movements unpredictable, indeed a hidden danger. By the way, Su Chen, what are your plans next? With your strength, the Imperial Capital University can no longer offer you any help, Bai Mofeng said with a wry smile. He had originally intended to take Su Chen as his disciple. Now, he knew he no longer had that qualification. I want to return to the Eastern Border War Zone and continue hunting demons, Su Chen said. Return to what war zone? According to Wang Guoguang's last wishes, I've added all his points to yours. You are now the top military leader in the Eastern Border War Zone. After a while, you can go directly to the Holy Temple. That place is more suitable for you than the Eastern Border War Zone, He Yaowu said solemnly, a cigarette igniting in his hand without him noticing. That's right, you are growing too fast now, and you indeed need some time to settle. Yi Kongho agreed. The others, including Qi Pochang, also felt this arrangement was appropriate and voiced their encouragement. I want to kill demons, Su Chen said calmly. Who told you there are no demons to kill in that place? There are plenty of demon-killing missions, He Yaowu replied. Indeed, that place is much more brutal than the Eastern Border War Zone. If you want to advance and obtain more cultivation resources, you need to complete missions. The 3 who tried to kill you earlier were among those missions, but you don't need to worry now, your cultivation has recovered, and no one dares to act against you, Yi Kongho said. As she spoke, she took a deep breath and turned to Qi Pochang and the others. When I return, I will discuss with the ancestor about resource sharing with the Imperial Capital University, to do something practical for our dragon nation, for our human race. Good. Qi Pochang nodded in appreciation. Su Chen is right, our time is running out. Many countries outside are on the verge of falling, and the flames of war are about to spread to our dragon nation. It is time for us to make some changes. Yi Kongho looked at Su Chen with admiration. Upon hearing this, everyone cast a respectful gaze at Su Chen. Li Qingyi watched this scene and sighed silently. She knew that perhaps her feelings could only be let go with time, but the first time she felt her heart flutter was for someone as outstanding as him. How could she easily forget? I have a question. He Yaowu, how did you convince Su Chen to be your disciple? At that moment, Bai Mofeng suddenly patted He Yaowu's shoulder. The latter turned around, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Hey, He Yaowu, why aren't you saying anything? Speak up. Updating a bit earlier today, aren't you the one who loves to talk? Bai Mofeng smiled. Old Bai, don't force me to expose your secret of sneaking off to listen to music. He Yaowu's voice came over. Upon hearing this, Bai Mofeng's smile instantly froze. You two stop arguing. I mentioned earlier that I would reward those who contribute demon cores separately. And just now, Su Chen contributed the most demon cores. Moreover, Su Chen also presented us with such a grand gift for the Imperial Capital University. So I have decided to appoint Su Chen as a mentor at our school, granting him voting rights. Any major decisions made by our school will require his consent to be implemented. What do you all think? Qi Pochang said seriously. Agreed. The chief mentor of the Imperial Capital University, Bai Mofeng, was the first to stand up. Su Chen was someone he had high hopes for, and he was also the prophesied child predicted by the observation hall. Given the current chaotic situation, with conflicts both inside and outside, following him would be a wise choice for the Imperial Capital University, considering his talents. Agreed. In favor. I fully support it. The group of mentors were astute and recognized Qi Pokang's intention to form an alliance. They had previously learned from Yi Konghu about the series of events happening in the observation hall. It could be said that as long as Su Chen did not meet an untimely end, he would be a key figure in the future resistance against the demon race. Aligning with him was the best choice for the Imperial Capital University at this moment. Old Qi has quite the insight, He Yawo acknowledged with a glance at Qi Pokang. Forget it, I have no experience in teaching students. Su Chen shook his head in refusal. Young friend Su Chen, just a nominal position will do. Besides, your strength is sufficient to serve as a mentor. Qi Pokang smiled. Everyone agrees, so don't decline. Rest assured, aside from major matters, the Imperial Capital University won't interfere with you. Bai Mofeng urged. Su Chen pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. On the way back, Bai Mofeng was filled with mixed emotions. The once aspiring disciple he wanted to take under his wing had suddenly become his colleague, leaving him with a complex feeling. Stop thinking about it, old Bai. It's not that you and I are unworthy, but rather that Su Chen is just too extraordinary. He Yawu patted his shoulder. Bai Mofeng shot him a glare. You just wanted to vent your frustrations, while I didn't even get a chance to do that. What are you talking about? Venting frustrations is useless, it's better to sneak off to listen to music. Since there's nothing to do today, let's go experience it together. Honestly, I've wanted to feel it for a long time. Really? Bai Mofeng immediately showed a knowing look. Aren't you the one who usually scoffs at such things? Damn it, I guard that godforsaken place at the border every day. When do I have the time? You think I don't want to? Then, shall we go? Let's go. The two reached an agreement and soon tore through the world, floating away. When did those two become so harmonious? Yi Konghu looked puzzled. I don't know, they might be off to settle some scores. Don't mind them, Qi Pokang said with a twitch of his lips. On that day, the Imperial Capital University issued 5 major announcements. First, appoint Su Chen as a mentor. Second, release the Ancient Era Data Sharing Plan. Third, establish strategic cooperation with the Eastern Border War Zone. Fourth, maintain a close cooperative relationship with Dakian City. Fifth, send mentors to Dakian City's 8th high school for guidance. Once these messages were released, they immediately topped the trending searches on various platforms. Compared to the latter announcements, the first one was the real bombshell. Some people dug up that Su Chen was the first student in history to be promoted to mentor shortly after enrolling. Following that, trending topics like the youngest and most handsome military commander emerged, propelling Su Chen's popularity to unprecedented heights. But through all of this, Su Chen remained unaware. After leaving the Tang family and making a trip to Dakian City, he arrived at the battlefield of heaven. He immediately found Gu Shixue, who was lost in thought. Su Chen, I have received news about your cultivation recovery. Welcome back. Gu Shixue came to her senses and forced a smile. General, just call me Shixue. We are at the same level now. No need to get caught up in titles. Shixue, I came here to tell you about Wang Guoguang's 5th innate talent. I hope I know. You know? The commander-in-chief mentioned it, but it's hard to imagine how he comprehended such a defiant talent. Gu Shixue sighed. Since you know, I will head over. Don't rush. Will you walk with me? Gu Shixue called out to Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and agreed. With your current strength, if you exert your full speed, can you outrun a demon lord? Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised his left hand. On the merit ring Chang'an, 9 warm white light points swirled around. This was left by Qi Pochang, capable of resisting attacks from peak experts below the 9th stage of the Radiant Realm. Originally, only 3 could be left, but after opening the Tang family's treasury, the key's effect was erased, freeing up quite a bit of space. With these, it should be enough. Gu Shixue took out 2 military orders and shook them. Let's go. Accompany me to a place. After saying that, Gu Shixue opened her domain and swept towards the Demon Clan territory. Seeing this, Su Chen followed. The 2 domains moved side by side and soon arrived at the Demon Clan's territory. As soon as they arrived, Su Chen's mind stirred, and a silver-white spear instantly transformed into a stream of light flying towards him. Tian Ke. He had once used this spear as a shield for defense and had left it here. This thing is indeed special. I fear no one else can move it besides you, Gu Shishu said. Su Chen nodded and stowed the spear away. The two quickly made their way and soon reached the site of the former Tianqiu city. Due to Su Chen breaking the stone gate, the entire Tianqiu city was now fully revealed to the world. As far as the eye could see, the area within nearly 1,000 miles was a sea of blooming peach blossoms. Beautiful, right? Gu Shishu smiled. Su Chen did not respond. She then fell silent. The two stood side by side, quietly watching the fragrant peach forest. After a long while, Gu Shishu turned to look at Su Chen. It really is handsome. No wonder so many women are infatuated with you. Now that the Eagle Kingdom is on the brink of destruction, with lips gone, teeth are cold, how long do you think we can hold out when the moment of extermination comes? A lot of things, if not done, will be too late, won't they? Su Chen frowned, not understanding her meaning. Whoosh! At that moment, Gu Shishu suddenly swept in front of him, her beautiful eyes staring at him without blinking. What I mean is, don't talk, kiss me. Su Chen retreated 100 steps in alarm. Ha ha, just kidding. I just wanted to tell you that some things should be done early. Once everything settles, it will be too late. Like love, isn't it? On the battlefield of the heavens, Su Chen arrived at the South 9th District. Wang Zhanyuan, who was responsible for guarding this place, greeted him with a bow and then turned to leave. Su Chen said nothing, opened his domain, and took out 9 sky repair stones and 9 portions of chaos spirit liquid. With the system's help, he quickly opened up 9 dantians around his main dantian. Crackle! The moment the dantians formed, the spiritual energy within 100 miles surged in like a flood. After about 10 minutes, the 9 dantians were filled with massive spiritual power. However, these dantians could only be used for spiritual power storage and did not involve cultivation. Su Chen calmed his mind and began to break through his cultivation from the first dantian. With the experience from previous training, the first dantian quickly broke through to the wind control realm. Since breaking through to the divine realm required comprehension, he focused his attention on the second dantian. In just a few minutes, the second dantian also reached the cultivation level of the wind control realm. At this moment, combined with the dantian of his main body in the Qiangyu realm and these 2 dantians along with the other 7 ordinary dantians, his spiritual power reserves had reached a terrifying level. Even the strongest killing move he currently mastered, the rule, long rainbow slash, could be executed 5 times. Huff! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Su Chen continued to immerse himself in the breakthroughs of the other dantians. After just a few hours, all 9 forged dantians had broken through to the level of the wind control realm. His spiritual power reserves had truly reached an extremely rare state. Su Chen did not stop his cultivation pace, his consciousness quickly focused on the second dantian. He aimed to use this dantian as a base point to continue comprehending the realms he had previously understood. With his unique insight and extraordinary comprehension, Su Chen quickly grasped the first realm. Ding! The host has comprehended the first realm. The realm of wood. Current level E. Ding! The host has comprehended the second realm. The realm of thunder. Current level E. Ding! The host has comprehended the 97th realm. The realm of wind. Current level E. Ding! The host has comprehended the 102nd realm. The realm of spear. Current level E. Swish! All realms were comprehended, and in an instant, they fused into 9 distinct realms, allowing Su Chen's cultivation level to naturally step into the Divine Ascension realm. Following this operation, Su Chen shifted his focus to the third dantian, continuing to comprehend the realms. Soon, he reached the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th. When the last dantian's cultivation broke through to the Divine Ascension realm, the spiritual power stored within Su Chen reached a peak once again. Such a quantity was enough for him to execute the rule, long rainbow slash dozens of times, even nearly 100 times. He took a deep breath, rested for a moment, then returned to the second dantian to begin transforming the realms. Ding! The host's realm of wood has been fully transformed into the domain of wood. Current domain level E. Ding! The host's realm of thunder has been fully transformed into the domain of thunder. Current domain level E. Ding! The host's realm of spear has been fully transformed into the domain of spear. Current domain level E. Ding! The host's realm of sword has been fully transformed into the chaotic sword intent domain. Current domain level E. With all realms fully transformed, Su Chen's cultivation broke through to the Qiangyu realm. With a thought,
he continued to transform the domain of the third Dantian.
For over 10 consecutive days, with his relentless effort and extraordinary comprehension supporting him, he successfully cultivated all 9 Dantians to the Qianyu realm. During this time, any demon tribe that approached was slain by the sword intent leaking from his domain before they could get close. Boom, crack. As Su Chen stood up, the terrifying power overflowing from him directly shattered the sky within a radius of several dozen miles. With a thought, the extermination sword fell into his hand, and with a raise of his hand, he swung the sword. Swish! In an instant, a 7-colored sword light descended from the southern 9 district, and in just a moment, it spanned across 10 districts from north to south. At this moment, the void between heaven and earth was obliterated, pitch black to the extreme, and under the vacuum on the brink of destruction, that 7-colored sword light shone like a blazing sun in the sky, exceptionally dazzling. There's not a hint of martial technique in this sword strike was executed entirely casually, but it has achieved the level of a past effort in riding the wind. Such strength, I fear, is not much weaker than an ordinary Radiant Realm expert. Su Chen, have you really grown to this level now? Gu Shishue looked at the half-sliced domain, her expression somewhat complex. Su Chen, awesome. To achieve this level, no wonder the Kingdom Light would give you the opportunity to go to the Holy Temple. Truly worthy of being the youngest military commander in history, the fastest student to become a mentor. Impressive. A sword spans the north and south across 10 districts. Su Chen, you are now undoubtedly the #1 sword cultivator in the Dragon Kingdom. Around him, the generals who noticed this scene began to speak up. Even Gu Xingdong, who had been silent before, raised 4 thumbs in approval at this moment. The colorful sword light is Su Chen. My husband is really amazing. So impressive. That sword is just damn cool. Quick, record this, post it on Weibo, post it on Douyin. I want everyone in the Dragon Kingdom to admire this sword. So cool. Does he even need to live anymore? On the battlefield of the heavens, the demon slayers cheered loudly at this sight. Many pulled out cameras and phones just to capture this moment. So cool. Xiao Lanrua looked at this scene with longing, instinctively reaching for the long sword at her waist. But she found that the place where the sword should be was just an empty sheath. She turned around abruptly and saw Yang Tian grabbing the long sword, opening his domain, and making a run for it. Captain, what are you doing? Lanrua, I think guns aren't that fun. I'll practice with this sword for a couple of days and return it to you. Get lost, give me back my sword. Xiao Lanrua charged forward angrily. This scene drew laughter from the crowd. Among the people, Shui, dressed in a floral dress, stared blankly at the colorful sword light. The disappointment in her eyes spread like a tide. She knew that the distance between her and him was growing further apart. Suddenly recalling something, she snapped back to reality and patted her belly. What are you thinking? Silly Shui? You're not that love-struck fool. Eating is important. Humph. There will be chances when you're older. But if you don't grow, there won't be any chance at all. Saying this, she picked up a pot full of papaya porridge and started pouring it into her mouth. The southern demon watched this scene, silently tightening the grip on the rainbow light in her hand. When a person is like a rainbow, you only know when you meet. Beside her, Fong Cheng sighed softly. During this time, she had already sensed the realm and arrived at the battlefield of the heavens. She had hoped to be closer to him, but she understood that she might only grow further away. Yet, she would not stop pursuing him. Even if he was unaware of it all, she would not regret it. Whoosh! Su Chen withdrew the sword light, opened his domain, and after familiarizing himself for a while, he gained a clear understanding of his strength. His current combat power was roughly equivalent to the mid-level of the Radiant Realm. Moreover, the strength of his domain was not much different from that of the Radiant Realm experts. The only difference was that he could not yet use the power of the world. However, the rules of the chaotic sword intent he fused into the long rainbow slash were not much weaker than ordinary world power. If he were to fuse 10 chaotic sword intent powers to perform this move, its power would be even more terrifying, far beyond what ordinary mid-level Radiant Realm experts could withstand. Furthermore, the power of this sword could grow with the increase in domain level. Right now, this was not the limit. With this thought, Su Chen sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the second Dantian, beginning to comprehend a deeper level of the domain. Minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and relying on his extraordinary comprehension, he had already understood the wood domain to A level, and this process was still ongoing. Ding!
The host's comprehension of the wood domain has deepened. The current level of the wood domain is S. Ding. The host's comprehension of the thunder domain has deepened. The current level of the thunder domain is S. Ding. The host's comprehension of the light domain has deepened. The current level of the light domain is S. Time flew by. A month passed. Commander, the current points of the generals have been calculated. According to the rules, they must go to the Holy Temple within 3 days of the points being settled. But today is the last day, and Su Chen is still in seclusion. Should we call him? Gu Xingdong said solemnly. If they did not go to the Holy Temple within 3 days, they would have to wait another 3 years. Wait a bit longer. This guy is probably at a critical moment. We must not disturb him, He Yaowu said in a deep voice. Su Chen had just obtained the Sky Repair Stone and the Chaos Spirit Liquid. He knew what he was doing. If he rashly went to interrupt, it could very likely shatter Su Chen's plan to forge his Dantian. This was something he did not want to see. With this thought in mind, He Yaowu looked at Gu Shixue and Gu Xingdong. You two go ahead first, I'll go and check on Su Chen. Don't worry, even if he is late, he can still get in. Those guys wouldn't dare to easily touch him. Alright, Gu Xingdong nodded, expanding his domain and leaving. Will there really be no issues? Gu Shixue asked with concern. I can't guarantee for others, but Su Chen is different from ordinary people. Go on. It's an opportunity that has been waiting for 3 years, don't let it slip away. Understood, Gu Shixue said, no longer hesitating, and also expanded her domain to leave. After they left, He Yaowu moved and arrived in the South Nine District. This place was already covered by Su Chen's powerful Chaos Sword Intent domain, with colorful sword intent permeating the surroundings, the sharp aura continuously shredding the surrounding void. He Yaowu reached out his hand, and after a moment, he pulled it back. After all, he is a child of prophecy, he deserves this special treatment. Saying this, he sat down cross-legged, quietly observing Su Chen's domain. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The aura of chaos, infused with numerous attributes of sword intent, and there's also the power of rules. The Dao intent surging, truly terrifying. At this intensity, it's hardly inferior to the ordinary world. This brat, I'm afraid he has already completed the forging of his Dantian, otherwise, with the spiritual power he has in the Qiangyu realm, it would be utterly insufficient to support this domain. Dudu, He Yaowu put the phone to his ear, and immediately, Bai Mofeng's voice came through. Old He, nothing going on today. Want to go to the brothel and listen to some music? Listen to your sister. I, He Yaowu, have lived a clean life, dedicating myself to guarding the eastern border for humanity. How could I waste time in such places with you? I heard 8 new ones have come. Address. Aren't you not coming? Aren't you supposed to guard the eastern border? Bai Mofeng scoffed. Balancing work and rest is the right way. What do you know, old man? By the way, I want to drink something brewed from heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Got it? Then what about the eastern border? I'll call Feng Bion. He hung up the phone. He Yaowu vanished in an instant. Not long after, a man in a Dragon Kingdom law enforcement uniform, looking helpless, walked over. He had lost count of how many times he had come to substitute for He Yaowu. Yet, he had no way to refuse. After the Tang family was wiped out, the observation hall had ordered him to be on standby for the eastern border at all times. But this guy, He Yaowu, seemed to treat him like a beast of burden, calling him over to substitute every few days. If it weren't for the orders from the observation hall, he really wouldn't want to come at all. This guy's domain is truly formidable. Feng Biong observed Su Chen's domain, his eyes gradually revealing a look of astonishment. He could feel that such a domain, even compared to his own world, was not weak at all. There's also Dao intent? Reaching the radiant realm, the understanding of Dao intent regarding the power of the world had an extremely powerful auxiliary effect. At that moment, Feng Biong shook off his previous helplessness and sat cross-legged, his eyes shining as he began to comprehend. With a snap of his fingers, a month passed. Feng Biong had comprehended another 10% of the world's power from Su Chen's domain. This caused his strength to grow geometrically. He wanted to continue his comprehension, but the domain before him suddenly dissipated. At the same time, Su Chen's figure appeared. Hello, Su Chen. We've met before. I am one of the captains of the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement. Feng Biong smiled. Su Chen said nothing, raising his hand as a 7-colored sword light shot out. Then, let's spar a bit. Feng Biong shouted. expanding his world, weapon in hand, to meet the sword light. He knew that Su Chen's sword was extraordinary, but he was now a powerful being in the Radiant Realm who had comprehended 30% of the world's power, crossing a major realm, combined with the might of the world's power. Even if Su Chen was a genius, he did not believe Su Chen could be his opponent. Boom, crack. Su Chen's domain expanded, and in the next moment, a powerful sword move erupted. Rule, long rainbow slash. As this sword strike emerged, before it even got close, the world as strong as Feng Buyan shattered with a sound at that moment. This, a full 30 rules, over 300 domains, how could they possibly blend together? Feng Buyan's face was filled with disbelief, but the incoming sword strike gave him no time to react. He could only respond with all his strength. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and Feng Buyan was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the boundary wall. In contrast, Su Chen remained calm in place. The previous strike had no effect on him whatsoever. Good kid, you've got some skills, come again. Su Chen's move ignited Feng Buyan's fury. He spun the long spear in his hand, enveloped in overwhelming world power, and charged forward. However, after that, he became increasingly alarmed and passive. Many places on his body were already injured, yet Su Chen seemed unfazed, growing fiercer with each exchange, as if he were an inexhaustible humanoid war god. Bang! The two clashed again, and Feng Buyan was quickly sent flying. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he conjured a small white flag. No more fighting, no more fighting. I admit defeat. This was the first time Feng Buyan had encountered a prodigy from the Qiangyu realm who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a Radiant Realm powerhouse. But he knew very well that if he did not concede, the fight would end in his defeat. Su Chen, how much of your strength did you use? At that moment, He Yaowu and Bai Mofun stepped out from the void. The two walked lightly, smiles on their faces, as if they had experienced something, looking as if they were basking in spring breezes. 40%, Su Chen replied. 40%? 40%? Feng Buyan nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing this. A Qiangyu realm powerhouse defeated him, who was on the verge of mid-radiant realm, using only 40% of his strength. How could that be possible? Just 40%, and it made Feng Buyan this miserable. Su Chen, your strength is likely nearing the late radiant realm. Bai Mofun laughed. He had become immune to Su Chen's growth rate. Even if Su Chen said he had only used 30% at that moment, he would not doubt it. Good. Very good. Excellent. He Yaowu gave a thumbs up. After a moment, his expression turned serious as he looked at Su Chen. A month ago, the points system was settled, and the Holy Palace opened its doors to allow the military leaders from various battle zones to go for training. Originally, the Holy Palace would only be open for 3 days, but the Celestial Hall ordered them to wait for you. You should hurry over now. Here is the address of the Holy Palace, along with a list of some powerful individuals inside. After saying this, He Yaowu patted Su Chen's shoulder. I know you're quite the prodigy, but that place is filled with people like you, so don't easily overstep the rules set within. But within the rules, don't let anyone bully you. I trust you on this. However, if you have the ability, take care of Shishue and that Gu Xingdong kid a bit more. Understood? Su Chen nodded. Just as he stepped into the void, as if recalling something, he waved his hand, and several strands of Dao intent shot out, forming a rainbow over the territory of the Southern Nine District. 9 strands of Dao intent. Upon seeing this scene, Feng Buyan and Bai Mofun were left stunned and shocked in place. When I was in seclusion, I saw this thing would be useful to you, so I'll leave these strands of Dao intent for your comprehension. Also, please take good care of Xiuji. After saying this, Su Chen left. At the Imperial Capital University, the Law Enforcement Department, any strong individual above the Radiant Realm can come here to comprehend. The condition is to guard the eastern border war zone for a period of time, providing those demon slayers the opportunity to go to the university or the law enforcement department for training. On the spot, He Yaowu pondered for a long time before speaking. Agreed. Bai Mofun and Feng Buyan did not hesitate at all. Such a condition was nothing to them. After all, those who came to comprehend were all transcendent strong individuals at the Radiant Realm level. With them around, as long as there wasn't a large-scale invasion by the demon race, the eastern border war zone would surely be as solid as gold. And those demon slayers were warriors with rich combat experience. Although their realms were relatively low, whether going to the Imperial Capital University or the Law Enforcement Department,
It was a significant boost in combat power for them.
Su Chen, what a great righteousness! Bai Mofeng sighed.
Such a prodigy still considers our human race.
Truly a heroic act.
Feng Biang straightened his clothes and respectfully bowed in the direction Su Chen had left.
Damn it! It's been a month. Is Su Chen not planning to come?
I'm at least a Radiant Realm strongman.
And now I'm just waiting here like a doorman for him. He really has a big ego. In a certain realm outside.
A young man stood there with a gloomy expression. Behind him was a rift in the realm wall, through which a giant stone palace could be seen. The palace was vast, surrounded by spiritual mist, with cranes flying about, quite magnificent. The words Hall of the Most Sacred were carved in large, flamboyant characters above the palace door, while the surroundings were sheer cliffs that seemed bottomless, pitch black, resembling the underworld of Azura.
Long Zhan, the Hall Master said,
as long as he comes, you can appropriately suppress him a bit, so that this newcomer understands that although our Hall of the Most Sacred is small in number, the rules must be followed. A voice transmission floated over.
Upon hearing this, Long Zhan seemed to think of something,
the corners of his mouth curling up, and his expression turned colder.
Swish! At that moment,
a frail figure stepped out of the void and walked over.
You are Su Chen?
Long Zhan asked coldly.
That's me. You really have a big face, even the Hall of Observing Heaven has to speak up for you. I'm puzzled. We are all prodigy-level strongmen.
Why do you get such special treatment?
Su Chen glanced at him, ignored him,
and walked straight towards the Hall of the Most Sacred.
Daring to ignore me, I must say, you are the most arrogant person I have ever seen. Next, I will properly explain to you the rules of our Hall of the Most Sacred. Swish! In an instant,
a world appeared above Su Chen's head, immediately suppressing downwards. The terrifying power of the world that enveloped it caused the surrounding area of hundreds of miles outside the realm wall to shatter into a vacuum, directly turning into the most primitive state of energy.
Ha! Ignoring me? Today I will let you see the price of ignoring me.
Long Zhan's gaze darkened. He had already envisioned Su Chen kneeling and begging for mercy.
Boom! Crack! At that moment,
the vast world was actually caught and held down.
Following that,
a terrifying seven-colored swordlight,
carrying black and white hues, suddenly appeared and split the world in two in an instant. Puff!
The world was injured, and Long Zhan was affected simultaneously,
his face turning pale in an instant,
and he spat out several mouthfuls of reverse blood.
You, how is this possible?
Long Zhan looked at the seven-colored swordlight in disbelief. He could never have imagined that a mid-radiant realm individual, who mastered 40% of the world's power, would one day be defeated by someone from the Qianyu realm in such a powerful manner.
Swish! At that moment,
a long sword swept through the air and was placed against his neck. Feeling the seven-colored sharpness from the sword body,
he instinctively shrank back. The person you are waiting for is not me. I hope you remember this.
Whoosh! The long sword returned to Su Chen's side as he stepped into the boundary.
As soon as he entered this place,
Su Chen found himself standing strangely in front of the holy temple. The sheer cliffs around him had no effect on him, as if they did not exist at all.
Su Chen, you're here? Gu Shishue sensed his presence and immediately walked out from the temple. Su Chen nodded.
By the way, the powerful being guarding the boundary didn't give you any trouble,
did he? Young hero Su Chen. Impressive.
How could I possibly trouble him?
Upon hearing this, Long Zhan, who was walking towards the temple, twitched his eyelids and quickly forced a smile that looked worse than crying.
As he pulled the corners of his mouth, traces of blood flowed out,
making him appear somewhat desolate.
Gu Shishue looked at Long Zhan with a strange expression,
and the latter nodded, continuing his steps into the holy temple. On the spot,
the two exchanged pleasantries and walked into the holy temple together.
Su Chen,
you're late. According to the rules of the holy temple, newly arrived military leaders can unconditionally gain the opportunity to comprehend the rules or the power of the world in the first month. 3 days after the holy temple opened,
they wrote your name in the records,
which means that from that day on,
you have technically entered the holy temple. I went to talk to them about your situation, but they wouldn't listen.
Now that a month has just passed,
you could say your unconditional comprehension opportunity is gone. Now,
if you want to continue comprehending or exchange for high-level items from the holy temple,
you will need to complete tasks to earn them. However, I think you could try talking to them.
Explain your situation, and maybe they will give you another month to comprehend.
Gu Shishue said. No need. Su Chen shook his head. What he needed now was not comprehension, but to kill demons and earn attribute points. Take me to the place to accept tasks. Alright, Gu Shishue knew Su Chen was a person with ideas, so she didn't insist further and led him through the holy temple to the task department at the back. Along the way, Su Chen observed his surroundings. He found that this place was very similar to where he had discovered Mo Xuanxue back then. However, this grand hall was dozens of times larger than that one. Moreover, the architectural style and murals had slight differences. This is the task department. The tasks accepted here will be marked with corresponding rewards. Additionally, these tasks are similar to the Tianmen Pass tasks and military leader tasks. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Gu Shishue explained. The two entered the task department, and before they had taken a few steps, a chorus of shouts erupted from the center of the crowd. Eagle Nation Demon Slaying Task Team. Generous rewards. Limited to Radiant Realm experts. Eagle Nation Demon Slaying Task Team. Generous rewards. Limited to Radiant Realm experts. Eagle Nation Demon Slaying Task Team. Generous rewards. Limited to Radiant Realm. Now the demon clan of the Eagle Nation is invading in large numbers, on the brink of national extinction, and they have no choice but to seek our Dragon Nation's assistance. The conditions they offered are very generous. As long as you slay a demon lord, you can receive $1 billion. If you don't want the money, you can choose to enter the Eagle Nation's Pope Hall to comprehend the rules and the power of the world for 10 days. Similarly, the Holy Temple of the Dragon Nation will also provide equivalent rewards. However, these tasks are too far from us, it's best just to listen. Gu Shishue explained to Su Chen upon hearing this voice. Unexpectedly, Su Chen walked straight towards the task department. Gu Shishue looked puzzled. Su Chen, you can't be telling me you want to take this task, right? Su Chen nodded. You're crazy. This is a task to slay a demon lord. You're only in the Qiangyu realm. Even if your strength is exceptional, you absolutely cannot easily slay a demon lord. It's better to take another task and wait until your cultivation improves before taking this one. Gu Shishue exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen calmly glanced at her, said nothing, and walked towards the team accepting the mission. So stubborn. Gu Shishue looked helpless. At this moment, she regretted explaining this task to Su Chen. Little did she know, Su Chen took on this task not only to slay demons but also for another reason. The country the Tang clan fled from was precisely the Eagle Kingdom mentioned in the mission. Ha, Old Li, is the mission going smoothly? A staff member from the mission department joked. Of course not. Do you think I took on a death mission to the Eagle Kingdom to slay demons? A middle-aged man at the front of the team teased while handing over materials. That mission is really deadly. I've heard that 3 or 4 of our Dragon Kingdom's strong ones who took on the mission have died. 3 or 4 Shining Realm experts. Just like that. It's truly a pity. Everyone should stick to tasks within their capabilities, although the lips are gone. The teeth are cold. It's best to avoid such missions if possible. If someone with strength insists on going, it's better to form a team for mutual support. Zhou Lao is right, rewards are good, but you need to be alive to claim them. Many military leaders expressed their sentiments regarding this mission. Gu Shishue heard these words and wanted to advise Su Chen, but when she saw his expressionless face, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. She knew she couldn't persuade him. Name: Su Chen. There weren't many people in the mission department, and soon it was Su Chen's turn. However, when he spoke, the usually bustling mission department fell silent. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look in his direction. Is this Su Chen, the legendary son of prophecy? He really is quite handsome, and to reach this level at such a young age, his talent is indeed monstrous. His demeanor is truly extraordinary. No wonder he is the most prominent prodigy in the current Dragon Kingdom. If the Holy Temple waited for him for a month, if this news spreads, his reputation will surely soar even higher. This person is extremely remarkable. Because of him, most of the Shining Realm experts of the Tang clan have met a tragic end. Everyone, don't provoke him lightly. Is this the Su Chen who was crippled by the 4 great demon lords and then reborn? For a moment, the mission department was filled with whispers, all discussing Su Chen. What mission do you want to take? The staff members snapped back to reality, breaking the silence in the mission department. Hearing this, everyone stopped and looked towards the center. They all wanted to see what task this currently popular prodigy would choose. Ahem, you might be new here and not familiar with the tasks. Xiao Li, go help them, I'll explain to Su Chen. At this moment, a tall woman walked over. taking over the staff members' duties. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding male warriors brightened up. No one expected this usually elusive person to take on the staff's responsibilities. And all of this was because the person accepting the mission was Su Chen. "Hello, Su Chen. My name is Lin Shiyu, one of the main persons in charge of the mission department. Now, let me introduce you to the specific task system here." "No need." Su Chen shook his head. "Oh, it seems you have a task in mind?" Lin Shiyu smiled, a bit surprised. She didn't think she was particularly beautiful or charming, but no man she had spoken to was as calm as Su Chen. "I want to take the mission to slay demons in the Eagle Kingdom." Lin Shiyu was taken aback. "This mission only offers rewards for slaying demon lords. I don't mean to belittle you, but your strength is indeed only at the Qiangyu realm. Taking on this mission is still too risky for you," Lin Shiyu said softly. She brushed her hair back, letting her long, loose strands fall behind her shoulders, revealing her delicate, fair cheeks. Such an alluring scene made many male warriors' eyes light up. It was the first time they had seen Lin Shiyu like this. However, Su Chen remained expressionless, shaking his head as if he had not seen anything. "I've made up my mind. All right, I understand the pride of someone like you, and once you've decided, you won't change it. So, tell me, who are your teammates?" Lin Shiyu sighed, propping her head up, revealing a helpless smile. "Just one person." "Oh, what?" Lin Shiyu paused with her pen, suddenly looking up at Su Chen in disbelief. The surrounding crowd also stared at Su Chen in shock. "No, this task requires a team even for those in the Radiant stage. You're only in the Cosmic stage, and you think you can take on this task alone?" A long time passed before Lin Shiyu managed to calm her inner shock. She simply couldn't understand who had given Su Chen the courage to take on this task alone at the Cosmic stage. If it weren't for the impressive aura he exuded, she would have thrown down her pen and walked away. It was simply too overconfident. Su Chen said nothing, only nodded. His affirmative response surprised not only Lin Shiyu but also many of the powerful warriors present. Some older individuals could no longer contain their curiosity and began to discuss in whispers. Their words revolved around Su Chen being a young bull not afraid of tigers, unaware of the heights of heaven and earth, and so on. But those who walked in from outside knew that Su Chen truly had that strength. "Ahem, young hero Su Chen is quite strong, don't underestimate him," Long Zhan said solemnly. When he noticed Su Chen sizing him up, he endured the pain from his injuries, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and forced a smile. "Hey, Long Zhan, weren't you at the door welcoming Su Chen? How did you get so badly injured?" someone asked. Long Zhan's expression stiffened. Then he sighed. "I just had a spar with young hero Su Chen, I wasn't his opponent." After saying that, Long Zhan left quickly, like a deflated balloon. "What? Long Zhan, a mid-stage radiant warrior who has comprehended 40% of the world's power, actually couldn't defeat Su Chen, who is only at the cosmic stage." A loud exclamation followed. Everyone turned their gaze to Su Chen in the arena. They were unclear about his strength, but they all understood Long Zhan's capabilities. If such a strong warrior couldn't defeat Su Chen, then Su Chen's strength must be at least on par with a mid-stage radiant warrior who had comprehended 50% of the world's power. To unleash such strength at the cosmic stage was simply astonishing. Has he really become this strong? Gu Shishua had her suspicions from the start but dismissed them. After all, throughout human history, no one had ever defeated a radiant warrior with only cosmic stage cultivation. "Su Chen, are you really going to take on this task to kill the demons in the Eagle Kingdom alone?" Su Chen nodded. "If you can defeat Long Zhan, you naturally have the strength to slay the demon lord." "I was being presumptuous." Lin Shiyu self-deprecatingly smiled and quickly completed the task acceptance process. As Su Chen turned to leave, the crowd stepped back to clear a path for him. Strong warriors, no matter where they are, will receive the respect they deserve. Lin Shiyu absent-mindedly organized her materials. Su Chen was the one who spoke the least when she initiated a conversation. Yet he left the deepest impression on her. "Stay true to your heart. No wonder you are called the purest sword cultivator in the current world." Sizzle. In the demon territory, as a bone blade pierced the heart of a demon lord, a scene slowly unfolded. It was a frail figure, wielding a long sword, whose seven-colored swordlight shone as brightly as the sun, slaying tens of thousands of demons. Behind him, a large flag embroidered with an eagle swayed precariously. "He has gone to the Eagle Kingdom." The old woman with a bone blade gritted her teeth and spoke. In front of her, 4 demon lords knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. If Su Chen were here, he would surely recognize that these 4 demon lords were the very ones who had once hunted him down, stripped him of his cultivation, and shattered his physique. 4 demon lords, and you let a single Qiongyu realm escape. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths, the old woman said coldly. Please spare us, Lord Ye. If it weren't for He Yaowu's intervention at that time, we would have surely killed him. Moreover, we never expected him to recover his cultivation so quickly. We beg Lord Ye to give us a chance to redeem ourselves. We are willing to go to the Eagle Kingdom and kill him to make up for our previous mistakes. Lord Ye, spare us. We are willing to go to the Eagle Kingdom to kill this person. Hearing this, the group of Qingmu Tianzuan turned pale with fear, frantically bowing and pleading for mercy. Slap! A flash of bloodlight passed, and the 4 of them immediately spat out blood and were sent flying. Yet even so, they did not dare to harbor any thoughts of resistance. They endured the blow. Swish! 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 At the same time, 6 shadowy figures shrouded in thick mist appeared. Without exception, they were all late-stage experts of the Shining Realm. You 4, along with the 6 late-stage demon lords, go and kill him for me. If you fail again this time, bring your heads to me. Yes, the 4 demon lords hurriedly bowed in agreement. This child has broken through and is difficult to kill. The blood blade of the earth, infused with the blood of hundreds of earth lords, as long as it strikes him, with the power of the world within, it will surely be able to strangle him. The old woman's robe moved, and a dark red short blade immediately appeared before the Qingmu demon lord, who did not dare to delay and quickly accepted it. Go! It was only when the old woman gave the order that they stepped into the void and left. Meanwhile, Eagle Kingdom. Emergency notice, the 3rd city wall has completely collapsed, and the demon race is invading in large numbers. All citizens of the Eagle Kingdom are urged to evacuate to relatively safe areas inland as soon as possible. Emergency notice, the 3rd city wall has completely collapsed, and the demon race is invading in large numbers. All citizens of the Eagle Kingdom are urged to evacuate to relatively safe areas inland as soon as possible. Emergency notice, the 3rd city wall has completely collapsed, and the demon race is invading in large numbers. All citizens of the Eagle Kingdom are urged to evacuate to relatively safe areas inland as soon as possible. Emergency! The piercing alarm sounded, followed by the massive high-speed rail city wall crashing down. Countless warriors retreated into the city, organizing the evacuation orderly. Those holding Eagle Kingdom citizen ID cards may proceed to the evacuation point to leave the area. Those holding Eagle Kingdom citizen ID cards may proceed to the evacuation point to leave the area. Those holding Eagle Kingdom citizen ID cards may proceed to the evacuation point to leave the area. At the city gate, countless people surged here, wanting to escape, but the warriors guarding this place blocked the exit, only allowing citizens of the Eagle Kingdom to leave. The demon race was fierce, and before long, they had invaded the city, slaughtering indiscriminately. Yet the Eagle Kingdom warriors guarding the exit merely watched coldly, still only allowing citizens of the Eagle Kingdom to leave. In less than a minute, only foreigners remained here. Damn it, you should let us leave now. Let us out, you cold-hearted bastards. It's truly despicable. Get out of the way. Everyone rush together. If we don't leave now, we will surely die in the bellies of these beasts. The crowd quickly surged to the exit. They thought that once the citizens of the Eagle Kingdom left, they could follow suit. But several walls of world power condensed to seal the only gap here. If you leave, who will hold off these beasts and cover the evacuation of our Eagle Kingdom citizens? A blonde, blue-eyed expert of the Shining Realm from the Eagle Kingdom sneered coldly and left with an indifferent expression. It's inhumane. You use citizens of other countries as bait. You will not die a good death. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to this damned country. Help! Someone save us. In high positions, committing such beastly acts. You are truly not human. Help! Among the crowd, the strongest was merely at the wind control level, while most were at the spirit river or mountain building levels, and many were ordinary people with no cultivation. With such strength, they could not resist the overwhelming and imposing demon race. In just a moment, this city was slaughtered by the demons. The remaining humans rose up in resistance, but it was like trying to stir the sea with sand. They could not create a single ripple. This scene was also broadcast online. Many netizens witnessed this and criticized the Eagle Nation, but it had no effect at all. In this era of extraordinary spread in human weakness, the power of public opinion seemed insignificant.
Embassies of various countries in the Eagle Nation seem to have agreed to release statements at the same time,
announcing the abandonment of rescue efforts.
Only the Dragon Nation's embassy immediately sent out news of the rescue to all the powerful warriors in the Dragon Nation.
However, the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation had always been at odds,
and the number of powerful warriors stationed here was extremely scarce,
most of whom were on the battlefield, restrained by the demons.
To reach here for a rescue in a short time was akin to dreaming.
"Mommy, are we going to die?"
A little girl in a pink cotton jacket blinked her eyes and asked innocently.
"It's okay. Our Dragon Nation is very strong. We will definitely be rescued."
The woman tightly held the little girl. Not far behind them was the hell of slaughter where demons were killing humans. Many demons were baring their fangs and rushing over like a swarm, but the little girl could not see any of this. Even if she lifted her head, all she saw was a blue sky in her mother's face, which was forcing calmness, but she could feel that her mommy was panicking to the extreme at that moment. The hand holding her was tightening more and more.
"Mommy, Hanhai is not afraid. Look, I have this."
The little girl raised her hand,
waving a red flag with dragon patterns.
"Silly child. It's mommy's fault. I shouldn't have brought you here."
The woman's tightly wound heart could no longer hold back.
She held the little girl tightly and began to sob softly.
"And this?"
The little girl smiled and released her other hand. Inside was a crumpled photo. She remembered that it was taken by that powerful handsome brother for her and her mother.
"Mommy, Teacher Wani said that if we encounter danger,
we shouldn't be afraid because we have a powerful country behind us. As long as we hold the little red flag and sing the national anthem,
no matter how far away, our great motherland will bring us home." "Mommy, Teacher Wani also taught us to sing the national anthem. Shall we sing together?" The woman said nothing,
only tightening her grip on the little girl a bit more.
"I'm going to start singing now."
The little girl waved the small red flag, and her innocent singing voice slowly began to rise.
As if influenced,
the people fleeing around them gradually stopped.
Many from the Dragon Nation, seeing this scene,
silently shed tears. They choked up and began to hum along, using their flesh and blood to protect this mother and child.
"You can't do it like this. Teacher Wani said that when singing the national anthem, you must sing loudly and seriously. Follow me. Sing again."
The little girl scolded, turning her head up and singing loudly.
The crowd,
with tears and bitter smiles, raised their voices significantly.
Soon,
a powerful and resonant national anthem spread from this place,
echoing throughout the city.
All the people from the Dragon Nation who heard this song stopped and sang along. As this situation continued to spread,
it wasn't long before the national anthem of the Dragon Kingdom echoed in every corner of the city. Even though people were dying every second, the anthem grew ever louder.
Sizzle. The demon clan slaughtered swiftly, and within minutes, the last person standing around the little girl was also cut down. The splattering blood stained the little girl's chubby face red.
However, in the face of these brutal demons,
the little girl showed no fear. Instead, she raised the national flag and a crumpled photograph high above her head.
"Monsters, I'm not afraid of you. My son is brave, and in our Dragon Kingdom, there are no cowards."
Swish! The bloodthirsty demons paid no heed to her words, raising their sharp claws to strike. Just as the claws were about to tear the little girl apart, a sword light that spanned 100 miles suddenly appeared, slashing through the demon and creating waves that gradually wiped out hundreds of thousands of demons.
"I knew it. I knew it. Teacher Wani wouldn't lie to me. As long as we sing the national anthem, our great motherland will definitely come to save us."
The little girl shouted joyfully, but as she spoke, she ran into her mother's arms,
sobbing uncontrollably.
Yet that little red flag and the photograph were still held high.
"Su Chen, is that you?"
the woman exclaimed in surprise as she saw the frail figure walking slowly towards them.
"Quickly leave. I've opened the exit," Su Chen said before stepping into the void and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already at the next location of a trapped person.
The song of the Dragon Kingdom's anthem guided him there. Swish! With a swing of his sword, he rescued this person while simultaneously slaying hundreds of thousands of demons.
Ding! Host has slain demons x456, 753, gaining attribute points 315, 432, 651. Sizzle! Hundreds of thousands of pillars of blood essence surged into Su Chen's body,
making him appear like a god of death.
Soon, following the sound of the national anthem, Su Chen moved to the next location. Before long,
all the surviving people of the Dragon Kingdom and the city were saved by him. Survivors from other countries also escaped to safety as he broke through the barriers at the exit.
"Mommy, Brother Su Chen is so amazing," the little girl in a pink cotton jacket exclaimed. As the woman turned around, she saw that frail figure, carrying a cloud of blood, walking into the endless horde of demons. This scene, at that moment,
spread across major websites of the human race and quickly topped the trending charts on various platforms.
Upon seeing this image, netizens from various countries were moved to tears. "Though there are thousands of demons, I will go. This man, with his own strength, has opened a path home for everyone. Compared to him, the guards of the Eagle Kingdom are mere butchers. Who is he? I want his information. I want to marry him to repay the favor of saving my brother. The sky is brilliant. The Dragon Kingdom's anthem resounds, but compared to that rainbow sword light, it all seems dim. Why is such a warrior not in our country, but in the mysterious East? Su Chen, you are the best." At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's embassy in the Eagle Kingdom posted an update.
It contained only one image.
One half showed the vibrant dragon pattern flag of the Dragon Kingdom,
and the other half depicted the frail figure, shrouded in blood clouds,
walking towards the demons. The image had 2 short lines of text.
"When the Dragon Kingdom's flag is raised and the national anthem sounds,
no matter where you are, someone will bring you home. Behind you, there is not only Su Chen, but also a great motherland." Once the update was posted, it topped the trending charts.
That frail silhouette pierced into everyone's heart like a sharp sword.
Many foreigners, seeing this, tagged their own national departments, but without exception,
their pleas fell on deaf ears.
No country dared to make such bold claims as the Dragon Kingdom.
Since the mysterious country standing in the east has revived its spiritual energy, it has been crushing various nations with a powerful stance,
becoming an undeniable, transcendent great power. Meanwhile,
various departments of the Dragon Country have released a series of updates regarding this image.
Dragon Country Border Headquarters, gentlemen, the war of extermination is about to arrive. Are you willing to join Su Chen in slaying the demons? Dragon Country Law Enforcement Department, this time, he is very lonely. Next time, please step forward and tell him that even though the road ahead is perilous, there are still people by his side. Dragon Country Imperial Capital University, want to fight alongside him? Then come to the Imperial Capital University.
Such a scene quickly topped the trending searches with the support of major platforms.
Upon seeing this,
the people of the Dragon Country felt an overwhelming sense of pride surge within them.
In this life,
I have no regrets joining the Dragon Country. In the next life,
I will still be a citizen of the Dragon Country.
The so-called peaceful years are merely because someone is bearing the weight for us.
Su Chen, well done.
I did not cry. If I must blame someone, blame my eyes for witnessing this tear-jerking scene.
Everyone, step back. Allow me to battle this demon race, Su Chen. Seeing this figure, I truly want to pick up my weapon and slay demons alongside him. He is so lonely. Ding. Host has slain Demon Race X470, 325, and gained attribute points 401, 253, 731.
With a swing of his sword, Su Chen once again slaughtered a group of demons. Bathed in the blood clouds formed from numerous cultivators, he possessed 10 dantians,
his spiritual power vast as the sea. He resembled a war god, growing more courageous with each kill. Ding!
Host has obtained a breakthrough node in the Radiant Realm X1.
Current total number of nodes is 5. Distance to break through the Radiant Realm requires 5 nodes. 10 dantians, 10 nodes,
must break through together to enter the Radiant Realm.
Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his sword,
he continued to slay the demons.
Like the winter demon tide,
these demons that entered this place first were all of low level, with the highest being at the Wind Control Realm.
Such demons, even when gathered together, posed no threat to him. Whoosh! At that moment,
many demons seemed to receive a call and began to retreat.
Just as Su Chen intended to pursue,
several demon lords appeared before him,
blocking his path. Dragon Country Human Race, Xiangyu Realm,
unleashing such combat power.
Interesting?
One demon lord said coldly. You killed millions of my demon kin. Today, you will stay here.
He belongs to me. Whoever competes with me will not have a good end. A demon holding a spear sneered, instantly unleashing a whirl to suppress Su Chen. Boom, crack. A terrifying pressure descended,
and half of the city's buildings turned to ashes in an instant.
The void annihilated. The surrounding world plunged into chaos. But in the blink of an eye,
a 7-colored sword light burst forth.
splitting this world in two. But the demon lord holding the spear was severely injured, his face turning pale immediately, and he spewed out mouthfuls of reverse blood, like a river flowing backward, uncontrollably gushing forth. Whoosh! At the same time, a frail figure suddenly appeared before him, and with a single sword strike, decapitated him. Ding! Host has slain Demon Race X1. Gained attribute points 1, 000, 000. This scene unfolded in an instant, and the nearby demon lords didn't even have time to react. Upon witnessing Su Chen slay a demon lord with a single sword, several demon lords immediately opened their worlds and retreated. Such speed, even if they used the power of the world, could not match. How could they know that the speed just now was achieved by Su Chen stacking 10 rules of wind, 10 rules of space, and 100 domains of wind? After landing a hit, Su Chen did not stop, his figure shifted, enveloped in 7-colored sword light, quickly arriving at the territory of the next demon lord. Damn human race, I will take your life another day. The demon lord roared in anger, and with a thought, he vanished into the void to escape. However, how could his mid-stage brilliance realm speed, which comprehended the power of the 4-layered world, possibly compare to Su Chen, who was faster than a flash? In just a few seconds, the dazzling 7-colored sword light sliced through the demon lord's world. At the same time, a 7-colored sword light mixed with black and white fell from his forehead. Sizzle. Blood rained down. A generation of demon lords perished in regret. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1. Gained 1, 000, 000 attribute points. Ding! Host has obtained a breakthrough node in the Brilliance Realm X1. Current total number of nodes is 6. Distance to break through the Brilliance Realm required nodes is 4. When Su Chen returned to the sky above the city, the world was clear, and there was no trace of any demon race, but the black mist shrouding the horizon, like a celestial curtain, spoke of the demon's great power. He did not pursue. With a tremor of his sword, 10 domains of chaotic sword intent descended, and the vast city was instantly buried underground, no longer resembling its former self. In the center of the city, only a Dragon Kingdom flag remained, fluttering in the wind. We are late, we hope young friend Su Chen will forgive us. At that moment, a group of Dragon Kingdom warriors stepped out of the void. Upon seeing the scene before them, each person clasped their fist in respect. Su Chen said nothing and turned to leave. The battlefield assigned to him by the Holy Temple this time was in the eastern part of the Eagle Kingdom. There, it was both a territory ravaged by demons and a gathering place for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It was over 100,000 miles away from here, with the cultivation of the Qiangyu realm, fighting against tens of millions of demons and forcefully slaying 2 demon lords. Truly terrifying. In place, after a long silence, someone among the Brilliance Realm experts finally spoke, breaking the quiet. I used to think his reputation was exaggerated, but now I see how shallow we were. With such a genius in our Dragon Kingdom, we will surely prosper and revive. You all have read the ancient texts, but you may not know that these contributions are all from Su Chen. Hiss. However, Su Chen's direction should also be towards the eastern war zone of the Eagle Kingdom. Everyone has taken that mission, and perhaps we will have the chance to fight alongside him. Looking forward to it. The group sighed and then left the place. System, opened the attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen Cultivation, Midstage Qiangyu Realm 20, 263, 732/40, 000, 000, Breakthrough to Radiant Realm Node X6, points available, attribute points, 2, 516, 123, for 23 Physique, 1, 20, 636, 457, Body of 10,000 Mountains, points available. Transformation occurs when Physique reaches 1 billion, Spirit, 56, 600, 234, Unique Insight, points available. Transformation occurs when Spirit reaches 80 million, Talent, Pure Sword Heart, SS level Bloodthirst 0/80 million, S level Nightshade 0/5 million, A level Madness 0 for 500, 000, A level Sword Soul 0 out of 500, 000, points available, domain, attribute Tao intent, yes gold S wood S water S fire S earth S ice S thunder S light S dark, S level confinement domain 3 million/80 million, transcendent supreme sword Tao, S level chaotic sword intent domain, 0/80 million, gun Tao intent, S level gun domain, 70, 000/30 million, wind Tao intent, Weapon Dow Intent, S level Knife S Fork S Staff S Whip S Halberd S Hammer S Axe S Spear S Hook. Wind Dow Intent, S level Wind Domain, 850. 000/20 million, S Swift S Blue Steel S Lightning S Ethereal S Spring Breeze S Cold Soul S Revive S Illusion S Soar, X10, points available, rules, E-Level Light Rule 0/10 million, E-Level Space Rule 0/10 million, E-Level Wind Rule 0/10 million, E-Level Dark Rule 0/10 million, E-Level Venom Rule, E-Level Suppression Rule, E-Level Assassination Rule, E-Level Wood Rule. X10, points available, martial skills, C-level sword skill Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A-level AoE sword skill Autumn Water, proficiency, perfect. S-level sword skill Demon Slayer, proficiency, perfect. Points not available, weapon, Pseudo-S, Excalibur. Attributes, S-level sharpness 0/2 million. S-level Excalibur Intent 0 of 500. 000. S-level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. E-level Excalibur Formation 0/2 million. E-level Excalibur Spirit 0/5 million. Points available, points for cultivation increased by 139, 736, 268. Ding. Points allocation complete. Host gains breakthrough to Radiant Realm Node X4. Now the host has a total of breakthrough to Radiant Realm Nodes X10. Cultivation breakthrough to Radiant Realm 0/100 billion. Note, the host consumes 10 billion attribute points for 1 Dantian to break through to Bodhi Realm. 10 Dantians equal 100 billion attribute points. Boom, crack. With a loud explosion, all domains and rules within Su Chen's body surged into the chaotic sword intent domain. The domain, which originally only had colorful sword light swirling, suddenly underwent a qualitative change at this moment, becoming increasingly close to the real world. At the same time, all the spiritual energy within him transformed into world power. Crack, crack, crack. Above the heavens, black calamity clouds gathered, spanning thousands of miles. Thunderous dragons twisted and turned within, their long howls echoing. Zila, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning surged forth, followed by the thunderous dragons descending, engulfing Su Chen, the violent and pure thunderous essence, accompanied by spiritual energy from thousands of miles around, propelled Su Chen's cultivation to the radiant realm. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, 9 streams of intent surged into the domain, making the already approaching real-world domain even more fitting to reality. This situation was something Su Chen had not felt among other Radiant Realm powerhouses, but he knew that his chaotic sword intent domain had, at this moment, truly transformed into the chaotic sword intent world. Zila, affected by this, Excalibur trembled. The azure sword surged, spiraling within the world, spinning endlessly. As the surrounding anomalies settled, Su Chen's thoughts stirred, and the world of chaos sword intent unfolded, instantly covering a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. With a flick of his fingertip, countless mountains and rivers surged forth from this world. The previously somewhat monotonous realm began to resemble a true world more and more. Within this world, every casual strike from Su Chen carried terrifying world power. Along with all the rules and domains he had comprehended earlier, the 9 paths of intent acted like bridges, connecting all powers together, making his world feel as real as the true world. Unlike the worlds of other Radiant Realm powerhouses, which were filled with a strong sense of division, Su Chen felt that the strength of his world could rival that of the Suppression Tower world. The difference was that his world was not yet capable of sustaining life like the Suppression Tower world, nor could it be compressed within a single treasure. Yet even so, standing within the Radiant Realm, Su Chen was already invincible. System, increase mental attribute to 80 million. Ding, attribute points added. Total consumption, 23, 399, 766. Ding, mental attribute has reached 80 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Heaven-Defying Comprehension. The host's comprehension has reached an unprecedented height. Anything in the world can be understood and sublimated in a very short time as long as the host observes it. Upgrade the Extermination Sword Array to S level. Ding! The Extermination Sword Array has been upgraded to S level. Total consumption, 87 million attribute points. S level Extermination Sword Array, a grand formation established with the Extermination Sword as the core, covering a radius of 5,000 miles. Anyone who steps into the sword array will be attacked by 100 sword lights infused with Extermination Sword intent every breath. Upgrade the Extermination Sword Spirit to S level. Ding! The Extermination Sword Spirit has been upgraded to S level. Total consumption, 200 million attribute points. Ding! All attributes of the Extermination Sword have been upgraded to S level. Current level of the Extermination Sword is S level. Swish! The moment the system prompt fell, the Extermination Sword radiated a brilliant blue light. In an instant, many lights converged, and the previous location of the Extermination Sword was devoid of any sword shadows, leaving only a woman with long blue hair standing there. Master! No need to call me Master, just call me Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. Alright, Master Su Chen. The sword spirit doesn't have a name yet. Master Su Chen, can you give me one? From now on, you shall be called Tianqing. Tianqing. The sword spirit looked up upon hearing this. The sky was as blue as the sea, resembling her cascading blue hair. A smile graced her lips, clearly fond of this name. System, increase physique to 1 billion points. Ding! Attribute points added. Total consumption, 679, 343, 502. Upon breaking through the Radiant Realm, both physique and mental attributes were significantly enhanced, effectively saving Su Chen a considerable amount of attribute points. Ding! Physique attribute has reached 1 billion. A qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Body. Divine Body, 30% damage reduction from SSS level weapon attacks, including spirit weapons, world attachments, domains, intent, and rule powers. Complete immunity to damage from SS level and below weapons, including spirit weapons, and when fighting with the physical body, can condense it to assist, providing astonishing amplification. Boom, crack. A loud explosion echoed, followed by a 7-colored emerging behind Su Chen. The resembled Su Chen, towering several dozen feet high, standing in the void, with swirling 7-colored power that spoke of the terrifying strength contained within him. From a distance, it looked like a deity had descended. Even the S-level Extermination Sword Spirit Tianqing felt the pressure and involuntarily took several steps back. In place, Su Chen's body trembled as he thrust a fist forward. Crack, crack, crack. Where the fist wind passed, the void was annihilated. The power contained within spread nearly 500 miles before gradually dissipating. Swish! At that moment, Su Chen moved, retreating into the avatar. The imposing avatar, with its eyes closed in silent authority, suddenly opened its eyes with a thunderous roar. A violent 7-colored gale erupted from its body, shattering the vacuum of the surrounding 100-mile expanse, instantly filling it with the 7-colored wind. Crack! Su Chen threw a punch, and the avatar followed suit. Crack! The astonishing 7-colored fist light surged forth, resembling a rainbow cloud, shattering the sky above him for nearly 800 miles in one blow. This nearly 50% massive amplification left even Su Chen astonished. If he relied solely on his physical strength without using his cultivation, he was confident he could defeat anyone, any beast. However, whether human or beast, none were fools who would just stand there and take a beating. After familiarizing himself with the avatar's use for a while, Su Chen dispersed it and turned to look at his attribute panel, but quickly closed it. He needed to reserve some attribute points for emergencies. Tianqing. Master Su Chen. Let's go. Swish. The world opened up. Su Chen stood within, treading upon mountains, rivers, and grass, with the sun, moon, and stars above his head. Tianqing quietly followed a step behind him, her expression gentle, her gaze shimmering with azure swordlight. Meanwhile, in the eastern war zone of the Eagle Nation, more than a dozen powerful beings gathered in a meeting room, their expressions grim. Damn it, this Su Chen from the Dragon Nation appears at this time. Isn't that just a slap in the face to our Eagle Nation's guard? The powerful figure at the head of the table slammed his fist down. The unrestrained force shattered the marble long table into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. But this guy's strength is indeed formidable, relying solely on the Qianyu realm. He can contend with so many demon clans and even force them back. That's no small feat. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman said solemnly, if it weren't for that George guy breaking the rule that Shining Realm experts shouldn't act lightly, our Eagle Nation wouldn't be so passive. A man in a black robe said coldly, enough talk. At this point, according to the highest commander's wishes, we just need to do our best to protect the citizens of the Eagle Nation. We can't manage anything else. An old man in a red robe said darkly, ha, isn't the Dragon Nation quite brave? I propose that the Eastern War Zone's guard fully retreat and let the people of the Dragon Nation hold the fort.
After all, there are the most Dragon Nation people in this area. Even if it gets breached, it won't have too great an impact. At that moment, a man in a white suit walked in. His words plunged everyone in the meeting room into deep thought. This move does not contradict the commander's intentions, it is indeed a good plan, the shadowy old man said. Agreed. Many of our guard have died these days, while the people of the Dragon Nation have only lost one or two at most. I don't believe that after we retreat, they will also give up on these Dragon Nation people and retreat with us, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman said. Soon, everyone in the meeting room agreed to this proposal. The man at the head of the table pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, then nodded. Notify all citizens of the Eagle Nation to retreat with us. Those unwilling to retreat will be considered to have given up their Eagle Nation citizenship. Additionally, spread the news that we are going to support another war zone. Should we also inform the other countries? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman said solemnly. The man at the head looked at her in confusion. What I mean is, aside from the people of the Dragon Nation, inform the others from the remaining countries to retreat with us. This move is beneficial for our Eagle Nation to win over other nations. And isn't the Dragon Nation boasting about being strong? I want to see how they can stop the demon army with just a few Shining Realm warriors. Let's do it that way. The man nodded. Soon, under their organization, the vast majority of citizens from the Eagle Nation and people from other countries chose to retreat. Beneath the vast city walls, most of the remaining people were from the Dragon Kingdom. What should we do, Captain? The Eagle Kingdom's guard and some strong warriors from other nations have retreated. Should we follow suit? On the city wall stood 5 men, all with serious expressions and furrowed brows. The one who spoke was a relatively young man. We cannot, the leader said in a deep voice. Our Dragon Kingdom has just begun to build momentum. If we abandon these civilians and retreat, our reputation will suffer a heavy blow. But I just went to check on them, and they have no intention of taking any Dragon Kingdom people with them. One man said helplessly. Such inhumane actions can only be done by those beasts from the Eagle Kingdom. Damn it, do they really think we will let them manipulate us like this? The reason we came here was to help kill the monsters. Yet these beasts not only show no gratitude but also act in such a way. It's infuriating. The younger man looked displeased. His surging cultivation at the mid-stage of the Radiant Realm was like boiling water, constantly churning. Make arrangements to have the Dragon Kingdom civilians shorten their living distances. If we can't hold the line, we will relocate them to safety in the world. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the expressions of the others darkened a few shades. Captain, we only have 3 small teams here, totaling just over 10 Radiant Realm experts. While this strength is not weak, it is still insufficient against the monster race. Several unfamiliar monster lords have arrived in recent days. Clearly, the monster race is prepared to take this place. Are we really going to defend it? The younger man asked seriously. Before he finished speaking, a person with a heavy expression stepped forward through the void. Everyone, I just received notice that the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Kingdom have decided to incorporate this territory into our Dragon Kingdom's domain. That's ruthless, one man exclaimed angrily. They don't want to defend it themselves, so they just redraw the map for another country. Such despicable tactics. Typical of the Eagle Kingdom. I can't defend this broken place anymore. Whoever wants to defend it can go ahead. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I won't defend it either. Captain, give the order to lead our Dragon Kingdom people back home. To hell with the Eagle Kingdom. I agree. I won't defend it either. Just thinking about these people's faces makes me want to crush them on the spot. The human race has already reached this situation, and they still play such schemes. I won't play alone. The leader's brow was deeply furrowed. After a long while, he finally raised his head and looked coldly at the newcomer. What does the higher-ups mean? The higher-ups want you to escort the Dragon Kingdom people back home. So, we won't defend it? Our Dragon Kingdom is not foolish. Although this territory is not small, it brings more harm than good. There's no need to hold it to the death. All right. Just then, a frail figure stepped out from the void. Su Qin, someone called out. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to him. Su Qin, congratulations on entering the Radiant Realm. I am Zhang Shilong, at the late stage of the Radiant Realm, captain of the Eagle Kingdom's 2nd monster killing team. Su Qin nodded. Here's the thing. Zhang Shilong briefly recounted the series of events that had just occurred. At the same time, he expressed his own stance and the thoughts of the other warriors. Su Qin, Although going back like this is really infuriating. If we don't go back, with our strength, we can't hold this city at all. I want to know what your thoughts are. As soon as he said this, all eyes in the room focused on Su Chen. Defend. Su Chen said expressionlessly. Su Chen, if we defend, won't we be falling for these beasts' tricks? Just thinking about it is unpleasant. A relatively young man complained, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Zhang Shilong. Let Su Chen finish speaking, don't interrupt. Saying this, he turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, you say this for a reason, right? Everyone, why have you come here? Su Chen looked at the crowd. To carry out the demon-slaying mission. To kill the demon lord, the people around said in unison. Well then, let's kill the demon lord. Kill. Wait, what does our presence here have to do with anything? Others have already dug a big pit. Are we really going to jump in with our eyes wide open? The relatively young man said. Speechless. Slap. At that moment, Zhang Shilong next to him suddenly thought of something and slapped him across the face. Captain, what are you doing? I understand what Su Chen means now. It's a great idea. This way, we won't have to take any nonsense, and we can continue to stay here to complete our mission. Truly wonderful. Wonderful. Zhang Shilong seemed not to hear his words and laughed heartily to himself. What do you understand? No matter how much you understand, you can't slap my face. Damn it! Slap! Before the young man could finish, the other side of his face received another hard slap. Sorry, Xiao Zhou. I'm a bit too excited right now. I needed to slap someone to calm down. Damn! Then why hit me? Why not hit yourself? Xiao Zhou retorted angrily. You're better looking than I am. Zhang Shilong replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, the latter's mouth twitched for a moment, and he was left speechless. He could only hold his face with both hands and silently move a few steps to the side. All right, Captain. Hurry up and tell us, stop keeping us in suspense. Someone urged. It's like this, Zhang Shilong said solemnly. Su Chen made it very clear, we are all here to slay the demon lord, which means we only need to kill the demon lord. As for the tedious work of guarding the city walls, it has nothing to do with us, we can ignore it. This damn broken city wall can fall if it wants to, if these low-level demon clans want to enter the Eagle Kingdom. Let them. It's their headache. We just need to kill our demon lord. That's a satisfying approach. But what about the people of the Dragon Kingdom inside the city? Are we just going to ignore their lives? Xiao Zhou interjected. That's the key point. As long as we leave a strong person from the Radiant Realm to take care of them, it's fine. Although the Radiant Realm world doesn't allow ordinary people to survive for long. As long as they stay for a short period, they can leave once the demon tide has passed. After the demon tide, we can release them, and everything will return to normal, right? Zhang Shilong said with a smile. The logic is sound. But if the demon clan enters here and wreaks havoc, how can these people from the Dragon Kingdom live in peace? This was a question Zhang Shilong hadn't considered. He subconsciously regarded these ordinary people and low-level martial artists as the same as them. Who could survive without food or drink? Zhang Shilong, you say you have good comprehension, but you haven't grasped Su Chen's meaning at all. At this moment, an old man stepped out from the void. This person was one of the martial artists who had come to rescue Su Chen when he killed the demon lord earlier. Please enlighten us, Elder Chen. Zhang Shilong clasped his fists. Su Chen's meaning is very simple. We need to kill the demon lord. But according to the mission prompt, only the demon lord killed here counts. So we can only guard. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom below don't necessarily have to stay here. We just need to escort them back to the Dragon Kingdom. Once they leave, we won't have any worries. Under the mutual agreement that the strong from the Bodhi realm cannot intervene, whether to let these demon clans in or stop them is all within our control, right? Elder Chen smiled. That makes sense. At that time, we can unleash a few waves of demon clans to wipe out this group of bastards. Xiao Zhou seemed to have thought of something. Hands on her hips, a face full of resentment. Ahem. What you said, Zhou Xiaoyu, is not right. What do you mean by letting go? Clearly, there are too many demons, and we can't stop them. We simply can't stop them. Old Chen patted Xiao Zhou's shoulder with a meaningful expression. Upon hearing this, her face immediately turned bitter, but her eyes grew even brighter. That's right, with just the few of us, we can't stop them. We simply can't stop them. As expected, everyone agreed to this plan. With Old Chen and several team leaders like Zhang Shilong coordinating, 3 individuals from the Radiant Realm were quickly selected to escort this group of people from the Dragon Kingdom back home. When the news was delivered, not a single person from the Dragon Kingdom objected. However, they did put forward a small condition. That is, they wanted to see Su Chen in person. Once Su Chen made an appearance, the plan was officially implemented. In less than half an hour, hundreds of thousands of people from the Dragon Kingdom were taken away in batches. To showcase the grandeur of a great nation, the 3 powerful individuals from the Radiant Realm also took along some people from other countries. Soon, the bustling small town fell into a long silence, as if no one had ever lived there. Damn it, this is far from our expectations. The Dragon Kingdom is not falling for it at all. Now this annoying garrison task is going to fall on us. In the conference room, the man sitting in the first position shouted angrily. The others beside him also had unsightly expressions but said nothing. Based on the past actions of the Dragon Kingdom, they all thought the Dragon Kingdom would swallow this bitter loss. But they did not expect that the current Dragon Kingdom had already risen to become a superpower. No longer the same as before, easily manipulated. What should we do? If they really leave, who will help us? A man's face showed signs of anxiety. He never wanted to experience the terrifying memories of guarding the city walls again. Currently, powerful warriors from various countries are very scarce. Only the Dragon Kingdom has a few more. If the Dragon Kingdom turns a blind eye, with our meager strength, it will be hard to hold on. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman said solemnly. Creak. Just then, a man pushed the door and walked in. Captain, the Holy Maiden is here. What? Upon hearing this, the man sitting in the first position hurriedly stood up. The people beside him also changed their expressions, filled with fear. I remember. Our escort team hasn't offended the Holy Maiden, right? Why is she coming here this time? The man in the first position seemed to think of some terrifying scenario, his body trembling. It's too terrifying. They say whoever the Holy Maiden looks for ends up miserable. But our Eastern Warzone escort team is so far from the Pope's palace. We have no chance to get close to the Holy Maiden. Why is she here? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman looked very grim. I remember there was a powerful individual from the Radiant Realm in the Pope's palace who contradicted her. And that day he was tied up and burned alive, not even leaving a bone fragment. In the end, it was found out that he merely looked at her a couple of times and was deemed to have committed blasphemy. It's too terrifying. How could she suddenly come here? Although we have been to the Pope's palace, it was only on the outskirts. We had no chance to get close to her. There's no reason to offend her. A man said, trembling. The most ridiculous thing is that someone liked her post, and she considered it an insult to the Holy Maiden, gouging out their eyes and cutting off their hands and feet. Hiss. Mentioning this person, everyone felt a chill. What? Are you all afraid of me? Boom, crack. The door shattered, and a little girl in a white dress walked in. She had long white hair that reached her knees, a slightly round face, fair skin, and blue eyes, wearing a pair of cartoon cat-shaped glasses, looking very cute. But the most eye-catching thing was the pair of pure, flawless white wings gently fluttering on her back. This sight left everyone present in a daze. They had never expected that this saintess, privately compared to Satan, would appear in such a harmless form. Yet, they did not dare to show any signs of negligence. Led by the foremost man, everyone bowed their heads and knelt in greeting. Your Highness, the saintess, get up. The little girl yawned, walked to the front, kicked the leading man aside, and was about to sit down when she seemed to remember something. She kicked the chair in front of her away and instead took out a chair covered in cartoon stickers. After placing it properly, she sat down with a satisfied expression. The crowd remained silent, afraid that a careless word might bring her displeasure. I have come this time because I sensed the emergence of the Chosen One. My task is to bring him back. The direction I sensed is this way. Do any of you think you are the Chosen One? The little girl pinched her chin and scanned everyone present with bright eyes. However, she quickly became disappointed. None of these people stirred any feelings in her. In other words, everyone present was not the Chosen One. According to the information I received, you have retreated here. I want to know, are there any new warriors at the third defense line? You better tell me honestly. I can sense whether you are lying. If I find out someone is deceiving me, then there will be trouble. The little girl licked her lips, and a flash of enchanting pure white light flickered in her eyes. Report to the saintess. The situation here is quite dire. There are no new warriors from the Eagle Nation, but there is a newcomer from the Dragon Nation. The leading man said nervously. Who?
Su Chen. Su Chen. The little girl repeated the name, and suddenly her heart trembled, filled with an indescribable sense of familiarity. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from her, causing all the warriors present to show expressions of wariness. Give me his information. And no. But he is quite famous, you can search for him online. Search online? Upon hearing this, the little girl raised her right hand. At the same time, her lips moved, speaking a standard Dragon Nation language. Little doe. Who is Su Chen? Ding. With a crisp sound, the cartoon cat watch on her wrist lit up immediately. Su Chen, a person from Dakian City in the Dragon Nation, once studied at. His weapon is a sword, and he is also a dual talent holder. The youngest military commander in the Dragon Nation, the youngest university mentor, and the youngest military commander level powerhouse in the Holy Temple. So impressive. It must be him. The little girl closed the watch, stood up with her hands on her hips, and looked at everyone with an air of authority. Take me to find him, Your Highness. This person is from the Dragon Nation. Is he really the chosen one of the language? A flash of white light appeared, and then an old man in a white robe with white hair approached, leaning on his staff. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately knelt on the ground and greeted him loudly. Greetings, Master Mage. The old man said nothing, only looked at the little girl with a serious expression. Whether it is or not, you'll only know after meeting. The little girl replied coldly. By the way, where are the chocolate beans you bought for me? Eagle Nation, Eastern Border War Zone, Steel City Walls. A group of powerful beings gathered here. Before them was an endless sea of waves, like a night curtain. The army of the demon race. The number of demons has increased again, judging by the situation. It seems they are about to take this place in one fell swoop, and the number of demon lords has significantly increased. There were only about 20 before, but now it has risen to over 40. Terrifying. If we can't hold them off later, everyone should escape. The mission doesn't matter, staying alive is the most important. At this rate, among the human nations, the first to be annihilated will undoubtedly be the Eagle Nation. Several powerful beings from the Radiant Realm expressed their sentiments. It's laughable that, facing national extinction, these people are still thinking of using some despicable tactics, sighed Elder Chen Xuanji. Indeed, although there are significant internal struggles in my Dragon Nation, if it reaches this level, millions would volunteer to fight. It would never be like the Eagle Nation, which only thinks of fleeing, echoed Xiaozhou Zhou Qili. Still, the same old saying, we will kill our demon lords, and those numerous low-level demon creatures can be symbolically held off. The rest has nothing to do with us, Zheng Shilong said solemnly. He drew the long sword from his back and curiously looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, I've heard you have a fine sword, may I take a look? Su Chen remained silent, but the calm-faced Tianqing, who stood a step behind him, turned her head. I, Tianqing, am Su Chen's sword. What? Upon hearing this, Zheng Shilong was taken aback. They had discussed the woman behind Su Chen and concluded that Tianqing was a sword cultivator who had come out with Su Chen for a mission. No one expected that this stunningly beautiful woman's true identity was actually Su Chen's sword. Not just Zheng Shilong, even Chen Xuanji and the other powerful beings from the Radiant Realm were shocked. Terrifying, the sword can take form, and its intelligence is so high. Could it be that this? Cough. Miss Tianqing's level has already upgraded to SSS? As if recalling something, Chen Xuanji looked at Tianqing in astonishment. Soon, Tianqing's lips curled slightly as her gaze fell on the frail figure before her. He had promised that one day, he would help her regain her former might. Whoosh! As the demon creatures approached, Tianqing's figure suddenly dissipated, transforming into a deep blue long sword, quietly hovering beside Su Chen. Such sharpness is truly extraordinary. And this sword, Miss Tianqing still has the potential for advancement. Young friend Su Chen, you truly have remarkable fortune. Chen Xuanji laughed. I thought my S-level hardiness spear was more powerful, but now compared to Su Chen's, Miss Tianqing, it's like heaven and earth. My big knife has some potential for advancement, but upgrading all attributes to S-level is already the limit. I didn't expect Miss Tianqing to possess the potential to advance to SSS. It's truly enviable. Since ancient times, a fine sword matches a hero, and only Miss Tianqing is worthy to follow Su Chen. That's the truth. As everyone marveled, the surging demon creatures had already besieged the city. Everyone, let me start with a flourish. A powerful being from the Radiant Realm laughed heartily, and the world opened up, pressing down and encompassing hundreds of miles. In an instant, over 100,000 demon creatures perished, turning into a mist of blood. You conserve your spiritual power quite well, I'll do one too. With Radiant Realm strength, facing these low-level demon creatures was akin to slaughter. This powerful being made a slight move and took down around 200,000 low-level demon creatures. Everyone just make one move to show us who can kill the most demons, Chen Xuanji shouted. His arm spinning as a long spear shattered the void and shot out. It carried his world power, its might grand, shattering the vacuum as it plunged straight into the dense mass of demon creatures. Boom! With a loud explosion, a blood mist mushroom cloud suddenly erupted in front of the city wall. Once the surroundings settled, the area where the spear landed had been blasted out to nearly 200 miles of open space. But as the demon creatures continued to surge in, this area was filled within just a few minutes. Let's not say too much. Just aim for 380,000. For a little bit of good fortune. With a long spear in hand, Chen Xuanji laughed loudly. That's not fair. Old Chen. You should have said that earlier. I ended up killing so few. Exactly. I killed even less. The two earlier attackers from the Radiant Realm looked gloomy. However, they did not strike again. After all, they needed to conserve their strength to face the impending arrival of the Demon Lord. I also want to get a pleasing number. Zheng Shilong then made his move, his long sword slicing through the air, the power of the world spreading out. Below the city wall, another area soon became a bloody mess. But quickly, it was replenished by the demon clan from behind. Not too much, not too little. 41,680. Zheng Shilong laughed. At the same time, many other Radiant Realm experts also made their moves, their killing power clearing out a nearly 1,000-mile vacuum zone beneath the city wall. Even the overwhelming black mist that surged forward retreated slightly. Ha ha, refreshing, refreshing. We Radiant Realm experts may not have the power to move mountains and fill seas, but we can certainly blow up hills and seas, Chen Xuanji said, pulling out a small wine flask from somewhere and drinking alone. But the number of demons is still too great to hold this place against such a wave of low-level demons. Even 5 Radiant Realm experts are not enough. After all, spiritual power will eventually be exhausted, while demons are endless. Zheng Shilong sighed. Alas, though I really don't want to admit it, the fact is indeed so. Practice harder. What 5, 10, or 100 Radiant Realm experts cannot do, a Bodhi Realm expert might accomplish easily. Do you think breaking through to the Bodhi Realm is that easy? If it were so simple, my vast dragon kingdom wouldn't have only a few visible ones. It's somewhat ironic. In novels, cultivation is all about achieving immortality and living as long as the heavens. Yet here in our broken place, it's just to kill one more demon? What a downer. I'm still waiting for Su Chen to come and give me a drink. You all are here wallowing in sorrow. Are you still going to kill the Demon Lord? Chen Xuanji called out. Hearing this, everyone snapped back to attention, their eyes fixed on Su Chen. Everyone knew Su Chen, everyone had seen his recordings, but very few had witnessed Su Chen's true power in action. The strength of this renowned figure in the martial arts world, the child of prophecy, was something everyone present wanted to see for themselves. Come on, Su Chen, before the big battle, let's get a good omen. It's one of our little traditions here. Zheng Shilong laughed. All right. Su Chen nodded. Gripping his long sword, he lightly swiped it in front of him. Just as everyone was puzzled by this action, a 7-colored swordlight, mixed with black and white, whistled away, rapidly expanding. However, in just a moment, this swordlight had spread to nearly 200 miles. The Radiant Realm experts present showed visible apprehension in their eyes. Even Chen Xuanji looked astonished. To create such power with such a casual sword swing, it was feared that his true strength was already approaching the late stage of the Radiant Realm, or even peak existence. This person was truly extraordinary. If he continued to grow like this, he might very well become the next Bodhi Realm expert. Whoosh! The wide sword light, nearly 300 miles across, descended, and the explosive force directly pushed back the surging black mist by several hundred meters. Boom, crack! At the same time, the void fell into silence, and amidst the chaotic and formless powers, only that slowly dissipating 7-colored swordlight remained. Ding! Host has slain demons X923, 536, gaining attribute points, 634, 258, 091. Once all the anomalies settled,
Nearly 1,000,000 demon corpses stood in disarray, blood flowing like rivers, and the air that drifted over carried an extremely strong stench of blood. I just took a look, and it's roughly 888,888. Indeed, it's a good number, Chen Xuanji said with a smile. May I ask, young friend Su Chen, what is the name of this sword? World Rainbow Slash Against Demons, Su Chen replied calmly. A good name. It has the world, it has the rainbow, and it slays demons, truly remarkable. Chen Xuanji gave a thumbs up. The other powerful beings of the Radiant Realm nodded in agreement. I've never quite understood why, knowing that sending these low-level demon races as vanguards is tantamount to sending them to their deaths, we still let them take the lead? Zhou Qili frowned. You've killed too few demons, kid. If you had killed more, you'd realize that the demons acting as vanguards are destined to die. Destined to die? Then what's the point of charging in? Zhou Qili raised an eyebrow. What's the point of charging in? Chen Xuanji said solemnly. You all know that the demon race is a group of brutal, bloodthirsty beasts. Blood can stimulate their ferocity, and flesh can replenish their strength. They are not like us humans, who have a stable supply line. In other words, the blood spilled by the demons that die in front becomes the best war drum for the demons behind, and their corpses are the best rations for the demons at the rear. Every battle they fight is with the determination to sink the boats behind them. So, for the demons, if the vanguard doesn't die, the morale is unstable. Upon hearing this, everyone looked toward the front of the city wall. They saw countless demons rushing toward the wall, their eyes bloodshot as they picked up the remains of their kind from the ground and began to chew on them. Such a horrific scene made Zhou Qili's face twitch. However, the others were already accustomed to it, their expressions unchanged. Kill! Accompanied by a roar that echoed through the void, the endless bodies of demons trembled, and they launched their attack one after another. At the same time, nearly 30 demon lords emerged from the void, coldly staring at Su Chen and his group. Chen Xuanji put away the wine jug and silently placed his hand on the spear beside him. The other powerful beings of the Radiant Realm also tightened their grips on their weapons without a word. Without any further words, Su Chen was the first to raise his sword and leap out of the city wall to kill. In just a moment, dozens of rainbows suddenly lit up in the arena, like the early sun dispelling the boundless darkness. Kill! Chen Xuanji charged forward with his spear. The other powerful beings of the Radiant Realm also raised their weapons to meet the oncoming attack. Crack! At that moment, the demon Su Chen had previously slain transformed into lines of bright red blood, infusing into his body. At the same time, his talons surged, and his sword spirit erupted. With blood clouds on his back, long hair flowing, and his crimson eyes, he looked like a humanoid killing god come to claim lives. In just a moment, the demon lords surrounding Su Chen had increased to more than 10. Kill him, and go to the Earth Lord for a reward. No wonder he has the qualifications to save humanity. This child's growth speed and strength are indeed extraordinary. Kill. Die. You. Boom, crack. 10 powerful forces descended from the world, and even Su Chen was pushed back several hundred steps under this impact. Whoosh! Just as the demon lords were about to continue their suppression, Su Chen's figure suddenly vanished. This is his talent, Dark Night, which allows him to hide in the void. Quickly use the light pearl to restrain him. One demon lord roared. Hearing this, several nearby demon lords immediately followed him and took out a pearl-emitting blinding light. 10 pearls appeared in succession, illuminating a radius of 300 miles as if it were daytime. We didn't find his figure. It seems this person has retreated beyond 100 miles. A demon lord sneered. When they received the news of Su Chen coming to this place, they had already devised all the methods to deal with him. This light pearl was prepared specifically to counter his talent. Dark Night. Do not be careless, this person is extremely formidable. Every time he steps into the same realm, he becomes an invincible presence. Now that he has entered the Radiant Realm, his strength will surely multiply. As soon as another demon lord finished speaking, a 7-colored sword light suddenly appeared before him. The terrifying power emanating from it shattered the void within a radius of several hundred miles. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, gaining 1,000,000 attribute points. Once all the anomalies dissipated, only a headless corpse remained in the arena. This is bad. This person can also conceal his form in broad daylight. He must have comprehended the true meaning of black and white. Quickly tighten the encirclement, do not get separated. One demon lord roared, while the other demon lords,
fearing that Su Chen's next target would be them, hurriedly closed the distance. However, one demon lord was still a step too late. Without any surprise, Su Chen, concealed beneath the blinding white light, swung his sword, and the world-long rainbow slash struck, directly severing the demon lord's head. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, gaining 1,000,000 attribute points. Damn it, this person's strength has far exceeded our expectations. You all must not separate, try not to give him the chance to pick you off, one demon lord said solemnly. The expressions of the other demon lords were extremely grim. They had not anticipated that, as powerful as they were in the Radiant Realm, they were not a match for this human. Moreover, this was based on their possessing physiques and spiritual power far superior to that of humans. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, your sword strikes are swift and clean, well done. Killing these demon lords is like slaughtering weak chickens. In the distance, Chen Xuanji laughed heartily at the scene. Well done, Su Chen. Damn, you took the lead and got the second prize, give me a chance. White God, Su Chen, you're amazing. You just started fighting and already killed 2 demon lords. I feel that next time we meet, I will unhesitatingly offer my knee to you. Good kill. The human race, witnessing this scene, was greatly invigorated, and their bold declarations echoed like thunder across the battlefield. Under the grand momentum, the human Radiant Realm experts seemed to be aided by the gods, and their offensive became increasingly fierce. Boom, crack. The battle between the human and demon Radiant Realm experts caused chaos in the surrounding thousands of miles. Everywhere, the forces of the world, the rules, the domains, the realms of intent, as well as the void and spiritual energy swirled incessantly. Damn it, do we just have to defend against Su Chen? One demon lord roared with bloodshot eyes. I can't take it anymore. I, Lei Ba, have trained to this day without ever experiencing such humiliation. Su Chen, if you have any guts, come out and fight me. Aren't you physically strong? Dare you to show yourself and have a decisive battle with me? A demon lord coldly shouted, his surroundings filled with a surging blood aura and violent winds, all indicating his incredibly strong physique. The surrounding demon lords remained silent. This appearance of Lei Ba was also part of their plan. As long as Su Chen accepted the challenge, Lei Ba would use his physical body to restrain him, creating an opportunity for the demon lords lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack. At that time, with their internal and external cooperation, even if Su Chen's strength was extraordinary, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being subdued. You let the other demon lords swear by their Dao hearts and heavenly respect not to interfere in our battle, and I will fight you. Su Chen's voice echoed from all directions. Upon hearing this, the faces of the human Radiant Realm experts changed instantly. Su Chen, no! These demon clans are full of tricks, and the Lei Niu clan is known for their physical strength. Their physique is far superior to that of ordinary demon lords. Competing with him will surely put you at a disadvantage. Chen Xuanji said solemnly. Yes, Su Chen, don't fall for their tricks, they want to lure you out. Zhang Shirlan also shouted. Nearby, many humans voiced their concerns, urging Su Chen not to engage in a contest with them. With the heart of the Dao, I, the honored Crane Mountain, swear by the heavenly sovereign of the demon clan, before the battle between Su Chen and Lei Ba concludes, if I take action against Su Chen, it shall be said that my realm will fall, unable to advance an inch, severing my lineage, consumed by the flames of karma, and struck by 10,000 thunders, meeting a terrible end. I, the honored Crane Mountain, swear by the heavenly sovereign of the demon clan, before the battle between Su Chen and Lei Ba concludes, if I take action against Su Chen, it shall be said that my realm will fall, unable to advance an inch, severing my lineage, consumed by the flames of karma, and struck by 10,000 thunders, meeting a terrible end. The other 8 demon sovereigns seemed to witness this scene, as if fearing Su Chen might change his mind, and they all began to swear their oaths. Even the demon sovereigns who were battling the other human races joined in the swearing. Before long, all the demon sovereigns present had sworn their oaths. Swish! Su Chen's figure appeared. Oh dear, still too young, too impulsive. Chen Xuanji sighed. Now we can only hope that Su Chen's physique is not lacking at all. Zhang Shirlan echoed. You all seem to have forgotten that Su Chen managed to lift that spear with his own strength. At this moment, Zhou Qili transmitted his voice. How could we not know? But the physique of the Thunder Bull clan is incredibly strong and hard to kill. If it weren't for the agreement between the strongest of the Dragon Kingdom and the strongest of the Demon Clan not to allow any Bright Realm level experts to intervene, that spear might not have fallen into Su Chen's hands, Chen Xuanji said helplessly. He had fought against the Demon Clan many times and was well aware of the various types of demons. Among them, the Thunder Bull Clan's extraordinary physique was one of the most deeply impressed upon him. Once, the human race had sent 5 Bright Realm experts to hunt down a demon sovereign of the Thunder Bull Clan. Yet, the opponent, even when his spiritual power was exhausted, managed to escape by relying solely on his physical strength, killing 3 demon sovereigns in the process, thus gaining fame from that battle. Among the human race, there had always been a tendency to avoid the Thunder Bull Clan of the same level. Some even directly compared the Thunder Bull Clan to the top 10 royal families of the Demon Clan. Ha ha, refreshing, truly worthy of being the most notable human prodigy of our time. Lei Ba laughed heartily, swinging his fist towards Su Chen. At the same time, his world shrank back into his body, causing the boiling blood and fierce winds around him to increase in strength. Su Chen stood expressionless in the sky until Lei Ba approached him, then he slowly extended a fist. One fist was like a heavy hammer, while the other was pale and slender. Such a stark contrast made the Bright Realm experts of the human race secretly break into a sweat. In contrast, the demon sovereigns all wore cold smiles, as if they had already envisioned Su Chen being sent flying by Lei Ba's punch. If it were Su Chen's previous physique, they would not have dared to be so certain. But the news brought back by the Green-Eyed Demon Sovereigns group claimed that Su Chen's physique had been shattered by them, leaving not a trace. In such a situation, to reach the peak again would undoubtedly require a long time. How much time had passed? They did not believe for a moment that Su Chen's physique had returned to its previous state. Bang! With a loud explosion, the chaotic power around them dispersed, leaving only the shocking sound of the physique's fierce winds continuously erupting, rampaging. Your physique is not impressive, Su Chen said coldly, looking at Lei Ba. Upon hearing this, Lei Ba's expression changed. Before he could react, a more violent force suddenly surged from Su Chen's pale and slender fist. Lei Ba could not withstand it for 2 seconds before being sent flying by this punch. Wherever he passed, the recently stabilized void was violently crushed, turning into chaos. He tried to stop his momentum, but the terrifying force from Su Chen's punch surged like a giant wave, utterly unresistible. As a result, his internal organs were shattered, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices, looking extremely horrifying. How could this be? The demon sovereigns' faces changed directly, and just as they were about to act, the Dao intent that restrained them in the dark forced them to halt their movements. Such a strong physique. Su Chen, I was blind and couldn't see your formidable strength, Chen Xuanji exclaimed. Damn, there's actually such a talent among our human race, able to compete with the Thunder Bull Clan at the same level and even overpower them. It's so satisfying to watch. Zhou Qili laughed heartily. At that moment, the group of human beings at the Radiance Realm also breathed a sigh of relief. When Chen Xuanji returned, he had brought them a death order: protect Su Chen. Oh my god, old mage, how can this person's physique be so strong? That was a Thunder Bull Clan demon lord, and he was just punched into serious injury? A little girl, 1,000 miles away in the sky, stared blankly at the scene, her eyes filled with shock. Beside her, an old man in a white robe squinted, and an indescribable look of astonishment appeared in his blue pupils. This person's physique is the strongest I have ever seen. It's so powerful that even among the demon race, the strongest of the 8 demon royal family at the same level is not even 1/10 of him. Are you saying that his punch just now was not his full strength? The little girl asked in surprise, not even noticing the chocolate bean that fell from her mouth. Not at all. And what's even more terrifying is, posting a bit earlier today, and I hope all you talented beings and guardians can give a good review and boost my little book, please, I beg you. Sob. And what's even more terrifying is that his physique has actually condensed into a Dharma form. If he enhances it with the Dharma form, his physical strength will surely increase significantly. It's truly frightening. The old man in the white robe had a complex expression, his eyes flashing with white light as if he wanted to see through Su Chen's body entirely. Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd fell into an extreme silence. They couldn't gauge how strong Su Chen's physique was, but from the old man's words, they knew that Su Chen's physique was extraordinary. No other reason. Just because the old man in the white robe before them was Gamoth, one of the 5 great mages of the Holy Emperor Palace, a true powerhouse of the Bodhi realm. It seems my prediction was correct.
This Su-Chun from the Dragon Kingdom is indeed the chosen one. I will go over and bring him back to my holy emperor palace." The little girl's eyes sparkled. "He indeed meets the requirements of the chosen one. But your highness, the saintess, be careful, this person has a very sharp sword intent and is an extremely pure sword cultivator," Gamov said solemnly. "I don't believe he can withstand this saintess's angelic illusion." Angelic illusion. The group of Radiance Realm powerhouses from the Eagle Kingdom behind them showed expressions of wariness. Although they had never seen what a true angelic illusion looked like, they had long heard of this saintess's unique SSS talent. It was rumored that when the saintess activated the angelic illusion, it could encompass a radius of 1,000 miles, even the 5 great mages could not resist it and would only lose their minds and fall into it. This talent is so strong that no one in the world can resist it, but this person is suspected to be the chosen one. So your highness, the saintess, should be cautious. Gamov's expression was serious. He dares to resist, and I will directly confuse his mind, turning him into a servant who swears eternal loyalty to me. The little girl chewed on her chocolate beans fiercely, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. By the way, you all clean up the demon race below, don't let them advance into our Eagle Kingdom's interior. Gamov instructed a few people beside him, and they immediately plunged into the endless demon race, slashing and killing. Swish! At this moment, before Lei Ba could stabilize his figure, Su-Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, without a word, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! This punch directly blasted a huge hole in Lei Ba's chest. As a result of this force, a wave of power swept across a radius of hundreds of miles, visibly creating a gust of wind. The void along the way was annihilated, leaving only chaotic and disordered forces wandering. Damn it! The strong beings of the Shinhui realm possess formidable vitality, even if their chests are destroyed. Countless powerful forces roam within them, and Lei Ba still has the potential to upgrade. Just as he intended to support the world against the incoming Su-Chen, he saw Su-Chen leap forward and deliver a punch to his head. With a loud bang, Lei Ba's head shattered into flesh and blood, resembling a beautifully blooming firework, announcing the end of his life. Ding! Host has slain a Demon Clan member X1. Earning 1,000,000 attribute points. Damn it! Su-Chen is too strong. Even a body as strong as Lei Ba of the Lei Niu clan couldn't withstand 3 of his moves. What should we do? At this point, the third plan, form the formation. 7-turn Han-Yuan formation. The 7 demon lords witnessed this scene without hesitation, their toes tapping as they occupied the positions of the Big Dipper, simultaneously unleashing the power of the world towards the foremost demon lord. This is a formation, Su-Chen. Be careful. Their 7 cultivations have converged on one person, whose strength is likely close to that of a Bodhi realm expert. We cannot be careless, Chen Xuanji warned. Su-Chen nodded, lightly moving his toes, once again vanishing into the void. Put away the bright pearl. A sharp command plunged the surroundings into utter darkness once more. At the same time, the strongest demon lord focused his thoughts, and a vast expanse of cold ice instantly sealed off the area within hundreds of miles. He thought this would force Su-Chen out of hiding, but after several breaths, Su-Chen seemed to have evaporated from the world, making it impossible to locate him. How is this possible? The demon lord flailed about like a headless fly, unable to find his direction. He failed to notice that at this moment, Su-Chen had quietly covered the icy world, arriving at the location of a demon lord as if he were in water. Swish! The long sword rose and fell, a brilliant rainbow arc slicing through the crescent moon, directly severing a demon lord's head. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, earning 1,000,000 attribute points. Sizzle! Before Su-Chen could fully absorb Lei Ba's cultivation, dozens of blood pillars surged into him. Beneath the dark night, he bore hundreds of blood pillars and vanished from his original spot once again. Damn it! This person has actually comprehended the realm of ice. If it were you all, I wouldn't believe he could comprehend all attributes. The strongest demon lord roared, directly infusing his cultivation into the nearby demon lord. Boom, crack! As soon as this demon lord received the cultivation, he immediately unleashed a world of fire. Under the scorching flames, the surrounding void emitted cracking sounds. To the naked eye, many low-level energies were completely incinerated by the flames at that moment, falling like raindrops. Damn it! Still no sense of his aura. A demon lord shouted with apprehension. Several other demon lords also noticed this scene, their expressions darkening to the extreme. Change! Hurry and change!
As the words fell, another demon lord stepped forward to receive the cultivation, but at that moment, Su Chen had already slain another demon lord and concealed his figure. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, earning 1,000,000 attribute points. Forest World. At that moment, a vibrant world unfolded. This demon lord thought he could track Su Chen's whereabouts, but he did not know that Su Chen also possessed a wood world, one enhanced with the essence of attributes, making an ordinary wood world completely undetectable. Not good. Su Chen also has this world, we can't sense him. Change. Hurry and change. In their haste, the demon lords quickly pushed another demon lord forward. As soon as this demon lord received the cultivation, he eagerly unleashed his own blade world. But for Su Chen, who embodied the essence of weapons and the blade world, this was utterly insignificant. In the blink of an eye, he claimed another demon clan head, earning another 1,000,000 attribute points. The remaining 4 demon lords, seeing this, did not dare to be careless and immediately withdrew their powers, standing back to back in vigilance. However, facing the 3 demon lords, Su Chen did not intend to continue the assassination. He turned his body and revealed himself, calmly looking at them. Damn it, this child is too monstrous, we can only execute the final plan. I hope their plan can be realized. For the demon race, what is this little sacrifice worth? Action. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 demon lords suddenly charged towards Su Chen. Their auras surged violently, and a terrifying world unfolded, tearing at their flesh and blood, making them appear like a bloated monster. Not good. They are going to self-destruct the world. Su Chen, hurry and leave. Chen Xuanji shouted angrily. Before his words fell, the speed of the 4 demon lords suddenly skyrocketed. At the same time, their life force was rapidly depleting. In just a moment, the previously rosy-faced 4 demon lords had turned into dying figures, as if they were about to decay. With their lifespans burning wildly, the speed they unleashed was even comparable to Su Chen, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. In the blink of an eye, the 4 demon lords surrounded Su Chen from all directions. Die. Su Chen, I'll trade my life for yours. As a weak human, you should be proud. For our supreme demon race, we ask you to die. Die. Boom, rumble. For earth-shattering sounds erupted, followed by a massive mushroom cloud rising from the spot where Su Chen stood. Boom, crack. At the same time, a wave of terrifying energy spread out, shattering the void within thousands of miles around. The overwhelming force immediately caused the fighting demon lords and the human beings at the Radiant Realm to stop and raise their shields to resist this sudden violent attack. Damn it! Chen Xuanji frowned, looking worriedly at the spot where Su Chen was, his expression very heavy. The human beings at the Radiant Realm also stared intently at that place. At that moment, a 7-colored light shone, followed by a sword light that quickly dispersed all the residual waves, restoring calm to the void. Su Chen stood expressionless in the air, enveloped by a massive divine form, with countless lines of cultivation energy flowing towards him, making him appear enigmatic and enchanting. From a distance, he looked like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Great! Su Chen is fine. Seeing this scene, the human beings at the Radiant Realm finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. 10 demon lords emerged from the void again, surrounding Su Chen. Long time no see. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent in such a short time. Truly remarkable. The blue-eyed demon lord sneered. Su Chen did not speak. In response, he threw a punch. Boom, crack. The moment the divine form's fist was thrown, the fist, glowing with 7 colors, directly shattered the void in front of him for hundreds of miles, crashing straight towards the blue-eyed demon lord. However, for a demon lord, that punch was still too slow. The blue-eyed demon lord moved swiftly and easily dodged it. Just as she was about to say something else, Su Chen withdrew his divine form and stepped into the darkness. Be careful, he is coming towards us now. The blue-eyed demon lord waved her long sleeve, and a white light curtain condensed. On it, a small red dot marked with the word Su Chen was rapidly approaching their position. Su Chen, do you really think we cannot detect your movements? How ridiculous. This is one of our demon race's treasures, the sky-seeking map. It has already collected your aura. As long as you are still in this world, it can lock onto your position, no matter where you run. The blue-eyed demon lord sneered. Lock onto his position and strike together. Another demon lord shouted angrily. In an instant, 10 worlds,
even more powerful than the previous 10 demon lords, pressed down towards the position where Su Chen was located. Su Chen did not resist head-on, he lightly tapped his toes and retreated from their world's coverage. However, with the help of the Seeking Heaven map, these demon lords had a clear grasp of his movements. When one attack failed, they immediately changed tactics and launched a second assault. The combined might of the 10 demon lords was terrifying. Beside them, the expressions of Chen Xuanji and the other human beings at the Radiant Realm were extremely grim. They did not expect that the demon race would mobilize so many demon lords to kill Su Chen. Moreover, many of the demon lords had just arrived. At that time, Su Chen was still just a minor figure in the Qiangyu realm. This meant that to kill Su Chen, who was in the Qiangyu realm, the demon race had dispatched a total of 20 demon lords. Such a display of power was truly unparalleled. Should we intervene? Zheng Shilong said solemnly. The weak human race. I am still here. And you dare to intervene? Hold them off for me. Do not let them disturb my demon race's grand plan to eliminate Su Chen. A demon lord shouted angrily. While the previous group of demon lords attacked, dragging all the human Radiant Realm experts into the battlefield. The battle among the Radiant Realm experts created an impact that all living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles could clearly perceive. How infuriating. They only show up now, intending to put Su Chen to death. Old mage, lend your hand to the Saintess and crush these damned demon ants, the little girl said coldly. Your Highness, the Saintess, you must not. The human race is weak, and the demon race is strong. If I intervene, it would be equivalent to a Bodhi Realm expert joining the battle. At that time, the demon race's Bodhi Realm experts will surely invade our Eagle Nation. If the Holy Palace is held up by them, facing billions of demons, the Eagle Nation will undoubtedly perish. Gon Mafu spoke gravely. Then we just watch? What if Su Chen is killed by them? How will this Saintess explain it to the Holy Palace? To the Holy Lord? Let's wait and see. Gon Mafu said solemnly. Although Su Chen is currently at a disadvantage, he does not show any signs of fatigue. Even while fleeing, he appears calm and composed. This not only reflects his extraordinary temperament but also his absolute confidence in his own strength. Moreover, just now, Your Highness should have noticed Su Chen's situation. He not only masters various attribute realms and weapon realms, but also 2 kinds of Dao Intense. This child's strength is far beyond what he is currently displaying. Let's observe a bit longer. I have a feeling he might have a trump card. Well, alright. The little girl thought for a moment, then nodded, tearing open a chocolate bean package and eating it alone. In the arena, the 10 demon lords pursued fiercely, while Su Chen evaded calmly. After an hour of twists and turns, these demon lords still hadn't even touched the corner of Su Chen's clothing. Damn it, this guy is exhausting our spiritual power. One demon lord roared. Don't fall for his tricks, this person is cunning. Pause the pursuit, gather together, and restore our spiritual power. The blue-eyed demon lord commanded all the demon lords to stop. She fixed her gaze on the red dot on the Seeking Heaven map, seemingly trying to deduce Su Chen's intentions. But what drove her mad was that after they stopped, Su Chen also remained still. Damn it! At this rate, if we stop, he stops. If we restore our spiritual power, he restores his. If this continues, we will never be able to subdue him. One demon lord said coldly. We must come up with a plan. Just knowing his whereabouts is not enough to kill him, we need a foolproof strategy. I have a way. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. What method? The demon lord turned to ask. But the next moment, a 7-colored sword light suddenly flashed before his eyes. He only felt a dizzying spin before his eyes, during which he saw a cold, indifferent handsome face. Su Chen. He was about to say something when a wave of confusion washed over him, and all he could see was a blur of gray. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, gaining 1,000,000 attribute points. Su Chen! It's Su Chen! Get back! He's coming! The group of demon lords quickly dodged at the sight, but in their hurried escape, they could not evade Su Chen's prepared assault. With a swish, 2 beams of colorful sword light shot out, instantly claiming the lives of 2 demon lords. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X2, gaining 2,000,000 attribute points. How is this possible? Su Chen, your movements have always been tracked on the celestial map. How could you evade such a heavenly artifact's detection? The demon lords regrouped. The demon lord with green eyes stared intently at Su Chen's figure. Disbelief etched on his face.
Su Chen offered no explanation, turning his form and blending back into the pitch-black night sky. Not good. We've fallen into an illusion, one demon lord suddenly exclaimed. The others changed their expressions and hurriedly opened their own worlds. Bang! Accompanied by the shattering of a transparent light screen, the surrounding scenery shifted, and Su Chen's red dot on the celestial map clearly moved elsewhere. Wonderful! This child possesses an illusionary world. I was puzzled why he didn't flee to another place but continued to engage with us. Now it seems this was all a meticulously planned maneuver on his part. Impressive. In the distance, Gan Emofu's eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration. I wondered why he set up a world. It turns out it was to trick these guys. This fellow is quite clever, the little girl remarked. Gan Emofu beside her chuckled in silence. No matter how powerful an illusionary world is, it cannot compare to the world constructed by the Holy Maiden's angelic illusion talent. However, Su Chen's ability to reach this point was enough to elevate him to the level of a prodigy. Coupled with the physical prowess in various worlds he had previously displayed, along with his Dao intent, his talent could be deemed monstrous. Yet for some reason, Gan Emofu always felt that Su Chen had hidden cards yet to be played. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that Su Chen was using these demon lords to test the many worlds he had mastered. Have you noticed? Su Chen stepped out from the void. Now in the Radiant Realm, he was an invincible presence, easily capable of exterminating 10 demon lords. The reason he had been toying with them for so long was merely because he had just broken through to the Radiant Realm and was unfamiliar with combat in this world, using them to practice. But since he had already been discovered, there was no need to continue the charade. Swish! 10 spatial worlds appeared. Hundreds of wind worlds emerged. Su Chen tapped his toes and instantly appeared beside a demon lord. He's here! The moment the demon lord spoke, a dazzling and sharp beam of colorful sword light erased her vitality. Damn it! Retreat! This person's strength is beyond what we can handle. The green-eyed demon lord's expression changed drastically as she blinked and fled hundreds of miles away. But soon, Su Chen caught up with her, raising his hand to unleash a sword strike at 50% of his full strength, world-long rainbow slash. Boom, crack! As the sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth split apart, an overwhelming force akin to the Grim Reaper claiming lives, shattering 1,000 miles of void and forcibly entering the green-eyed demon lord's body. Su Chen, the biggest mistake I made was not killing you back then, but remember, my supreme demon clan will definitely send out the strongest to kill. The green-eyed demon lord uttered 2 sentences before her body exploded, transforming into a shower of colorful blood, like a brilliant rainbow. Ding! Host has slain a demon clan member X1, gaining 1,000,000 attribute points, with a single strike. Having slain his old enemy, Su Chen did not pause. In the next moment, he appeared beside another demon lord. Without any unnecessary words, the colorful sword light shot out, severing his head cleanly. After that, Su Chen's figure shifted, and he swiftly killed all the remaining demon clans. Ding! Host has slain demon clans X6, earning attribute points X6, 0,000,000. Retreat! This person is too strong. Fall back, all demons, heed my command. Leave. Flee. Seeing this, the demon lords were filled with terror, their hearts breaking as they fled in panic before the brilliance of the human race. Swish! The extermination sword transformed into a sky blue figure. She looked at Su Chen, who was bathed in the power of the demon lords, smiled gently, and then transformed into a beam of sword light, surging into the demon clan below. Sizzle! Her gaze sharpened, and the extermination sword formation opened. In the next moment, a shocking rain of deep blue sword light suddenly fell over an area of 5,000 miles. Such powerful sword light posed no threat to the many beings in the Brilliance realm, but for the lower-ranked demons below, it was an undeniable catastrophe. This is, Lady Tianqing's move is terrifying. Even without relying on Su Chen, she possesses the strength to easily annihilate warriors below the Qianyu realm. And on a large scale, Chen Xuanji looked at this scene in shock. This sword rain, like shooting stars, is beautiful yet is the supreme disaster for the demon clan. Fortunately, Lady Tianqing belongs to our human race. Zheng Shilong sighed. How beautiful. This scene must be captured and posted online. I think an SSS rank is still a bit conservative for Lady Tianqing. Her potential is likely far beyond this. Lady Tianqing, you are amazing. Ha ha ha. These demons encountering Lady Tianqing can be considered unlucky.
The human beings in the Brilliance realm were all filled with joy. Many even took out their phones to record this stunning yet blood-soaked scene. This is actually a sword. Terrifying, too terrifying. Don Mafu watched the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock. He had roamed among the human race for nearly 100 years but had never seen any weapon that could compare to this sword. Moreover, he could keenly sense that this sword had not yet reached its limit. He was certain that if this sword reached its peak, the impact it would cause would be immeasurable. It was very likely that this sword was one of the keys to the war between the human and demon races. Well, Sister Xingxin is much stronger than her. The little girl pouted. Your Highness, although Xingxin is strong, her limit is far inferior to this sword. Now I can assert that Su Chen is the chosen one. I said he was, didn't I? The little girl smiled. Let's go find him and bring him back to the Holy Palace. He is currently in seclusion. Going now might upset him. How about we wait a little longer? Don Mafu frowned. Humph, this holy maiden has waited long enough. I don't want to wait any longer. The little girl sneered. Besides, who would dare to upset this holy maiden? If he is displeased, I will directly use the heavenly illusion to make him my servant. She doesn't take no for an answer. All for all oh. Saying this, the little girl transformed into a streak of light and zipped away. Don Mafu sighed helplessly and followed her. Sizzle. At that moment, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. Countless lines of blood energy surged from the battlefield below, like a blood waterfall flowing backward, all rushing into Su Chen's body. Boom, crack. A loud sound echoed as 10 tornadoes suddenly appeared. Affected by this, the wave of blood energy gradually became orderly, flowing into different tornadoes. Among these 10 tornadoes, the central one was the most violent, while the others surrounding it were comparatively weaker. What is going on? Su Chen actually contains 10 Dantians within him. How is this possible? Chen Xuanji, witnessing this scene, nearly dropped the wine jug from his hands in shock. Terrifying. Even if one were to reconstruct or increase their Dantian, the maximum one could have is an additional one. But Su Chen suddenly has 9 more. It's truly incomprehensible. Zheng Shilong looked astonished. The other powerful beings of the human race in the Radiant Realm also displayed expressions of horror. Having stepped into the Radiant Realm, they were aware of some secrets of the human race. Creating additional Dantians was a significant way to enhance combat power. They were not unfamiliar with this matter. However, they had never heard of anyone being able to forge so many Dantians. Such an act was indeed unbelievable. Terrifying. This person may have an unparalleled opportunity. Your Highness the Saintess, do not be careless. In the distance, Don Mofo's expression changed upon seeing this situation. Su Chen possessing 10 Dantians was already a defiance of heaven. But what was even more terrifying was that each of Su Chen's Dantians was at the Radiant Realm. This meant that Su Chen alone was equivalent to 10 Radiant Realm powerhouses. But the reality was that the combined effect of 10 Radiant Realm Dantians was far from just 1 + 1 = 2. His strength was at least doubled. In other words, Su Chen alone was equivalent to 20 Radiant Realm powerhouses. Such combat power, even at the peak of the Radiant Realm, was still far from enough. His strength was likely just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Bodhi realm. Humph, what unparalleled opportunity. This saintess possesses the angelic illusion. What do I have to fear from him? The little girl chewed on chocolate beans, her speed undiminished as she soared through the air. Sigh. Don Mofo shook his head inside, helplessly following behind. Who? Above the sky. After absorbing the last trace of cultivation, Su Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and stood up with a cold expression. Although this cultivation was considerable, dividing it among 10 Dantians did not create much of a stir. What puzzled him the most was that even after killing 20 demon lords, their combined cultivation still did not amount to a single Dantian breaking through to the Bodhi realm. System, what is going on? Replying to the host, ordinary Bodhi realm powerhouses usually can only possess one world, while the host possesses multiple worlds. Breaking through from the Radiant Realm to the Bodhi realm mainly relies on the qualitative change of the world, and this qualitative change requires an extremely vast world power. Are you saying that their world power is too little to support the qualitative change of the worlds within me? Yes. The system's meaning was clear. To break through further, he needed to kill more demon lords and absorb more cultivation. With this thought, just as Su Chen was about to open the attribute panel, a little girl arrogantly swooped down in front of him in the sky. She deliberately elevated her stature, looking down at him. Su Chen, come back to the Holy Emperor Palace with this saintess. Whoosh! 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 A group of Radiant Realm powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom rushed over, blocking Su Chen's path. What does the Holy Emperor Palace want? Why have you suddenly come to find Su Chen? Chen Xuanji asked solemnly. Shut up, you ant! Does the Holy Emperor Palace need to explain its actions to you? The little girl sneered. What an arrogant attitude! Is this the style of the Eagle Kingdom? Truly tyrannical. Do you still think it's the era of your Eagle Kingdom's hegemony? This statement directly made Zhou Qili laugh in anger. The faces of the Dragon Kingdom people also showed cold mockery. Ants! Daring to mock the Holy Emperor Palace. The little girl's gaze turned cold, and just as she was about to make a move, Don Mofo hurriedly intervened. Sorry everyone. The Saintess has no ill intentions, she is here for the human race. Don Mofo explained, simultaneously releasing his aura. Upon sensing his Bodhi realm powerhouse cultivation, the expressions of the Dragon Kingdom people immediately became serious. Chen Xuanji took a sip of wine and suddenly moved 2 steps forward. At that moment, Su Chen, however, pushed through the crowd, looking expressionless at the two. Is there something? Come back to the Holy Maiden's palace with me, the little girl said coldly. No time. Su Chen calmly glanced at her, then descended beside Tianqing. Master Su Chen, most of the demon clan has been exterminated, and the rest have fled. Should we pursue? No need. Upon hearing this, Tianqing's body trembled, and the Excalibur sword array suddenly erupted with a burst of azure sword light, crashing down like a meteor, causing the ground within a radius of 5,000 miles to sink dozens of meters. Once the turmoil settled, all traces of battle had been erased. The surroundings returned to the desolation of the desert. Su Chen, you dare to ignore this holy maiden. You deserve to die. I will make you my servant. In the sky above, the little girl suddenly spread her small wings, transforming into a pair of pure white wings extending for dozens of miles. At the same time, her eyes shone with a blinding white light. Angel illusion. No, Gon Mafu shouted, but it was too late. In that moment, the area within 1,000 miles turned into a sea of white. Chen Xuanji, Zheng Shilong, and other powerful beings of the Radiant Realm also fell into chaos, losing control of their bodies. Like puppets on strings, they numbly walked behind the little girl. This influence also affected Su Chen, but the coolness surging from his heart quickly pulled him out of it. Su Chen, come here and kneel, you despicable servant of this holy maiden. The little girl's voice lingered in Su Chen's ears, like a haunting melody that wouldn't fade, yet it had no effect on him. Su Chen looked at her calmly, making no move. Kneel, you worthless servant, the little girl shouted again. The sound waves formed a vortex, causing the surrounding void to shatter, turning into chaotic disorder. However, what responded to her was Su Chen's full power unleashed in a single strike, 10 directions world-long rainbow slaying demons. Zing! As this sword was drawn, the heavens and earth changed color. Before the sword's edge arrived, the terrifying might it carried shattered the void in front of it for thousands of miles. Not good, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, quickly evade. Gon Mafu was horrified at the sight, and the world of the Bodhi realm expanded, shielding the little girl. Whoosh! The unmatched sharpness of the swordlight descended, and even his solid world showed a large gaping hole at that moment. The collision caused waves that shattered the surrounding area for thousands of miles, a terrifying sight. As a result, the angel illusion previously cast by the little girl was completely destroyed at that moment. She herself was knocked back by the impact. Whoosh! With the angel illusion dispelled, the group of Radiant Realm experts from the Dragon Kingdom regained their senses and swiftly rushed to Su Chen's side, their gazes coldly fixed on the people from the Eagle Kingdom. Meanwhile, Gon Mafu had just caught the little girl, who stabilized herself and irritably shook off his hand, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Explain to this holy maiden why you are immune to my angel illusion. It was the angel illusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanji and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had long been famous and had heard of the Holy Maiden of the Pope's Palace's SSS talent Angel Illusion. It was said that when this talent was activated, it was equivalent to the strongest illusion in the world. As long as one was within it, there was no escape, no defense, no resistance. As long as the caster did not dispel it, one would be trapped in the illusion for a lifetime. Damn it, your Pope's Palace acts so recklessly. Are you trying to provoke a war between the two nations? Zheng Shilong said coldly. If Su Chen had not intervened, they would likely have been stripped of their minds and reduced to living corpses. Ha! Truly the style of a great nation. Commander Chen Xuanji of the Southern Border War Zone swears here that if this matter is not properly resolved, our Dragon Nation will never let it go easily. Chen Xuanji said angrily, "We came to assist you in guarding the borders and resisting the invasion of the demon race, yet you have acted in such a manner, truly ruthless and malicious." The First Army Commander of the Northern Border War Zone, Gu Jinyuan, swears here that if this matter is not properly resolved, our Dragon Nation will never let it end here. The 8th Army Commander of the Western Border War Zone, Wu Zhanghua, swears here. One after another, several powerful figures from the Radiant Realm roared in anger. At this moment, even Gon Mafu, a powerful figure from the Bodhi realm, wore a face of regret. He had thought this was a simple search for a person, but unexpectedly, due to the reckless behavior of Her Highness the Saintess, he had angered a group of powerful figures from the Dragon Nation. Moreover, these individuals all came from the Holy Temple and were among the well-known strong ones. The energy behind them was not only from the Holy Temple but also from the vast Dragon Nation. To become enemies with them would bring nothing but harm to both the Eagle Nation and the Holy Temple. But now that it had come to this, further arguments were meaningless. At this moment, they were left with only two paths. The first was to kill all the powerful figures from the Dragon Nation present and forcibly take Su Chen back to the Papal Hall, ensuring that this matter would leave no witnesses. The second was to express their stance, publicly apologize, and make compensation. Gon Mafu examined the people from the Dragon Nation with a serious face, but when his gaze fell on Su Chen, he quickly dismissed the first idea. There was no other reason. The strength Su Chen had displayed earlier already hinted at a power that could contend with him, and he believed he could not subdue him in a short time. The only path left was the second one. With this thought, Gon Mafu no longer hesitated, controlling the power of the world to bow alongside the little girl towards Su Chen. Su Chen, and all the warriors of the Dragon Nation. This action was not my intention. Her Highness the Saintess has always been favored in the Papal Hall, which has led to her reckless and tyrannical behavior. Everything we do is for the human race. I hope you all can understand. Regarding this matter, I, Gon Mafu, the 5th Mage of the Papal Hall, assure you that after returning to the Papal Hall, I will contact the high-level officials of the Eagle Nation to issue an apology statement. As for your compensation, I, Gon Mafu, will personally deliver it at the latest the day after tomorrow. After saying this, Gon Mafu grabbed the struggling little girl and stepped into the void, leaving the place. Below, a group of powerful figures from the Eagle Nation hurriedly followed. "Hey, this old man is quite perceptive." Zhou Qili raised an eyebrow and said, "Perceptive?" Chen Xuanji sneered. "If it weren't for the consideration of Su Chen, I am sure this person would have killed us on the spot. Do you really think that a Bodhi realm strongman is easy to deal with?" Su Chen, thank you. At this moment, Zheng Shilong solemnly clasped his fist. Seeing this situation, the group of humans hurriedly followed. Su Chen waved his hand, opened the world, and walked in with Tianqing. After he left, the group of humans began to discuss the previous battle situation. But the most talked about was Su Chen's shocking achievement of killing 20 demon lords by himself. Moreover, some powerful figures from the Radiant Realm directly uploaded videos taken during the process online. Once uploaded, due to Su Chen's popularity, it quickly topped the trending searches. At the same time, the high-level officials of the Eagle Nation and the apology statement issued by the Papal Hall also trended. In an instant, the nations were in an uproar. Ha ha, it's topped the trending searches. It's a pity that we didn't capture the spectacular scene of Tianqing and Lu Chen covering a radius of 5,000 miles, otherwise, it would definitely have made the trending list too. On the city wall, Zhou Qili held his phone, his face filled with joy. Hearing his words, many demon hunters from the Radiant Realm gathered around. In the scene, only Zhang Shilong and Chen Xuanji stood side by side, gazing at the front of the city wall. For a long time, Zhang Shilong pulled out a Dragon Kingdom flag and firmly planted it on the city wall. "Missing home?" Chen Xuanji asked. "How could I not?" Zhang Shilong replied with a bitter smile. "If I stay here a bit longer and gather enough time for the Sacred Hall's retreat, I'll go back." "That's true, but your habit is quite good, always carrying the national flag. Wherever you plant it, that's home." "Very nice. This was the habit of our Warzone commander before." Zhang Shilong sighed. "He always planted a flag at the junction where we stationed, where we met the demon clan, calling it a way to light the path home for every demon slayer. And it really was like that. I was saved by this habit of his." he would imbue each flag with a trace of spiritual power. As long as someone gazed at the flag for a long time, he would notice, but at first, we all had no idea. I remember I was out on a mission, and when I returned, I was trapped in an illusion by a demon lord. I didn't know where I was, but I always remembered the direction of that flag. So, I walked towards it until he came to rescue me. Old way? Chen Xuanji sighed. Yes, if I remember correctly, he sacrificed himself in this place, and he loved to drink. Chen Xuanji took out a wine flask and silently poured some onto the ground. Zheng Shilong lit a cigarette and placed it on the city wall. Old Chen, do you know what the commander's dream was? Never heard of it. Chen Xuanji shook his head. His dream was that one day, the boundless territory of the demon clan would be adorned with our Dragon Kingdom flag, telling them who the true master of this world is. A great ideal. Let's drink to that. Chen Xuanji took a hearty swig of wine. Zheng Shilong's eyes reddened, and he didn't respond, turning to light a cigarette. Let's smoke one. In the back, the people of the Dragon Kingdom also stopped laughing and lit their cigarettes. In peacetime, I don't smoke, but since stepping onto the path of a warrior, I've experienced so much that I find smoking really damn wasteful. Indeed, it's said that Su Chen also smokes, and he's quite addicted. Seems to be the case. There's a rumor that he likes to use demon heads as ashtrays. Damn, how did I not notice such a show-off move back then? It's not too late now, I'll go dig up a few demon heads to use. Remember to dig up those demon lords' heads. Using demon lord heads as ashtrays sounds so damn thrilling. I have to make a video. Count me in. Before they could jump off the city wall, the void suddenly cracked open, revealing a demon lord's head. A few extinguished cigarette butts were still resting on it. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Western Border War Zone. The 10th Army Commander Feng Zhixiao. Ashtray sent by Su Chen. Zhou Qili. Ashtray sent by Su Chen. Gu Jin Yuan. Ashtray sent by Su Chen. Wu Jinhua. Ashtray sent by Su Chen. Zheng Shilong. Ashtray sent by Su Chen. That day, another video trended online. Demon Lord's head. Ashtray sent by Su Chen. Everyone, won't you smoke one? System, open the attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen cultivation, initial stage of Radiant Realm 10. 110. 654. 321/100 billion, points can be allocated, attribute points, 170. 312. 253. 289 physique, 19. 234. 654. 732, divine body, points can be allocated. Transformation occurs when physique reaches 30 billion, spirit, 965. 324. 793, heaven-defying insight, points can be allocated. Transformation occurs when spirit reaches 1 billion, talent, pure sword heart. SS level blood devour 0/80 million. S level night 0/5 million. S level madness 0/5 million. S level sword soul 0/5 million, points can be allocated. World, attribute Tao intent, S gold S wood S water S fire S earth S ice S thunder S light S dark, S level confinement world 3 million/80 million. Transcendent supreme sword Tao, S level chaos sword intent world, 0/80 million. Gun Tao intent, S level gun world, 70. 0/30 million. Wind Tao intent. Weapon Tao intent, S sword S fork S staff S whip S halberd S hammer S axe S spear S hook. Wind Tao intent, S level wind world age 50. 0/20 million. S swift S blue steel S lightning S ethereal S spring breeze S cold soul S revive S illusion S ride the sky, X10, points can be allocated. Rules, E-level light rule 0/10 million. E-level space rule 0/10 million. E-level wind rule 0/10 million. E-level dark rule 0/10 million. E-level venom rule. E-level suppression rule. E-level assassination rule. E-level wood rule. X10, points can be allocated. Martial skills, C-level sword technique Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A-level area damage sword technique Autumn water, proficiency, perfect. S-level sword technique Slay demons, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon, S-level extermination sword. Attributes, S-level sharpness 0/2 million. S-level extermination sword intent 0/50 million. S-level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. S-level extermination sword array 0/80 million. S-level extermination sword spirit, sky blue 0/500 million, points can be allocated. This battle made Su Chun understand the importance of absorbing cultivation. 1/5 of the cultivation was still too slow for him at this moment. Therefore, he decided to upgrade SS level Blood Devourer to SSS level Blood Devourer of the Firmament. With this thought, Su Chen opened the introduction for SSS level Blood Devourer of the Firmament. SSS Blood Devourer of the Firmament *. Upon reaching this talent, one can absorb 100% of the Slayer's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate, 100% critical hit rate. Additionally, there is a 1/10 chance to devour the Slayer's talent, with the devoured talent starting at sea level. System: allocate 80 million to the talent Blood Devourer. Ding! Allocation complete. Current talent Blood Devourer has been upgraded to SSS level Blood Devourer of the Firmament. Boom, crack. Countless blood clouds gathered in the sky. In an instant, the area of several thousand miles was completely covered by blood clouds. Below, the people of the Dragon Kingdom looked on in horror at this scene. This is a talent awakening phenomenon, and judging by the momentum, such a talent must be the highest level SSS. But how is this possible? The root bone has already formed, how can it continue to awaken talent? Chen Xuanji exclaimed in shock. Who is awakening their talent? Zhou Qili also looked astonished. It's not us, it's Su Chen, Zheng Shilong said solemnly. Only they, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, were present here. No one else showed any signs of movement, so the one awakening could only be Su Chen. Who was in the world? Swish! At that moment, thousands of blood clouds condensed together, forming a figure. He wore a red robe, with scarlet long hair flowing in the wind, deep red eyes, surrounded by countless blood clouds, looking extremely enchanting and sinister. His head hung low, and his gaze fell upon the world of Su Chen. Boom, crack! In the blink of an eye, countless thunders surged from the heavens, relentlessly striking the figure in the red robe. Yet this figure seemed oblivious, the red on his body growing ever more intense. At the same time, his face gradually became clearer, exactly resembling Su Chen. As his face solidified, Su Chen stepped out from the world and locked eyes with him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the figure in the red robe suddenly moved, carrying with it the thunder and countless blood clouds, all surging into Su Chen's body. At that moment, a blood-red pattern appeared on Su Chen's forehead, resembling ancient characters, heaven. When everything calmed down, the pattern on Su Chen's forehead shone brightly. In an instant, a blood-colored figure emerged behind Su Chen, standing silently like a mesmerizing. With the appearance of this figure, a sea of blood clouds surged across the sky for thousands of miles. Boundless blood clouds, mesmerizing, dressed in black tight-fitting attire. Su Chen seemed to become the ruler of this realm at that moment. Life and death were all within his thoughts, until Su Chen dispersed all anomalies and returned to the world. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were still immersed in deep shock, unable to extricate themselves. So terrifying, such talent is truly fearsome, even surpassing the angelic illusions of the Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall. After a long while, Chen Xuanji finally broke the silence. It is said that an SSS talent that defies the heavens is always accompanied by a skill. I wonder what Su Chen's skill will be. Truly a prodigy. Do you remember? Those guys from the Papal Hall called him the Chosen One, while the Celestial Hall referred to him as the Prophesied One. Su Chen is very likely to be a variable in the future extermination war. We must protect him at all costs. Sigh. I wish I could, but so far, it's Su Chen who has been protecting us. Damn it, I just forgot to record a video. What a huge mistake. What a huge mistake. The people of the Dragon Kingdom discussed excitedly, but through it all, Su Chen remained unaware. At this moment, he was looking at the Blood Devouring the Sky talent on his attribute panel. Blood Devouring the Sky, skill after activation. It can absorb spiritual power within a radius of 3,000 miles for personal use in an instant. With a cooldown period, can be used once a day. A hint of shock appeared on Su Chen's calm face. Such a defiant talent, even if it could be used once a month, would be understandable. He had never imagined that the cooldown for this skill could reach once a day. With spiritual power from a radius of 3,000 miles, he could unleash his strongest killing move without fear of spiritual power consumption for a short time. In such a situation, even facing numerous demon lords attacking him would not be daunting. Even against a strong opponent in the early stage of the Bodhi realm, he could escape safely in this state, or even have the chance to exhaust the opponent. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a deep breath and cut off his own fantasies.
A strong opponent in the Bodhi realm was still a mountain to him now. His strongest sword could only carve a gap in the opponent's world, and that was under the condition of the opponent's passive defense. If the opponent took the initiative to attack, with his current strength, he could only barely protect himself. Su Chen calmed his mind and looked at the other talents on the attribute panel. System: allocate all points to the talents Night, Madness, and Sword Spirit to SSS. Ding! Allocation complete. A total of 255 million attribute points consumed. The 3 talents quickly upgraded to SSS. However, the talents associated with that level did not trigger. System: why is that? Returning to the host, only a special level SSS talent can trigger exclusive skills. These 3 talents are ordinary SSS skills, thus they do not meet the conditions to trigger skills. So it is. Su Chen understood and then looked at the attribute panel. Increase mental attribute to 1 billion. Ding! Points added successfully. A total of 34,675. 207 attribute points consumed. Ding! Mental attribute has reached 1 billion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heaven and Earth Wisdom Heart. Heaven and Earth Wisdom Heart, the most spiritually enlightened heart in the world, capable of observing heaven and earth to enter the Tao, practicing martial arts and techniques as if aided by the divine, understanding the laws of all things in the world at a glance. Moreover, possessing this heart allows one to easily perceive the weaknesses of all things in the world. The system prompt sound fell. Su Chen opened his eyes and surveyed his world. Even though this world was already incredibly solid, he still keenly noticed several weak points. These places were mostly where the power of rules and the power of domains intersected. As for these weaknesses, he couldn't deal with them right now. After all, the levels of the two were not uniform. Only by comprehending both to a consistent level could he manage them through macro control. The reason Su Chen upgraded his mental attribute was to comprehend the rules he had never deeply understood. As for the attribute points, he wanted to save them, both as a reserve of power and to prepare for breaking through the Bodhi realm. Ding-ding at this moment, a phone rang. Su Chen answered the call, and soon the voice of Xiaozhi came through. Brother Su Chen, what are you doing? It's raining heavily in Daqian City. I'm cultivating. Then Xiaozhi, did I disturb Brother Su Chen? Just finished cultivating. Although Xiaozhi knows Brother Su Chen is lying, I'm still very happy. On the other end, Xiaozhi flipped through the calendar while looking at the pouring rain outside the window. Actually, what Xiaozhi wants to tell Brother Su Chen is that I miss you. Teacher Wani said that when it rains, someone is thinking of you. By the way, our class's Han Han said she has seen Brother Su Chen and said Brother Su Chen is very handsome and powerful. Brother Su Chen saved them. That's great. It's a pity Xiaozhi wasn't there, otherwise, I would definitely reward Brother Su Chen with a little red flower. Xiaozhi is really great. Oof. Brother Su Chen actually guessed that Xiaozhi got first place again and said I should keep it a secret from you. The two chatted for a while longer. Xiaozhi reluctantly hung up the phone. She flipped through the calendar, and the melancholic expression on her small face gradually relaxed. Brother Su Chen, there are only 60 days, 7 hours, and 3 minutes until the new year. You promised Xiaozhi that you would celebrate the new year with me, and you have to accompany me to eat, drink juice, watch fireworks, and ride the Ferris wheel. Damn it! Su Chen's growth speed is too fast, even 20 demon lords cannot kill him. This child's strength has undoubtedly reached the level of invincibility among the same rank. In the demon realm, inside a dark hall, an old woman sat in the main seat, her face pale as she looked at a series of scenes projected on a crystal ball. These images were recordings of Su Chen slaying 20 demon lords. Elder Ye, what should we do now? Beside her, a man in a blood robe spoke in a deep voice. This child poses an increasing threat, and as you have just seen in that footage, the sword in Su Chen's hand is the human treasure that severely injured our demon clan in the past, the Zhuxian sword. At present, those at the demon lord level are simply no match for him. The only ones who can threaten him are the powerful beings at the earth lord level. However, we have agreements with the various nations of the human race, and we cannot easily use the power of those above the earth sovereign level. If we breach the contract, the human race will tear apart our faces, and even if we achieve victory, it will only be a Pyrrhic one, not in accordance with the will of the heavenly sovereign left by the divine crow, said another woman dressed in a blood robe. If we do not use the power of those above the earth sovereign level, we cannot kill him. Right now, this is the only way, the earth sovereign of the crow said coldly. As for the breach of contract, I have already investigated. As long as we destroy the Eagle Nation, our demon race can use Earth Sovereign level experts again. How can that be considered a breach? Crow Earth Sovereign, are you suggesting we take action against the Eagle Nation first?
The man in the blood robe exclaimed.
Indeed, I foresee that this child will stay in the Eagle Nation for a while, so this period is the best time to strike. Once he returns to the Dragon Nation, with the strength of the Dragon Nation, it will be exponentially more difficult to kill him. The Crow Earth Sovereign said coldly. In that case, this method is indeed the only way. But Crow Earth Sovereign, the nuclear power of the Eagle Nation is not weak. If we want to take it down in a short time, we might suffer significant losses. As long as we can kill Su Chen, even if it costs us half of our demon race, it will be worth it, the Crow Earth Sovereign said solemnly. With a wave of her staff, the image of a frail figure facing billions of demons appeared once again in the Great Hall. The group of demons in blood robes saw this and their eyes turned red, a surge of killing intent rising. Following the will of the Crow Earth Sovereign, we will mobilize our demon forces to besiege the 4 major war zones of the Eagle Nation. Dozens of figures in blood robes clasped their fists together. Abandon the Eastern War Zone. At that moment, the Crow Earth Sovereign's gaze shifted, and the image in the Great Hall instantly transformed into a map of the Eagle Nation. On it, the location of the Eastern Border War Zone was marked with a red cross, with this child guarding the Eastern War Zone of the Eagle Nation. Even if a demon sovereign level expert breaks through with great force, they will gain no advantage. Now, we can only send strong troops from the north, west, and south war zones to ensure our demon race can take down the Eagle Nation without fail, the Crow Earth Sovereign said coldly. In addition, we will send 5 Earth Sovereign level experts to blend into each war zone. Once we invade the interior of the Eagle Nation, they will join forces to kill Su Chen, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. For 3 consecutive days, the Eastern War Zone of the Eagle Nation saw very few invading demons, and the demon sovereign level experts were even more elusive, never showing their faces. What's going on? This few demons aren't enough to kill. Has the demon race been scared off by Su Chen? Zhou Qili kicked a demon in front of him, his face full of frustration. I heard the other 3 war zones have lost quite a few defensive lines. Why does it feel like we're joking around here? Another person from the Dragon Nation also looked displeased. The reason they came here was to kill demon sovereigns for their mission. But now, with not a single demon sovereign in sight, it felt like they were working in vain. I really want to check out the other places, but the agreement with the Holy Temple and the Papal Hall only covers the Eastern War Zone, Chen Xuanji said helplessly. Why not apply to be transferred to the other 3 war zones? Gu Jinyuan suggested. Go to hell, Zhou Qili said indignantly. That old man hasn't even come to apologize yet. I'm really not happy. I won't go. Me too. Count me in. Agreed. At that moment, 2 figures appeared. One was the white-haired 5th mage of the Papal Hall, Gamoff. The other was a tall, gentle-looking blonde woman. Sorry, everyone. The demon race suddenly launched a large-scale attack on our Eagle Nation these past few days, and the Papal Hall has been very busy, so we arrived late. I hope you all understand, Gamoff said with a wry smile. He then gestured to introduce the woman beside him. This is Miss Holy Heart from our Papal Hall. Hello everyone, I am the Sacred Heart, the spirit born of the Bright Cross. The Sacred Heart smiled gently, performed a graceful bow, and then turned her gaze to Tianqing. As a spirit herself, she could easily perceive Tianqing's true form. However, when she saw the exceptionally sharp azure longsword, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Sister Tianqing's talent is remarkable. Shall we chat? A hint of battle intent surged in Tianqing's eyes. The Sacred Heart nodded. In the next moment, the 2 women tore through the void, creating a separate space. The flashing white light and the brilliant blue sword aura seemed to tell everyone that they were merely engaging in a friendly exchange. I apologize, young friend Su Chen. After hearing about Miss Tianqing, the Sacred Heart has been eager to meet her. I hope you won't take offense, Gan Mafu said helplessly. Su Chen shook his head. He had already given Tianqing the benefit of the doubt when she said that, so he had no objections. Master Mage, perhaps you should explain your purpose for being here, Chen Xuanji said solemnly. It is like this, Gan Mafu said sincerely. In light of Her Highness the Saintess's offense towards all of you, especially young friend Su Chen, the Eagle Kingdom and the Holy See express our deepest apologies. To make amends for the Saintess's misstep, after internal discussions within the Holy See,
I am here to invite all of you to observe and cultivate at the Holy See. The duration is 1 month. During this time, aside from the core areas that you cannot access, you will have free passage in the other areas. Moreover, this period of cultivation will not deduct from the time you earn from completing tasks. In other words, after using this time, you can continue to cultivate using the time gained from tasks. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Dragon Kingdom members changed significantly. There are only a few locations related to the ancient inheritance for the human race, and the Sacred Hall of the Dragon Kingdom and the Holy See of the Eagle Kingdom are among the most well-preserved. The various insights, realms, rules, and even the power of the world contained in these two places are immense, far beyond what other locations can compare to. Typically, these two places are not open to outsiders. Even if they accepted the Eagle Kingdom's task of slaying demons and killed a demon lord, they would only earn 1 day's worth of cultivation time. But now, the Holy See was directly offering each of them a month of cultivation time, and it wouldn't count against the demon-slaying task. This meant they were receiving 30 days of closed-door cultivation time at the Holy See for free. In the past, to obtain such time, one would need to slay 30 demon lords, even though they had fantasized about the Eagle Kingdom providing substantial compensation. No one expected it to be this generous. It could be said to be a significant loss. After all, places like the Sacred Hall and the Holy See have fixed quotas for cultivation. Their group going there meant that some people from the Holy See would not be able to continue their cultivation. It's not that we don't trust you, but this compensation is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Given the previous attitude of the Saintess, it's hard not to suspect that you are doing this to bring Su Chen back to the Holy See, Chen Xuanji said, taking a deep breath to calm his inner excitement before looking warily at Gon Mafu. Something unusual must have a reason. The members of the Dragon Kingdom were not fools. Connecting the earlier events, they quickly realized the key point, Su Chen. To be honest, the Holy See does have this intention, but I assure you on my honor that going to the Holy See for cultivation will not harm Su Chen or any of you. You all must know that Su Chen is the chosen one prophesied by the sage of our Holy See, and only he can enter the forbidden area of our Holy See, where it is indicated that he will receive the supreme inheritance. Gon Mafu sighed. This action is for the greater good of the human race. Before this journey, we have already sought the opinion of the Lord of the Observation Hall, and he has agreed. Moreover, they have sent 5 powerful beings from the Bodhi realm to supervise at the Papal Hall, so you all need not worry about what we might do to Su Chen. After all, with the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it would not be difficult to annihilate my Eagle Kingdom. The Observation Hall has agreed? Zheng Shilong frowned. At that moment, the phones of the Dragon Kingdom people rang simultaneously. The Observation Hall has sent news. This matter is true. The 5 powerful beings from the Bodhi realm have now arrived at the Papal Hall, Zhou Qili said solemnly. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on the faces of the Dragon Kingdom people, but no one spoke. Their gazes were all directed towards the calm-faced Su Chen in the center of the crowd. Young friend Su Chen, what do you think? Chen Xuanji asked in a deep voice. Boom, crack. At this moment, Tiancheng and Xingxin finished their battle. The radiance on both of them dimmed to the same extent, clearly indicating a fierce match. Master Su Chen. Tiancheng walked up behind Su Chen. Hearing this address, Xingxin looked at Su Chen with curiosity. She couldn't understand why such a remarkable spiritual object would still recognize a master. Su Chen nodded and looked up at Gon Mafu, calmly saying, I want to know what constitutes the forbidden area you mentioned. According to the records in the Papal Hall, this forbidden area is a world left behind by the fallen sage of our Papal Hall. He was once a legendary being of the celestial realm, a supreme power, a world left by a supreme being. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He now possessed the heart of heaven and earth, gaining profound insights into all things. Given the current scarcity of demon races in this place, he had originally planned to enter seclusion and comprehend all worlds and rules to the SSS level. After that, he would target the weaknesses of the world for transformation. However, he lacked a perfect world template for reference. Going to the Papal Hall now was indeed an opportunity. Young friend Su Chen, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Our Papal Hall has many records about the Eternal Era, but they have never been made public. If you go to view them, it could answer many of your doubts about cultivation. Additionally, within our Papal Hall, there is a manuscript from a preacher. Although it is not open to the public, if you wish to see it, we will certainly present it to you. Preacher. This was the second time Su Chen had heard this term. Aside from Mo Xuan Xue, he did not expect that one of the 10 preachers of the Dragon Kingdom would come to the Eagle Kingdom. Not just him, but the faces of the Dragon Kingdom people also grew heavier upon hearing this. They had learned about the preachers from the information shared by the Imperial University and understood their significance to the current Dragon Kingdom. All right, Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing him agree, Gan Mafu let out a sigh of relief. Then there is no time to lose. Everyone, follow me to the Papal Hall. As for here, I will arrange for others to guard it, you need not worry. Eagle Kingdom. In the central area stood a towering and magnificent building, which from a distance resembled an ancient cathedral. Surprisingly, this building was located in the busiest and most prosperous street of the Eagle Kingdom. Yet passers-by seemed unaware of it, even those who walked past the entrance did not stop to take a look. At this moment, 2 rows of people stood neatly at the entrance of this building. One row consisted of curious-looking, golden-haired, blue-eyed people from the Eagle Kingdom, while the other row was composed of calm-faced individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. They are coming, a shout came from afar. The next moment, both rows of people turned to look ahead, their expressions filled with curiosity. Soon, Gamoff led Su Chen and his group out of the void. However, the people waiting at the entrance completely ignored him, automatically focusing on a frail figure. Welcome, Su Chen, to the Papal Hall. Accompanied by the applause of a golden-haired, blue-eyed elder, everyone raised their hands in unison. Among them, a little girl clapped reluctantly, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, as if she wished to pounce on him directly. Your Holiness, I think you need to restrain the saintess of your Papal Hall. I can sense that she harbors murderous intent upon seeing Su Chen, an elder from the Dragon Kingdom said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired, blue-eyed elder smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, causing the little girl to suddenly vanish from sight. Many from the Eagle Kingdom nearby showed displeasure at this scene, but more than that, there was a deep sense of trepidation. After all, the currently powerful Dragon Kingdom did not need to consider their feelings in their actions. Su Chen, with us here, the Papal Hall would not dare to act recklessly. You can rest assured to accept the inheritance, we will protect you, a member of the Dragon Kingdom said with a smile. Thank you, Su Chen nodded, saying no more as he followed the group into the Papal Hall. To his slight surprise, the building materials used for this Papal Hall were consistent with those he had collected from the ancient Wolf Demon Emperor's territory. However, there were some ancient array patterns carved on it that were not easily noticeable unless looked at closely. Please, the Pope personally bowed and invited everyone into the main hall. Once everyone had entered, he humbly walked to the main seat and sat down. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he clearly stated the key points regarding Su Chen's acceptance of the inheritance. Among them, he mentioned that Su Chen had to enter with the Saintess to meet the conditions for entry. No way. This Saintess has shown murderous intent towards our Su Chen from the Dragon Kingdom. What if he enters and harms Su Chen? As soon as this was said, a member of the Dragon Kingdom immediately raised an objection. Exactly. We were not aware of this matter from the beginning. Had we known, we would never have allowed Su Chen to come so easily. Chen Xuanji said coldly. Your Holiness, why did you not inform us of such an important matter beforehand? Even Gamoff looked bewildered. Before setting off, he had asked for details, but the Pope had not mentioned this point to him. Many from the Eagle Kingdom also looked confused. The only ones maintaining a calm demeanor were Su Chen, as well as Tian Cheng and Shang Xin. It is like this, everyone, there are reasons for this, and it is not something I can decide, the Pope said with a bitter smile. As you all know, Su Chen's identity as the Chosen One was discovered by our Papal Hall Saintess. She possesses the ability to seek out the Chosen One, and at the same time, she is a pioneer who upholds the will of the sage. Only the pioneer and the Chosen One can enter together to unlock the forbidden area. The reason I did not inform you all is that this is a secret passed down through generations of popes, not to be easily revealed. The previous concealment was truly out of necessity. Humph, you really are amusing. You don't clarify such important news, thinking our Dragon Kingdom people are easy to bully. If it's a worthless inheritance, then forget it. A powerful figure from the Dragon Kingdom snorted coldly, his aura radiating outward. The powerful pressure immediately made everyone present feel difficulty in breathing and moving. Sigh, the Pope sighed. It's too late. Once the Chosen One and the Pioneer enter the Papal Hall together, the inheritance mechanism will activate. Now,
Unless they accept the inheritance, even we cannot leave the papal hall a single step. What do you mean? The powerful figure shouted coldly. The barrier set by the sage. You should be able to feel it now, the Pope said. As soon as he finished speaking, a pure white, flawless light curtain enveloped the entire papal hall in the blink of an eye, leaving not a single gap exposed. Bang! A powerful being from the Dragon Kingdom's Bodhi realm, filled with disbelief, launched an attack towards it. However, the gentle light barrier showed no signs of dimming, nor did it budge even a fraction. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, and with his innate wisdom of heaven and earth, he quickly realized that this was a perfect barrier, with not a single weakness to be found. Every realm, rule, and domain above was intricately combined, forming a seamless whole, as if it were naturally created. Such a barrier clearly indicated that the one who set it up was in existence far beyond the Bodhi realm's powerful beings. It was highly likely that this was the supreme being mentioned by the Pope. It seemed that there truly existed a world left behind by a fallen supreme realm powerhouse. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he made a decision. I'll go. No, Su Chen, Chen Xuanji said solemnly. Su Chen, don't go. This could be a scheme devised by this group. You must not take risks lightly. Zhang Shilong also urged at the same time. The people from the Dragon Kingdom all voiced their objections in unison. I have considered everyone's concerns. This is the light shield, an S-class defensive weapon. Inside, I have infused 10 protective measures that can withstand attacks from 10 peak Bodhi realm beings and below. Now, I will gift this to Su Chen to show that our Pope Hall has no selfish motives. The Pope pointed with his finger, and a shield radiating a gentle white light immediately appeared before Su Chen. I don't trust your Pope Hall, young friend Su Chen. Give this to me, I will check it first to see if there are any tricks. A Bodhi realm powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom said solemnly. Su Chen nodded and pushed the light shield over. After the latter examined it, he then pushed it back to Su Chen. At the same time, a warm black jade pendant came over. You have some sense. Pope Hall, you didn't pull any tricks. Su Chen, this pendant can withstand attacks from 10 mid-stage Bodhi realm beings and below. Keep it, in case anything happens. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, a number of Bodhi realm powerhouses from the Dragon Kingdom sent items to Su Chen, all of which could withstand attacks from Bodhi realm beings. Thank you. Su Chen did not refuse and collected all these items. Everyone, since there is nothing more to discuss, let us go together to the location of the forbidden area. The group soon arrived at the site of the forbidden area. It was a quaint little wooden house, with a tightly shut wooden door, and in the center stood a pure white, flawless cross, beside which was a carved Bible. At the Pope's gesture, Su Chen and the Holy Maiden of the Pope Hall walked to the wooden door together. Whoosh! Just then, the Sacred Heart among the crowd suddenly dispersed its body, transforming into a holy cross radiating silver light. Holy Maiden, please knock on the door with the Sacred Heart. The Pope smiled. The Holy Maiden nodded, grasped the cross, and gently tapped it on the door. Young friend Su Chen, you can knock with your hand. The will of the saint will recognize your identity. Su Chen nodded and walked over to knock on the door. Bang! With a crisp sound, the previously closed door opened, and at the same time, a pure and gentle white light instantly enveloped the world. Before Su Chen could react, the surroundings turned into a vast expanse of white. However, this light was very gentle and did not make him feel any discomfort. Instead, there was an exceptionally obvious sense of warmth. Not long after, the gentle white light dissipated, and Su Chen began to take in his surroundings. It was a very tidy patch of grass, with an ancient wooden church in the center, resembling the Pope Hall outside. But compared to it, this one was considerably smaller. Woof 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 cluck 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 quack quack quack. Suddenly, a series of animal calls rang out around the church, coupled with the blue sky and white clouds, the distant woods, and the grassy church below. It looked incredibly peaceful. In such a tranquil and pleasant place, the only location Su Chen could think of that could rival it was Tianqiu City in the territory of the Demon Clan. As for the human realm, after the revival of spiritual energy, in order to resist the Demon Clan, nuclear weapons were developed extensively, leading to severe environmental destruction. Such scenes could only be seen online. Hello, Su Chen. A gentle call came to his ears. Su Chen turned his head and saw an old man dressed in a white robe, with white hair and blue eyes, slowly approaching while holding the hand of the Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall. His eyelids flickered as he activated the heavenly wisdom. However, the old man before him seemed to merge with the world around him, making it impossible to discern whether he truly existed or to probe his cultivation level. It was evident that this old man must be the saint of the papal hall who had left this world long ago. Su Chen took a deep breath and discreetly tightened his grip on the jade pendant in his hand. There's no need to be so guarded, Su Chen. I have been dead for many years. What you see now is merely a wisp of consciousness I left behind at the moment of my passing, the old man said with a kind smile. His words seemed to possess a magical quality, enveloping Su Chen in a comfortable atmosphere that made it hard for him to feel any sense of vigilance. Yet, the coolness in his heart told Su Chen that this person was far from simple. He quietly glanced at the holy maiden of the papal hall behind the old man. At that moment, there was no trace of killing intent in her gaze, not even a hint of coldness. Everything felt so peaceful and serene. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a chill in his heart, but on the surface, he slowly relaxed his grip on the jade pendant. Let's go. I will take you to the papal hall to receive the inheritance, the old man said with a smile. Senior, what exactly happened during the ancient era? Su Chen asked nonchalantly. The ancient era was a disaster for the human race, the old man sighed. During that time, countless races flourished, with the human race being the weakest and the demon race the strongest. Because of our weakness, we suffered humiliation from the myriad races and faced the brink of extinction multiple times. However, in times of adversity, there were always heroes who stood up to protect the human race from all disasters, such as Pangu, the ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom, Nuwa, Fuxi, and currently, Jehovah, the ancestor of the Eagle Kingdom, among others. In order to resist the myriad races, they observed the powerful demon clan's cultivation methods and created their own cultivation techniques suitable for the human race, teaching the weak humans to cultivate, helping them master spiritual power, intent, Tao, domain, and rules, gaining strength far beyond their own by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Thanks to their relentless efforts, the weak human race quickly became a dominant force in the ancient era filled with myriad races. But a tall tree attracts the wind. The strong rise of the human race made the myriad races feel threatened, so the demon clan contacted the myriad races to jointly attack us. You should have heard of that battle, known as the Annihilation War. The race to be exterminated was the human race. This battle caused the heavens and earth to collapse, the sun and moon to lose their light, and the once spiritually rich continent was shattered, with only a fraction remaining. In the end, the human race was defeated by the myriad races led by the demon clan. And on the brink of extinction, the powerful Nuwa sealed a portion of the Dragon Kingdom's people to the earth and used supreme means to allow them to be reborn after 10,000 years. At this time, Jehovah, the saint of our papal hall, allowed a portion of the human race to escape this continent aboard Noah's Ark, returning here after 10,000 years. This act made them foresee the revival of spiritual energy on this continent after 10,000 years, but it could not continue the cultivation system they had created, leaving the human race without a glimmer of hope for revival. In a critical moment, the will of the heavenly Tao left behind in this place lent a helping hand, leaving behind sparks of hope in every place where humanity continued. For example, the holy temple of the Dragon Kingdom, and the 10 great preachers responsible for spreading the doctrine, as well as the papal palace of my Eagle Kingdom, and so on. So now among all the races, only the demon race remains dominant, having either annexed or slaughtered the other races over these 10,000 years. Su Chen said. Indeed, the old man smiled. Over these 10,000 years, the demon race has scoured this continent, attempting to erase all traces left by our human race and to seal off any records related to the ancient era. But they would never have thought that the resilient human race has not been extinguished. Instead, it has been reborn from the ashes and stands tall once again on this continent. And you, Su Chen. The old man suddenly turned to look at Su Chen, his gaze unusually serious. As the chosen one of this world, you are the only one who can save the future of the human race. But there are many who are stronger than me in this world. Su Chen replied. This world has only recently begun to recover its spiritual energy, and resources are scarce. It can only accommodate one person to reach the pinnacle of supremacy. The old man sighed. And that person can only be you. This is the prophecy left by the dying consciousness of the heavenly way. It cannot be wrong. So, Su Chen, the future of the human race must be entrusted to you. There is still time. It is not impossible for others to emerge as supreme beings among the human race. Su Chen said solemnly. There is no time left. no time left. The old man sighed. Right now, the demon race's heavenly sovereign, who has been hiding in the realms to avoid the depletion of spiritual power and the loss of cultivation, is about to awaken. When that happens, it will be a catastrophe for our human race, and only you can prevent this disaster from occurring, because you are the one chosen by the heavenly way, and only you can claim supremacy in this world. No one else can do it, you are the only one.
Su Chen did not respond to the old man but turned to look at the silent and sacred church.
We have arrived. Ah, I have lost my composure. Su Chen, please do not mind. After all, those from that era always sought ways, disregarding everything, just to ensure the survival of their race. The old man smiled bitterly. He pushed open the door and led Su Chen and the saintess of the papal palace inside. The interior of the hall was very simple and ancient, yet it was filled with a comforting atmosphere that made one want to stay there forever. At the old man's gesture, Su Chen and the saintess of the papal palace moved to the front of the church and stood facing each other. Next, I will convey the will of the Lord of the papal palace, Jehovah, and pass on the inheritance to you both. Are you ready? The old man stood in the center with a Bible in hand, his expression gentle. The saintess of the papal palace nodded first. Seeing this, Su Chen also nodded calmly. Good. Please close your eyes and sit cross-legged. I will begin the inheritance now. Once the two closed their eyes and sat down, the old man began to read from the Bible. At the same time, streams of warm white light poured in like a waterfall from above their heads. Within this light, there existed powers of intent, domain, rules, and even world power. These powers were pure, devoid of any attributes, and could be absorbed for the enhancement of various worlds and rules. However, strangely, there was no cultivation power among them. As these powers surged in, Su Chen's world, rules, and levels continuously ascended. In just a few minutes, all the rules in his main Dantian had already upgraded to A level. Not long after, all the rules he mastered in his second Dantian also upgraded to A level. Following that, it was the third Dantian, the fourth Dantian, up to the 10th Dantian. In about 40 minutes, all the rules in his 10 Dantians had been promoted to A level. The only slow progress was in his world. Even for the first Dantian, there was still quite a gap to meet the conditions for promotion to SS. In contrast, the Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall across from him was surrounded by a surge of white light, with 9 rules all promoted to SSS level. With so much power of rules pouring in, how could Su Chen not generate even one supreme rule? How is that possible? The old man's gaze shifted slightly, and with a twist of his wrist, a stream of pure white light surged forth. In the next moment, fragments of images suddenly appeared above the Holy Maiden's head. What was displayed was Su Chen striking at her with all his might. How is this possible? With nearly 1,000 worlds and so many rules, how could such an extraordinary phenomenon occur in one person? Even the former emperor of humanity did not reach this level. Moreover, he has 9 kinds of Dao intent. How could one person comprehend 9 kinds of Dao intent? What has he experienced? The old man's eyes were filled with shock. However, once he thought of Su Chen's identity as the chosen one, everything seemed to make sense. At this thought, a hint of red light suddenly appeared in the old man's kind eyes. Su Chen, don't blame me. Everything I do is to protect the future of humanity. I just don't believe that you people from the Dragon Kingdom will help us from the Eagle Kingdom. Die. Boom, crack. As the old man's gaze flickered, a vast power like the sea suddenly surged forth, all rushing towards Su Chen. Yet within this power, there was a thread radiating in extreme pure white light. At the same time, the old man's figure dissipated, attaching itself to the pure white power, entering Su Chen's mind. When he saw the solid and thick sea of consciousness, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Such a sea of consciousness, if it gives birth to a divine soul, how powerful it must be. Unfortunately, there are no records of divine soul cultivation among the current humanity from this little girl's mind. But soon, this place will be mine, and I will use Su Chen's body as the chosen one to be reborn and step into the supreme realm. At that time, all races, including humanity, will be trampled beneath my feet. The old man's eyes revealed a frenzied look. His body trembled and transformed into a mass of white mist, enveloping this sea of consciousness. But at that moment, countless figures of Su Chen suddenly emerged within the sea of consciousness. They quickly merged together, forming a massive divine soul manifestation that suppressed the old man who had invaded this place in an instant. No, Su Chen, how could you possibly know the divine soul technique? How is that possible? Su Chen did not respond, merely forming a giant hand of divine soul that easily shattered the old man's soul. In an instant, a series of memories from the ancient era flooded into Su Chen's mind like a tide. At that moment, he truly understood the ancient era. Moreover, he also grasped a truth. During the War of Extermination, powerful figures of humanity like Pangu, Fuxi, and Nuo fought on the front lines. But the old man from the Papal Hall took the opportunity to retreat from the battlefield and hide in Noah's Ark to escape. Because of their absence, humanity's already disadvantaged situation became even more dire, ultimately succumbing to the myriad races led by the demon race, heading towards extinction. It seems that this gene of evasion has flowed into the Eagle Kingdom since Jehovah. Remembering the series of actions taken by the Eagle Kingdom's guard team a few days ago, a hint of coldness appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Whoosh! After killing the old man's soul, in an instant, the power that was originally prepared to enter his body all turned towards the Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall. Even the power that had yet to be refined and was about to enter his dantian all surged outwards at that moment, rushing towards the Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall. Su Chen did not stop them. To him, this power was merely a drop in the bucket. Dispensable. The most important thing is that he really disliked the cultivation of this sect. Whoosh! At that moment, the Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall, having absorbed the cultivation, suddenly stood up, gripping the bright cross, and charged forward with lightning speed. The look in her eyes revealed her intent. She wanted to kill Su Chen. Zing! A colorful sword light, mixed with black and white, suddenly appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the Holy Maiden, who had just rushed over, spat out blood and was sent flying. We are both in the Radiant Realm. Why are you so strong? The Holy Maiden of the Papal Hall shouted in anger, her gaze flickering as she attempted to escape. Just as Su Chen was about to make a move, the bright cross in her hand suddenly shone brightly, piercing straight through her heart. Sister Holy Heart, why? She looked at the woman appearing before her in shock, never expecting such an ending. It's nothing, just atonement. Holy Heart smiled serenely. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a line of blood erupted from the Holy Maiden's neck, signaling the end of her life. After doing all this, Holy Heart walked slowly to a spot not far from Su Chen. Holy Heart of the Bright Cross, I wish to serve Su Chen as my master, to follow him in this life. Saying this, a flash of light emanated from Holy Heart as she voluntarily surrendered her spirit. The spirit born from the treasure only has a soul, not a consciousness. By surrendering her spirit, Holy Heart was entrusting her life and death to Su Chen. Why? Su Chen asked calmly. I want to become stronger, just like Sister Tianqing. Moreover, I want to kill demons. I was forged as a weapon by the Panga clan to slay demons. He bestowed me to Jehovah, intending to express the unity of humanity. But the other party has betrayed that original intention and chosen to escape. But you can choose others, Su Chen said expressionlessly. But you are the only one I have chosen right now. Sorry. Su Chen turned to look at Tianqing. I have partners now. If you don't mind, having one more is fine. I do mind. Hearing his words, a gentle smile appeared on Tianqing's face. It was as if the east wind had just begun to blow, and 100 flowers were in bloom. I was too sentimental. But Sister Tianqing, you really have a very good, master. A hint of loneliness flashed in Holy Heart's eyes, and in an instant, she transformed into a stream of light and departed. Su Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to survey this world. After the old man died, everything in this place underwent significant changes. It was no longer the peaceful, tranquil church, nor were there grassy fields, trees, blue skies, or animals. It had turned into an endless desert. Only the wooden Papal Hall had not changed much. With the wisdom of heaven and earth, he also found the weaknesses of this world. Although there were some weak points, the degree of power integration in this world still exceeded that of ordinary Bodhi realm strongholds. At this moment, Su Chen also understood that everything he had seen earlier was the old man using means to show him and the people of the Papal Hall. After all, in this world, there is no truly perfect thing. The more perfect it is, the more false it becomes. But even so, this world was sufficient to serve as a template for the transformation of Su Chen's world. He stood at the edge of the world, searching this place, constantly pondering the transformation of his own world. With the blessing of heaven and earth's wisdom, he quickly explored the surface. However, this level of understanding was still too shallow. but it also indirectly indicated that this world was indeed not simple. It was not as easy as when he observed the old man using his soul and easily grasped the method of using the soul. Su Chen calmed his mind and continued to comprehend this world. Time passed silently in this process. In the outside papal hall, due to the white light curtain still being present, it was basically cut off from the outside world. Even though the white light curtain had become weak, no one dared to test it lightly anymore. After all, that indestructible impression had been firmly etched in their hearts. Little did they know, at this moment, the Eagle Nation's multiple defenses had already collapsed, and countless members of the Guard were frantically seeking help from the Papal Palace and the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation, but received not a single response. Ultimately, it was revealed that the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation had all fled to other countries to escape the chaos of war. Coupled with the Papal Palace's prolonged silence, over time, many members of the Eagle Nation's Guard also chose to escape to other countries. Some even went so far as to seal off ordinary citizens of the Eagle Nation, using them to buy time for their own escape. During this process, many countries chose to watch coldly from the sidelines, even when their own citizens were abroad. Few countries stepped forward to rescue them. Only the Dragon Nation was different. Long before they lost contact with Su Chen and the others from the Dragon Nation, the Dragon Nation had made detailed arrangements to prepare for a rescue to the Papal Palace. When they discovered they could not break through the light curtain, and with the Eagle Nation on the brink of destruction, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation urgently ordered powerful outsiders to rush to various locations in the Eagle Nation to lead the citizens of the Dragon Nation back home. Under this orderly arrangement, all citizens of the Dragon Nation who were far away in the Eagle Nation were successfully brought back to the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation thus became the only country during the Eagle Nation's near destruction that achieved zero casualties among its citizens. The online response was fervent. Many people from various countries expressed their desire to immigrate upon witnessing this scene, but without exception, they were all rejected. The reason was simple: the Dragon Nation needed warriors, not those who chose to flee in the face of war. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation promptly issued a new immigration plan. Only those who had fought demons in the major border war zones for 10 years would qualify for immigration. As soon as this was announced, the internet erupted in uproar, but no one was willing to accept this harsh condition. Everyone knew that while the Dragon Nation was indeed powerful, it was also facing the greatest crisis. A month later, the Eagle Nation officially announced its destruction. At the same time, 10 powerful beings from the demon race appeared in the eastern war zone of the Eagle Nation. However, they did not find Su Chen's trace here. The letter from Lord Ye has arrived. Su Chen is currently in the Papal Palace and is rushing here. Given the many powerful beings within the Papal Palace, Lord Ye has additionally dispatched 20 more Earth Lords to ensure that you capture Su Chen on the spot. A man in a blood-red robe appeared. The next moment, the 10 demon Earth Lords directly stepped into the void and left. Is Su Chen not out yet? I have a bad feeling. At this moment, Chen Xuanji and the others also walked out of the training room in the Papal Palace. Upon seeing that a crowd was still gathered outside the forbidden area, their expressions darkened. There hasn't been any major commotion inside. He should still be receiving the inheritance. According to the Pope, he should be coming out soon. An elder from the Dragon Nation's Bodhi realm glanced at them and said expressionlessly, "Ha ha, do you think Su Chen will break through to the Bodhi realm as soon as he comes out?" Zhou Qili laughed. "There is that possibility, but it's too slim. Unless this inheritance can provide Su Chen with cultivation, along with insights into the world," the earlier Bodhi realm expert from the Dragon Nation said solemnly. "It's not impossible. I wouldn't be surprised by anything this guy does," Zhou Qili replied. "Indeed," the steady Zhang Shilong also echoed. Boom, crack. At that moment, the light curtain shattered. What happened? Is Su Chen coming out? Not good. There's a demon presence. Quickly defend. Defend. A series of angry shouts spread out. The Bodhi realm experts of the Dragon Nation instantly made their judgment. Numerous worlds merged into a massive shield, separating the demons that were trying to break in. At the same time, the people from the Papal Hall, seeing the situation, dared not slack off in the slightest. They also opened up their worlds, transforming them into shields that merged into the Dragon Kingdom's shield. Crackle! The shield was reinforced, and the surroundings gradually stabilized. But there was no joy on the faces of those present, because they sensed a suffocating scene. Outside, there were as many as 30 demon clan Earth Lords and hundreds of demon lords. Yet here,
There were only 11 Bodhi Realm experts and over 40 Radiant Realm experts, a significant disparity. If these Demon Clan Earthlords forced their way in, they would be utterly unable to stop them with their numbers. Ding-ling-a-ling at that moment, everyone's phones rang. Through the messages, they quickly learned of the news of the Eagle Kingdom's destruction. Damn it! Upon hearing this news, the Pope's face darkened, his gaze flickering as he pondered something. Boom, crack! With a loud explosion, the gate of the forbidden area shattered, and Su Chen walked out from within. The message displayed on his phone immediately made him understand the situation. Su Chen, the Eagle Kingdom has been destroyed. Now, we can only retreat. A Bodhi Realm expert from the Dragon Kingdom said solemnly. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled back the Radiant Realm experts into his world. Boom, crack! Boom, crack! The moment Su Chen appeared, the Demon Clan surged forward with even more frenzied attacks, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Although the world shield supported by the Bodhi Realm experts was indeed strong, it gradually showed signs of fatigue under the relentless powerful assaults. In just a few dozen seconds, cracks began to appear on its surface. Get ready! We retreat together in 1 minute. A Bodhi Realm expert from the Dragon Kingdom shouted angrily. Before his words could finish, the Pope and his group suddenly withdrew their world and surged into the forbidden area. Without their support, the world shield, which had already been struggling to hold up, shattered like glass at that moment. Damn it! These guys actually used us as bait to cover their retreat. Truly despicable. Gon Mofu's face turned ashen, although he was one of the Papal Hall. At this moment, the Pope's group had also abandoned him. Damn it! Retreat! A Bodhi Realm expert from the Dragon Kingdom shouted. Just as he withdrew his world, a more solid world surged from Su Chen's body, joining the shield. In the next moment, the originally cracked shield was completely repaired. Many different worlds also fused together in a tighter manner at the same time, making it impossible to notice that this shield was composed of multiple worlds unless one looked closely. Su Chen, your world! A Bodhi Realm expert from the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed in shock. He could sense that Su Chen had not broken through to the Bodhi Realm, but the strength of Su Chen's world was even more solid than the worlds they controlled at this level. Moreover, Su Chen could use his world to accommodate all their worlds. Such an act was akin to commandeering their worlds. This kind of method was truly terrifying. Not just him, but all the Bodhi Realm experts present cast incredulous glances at Su Chen. I gained some insights inside. Su Chen did not elaborate, turning to discuss escape strategies with them. Retreat towards the Dragon Kingdom. We have contacted the observation hall. They are aware of this news and have sent people to rescue us from the Eagle Kingdom, but it will take some time for them to arrive. We cannot just sit and wait. A Bodhi Realm expert from the Dragon Kingdom said solemnly. Once this was said, it quickly gained the approval of most people. But Su Chen shook his head. They are here to kill me. I will go out and draw them away. You all wait for the right moment to escape. No! An elder shouted. Su Chen, our mission is to protect you. If anything happens to you, we will all be held accountable. Don't be a hero, Su Chen. Only if you survive will our human race have hope. If you die, what meaning is there in our survival? If we are to go, we go together. I'll draw them away. Su Chen, your world is the most solid. Only you can take them with you, otherwise, they won't survive. The strong from the Bodhi realm of the Dragon Kingdom spoke one after another. Even Gamoth from the Papal Hall stood with them at this moment. Only Su Chen shook his head calmly. I am informing you, not discussing with you. With that, Su Chen looked at Gamoth. Give me the Apostle's manuscript. Gamoth was taken aback but quickly took it out and handed it to Su Chen. The moment Su Chen received it, he appeared outside the shield. His speed was so fast that the Bodhi realm experts didn't have time to react. Damn it, Su Chen, you can't be so impulsive. An elder from the Dragon Kingdom shouted angrily. However, what responded to him was the sight of Su Chen leading 30 demon lords away. Soon, all the demons left the area to pursue Su Chen. At that moment, an ancient wooden ship suddenly darted out and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. Damn! Gamoth gritted his teeth upon seeing this. Everyone, Su Chen has already taken action. We cannot waste time. We must first meet up with the strong reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom before we can rescue him. Also, notify the Observation Hall and the Holy Hall to keep an eye on Su Chen's situation and lock onto his whereabouts, so we can act. A Bodhi realm expert from the Dragon Kingdom said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking,
Everyone immediately stepped into the void and left. On the spot, Gamoth's expression twisted for a moment, but he still followed their pace. Su Chen, die. Today, with so many strong demons mobilized, we will surely slay you. Ha! Today, let your human race's hope be completely severed, utterly annihilated. Kill Su Chen, and the reward goes to the first demon lord who brings him down. A mere radiant realm facing so many of us demon lords in pursuit. Su Chen, even in the ancient times, your level of talent is rare. Kill. The heavens and earth trembled. Countless world attacks surged and exploded, like planets crashing down. They continuously bombarded the rapidly moving figure ahead, radiating a spectrum of colors, resembling a world of colorful light. Bang! 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 Under such fierce bombardment, even though Su Chen tried his best to dodge, dozens of powerful attacks infused with world power struck his world. The demon lord sneered, seemingly already envisioning Su Chen's world being shattered. But soon, their smiles froze on their faces. Quickly, the expressions of the demon lord shifted from cold laughter to shock. How is this possible? How can this guy's world be so solid? It can actually withstand dozens of our attacks. And looking at this situation, his world hasn't been damaged at all. Damn it, this guy really thinks he's a genius. Don't hold back. Quickly suppress him to avoid any unforeseen changes. Damn humans, die. Attack. After a brief moment of daze, the demon lords launched even more ferocious attacks. But what shocked them even more was that even with all their might, they couldn't break Su Chen's world, only leaving glaring scars on it. Such a solid world had exceeded their understanding. Seeing this, the killing intent in their eyes surged even more. Su Chen was merely in the radiant realm, yet the world he had condensed was enough to resist the attacks of many demon lords. Once he broke through to the Bodhi realm, the power he could unleash would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. At that time, with his killing power, he would undoubtedly become the greatest hidden danger for his demon clan to unify this continent. With the spiritual energy he has stored, it is not enough to support this world for long. Act quickly, and do not let him escape. A demon clan Earth Sovereign roared, and 30 demon clan Earth Sovereigns acted in unison. The terrifying killing moves surged like a tidal wave, once again submerging Su Chen's world. But in just a moment, the world glowing with 7 colors escaped once more. At the same time, a blood-colored figure emerged above it, and in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 miles was completely absorbed into its body. This scene was caused by Su Chen's innate skill, blood devouring the sky. His current world strength was very high, even surpassing that of a Bodhi realm expert. However, the spiritual power consumed also increased exponentially. Even the spiritual power stored in 10 Dantians was not enough to sustain this world created by 10 cultivators for long. At this moment, the fastest way to replenish spiritual power was through blood devouring the sky. Whoosh! As the vast spiritual energy entered his body, Su Chen's complexion instantly changed from pale to a deep reddish brown. The immense spiritual power within him, even with 10 Dantians absorbing it together, was insufficient to digest it, causing a significant amount of spiritual power to surge out from his body, accompanied by blood beads. Boom, crack. Feeling this situation, Su Chen's physical and appeared simultaneously, sharing the immense pressure brought by this wave of spiritual power. With the S assistance, Su Chen finally stabilized this wave of spiritual power. Without any hesitation, he poured this force into the battered world. Crackle! With the infusion of spiritual power, the previously damaged chaotic sword intent world suddenly burst forth with dazzling 7-colored light, and the broken areas began to repair continuously. At the same time, Su Chen was multitasking, supporting the operation of the 7-colored world while urging the wind world, enhanced by the rules of wind and space, to move forward. Rumble! Another series of attacks fell, and the overwhelming power directly erased the luster of the 7-colored world, making it once again pockmarked and riddled with holes. A world of ordinary people would suffer severe injuries from such a blow, but Su Chen merely trembled slightly, then turned around to repair this world and continue his escape. Just like that, 10 minutes later, Su Chen exhausted all his spiritual power. Without any hesitation, he directly used the attribute points he had initially reserved. Ding! Adding cultivation points. The moment the system's voice fell, countless spiritual powers surged into Su Chen's 10 Dantians like rushing rivers. It wasn't until all the Dantians were filled that he consumed only half of his attribute points. With this wave of spiritual power, Su Chen supported himself for another 3 minutes. When he exhausted all his attribute points and the last trace of spiritual power, his world was finally shattered by a group of Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns. The sudden heavy blow turned Su Chen's complexion pale, but he used this attack to rush forward again. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, die, child of prophecy, child of the heavenly path, chosen one. At this moment, no matter what you are, you will die at the hands of my supreme demon clan. Kill, slay Su Chen, make a name for the demon clan. The heavens surged, and the winds and clouds changed. Hundreds of attacks surged toward Su Chen once more. The might they carried shattered the sky within a radius of 10,000 miles. The clear sky turned into boundless darkness in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a jade pendant was summoned, transforming into white light that protected Su Chen. At the same time, a silver-white shield appeared in Su Chen's hand. S-class defensive weapon, light shield. The power contained within it was enough for him to withstand 10 attacks from peak Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns and below. Here, there are no peak Earth Sovereigns of the Demon race, but the combined attacks of the Earth Sovereigns from the Demon race unleash a force that is not much weaker than that of a peak Earth Sovereign. Bang! A wave of attacks fell, and the jade pendant's brilliance dimmed significantly. Su Chen took advantage of this power to rush forward for another 1,000 miles. Soon, under such operations, the jade pendant completely shattered. Seeing this, Su Chen took out a bracelet, given to him by another powerful being from the Dragon Kingdom's Bodhi realm, which also contained the power to withstand the attacks of 10 Bodhi realm strongmen. However, this bracelet could only resist attacks from mid-stage Bodhi realm strongmen and below. Bang! Just a single wave of attack caused the bracelet to disintegrate, and for the first time, the demon race's attack truly landed on Su Chen. Even just a small portion of the residual wave forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, for his divine body, this could only be considered a minor injury. Whoosh! As soon as the bracelet exploded, Su Chen took out a jade pendant. Like before, this jade pendant quickly transformed into white light, enveloping Su Chen. Damn it! How many treasures does this guy have? He's already shattered too. How can there still be more? I don't believe he can pull out anymore. Kill him! Kill! Another wave of attacks descended. The pendant shattered, and while Su Chen used the force to escape, he quickly pulled out a warm jade plate. Bang! The jade plate shattered. The next moment, Su Chen took out a bracelet. When the bracelet transformed into white light again, protecting Su Chen, the faces of the demon race's Earth Sovereigns turned extremely ugly. They knew that Su Chen, as the son of the heavenly Tao of the human race, should be under many protections, but they never expected that Su Chen would possess so many extraordinary treasures. Damn it! Kill him! I don't believe he has any left. Die! Human ant, you have completely angered me. I will make sure you die a terrible death. Kill! Another wave of attacks, filled with the fury of the demon race's Earth Sovereigns, fell. As the bracelet shattered, Su Chen's figure moved forward another several thousand miles. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while raising the shield of light in his hand. Dingling at that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. As soon as he answered the call, Chen Xuanji's heavy voice came through. Su Chen, we are on our way. According to the location, we will meet you 3,000 miles ahead. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Bang! Before he could hang up the phone, a powerful attack descended. As the shield of light lit up, his phone was shattered by the shockwave of the attack. At the same time, his body was propelled forward 1,000 miles by the force of the attack. Before he could move forward, another attack struck, sending him flying over 1,000 miles. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, several figures suddenly rushed in from the front. There were over 100 people in total. Among them, there were 50 Bodhi realm strongmen. The rest were powerful beings from the Radiant realm. Each of them had a soaring dragon pattern engraved on their chests. Without a doubt, this group of people was from the Dragon Kingdom, here to escort Su Chen. Su Chen! Chen Xuanji and his group hurried over to support Su Chen. At the same time, they took out high-level healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions from their bodies and handed them to him. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony and accepted them all. Just as he was using the potions, the demon race's Earth Sovereigns also chased after him. Dragon Kingdom humans, this is the territory of the Eagle Kingdom. If you act, it will break the treaty. When our demon race's strongest come, how can you resist? Quickly retreat and bring Su Chen out. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when our demon race's strong men arrive, you will surely be turned to ashes. Retreat! Hand over Su Chen.
The group of Demon Clan Earthlords spoke coldly.
In the face of their threats, the people from the Dragon Kingdom wore mocking expressions. Unfazed.
They had mobilized such a large force to rescue Su Chen, and now that they had just found him, they were being told to leave. How could that be possible?
Are you saying this isn't within the territory of my Dragon Kingdom?
Zheng Shilong sneered.
With a wave of his hand, a Dragon Kingdom flag was planted into the ground below.
The Eagle Kingdom has been destroyed. This place is now occupied by my Dragon Kingdom.
From now on, this will belong to the territory of my Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to invade, my Dragon Kingdom will not show mercy. You, one of the Demon Clan Earthlords, turned pale with anger. This is the territory of my Demon Clan. How can you, people of the Dragon Kingdom, act like this? May I ask? Sir, you claim this is your Demon Clan's territory, but is there a single demon or any symbol of your clan present here?
You, the Demon Clan Earthlord, spoke coldly,
but no words came out. At this moment, there indeed were no demons here.
So as Zhang Shilong said,
there was no presence of the Demon Clan. Ridiculous. While there are no demons here, there are people from the Dragon Kingdom present. Or do you mean to say that the Dragon Kingdom has no symbols here?
Another Demon Clan member retorted coldly.
My Dragon Kingdom flag is planted right here. What? In your eyes, does that not count as a symbol of my Dragon Kingdom? Or do you demons truly wish to breach the agreement and force my Dragon Kingdom to use nuclear weapons that we have been accumulating for nearly 100 years? Nuclear weapons.
The faces of the Demon Clan Earthlords suddenly grew heavy at the mention. Looking at the flag of the Dragon Kingdom fluttering in the wind below, they all felt a desire to tear it to shreds. But they did not dare. The power of nuclear weapons was still fresh in their minds. If they were to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom now, although they might achieve final victory, the cost would be too great. The Demon Clan had worked hard to reach their current state. They could not let a moment of folly disrupt their plans to dominate this continent.
At that moment,
a woman in a blood-red robe appeared in the scene. Her gaze was icy as she looked at Su Chen, her killing intent palpable. The Earth Lord of the Crow has ordered.
Retreat! The Demon Clan Earthlords dared not disobey and quickly withdrew. After they left,
the woman in the blood robe made a gesture of cutting her throat towards Su Chen. You are destined to die at the hands of my Demon Clan, you cannot escape.
With that, she let out a cold laugh and stepped into the void, leaving. Damn demon beasts! Just you wait! Zhou Qili roared. Stop with the afterthoughts. Chen Xuanji chuckled lightly, turning to Su Chen. Are you alright? Not bad. Su Chen nodded.
He briefly recounted the events to everyone before returning to the Holy Temple with them.
The Temple Master is in seclusion. Regarding your reward,
the Holy Temple will give you a satisfactory answer, so you need not worry.
For now, focus on healing. By the way,
my name is Qiu Kongzhan, you can just call me Old Qiu from now on. The elder from the Bodhi realm who had given Su Chen the jade pendant patted Su Chen on the shoulder.
Su Chen nodded and walked towards his cultivation room. In the Holy Temple,
everyone had their own cultivation room.
However,
Su Chen had gone directly to the Eagle Kingdom for his mission and had not visited one before.
Hey, Su Chen!
Gu Shishue stepped out from the torn void, her expression somewhat worried.
Is something wrong? Well, being able to say those two words means your problem isn't too serious. Gu Shishue's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. I'm curious, why didn't you retreat with everyone at that time? Why did you insist on going alone to draw those Earth Lords away? Su Chen remained silent, lighting a cigarette and taking a few deep puffs. Try to smoke less. Gu Shishue sighed. Su Chen's actions had already told her the answer.
There will always be someone standing in front of him.
Yet who has ever thought that he, too, wanted to be the one standing at the front? After all, those who survive are, in a sense, the most tormented. How's Gu Xingdong? Su Chen looked at Gu Shishue,
extinguishing the nearly finished cigarette and pulling out another one.
About the same as me. In the Qiangyu realm, just a small fry. No particularly dangerous tasks. That's good. Su Chen nodded.
And just as he took 2 steps, it seemed he remembered something.
If there's nothing else, get me a phone. The same number as before. Okay. Gu Shishue nodded, her gaze fixed on his departing figure. It wasn't until he disappeared from her sight that she withdrew her gaze. She couldn't understand why. Despite being pursued by 30 Demon Clan dignitaries, Su Chen remained so calm. Ding-ling-a-ling, the ringtone of her phone pulled Gu Shishue back to reality. She opened it and, Unconsciously, a hint of confusion appeared on her face. The Eagle Nation has fallen, and the Demon Clan dares not move against our Dragon Nation for now, so they are targeting the neighboring Neon Nation. Sigh. What a troublesome autumn. I don't know when this endless battle will come to an end. The first thing Su Chen did upon returning to the training room was to heal his injuries. Although he had suppressed his wounds earlier, there were still many hidden dangers within him. Even with a strong physique, he needed to eliminate them all to maintain his peak condition. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Su Chen's physique had fully recovered to its peak. He didn't rush to leave the closed-off space but instead expanded his world, continuing to perfect it. On that day, a bit earlier today, on that day, just as Su Chen was in a critical period of perfecting his world, he was interrupted by disturbances from the outside. As a result, the level of perfection he had hoped for in his world was not achieved. Had it started as he envisioned, he wouldn't have been so passive when facing these Demon Clan dignitaries. Taking advantage of the time he had now, Su Chen planned to elevate it to the level of comprehension. Time passed swiftly. A month later, immersed in his world, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of colorful light, almost tangible, emanated from them. In the next moment, the surrounding world trembled, and the originally bright and distinctly colored chaotic sword intent world suddenly softened considerably. The previously clear layers of color began to intertwine, emitting a warm and gentle multicolored glow, undergoing a qualitative change compared to before. Bang! Su Chen struck the world barrier with a punch. The solid and thick barrier merely trembled slightly, showing no significant change. He did not hold back with this punch, he put all his strength into it. The immense power brought by his divine body, in the past, would have easily shattered even multiple overlapping worlds. But now, a single chaotic sword intent world easily withstood it. This was enough to demonstrate that the solidity of his world had reached an extreme point, far beyond what it was before. Compared to the worlds of ordinary Bodhi realm experts, it was like comparing a pebble to a boulder. Just then, Su Chen's mind stirred, and the chaotic sword intent world, which had been radiating a warm glow, suddenly became sharp. Strands of colorful light stood out, each exuding a chilling sword aura. The world was vividly colored and incredibly dazzling, even more so than the previous world. Most importantly, its might had multiplied compared to before. This was another mode of chaotic sword intent world that Su Chen had comprehended. If the previous world was primarily defensive, this one was primarily offensive. With the power of this world, combined with his strongest sword world, Long Rainbow/Demon, it would unleash even greater power. Previously, Su Chen could only create a hole in Gamoth's world with all his strength in a single sword strike. But now, he could shatter Gamoth's world with one sword. Even if the opponent is a strong practitioner of the Bodhi realm, the power of this sword cannot be resisted. With the chaotic sword intent world of 2 modes, Su Chen's strength has clearly stepped into the early stage of the Bodhi realm. Coupled with his divine body and numerous SSS talents, especially the SSS talent Blood Devouring the Sky and its skills, he is already invincible in the early stage of the Bodhi realm. Swish! Su Chen retracted the world and continued to close his eyes in comprehension. He planned to comprehend all the rules to the S level. Meanwhile, in the Holy Temple, people were constantly posting team formation information, and small teams were leaving the temple one after another. Damn it! The Neon Nation has always been at odds with our country. Aren't they just licking the Eagle Nation? Now that the Eagle Nation is destroyed, they turn to lick our Dragon Nation. What a shameless bunch. I really don't understand why the higher-ups chose to support them. In the task department, Zhou Qili complained with a displeased expression. The younger faces around him also looked furious, spitting out plain and unadorned essence of the Dragon Nation directed at the Neon Nation. Sigh. Chen Xuanji took a sip of wine, looking helplessly at the scene. These guys are still too young. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Isn't the Eagle Nation the same? After all, we are all human beings with a common enemy. There's nothing we can do. With a great enemy at hand, all grievances should be set aside. Zheng Shilong sighed. But one thing is for sure, my stance is very firm. That damn shrine of the Neon Nation. One day, I will uproot it and plant our Dragon Nation's flag there to honor our ancestors. Call me when the time comes. Although I'm old, I'm still quite skilled at grinding bones to dust. Chen Xuanji laughed. Didn't Elder Chen say we are young? Hearing you say that, I'm not that old either? Zhou Qili came over to tease. An old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles.
the water flows westward in front of the door.
You don't understand a thing, you little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. Go brush up on your home dance. Chen Xuanji scolded with a laugh.
The people around burst into loud laughter at his words. Zhou Qili's face turned red with embarrassment.
Unable to find a retort, he could only hold his breath, snort coldly, and turn to the corner. What's wrong with him? Chen Xuanji laughed. Cough. According to his temperament, he's probably cursing you in circles right now. There's a good chance he'll post it online, along with some family-related quotes like "Who understands this old thing?"
Zhang Shilong said helplessly.
Chen Xuanji, everyone. At this moment,
a pleasant call came from the front. Everyone turned to see Lin Xiyu walking over with a notice in hand.
Right now, the demon race is rampantly slaughtering at the border of the Neon Nation.
Although our two countries have always been at odds,
as fellow humans, we should lend a helping hand. If we ignore this time, the next country surrounded and slaughtered by the demon race could very well be our Dragon Nation. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold.
I urge everyone to set aside their hatred and support the Neon Nation.
This act, to put it nicely, is for the greater good of humanity. To put it bluntly, it's to provide our Dragon Nation with more shields.
Everyone has cultivated to the level of army commander or even commander-in-chief,
and has experienced a lot.
I won't say much about the reasoning, you all can decide for yourselves.
Additionally,
aside from the series of reward systems issued by the Holy Temple,
I, Lin Xiyu, will add a bonus. Whoever can destroy the damn shrine, I will marry him. I swear on my Dao heart, I mean what I say. I, Lin Xiyu, am not joking. On one hand, I despise that place, on the other hand, my family is really pushing me hard.
As soon as she finished speaking, the whole place erupted in laughter and applause.
But as they laughed, many people's eyes became moist. In this era, having a complete family is already beyond what many can achieve. After all,
more families have fallen apart in order to resist the demon race. As the year-end approaches,
in the past, this would either be a family reunion or a journey towards one. But now, for the peace of the family and the country, they have all gathered here. Reunion, perhaps, can only be a thought?
Crack. Zhang Shilong silently lit a cigarette. Chen Xuanji let out a soft sigh, raising the wine jug in his hand without saying a word.
Before long,
the once tidy and bright hall was filled with smoke and the smell of alcohol.
A group of people were among it, some smoking, some drinking, looking somewhat ridiculous.
But more than that, there was an indescribable sense of melancholy.
After all,
there was still a month until the new year.
Moments later, this heavy atmosphere was shattered by Zhou Qili's roar. Damn it, where's my Demon Lord's head ashtray? Who took it from me? The Demon Lord's head ashtray. Damn it, isn't that the one Su Chen gave online? That's the one. Who took it? I don't know. I want it, but I haven't seen it. Damn, that's from Su Chen. It's invaluable. Bring it to me.
Zhou Qili's shouts echoed through the crowd,
but everyone claimed they hadn't seen it. Damn it, is it you, old Chen? Zhou Qili seemed to think of something and angrily approached Chen Xuanji.
The latter merely raised the wine gourd in his hand,
saying nothing. The meaning was clear. I'm drinking, not smoking. Why is everyone silent? Who took my ashtray? Hand it over quickly. Is it you? Is it you? Is it? Zhou Qili, seeing this, went around asking everyone.
Yet he didn't notice that Lin Xiyu was playing with the Demon Lord's head,
smiling as she left. The ashtray from Su Chen. Quite collectible. That kid can't take care of it. I'll take it. Just as Lin Xiyu put away the Demon Lord's head, a frail figure approached. Upon seeing the newcomer, she immediately went up to greet them. Su Chen, your reward has been announced.
According to the higher-ups of the Observation Hall and the Holy Hall, they are prepared to open all cultivation resources for you, including some sacred cultivation sites in the Holy Hall.
Additionally,
you have been exceptionally promoted to one of the candidate hall masters of the Holy Hall.
This is a glory that ordinary people cannot reach. In the vast Holy Hall,
there won't be more than 10 people who can meet such conditions.
And apart from you, each of them is a late-stage strongman of the Bodhi realm. However,
there is a prerequisite. From this moment on,
you cannot step out of Long Country. This is also a measure taken to ensure your safety. I hope you understand. Su Chen, upon hearing this,
calmly glanced at her and continued walking towards the mission department.
Hey, you! Lin Xiyu wanted to say something,
but Gu Shishue tore through the void and made a shushing gesture at her.
Su Chen won't accept such an arrangement. He wants to kill demons. Why? Lin Xiyu asked softly. I don't know. But he absolutely won't stay here to reunite with family without doing missions, while enjoying the best cultivation conditions and resources, such good conditions. An ordinary person would be eager to accept. Even he has no reason to refuse, right? Gu Shishue shook her head, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the mission department. She didn't understand why Su Chen was so fixated on killing demons, but without that fixation, he wouldn't be him. What's the point? Lin Xiyu looked puzzled, but as if she thought of something, her expression suddenly brightened, revealing a smile. Killing demons is fine. If I can conveniently destroy that damn shrine, even better. Su Chen is here. In the mission department, a loud shout rang out. The next moment, everyone's gaze was focused on that frail figure. The scene fell into a momentary silence. There was no other reason. Recently, his deeds had been circulating in the Holy Temple. The youngest military commander of the Dragon Kingdom, the first prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom to become a mentor shortly after enrolling. With the cultivation of the Radiant Realm, he had killed 20 demon lords. With the cultivation of the Radiant Realm, he had safely escaped from the hands of 30 demon clan Earthlords. With the cultivation of the Radiant Realm, he was nominated as a candidate for the Holy Temple's Deputy Lord. Each of these achievements was enough to be recorded in history. And all this glory was focused on one person. One could imagine how legendary and extraordinary this person was. Now, seeing the real person again, their faces were still filled with awe as always. So handsome, very handsome, extremely handsome. In the task department, where one could hear a pin drop, 3 voices of admiration rang out. If someone praised another like this at ordinary times, it would surely invite ridicule. But at this moment, everyone genuinely agreed from the bottom of their hearts. Simply because the person before them was Su Chen, and he deserved these praises. So handsome. Su Chen, if you could give me an ashtray, that would be even cooler. I don't know who stole my ashtray just now, making me lose track of my cigarette, but Zhou Qili said shamelessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly gathered around, eager for a way out. Su Chen, I want one too. Nee. I want one. Add 2. A crowd surrounded him, and Su Chen said nothing, raising his hand to reveal hundreds of demon heads. Among them were demon lords, heavenly emperors, earth emperors, and demon emperors. Wow, there are demon lords. I want it. Don't steal from me. That's mine. Draw your sword. Damn it, leave one for me. A number of military commanders from the Holy Temple, and even a few commanding level powerhouses, joined this war over the ashtray. Gu Shishue, who had rushed over, saw this scene and couldn't help but smile wryly. As expected, the video said it well. A man remains a boy until death. With Su Chen, it's a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. The previous task department was never this harmonious. Zheng Shilong sighed while hurriedly putting away the demon lord's head in his hand. It's good. These guys have become numb to killing demons. It's nice to have some fun to spice things up. I just didn't expect this change to be brought about by someone as aloof as Su Chen. Chen Xuanji smiled bitterly. At this moment, Su Chen had already passed through the crowd, preparing to take on a task. Are there any demon-killing tasks similar to the previous ones in the Eagle Kingdom? Hello, Su Chen. The staff member was about to speak when Lin Xiyu came over and pulled him aside. Let me handle it. Xiao Li isn't very familiar with the business. Xiao Li. The only demon-killing task that can compare to the previous one in the Eagle Kingdom is the demon-killing task in the Neon Kingdom. I'll take it, Su Chen said calmly. Ahem. Given the situation that occurred in the Eagle Kingdom, the demon-killing task in the Neon Kingdom is not open for individual acceptance. It can only be accepted in teams. Moreover, your situation is quite special. To accept the task, I need to report to my superiors. Only in teams? Su Chen asked. Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced back. The next moment, the crowd erupted. Take me with you. Su Chen. I'm Li Bai. No, my shooting skills are top-notch. Get out of the way. Your lousy shooting skills can't compare to mine. Su Chen. Team up with me. Team up with me. I can speak the bird language of the Neon Kingdom. You can forget it. The whole world speaks Dragon Kingdom language now. Damn it. What are you all doing? Bullying an old man like me? Su Chen. Team up with me. I have plenty of experience. These newbies can't compare. After hearing about Su Chen's series of achievements,
Everyone understood that following Su Chen was akin to clinging to a powerful ally, a situation where victory was almost guaranteed. Naturally, they would not let go of such an opportunity to gain credit effortlessly. Su Chen looked at the crowd, his expression somewhat complex. Guo Guang once told me something like this. He said that if he were 20 years younger, he would definitely make you the captain. At that moment, Gu Shishue walked over, dressed in a white dress. Her smile was gentle and sweet, as if she had just recalled something joyful. Why? Why? Su Chen asked. He didn't tell me, but I think it's because you are Su Chen. Or perhaps, you are the hope in his eyes, Gu Shishue said. Su Chen fell silent. In that moment, he seemed to see that middle-aged man with a disdainful expression again. What did it matter if there were 4 demon lords? As long as hope remained, anything was possible. So, have you made up your mind? Are you going to form a team or give up on this mission? Lin Xiyu leaned forward to look at Su Chen. She actually hoped that Su Chen would not take on this mission to the Neon Country. After all, he was no longer just a demon slayer, he was also a spiritual pillar secretly promoted by the Dragon Country. Many people from the Dragon Country had already regarded him as a belief. If anything were to happen to him, it would be a significant loss for the Dragon Country and even for humanity. In the mission department, everyone remained silent, watching the face lost in thought. They knew that at this moment, he was not as calm inside as he appeared on the surface. After a long while, Su Chen came back to his senses, looking calmly at Lin Xiyu as he took out the military command token and placed it in front of her. Form a team. Team name, Chang'an. Alright. Lin Xiyu sighed. The Holy Hall team can also have an alias. You can give your team a nickname. Do you have one in mind? If not, you can submit it later. Alias, Hope. Hope. Good name. The team is officially established. Your team emblem will be completed in 10 minutes. And you can start recruiting your team members now, Lin Xiyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, before Su Chen could act, the crowd began to recommend themselves. Chang'an is such a beautiful name. Su Chen. Pick me. Pick me. Long-lasting peace. Good. Good. I'm in. What are you doing? Line up. I was here first. You all step aside. Su Chen. Choose me. By the way, currently, there are no Demon Clan world-class powerhouses interfering within the Neon Country. According to the tacit agreement between humanity and the Demon Clan, you can only recruit teammates at the Radiant Realm level to accompany you. The minimum number of team members is 5, and the maximum is 10. You can recruit based on your own situation, but try to recruit complementary skills to reflect the team's effectiveness. If you have no leads, I can also recommend some, but whether you can recruit them depends on you, Lin Xiyu said solemnly. Su Chen did not respond, he simply looked towards the back of the crowd. Chen Xuanji, Zhang Shilong, Zhou Qili, Gu Jinyuan, are you willing to join my Chang'an team? I'm just an old bone, but since Captain Su Chen has invited me, I can't refuse, right? Although I'm old, I can still manage for a few more years, Chen Xuanji said with a smile. I am willing to fight demons alongside the captain. Zhang Shilong nodded, his face slightly excited. Me? Captain has good taste, Zhou Qili exclaimed, his face flushed. It is my honor to fight alongside the captain, Gu Jinyuan said with a smile. With the 4 of them, plus Su Chen, they had a total of 5 people. The minimum number required for the team had been met. Soon, Lin Xiyu completed the team registration and task registration, and handed over the 4 tokens made in imitation of the Chang'an order, along with the Chang'an order itself, into his hands. This token is really fucking beautiful. It's stunning. I love you, Captain, Zhou Qili exclaimed, holding the teammate token in his hands. His face flushed. He kept running around, flaunting the token. Damn it! Chen Xuanji laughed and scolded, but his movements to where the team members' Chang'an order were not slow. It really is beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, Captain must have completed that task to obtain this token, right? Zhang Shilong asked while adjusting his clothes and putting on the token. Su Chen nodded, just about to wear the token when Gu Shishue suddenly walked over and took it from his hands. Let me do it. Saying this, before Su Chen could refuse, she fastened the token onto his chest. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's just a small thing. Gu Shishue shook her head and turned to leave the task department. No one noticed that as soon as she stepped out the door, her eyes turned red. Whoosh! Under the coverage of her domain, she squatted on the ground and began to cry uncontrollably. Guo Guang!
the boy you once took to hope, has now grown up to stand on his own and bring hope to others. Do you know? He established a team, named both Chang'an and Hope. After a long while, she finally stopped crying, but within her originally calm Dantian, a strand of pure white light suddenly emerged. The moment she noticed that light, tears flowed down her cheeks again, because that light was the 9th rule she had just comprehended. It was called Hope. Through the selection of the military commander, I hereby announce that the position of the commander of the 10th Army in the Eastern Border War Zone will be inherited by Yi Rouge. In the battlefield of the heavens, in the martial arts hall, as He Yao's voice fell, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Rouge, who stood on the martial arts platform with an indifferent expression. This guy has changed so much since Su Chen went to the Holy Temple. This cold and frosty demeanor is completely different from the silly, love-struck fool he used to be. Sometimes, I wonder, is this really the same person? Below the stage, Shui sighed. As she spoke, she habitually sipped her papaya drink. It's indeed unexpected. Li Qingyi also looked puzzled. The main thing is, she doesn't eat snacks anymore, which is really hard to understand. Shui said helplessly. Because of Yi Rouge's change, she hadn't eaten snacks for a long time either. Isn't the biggest change her strength? Nan Yao said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the audience showed a look of apprehension. During this time, Yi Rouge seemed to be possessed, challenging people to duels every day. In the vast battlefield of the heavens, everyone had fought with her several times. However, after losing to Nan Yao, she had been on a winning streak. In the end, not only did her strength soar, defeating Nan Yao to take the position of commander, but she also took over all the areas previously guarded by Su Chen. The territory she guarded, built upon Su Chen's foundation, was now layered with the heads of demon clans, terrifyingly so, coupled with the cold aura emanating from her bones. Behind the scenes, a group of demon slayers even gave her a nickname, Ice Goddess of War. Work hard now. The commander's tasks are settled every 6 months. In 2 months, it will be the next settlement point. If you work a bit harder, you might just get a ticket to the Holy Temple, He Yao said solemnly. The Holy Temple. A flicker of emotion appeared in Yi Rouge's cold eyes. He seemed to be in that place. All right, the selection of the military commander is now over. Once you have decided on the design, hand it over to Feng Bian. I have something to attend to and will leave here for a while. If you have any matters, you can communicate and discuss with Feng Bian. Right, Xiaobu? Yes. Feng Bian, who was standing nearby, nodded helplessly. Clearly one of the law enforcement unit leaders, he had been pulled here as a mere figurehead during this time. Now, the law enforcement unit had even removed him from his position, making him the deputy commander of the Eastern Border War Zone. To be honest, he had refused, but he couldn't take on Su Chen, nor could he handle He Yao and Bai Mafeng. Then it's settled. After He Yao finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already holding a smoking cigarette. Sigh. Life is just 2 words, smoke and slay demons. No, it's 3 words. There's one more, enjoy music in the brothel. Right, old Bai? Aside from the smoking part, I agree with the rest, heroes see eye to eye. Bai Mafeng stepped out from the void. The new year is coming soon, He Yao said. Yeah, the new year is almost here. That brat doesn't even know to come back and take a look. I miss him a bit. Sigh. No more talk. Nothing to do today. Let's enjoy music in the brothel. Let's go. Is everything ready? Is everything prepared? In the colorful world, Su Chen looked at Zheng Shilong and the 5 others. Zheng Shilong nodded. Everything is ready. The high-level potions and spiritual energy replenishment potions have all been prepared according to your instructions, Captain. Additionally, we have also prepared quite a few high-level healing potions as you mentioned. Speaking of which, I must mention, Captain, your merit points are really too many. That's hundreds of billions of merit points. Impossible to spend. Simply impossible to spend. Zhou Qili shouted with a cigarette in his mouth. Originally not much of a smoker, after getting a demon lord's head as an ashtray, his cigarette consumption skyrocketed, and whenever he had time, he couldn't help but light up a few. Moreover, he would show off his demon lord head ashtray to everyone, almost wanting to weld it to his forehead. This memory also made many people gnash their teeth in envy. If it weren't for the fact that he chose to head to the Neon Country that day, many would have likely taken action against his ashtray. Captain, How many demons did you actually kill to gather so many merit points? Gu Jinyuan asked, still in shock. He had also participated in the potion exchange, and when he saw the string of numbers recorded on the merit ring Chang'an, he was quite frightened. Even though he was already a strong practitioner in the Radiant Realm, he had never seen such a number of merit points before. Indeed, a lot. Even Chen Xuanji, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen many demon slayers' merit rings, but their number of slain demons was less than 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of Su Chen's. Moreover, this was only what Su Chen had displayed after using some. If he hadn't used any, that number would have to be significantly higher. Truly terrifying. Forget it, Su Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the others silently gave him a thumbs up. Basically, every demon slayer would keep a record of the demons they had killed. How many demons would one have to kill to forget their own kill count? They couldn't imagine. But it must be a terrifying number. Let's cultivate, we will soon arrive in the Neon Country, Su Chen said. The others nodded, and within Su Chen's world, they opened up the world to enter cultivation. Su Chen also didn't idle, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, continuing to comprehend the rules. He still had some rules that had not been converted to S level. Meanwhile, online, news suddenly broke about Su Chen heading to the Neon Country. Upon learning of this, the netizens in the Neon Country erupted. Many of Su Chen's female fans even posted videos welcoming his arrival. Among them are many stars well known to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, various battle zones in the Neon Kingdom simultaneously released updates welcoming Dragon Kingdom warriors to come to the Neon Kingdom. The most widely circulated image in this context is the one that had previously spread the most. Once this update was published, netizens from other countries could no longer sit still, and they all posted updates welcoming Dragon Kingdom warriors to assist in slaying demons. After all, since the fall of the Eagle Kingdom, the pressure from the demon race has spread to various countries. Currently, the border situations of many countries are quite concerning. However, the Dragon Kingdom has not made any statements. At the same time, numerous photos from the site of the Eagle Kingdom's destruction began to emerge like mushrooms after rain, quickly spreading across major platforms. When everyone saw the bloody land struck by nuclear weapons, they truly realized that the demon race had already initiated the war. Following this, various countries began to roll out recruitment plans. In several war-torn countries, even students who had not yet graduated from school joined the battlefield. Even the currently most powerful Dragon Kingdom quickly made strategic deployments. The first step was to publicly announce the previously subtly released military rank points system. Next came the student border training and the recruitment plan for warriors. The world situation seemed to grow increasingly tense since the fall of the Eagle Kingdom. Arrived. Su Chen retracted his world and landed in front of the General Coordination Department of the Neon Kingdom's border war zone. This time, the Neon Kingdom's request for aid was urgent and did not specify which border war zone to go to, so the Dragon Kingdom warrior teams that came here needed to be assigned to different war zones. Su Chen, Kawaii Su Chen, welcome to the Neon Kingdom. Su Chen, I'm your fan, can I get your autograph? Su Chen, you are a hero of the human race. Everything you do now will be remembered by the Neon Kingdom. Bye. As soon as Su Chen landed, he was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Most of them were women holding flowers and pulling welcome banners. Swish, Chen Xuanji, Zhang Shilong, Gu Jinyuan, and Zhou Qili retracted their worlds and stood behind Su Chen. When they saw the few people dressed in uniform attire and wearing the Chang'an order appear, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Chang'an team, so cool, so cool, so cool. Chang'an team, Hope team, welcome. The crowd cheered continuously. Zhou Qili, seeing this, smiled and leisurely took out a pair of sunglasses to put on. This action instantly drew cheers from many girls, but they did not know that at this moment, Zhou Qili was glancing around, constantly sizing up the women present. Wow, Teacher Oz is here. Wow, Teacher Coco is here. Wow, Teacher Lonza is also here. Wow, wow, so many teachers. The captain's charisma is really impressive. Hello, Captain Su Chen. I am Nagano Gaho, the head of the General Coordination Department. Welcome to the Neon Kingdom to assist in slaying demons. I am deeply grateful. At this moment, a middle-aged man in formal attire approached with a group of people. He intended to shake hands with Su Chen, but Su Chen ignored him. He awkwardly smiled and then led his group to bow to Su Chen. Soon, under his guidance, Su Chen and his group, accompanied by cheers, arrived at the hall. This place was originally used for reception, but due to the severe situation, it had to be changed to a war zone coordination point. I hope Captain Su Chen does not mind, Nagano Gaho said apologetically. Su Chen said nothing and moved to the sand table. Keep up, what are you looking at? Zhou Qili had wanted to sneak a glance outside, but was kicked by Zhang Shilong. Nearly stumbling, he steadied himself, looking quite resentful. Be gentler, Xiaolong. You know my condition hasn't been great these days, is it that time again? Chen Xuanji teased, a dignified powerhouse of the Radiant Realm, feeling so weak. Given the situation, it seems you've been watching too many movies and practicing your needlework without restraint. Gu Jinyuan chuckled. Come on, I just smoked a bit too much these past couple of days. Zhou Qili shot him a glare. Saying this, he hurriedly caught up with them and arrived at the sand table. From it was clear that the Neon Nation was already surrounded by the demon race, and in large numbers. Essentially, the defensive lines in every war zone had significantly retreated. What's this? Zhou Qili noticed a pile of photos on the table. He picked one up and was instantly taken aback. In the photos, there were all sorts of unbelievable scenes. Among them, there were pterosaurs grabbing missiles to attack cities, and a frail fox demon wearing a bulletproof vest, wildly firing 2 machine guns. It seems the weapons left behind by the Eagle Nation's downfall have all been seized by the demon race, Zhang Shilong said with a heavy expression. Though the intelligence of these demons is not as good as ours, if given enough time, they might establish a modern demon nation. Chen Xuanji sighed. Damn it, although it looks funny, if such an army floods into various countries, the destruction they could bring would be terrifying, Zhou Qili said coldly. Terrifying? Gu Jinyuan also looked horrified. The group from Nagano Wufeng had helpless expressions. Who would have thought that the big brother their country had relied on would repay their years of loyalty in such a way? Which war zone has the most demons? Su Chen glanced at the photos and asked expressionlessly. The Western War Zone. That place faces the Eagle Nation directly and has suffered the most demon attacks. Currently, it has lost 3 defensive lines and is holding on to the last one. Nagano Wufeng said solemnly. Then the Chang'an team will go there. Su Chen turned to Chen Xuanji and the others. Do you have any objections? The captain decides. Chen Xuanji replied. The other 3 also tacitly accepted the decision. Soon, Nagano Wufeng recorded Su Chen's decision. At the same time, he granted Su Chen the authority of the highest commander of the Western War Zone of the Neon Nation, giving him control over all changes in that area. Once everything was settled, Su Chen opened the world and headed to the Western War Zone of the Neon Nation. This Neon Nation is really generous, actually giving the captain this authority. If they had trusted our Dragon Nation earlier, why would they have to curry favor with the Eagle Nation? Zhou Qili mocked coldly. A race that can be so humiliated by the Eagle Nation and still shamelessly lick their boots won't amount to much. This move is merely to make our Dragon Nation feel at ease. Chen Xuanji snorted, unconcerned. I heard them say that place has gathered at least hundreds of demon lords. Not sure if it's true. Zhang Shilong said solemnly. How could it be false? To annihilate a major power like the Eagle Nation, their frontline strength must be more than that. The reason they say this is simply to prevent us from being unwilling to back down after hearing the real situation. Chen Xuanji sneered. This move received enthusiastic approval from Zhou Qili. Gu Jinyuan remained silent. He wasn't surprised by what this disgusting race could do. Training, Su Chen said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the others silently opened the world to enter their cultivation. Su Chen continued to comprehend the rules. Meanwhile, Tian Chang quietly guarded him. What's the point of the General Coordination Department? How could they remove my position as the overall commander and give it to some guy from the Dragon Nation? It's infuriating. In the Western War Zone of the Neon Nation, in the command room, a middle-aged man with a tuft of beard roared, slamming his palm down on the sand table, shattering it to pieces. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from him, the overwhelming presence of a peak radiance realm expert, like a sudden storm, causing everyone around to tremble in fear. Commander Yamada. This Su Chen is said to be formidable, with great strength. One person beside the middle-aged man, Yamada Qishiong, said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yamada Qishiong directly punched him, sending him flying hundreds of miles away. The massive, sturdy steel city wall was smashed open, revealing a group of demon race members armed with modern weapons. rushing towards the wall with a deafening roar. Now! I declare that this place is under my command. Yamada Chishion. Anyone who dares to mention that weakling, who only knows how to hype himself online, is opposing me. The crowd's expressions changed. The terror of Su Chen was now well known. Even though they were in a border war zone, they had learned about Su Chen through the internet. They understood that the arrangements made by the command center were undoubtedly correct. But one person hesitated, wanting to say something, but was punched out by Yamada Chishion. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a phone rang. Yamada Chishion sneered, pulling out his battered Nokia from his pocket to answer the call. As soon as he connected, the furious voice of Chang Ye Wufeng came through. Yamada Chishion, you cannot defy military orders. Appointing Su Chen as the highest commander of the Western War Zone is a decision made by headquarters. I advise you to check online and understand the terror of this person. Online? Yamada Chishion scoffed. The internet is all fake, only strength is real. A kid who just entered university wants to be the commander? Not a chance. As long as I am here, this position cannot be changed. With that, Yamada Chishion hung up the phone, completely disregarding Chang Ye Wufeng's roar on the other end. My meaning is very clear, there can only be one commander here, and that is me, Yamada Chishion. Anyone who opposes this should not blame me for being rude. Yamada Chishion snorted coldly, waving his hand, and the shattered sand table reformed. Gu Wushi. Here, a relatively thin man stepped forward. You are in charge of the central region. Commander, I am only at the initial stage of the Radiance realm. The demon race's offensive in the central region is the most intense. Sending me there is like sending me to my death? Exactly. It is to send you to your death. Only if you die will others have a chance to survive. Go, my emperor will remember the contribution you make. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as Gu Wushi was blasted out the door. He got up from the ground, looking towards the rushing demon race, the last glimmer of light in his eyes turning to ashes at that moment. In the slanting rays of the setting sun, he silently approached the central area of the city wall, preparing to meet his death. Yamamoto Urtzi, Southern Central Region. Commander, I was previously stationed in the extreme southern region. With my strength, I am not capable of defending the Southern Central Region. The woman who was called out looked displeased. The situation has changed. I am ordering you to defend it, so do it obediently. If you say more, I cannot guarantee I won't take action against you, even though you are a woman. And what about you? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Urtzi's face showed a hint of anger. As the commander, you arrange for us to go to our deaths while you hide here, afraid to fight the demon race? Slap. Shut up, damn woman. What Yamada Chishion, do is not for you to question. Go defend your post, or I will kill you first. Yamada Chishion said coldly. Compared to Su Chen, you are not even a fraction as good. When Su Chen guarded the city walls, he never retreated. While you are just a coward, you dare not face the demon race directly, only bullying your own kind. You big coward. Yamamoto Nishiki shouted, covering her face in anger. Woman, you dare to insult me. Die. Boom, crack. With a loud noise, a world suddenly hung above the woman's head. The terrifying suppressive force that came from it directly caused her, who was only at the initial stage of the radiant realm, to bleed from all 7 orifices. At that moment, her body was brutally pressed into the steel floor. Commander, please spare Nishiki. Someone spoke up, unable to bear it. But Yamada Chishion remained unmoved, walking over with his samurai sword, and like pulling up a radish, he fiercely grabbed Yamamoto Nishiki's hair. Originally, as long as you guarded well, I wouldn't do anything to you, but you have repeatedly challenged my authority. Since that's the case, then you shall die. Sizzle. With a single stroke, Yamamoto Nishiki was completely dead. Yamada Chishion, with a sinister expression, held her head aloft and tossed it down the city wall. Below, a group of demons sensed the head filled with strong vitality and immediately rushed forward, quickly devouring it clean. On the city wall, Yamada Chishion coldly watched the scene before slowly walking into the command room. He looked at everyone, a difficult-to-describe smile on his face. Now, who among you still opposes me? Who still thinks I am inferior to Su Chen? Everyone lowered their heads, silent. Seeing this, Yamada Chishion revealed a smug smile. He relished the feeling of dominating others' lives. As for the demons, he did not care.
Even if this place was occupied by demons and fell, it had nothing to do with him, because he was a member of the Neon Country Shrine. Ordinary rules did not bind him. Good. Then I will continue to arrange the work. Kumamoto Mountain Village. You go to the North Central District, Musashiyama West Gate. You switch with Sakurai Miko. You go to the far north. And Sakurai Miko, you go to the South Central District. After a round of arrangements, the weaker ones were sent to areas where the demon attacks were fierce, while the stronger ones were assigned to areas where the demon attacks were mild. No one spoke, everyone nodded and went to their respective areas to guard. But Sakurai Miko was singled out by Yamada Chishion. Miko, this place cannot be held. If you are sensible, perform well, and maybe I will take you away from here if I am happy. How about it? Sakurai Miko said nothing, silently turning to leave. Woman, you dare to ignore me. Yamada Chishion, feeling his pride wounded, roared as a powerful world suppression descended, instantly pinning Sakurai Miko in place, unable to move. Yamada Chishion, I advise you to be rational. Now that the demon race is upon us, you are not thinking of countermeasures, yet you still have the heart to think of these things. Do you really want to see our Neon Country follow in the footsteps of the Eagle Country? What does that have to do with me? I, Yamada Chishion, am a member of the shrine. Even if this place falls, no one dares to blame me, and as long as you all die, won't everything become unprovable? Yamada Chishion sneered. Upon hearing this, Sakurai Miko seemed to realize something, looking at him with indignation. So everything you do is to cover up your beastly actions, you never intended to guard this place at all? Correct. Yamada Chishion coldly laughed. This place cannot be held. My father told me that the shrine's research on the transformation from human to demon has achieved unprecedented results. As long as I want, I can transform into a demon at any time. By then, the lives and deaths of you humans will have nothing to do with me. And also, my father said that the shrine has contacted a demon clan's noble. As long as we gain his approval, our shrine will take charge and lead the Neon Country to ally with the demon clan. You all are so insane. Truly mad, really mad. Sakurai Yoshiko murmured in a daze. She had never imagined that the country she vowed to protect, the high-ranking officials she swore to defend, would end up like this. As if recalling something, she suddenly glared at Yamada Nanakuni with rage. So you designed this mission to lure Su Chen here and then kill him? That's right. It's part of the plan and a condition set by the Demon Clan. As long as we join forces with the Demon Clan to kill Su Chen, we can ally with them and escape this damned situation. This is a heroic act. Those lowly people should be grateful to us. Yamada Nanakuni said proudly. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Choosing to ally with the Demon Clan and betraying the human race. You will regret it. Definitely. Sakurai Yoshiko retorted coldly. You probably won't see that day. Or perhaps you should choose to submit to me. With your cultivation, I can offer you a good way out when the time comes. How about that? Dream on. Sakurai Yoshiko shouted in anger. In the next moment, her body suddenly swelled, but in the blink of an eye, she was suppressed by Yamada Nanakuni. Want to die? It's not that easy. Yamada Nanakuni sneered. He grabbed Sakurai Yoshiko by the hair and dragged her to the top of the city wall. Aren't you supposed to protect the human race? Then let me show you how your comrades die one by one. As he spoke, a demon noble effortlessly climbed over the city wall and arrived at the central district. The guardian there, Gu Wushi, barely held on for a moment before being slain. At the same time, Kumamoto Mountain Village was also torn apart by several demon nobles. At this moment, two figures rushed over. Commander, as per your orders, we have let the demon clan in. Now, should we return to the shrine or retreat inland? Well, you did well. I believe your choice will bring you a satisfactory answer. Go wait in my world for now. Once I finish dealing with the current matters, I will take you to the shrine. The two were overjoyed at his words and eagerly stepped into Yamada Nanakuni's world. But just as they approached, a powerful killing move from within the world instantly struck them down on the spot. Ha! Knowing my secret and still wanting to live. How naive! Yamada Nanakuni scoffed. He pointed a finger, and a map suddenly appeared before him. A red dot marked with Su Chen's name was rapidly moving, and in an instant, it had reached within 1,000 miles of the city wall. Ha! Coming right on time. After saying that, he expressionlessly tossed Sakurai Yoshiko to several demon nobles who were flying over, coldly watching as she was devoured. Then he brandished his spear and engaged in combat with the incoming demon nobles. Due to the vast difference in strength and lack of support, he quickly sustained injuries. Just as he was about to be defeated and killed, a colorful sword light suddenly appeared before him, slicing through several demon nobles in half. In the next moment, Su Chen and his group appeared on the city wall. How tragic! You're the only one left? Sigh. The demon clan's assault is too fierce, and the disparity in strength is too great to resist. If it weren't for you, Su Chen, arriving in time, I would have probably been killed as well, Yamada Nanakuni said with a bitter smile. He covered his wounds and staggered toward Su Chen. No one noticed that a crimson dagger was hidden within his wound. So tragic. Then have a smoke, Zhou Qili said, pulling out a demon noble's head ashtray and tossing a pack of cigarettes to Yamada Nanakuni. The latter was taken aback. He instinctively reached out to catch it, but at that moment, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, a rainbow-colored sword light shot out, directly slaying the target. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. It wasn't until Su Chen retrieved a bloodstained dagger from the corpse that they snapped back to reality. With a thought, Su Chen took out another bloodstained dagger of the same design. This one he had taken from the corpse of the green-eyed demon lord. At that time, Shen Xuanji and the others were also present. So when Su Chen pulled out this dagger, they understood his intention. What audacity! To attempt to assassinate the captain! Zhou Qili snorted coldly, and the thought of having given such a person a cigarette made him want to slap himself twice. I am puzzled. This person is a human warrior, yet possesses items from the demon race, and they are hidden so well. If it weren't for the captain's keen insight, we might have fallen into his trap, Gu Zhenyuan said solemnly. Shen Xuanji remained silent, walking to the corpse, placing his fingers on its forehead, and murmuring incantations. This was his SS-level talent, spirit summoning, which allowed him to summon the spirits of the dead to ask questions. Since the establishment of Su Chen's team, he had learned about each person's talents. These individuals were all powerful figures who had entered the Radiant Realm in the second and third batches after the revival of spiritual energy, with exceptionally high talents, the lowest being S-level. Thus, the overall talent level of the team was quite good, with Chen Xuanji and Zhou Qili having the most peculiar talents among them. Among the two, Zhou Qili's talent was the most formidable. His talent was SS-level Curse, which, as the name suggests, could curse any person or demon when activated. Moreover, this curse was unavoidable. Once successfully cast, the consequences were dire. However, the cost was the consumption of life force, so he would not activate it lightly under normal circumstances. In comparison, Zheng Shilong and Gu Zhenyuan's talents were somewhat inferior, but still among the strong in the human race. The former had an S-level dragon sword talent, which unleashed a sword like a dragon when activated, possessing immense killing power and being one of the few area of effect killing talents. The latter had an S-level recovery talent, which could instantly gather spiritual energy within a radius of 500 miles to restore himself and his teammates. A rare supportive talent. With these four, plus Su Chen's formidable physique and killing power, they could be considered the most standard team in history. After all, the team was equipped with assassins, mages, warriors, and support, and they were all top-notch. Captain, the situation is very serious. Chen Xuanji stood up, his gaze icy, his expression more serious than ever. This person told me that the Neon Country Shrine has already allied with the demon race. The Neon Country is seeking help, and the assassination in the war zone is a trap set for you in collusion with the demons. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Zhou Qili even shouted in righteous indignation. Damn the Neon Country Shrine! How could they betray the human race and ally with the demons to plot against the captain? Truly despicable. Captain, why even help them? We should just head back, damn it! I knew these bastards were no good. Zheng Shilong and Gu Zhenyuan remained silent, merely looking at Su Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. What is the strength of the Neon Country Shrine? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen spoke calmly. He was in dire need of attribute points, and the only source for those was the demon race. According to the Holy Temple's understanding, the Neon Country Shrine is not very strong. They only have 10 early-stage Bodhi Realm experts and 2 mid-stage Bodhi Realm experts. As for the Radiant Realm, there are nearly 200, but they should be scattered across various war zones, so there shouldn't be many within the shrine. Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly made a decision. That was to hold the position. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider. In such a situation, we are surrounded and may very well fall into their traps, Zheng Shilong said solemnly. The others shared the same sentiment. Although their strength was considerable in the Radiant Realm, once the enemy ascended to the Bodhi Realm, they would only meet a fate of being killed. No one wanted to die, especially not in such a desolate place. I have a plan, Su Chen said. Currently, he was invincible in the early stages of the Bodhi Realm. Even in the mid-stages, he could not be easily dealt with. With many trump cards up his sleeve, he even had a chance to counterattack. The others, upon hearing this, said nothing more and silently took out their weapons. Zheng Shilong, give me a national flag. Zheng Shilong nodded in response. Before long, Su Chen kicked away the flag of Neon Country and planted the flag of Dragon Country on the city wall. His action was primarily to prevent powerful beings from the demon race in the Bodhi realm and above from launching a large-scale attack. After doing all this, Su Chen took out 4 jade pendants and handed them to the 4. These contain 10 powers, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-stage Bodhi realm experts 10 times. Carry them with you and do not be careless. Thank you, Captain, Zhou Qili exclaimed joyfully while holding the jade pendant. Captain, did you exchange these pendants with a commander-level expert? Chen Xuanji asked as he accepted the pendant. Zheng Shilong and the others also cast inquiring glances. I got them from Old Shou. Su Chen nodded, not hiding anything. These 4 jade pendants were exchanged for 2 billion merit points and a favor from Qiu Kongzhan. Alright, the demons have started attacking the city. Let's defend, choose your positions, Su Chen said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the others found their respective defensive points. Su Chen stood in the central area, facing the most ferocious assault. Tian Cheng, while we were talking just now, a number of small demons fled behind us. Go take care of them. Yes, Master Su Chen. Tian Cheng nodded and vanished into the void. Her overall strength was at the mid-level of the Radiant Realm, not weaker than an ordinary demon lord. The fleeing small demons were at most at the Qianyu realm and were no match for her. As for the demon lords, they had long since disappeared upon seeing Su Chen's colorful swordlight. After all, Su Chen had a terrifying record of slaying 20 demon lords. If they didn't run, they would only die. Whoosh! The Tian-Ke spear appeared in Su Chen's hand, and under his control, it quickly expanded to the size of a small mountain, plunging into the wave of demons below. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and immediately below, a massive blood-red lotus flower bloomed. Ding! Host has slain demons X503, 724, gaining attribute points 232, 258, 641. Damn! This spear is amazing. The captain is incredible. Zhou Qili recognized the Tian-Ke and gave a thumbs up with admiration. With his other hand, he frantically took photos with his pineapple phone. The others also looked at Su Chen's actions with astonishment. A casual strike without the power of the world had resulted in the fall of hundreds of thousands of demons. Such a terrifying achievement was unmatched in the world today. Captain, as expected of the captain, Zheng Shilong sighed. I've long heard that the captain's physical strength is formidable. Seeing it today is truly extraordinary. Gu Jinyuan was in shock. Talents emerge in every generation. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Chen Xuanji took a swig of alcohol. His gaze towards Su Chen filled with increasing admiration. Boom! Several demonic blood flowers exploded, and within minutes, all the demons below the city wall were slain. When Su Chen retracted the Tian-Ke spear, the vast area beneath the city wall was filled with corpses and blood, truly illustrating what it meant to have rivers of blood. This scene stimulated the remaining 4 members of the team like a stimulant. Under their full effort, there were no traces of demons in their assigned areas. Crack, with the backdrop of corpses and blood, Zhou Qili, holding his phone and with a cigarette in his mouth, arrogantly recorded a video to post online. He captioned it, "Another day of mindlessly killing demons. This damn kid just killed a few monsters and he's already being praised. If I were the captain, I'd be the first to kick his ass." Chen Xuanji took a sip of his drink, his expression one of exasperation. Beside him, Zheng Shilong and Gu Jinyuan exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement without saying a word. What's the big deal? I just tagged along while the captain killed the monsters. What's wrong with that? You must be too embarrassed to post the video. So you're jealous of me? Ah, you 3 damn lemons. Just as the cigarette butt was inserted into the monster lord's head, Zhou Qili received a notification that his video was trending. He clicked into the comments section and immediately showed a hint of helplessness on his face. Every single comment was a uniform 4-character phrase. Want to see Su Chen? Ah, the captain is still popular. Strong and handsome. Sigh. Zhou Qili smiled with envy and quietly aimed the camera at Su Chen, taking a photo to upload. Within a minute, he received a notification that the photo was trending. The likes and shares on it even surpassed the number of views on his video by more than double. Damn! You guys are forcing me to be a paparazzi. Boom, crack. At that moment, the sky split open, and over 50 powerful monster lords emerged. As soon as they received the news of Su Chen's appearance, they rushed over without hesitation. Be careful. Chen Xuanji put away his wine gourd, gripping his spear, his expression serious. Zhou Qili, Zheng Shilong, and Gu Zhenyuan also stood ready. Only Su Chen remained unfazed, looking at the line of monster lords. Su Chen, you dare to come here instead of hiding in the Dragon Kingdom? Since that's the case, we shall personally send you off today. Several monster lords were about to strike, but were stopped by the leading monster lord. He pointed at the Dragon Kingdom flag on the city wall, his face dark and grim. This place has the Dragon Kingdom flag. It is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. If we act here, it will be seen as breaking the treaty. The Celestial Lords are currently awakening and going to war with the Dragon Kingdom, which is not beneficial for us monsters. Damn it, these cunning humans actually thought of such a strategy. They really deserve to die. A monster lord roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Su Chen and the others. At this moment, the leading monster lord stepped forward, fully unleashing his mid-stage Bodhi realm cultivation, and in an instant, the sky within hundreds of miles fell into chaos. Su Chen, do you dare to come out and fight? Is this a provocation? Do you really think we are a bunch of livestock? A bunch of stupid pigs? You monsters are numerous. Who the hell wants to fight you? Captain, don't listen to him. Zhou Qili spat. As if recalling something, he lit a cigarette, took a few deep puffs, and deliberately inserted the cigarette into the monster lord's head in front of the group. This scene made many monster lords glare at him with fury, their killing intent surging, wishing they could strike him down on the spot. Everyone, I think your heads look nice. How about contributing one for me to use as an ashtray? Ever since he started using monster lord heads as ashtrays, Zhou Qili had been eager to kill powerful monsters just to use their heads. You brat. Impressive, Chen Xuanji said, his mouth twitching, rarely giving Zhou Qili a thumbs up. Zheng Shilong and Gu Zhenyuan, who had originally looked serious, couldn't help but suppress their smiles at his words. Damn humans, how dare you? A monster lord gritted his teeth. Guys, who understands? I just wanted to borrow an ashtray from them, but they won't give it to me. What should I do? This is the first time I've been surrounded by so many monster lords with ashtrays. My little heart is so scared. Zhou Qili ignored the monster lord and instead picked up his phone to take another video of them. However, at that moment, Su Chen also stepped forward. He looked expressionlessly at the group of Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns and said coldly, 3 days from now, outside the city walls, you will send one Earth Sovereign to battle. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Xuanji and the others were taken aback, then exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat playful. They had witnessed Su Chen's world, with the strength of his world. Even if he stood shoulder to shoulder with a Bodhi realm expert, he would not be at a disadvantage. For a Demon Clan Bodhi realm expert to kill him, it would be like dreaming. In contrast, the faces of the Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns were exceptionally grim. The 30 Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns who had chased Su Chen before had failed to capture him, and now a single Earth Sovereign could not possibly kill him. Moreover, given this person's uniqueness, this Demon Clan Earth Sovereign might even die at his hands. Afraid? How could we be afraid? It's just that one Earth Sovereign is too few. How about 5? The leading Demon Clan Earth Sovereign said solemnly. 3, Su Chen replied in a deep voice. Good. Additionally, I want all of you demons to swear by your Dao hearts that during the battle, no other Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns are allowed to interfere. Upon hearing this, the leading Demon Clan Earth Sovereign pondered for a moment and then agreed to Su Chen's proposal, personally leading the other Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns to swear an oath. He had considered having Su Chen and the others swear as well, but after glancing at Chen Xuanji and the others' cultivation levels, he dismissed that idea. After all, with 4 in the Radiant Realm, any of the Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns present could easily kill them. Their strength could not influence the battle. Furthermore, let's add another wager. Su Chen said calmly. A wager? The leading Demon Clan Earth Sovereign was taken aback. seemingly not expecting Su Chen to say this, a hint of a playful smile appearing in his eyes. What do you want to wager? If I win, give me 10 million demon cores. If I lose, I'll give you 10 million. Interesting, but I don't want demon cores, I want nuclear weapons. How about this? If you lose, you give me 10 nuclear bombs. How about that? Agreed. Su Chen nodded. Then it's settled. As the prophesied son of the human race, you better not back out when the time comes. After saying this, the leading demon clan Earth Sovereign stepped into the void and left. As soon as they departed, a wave of demons surged in below, including several powerful demon clan sovereigns at the Radiant Realm level. Captain, that was impulsive, we shouldn't have agreed to them, Chen Xuanji said solemnly. Captain, what Elder Chen said is right, it was indeed impulsive. If my guess is correct, the demon clan will likely send 3 royal clan Earth sovereigns to kill you. These royals are very well hidden, even now. There are not many records about them among the human race, and their combat power is certainly not something ordinary Earth sovereigns can compare to. Zheng Shilong said seriously. Demon clan royals, Captain, do not underestimate them. If it comes to it, just don't go out. After all, with the national flag present, they wouldn't dare step inside the city walls. Gu Jinyuan said. They are right, Captain. What credibility do we have with these demons? When the time comes, we'll just be on the city walls. I guarantee I can make them furious, Zhou Qili said with a wicked smile. There's no need to worry, even if it's 3 demon clan royal Earth sovereigns, I am confident I can kill them, Su Chen said. Just then, Tianqing's figure swept back. She looked at the demons below and, in the blink of an eye, flew into their midst, unleashing the Excalibur array. Under the immense killing power, demons fell in droves, turning the ground into a sea of blood. Ding! Host has killed Demon Clan X1, 025, 394, gaining attribute points 584, 723, 251. Several demon sovereigns, seeing this, immediately changed direction and rushed into the sword array, preparing to break it. But as soon as they entered, Tianqing transformed into a long sword and flew back into Su Chen's hand. With a whoosh, Su Chen raised his hand, and several colorful sword lights shot out. All-powerful killing moves World-Long Rainbow/Demon. Under such a lethal move, the group of demon lords had no choice but to meet their end with resentment. Ding! Host has slain 8 demon clans, earning 8 million attribute points. Once again, several beams of colorful swordlight were unleashed. Each sword could take away hundreds of thousands of demons. With the activation of the talent blood devouring the sky, countless cultivation energies surged forth. Like a sea of red clouds, they enveloped Su Chen, continuously infusing him with power. As one side diminished, the other grew. This wave of demons was soon slaughtered by Su Chen. Ding! Detected a mutation in the host's talent. Blood devouring the sky can now be upgraded. Next level is SSSS weapon blood devouring the sky. Specific details unknown, the system's prompt plunged Su Chen into contemplation. According to the current talent level regulations, the highest talent level was SSS. Apart from super-level talents, he had never heard of any talent above SSS. However, upon further thought, he felt relieved. After all, he had the system. It was a pity he couldn't see the detailed introduction. Nevertheless, the current blood devouring the sky was already terrifying enough. Ascending further would undoubtedly lead to an even more horrifying existence. With this in mind, Su Chen opened the attribute panel to check the required attribute points for the upgrade. SSS talent blood devouring the sky 0/50 billion. The sheer number of required attribute points was enough to indicate that the upgraded talent was extraordinary. Weapon blood devouring the sky. Was it related to weapons, or something else? Su Chen pondered for a moment but couldn't imagine what kind of heaven-defying ability it would be. Unable to come to a conclusion, he stopped thinking, closed the attribute panel, and swept down from the city wall. Soon, he collected nearly 10 million demon cores. Whoosh! In the next moment, the colorful world expanded, encompassing thousands of miles. What is the captain doing? Zhou Qili asked curiously. It's better for you, you little brat, not to pry into matters on the road, Chen Xuanji mocked, also looking curiously down at the city wall. Beside them, Zheng Shilong and Gu Jinyuan similarly turned their gazes toward Su Chen with curiosity. In the colorful world, Su Chen's figure shifted, and with each movement, hundreds of thousands of demon cores fell into specific positions.
according to the ancient documents contributed by the Imperial Capital University. This seems to be setting up a formation, Chen Xuanji said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others revealed understanding. After several dozen minutes, Su Chen dropped 1,000,000 demon cores before returning to the city wall. Captain, were you setting up a formation just now? Chen Xuanji asked. Su Chen nodded and shared information about the 9 dragons ascending formation with them. After hearing his words, shock appeared on their faces. After all, under this formation, a cultivator at the Bodhi realm could contend against demon lords, and such a massive enhancement exceeded their expectations. No wonder the captain agreed to those beasts. It turns out he has such a formation to assist him. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see the captain display his might and angrily slay the 3 demon lords. Zhou Qili laughed, unable to help but light up another cigarette. The others also set aside their worries. Su Chen had managed to escape from the pursuit of 30 demon lords, clearly reaching the Bodhi realm level. With this formation's assistance, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Coupled with his formidable physique, dealing with 3 demon lords was indeed not a difficult task. It's a pity this formation can't be moved at will, otherwise, I would really want to use it to directly wipe out the damn shrine in Neon Country. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a phone rang. Zhou Qili took it out and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Latest intelligence, there is still a peak Bodhi realm existence hidden deep within the shrine of Neon Country, and it seems to involve the existence of the demon race. The observation hall in the Holy Hall said that this powerful being seems to be under some kind of restriction, unable to move freely, so we must not let our guard down. Additionally, 10 Bodhi realm experts from the Dragon Kingdom have arrived in the Neon Country with nuclear weapons. If necessary, they will take action. At this point, Zhou Qili laughed heartily. Ha ha, that sounds so satisfying. If it were in the past, under these conditions, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom would definitely have made us retreat or sacrifice a few of us to seek cooperation with the Neon Country. This is the benefit of having a powerful homeland behind you. Chen Xuanji sighed. They were all people who had come from that era. But fortunately, after the revival of spiritual energy, the world pattern changed. Apart from the threat of the demon race, the Dragon Kingdom had become the true first power among the human race, no longer needing to look at any other country's face. Crack. Zheng Shilong said nothing, just silently lit a cigarette. Smoking? Do you want to use my ashtray? I have quite a few here. Zhou Qili smiled, displaying a row of demon lord heads. These were collected when Su Chen killed the demon lords earlier. No need. Zheng Shilong shook his head and quietly took out a demon lord head. Well, Xiao Zhang, you hit it well, you actually got the best one that day. Zhou Qili gritted his teeth upon seeing this, but when he turned to see his own row of ashtrays, he broke into a satisfied silly grin. Speaking of which, Captain, although we have the great formation to assist us, we still need to be careful. I see that the number of demons here is increasing. It's very likely that this is their strategy to wear you down. Chen Xuanji spoke in a deep voice. The others nodded in agreement. The increase in the number of demons was illogical, but connecting it to the situation 3 days later, when Su Chen would battle the demon race, it was not hard to deduce that this was a scheme devised by the demons. No worries, as long as there are no demon lords participating in the battle. These demons are merely here to enhance my great formation, Su Chen said, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. The 9 dragons ascending formation could gather the might of 9 dragons. The more formation points set up, the greater the power. Then let our Chang'an team kill demons together, creating a huge upheaval. And by the way, find a few nice ashtrays to use, Zhou Qili said eagerly. All you think about is ashtrays. I'm afraid you might fall into one. Chen Xuanji mocked coldly. The others laughed at this. Then each took their positions at the formation points and began to slay demons. In the central area, Su Chen killed demons while opening his personal attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, cultivation level, initial stage of Radiant Realm 20, 110, 654, 321/100 billion, points can be allocated, attribute points, 20, 312, 253, 289, physique, 20, 234, 654, 732, divine body, points can be allocated. Physique reaches 30 billion to undergo qualitative change, spirit, 15, 834, 294, 321, heaven and earth wisdom, points can be allocated. Spirit reaches 30 billion to undergo qualitative change, talent, pure sword heart. SSS level blood devouring sky 0/50 billion. SSS level dark knight. SSS level madness. SSS level sword soul. Points can be allocated. World. Attribute Tao intent. S gold S wood S water S fire S earth S ice S thunder S light S dark. S level confinement world 3 million/80 million. Transcendent supreme sword Tao. S chaos sword intent world 0/80 million. Gun Tao intent. S level gun world 70,000/30 million. Wind Tao intent. Weapon Tao intent. S sword S fork S staff S whip S halberd S hammer S axe S spear S hook. Wind Tao intent. S level wind world age 50,000/20 million. S swift S blue steel S lightning S ethereal S spring breeze S cold soul S revive S illusion S ride the sky x10. Points can be allocated. Rules. S level light rule 0/10 million. S level space rule 0/10 million. S level wind rule 0/10 million. S level dark rule 0/10 million. S level venom rule. S level suppression rule. S level assassination rule. S level wood rule x10. Points can be allocated. Martial skills. C level sword technique Fuyo 3 swords. Proficiency perfect. A level area damage sword technique autumn water. Proficiency perfect. S level sword technique slay demons. Proficiency perfect. Points cannot be allocated. Weapon S level extermination sword. Attributes, S level sharpness 0/2 million. S level extermination sword intent 0/50 million. S level hardness 0 out of 500. 000. S level extermination sword formation 0/80 million. S level extermination sword spirit, Tianqing 0/500 million. Points can be allocated. System. Allocate points to upgrade the extermination sword to SS level. Ding. Point allocation complete. The sharpness of the extermination sword has been upgraded to SS 0/30 million. Extermination sword intent has been upgraded to SS 0/500 million. Sharpness has been upgraded to SS 0/80 million. Extermination sword formation has been upgraded to SS 0/800 million. Extermination sword spirit has been upgraded to SS 0/10 billion. Total attribute points consumed 63,250,000. As the system prompt sounded, a burst of azure light erupted from Tianqing, who was on the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding area of 10,000 miles was enveloped in this blue light. At the same time, a heart-pounding power emanated from Tianqing, concealed by the azure sword light, making it impossible to discern its appearance. Boom, crack. At that moment, the sky split open, and a golden light descended from it, shining like a holy light upon the location of the extermination sword. This is a sign of heavenly auspice. Miss Tianqing's upgrade can actually cause a disturbance in the heavens and earth. Truly terrifying. If this continues, when Miss Tianqing advances to SSS, how terrifying will that be? Chen Xuanji exclaimed in shock. At the same time, the gazes of the team members also fell into the arena. From the moment Tianqing's anomaly erupted, most of the demon race within the coverage of her sword formation perished under the azure sword light imbued with golden radiance. Ding! Host has slain demon race x 2 million, gaining attribute points 231, 346, 581. A few minutes later, the anomaly dissipated. Tianqing's figure revealed itself. Now, she also had long azure hair. However, in addition to the azure color, there was also a hint of golden light swirling within her long hair. At that moment, her previous green robe was replaced by a golden one, and beneath the splendid attire, she appeared exceptionally noble, sacred, and inviolable. Upon closer inspection, one could see that her long robe not only had golden flowing patterns but also occasionally revealed some divine phantoms. There were mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. Master Su Chen. Tianqing looked at Su Chen, revealing a gentle and charming smile. The deep blue Zhuxian sword array spread across a radius of 10,000 miles, resembling a galaxy of shooting stars, making her face appear somewhat hazy yet so clear. It was as if, between heaven and earth, she was the only one left. Gulp. The sudden sound of swallowing saliva caused a few people to glance over. What are you all looking at? I just think Miss Tianqing is too beautiful, Zhou Qili explained. His face flushed, hurriedly pulling out a cigarette to suppress the stirring in his heart. After all, this was Su Chen's personal sword, and he naturally dared not have any improper thoughts. Indeed unparalleled. Chen Xianji sighed.
Zhang Shilong looked at Su Chen with envy. For a swordsman, seeking a sword that resonates with one's heart is incredibly difficult. Yet Su Chen not only found one but also such an exceptional one. Miss Tian Chang. Only the captain is qualified to fight alongside it. Gu Yuan said solemnly. Swish. At that moment, a figure in a white robe suddenly swept to the city wall. Its speed was so fast that, apart from Su Chen, the others did not notice. The newcomer was none other than the ancient era's preacher, whom Su Chen had encountered in the territory of the ancient wolf demon emperor Mo Sun Shui. It is said that the one who repairs the Zhuxian sword is the next person to inherit the heavenly mandate. It seems you truly are the prophesied child of legend, Mo Sun Shui said coldly. Su Chen did not respond. He reached out and summoned his sword, instantly charging forward. He did not hold back at all, raising his hand for the strongest strike, world-long rainbow slash. Humph, thief, I did not come here to fight you, Mo Sun Shui said, her toes tapping lightly as she vanished into the void, reappearing behind Su Chen. Su Chen did not care what she intended to do. In the past, if it weren't for his immunity to all poisons, he would have likely fallen into her hands. Sizzle. The seven-colored sword light burst forth again. Another strongest strike. Are you sick? If you want to fight, fine. Then I'll accompany you. Thief. Mo Sun Shui's expression turned cold. Her mid-stage Bodhi realm cultivation released. Holding a pure white long sword, she raised her hand, and a sword light as bright as the moon shot out, colliding with Su Chen's seven-colored sword light. Boom! A violent force erupted, and the surrounding area of nearly 10,000 miles was completely thrown into chaos under the clash of the swords. Even Su Chen was pushed back several thousand steps by the sword strike from Mo Sun Shui, while she, too, retreated several thousand steps, her expression changing in shock. She did not expect that even after regaining this level of cultivation, she still could not crush Su Chen. It should be noted that she had walked the cultivation path of the ancient era, although her foundation was not as solid as Su Chen's. She had forged 4 dantians. That previous strike was her full power from 1 dantian. And even though Su Chen was a monstrous talent, under the suppression of realm and spiritual power, she should have been able to overpower him. However, the clash of their swords indicated that Su Chen's strength was not beneath hers. Recalling his terrifying physique, Mo Sun Shui was somewhat taken aback. Sizzle. Before she could regain her composure, Su Chen had once again charged at her with the Zhuxian sword. The seven-colored sword light sweeping forth, the overwhelming killing intent palpable. Such might even drew the attention of Chen Xianji and the others on the city wall. After all, while they knew Su Chen was powerful, they had never seen him able to match a genuine mid-stage Bodhi realm powerhouse from the ancient era so evenly. The captain's rate of growth is truly astonishing. If he is given a bit more time, reaching the legendary Supreme Realm will be a piece of cake, Zhou Qili exclaimed. The others nearby remained non-committal. Damn it! In the sky above, Mo Xuanxue cursed softly. In the next moment, 4 whirlpools appeared beside her, and at the same time, the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles surged toward her like a tornado. Her aura, at that moment, soared and expanded to its peak. Under this influence, the approaching demon clan members below all prostrated on the ground, unable to move. Even the chaotic energy surrounding them seemed to freeze at that moment, unable to circulate. Su Chen, to force me to use my full strength with your cultivation at the Radiant Realm, even looking back through the ages, you have every reason to be proud and make a name for yourself. Mo Xuanxue shouted coldly. As her long sword rose and fell, a bright sword light, as radiant as the sun, shot out and collided with Su Chen's colorful sword light. Before long, the colorful sword light was suppressed and retreated step by step, its terrifying sword intent being extinguished at that moment. Boom, crack. In that instant, Mo Xuanxue swung her sword again, and under the enhancement of 2 sword lights, the sun-like sword light shattered the colorful sword light in an instant. Roaring forward, it sliced through the air like a meteor across the moon, heading straight for Su Chen. Wherever it passed, frost spread, and the world seemed to freeze in that moment. However, to her surprise, this sword did not strike Su Chen even as its light faded. Su Chen had vanished from the world. Even with her unparalleled strength in the Bodhi realm, she could not sense his presence. Hum, hum, hum. At that moment, the colorful world enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. At the same time, the roar of a giant dragon echoed, and Mo Xuanxue's eyes changed as she hurriedly looked toward the city wall below. she saw that the vast ground was lighting up with dazzling array points. Among them, the largest 9 array points simultaneously erupted with a blood-colored giant dragon. And Su Chen stood among them, as the 9 giant dragons broke free. They roared toward him, circling around him in the blink of an eye. Like a protective divine dragon, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. At the same time, a massive Dharma form suddenly rose behind Su Chen. He tapped his toes, leaping into the Dharma form with the 9 giant dragons. Boom, crack! The 9 giant dragons that had coiled around Su Chen's body instantly enlarged, surrounding the massive Dharma form, their might causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Physical Dharma form, 9 dragons ascending array, truly a prodigy. Even Mo Xuanxue, who had witnessed countless talents, changed her expression at that moment. She knew Su Chen was extraordinary and grew rapidly, but she never expected that Su Chen could catch up to her pace. As a transmitter, all she had to do was visit various inheritance points to obtain the previously sealed cultivation, allowing her to break through without any bottlenecks. But Su Chen had to cultivate alone. The gap between them was like a chasm, and by common logic, Su Chen should not be able to catch up to her. Yet the scene before her made it clear that Su Chen now had the qualifications to fight her, and he might even defeat her. Su Chen, let me make it clear again. I did not come here to fight you, but to discuss an important matter related to the human race's grand plan. If you insist on fighting, then I will have to seal this secret. Speak, Su Chen shouted coldly, his movements not slowing as he attacked Mo Xuanxue. The demon clan's celestial sovereign is about to awaken, and when that happens, the true enemy of the human race will not only be the demon clan but all the myriad clans. Mo Xuanxue responded while fending off Su Chen's attacks. Are you saying that the demon clan's celestial sovereign can summon the myriad clans to this continent? You know. Mo Xuanxue was taken aback. It was hard for her to imagine that Su Chen had already learned of such a hidden secret. Could it be that other preachers had appeared? Whoosh! At that moment, a booklet flew in front of her. This booklet was the preacher's letter that Su Chen had obtained from Gon Mo Fu that day. It recorded some secrets from the ancient era, including the account of the demon clan's heavenly sovereign having the ability to break the barriers and summon the myriad clans to invade. Since you already know, I'll keep it brief. We, the preachers of the ancient era, are favored by the will of heaven and have learned of the awakening locations of 10 demon clan heavenly beings. This time, we have come to invite you to join me in the demon clan's territory to eliminate the soon-to-awaken heavenly sovereign. Of course, your current strength is still insufficient. I will give you a month. If you can reach the Bodhi realm in a month, I will come to find you. If not, I'm sorry, but I will take the Excalibur with me. As her voice fell, Mo Xuanxue stepped into the void and floated away. Zing! Zing! Su Chen dispersed his Dharma form, and 9 giant dragons gracefully landed on the city wall. Captain, this person has many suspicious points. We cannot trust them easily. This matter should be reported to the higher-ups of our Dragon Kingdom for a final decision, Chen Xuanji said solemnly. Su Chen nodded and said nothing. Although Mo Xuanxue's motives were questionable, the awakening of the demon clan's heavenly sovereign was indeed a significant issue. The heavenly sovereign is the supreme realm, and one can imagine that if these demon clan heavenly sovereigns were to awaken, with their powerful strength, it would not be impossible to wipe out a neon nation in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the current human race's greatest trump card, nuclear weapons, would likely be ineffective against beings of that realm. It could be said that once the demon clan's heavenly sovereigns awaken, it would be an extremely terrifying blow to the entire human race. Su Chen took a deep breath and cleared his thoughts. He was currently only in the radiant realm, with a long way to go before reaching the supreme level. The only thing he could do was to kill demons, earn attribute points, and enhance his strength. Whoosh! As if sensing his thoughts, Tian Shang darted to the base of the city wall, silently hunting demons. That agile figure danced like a startled swan, and wherever she went, countless demons were subdued on the spot. She had now risen to SS level, her strength no weaker than an ordinary demon sovereign, and with the powerful Excalibur formation, even ordinary demon sovereigns were no match for her. With her around, as long as no demon clan Earth sovereign appeared, Su Chen basically did not need to take action. Whoosh! The 7-colored world unfolded. Su Chen stepped inside and sat cross-legged to comprehend. His many worlds and various rules had all risen to S level. This time, he aimed to comprehend them all to the highest SSS level. Meanwhile, above the Neon Nation's shrine, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared.
But in a moment, the shrine's powerful beings acted quickly to cover it up. However, sharp-eyed individuals had already seen it and even captured images of that figure to post online. Soon, this image unexpectedly went viral on the internet. It was a monstrous figure with 8 heads, incredibly large. Many people, upon seeing this, thought that the Demon Clan had invaded the Neon Nation's shrine. As the online discussion heated up, the Neon Nation's shrine promptly issued a statement saying that this was an anomaly caused by a Bodhi realm expert practicing martial arts. Most of the public chose to believe such statements. After all, Bodhi realm experts were beings they could never hope to encounter in their lifetime. Moreover, their increasing strength represented a greater possibility of the Neon Nation's defense. However, those with ulterior motives also discovered some doubts within. Many even reported that at the moment the figure appeared, they felt a demonic aura. However, these claims were quickly dismissed by the Neon Nation's cybersecurity department. No one knew that at this moment, within the shrine, 2 enormous figures stood, resembling giant pythons, each with 8 massive heads, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The presence they radiated showcased their formidable cultivation at the mid-stage of the Bodhi realm. If any people from the Neon country were present, they would surely recognize that these were the 8-headed serpent, Yamata no Orochi, revered in their culture. Ha ha ha, it's done! It's done! Our project of transforming humans into demons in the Neon country has finally succeeded. In front of the 2 figures stood a withered old man. He held a cane, and his eyes were filled with a strange red light. He too was enveloped in a demonic aura. You too, transform back. At the old man's command, the 2 8-headed serpents immediately dissipated their forms and transformed into 2 middle-aged men, both brimming with demonic energy. However, as if suffering from aftereffects, their bodies were covered in gleaming snake scales, and their pupils were the vertical slits characteristic of serpents. Not bad, your transformation is nearly perfect. In the form of the 8-headed serpent, with your strength, you are capable of rivaling the peak of the mid-stage Bodhi realm. It seems the Demon Clan was not lying. There indeed exists a mutual transformation between demons and humans. The old man sneered. The 2 middle-aged men before him wore expressionless faces, their gazes cold, as if they had lost all emotion. Swish! At that moment, a letter flew in. The old man took it and, upon reading, a chill flickered in his eyes. A letter from the Demon Clan, asking us to send these 2 to the western battlefield in 3 days to assist in killing Su Chen. Once Su Chen is dead, the Demon Clan will fully accept our Neon country as their subjects. Then it's settled. You 2 will act in 3 days. You must ensure that Su Chen is killed, the old man said coldly. The 2 middle-aged men did not respond and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. Lord Priest, do we really have to ally with the Demon Clan? At that moment, a woman dressed in traditional Neon country attire approached, her face filled with worry as she looked at the old man. Humph, the Demon Lord is about to awaken, and the human race must perish. I am merely making the most rational decision on behalf of the Neon country. The trends of the world cannot be reversed. To survive, one must follow the will of heaven and earth, the old man said solemnly. What if? The woman wanted to say more but was interrupted by the old man. There is no what if. The human race is doomed. I have already seen the future from this realm, the old man sighed lightly, his eyes swirling with bloodlust, demonic and eerie. With 5 powerful Bodhi realm experts surrounding and killing our 2 8-headed gods, and 3 royal Demon Clan dignitaries, Su Chen is merely a small figure in the Radiant realm. How can he withstand this? In the end, this world still belongs to the Demon Clan. Ding! Host has comprehended the world of Win to SSS. Ding! Host has comprehended the rules of Win to SSS. Ding! Host has comprehended the rules of Light to SSS. Ding! Host has comprehended the world of Wood to SSS. 3 days later, Su Chen stepped out from the world. At this moment, although he had not fully comprehended all the rules and worlds to the SSS level, he had mastered the few that significantly enhanced his combat power to the highest level. Ding! Host has slain demons X243, 212, gaining attribute points 123, 852, 627. Ding! Host has slain demons X234, 752, gaining attribute points 121, 736, 459. Ding! Host has slain demons X267, 832, gaining attribute points 134, 238, 749. Ding, at this time, beneath the city wall, Tian Chang was spinning and continuously slaying demons. Above the city wall, Chen Xuanji and others were responsible for killing the demons that approached the wall, under their powerful suppression. Basically, no demon clan had invaded the inland. Boom, crack. At that moment, the sky split open, and a group of demon clan figures emerged from within. Su Chen, the 3-day deadline has arrived, the leading demon clan Earth Sovereign said coldly. This demon clan Earth Sovereign was the one who had made a bet with Su Chen 3 days ago. Additionally, the other demon clan Earth Sovereigns were all familiar faces, having come to the Steel City Wall 3 days prior. However, among them, 3 demon clan Earth Sovereigns hidden in the black mist were not visible in their true forms, but from the aura they exuded, it was clear that these 3 demon clan Earth Sovereigns were all powerful beings at the mid-stage of the Bodhi realm. These 3 are the Earth Sovereigns of my demon clan who will battle you this time. You may come out now, the leading demon clan Earth Sovereign said coldly. At the same time, the 3 hidden in the black mist stepped forward, their momentum spreading out. The violent and powerful cultivation made the space within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles turn chaotic in an instant. Captain, these 3 demon clan Earth Sovereigns are somewhat strange. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary Bodhi realm experts. You need to be careful, Chen Xuanji said solemnly. The ferocity of their momentum was enough to rival that of the earlier Mo Xuanxue. These 3 demon clan Earth Sovereigns were very likely members of the top 10 royal families of the demon clan. Su Chen nodded and then stepped forward. Behind him, Tian Chang followed closely. Whoosh! Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Tian Chang's eyes shifted and transformed into the shape of a long sword. As a long sword radiating azure sword light and dazzling golden light appeared, the faces of the demon clan showed signs of wariness. Their lineage had not been severed, so they immediately recognized the origin of this sword. It is actually the near-perfect Excalibur. I never expected this sword to fall into your hands and be restored to this extent. A figure shrouded in black mist spoke coldly. Su Chen remained silent, simply watching them, waiting for the duel to begin. The demon clan, upon the appearance of the Excalibur, had even sharper killing intent in their eyes. According to the records of the demon clan, every person wielding the Excalibur had brought them unparalleled devastation, causing heavy losses to their clan. Ancient records stated that the demon clan had expended the power of 10 heavenly sovereigns to completely destroy the Excalibur in the ancient era. Yet they never expected that the former killing weapon would reappear in the world. Moreover, the one controlling it was Su Chen, who was said to bring disaster to the demon clan. Today, we must slay this child in his cradle, otherwise, if he is given room to grow, during the future extermination war, he will surely become a variable for our demon clan to unify this realm. A demon clan Earth Sovereign said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the other demon clan Earth Sovereigns all nodded in agreement. How could Su Chen, despite being a prodigy, still only possess the cultivation of the radiant realm? On the surface, he cannot possibly contend against the 3 of us, the Earth Sovereigns among the demon clan royal family. Moreover, the people from the Neon Nation have already infiltrated behind the city wall. As soon as Su Chen shows signs of fatigue, they will strike without hesitation. Although those 2 are merely mid-stage Bodhi realm humans, with the enhancement of the demon clan's unique powerful physique, the strength they unleash is not inferior to that of ordinary demon clan Earth Sovereigns. Combined with their ambush tactics, Su Chen will undoubtedly be unable to escape. As long as we slay him and take down the surrounding nations, the demon clan will be able to encircle the dragon nation. At that time, it will be the true moment for our supreme demon clan to dominate this realm. The leading demon clan Earth Sovereign transmitted. Upon hearing this, a cold expression appeared on the faces of the demon clan. Their gazes towards Su Chen were as if they were looking at a dead man. After all, among the 3 demon clan royal family Earth Sovereigns dispatched this time, one was a divine crow royal, responsible for predicting the battle situation and Su Chen's position. There was also a primate demon royal family member responsible for directly confronting Su Chen, suppressing his formidable physique. The last one was a candle dragon royal family member, tasked with tracking Su Chen's movements and creating opportunities for the other 2 demon royal family members to strike him down. Such a combination was seamless. Even a powerful human being at the late stage or even peak of the Bodhi realm might not be able to escape death under such meticulous arrangements. Now I declare, the final battle begins. With the command of the leading demon royal family member, the 4 figures in the arena instantly vanished from their spots. In the next moment, the void erupted, with demon black mist and colorful light flashing continuously, shattering the sky and earth within a radius of over 10,000 miles. The resulting might even force the reinforced steel city walls to retreat several hundred meters, unable to withstand it. Boom, crack. The heavens and earth echoed with continuous explosions, each sound capable of turning a piece of the world into chaos. The demon royal family members caught in the aftermath saw this situation and quickly opened their worlds, retreating thousands of miles to avoid being accidentally killed. Sizzle. Accompanied by a dazzling and sharp seven-colored sword light cutting through, Su Chen's figure appeared in the arena. At the same time, the three demon royal family members also emerged, surrounding him in a triangular formation. Among them, the strongest in physical form, the primate demon royal family member, was closest to Su Chen and was the one to withstand the seven-colored sword light. Boom, crack. At the moment of the void explosion, the black mist surrounding this primate demon royal family member was blown away, revealing his true form. But what drew the most attention was the golden characters tattooed on his head. Emperor Su Chen, you truly deserve to be called a human prodigy, able to contend with us for so long at the level of the Radiant Realm. You have every reason to be proud, but that is still not enough. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. The seven-colored sword light that Su Chen swung seemed to be under immense pressure, shattering in an instant and transforming into a shower of seven-colored meteors falling down. If there were bystanders, they would surely be captivated by this stunning scene, but only true powerhouses could sense that as the sword light shattered, an even more terrifying force surged forth, rushing towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned, then with a tap of his toes, activated his innate Dark Knight ability, stepping into the pitch-black night and vanishing from this realm. Humph, he is in the eastern direction, 300 miles away from you. At this moment, the blood-robed Divine Crow royal family member spoke coldly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a blueprint resembling a blood curtain materialized, displaying a light point marked with Su Chen's name. But strangely, with each movement of the light point, his black hair lost vitality in several places, turning a withered white. Boom, crack. After the primate demon royal family member learned Su Chen's location, he launched an even more reckless attack, shaking the surrounding heavens and earth with a series of assaults, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. He is coming towards you. Just then, the Candle Dragon royal family member roared. The Divine Crow royal family member's gaze sharpened as he saw the name Su Chen on the blood map rapidly approaching him. However, he remained completely calm. Having entered this realm, his combat experience was extremely rich, and he had already foreseen that Su Chen's assassination would not pose a sufficient threat to him. At that moment, he stood still, and in his hand appeared a short blade stained with golden blood. The moment this short blade appeared, dark clouds of calamity gathered in the sky, and at the same time, thousands of thunder dragons surged forth from within, locking onto this golden blood short blade, truly worthy of the blood of a celestial. To attract such heavenly calamity clouds, this might is indeed unparalleled. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in the Divine Crow royal family member's eyes. This short blade is the heavenly blood blade bestowed upon him by the Raven Sovereign, covered in the blood of the heavenly sovereign. Its power formidable. Even a peak Earth Sovereign would face certain death if struck by it, with no hope of recovery. A strange aura. The moment the short blade appeared, Su Chen sensed a wave of intense unease. He immediately abandoned the Earth Sovereign in front of him and turned to attack the nearby Candle Dragon Royal Family Earth Sovereign. According to the system, the Candle Dragon Royal Family Earth Sovereign could activate the Candle Dragon's Eye, which would turn anyone who looked at it into stone, rendering them immobile. However, this technique, like the foresight of the Divine Raven Royal Family, consumed a significant amount of lifespan. Crack! A seven-colored sword light suddenly appeared, and Su Chen's figure emerged, but his eyes were tightly shut, as if he had given up their function. Damn! This person actually knows about the innate divine ability of my Candle Dragon Royal Family. Even during the ancient times, my Candle Dragon Royal Family kept a low profile. How did he obtain this information? The Candle Dragon Royal Family Earth Sovereign retracted his glowing vertical eye and swiftly dodged, avoiding Su Chen's powerful strike. Boom! Just as Su Chen revealed himself, the Ape Demon Royal Family Earth Sovereign launched an attack, delivering a powerful punch that carried immense force. Even though Su Chen reacted instantly to block, he was still knocked back hundreds of miles. However, the Ape Demon Royal Family was not unscathed either, being pushed back the same distance. What a strong physique!
No wonder he had to use the heavenly blood blade.
A glint of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the ape demon royal family Earth Sovereign, and in the next moment,
a blinding golden light erupted around him.
At the same time, a torrent of blood energy surged forth like a furnace burning the heavens. Su Chen, I admit your physique is formidable, but against my ape demon royal family's ape demon diamond body, your physique can only bow down. Boom, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the previous ape demon royal family Earth Sovereign stepped forward, surrounded by golden light. At that moment,
his body grew several dozen meters taller,
and the wind from his physique radiated outward like sharp sword intent. Su Chen's gaze sharpened,
and he immediately expanded his physical manifestation to merge with it.
After the ape demon royal family Earth Sovereign activated the ape demon diamond body,
his strength surged by several times, all of which was applied to his physique. Even the world he had previously manifested was now fully integrated into his physique,
granting him a massive enhancement. In such a situation, even Su Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, there was a significant gap in realms between him and the several demon clan Earth Sovereigns before him.
The physical body condenses the manifestation. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to have reached this level in body refinement.
Truly incredible. But the more you display your monstrous talent today,
the more you must die.
The ape demon royal family Earth Sovereign roared angrily, and in an instant, he moved, appearing beside Su Chen with a raised fist.
Su Chen snorted coldly, advancing instead of retreating, and similarly raised his fist to clash.
Boom, rumble. The two fists collided,
and the unparalleled force rippled out like waves, sweeping through the surrounding space for thousands of miles.
Retreat! Retreat!
Such a violent wave of power made even the two demon clan royal family Earth Sovereigns hesitate to withstand it,
retreating thousands of miles away.
Below, the massive steel city walls were shattered by the residual force,
reduced to ruins.
Shen Xuanji and the others fled in a panic, not daring to doubt that if such terrifying power fell upon them, they would surely perish on the spot.
How terrifying! Is this the scene of a battle between powerful beings in the Bodhi realm?
Zhang Shilong exclaimed in shock.
Terrifying!
Such strength can truly turn the tide with a flip of the hand. For us to reach such a realm,
it would be exceedingly difficult.
Chen Xuanji beside him also looked astonished. I have seen powerful beings from the Bodhi realm compete, but the scene of the captain fighting against 3 demon royal clan Earthlords is far from comparable. Saying it's 1 in 10 would not be an exaggeration.
Gu Yuan said solemnly. Damn it!
Their strength is too overwhelming. Even the surrounding magnetic field has been affected.
Even from over 10,000 miles away, the camera can't function properly.
They said they would record an astonishing battle,
but it seems that's not going to happen. My hot take. Zhou Qili thumped his chest in frustration, instinctively lighting a cigarette. As the row of demon lords' heads became ashtrays,
a chilling killing intent surfaced on the faces of the demon Earth Lords.
What are you looking at, Captain? Go for it. Bring me a few more ashtrays. Reaching the radiant ascendancy level, his 5 senses were greatly enhanced, and even his 6th sense became much sharper.
Zhou Qili could naturally sense the killing intent emanating from these demon Earth Lords.
At that moment,
he turned his eyes and casually grabbed a demon lord's head,
waving it like a glow stick, continuously cheering for Su Chen.
This scene directly made the eyes of the demon Earth Lords turn blood red, wishing they could rush forward and tear him apart.
Boom, crack. At that moment,
a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky.
At the same time, Su Chen's figure shot back like a meteor.
A hint of crimson even appeared at the corner of his mouth.
In a direct clash of strength,
he was evenly matched with the 8 demon royal clan Earth Lord. But just as the two exchanged punches, the Divine Crow royal clan Earth Lord suddenly attacked with a short blade.
Sensing the killing intent around him, Su Chen had no choice but to retreat. As a result, he took the full force of the 8 demon royal clan's punch. Whoosh!
The 3 demon royal clan Earthlords did not give Su Chen a chance to catch his breath and charged at him again, with the first being the Candle Dragon royal clan Earthlord, who suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, his eyes glowing red.
Su Chen had long anticipated this, so during the battle, he kept his eyes tightly shut, relying on the divine sense born from his soul to fight.
This ability was something he had comprehended from the Elder in the forbidden area of the Pope's palace.
Damn it, my Candle Dragon, I can't affect him.
And he has I can't harden him into stone either.
This is infuriating.
The Candle Dragon royal clan Earth Lord shouted coldly, a golden blood short blade appearing in his hand, as he and the Divine Crow royal clan and Ape Demon royal clan charged towards Su Chen.
Seeing this, Su Chen expressionlessly stepped into the darkness. Damn it, Divine Crow. Give me the heavenly blood blade. You go to the side and predict. This guy's talent is too strange, he can't be judged by common sense. The Ape Demon Royal Clan Earth Lord roared, snatching the heavenly blood blade from the Divine Crow Royal Clan Earth Lord's hand. The latter, hearing this, did not dare to be careless, swiftly darting to the side, spreading a blood mist to predict Su Chen's position. Boom, crack. When Su Chen's position was revealed, a tremendous force suddenly surged beside the Ape Demon Royal Clan, and he instinctively raised his fist in defense. But his reaction was still a step too slow. Accompanied by a fist filled with 7 colors of light, he was directly knocked back hundreds of miles. After landing a hit, Su Chen did not pursue but turned to attack the Candle Dragon Royal Clan Earthlord instead. This royal clan primarily relied on eye techniques, but such techniques were least effective against Su Chen, who possessed divine sense, so eliminating this person first was his best choice. Ha! Weak human, do you really think I'm that weak? The Candle Dragon Royal Clan Earth Lord sneered, the heavenly blood blade in his hand shining brightly, the golden light blindingly bright, like the scorching sun, making it hard to look directly at. At the same time, he did not retreat but advanced, seemingly wanting to exchange injury for death with Su Chen. Having fought to this point, he had assessed Su Chen's strength. Although his punch was incredibly powerful, it was not enough to kill him, who possessed the body of a demon Earth Lord. And if the heavenly blood blade struck Su Chen, then he would undoubtedly die. Although this action is risky, as long as it can completely kill Su Chen, it is worth it. With this thought, the Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon Royal family charged forward fearlessly. Quick! Retreat! But at that moment, the Earth Sovereign of the Divine Crow Royal family seemed to sense something, his face changing drastically as he shouted in a frenzy. This sudden change made the Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon Royal family's expression shift. He was about to withdraw, but the powerful inertia from his charge made it difficult to stop, yet he ultimately managed to halt his movement. However, in a battle of experts, every second counts. In the very second he hesitated, Su Chen had already arrived, enveloped in a sky full of colorful light. His gaze sharpened, and he moved to the side. But at that moment, 9 giant dragons surged from the ground, firmly binding him in place. Unable to move, forced to watch as Su Chen charged towards him, 9 dragons ascending formation. No! The Candle Dragon Royal family's expression changed drastically, but the formidable power of the formation prevented him from breaking free, leaving him to watch helplessly as Su Chen's radiant, rainbow-colored sword light rushed towards him. Sizzle! As the sword light sliced through the Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon Royal family, the Ape Demon Royal family also arrived beside Su Chen. His gaze sharpened, and 9 giant dragons empowered him. Relying on his formidable physique and the power of the 9 dragons, he punched the Earth Sovereign of the Ape Demon Royal family back 1,000 miles. But when he regained his senses, he found that the Candle Dragon Royal family, whom he had previously wounded with a sword, had vanished from sight, appearing thousands of miles away. Su Chen, do you think that the Earth Sovereign of my Demon Royal family can be easily killed like your weak human race? The Candle Dragon Royal family sneered. At the same time, the wound extending from his brow was slowly healing, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state, as if he had never been struck by that sword. Sizzle! Accompanied by the last trace of the rainbow sword light being forced out, the expression of the Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon Royal family returned to its initial coldness. How does it feel to be cut by the blade of Earth blood? Su Chen looked at him indifferently, as if regarding a corpse. Blade of Earth blood? The Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon Royal family chuckled lightly, but moments later, he seemed to sense something. His eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, his aura weakened in an instant, and bloody wounds opened up all over his body. You? How is this possible? When did you use the blade of Earth blood? You'll never know after you're dead. Whoosh! Su Chen suddenly appeared beside him. The latter tried to escape, but the injuries triggered by the blade of Earth blood prevented him from reaching his peak speed. He could only watch helplessly as Su Chen's black and white mixed rainbow sword light descended. Bang! His incredulous head was instantly severed. At the same time, Su Chen also acted, pulling out a fist-sized, blood-red demon core from his chest. Let go of me, you damned human! The roar of the Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon Royal family echoed from the demon core. But under Su Chen's powerful soul suppression, the soul he had stored within the demon core was completely annihilated in an instant. A generation of the demon royal family's Earth Sovereign thus fell. Ding! Host has slain a demon X1, gaining 100 million attribute points. A typical demon Earth Sovereign is worth 10 million, but a royal family Earth Sovereign can be worth 10 times that. Whoosh! The head of the Earth Sovereign of the Candle Dragon royal family flew to the ruins of the city wall, and the next moment, a figure appeared, immediately taking the head away. Phew! That scared the hell out of me. But fortune favors the bold. Damn it, this just means I got myself a new ashtray. And it's a royal-level demon. Zhou Qili complained, quickly pulling out a cigarette to calm his nerves. Let me have one. Seeing this, Zhang Shirlan also lit a cigarette. I was planning to quit, but who told you to bring such a good ashtray? I have to smoke at least one. The ancient Town Yuan smiled, deftly lighting a cigarette. On the other side, a group of demon clans watched the three of them exhaling smoke with a relaxed demeanor, their faces turning ashen, gritting their teeth in anger, wishing they could tear them apart right then and there. Especially when they saw Zhou Qili finish his cigarette and stub the butt on the head of the Candle Dragon Royal Clan's Earth Respect. The group of demon Earth Respects could no longer control their aura. In an instant, black mist surged wildly, engulfing tens of thousands of miles, as if the night had descended. One cigarette isn't enough, it doesn't match this ashtray. Let me light another. Zhou Qili laughed and lit another cigarette. The demon Earth Respects behind him watched, their eyes nearly bursting with rage, but they could do nothing but watch him smoke it all, then viciously stub the butt on the head of the Candle Dragon Royal Clan's Earth Respect. Forget about that guy for now. Su Chen has activated the 9 Dragons Ascending Array. In his current state, relying solely on the Ape Gang Earth Respect, he can't possibly contend with it. Once Xia Earth Respect foresees it, he won't be able to free his hands and will have to summon those 2 fake demons from the Neon Kingdom. The leading demon Earth Respect said in a deep voice. As he raised his hand, a black line shot out, quickly disappearing without a trace. Not long after, a black line returned, accompanied by a cold voice. The array can last for another 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will make our move. In 5 minutes, Su Chen will be nearly exhausted. At that time, if they strike, it can indeed deliver a fatal blow. The leading demon Respect said coldly. Hearing this, the group of demons relaxed slightly. As long as Su Chen died, everything sacrificed today would be worth it. However, they did not notice that the deceased Candle Dragon Royal Clan's Earth Respect was continuously gathering power within his body. Before long, it coalesced into a blood bead the size of a fist. The blood bead quickly took shape, but unlike before, it did not rush towards Su Chen's power. Instead, it quietly hovered within the Candle Dragon Royal Clan's Earth Respect. At this moment, the Ape Demon Royal Clan's Earth Respect, Ape Gang, received news that the Neon Kingdom's Shrine Earth Respect was about to strike to kill Su Chen. He immediately stopped holding back, pouring all his strength into the fight, continuing to entangle with Su Chen. Meanwhile, the Divine Crow Royal Clan's Earth Respect, Xia, saw Su Chen reveal himself and immediately joined the battle. But every time he joined, Su Chen would vanish into the void, not giving the 2 Earth Respects a chance to work together. Forced to retreat, Xia could only step aside, responsible for foreseeing Su Chen's position. By the way, Ape Gang, be careful. Su Chen has his heavenly blood blade. Once that thing strikes, it will surely lead to death. Xia transmitted the message. Upon hearing this, Ape Gang's eyes sharpened, the sense of vigilance in his gaze growing heavier. Su Chen could match him evenly with just his physical strength if he had to guard against the heavenly blood blade. The restrictions on him would undoubtedly increase significantly, but the battle had reached this point, and Ape Gang knew he couldn't kill Su Chen. He could only place his hopes on the 2 powerful beings from the Neon Kingdom. His duty was to exhaust Su Chen, making him show signs of fatigue, creating an opportunity for the 2 Bodhi realm powerhouses from the Neon Kingdom to strike. Boom, crack! A loud explosion echoed as one person and one demon once again entangled with each other. However, it was mostly Su Chen pursuing, while Ape Gang was retreating. Soon, 3 minutes passed. On the battlefield, it seemed to have fallen into a stalemate, difficult to separate. At this moment, both Ape Gang and the foreseeing Xia showed signs of fatigue. In contrast, Su Chen grew more vigorous with each battle, his movements full of power, showing no signs of weariness at all. Damn it, this guy's spiritual power reserves are too abundant, we can't wear him down at all. Ape Gang roared, fleeing once more. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he stepped into the void to pursue, and Xia, seeing this scene, hurriedly activated his foresight to probe Su Chen's location. With continuous foresight, his hair had already turned mostly white, and his lifespan was being consumed in the process. If he continued to waste time like this, he would inevitably face the end of his life being completely consumed. On the other side, Yuan Gang's situation was not much better. He needed to activate the Yuan Demon Diamond Body, which also required sacrificing his lifespan. If this continued, even he would not be able to hold on. Boom, crack. 4 minutes later, accompanied by a deafening sound, the 9 colossal dragons formed by the 9 dragons ascending array shattered with a loud crash. At the same time, the massive Dharma form surrounding Su Chen flickered for a moment before dissipating. Boom, crack. With another explosion, Yuan Gang's body gradually returned to its normal size. Sizzle. At the same time, the blood curtain in front of Yexia vanished. Make your move. Yuan Gang and Yexia exchanged a glance and immediately charged at Su Chen. They could see that Su Chen had reached his limit. With 2 Earth Sovereigns on their side, they were confident they could subdue him. Even if Su Chen had hidden cards, they could force him into a desperate situation, creating conditions for the powerful assassins from the Neon Country Shrine who were on their way. Whoosh! Just then, a blood bead swiftly surged into Su Chen's body, instantly replenishing the 5 Dantians with its spiritual power. Not good. It's a trap. Yexia shouted coldly, but before he could expand the blood curtain, Su Chen vanished into thin air and rapidly appeared before him. Sizzle! With a single motion, Su Chen unleashed his most powerful sword, World-Long Rainbow Slash. Damn it! In a hurry, Yexia quickly raised his defenses, soon wearing down the power of the strike. But when he regained his senses and saw the heavenly blood blade embedded in his body, his expression turned extremely grim. How is this possible? I clearly didn't foresee this. How could it be? He had anticipated that Su Chen would target him, but he never expected Su Chen to execute this attack with the heavenly blood blade. Yexia wanted to say more, but his body suddenly dissolved into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind. Even his cultivation was completely erased by the heavenly blood blade. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1, gaining 100 million attribute points. Boom, crack. At that moment, 2 massive figures with 9 heads suddenly surged out from behind the city wall, charging towards Su Chen in the sky. Their speed far exceeded that of an average mid-stage Bodhi realm expert, and each of their heads was affixed with a heavenly blood blade. Damn it, Captain! Be careful! Zhou Qili shouted. Before he could finish, Su Chen had already concealed himself in the void, but these 2 monsters seemed to be able to lock onto his position, charging directly towards him. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he revealed his form. Boom, crack! Boom, crack! Boom, crack! A series of explosive sounds echoed, and amidst the incredulous gazes of the demon race, the 9 dragons ascending array rose from the ground. Soon, the blood-colored giant dragons summoned by the 9 dragons ascending array surged forth, wrapping around Su Chen and continuously roaring. Su Chen's aura expanded to its peak at that moment. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the chaotic and disordered power was completely stripped away, leaving only an extremely dark and elusive chaotic space. Damn it! Where did he get so many demon cores to set up this array? The leading demon Earth Sovereign roared. As if recalling something, he turned and slapped a fellow demon sovereign hard. If it weren't for you suggesting to exhaust Su Chen, I wouldn't have sent out so many demons. Damn it! Had I known this would just be making a wedding dress for Su Chen, I would have rather sent out not a single demon. Earth Sovereign, according to common sense, the human race has no method of cultivating divine souls, and it is absolutely impossible to activate these great formations in a short time. Therefore, as long as the Royal Earth Sovereign and that one can hold on for a while, he will surely die under the backlash of the Great Formation, a Demon Clan Earth Sovereign said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the leading Demon Clan Earth Sovereign finally breathed a sigh of relief. As early as the beginning of the Eternal Era, the Demon Clan had seen the Heavenly Dao's bias towards the human race and had taken countermeasures, sealing a series of inheritances related to divine soul cultivation. It can be said that even during the Eternal Era, very few could cultivate divine souls, because, when the Demon Clan fought against the human race, they did not even use the power of divine souls. The human race could only attempt to imitate and create, but it was impossible. After all, at that time, the Demon Clan's Earth Sovereigns were ruthless enough to even seal their own kin. Only the peak experts of the Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns can touch the path of divine souls.
The weak human race dares to recklessly activate so many great formations, truly seeking death, a demon clan Earth Sovereign sneered. At this moment, Su Chen had already stepped into the darkness, and behind him was a relentless monster filled with demon energy and human race aura. Roar! The numerous blood-colored dragons surrounding Su Chen roared in unison, creating a terrifying soundwave that caused the monsters behind to halt in their tracks. At the same time, Su Chen turned his body and, in just a moment, arrived in front of Yuan Gang. When these two monsters arrived, Yuan Gang was just breathing a sigh of relief, completely unprepared for such a sudden change. Even though he reacted quickly and wanted to escape, he was far from the Su Chen empowered by the many dragon ascending formations at this moment. Crackle! Accompanied by several beams of seven-colored sword light descending, numerous deep wounds appeared on Yuan Gang's powerful body. However, he also used the force of these few swords to retreat several thousand miles. Damn it! Yuan Gang roared. Just as he wanted to continue fleeing, 9 blood-colored dragons flew out again, trapping him in place. At the same time, Su Chen had already arrived in front of him, and with the rise and fall of his sword, several beams of 7-colored sword light mixed with black and white emerged. He could not break free from the bindings of the 9 giant dragons and could only watch helplessly as these sword lights fell upon him. Moments later, as the sword lights dissipated, Yuan Gang's hands and feet were severed by Su Chen, and a bloody wound appeared on his neck. But under the powerful vitality of an Earth Sovereign level demon, his limbs and even the wounds on his body were rapidly healing, soon returning to their original state. The Yuan Demon Diamond Body. At this moment, Yuan Gang could not care about anything else, only thinking about saving his life. But as soon as he activated this technique, his body began to rot, and at the same time, his life force was continuously extinguished, quickly nearing death. How is this possible? You actually still have Earth blood. Yuan Gang managed to utter a sentence with great difficulty, and moments later, he turned into a cold corpse. Whoosh! At the same time, thousands of blood pillars surged from his body, flowing into Su Chen. Su Chen's aura also continuously strengthened. He did not stay in place but quickly tapped his toes, swiftly taking the heavenly blood blade from Yuan Gang's hand, and once again vanished into the night. However, the 2 monsters following him were also closing in step by step. Boom, crack! At this moment, the blood-colored dragons around Su Chen dissipated, and a hint of fatigue appeared between his brows and eyes. This fatigue did not come from his body but from his divine soul. Controlling so many dragon ascending formations at once was a tremendous test for his divine soul. If he had not learned from the Elder of the Holy Emperor's Hall and comprehended the path of divine souls, his divine soul would surely have suffered a backlash and exploded. What's going on? Su Chen is actually fine. How is that possible? How could his divine soul be so powerful to this extent? The leading demon clan Earth Sovereign roared with rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. He had considered all possible outcomes of this situation, but he never expected that Su Chen's soul would be powerful enough to control such a vast number of 9 dragons ascending to heaven formations without suffering backlash. It is known that even a peak Earth Sovereign of the Demon Clan, a powerful being who has cultivated the path of the soul, might not be able to master such a number of formations. Yet Su Chen not only mastered them, but from the looks of it, he seemed to be handling it without much issue. Not necessarily, Earth Sovereign. It is very possible that Su Chen is forcibly suppressing this backlash, but backlash is ultimately backlash. No matter how strong his suppression, it will eventually erupt. Right now, as long as these 2 powerful beings from the Neon Nation continue their pursuit, Su Chen will eventually show signs of fatigue. At that time, the suppressed backlash will break free and completely annihilate him. One of the Demon Clan Earth Sovereigns said solemnly. Indeed, the layout set by our Demon Clan Celestial Sovereign from the very beginning cannot be easily broken by someone like Su Chen. Aside from the ancient Jehovah, there are only a handful of humans who have mastered the path of the soul, and their understanding is weak compared to ours. Like a grain of rice, how could they possibly be strong enough to withstand the backlash from so many 9 dragons ascending to heaven formations? Another Demon Clan Earth Sovereign spoke up. Are you suggesting that Su Chen might have obtained some ordinary inheritance of the path of the soul, thus gaining the ability to suppress the backlash? But as long as these 2 half-human, half-demon creatures force him into a corner, he will surely die? The leading Demon Clan Earth Sovereign frowned. The previously speaking Demon Clan Earth Sovereign nodded. What if Su Chen comprehended the complete path of the soul? The leading Demon Clan Earth Sovereign said coldly. Impossible.
You must understand that even during the ancient times, those humans who observed our demon clan's cultivation and comprehended techniques were unable to grasp the path of the soul. With just this insignificant understanding of the path of the soul, how could he hope to glimpse the complete path? That is akin to a frog in a well. How could it succeed? Unless he possesses the so-called top-tier enlightenment known as the heavenly wisdom heart. But that is simply impossible. Such monstrous talent would never fall into the hands of humans. After all, under the overwhelming suppression of our demon clan, this heavenly path has already been riddled with holes, making it difficult to reveal such talent. One demon clan Earth Sovereign said, "In that case, he must die." The leading demon clan Earth Sovereign felt relieved upon hearing this. As long as Su Chen dies, all the sacrifices made by their demon clan would be worth it. Just then, Su Chen had already been chased by the two powerful beings from the Neon Nation for tens of thousands of miles. The overwhelming pressure from the two beings, combined with his current soul fatigue, left him somewhat passive. If it weren't for his mastery over numerous worlds and his incredible speed, he would likely have been caught by them. Blood devouring the sky. Boom, crack. A blood-colored figure emerged from Su Chen's body, and at the same time, the spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 miles surged like a tidal wave, rushing into Su Chen's body. His slightly pale face turned crimson like blood in an instant, and even tiny beads of blood began to form on it. Crack. In this state, Su Chen swung his sword in a powerful slash. At the same time, his figure followed the sword light, and in his hand appeared a gleaming short blade stained with golden blood. Roar! Roar! With two furious roars, countless spiritual energies surged forth, forming a solid shield around the two massive monsters. What was shocking was that they charged directly towards Su Chen, braving his colorful sword light, clearly intent on exchanging their lives for his. Swish! Several powerful sword lights were unleashed in succession, stacking upon the first sword light like overlapping waves, slashing forward. Bang! When the three forces collided, the resulting shockwave lit up the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles like a meteor. Not long after, Su Chen's figure violently retreated from within, the blood-red patterns on his forehead dimming at that moment, and a trace of bright red blood was hanging at the corner of his mouth. Roar! Accompanied by a long cry, two monsters chased after him again. In just a moment, one of the monsters suddenly halted, and then quickly turned into a pool of blood. Ding! Host has slain a demon race X1, gained attribute points X 20 million. Ha! Su Chen frowned slightly. He didn't expect that by slaying this creature that was neither human nor demon, he would actually gain attribute points. Returning to the host, this human has the aura of a demon race, and since he betrayed the human race, slaying such monsters can yield attribute point rewards. So that's how it is. Su Chen pondered for a moment, his toes twisting, and the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the monster that had just died. He found his heavenly blood blade from a pile of blood. However, since this person was killed by the heavenly blood blade, Su Chen did not gain his cultivation level either. But there was no helping it, without using special means. With Su Chen's current strength, it would take a lot of effort to slay a powerful being at the Bodhi realm. Master Su Chen, as long as you elevate me to SSS level, I can awaken some abilities. At that time, even demon races at the Earth Sovereign level can have their vitality suppressed as long as I strike them. The voice of Tianqing echoed in his ears, and Su Chen nodded. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of the only remaining monster, without the help of opponents. Using the perception shielding ability of his talent, Dark Night, Su Chen quickly sent the heavenly blood blade into its body, accompanied by the system prompt of attribute points being credited. Su Chen also obtained a heavenly blood blade. Tap. In the void above, Su Chen walked slowly towards a group of Earth Sovereign level demons. Behind him was Tianqing in a luxurious robe. The two moved slowly, but with each step, it felt as if they were striking at the hearts of the demons. Silence, utter silence, a deathly stillness. All the Earth Sovereigns, including the leading demon, revealed an extremely rare look of dread in their eyes at this scene. They did not expect that Su Chen, as a human without the inheritance of the soul path, could withstand such a backlash from the 9 dragons ascending array. Su Chen, are you alright? After a long silence, the leading demon Earth Sovereign finally spoke with a gloomy face. Seemingly realizing that his words were inappropriate, he trembled in his heart and quickly changed his tone. What I mean is, how can you still be like this under such a backlash from the 9 dragons ascending array? What does that have to do with you? My captain is my captain. What are you? A dead demon. Shouting about? Hurry up and give the things to my captain, Zhou Qili coldly shouted. Upon hearing this, the leading demon Earth Sovereign's expression turned cold, and he reluctantly took out a cloth bag and tossed it to Su Chen. 10 million demon cores, neither more nor less, count them yourself. My demon race can afford to lose. Su Chen expressionlessly accepted the cloth bag. If there are others, you can also fight me. This time, the limit is raised to 10 demon Earth Sovereigns. Su Chen, you are so arrogant, the leading demon Earth Sovereign roared. But unexpectedly, when he turned around, all the demon Earth Sovereigns took a step back in unison. Even the powerful demon Royal Earth Sovereigns, who possessed innate divine abilities, could not do anything to Su Chen. For these ordinary Earth Sovereigns, fighting Su Chen would mean they wouldn't even know where he was, which was tantamount to seeking death. Having cultivated to the Earth Sovereign realm took at least thousands of years. No one wanted to die inexplicably at Su Chen's hands. Coward! The leading demon Earth Sovereign coldly shouted, flicking his sleeve and stepping into the void to leave. Ding-ling-a-ling at that moment, Chen Xuanji and his group rushed over with their phones in hand. Not good. Just now, the powerful beings from the Bodhi realm stationed in our dragon country reported that over 100 monsters, neither human nor demon, suddenly emerged from the shrine of Neon Country. At this moment, these monsters are heading towards our dragon country's border. If we don't stop them in time, it could lead to a great disaster. You all stay and guard this place. Su Chen threw a bag to Chen Xuanji and then stepped into the void, floating away. On the spot, Chen Xuanji understood Su Chen's intention. Everyone, let's set up the 9 dragons ascending formation. With this formation, even if a Earth Sovereign level expert comes to attack the city, we will still have the strength to fight. Setting up the formation? What are you doing rummaging through this pile of flesh? You don't think there's an ashtray in there, do you? Zhang Shilong kicked Zhou Qili with a speechless expression. The latter twitched his mouth and reluctantly got up. He really wanted to see if there was a head left by a Bodhi realm expert in there. That would be a great item for trending. System, open the attribute panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Su Chen cultivation, early stage of Radiant Realm 40, 110, 654, 321/100 billion, points can be added, attribute points, 40, 312, 253, 289 physique, 29, 934, 654, 732, divine body, points can be added. Physique reaches 30 billion for qualitative change, spirit, 20, 824, 293, 361, heaven and earth wisdom heart, points can be added. Spirit reaches 30 billion for qualitative change, talent, pure sword heart. SSS level blood devouring sky 0/50 billion. SSS level dark knight. SSS level obsession. SSS level sword soul, points can be added. World, attribute Tao intent, S gold S wood S water S fire S earth S ice S thunder S light S dark, S level confinement world 3 million/80 million. Transcendence supreme sword Tao, S chaos sword intent world, 0/80 million. Gun Tao intent, S level gun world, 70,000/30 million. Wind Tao intent. Weapon Tao intent, S sword S fork S staff S whip S halberd S hammer S axe S spear S hook. Wind Tao intent, S level wind world 850,000/20 million. S swift S blue steel S lightning S ethereal S spring breeze S cold soul S call of life S illusion S riding the air, x10, points can be added. Rules, S level light rule 0/10 million. S level space rule 0/10 million. S level wind rule 0/10 million. S level dark rule 0/10 million. S level venom rule. S level suppression rule. S level assassination rule. S level wood rule. X10, points can be added. Martial skills, C level sword technique Fuyo 3 swords, proficiency, perfect. A level area damage sword technique Autumn water, proficiency, perfect. S level sword technique slaying demons, proficiency, perfect. Points cannot be added. Weapon SS level Excalibur. Attributes, SS level sharpness 0/30 million. SS level Excalibur intent 0/500 million. SS level hardness 0/80 million. S level Excalibur formation 0/80 million. S level Excalibur spirit, Tianqing 0/10 billion, points can be added. System, upgrade Excalibur to SSS level. Ding! The sharpness of Excalibur has been upgraded to SSS level 0/30 billion. Excalibur intent has been upgraded to SSS level 0/50 billion.
The sharpness of Excalibur has been upgraded to SSS level 0/40 billion. Excalibur formation has been upgraded to SSS level 0/40 billion. Excalibur spirit has been upgraded to SSS level 0/40 billion. A total of 10,090 million attribute points consumed. Boom, crack. The moment the system prompt fell, Tianqing suddenly radiated golden light, instantly restoring to the Excalibur body, quietly hovering in the colorful world. At the same time, the deep blue light on the sword gradually faded, replaced by waves of incredibly luxurious golden radiance. If one looked closely, they would notice that at this moment, the sword of extermination had a faint, ancient pattern emerging on its surface, profoundly mysterious. Suddenly, millions of thunderous dragons roared down from the heavens, causing the void to shatter and the vacuum to tremble wherever they passed. Such might extended for tens of thousands of miles, directly obscuring half of the Neon Kingdom. Master Su Chen, let me out. I, too, should accept this baptism from heaven and earth. The sword of extermination transformed into a figure of azure, her golden hair tied back, holding a golden long sword, resembling a female emperor judging the world, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. As Su Chen nodded, a crack opened in the colorful world, and with a point of her toe, the azure figure instantly swept beyond the world. Beneath the pitch-black vacuum, she held the golden long sword, bathing in the vast ocean like thunder. My heavens, who is this divine being that can summon such thunder? How terrifying! Such a powerful figure, dressed in such attire, must be a remnant from the ancient times. Such a thunder tribulation, even a typical Radiant Realm expert would be reduced to ashes upon contact. This woman, relying solely on her physical form, can withstand it. Truly incredible. Hurry, take a picture and post it online. As the people of the Neon Kingdom witnessed this scene, they gasped in astonishment. Some quick-thinking individuals captured the moment on video and uploaded it to the internet. In the face of overwhelming traffic, the identity of this woman was soon uncovered. Before long, a trending topic titled "She is the sword fighting alongside Su Chen" quickly topped the charts. At that moment, everyone learned of her identity. When the news reached the Neon Kingdom, it stirred up a tremendous uproar. How terrifying! Su Chen is already so strong. I didn't expect even his sword could create such a commotion. Truly unbelievable. I knew it, everything would be connected to my husband. My heavens, with such power, this sword must rival the peak of the Radiant Realm. How frightening. Ha ha, my husband is the best. Draw your sword. Whoever is unconvinced, let's have a warrior duel for my husband. The phenomenon brought by the sword of extermination was also quickly conveyed to the realm of the demon race. When a group of demons beheld the woman in a golden flowing robe, standing beneath countless thunder tribulations with her sword, they could not help but reveal an uncontrollable fear from their very souls. At the same time, this phenomenon also appeared within a blood-red grand hall. As soon as this scene emerged, countless figures dressed in blood robes, shrouded in black mist, gathered within the hall in an instant. Ya Xian, what is happening? Why is the sword of extermination, which restrains our demon race, recovering to this extent? Do you know that this level of the sword of extermination is already enough to threaten our demon race's Earthlords? The formidable vitality possessed by our demon race's Earthlords is utterly insignificant before it. And I've heard that this sword is still in the hands of the Son of Heaven. A cold snort echoed. In the next moment, the Yaxian Earthlord on the main seat trembled and knelt down uncontrollably, reporting the will of the Heavenly Lord. The Son of Heaven born from the human race is extremely strange. His growth rate is too fast, far exceeding our expectations. We sent 3 demon royal Earthlords to kill him, but they have all perished at his hands. This child has already grown up. Given the current situation, it will not be easy for us to kill him. The Yaxian Earthlord spoke in a deep voice, a trace of bright red blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that the voice just now had severely injured her, who possessed the cultivation of the Bodhi realm. What is your current strategy? A cold female voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Ye Xian's body trembled, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Ye Xian, congratulations on the awakening of the will of Baifeng Tianzun. Let's get to the point. We are currently preparing to thoroughly research the human race's nuclear weapons, to reduce the cost our demon race will pay during the extermination war, while also leveraging the unique wisdom of the human race to create a new era for our demon race. Ye Xian said solemnly. Too slow. This progress is far too slow. The previous voice sounded again, filled with dissatisfaction. There is another plan.
Yes, Xian replied. That is to attack all human-established nations except for the Dragon Kingdom, isolating the Dragon Kingdom. Is the Dragon Kingdom really that strong? Bai Fong Tianzun asked. Bai Fong Tianzun's will has just awakened, and with your cultivation not yet restored, it is hard to imagine the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. However, according to our investigation, the current human race is the inheritor of the ancient times, the lineage of Nuwa, Fuxi, and Pangu. Since the Dragon Kingdom is their descendant, we indeed cannot be careless. A hint of wariness crept into Bai Fong Tianzun's voice. Let's go with the second plan. This will not only greatly weaken the human race's morale but also create confusion, preventing the human race from discovering our existence, especially the Son of Heaven who wields the extermination sword. After all, we have not yet fully restored our cultivation and cannot be disturbed. Do you all understand? The previous voice said solemnly. We will strictly follow the will of the Tianzun. Ye Xian and the other demons in the hall responded in unison. Soon after, at the borders of all nations except the Dragon Kingdom, the demon race launched a large-scale attack. Moreover, it was an attack that violated treaties. Many powerful demons, including demon lords and earth lords, appeared at the borders. Under the leadership of such strong figures, the borders of various nations were quickly breached, turning into ruins. This attack came as a complete surprise. The other nations hadn't even had time to launch their nuclear weapons before they were completely declared exterminated, falling into the territory of the demon race. Bad news came one after another, and requests for aid from various nations were sent to the Dragon Kingdom's Guantian Hall. But before Guantian Hall could make any arrangements, several more nations announced their extermination. At the same time, refugees from various nations surged to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, seeking shelter. This situation quickly spread, with continuous trending topics emerging, all reporting in real time on the demon race's sudden assault. Almost every minute, news of a nation declaring extermination topped the trending list. Those who had been casually watching videos were now inundated with official updates on the latest movements of the demon race. As a result, even the vast Dragon Kingdom entered a state of readiness at the first opportunity, both online and offline, making preparations. The most timely response came from various universities and high schools in the Dragon Kingdom. When those still youthful faces were handed weapons as required, their hearts were filled with panic. Yet, as if they had known this day would come, no one fled, no one cried out. At that moment, the great nation fell into a deathly silence. At the same time, a photo of Su Chen was once again trending. This time, the accompanying text was only a few short words. This journey is for my Dragon Kingdom, for my human race. A brief sentence that brought tears to countless eyes. Meanwhile, across the nation, various departments almost simultaneously began playing videos from the major borders, educating the public about the demon race and the usage of various weapons. Strangely, however, the borders of the Dragon Kingdom appeared unusually quiet, with very few demons arriving even at night. Such a scene left even the soldiers from various armies who had come to support, as well as the powerful beings from the Holy Temple, feeling somewhat incredulous. However, no one dared to let their guard down, for they all knew that this was likely the calm before the true arrival of the extermination war. Within the colorful world, Su Chen emerged from his deep meditation. Over the past 2 days, he had assisted in the extermination of hundreds of monsters from the Neon Nation that had come to the southern border war zone of the Dragon Kingdom. After that, the various demon clans launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Kingdom, prompting an immediate recall of all Dragon Kingdom warriors, who were then assigned to various border war zones. Su Chen's Chang'an team was assigned to the southern border war zone, tasked with stopping the demon clans and protecting the many refugees from the Neon Nation who had come to build a city there. Initially, many people from the Dragon Kingdom held a very strong opposition to the idea of accepting refugees from various nations into the border war zone. However, once they learned the conditions for entering the Dragon Kingdom, they ceased to voice their objections. After all, those who survived in the other countries were likely to be the stronger individuals. Building a city at the border effectively added a flesh and blood defense line for the Dragon Kingdom, a move that was beneficial and without harm to them. People from other countries expressed some dissatisfaction, but the Dragon Kingdom maintained a very firm stance, and their immigration policy remained unchanged. To enter the interior of the Dragon Kingdom, one must kill demons at the border for 10 years. Even so, the people from other countries who came to seek refuge in the Dragon Kingdom flooded the various border war zones like a tide. When Su Chen appeared on the Steel City wall, a crowd immediately surrounded him. At that moment, Zhou Qili's head, which had been resting in an ashtray, was already filled with cigarette butts, and his expression was marked by fatigue. Beside him, the usually composed Zhang Shilong was also enveloped in smoke, looking somewhat dispirited. Following their gaze, Su Chen saw the densely packed crowd of Neon Nation citizens below the city wall. As if sensing his gaze, the refugees from the Neon Nation began to shout incessantly, with some even pulling out blood-stained banners. Behind them lay the Neon Nation, shrouded in smoke and chaos after a nuclear strike, resembling a desert. Further away, an endless horde of demons darkened half the sky, to demonstrate their sincerity in seeking refuge. Many powerful beings from the Neon Nation voluntarily took on the responsibility of escorting the refugees, forming a long line behind and beside the crowd of refugees. The sky has darkened. Chen Xuanji took a swig of alcohol, his expression unusually grave. I thought we had a few more years of respite, but I never expected everything to come so suddenly, so unexpectedly. Gu Jinyuan sighed, also enveloped in smoke, silently extinguishing his cigarette but before lighting another. This all feels a lot like love, Zhou Qili said in a low voice. The slowly rising smoke, like ribbons, wrapped around his cheeks, giving him an inexplicable air of melancholy. What are you talking about, you little brat? Love? What the hell is that? Killing demons is the real business. Chen Xuanji laughed and scolded. You old ghost, what do you know? Have you ever been in love? What right do you have to speak? Don't brag. Back in my day, I was the flower of the 10-mile radius. I believe you, you old coot. You. As the two argued, the heavy atmosphere on the city wall eased slightly, but the demons, obscuring half the sky and surging closer, became even more pressing. At that moment, Su Chen tapped his toes and leaped forward. Beside him was Tian Chang, dressed in a splendid robe and wielding a long sword. Captain, where are you going? Zhou Qili called out. To kill demons. Su Chen's response made everyone twitch at the corners of their mouths. For the past 2 days, Su Chen had either been killing demons or on his way to kill demons. Only occasionally would he return to the city wall to rest for a while. The captain's strength is already quite formidable, but facing so many demon clans, it's still too insignificant. If only we could use nuclear weapons. A few hundred shots would definitely be enough for this group of beasts to have a good drink, Zhou Qili said helplessly. Before he could finish, Zhang Shilong's figure had already darted out. Old Zhang, where are you going? Zhang Shilong said nothing, merely pulling out a few Dragon Kingdom flags and following Su Chen's pace. At the same time, Chen Xuanji and Yuan also followed suit. Damn it, am I the only one left here? I'm strong too. You know, Zhou Qili shouted angrily and then followed after them. At the same time, he didn't forget to put away his ashtray. With a crackle, accompanied by a burst of colorful fist light, the originally demon-cloaked world suddenly broke open a void, revealing a gaping hole connecting heaven and earth. Below, a group of refugees turned back and saw a young man in black tight clothing standing above the sky, surrounded by countless crimson blood pillars. A piercing golden light just happened to emerge from that void, shining on his indifferent face. In such a scene, if it were in the past, someone would have stopped to take a photo, shouting Su Chen's name. But now, everyone was silent, not uttering a word, because they had seen this scene countless times in this place. They knew that as long as he appeared, the pitch-black sky would eventually dissipate, and light would descend to the earth along with that gentle rainbow light. Ding! Host has slain Demon Clan X802, 369, gaining attribute points 823, 652, 793. Ding! Host has slain Demon Clan X793, 256, gaining attribute points 801, 251, 367. Ding! Host has slain Demon Clan X813, 294, gaining attribute points 724, 637, 293. As bursts of colorful light appeared, the pitch-black demon mist was instantly pierced through dozens of voids, and rays of light began to fall from the sky. However, this beautiful radiance did not bring the hope people had anticipated. Instead, it illuminated the group of brutal and bloodthirsty demon clans below. Bang! Su Chen threw another punch, and the violent force annihilated nearly 1,000,000 demon clans while shattering large swaths of black mist. Just as he was about to continue his assault, dozens of demon figures suddenly emerged from the void, surrounding him completely. The newcomers were all-powerful demon lords from the Bodhi realm. Master Su Chen.
Sensing a change in Su Chen's situation, Tianqing transformed into a long sword and flew back to Su Chen's side. As the strongest sword crafted by humanity during the ancient times, it possessed attributes that could restrain the formidable vitality of demon lords.
Previously, when Su Chen battled the monsters from the Neon Kingdom, his greatest reliance was the upgraded SSS level Sword of Extermination. But SSS level was not her limit. With a crackle, as the Sword of Extermination was grasped, a gentle pure white light suddenly surged around Su Chen's body. At the same time, four gigantic manifestations resembling him emerged from within.
Each manifestation radiated unmatched colorful power, and what was most eye-catching was that each manifestation had an ancient blood-red pattern on its forehead,
just like the one on Su Chen's forehead.
This scene was the result of the transformation caused by Su Chen's physique breaking through 30 billion, gaining the four manifestations body of the four aspects, all weapon attacks, including spirit weapons, attached worlds, domains, artistic conceptions, and the power of rules, at SSS level and below are completely immune to damage.
Additionally, four can be condensed to assist, and these possess autonomous combat capabilities. Moreover,
the condensed can be endowed with the same attributes. Endowed attributes include talents,
physical patterns, etc. Note that the currently held with endowed attributes can only gain 50% of the abilities of the main body. Once the four appeared,
the surrounding demon clan Earthlords immediately changed their expressions.
With the keen intuition of the Bodhi realm, they could sense that within these lay an extremely surging power. Facing only Su Chen, they found it quite challenging, and now with the addition of the four, they had no hope of victory.
Don't make unnecessary sacrifices,
Lord Ye said. As long as we take down the Neon Kingdom, we will adhere to all treaties with the Dragon Kingdom.
The leading demon clan Earthlord roared,
and in an instant, stepped into the void and left. Just as the surrounding Earthlords were about to follow, Su Chen made his move.
His various worlds and rules had all risen to SSS level,
bringing him an immense boost.
Coupled with such a powerful physique, his current strength was invincible in the mid-stage of the Bodhi realm.
If the Zhuxian sword was included, even a late-stage powerhouse of the Bodhi realm could not withstand him. Crackle, the world of wind, the rules of wind, the rules of space, and the talent of the Dark Knight all activated simultaneously. In the next moment,
the seven-colored sword light wielded by Su Chen with the Zhuxian sword had already descended upon the head of a demon clan Earthlord.
Ding! Host has slain Demon Clan X1. Gain 10 million attribute points. Whoosh! 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 After slaying this Demon Clan Earthlord, Su Chen's figure did not stop. In a swift motion, several more Demon Clan Earthlords fell on the spot. However, most of the Demon Clan Earthlords still managed to escape. After all, his realm was too low. Although his speed was incredibly fast, it was not much faster than that of the Bodhi realm powerhouses. They wanted to leave, and he could not stop them. Whoosh! Just then,
Zheng Shilong arrived at the ground below Su Chen and planted a Dragon Kingdom flag there.
Damn it! Lord Ye has ordered that seeing the Dragon Kingdom flag is like seeing the border of the Dragon Kingdom. All demon lords, retreat! Retreat! Damn flag! One day, I will pull it down and shatter it to dust. Withdraw! Upon seeing this national flag, the demon lords' eyes turned cold, and they reluctantly retreated. With these powerhouses retreating, only a crowd of low-level demons remained below. Such a rabble, though numerous, was nothing but dust in the face of absolute strength. In just a few dozen minutes, the strong from the Dragon Kingdom, along with the strong from the Neon Kingdom, opened a safe path for refugees to enter the city. At this moment, Su Chen had already returned to the air above the city wall.
Within his seven-colored world, he opened the attribute panel.
At this time, the accumulated attribute points had reached a staggering 6 billion. His cultivation attribute had also reached over 4 billion. System, increase cultivation to 100 billion. Ding, points added successfully, consuming a total of 39, 231, 723, 234 attribute points. Current cultivation level is Bodhi Realm 0/100 trillion.
Accompanied by the system's prompt, a crack directly opened in the sky above Su Chen's world, and countless golden rays of world power flowed out from it, continuously converging towards his world.
At the same time,
The land within a radius of several 100,000 miles transformed into a thunder domain, and the previously clear daytime sky turned completely dark at that moment. Anyone looking up could only see countless rolling and roaring thunder dragons. So terrifying. What is this? That is the direction where Su Chen is located. Such an aura means he is about to advance to the Bodhi realm. This kind of momentum is unimaginable. If Su Chen has truly broken through to the Bodhi realm, how terrifying it must be. Su Chen, truly worthy of being the legendary son of prophecy. The phenomenon I experienced during my own breakthrough pales in comparison to his by 100,000 times. Such a disturbance caught the attention of the powerful Bodhi realm guardians stationed here. Below, many martial artists were utterly shocked by this astonishing scene. Those with lower strength or ordinary people were even more overwhelmed by the vast, boundless might of the thunder, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Bang! As the golden power of the world surged from the sky and made contact, Su Chen's colorful world suddenly exploded, transforming into a swirling mass of chaotic, colorful light that spun around him incessantly. This scene resembled a colorful star domain that had exploded and then reassembled, with Su Chen as its core, surrounded by all the points of light in the chaotic, dark calamity clouds. It was as if he was the light. Boom! Accompanied by the boundless thunder dragon descending. The area where Su Chen stood was instantly enveloped in blinding lightning. From a distance, he appeared to have truly transformed into a new rising sun, radiating infinite brilliance, dazzling and piercing, illuminating the heavens and the earth. This thunder had already cut off all external perception. No one noticed that within the thunder, Su Chen was floating with closed eyes, bathed in countless rays of lightning. At this moment, the colorful points of light around him began to slowly converge. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the points of light surrounding Su Chen had already outlined the contours of a world. The shape of the world resembled what he had previously created, but its solidity had increased by dozens of times compared to before. Additionally, there were several new phenomena that had never existed before. To be precise, there was now the presence of time and life. If Su Chen's previous world was a tightly woven set of rules that made up the world, then his current world had become more fleshed out on that foundation, possessing self-sustaining laws. Zila. The moment the world outline was completed, countless colorful points of light flew in, and before long, they reconstructed Su Chen's world to its original form. With the existence of time and vitality, everything in Su Chen's world was no longer a mere backdrop. Mountains would change from lush green to withered yellow, then back to lush green. Rivers would transform from trickling streams into vast oceans or dry up into barren deserts. Everything repeated in cycles, occurring in an orderly manner just like in the real world. Furthermore, his world also possessed the conditions for life to thrive, much like the demon-locking tower world he had once encountered. Boom, crack! As the last point of light surged in, Su Chen's realm was instantly solidified. At the same time, an overwhelming force emerged within the world, acting upon Su Chen, continuously nurturing his physique, dantian, and even his soul. Under the cleansing of this power, Su Chen's physical strength surged significantly. His dantian expanded to 10 times its previous width, and even his soul grew several times stronger at that moment. Ding! Host's spiritual attribute has reached 30 billion, resulting in a qualitative change. Gaining Heavenly Tao Genesis. This talent is only effective in this world. Heavenly Tao Genesis. Observing an object allows one to stand from the perspective of the Heavenly Tao, akin to possessing the Creator's divine eye. Additionally, the host's comprehension has reached the pinnacle. In this world, no one can surpass the host. Swish! As the last surge of overwhelming power entered his body, Su Chen's breakthrough was firmly established. When he opened his eyes, a beam of colorful brilliance shot forth from his gaze, lasting for a long time. If someone were to closely observe his pupils at that moment, they would discover that there was no world visible in his eyes. There are only countless rules, countless worlds, and a number of formless, indescribable, and untraceable mysterious powers. When the light before him dissipated, Su Chen's pupils returned to their usual appearance. The scene he had just witnessed was only possible under the state of Heavenly Tao's origin. Su Chen surveyed the world around him for a moment, familiarizing himself with the changes in power, before withdrawing from the world. At this moment, the surroundings were still filled with patches of thunder, but this thunder, which ordinary people would avoid at all costs, fell upon him without causing much of a stir. The powerful thunder could not break through even a fraction of the protective wind surrounding his body. As if it were wary of something,
only able to linger outside his protective wind, not daring to intrude. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's thoughts stirred, and the Excalibur of immortal slaying fell into his hand. In the next moment, a radiant sword light, as brilliant as a rainbow, stretched for tens of thousands of miles and shot out world-long rainbow slash. Crack! The unparalleled power of the sword light directly split the massive thunder dragon that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Immediately after, this sword light, with its might undiminished, fell into the calamity clouds above, disappearing from sight. But a second later, a point of light suddenly emerged from the continuous calamity clouds above the sky, quickly enlarging, and in an instant, it opened up this dark realm, bringing clear blue skies to the world. All the calamity thunder also dissipated at this moment, leaving only a dazzling 9-colored rainbow suspended in the vast heavens. And at this moment, Su Chen's figure appeared atop the city wall. Thief, congratulations on breaking through to the Bodhi realm. You are very strong now, even I do not have enough confidence to defeat you. The void split open, and a figure in a white robe, Mo Xuanxue, stepped out from within. At this moment, she was already a peak powerhouse of the Bodhi realm. Moreover, under Su Chen's observation in the state of Heavenly Tao's origin, he discovered that this person had already opened up 6 dantians within her body, with spiritual powers surging and overwhelming. System, ordinary people can only open a few dantians. Why can this person open so many? Reply to the host, in the Shining Realm, ordinary people can open at most 2 dantians, but this woman is special. She was born as a dual dantian possessor. Additionally, when breaking through to the Bodhi realm, ordinary people's bodies receive nourishment from the Nirvana Chi, allowing them to open several more dantians, while the number of dantians the host can open far exceeds that of ordinary people. Hearing the system's explanation, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Chen's eyes. For an ordinary person to break through to the Bodhi realm, it would take at least several decades of effort, and the difficulty of breaking through to the Supreme would increase 100-fold. At this moment, with the slow progress of cultivation, enhancing combat power was essential for survival, and the best way to enhance combat power was to open multiple dantians. I didn't expect you to have opened 10 dantians. That's quite impressive. It's a pity you lack Nirvana Chi, otherwise, with your talent, condensing a cave heaven would be effortless. Mo Xuanxue said solemnly. Cave heaven? Reply to the host. Cave heaven is a specific term used by cultivators in ancient times. In short, a cave heaven refers to the fusion of 10 dantians into one super large dantian. Dantians can fuse? Su Chen's eyes brightened. Although the open dantians could store a considerable amount of spiritual power, they were not as effective as the main dantian, and the process of mobilizing them was rather cumbersome. If they could fuse together, combining 10 into 1, then there would be no such trouble. Moreover, the effect of 10 dantians fusing together would certainly not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. To come up with such an alternative method, the ancient era was indeed a prosperous time for the human race, with prodigies emerging. However, Su Chen also noticed another unfamiliar term in Mo Xuanxue's words, Nirvana Chi. Return, host. The Nirvana Chi is the mysterious power granted by heaven and earth when breaking through the Bodhi realm or the Supreme realm. The force you absorbed when you broke through the Bodhi realm earlier was indeed the Nirvana Chi. It turned out that this was what was known as Nirvana Chi. Is something wrong? Su Chen looked at Mo Xuanxue. Monster! Before Mo Xuanxue could finish her sentence, a colorful sword light suddenly slashed towards her. Before she could react, Su Chen had already pulled her into the world. Damn it! You want to fight? Ha! Come on! Mo Xuanxue shattered Su Chen's sword light with a single strike, instantly expanding the world to resist Su Chen's suppression while attacking him. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, Zhou Qili and his group had just arrived at the place where Su Chen and Mo Xuanxue had been. They're fighting again. Captain's move is just like love, Zhou Qili said helplessly as he pulled out the head of a dignitary and lit a cigarette. Fuck your twisted love, Chen Xuanji cursed. He had no idea what had gotten into the sky lately. Everything seemed to remind him of love. However, that sword from the captain just now, splitting the heavens, was really damn cool. Zhou Qili ignored Chen Xuanji and checked his phone. The video he had just recorded was already trending, and it was at the top of the list. Sure enough, the captain has a knack for trending topics. That sword split the heavens, and in just 2 minutes, it made it to the top. If nothing unexpected happens, the discussions online should all revolve around the captain now. That sword was indeed impressive.
Zheng Shilong said, wielding his sword himself. He could more intuitively feel the terror of Su Chen's strike. When the captain was in the Radiant Life realm, he could battle mid-stage Bodhi realm experts. Now that he has broken through the Bodhi realm, he is probably invincible among those of the same rank. Gu Zhenyu said. Of course, I knew the captain was no ordinary person. Zhou Qili laughed. At that moment, several powerful Bodhi realm experts stationed nearby also approached. They had sensed the anomaly caused by Su Chen's breakthrough, but they had been setting up formations at the time and couldn't rush over immediately. Where is Su Chen? The leading elder asked. If Su Chen were present, he would recognize this person as Qiu Kongzhan, who had given him a jade pendant in the Eagle Nation. Elder Qiu, the captain is fighting that woman from the Eternal Era. Zheng Shilong replied. Mo Xuanxue? Yes. Zheng Shilong nodded. During this time, under the full military readiness of the Dragon Nation, all information had been made available, including several current seekers of the Tao. Mo Xuanxue was one of them. Additionally, under the arrangements of the Dragon Nation's higher-ups, Mo Xuanxue had gone to the southern border war zone. Therefore, the people of the Dragon Nation were not unfamiliar with her. That makes sense. But Su Chen has just broken through the Bodhi realm, so he might still be a bit inexperienced and may not necessarily be Mo Xuanxue's opponent, Qiu Kongzhan said. Although he had never fought Mo Xuanxue, it was said that when she came to the Holy Temple, she single-handedly battled several powerful hallmasters, thus gaining fame. Given her displayed strength, even if Su Chen was a prodigy, as a newcomer to this realm, he might not be able to gain an advantage against her. However, just as Qiu Kongzhan finished speaking, Su Chen and Mo Xuanxue appeared in the arena. Su Chen was dressed in a black tight outfit, his aura steady and expressionless. Behind him was a noble and elegant figure in a luxurious robe. On the other side, Mo Xuanxue looked somewhat tragic. Not only was her aura chaotic, but she also bore several deep wounds that were visible to the bone. This scene left everyone stunned. What are you all doing here? Mo Xuanxue said coldly. Under the powerful vitality of a Bodhi realm expert, her injuries quickly healed, and before long, she returned to her previous aloof appearance. It is like this. The higher-ups of the observation hall have sent word, saying they have gathered some information and want me to inform you both to go there. At the current border of the Dragon Kingdom, there are refugees from all over the world. To ensure the safety of information, the Dragon Kingdom's current method of notification is no longer through mobile phones, but rather through the ancient method of on-site notification. Have they adopted my plan? Mo Xuanxue frowned. This matter involves the highest secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you arrive at the observation hall, everything will be clear, Qiu Kongzhan said in a deep voice. What do you think? Mo Xuanxue looked at Su Chen. Su Chen ignored her. He turned to Qiu Kongzhan and frowned. Old Shou, how long has it been since my breakthrough? And what time is it now? Young friend Su Chen. It is now January 18th. If it is according to the lunar calendar, it is already the 29th of the 12th month. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Has it really passed so quickly? Su Chen's heart sank as he grabbed Zhou Qili's phone and dialed out. The call was quickly connected, and a gentle voice came through. Hello, this is Tianqing Kindergarten. I am teacher Wan Yi. Who are you looking for? I am Su Chen. Please help me pass the phone to Xiaoji. Oh, Mr. Su Chen. Please wait a moment. Xiaoji is in class right now. I'll call her out. Tap tap tap. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the phone, and soon after, Xiaoji's cheerful voice rang out. Brother Su Chen. Xiaoji has been very good these days. I've been eating well, sleeping well, and studying well. I've gained 2 pounds now. Xiaoji. That's great. He. Brother Su Chen. I miss you so much, but I know you have to fight the monsters and protect our country. It's very hard. So, you don't have to worry about me. I'm very strong now and can take care of myself. Sometimes when I can't get through to you, I worry a bit, but I know you're so amazing. You must be fine. But brother Su Chen, you have to promise me to eat well, sleep well, and study well, just like me. I don't want to see you thinner when we meet again. Alright, brother Su Chen, you have to be good. I have to go to class now. Beep beep beep. Tianqing Kindergarten. The little girl looked at the hung-up phone and silently hugged it to her chest. Brother Su Chen, tomorrow is New Year's, and Xiaoji really wants to celebrate with you, but Xiaoji doesn't want to trouble you. I'm very strong too.
Return to the observation hall. Su Chen looked at Mo Xuanxue with a blank expression. He had now broken through to the Bodhi realm, and if he acted at the border, it could very likely break the treaty between the two races and bring about the extermination war ahead of time. And to become stronger, he had to kill demons. Whoosh! At that moment, another person stepped out from the void. He looked at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, "New news has come from the observation hall. The Chang'an team is all heading there. How many preachers are there in this world? And what is their strength?" In the colorful world, Su Chen stood on a mountain. Beside him was Mo Xuanxue, dressed in a white robe, with a long sword on her back, sitting cross-legged and adjusting her breath. Currently, there are 5 preachers, including myself. As for their cultivation, they are all in the Bodhi realm, and naturally, their strength is much stronger than the current human race's Bodhi realm. But none are stronger than me, Mo Xuanxue said solemnly. "So, what you just mentioned is that you want me to accompany you to the demon territory to slay the soon-to-awaken demon lord?" Su Chen said calmly. "Yes. Only the Zhuxian sword has the ability to slay the demon lord. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against it." Mo Xuanxue nodded. Su Chen fell silent upon hearing this. According to the information he saw in the Apostle's letter, once the demon lord awakens, it can summon foreign races, known as the myriad clans. At that time, it will be the true end of the human race. May I ask why? Including you, those awakened apostles did not convey this important message to the human race at the first opportunity? At this moment, Qiu Kongzhan walked over, and behind him, a group of powerful beings from the Bodhi realm also looked puzzled. If they had known this information earlier, the human race could have made corresponding arrangements sooner and would not be in such a passive position now. "Tell you?" Mo Xuanxue sneered. "If I had told you first, do you think you would have had the possibility to find and repair the Excalibur? Moreover, if I had told you, at that time the demon lord had not yet awakened, given the power disparity between both sides, do you think the demon race would sit idly by?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Mo Xuanxue was not wrong. Once the news of the Excalibur leaked, it was feared that before the human race could repair it, the demon army would have already descended in full force. Right now, the demon lord was in the process of awakening, and the demon race did not dare to gamble that the human race would act out of desperation and take the Excalibur to slaughter the demon lord. So they surrounded but did not attack, giving them a moment to breathe. The only way for the human race to survive is to slay the unawakened demon lord, which could provide a glimmer of hope. If this opportunity is missed, the human race will surely perish, Mo Xuanxue said solemnly. "And you, Su Chen, you possess the Excalibur and are the key figure in this mission. One could say the survival of the human race rests on your shoulders. Furthermore," at this point, Mo Xuanxue waved her long sleeves, directly isolating Qiu Kongzhan and his group outside. "Furthermore, you are the only one in this realm who can break through to the Supreme Realm." Su Chen glanced at her but said nothing. Previously, in the Pope's hall, that old man had said the same thing to him. Moreover, from the Apostle's letter, he learned that this realm's spiritual energy had just begun to recover and was insufficient to support a breakthrough to the Supreme Realm. Only those designated by the Heavenly Tao had the unique qualification to break through to the Supreme Realm, and all these prophecies seemed to point to him. Additionally, the current Excalibur does not possess the ability to slay the demon lord, only when combined with another treasure of the human race, the Emperor's armor. Can it generate the energy of heaven and earth to achieve the effect of slaying the demon lord? Emperor's armor? Energy of heaven and earth? Su Chen did not know these two terms. Even in the Apostle's letter, there were no records about them. Returning to the host, the Emperor's armor is one of the 3 great treasures of the human race. Wearing this armor and wielding the Excalibur can stimulate the energy of heaven and earth, invoking the power of the Heavenly Tao, achieving the ability to slay everything in this world. As for the energy of heaven and earth, it is another term for the power of the Heavenly Tao from ancient times. Emperor's armor. No need to say, "I understand," Su Chen said calmly. "You know? How could you possibly know? This secret was only revealed to 3 apostles by the Supreme Nuwa, and apart from me, most of those 3 apostles have likely perished. How could you know? It has nothing to do with you." Su Chen tore through her world and walked out. What attitude! The latter gritted her teeth, watching his back, her long sword uncontrollably letting out a long cry. If it weren't for the greater good of the human race, she wouldn't want to fight alongside this person. Not long after, Su Chen followed the route provided by Qiu Kongzhan and arrived at the Hall of Observing Heaven. This hall looked almost identical to the Hall of the Most Sacred. The only difference was that the surroundings of the Hall of Observing Heaven were lush with vegetation, full of vitality. Additionally, above the Hall of Observing Heaven, there was a swirling expanse of stars and moons, appearing so close that it seemed dreamlike, as if in a dream. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the observation hall. Upon seeing Su Chen and the others, the leading old woman stepped forward first. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, she solemnly bowed to him, and the others quickly followed suit. Su Chen, we were blind before and sent someone to assassinate you. We have greatly offended you, and we hope for your forgiveness. Su Chen said nothing. With a tremor of his sword, a brilliant sword light shot out, directly splitting the grand hall in half. The crowd felt the terrifying power of his strike, trembling in fear and showing expressions of dread. They knew Su Chen was extraordinary, but they never expected he could cleave this ancient hall in two with a single sword. Such strength was truly frightening. It was likely that within the Bodhi realm, no one would be his opponent. With a swing of his sword, Su Chen led the Chang'an team into the observation hall. The people in the hall quickly parted to the sides, creating a wide path for them. Zhou Qili, witnessing so many prominent figures making way for him, felt a surge of blood and an unprecedented sense of pride, like a towering wave crashing from his heart. If it weren't for the presence of so many esteemed individuals, he might have been unable to restrain himself from roaring a few times and pulling out an ashtray to light a few cigarettes. The golden scales are not mere pond creatures. Once they enter the storm, they become dragons. That little demon slayer from before has, at this moment, become the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. Qiu Kongzhan looked at the frail figure that seemed to support the heavens and couldn't help but exclaim. The other Bodhi realm experts beside him also nodded in agreement. Soon, the crowd followed Su Chen into the grand hall. Speak, what are your thoughts? After everyone took their seats, Mo Xuanxue looked coldly at the old woman. We have adopted your plan, but I want to know, were you known to the demon race during the ancient times? This plan concerns the survival of our human race. If you were known to the demon race in ancient times, they might be wary of you. To ensure the plan proceeds smoothly, please do not conceal anything. Upon hearing this, the other four transmitters exchanged glances, all shaking their heads helplessly. I was a renowned prodigy from a famous family in ancient times. There will likely be records of me within the demon race. I was a disciple of a major sect in ancient times. Having killed countless demons, there are also records of me within the demon race. I am the same. So am I. At this point, everyone looked at Mo Xuanxue. She remained silent, only shaking her head coldly. The demon race does not know of my existence. Regarding why she was not perceived by the demon race, Mo Xuanxue did not elaborate, but she directly denied the three transmitters, not giving them a chance to join the team. This action was also recognized by the members of the observation hall. After all, this expedition against the demon race concerned the survival of the human race. If the matter were to be exposed, the demon race would invade en masse, and the remaining strength of the Dragon Kingdom would not be enough to resist. After this, the observation hall directly appointed Su Chen as the master of the sacred hall, granting him the same rights as the master of the observation hall, making him one of the highest authorities in the Dragon Kingdom, with the ability to mobilize all resources of the Dragon Kingdom. The personnel for this mission to hunt the demon race's Earth Sovereign, aside from Mo Xuanxue, would also be chosen by him. The personnel could include anyone within the Dragon Kingdom, even those of equal status to him, such as several hall masters, whom he had the right to summon. After leaving the observation hall, Su Chen led the group to the sacred hall. This trip was mainly to gather the necessary items for the mission. Master! 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 The news of his promotion to the hall master was simultaneously announced at the sacred hall, and everyone he encountered along the way greeted him with great respect. Each person was genuinely convinced. After all, at this moment, Su Chen was not only powerful but also a flawless demon slayer. The group quickly arrived at the merit department within the sacred hall, which was located next to the mission department. To reach this place, they had to pass through here. When the Chang'an team, along with Mo Xuanxue, appeared, the crowd parted to greet them and made way. Hey, Lin Jie, do you remember what you said about marrying whoever destroyed the shrine of the Neon Kingdom? I clearly saw it was an extremely ugly old demon from the clan of Earth Lords, looking somewhat like Old Chen. By rights, you should be marrying him. However,
Considering the situation between our human race and the demon race, I think it would be better for you to marry old Chen. As soon as Zhou Qili entered, he joked. The crowd burst into laughter, teasing the two of them. Chen Xuanji's face darkened immediately. Lin Xiyu beside him didn't look much better. If it weren't for Su Chen being present, she would have given him a good lesson. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Qili quietly pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After all, this scene was reminiscent of love. Hey, where the hell did you get that ashtray? Earth Lord's head? Damn, I want one too. I'm a former smoker, and you're showing me an Earth Lord's head ashtray? No way. I want to smoke one too. Let me have one. Count me in. The strong ones from the sacred hall were wide-eyed at the sight. Those who smoked pulled out their cigarettes, just to experience the demon lord's ashtray. It was given by the captain. Zhou Qili smiled, silently putting the ashtray away. No joke. He had risked his life to get it. How could he let this bunch use it? This action caused some dissatisfaction among the crowd, almost prompting them to throw out a few national treasures. But considering Su Chen was present, no one said anything. Mo Xuanxue, however, looked thoughtfully at the group of smoking men, unable to understand what was so appealing about it and why men today were so enthusiastic about it. There were fewer drinkers, not as many as in that era. Just then, dozens of demon lord heads fell down. The strong ones in the sacred hall, especially those smoking, immediately rushed up with gleaming eyes. Although these demon lord heads were from some ugly monsters of the Neon Kingdom, they were still genuine Earth Lords. Just the thought of using these as ashtrays was impressive. In less than a minute, all the Earth Lord heads in the area were snatched clean by the crowd. Many non-smoking warriors also joined in. After all, these were the legendary figures sent by Su Chen. Just this alone was enough to drive countless people crazy. After passing through the mission department, Su Chen and his group quickly arrived at the Merit Hall. At this time, another hallmaster waiting there soon handed the necessary items to Su Chen. Inside were special transformation water, special breath-concealing water, and other strategic supplies. After receiving the items, Su Chen took everyone back to his training room. Zhou Qili, Chen Xuanji, Zhang Shilong, Gu Yuan, have you really thought this through? Long before at the observation hall, Chen Xuanji and the others had requested to participate in this mission, which received support from Mo Xuanxue. Her point was that with her and Su Chen's combat power, they could easily slay an unawakened celestial lord. Moreover, since the target in the radiant realm was small, their actions would be more convenient and wouldn't attract the attention of the demon race. This proposal was also recognized by the observation hall, as they said that all the Bodhi realm powerhouses within the human territory are subtly being monitored by the demon race. Although there are various strategic resources to assist, the risk of exposure is not negligible. In this light, it indeed seems that the strong from the Radiant Realm are more suitable. It's decided. Captain, I'll stick with you. At least I can come back with a nomination for the Hallmaster. It's a win-win. Zhou Qili shouted with determination. The others nearby also expressed their resolve to participate in the mission. Then it's settled. Today is New Year's, so you all go say your goodbyes to your families and make the necessary arrangements. Gather at the eastern border war zone's heavenly battlefield before dark, Su Chen said. And then he vanished without a trace. Chen Xuanji and the others exchanged glances and left one after another. Only Mo Xuanxue remained in place. He frowned, then stepped into the void to catch up with Su Chen. On the other side, standing quietly in her domain, Yi Rouge seemed to sense something and instinctively pulled out a snack to eat. At the same time, she transformed her form and arrived at Xue's training room. Cough. Does the 10th Army commander have something to discuss with me? Xue frowned. Ever since Su Chen went to the Holy Temple, this guy had been focused on training, acting like a block of ice, hardly paying her any attention. Even the snacks she usually munched on were nowhere to be seen. Stinky Xue, cucumber-flavored chips, do you want some? Yi Rouge smiled playfully, waving a bag of chips in front of Xue. The latter twitched her mouth, momentarily feeling a sense of disconnection from reality. Suddenly, she realized something and looked at Yi Rouge in shock. You've turned back into that damn snack-loving love-struck fool. Could it be because Su Chen is coming? Who told you that? I never said. Yi Rouge smiled, slapping away Xue's outstretched hand. What are you thinking? This is for Su Chen. You think you can snatch it from me? Su Chen is really coming back? Xue looked at Yi Rouge suspiciously.
Seeing the other's mischievous smile, she immediately took small steps to the mirror. Then, she slowly sighed. It seems one shouldn't believe the rumors online. Drinking those things is completely useless. On the other side, Su Chen frowned as he looked at Mo Xuanxue behind him and stopped. I have nowhere to go. Seemingly sensing Su Chen's actions, Mo Xuanxue said expressionlessly. Su Chen said nothing further, dispersing the world and landing on the ground. Here, it was the 8th high school where he had spent several years. But now, compared to before, there was a hint of a murderous and oppressive atmosphere. The students coming and going were equipped with firearms and similar weapons. Senior Su Chen. It's Senior Su Chen. Senior Su Chen is back. Senior Su Chen. Can I have your autograph? Senior Su Chen. You are my idol. A group of students spotted Su Chen and immediately lit up with joy. Rushing towards him, the previously heavy expressions blossomed into a youthful vitality. But soon, this group of excited students was stopped by the school leaders who rushed out. Su Chen. Welcome home. The leading Ji Hongwei laughed heartily, disregarding Su Chen's objections, and gave him a big hug. The other school leaders wanted to join in, but were stopped by him. The aura he released also showcased his presence in the divine realm. Does your school not have a holiday for the new year? Mo Xuanxue asked. From her understanding of this world, there should be a holiday during the new year. But now, the school was still holding classes, which didn't seem reasonable. The Dragon Kingdom has entered a state of war readiness. On the brink of annihilation, how could there be a holiday? Ji Hongwei said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuanxue fell silent. Let's go. Xiao Bai. Let's go in and take a look. It's the new year. Let's have a meal at home. Ji Hongwei said. Mayor Lu Yuesheng of Daqian City is here. With a loud shout, the square-faced Lu Yuesheng quickly approached. As soon as he arrived, he cupped his fists in salute. Mayor Lu Yuesheng of Daqian City, greetings to the Hall Master. Hall Master? Ji Hongwei was taken aback, but since Lu Yuesheng had already saluted, he naturally couldn't fall behind and immediately returned the gesture. Before everyone could rise, 2 figures stepped out of the void. Commander He Yaowu of the Eastern Border War Zone, greetings to the Hall Master. Chief Mentor Bai Mothing of the Imperial Capital University, greetings to the Hall Master. Damn! Both of them saluted. Ji Hongwei felt a tightness in his chest, and his waist bent even lower. In fact, at this moment, the most shocked were not him, but He Yaowu and Bai Mofeng. They had witnessed Su Chen's growth all the way, but never expected that Su Chen would be so monstrous. Advancing to this level in such a short time, not only had his cultivation reached the Bodhi realm, but he had also ascended to the position of Hall Master, possessing the power to control the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking back to when they had previously fought over accepting Su Chen as a disciple, their faces flushed with excitement. Both felt a chill in their hearts and bent their waists even lower. Meanwhile, Lu Yuesheng, seeing their reaction, also wore a look of shock and hurriedly bent his waist a few more degrees. Ji Hongwei, witnessing this scene, twitched his mouth and had no choice but to bend his waist a bit more. This scene left the surrounding students utterly confused, having no idea what was happening. Greetings to the Hall Master. Accompanied by a furious shout from a school leader, all the students bowed in unison. However, since the group of strong individuals, including He Yaowu, were all bending their waists deeply, they naturally did not dare to overstep and directly performed a 90-degree bow. The scene was overwhelming. You could say you have returned in glory, Mo Xuanxue remarked upon seeing this. The demon race has not been exterminated yet. Su Chen shook his head, and at the same time, released his spiritual power to help everyone up. After that, he followed Ji Hongwei and the others for a tour of the 8th middle school before leaving and heading to the Tianqing kindergarten. When he saw those children, only a few years old, with handguns at their waists, Mo Xuanxue's face inexplicably showed a hint of emotion. Ah, Su, oh no! Hall Master, Lin Wani, with sharp eyes, spotted Su Chen and quickly ran over to bow. No need for such formality. Su Chen helped her up and explained his purpose. Xiaoji is in class. Should I go call her? Lin Wani asked. Just tell me which classroom. Su Chen shook his head. 303. After getting the classroom number, Su Chen arrived at the classroom door. At that moment, the teacher inside was explaining the use of handguns to the children. The kids were listening very attentively. Among them, a little girl in a pink dress stood out, being called to the podium by the teacher and rewarded with a small red flower. However, The little girl didn't seem very happy. She looked down at the phone in her hand, appearing somewhat lonely amidst the warm applause. Suddenly, she felt someone patting her head, and she looked up with an angry expression. But when she saw the person in front of her, she rushed into his arms. Brother Su Chen. Su Chen pinched her little face, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoji, you're amazing. No, Brother Su Chen is the amazing one. Xiaoji buried her head in his embrace, her little face beaming with joy. Outside the door, Mo Xuanxue watched the scene, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had never seen Su Chen smile before. Yet, the little girl in front of her made this aloof person smile so happily. Brother Su Chen, I want a hug too. At that moment, another little girl ran over. Xiaoji heard this and quickly stretched out her small hands, wanting to embrace Su Chen, but she was still small, and no matter how wide she spread her little hands, she couldn't wrap them around Su Chen. Yet she continued to try, as if she didn't want to share Su Chen with anyone else. Seeing this comical scene, the teacher on the podium couldn't help but smile, and even Mo Xuanxue outside the door couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. Hold me, little one, do you remember me? Tianqing transformed into a human form, looking gently at the little girl rushing over. No, I don't know you. I want to hug Brother Su Chen, he saved me before, and I miss him. The little girl pouted. Upon hearing this, a rainbow light appeared at Tianqing's fingertips. Really don't want to? I was also someone who saved you. You are? The little girl was taken aback, looking at Su Chen and then at Tianqing, seemingly surprised that she also had a rainbow light. I am Su Chen's sword, my name is Tianqing. Sword? The little girl looked at her in confusion. Before long, Tianqing convinced the little girl to let her hold her, playfully teasing her. A group of children rushed over from behind, seeking hugs, and soon even the usually aloof Mo Xuanxue had a few children hanging on her. The teacher on the podium, watching this scene, who had originally been all smiles, couldn't help but start crying. These children, they were supposed to be in a carefree, joyful age, but because of the demon race, they had lost the companionship of their parents and had to learn to use weapons and even how to kill demons. This was far too cruel for them. Yet in this era, all their homeland could teach them was just this. Xiaoji, Brother Su Chen will take you to ride the Ferris wheel, okay? Okay. Xiaoji nodded happily. In an instant, the two disappeared, and Tianqing wanted to follow, but after thinking it over, she decided to stay here and play with the teacher and Mo Xuanxue. Su Chen held Xiaoji and soon arrived at the amusement park. This place, once bustling with activity, was now completely deserted. The ground was covered with a layer of fallen leaves that had never been cleaned. As the wind blew, the leaves fluttered, making the surroundings seem incredibly desolate. Xiaoji, this place isn't open. Brother Su Chen will make you a Ferris wheel, okay? No. Xiaoji shook her head and then pointed with her little finger at the most prominent Ferris wheel in the amusement park. Brother Su Chen, I want to ride this one. Okay. Su Chen nodded and took Xiaoji into the Ferris wheel covered in fallen leaves. The amusement park had no one operating it, so it couldn't start, but Xiaoji was very happy sitting inside. Su Chen initially wanted to use his spiritual power to turn the Ferris wheel, but Xiaoji refused. Brother Su Chen, I'm already very happy just to sit on the Ferris wheel with you. When our country has no more wars, Brother Su Chen will bring Xiaoji back to ride a moving Ferris wheel, okay? Xiaoji also wants to eat cotton candy at the entrance of the amusement park. Okay. Hee. Xiaoji giggled and buried her head in Su Chen's embrace. Actually, just being able to see Brother Su Chen makes Xiaoji very happy. Very happy. Su Chen said nothing, just gently stroked her little head over and over again. Brother Su Chen, I'm very strong. When I grow up and awaken my talent to become a warrior, I can accompany you to fight demons. Xiaoji raised her little fist, her small face filled with longing. Su Chen noticed that her little hands were adorned with many bracelets. Hidden within them were powerful forces. Each bracelet was a genuine defensive treasure. Aside from the protection given to him by He Yaowu, there was also the protection from Bai Mafeng, Ji Hongwei, Lu Yuesheng, and even the presence of a series of Bodhi realm powerhouses like Zhou Kongzhan. It was evident how well Xiaoji was being protected. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly as a burst of colorful power flowed into the merit ring in his hand. He then took off the merit ring Chang'an and placed it on Xiaoji's hand. The merit ring could adjust its size on its own, quickly fitting snugly around Xiaoji's small hand. Wow! Brother Su Chen. What is this? Xiaoji looked at the merit ring with innocent eyes. It's called Chang'an.
Su Chen pinched her little face. There was one thing he didn't say out loud: as long as you are here,
there will be peace for a lifetime. Chang'an. What a beautiful name. Brother Su Chen. Is this for Xiaoji? He. Brother Su Chen is so nice.
Xiaoji gave Su Chen's cheek a little peck and then happily buried her head in his embrace. Perhaps she was tired. As she quickly fell asleep,
Su Chen quietly accompanied her from day until night.
The little girl seemed to be in a deep sleep when Su Chen returned her to the kindergarten.
She still hadn't woken up, but as soon as Su Chen left, she opened her eyes, crying and curling up into a ball. Brother Su Chen.
Xiaoji doesn't care how powerful you are. Xiaoji just wants you to be safe,
to eat well, to sleep well. Next time, don't be so thin. When Su Chen arrived at the battlefield of the heavens, Chen Xuanji and the others were already there. Everyone's expression was somewhat heavy. They all understood that this time, going to the demon realm might very well mean they would never return, but they also knew that if they didn't go,
humanity would truly have no future.
No one spoke. In the arena,
there was only a lingering haze of incense smoke.
Are you ready? Su Chen asked expressionlessly. Ready? Damn it, old Chen. Why are you all so serious? It's just killing demons. Why act like it's some damned love affair? This isn't my style. Zhou Qili. Zhou Qili shouted with a grin. You actually said something sensible, but it's just killing demons. That's all. Chen Xuanji snorted coldly,
rarely acknowledging Zhou Qili.
Kill demons. Raise the flag.
Zheng Shilong said in a deep voice. My son said his dad is a great hero, and he wants to be like his dad in the future.
Gu Xinyuan extinguished his cigarette and smiled,
but from his bloodshot eyes, it was clear that the emotions of this middle-aged man were not as simple as they appeared.
Little Paul Master. At that moment,
He Yaowu led several demon hunters over,
looking somewhat helpless.
Among them were all familiar faces to Su Chen.
Yi Rouge, Yang Tian, Shui, Nan Yao, Li Qingyi, Fong Cheng, Qiu Lanruo, Wang Zhanyuan,
and a group of military leaders from this place.
They insisted on coming here to see you off.
I couldn't refuse them.
No way. Paul Master. Upon seeing Su Chen,
the group immediately bowed.
Su Chen helped them up, greeted them, and then calmly turned back to arrange the details of the mission. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Rouge called out to him.
The members of the Chang'an team,
sensing the moment, discreetly walked away.
Even He Yaowu and the other male demon hunters left at that time.
Is there something? Su Chen looked at her. Keep this. If you get hungry on the way, you can eat.
Yi Rouge said nothing more,
simply handing him a bag of snacks. Su Chen pondered for a moment and accepted it. Su Chen. At that moment, Li Qingyi spoke up. I like you. After saying that, Li Qingyi tore through the void and left.
I still owe you a ray of swordlight. I will return it to you another day,
Nan Yao said, also leaving the place. Junior. Actually I. Shui buried her head, wanting to say something but not knowing how to express it.
She pondered for a moment before lifting her head with a smile.
There's nothing much to say. I just wanted to tell you that your senior, also like you. With that, Shui left.
Come back alive. I'm still waiting to catch up to your pace.
Fong Qing pushed her glasses and left without looking back. Su Chen. Yi Rouge looked at Su Chen, hesitating to speak. Is there something? Can you hug me?
Su Chen ignored her and called out to the members of the Chang'an team,
distributing the equipment for this mission. You little brat. Remember to come back. He Yaowu stepped out from the void. Xiao Bai. As your mentor, you can't slack off anymore. It's time to attend class.
Bai Mo Feng said with a smile.
Su Chen. Come back and help us kill the demons. Without you, we can't withstand the winter demon tide.
Yang Tian and Qiu Lanruo revealed themselves.
Su Chen nodded.
The power of the world surged forth,
pushing everyone away from here.
And then he led the Chang'an team,
along with Mo Sun Shui, disappearing into the night. After he left,
a woman in a white dress walked over,
gazing in the direction he had gone,
lost in thought for a long time.
You must come back safely. Why not tell him that in person? Yi Rouge rushed over, looking at Lu Wanyu with confusion. He doesn't want to see me. What exactly happened between you two?
Perhaps
there's nothing at all. Lu Wanyu smiled gently.
The night wind brushed through her long hair, revealing her slightly sorrowful face. She looked up at the rare full moon of the evening and smiled to herself. No one noticed the 2 crystal tears that fell from the corners of her eyes. Yi Ruge stared at her blankly, speechless, the snack bag at the corner of her mouth falling without her realizing. It's very late, aren't you all going back? Shui walked over. I want to wait for him here. Report to Lord Yixian. News has come from the front line. Su Chen has already broken through to the Bodhi realm. And the phenomenon is grand, his strength is likely unmatched at the same level. In the blood-red hall, Yixian Dizun slowly raised his head. The next moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared on the transparent crystal ball. And then a scene emerged in the hall. It was a frail figure, holding a long sword, facing an endless horde of demons. Now the human race's observation hall has cast a secret technique. We can no longer predict his whereabouts, but I anticipate that 4 transmitters have already appeared in the world. With their intelligence capabilities, they will surely take action against our demon race's Tianzuan. Yixian Dizun looked at this figure, his eyes flickering with a hint of fear. It is very likely that Su Chen has infiltrated our demon territory, intending to slay our Tianzuan who has yet to awaken. What should we do? A man in a blood robe spoke solemnly in the hall. There is no need to worry too much, but we must be cautious. Yixian Dizun said coldly. Although the location of the demon race's Tianzuan is protected by supreme worlds and formations, this child wields the Excalibur. To ensure safety, the demons guarding the Tianzuan must be increased from 5 peak demon race Dizun to 10. In addition, we will deploy the 7-turn Hunyuan formation. This way, many strengths will be concentrated on 1 peak demon race Dizun, allowing this demon to unleash the power of a half-step Tianzuan. Such a strong being would undoubtedly be the strongest in the world. Even if Su Chen is a prodigy, he will surely not be his opponent. Furthermore, we will send a Divine Crow Royal Dizun to every location to assist and predict Su Chen's position. Finally, we will cast a spell together to conceal all information about the human emperor's battle armor. This item is a treasure of the human race. We cannot find it, but that does not mean Su Chen cannot find it. Our demon race will not gamble on this possibility. The human emperor's battle armor. Mentioning this item, the expressions of the demon race immediately turned as dark as water. The battle armor, aside from the extermination of immortals, is a treasure of the human race that has cost the demon clan a heavy price. Unfortunately, that treasure was lost on a battlefield of the past, and even after 1,000 years of searching, the demon clan has found not a trace of its whereabouts. That's right, since my demon clan cannot find this treasure, it must not fall into the hands of the human race. A heavy voice echoed in the great hall. Upon hearing this, the demon lords immediately knelt on the ground. Heavenly Sovereign, we have not yet awakened, but you must remember, the extermination sword has already fallen into the hands of the human race, and the Emperor's battle armor must not be allowed to be found by them. Otherwise, my demon clan will be in grave danger. We will obey the decree, the Crow Sovereign said solemnly. Moreover, this time Su Chen has ventured deep into our demon territory. It is indeed a good opportunity to eliminate him. You should send out personnel, and if you discover anything unusual, act immediately. If we can kill this child, I will reward you heavily. Understood. Are you sure there are clues about the Emperor's battle armor here? 6 demons arrived at the demon territory, outside Tianqiu City. At this moment, Tianqiu City, due to Su Chen breaking the stone door last time, has emerged into the world, and currently, within a radius of 1,000 miles, the air is filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. The one who just spoke was a chubby fox demon, whose demonic aura revealed his status as a demon lord. This demon was transformed by Su Chen using transformation water. The special transformation water can shield the perception of powerful demon lords, so as long as they do not expose themselves, none of them will be at risk of being discovered. There is a demon who once loved the previous owner of the Emperor's battle armor. She likely possesses relics of the armor's owner. If we want to find the Emperor's battle armor, we must obtain this item from her and then use the extermination. Tianqing's perception, Mo Xuanxue said in a low voice. Her appearance was that of a fox demon, but her enchanting exterior did not match her temperament, making her look quite awkward. Zhou Qili was a thunder bull demon, looking quite robust and imposing. But beneath that exterior was a thin young man. Zhang Shilong was a wolf demon, with a calm demeanor that suited him well. Chen Xuanji was a winged dragon demon, which was also acceptable. Gu Yuan was a corpse demon, even though he was in human form. His gloomy aura was still somewhat eerie. However, this was still manageable, as he was in human form, and in any case, It was not a major issue. The only flaw was Mo Shuinshue. Mind your identity, based on the demonic aura you emit. You need to act accordingly. Understand? Su Chen said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Mo Shuinshue's eyes softened, and she gently leaned against him. Is that so, brother Su Chen? Su Chen twitched his mouth and pushed her away. Look, you've turned into this, yet you still push me away. What exactly do you want from me? Mo Shuinshue's two index fingers touched together, looking at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. This sight made Zhou Qili's breath quicken. Beside him, Gu Yuan tightly clenched his fists, revealing a hint of disgust in his eyes. Chen Xuanji sighed. The young people nowadays are really full of tricks. Why wasn't I born in this era? That's enough. Just maintain this, but keep your distance from me. The fact that Mo Shuinshue could stir the emotions of a few people showed that her disguise was indeed effective. Under Su Chen's lead, the group entered Tianqiu City. At the same time, a massive colorful world unfolded, merging into the void, sealing off the entire Tianqiu City. After Su Chen broke through to the Bodhi realm, the level of the world he controlled was very high. Even those in the Bodhi realm generally could not perceive a trace of it. Clap, 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 put. Seeing Su Chen walk over, patting his round belly, the fox demons in Tianqiu City immediately covered their mouths and snickered. What are you laughing at? How dare you laugh at me? You, come here. Zhou Qili pointed rudely at the female fox demon who had just laughed, and the latter, feeling the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from him, immediately knelt down in fear. The other demons nearby, sensing this aura, also fell to their knees in shock. At that moment, a middle-aged man scrambled out, rolling and crawling. He fell to his knees in front of the female fox demon, crying with snot and tears. Little demon Hu Dang. Oh no! Hu Luangao did not know that the demon lord had descended. I hope for forgiveness, my little girl was just being mischievous and meant no disrespect. I hope the demon lord will see this. Is that so? Su Chen walked over and slapped Hu Luangao across the face, instantly causing him to spit blood and fly backward. The female fox demon, seeing this, hurried over to help him up. Demon lord, please don't kill us. My sister has already been taken as a land deity by the Linghu royal family. I hope the demon lord will spare my father for the sake of the Linghu royal family's land deity. If you must kill someone, then let it be me. The female fox demon in her pale yellow robe cried out, her voice so pitiful that it drew the attention of countless fox demons. But facing Su Chen and the others, they dared not utter a word, fearing retribution. Su Chen's eyes flickered at her words. So, Hu Meihong had been taken by the Linghu royal family. System, what's the situation with the Linghu royal family? Having triggered a new royal family, it was time for the system's information to be updated. Replying to the host, the Linghu royal family is one of the top 10 royal families of the demon race, highly valuing bloodlines, generally composed of numerous pure-blooded fox demons. The Linghu royal family's innate divine ability is the illusionary world, commonly known as Linghuan Tian. Once this innate divine ability is unleashed, even the supreme human powerhouses from ancient times would find it hard to resist. An illusionary world? Su Chen felt a coolness occasionally emanating from his heart but did not pay it much mind. Bring out your demon lord's holy soul. I have important matters to discuss, Su Chen said coldly. The strongest here was at the heavenly emperor level, and no one dared to disobey Su Chen's command. Several heavenly emperors exchanged glances and then acted together, stirring the peach tree in the center of Tianqiu City, which was adorned with countless bells. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and amidst the fluttering petals, a female figure quickly took shape. As soon as she appeared, she coldly regarded the group of heavenly emperors before her. That Tang Hao, can he be killed? Reporting to the demon lord, the human Tang Hao, who was guarding the southern 10 districts on the battlefield of the heavens, has already been slain. Very good. The female figure sneered coldly, then her gaze like lightning turned to Su Chen and his group. What brings you all to my Tianqiu city? I have already informed Lord Crow that I do not know the whereabouts of the human emperor's battle armor. If you continue to press, do not blame me for taking action and breaking the treaty you have with the human kingdom. Sister, what are you doing? Such a temper won't win over the boys. Mo Shuinshue, transformed into a fox demon, said softly, then covered her face and chuckled. I was thinking, is it because of your fiery temper that human man abandoned you? They say we fox demons should be a bit gentler. Get lost.
Emo Xuanxue's words seemed to touch a nerve, and the woman exploded in anger, roaring as she charged forward amidst a flurry of petals. But as a remnant soul, she was no match for the demon lord strength of Emo Xuanxue. In just a moment, the petals and the woman's figure, formed from peach blossoms, were scattered by Emo Xuanxue, as if losing the power to maintain themselves. Once these petals hit the ground, they withered instantly. However, with the sound of bells ringing, the woman's figure reformed. But this time, she did not attack, she merely coldly stared at Su Chen and his group. I give you a choice. First, hand over the items left to you by the human man. Second, we will annihilate all the peach blossoms in Tianqiu City. Su Chen spoke coldly, relying on the Tao of Heaven's beginning. He could naturally see that the reason this woman was alive was because of this patch of peach blossoms. Once the peach blossoms ceased to exist, she would only have a dead end. You dare! The woman shouted coldly. Su Chen's gaze shifted, as if he had sensed something. Indeed, to plant this patch of peach blossoms for the one you love? It is only natural that he should see them. If one day he can no longer see them, that would truly be a pity. Shut up! The woman, exposed, immediately erupted in anger, ready to attack Su Chen with the countless peach blossoms swirling around her. However, before she could get close, Emo Xuanxue intercepted her. Sister, don't be so agitated. Be gentle. Can't we talk this out nicely? Look at me. A gentle person like me has never lacked for a suitable husband. Shut up, you burnt pig trotters. What do you know about gentleness? The two women began to fight again, but the outcome was the same as before. You have 3 breaths to decide, otherwise, you know the consequences. As Su Chen's voice fell, a powerful aura of the demon lord spread out, quickly stirring the petals around and kicking up dust. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qili and his group also released their own aura, coldly staring at the woman. The woman looked at the fox demons kneeling on the ground, her expression complex for a moment. After 2 breaths, she seemed to have made a certain decision and looked up at Su Chen. Promise me one condition, and I will give you the item. You have no right to negotiate conditions. All right, the 3 breaths have already passed. I said. Just as several people were about to take action, the woman screamed out. Moments later, she, like a deflated balloon, pointed at Su Chen and said, I will only give you the item if you come with me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several people, including Emo Xuanxue, changed. It's fine, I'll go. She's just a demon lord, my strength is enough to handle it. You all stay here and gather more information. If you can get a map, that would be best. Su Chen transmitted a message, then followed the woman's steps, entering the peach tree adorned with bells. Inside, it was a separate world, not large in space, filled with peach blossoms. Last time, Su Chen's strength was low, and he did not discover this mystery. However, to his surprise, this time he also could not discern the situation within. With his perspective from the Tao of Heavens beginning to observe all things, he still could not find out anything, which only indicated that this peach blossom world was created by a more powerful supreme being. It was very likely the human man who loved this demon lord. The item, handed over, Su Chen said expressionlessly. If I guess correctly, you are of the human race, the woman said solemnly. Su Chen simply looked at her silently. My husband once told me that if one day someone threatens me with the peach blossoms of Tianqiu City to hand over an item, that person must be of the human race. I do not wish to repeat myself, Su Chen said coldly. Perhaps, if I am not mistaken, you are the Hu Bai who came here before. The woman moved, taking out a jade box and slowly pushing it in front of Su Chen. Su Chen opened it to find a jade hairpin inside, which resembled the adornments worn by human men from ancient times. Moreover, it contained a strong aura of world power, a manifestation that could only arise from long-term exposure to the world's power. This item was very likely left behind by the holder of the human emperor's battle armor. This item is called the Xiangxi pin, a token of love he gave me. I have no interest in your story, Su Chen said, turning to leave. He said you would want to hear it because it contains information you wish to know. Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused. Say it. This object is called the love token, a pledge he once gave me. I still remember when he said that once he had quelled the chaos between the human and demon races, he would establish a realm where both could coexist, and at that time, he would honorably take me home as his bride. Then one day, he suddenly came to find me and told me that he could not fulfill this great ideal. He also said he had encountered a being more powerful than the supreme realm. one he could not defeat. In his dying moments, he exerted all his strength to foresee the future and ultimately discovered your existence. He said you would complete this ideal for him. He also told me that what you seek is at the place where he and I first met, and that I must live to wait for your arrival, because only you can fulfill that ideal. Coexistence of humans and demons? Upon hearing this idea, Su Chen's mind was filled with images of the Eagle Nation, the Neon Nation, and the countless corpses scattered across the lands, the devastation left by nuclear strikes, and the bloodthirsty demons everywhere. In such circumstances, to hope for coexistence was truly laughable. At first, he thought the woman was lying, but even under the gaze of the heavenly Tao, she showed no signs of deceit. Everything she said was true. I know you think it's impossible, but he said that one day, you would understand. Is that all? Su Chen said expressionlessly. Tell me the place where you first met. The territory of the Spirit Fox royal family. The woman replied solemnly. She lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before speaking softly. Additionally, I placed another item of his on Humei Hong. If you want to find the Emperor's battle armor, you cannot do so with just this item, because the demon race's divine Crow clan will definitely conceal his aura, and this item is very conspicuous. It will surely be hidden from view. You can only find the whereabouts of the Emperor's battle armor by obtaining the item on Humei Hong. You set me up? Su Chen looked coldly at the woman, recalling the series of unreasonable events that occurred when he first arrived in the demon territory. There were indeed many inconsistencies, especially the encounter with Humei Hong, which seemed rather coincidental. As a cultivator, he could easily transform spiritual energy into water with a flick of his hand. Did he really need to fetch water for a bath? Looking back now, it was indeed puzzling. Moreover, Humei Hong, a mere little demon, was able to block his perception until he stepped into the room. This too raised many doubts. The most unreasonable part was Humei Hong's departure. He was not weak at that time, and his speed was decent. How could he possibly find no trace of her after pursuing with all his might? The only possibility was that the person before him had provided cover for her, and all of this had been meticulously planned around him. To be precise, this is a trap he set. The woman shook her head. If you think Humei Hong can change my perspective, then you are overthinking. Su Chen replied coldly. This is your matter. I don't care how you handle it, but the item is indeed with Humei Hong. You must find her to locate the Emperor's battle armor. I've said all I need to say. I have fulfilled his request. Farewell. With that, the woman shook her head and smiled, her form gradually transforming into a flurry of peach blossom petals that flew away. At the same time, as the petals flew out, the originally 1,000-mile radius of Tianqiu City suddenly extended to over 10,000 miles. Such momentum even Su Chen's colorful world could not stop, as it was directly pushed back, extending over 10,000 miles as well. What drew attention was that wherever Tianqiu City passed, peach blossoms bloomed, and soon, the entire area within 10,000 miles was covered in blooming peach blossoms. Meanwhile, the world where Su Chen stood quickly dissipated. This peach tree also withered rapidly. As Su Chen stepped out, Emo Xuanxue and the others quickly gathered around him. How is it, Brother Su Chen? Emo Xuanxue asked softly. I got the item, but it's not certain. We need another thing. As he spoke, the colorful world contracted, and several people suddenly disappeared from Tianqiu City. Tianqing, can you see if it has any effect? Within the world, Su Chen handed the Shangxi hairpin to Tianqing. Tianqing took it and looked at it, shaking his head after a moment. Although there is a trace of the aura of the human emperor's armor on it, something is blocking my investigation. I can't trace its location. If I forcefully check, we might expose our position, and even if I do, I might not find the exact location, especially since I haven't recovered to my peak state yet. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. So, where is the other item? Emo Xuanxue looked at Su Chen. The Spirit Fox royal family. The Spirit Fox royal family. Isn't that one of the top 10 royal families of the demon race? Emo Xuanxue frowned. You are from the ancient era, don't you know about these top 10 royal families? Zhou Qili asked in confusion. In the ancient era, many races participated, and not all demon royal families were involved in the extermination war, so we don't know much about the demon royal families. Emo Xuanxue replied coldly. Not all royal families that went to battle could push our human race to the brink of extinction. It seems the strength of the demon race is even more terrifying than we imagined. Chen Xuanji said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Chen, their expressions not looking good. "Let's go to the Spirit Fox royal family," Su Chen said to Mo Xuanxue. "You are from the ancient era, and since you know Tianqing can trace the existence of the human emperor's armor, you should also know how to track it." Mo Xuanxue nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's figure vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was holding a red robe. Tracking the aura on this item should lead us to the Spirit Fox royal family's location. Mo Xuanxue nodded and disappeared into the world with the clothing. Su Chen looked at the members of the Chang'an team. "Have you gathered any intelligence?" "Let me go first, Captain. The first time I heard about the Spirit Fox royal family, I felt this clan was not simple, so I went to investigate that father and daughter. Guess what I found? I discovered that the Hu Mei Hong going to the Spirit Fox royal family actually had interactions with someone from our human race. It is said that he goes by the name Hu Bai, but his real name is Tang Hao, and he is very handsome. The reason Hu Mei Hong went to the Spirit Fox royal family is for him. However, according to them, Hu Mei Hong did not know Hu Bai's true identity when she went to the Spirit Fox royal family. Thinking back, I really admire this guy. Now I have 5 people I admire," Zhou Qili said as he took out the head of a demon race Earth sovereign and lit a cigarette. "Captain, you might not know, but before I only admired you, Su Xian, Ning Kaichen, and the great sage's father. But now, I fear I have to add Hu Bai to the list. This guy is truly impressive. I must get to know him if I have the chance," Zhou Qili said with admiration. But when he came back to his senses, Su Chen's figure was already gone. Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Shilong kicked him in the butt. "Go practice, everyone is working hard, and you're just slacking off." "Got it. I just thought the atmosphere was a bit serious and wanted to lighten it up a bit." Zheng Shilong extinguished his cigarette and helplessly began to cultivate in the world. In a certain mountain peak within the colorful world, Su Chen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, comprehending the rules and the world to reach the SSS level. Since breaking through to the Bodhi realm, his world had undergone a terrifying enhancement. Although it couldn't become as large as the real world, everything the real world possessed could be manifested within his world, including some lower-level entities, such as insects and fish. In terms of his world alone, it was no less than what Buddhism describes as one flower, one world, one leaf, one stupa. However, beneath such changes lies a fatal weakness, caused by the mingling of lower-level rules and worlds. In short, within the chaotic sword intent world composed of multiple realms, Su Chen has several obvious weak points. And these weak points can only gradually dissipate once various powers are comprehended to the SSS level. Furthermore, the enhancement of the world can also strengthen his supreme sword, unleashing a terrifying killing move derived from the power of 10 chaotic sword intent worlds, the 10 directions world, long rainbow/demon. Ding, 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 as Su Chen's comprehension deepens, rules and worlds continuously rise to the SSS level. Consequently, his world undergoes subtle changes that are imperceptible to ordinary people. If someone were beside Su Chen, they would notice that around him, apart from the various rules and worlds that are diffusing, there is also a strange force resisting. Under the influence of this force, the plants around Su Chen grow rapidly, forming a stark contrast with the vegetation in other areas of the world. Terrifying, this person has just broken through to the Bodhi realm. Yet he can, to a certain extent, grasp the flow of time. Such talent is truly monstrous. On the other side of the world, Mo Xuanxue sensed the changes and involuntarily revealed a look of shock in her eyes. When she broke through to the peak of the Bodhi realm, she could only catch a glimpse of the path of time. But Su Chen, whose cultivation was inferior to hers, had already mastered and could utilize a certain ability related to time. Such a situation, even in an era filled with prodigies, had never been heard of. However, it is not surprising that he can comprehend so many rules and worlds, and that the path of time appears in him. Mo Xuanxue thought of Su Chen's numerous worlds and rules, and she felt relieved. She calmed her mind, formed seals with her hands, and the red robe before her trembled slightly, then flew into the air, continuously flipping and twisting, peeling away strands of aura. Soon, a small strand of red demonic energy was extracted from it by Mo Xuanxue. Upon seeing this, her eyes flickered, and the next moment, this strand of energy seemed to be endowed with life, continuously extending in one direction. However, apart from Su Chen, the others did not notice this anomaly. Found it? Su Chen's figure appeared in Mo Xuanxue's world. Under the unfolding of the heavenly Tao, he easily captured this strand of red demonic energy. This demonic energy was consistent with that which once appeared on Hu Mei Hong.
This is a secret technique from the ancient times. Logically, you shouldn't be able to see it.
I didn't expect you to actually perceive this strand of demonic energy, Mo Xuanxue said, somewhat surprised.
Su Chen did not explain, his gaze shifted, and the colorful world immediately swept toward this direction. Under the heavenly Tao's unfolding, the end point of this demonic energy was millions of miles away, and time was pressing. He did not want to delay even a moment longer.
Terrifying, you can even see the distance.
A hint of wariness appeared in Mo Xuanxue's eyes.
She could feel that Su Chen,
compared to when he had just broken through to the Bodhi realm, had become significantly stronger.
Yet, there was always a mist surrounding him, obscuring her perception. Even he could only discern the demonic lord cultivation emanating from Su Chen. Unable to probe further, Su Chen ignored her.
After shrinking the chaotic sword intent world to the size of a speck of dust,
he continued his cultivation.
It's truly strange, this current world is filled with temptations,
far more than in ancient times.
Yet I didn't expect there to be such a determined practitioner.
Mo Xuanxue glanced in Su Chen's direction, murmuring softly, and then also entered her cultivation.
Millions of miles apart.
For ordinary people,
it is an insurmountable chasm that one could not cross in a lifetime.
But for cultivators, it is not far at all, especially under the full-speed journey of the Bodhi realm experts from the Wind World.
Empowered by 10 rules of wind and space,
we've arrived.
A clear, cold voice echoed throughout the world,
and in the next moment,
the members of the Chang'an team,
along with Mo Xuanxue, appeared beside Su Chen. So fast, my goodness, Zhou Qili inquired about the opening Su Chen had torn. At this moment,
the outside world was filled with swirling white mist,
and apart from the boundless sea below, nothing else could be seen. In such an environment,
although the spiritual energy is rich, the surroundings are extremely harsh. It doesn't seem like a place where the demon royal family resides.
Is there really a spirit fox clan here? Gu Yuan frowned.
Zheng Shilong and Shen Xuanji beside him also showed confusion.
How could a powerful demon royal family that has existed since ancient times live in this barren land? If I'm not mistaken,
they must have opened another world as their residence and inheritance place.
After all, the Spirit Fox royal family is one of the top 10 demon clans,
and the supreme realm experts they produce must be numerous,
Mo Xuanxue said coldly. Then, how should we find their residence now? Zhou Qili frowned and looked at Mo Xuanxue,
who fell silent for a moment before shaking her head.
But just then, under Su Chen's control,
the world plunged into the sea and moved rapidly in one direction.
The sudden change left everyone stunned,
and before they could assess the external situation, Su Chen's world had bizarrely landed above a layer of clouds.
Such rich spiritual energy.
I didn't expect that beneath this sea, there would be another world hidden. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times greater than that of the outside world.
Chen Xuanji exclaimed in shock.
The others also began to observe this isolated world.
From the outside, with their powerful vision,
they could tell that this was a world no different from the demon realms outside.
However, upon closer inspection,
everyone could see that the artistic conception,
the Tao intent,
and even the rules and world power contained in this world were hundreds of times stronger than the external environment. Even the current highest cultivation holy land of the human race, the Holy Temple, could not compare. The difference was like that between heaven and earth.
In such an environment, even a pig commonly seen in the market could step into cultivation, embark on the path of demons, and attain the extraordinary. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Moreover, this was just a random place. How terrifying would it be in the sacred cultivation grounds within? It's too terrifying. I don't know how many super experts will be born in this world, Zhou Qili exclaimed. Indeed terrifying.
Aside from being filled with demonic energy, it has no shortcomings, Zheng Shilong sighed.
Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and Chen Xuanji were breathing rapidly, looking excitedly at the outside world.
They had been stuck at the peak of the radiant realm for a long time,
and with their advancing age,
they saw no hope of breaking through to the Bodhi realm in the human territories. But this Spirit Fox royal family world gave them a glimmer of hope for their stagnant realm.
It was easy to imagine that as long as they cultivated here, they would surely break through to the Bodhi realm, gaining more lifespan and stronger power.
This was also the reason they willingly applied for this task.
Aside from Su Chen,
even the world of the demon royal family has fallen to this realm. One can imagine how harsh the environment has been in the 10,000 years since the ancient times.
Mo Xuanxue sighed. The scene of this world was once common in ancient times.
The former demon royal family realm had an atmosphere 100-fold, even 1,000-fold greater than the current world, yet it had now diminished to this extent.
She couldn't help but wonder what had happened after the extermination war. By the way, Captain, how did you discover this place? Zhou Qili looked at Su Chen with admiration. The fox demon excels in illusion.
But illusions are ineffective against me,
Su Chen said expressionlessly.
His gaze shifted slightly, driving the world toward the location of Hu Mei Hong. But at that moment, his heart trembled. A sensation akin to being targeted by a venomous tongue spread throughout his body in an instant.
Boom, crack. Before he could react,
a powerful and piercing attack struck his world. The collision of the two worlds unleashed a terrifying force, shattering the surrounding area for thousands of miles, reducing it to a chaotic and disordered state.
However,
Su Chen's world was exceptionally solid, even in the face of such an attack. It remained undamaged,
its luster not dimming in the slightest.
It was only affected by this force, plummeting several hundred miles downward.
Damn it, we've been discovered.
Zhou Qili snorted coldly, extinguishing his cigarette butt and drawing his weapon,
entering a combat stance.
The others beside him did the same, their eyes coldly fixed on the sky above. Such power can only affect an area of several thousand miles. One can imagine how terrifying the solidity of this space is.
Everyone, be careful, Chen Xianji said solemnly.
A piercing sword path.
A terrifying world. Vast demonic energy. This person's strength is at least that of a peak Bodhi realm expert. Moreover,
this place belongs to one of the royal families of the demon race,
the Spirit Fox royal family,
which has profound foundations and countless great formations.
Su Chen, be careful, Mo Xuanxue said gravely,
her beautiful eyes vigilantly staring ahead, her snow-white long sword having appeared in the arena.
Humming wildly.
You all wait for me here, I'll go out for a bit.
No.
Before the others could finish speaking,
Su Chen's figure had already appeared outside the world.
However, as soon as he emerged, he saw an exceptionally terrifying sword light flying toward him, carrying a fearsome might that was not inferior to his own world-level long rainbow demon slaying technique, which he could unleash with all his energy.
Under such an offensive,
Su Chen did not hold back at all. With a rise and fall of his long sword,
he instantly unleashed two world-level long rainbow demon slaying strikes. Zing!
The two sword lights clashed together,
and in no time,
Su Chen's colorful sword light rapidly suppressed the incoming sword light, slashing toward the void 1,000 miles away.
Bang!
A sound of a sword light entering the body was heard, and then a young man dressed in a pink robe, clutching his chest and looking pale, stepped out. It seems my grandmother was right, outsiders are powerful. Even though I am the most outstanding prodigy of the Spirit Fox royal family,
having cultivated to the Bodhi realm, I still cannot easily step out of the Spirit Fox heavenly realm.
The young man's expression was serious, and his gaze toward Su Chen was filled with apprehension. You have successfully passed my assessment and can obtain the qualification to enter the Spirit Fox royal family. As he spoke, the young man flicked his wrist, and a token flew to Su Chen's front.
Su Chen frowned and did not take it.
It seems that my Spirit Fox royal family has been silent for too long,
causing you to forget our existence. Very well, let me explain it to you. Saying this, the young man proudly began to introduce the Spirit Fox royal family to Su Chen.
From his words,
Su Chen learned that since ancient times,
the Spirit Fox royal family had remained in a neutral and reclusive state, rarely emerging unless faced with the threat of extermination.
Outsiders wishing to enter the Spirit Fox royal family must undergo the assessment of the Boundary Guardians and obtain the Spirit Fox token to safely enter.
Otherwise, they would trigger the great formation of the Spirit Fox heavenly realm like those who sneak in,
being killed within this realm. You are of the human race, right?
The young man said with a laugh.
My name is Hu Tian, the 10,000th descendant of the Spirit Fox heavenly sovereign, currently the #1 fox in the Spirit Fox heavenly realm. Upon hearing this,
Su Chen's gaze shifted,
a flash of killing intent fleetingly appearing.
There's no need to harbor such hostility toward me. Although my Spirit Fox royal family is of the demon race,
we have remained neutral to this day and have never participated in the war between the human and demon races. By the will of the heavenly Tao, I, the Spirit Fox Celestial, swear that if I utter even half a lie, I shall surely die and my path shall vanish. My corpse left here.
Seemingly worried that Su Chen would not believe him, the Spirit Fox raised his hand solemnly to swear.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a moment, and after a while revealed his true form, accepting the Spirit Fox token. What a handsome human man! If you go to my Spirit Fox royal clan, I fear many girls will fall for you, the Spirit Fox exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Su Chen's expressionless face, he chuckled and said, "You must be curious about how I discovered you and recognized your human identity. It's simple, her." The Spirit Fox looked at the sword of extermination in Su Chen's hand. This sword is a treasure of the human race, even in the ancient times. It was a formidable artifact that shook the heavens. I, the Spirit Fox Celestial, have had the fortune to witness the power of this sword and have left a trace of its aura inscribed in the formation. Thus, even before you entered the Spirit Fox heavenly realm, I had already sensed your existence. Moreover, I am also a sword cultivator. The Spirit Fox waved his hand, and a small fox with a completely blue body appeared on his shoulder, blinking its eyes curiously at Su Chen. My sword is named Qingqiu. Su Chen said nothing, but the sword of extermination in his hand suddenly dissipated, transforming into a sky blue form. Squeak! Squeak! As soon as the sky blue form appeared, the small blue fox darted behind the Spirit Fox as if it had encountered a great enemy, only daring to peek out with its little eyes, cautiously observing the situation. It is rumored that after the extermination war, the sword of extermination lost its power and the sword body was damaged. I didn't expect that after so many years, it is still this formidable. Impressive, the Spirit Fox said, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Moments later, he picked up the small fox, affectionately rubbing its little head. Don't be afraid. Sister Extermination won't harm you. Her name is Qingqiu, Su Chen said. Qingqiu, a good name. It seems we are quite fated, both carrying the character Qing in our names. The Spirit Fox paused for a moment, smiling as he spoke. Since we've met, why not accompany me to tour the residence of the Spirit Fox royal clan? Su Chen remained silent, merely watching him quietly. Under the unfolding of the heavenly Tao, the Spirit Fox indeed did not lie, but Su Chen did not dare to let his guard down, still vigilantly observing everything around him. Human Su Chen, welcome to the Dragon Spirit Fox heavenly realm as a guest. Every Spirit Fox of my clan has sworn a neutrality oath and will not take sides, so you need not be on guard. Just then, a deep voice echoed throughout the Spirit Fox heavenly realm. At the same time, a kindly old man's phantom materialized from the void, stroking his beard as he regarded Su Chen with admiration in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen became even more vigilant, a deep wariness surfacing in his gaze. Under the unfolding of the heavenly Tao, this old man merged with the surrounding world. With no weaknesses to be found, it was clear that in this realm, he was invincible. We welcomed the arrival of the Celestial's will. Upon seeing this, the Spirit Fox immediately faced the old man and performed a bowing gesture. Celestial? Could this person be the supreme expert of the Spirit Fox royal clan from days gone by? Su Chen's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had encountered a supreme-level expert. I am Fox Zun, the ancestor of the Spirit Fox royal clan. This world is what I left behind when I fell, containing the power of my will, allowing me to manifest here. Fox Zun smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding world shifted. Time, space, and even the appearance of the world changed at his thought. The ease with which he altered the world was enough to prove that his words were not false. As if sensing Su Chen's doubts, the old man's sky above cracked open, and at the same time, a voice emanated from him. I swear by the heavenly Tao, if anyone from the Spirit Fox royal clan dares to harm Su Chen, they shall be struck down by me on the spot. If this statement is false, the Spirit Fox royal clan shall be obliterated. Boom, crack. As this oath was proclaimed, the winds and clouds changed, and thunder roared. Su Chen, relying on the Tao of heaven's beginning, could clearly see strange forces that were indescribable, continuously surging in from the outside world, dispersing into the Spirit Fox heavenly realm. Even on Fox Tian, this force was entangled, unable to be erased. Why? Such a vow could not be false. But Su Chen could not understand why such a large Spirit Fox royal family would take such indescribable actions against him. A human. The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. I, the 10,000th generation descendant of Fox Tian, remember to treat our esteemed guest well. Do not be negligent. If I sense any ulterior motives from you, I will not spare you. The Fox Lord smiled mysteriously, then gave a few instructions before dissipating. Fox Tian, what's going on? Why did our ancestors suddenly manifest? Is there an outsider? What happened? The earlier actions of the old man had been noticed by many powerful beings. So, within just a few breaths, several strong members of the Spirit Fox royal family came to inquire. Upon seeing Su Chen, the group of strong beings showed expressions of surprise, and when they saw the Spirit Fox token in his hand, they were even more shocked. They did not expect that the strongest among the younger generation of the Spirit Fox royal family, the most talented Fox Tian, would actually be unable to defeat this person and would present the Spirit Fox token. It's like this, Fox Tian briefly explained to them. When they learned that the ancestor had appeared for Su Chen and that Su Chen held the extermination sword, the faces of the Spirit Fox royal family members were filled with horror. For a long time, they remained in shock, unable to regain their senses. Fox Shan, I have met young Master Su Chen. Fox Yao, I have met young Master Su Chen. Fox Qing, I have met young Master Su Chen. Fox. Once they regained their senses, the group of Fox Clan strong beings all clasped their fists in greeting. Among them, many female strong beings secretly used charm techniques to enhance their appeal, trying to gain a good impression from Su Chen. However, their calculations did not work, as Su Chen possessed a pure sword heart, unafraid of all worldly illusions. Moreover, under the gaze of the Tao of Heaven's beginning, he saw only the purest aspects of things. Such small tricks had no effect on him. Human. Su Chen said calmly. These Spirit Fox royal family members were all entangled with a strange power. The Fox Lord had not deceived him, yet he still could not understand why such a powerful Spirit Fox royal family would act this way towards him. Ahem. Su Chen, our ancestor has instructed us to invite you to tour the Spirit Fox heavenly realm with us. Fox Tian said with a smile. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. With the Tao of Heaven's vow binding him and under the watch of the old man, he was not worried about how the Spirit Fox royal family would treat him, but he also could not let down his guard. Young Master Su Chen, I will accompany you on the tour. I know the Spirit Fox heavenly realm best. At this moment, a graceful strong member of the Spirit Fox royal family was the first to raise her hand and speak. This strong being was named Fox Yao, and her cultivation was at the peak of the mid-stage Bodhi realm. Young Master Su Chen, let's tour together. My sister is so lacking in charm. I am not like her. Another pitiful strong member of the Spirit Fox royal family spoke softly. Her voice was imbued with charm, as if it penetrated to the bone, reaching the heart, seemingly wanting to melt a person. But unfortunately, such tricks had little effect on Su Chen. Instead, it left the nearby Fox Clan men mesmerized, lost in thought. Even Fox Tian was somewhat entranced. Alas, this esteemed guest hasn't even arrived at the door. And what are you two doing? Coming back to his senses, Fox Tian looked speechless. He knew that these guys would surely act this way upon seeing Su Chen, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Xiao Xiao is welcoming young Master Su Chen. Fox Xiao Xiao said softly. Young Master Su Chen, come with me, this one's thoughts are not right. Do not listen to her. Fox Yao glared at Fox Xiao Xiao, who defiantly glared back. For a moment, the atmosphere froze, the tension palpable. Ahem. Fox Tian coughed, speaking solemnly. As a distinguished guest, Su Chen should enjoy the highest level of hospitality. Go, bring the saintess here. Before long, a powerful member of the Spirit Fox royal family arrived with a woman dressed in a red robe. The woman was veiled, surrounded by an aura of holiness, exuding an extraordinary nobility. Moreover, the energy she radiated indicated her current cultivation level, early stage of the Bodhi realm. Ahem, let me introduce you to. Fox Tian said reluctantly, shifting his gaze from the saintess. He raised his hand to introduce. Your Highness the Saintess, this person is an exceptionally talented young powerhouse of the human race. Su Chen, Lord Su Chen, this is our Spirit Fox royal family saintess. No need for introductions. The saintess interrupted Fox Tian, raising her hand. Her beautiful eyes flickered between Su Chen and Tian Chang, a hint of surprise evident in her gaze. Young Master Hu Bai, long time no see. The saintess pulled down her veil, revealing a familiar face, Hu Meihong. However, Hu Meihong had undergone a tremendous transformation since their last meeting. Not only her appearance but her aura had changed completely. Young Master Hu Bai, what the heck? It turns out the captain is Hu Bai. In the colorful world, Zhou Qili heard this and slapped his face several times. He never imagined that the Hu Bai he had once teased was actually Su Chen. Remembering the things he had said earlier, He felt a wave of panic wash over him. What should I do? If the captain decides to deal with me, it could cost me my life. The captain is so strong, I'm afraid a single finger could poke me to death. Zhou Qili paced anxiously, taking several deep puffs of smoke, leaving Chen Xuanji and the others speechless. Outside, Su Chen nodded. So, you two know each other? Fox Tian and his group were equally bewildered, looking at each other, completely confused about what was happening. I remember young Master Hubai was only at the Divine Realm before. I didn't expect you to break through to the Bodhi Realm so quickly. Truly impressive. Much stronger than me. I was just too foolish back then to realize you were human. Hu Meihong sighed. Well, Your Highness the Saintess need not be modest. When you arrived here, you were still at the Sea Observation Realm. To break through to this level so quickly is already quite remarkable. Fox Tian smiled. I relied on the enlightenment from my ancestors, otherwise, it would take ages to cultivate to this level. Hu Meihong said with a wry smile, then turned to Su Chen, as if trying to see something in his gaze, but found nothing. She sighed and smiled. Fox, Su Chen, let me show you around here. Su Chen nodded. Then I shall accompany you. I would like to walk with Lord Su Chen without any interruptions. Please understand. Hu Meihong said. All right then, Fox Tian replied, looking disappointed. Even after they walked far away, he remained rooted in place, silent. What a pity. Some foxes are deeply infatuated yet haven't even seen the Saintess's smile. The only time was just now when she smiled at Su Chen. Sigh. It hurts. It hurts so much. A foxman joked. If I remember correctly, there's a saying among humans, a dog licks and licks until it has nothing left. Fox Tian. Don't be sad. You should be called Dog Tian. The licking dog. Ha ha. There are really so many amusing things among humans. I really want to go see. I feel the same way. I really like the rouge that has been passed down among the human race, and those interesting and beautiful clothes. It is said that men like Su Chen, who are of the human race, all enjoy seeing women wear silk. I wonder what this silk looks like. I really want to find some to try on. That pleated skirt is also pretty, but I can't get too excited. If I do, my foxtail will show. Majestic mountains and cascading waterfalls. The scenery of the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm exudes a grand atmosphere no matter where one goes, and being amidst it inevitably stirs a sense of pride. Su Chen, accompanied by Hu Meihong, took a rough tour and was then led by her to a pavilion beneath a waterfall, named Sibai. After Su Chen took a seat, Hu Meihong came over to pour him a cup of tea, then sat down opposite him, staring at him intently, silent. After a long while, she finally withdrew her gaze. Su Chen, thank you for not killing my father and my sisters. I came here to find you, Su Chen said. Find me? Hu Meihong was taken aback, as if she thought of something. A blush slowly crept onto her face, and a faint, holy aura around her began to reveal wisps of pink mist, barely visible. Actually, I also wanted to go find Su Chen, but as a saintess, I need to stay here to receive my inheritance. Hu Meihong whispered softly. I came to find you mainly to retrieve something. Hu Meihong frowned slightly, then slowly took out half a bag of chips. I couldn't bear to eat what you gave me. Since leaving Tianqiu City, I vowed that if I didn't become a super strong person, I wouldn't allow myself to eat it, nor would I allow myself to miss the fox. Su Chen, not that. It's something the Lord of Tianqiu City gave you. This item is crucial to me. She said it was with you. The Lord of Tianqiu City gave it to me? A hint of confusion flashed in Hu Meihong's eyes. She had no idea what Su Chen was talking about. She had never met the Lord from the moment she was born until she left Tianqiu City. Even the events that occurred after leaving Tianqiu City were told to her by her master. She knew nothing else. Upon hearing this, even Su Chen couldn't help but frown. Under the Tao of Heaven, Hu Meihong showed no signs of lying, which meant that she was unaware when the Lord of Tianqiu City placed the item on her. I'm sorry, Su Chen. I really can't remember what she gave me. Hu Meihong sighed. I want to meet your master. After thinking it over, if Hu Meihong was unaware, then only her master would have the knowledge. My master is in seclusion. I don't know when she will come out. Hu Meihong explained, then seemed to remember something and took out a silk pouch. However, my master told me that if I really want to find her, I can open the pouch and take a look. Saying this, she opened the pouch in front of Su Chen, and inside was only a small note written in ancient characters from the Eternal Era. Su Chen, the item you seek is in the illusory stream lake of the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm. Additionally, If you still have anything you once gifted to my beloved disciple, could you please gift her something again? Every time I see her holding that item in a daze, pinching it, putting it in her mouth and taking it out again, it pains my heart. Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm. Fox you, why does my master say everything? Hu Meihong felt a bit flustered and lowered her head upon seeing these words. If Su Chen looked closely, he would see that her little face was already so red it could drip water, like a ripe cherry. But at this moment, Su Chen only focused on the few words recorded on the note Illusory Stream Lake. Take me to Illusory Stream Lake, Su Chen said. Illusory Stream Lake is a secret realm of the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm. It only opens at night. If you go now, Su Chen, you won't be able to enter. Hu Meihong spoke softly. At the same time, a voice floated into her ear. Young Master Su Chen, our clan leader wishes to see you. Let me take you there and also tour the Spirit Fox City. All right. Su Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. Soon, Hu Meihong led him to Spirit Fox City, a city primarily composed of wooden buildings, brightly lit, exuding an ancient charm, as if the relics of the human race from the ancient times had been resurrected. It was evident that the architectural style of the ancient era still persisted in the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm. Wow, this brother is so handsome. I really like him. Brother, what's your name? How come I've never seen you before? Brother is with the Saintess. Could it be that they are a couple? The Saintess is really beautiful, and brother is also like a jade tree in the wind. They truly are a match made in heaven. As soon as Su Chen and Hu Meihong entered, they were surrounded by a group of children with fox ears and tails. Additionally, many Fox Clan women, upon seeing Su Chen, also looked smitten. Their fox ears and tails perked up, various mists swirling around them. However, upon noticing Hu Meihong, they quickly vanished. Young Master Su Chen, still very popular. Ha! Hu Meihong smiled. Su Chen said nothing. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Tao, he quickly analyzed and comprehended the great formations passed down from the ancient era within Spirit Fox City. Now, if given materials to continue the arrangement, he could replicate them and also improve the various formations, enhancing their effects while remedying many obvious weaknesses. A person like Jade on the road, a young master unmatched in the world. Young Master Su Chen, truly a celestial being. A woman in a green robe appeared before them, and every fox demon she passed greeted her respectfully, calling her the city lord or clan leader. Clan leader. Hu Meihong gracefully bowed. She then introduced the woman's identity to Su Chen. It turned out she was the clan leader of the Spirit Fox royal family, the city lord of Spirit Fox City, Hulu. Human race, Su Chen. Su Chen said, I have long heard of young Master Su Chen's great name. Please. Hulu smiled, raised her hand, and bowed, leading Su Chen into the City Lord's Mansion of Spirit Fox City. Though it was called the City Lord's Mansion, it was actually the largest building in Spirit Fox City, not very grand in scale, even less so than the stone palace of the ancient wolf demon emperor, but it was the place with the most concentrated formations in the city. Among them, Su Chen even discovered the existence of the 9 dragons ascending formation. Young Master Su Chen, having toured with the Saintess earlier, what do you think of our Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm? Hulu asked with a smile. A paradise beyond the world. Su Chen thought for a moment and gave this answer. Whether it was the earlier Tianqiu City or the current Spirit Fox City, both shared a common point: tranquility and harmony, devoid of the complex rules and regulations of the secular demon and human races, resembling a paradise. Paradise beyond the world. A good phrase, indeed quite fitting for Spirit Fox City. Hulu's eyes sparkled with a smile, and then she began to eloquently introduce the history of the Spirit Fox royal family. Su Chen wasn't too interested in it, but he listened intently to her descriptions of the ancient era. From her words, he seemed to truly see the ancient world where prodigies emerged, heroes competed, and fierce struggles took place. Our Spirit Fox royal family's ancestors witnessed the world's conflicts, deeply understanding the bloodshed and cruelty of war, thus withdrawing from the struggles of this realm, coming to the boundless sea, where they established the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm where the Spirit Fox royal family currently resides. Later, the extermination war broke out, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the world fell into a state devoid of spirit. To escape this lifeless void, our Spirit Fox royal family sealed the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm until recently when it gradually re-emerged. However, our Spirit Fox clan has always been neutral and does not participate in the conflicts between the demon and human races. Hulu said. Su Chen looked at her but said nothing. As he walked, he sensed the presence of many powerful beings from the Bodhi realm. With the addition of the Spirit Fox royal family to the demon army, their strength would undoubtedly be a great asset to the demons. For the already disadvantaged human race, this was nothing short of a disaster. However, under the oath of the heavenly Tao, they indeed did not dare to take such actions. After all, that kind of power was terrifying even to Su Chen. Young Master Su Chen, I wonder what is inside the green bag of the Holy Maiden. I often see her staring blankly at it, sometimes counting on her fingers, but whenever she takes something out, she never eats it, so I'm a bit curious about what it really is. Snacks. Su Chen replied. Is it really just an ordinary snack? From the looks of her, it doesn't seem like it, she said. Su Chen nodded. After receiving confirmation, Hulu seemed a bit incredulous, but when her gaze fell on Su Chen's face, she seemed to understand something and no longer debated the issue. After that, Hulu introduced Su Chen to the origins of Spirit Fox City and some powerful beings of the Spirit Fox royal family. To Su Chen's surprise, almost all the fox demons of the Spirit Fox royal family had a good impression of him and showed him great respect. If this had happened earlier, he would have found it quite unbelievable, but upon truly seeing such a place, he suddenly understood that in the ancient times, it seemed that only in this way could a race continue to exist. By the way, I heard the Holy Maiden say you plan to visit Illusory Stream Lake? Yes, the Holy Maiden should have introduced it to you. This is a training ground of my Spirit Fox royal family, and it is very dangerous, with many demons imprisoned here since ancient times. If you were a Spirit Fox, you might be able to escape danger upon entering, but you are human. Once you enter, the formation cannot protect you, and there may be a risk to your life. There is still an hour until nightfall. This concerns your safety, so you must think it through, Hulu said seriously, her expression grave. Are there any Supreme Realm experts in Illusory Stream Lake? Su Chen asked without hesitation. Since he could kill demons to gain attribute points and also find another item to search for the whereabouts of the human emperor's armor, he had no reason to refuse. Young Master Su Chen is joking. Supreme Realm experts control a realm of heaven and earth. To imprison such powerful beings would be equivalent to imprisoning the heavenly Tao of the outside world. Such actions are against the heavens. Although my Spirit Fox royal family is not weak, we cannot achieve this, Hulu explained with a look of fear. Then it's nothing, Su Chen said calmly. Beside him, Hulu stared at him in a daze, wanting to say something to dissuade him, but the calmness in his eyes made it impossible for her to speak, and she could only sigh. In that case, young Master Su Chen, please follow me. Night fell. It was deep, as dark as ink, but in the Spirit Fox heavenly realm, this scene, which was dangerous and chaotic in the outside world, appeared unexpectedly peaceful. Inside Spirit Fox City, the lights were bright, and demons came and went endlessly, leisurely and carefree, without a worry in the world. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, stirring the distant stars and fireflies, making this place look dreamlike, reminiscent of the human realm from decades ago. Young Master Su Chen, please. Hulu arrived at Su Chen's room and led him to Illusory Stream Lake. Along the way, many fox demons who had crossed paths with him greeted him one by one. City Lord Hulu, could you help me take care of a few of my friends? This is not a big deal. Young Master Su Chen didn't mention it earlier, so it seems you don't trust our Spirit Fox royal family. Hulu glanced at Su Chen with a hint of disappointment. However, this action from Su Chen brought a trace of joy to her eyes. If I had entrusted them to you from the beginning, would you have dared to accept? Su Chen said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Fox Lu's pupils constricted, and when she came to her senses, she shook her head helplessly. Young Master Su Chen, your insight is like a torch. If you had entrusted them to me from the beginning, I truly would not have dared to accept. Su Chen remained silent, a glimmer of multicolored light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, Chen Xuanji and the rest of the Chang'an team, along with Mo Shu and Xue, appeared in the scene. Fox Lu curiously examined the group. These were the first human beings she had truly seen, aside from Su Chen. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. With her keen perception, she could easily tell that these individuals were all exceptionally gifted. Given your talents, if you were in the Eternal Era, you would likely have the potential to break through to the supreme level. Why are you still merely at the Radiant Realm? In a world where spiritual energy has just revived, the demon race occupies most of the resources. For them to cultivate to this level is already a rarity. Emo Shuinshua replied coldly. Fox Lu frowned at her, and the next moment, a look of shock suddenly appeared on her face. You are actually remnants of the Eternal Era. How is it possible that, under the Genocide War, when spiritual energy dissipated and the Tao of Heaven was nearly collapsing, you could survive for so long with your Bodhi realm cultivation? I understand the intentions of your Spirit Fox royal family. You want to win over Su Chen by offering some substantial benefits, rather than scheming here, using the future of my human race as leverage. Emo Shuinshua did not respond, merely casting a cold glance at her. Upon meeting her gaze, Fox Lu's heart trembled, but she did not show any expression. It is undeniable that my Spirit Fox royal family indeed has the intention to win over young Master Su Chen, and we have not set any traps. All of this was arranged by the Master of the Human Emperor's battle armor. Although my Spirit Fox royal family has not offered anything, I know that young Master Su Chen is not that kind of person. Moreover, if it weren't for my Spirit Fox royal family intervening, do you really think that with the power of the demon race, it would take so much effort to find a remnant of the Human Emperor's battle armor? Upon hearing this, Emo Shuinshua looked at her with a cold expression. I will not argue with you about this. Just know that if your Spirit Fox royal family still wishes to benefit from both sides before the Genocide War, then I regret to inform you that your Spirit Fox royal family is in danger. You are putting in so much effort to win over Su Chen. Have you ever considered what kind of situation he will face during the Genocide War? With his strength, perhaps one day he could save the Spirit Fox royal family, but how many foxes can he save? 3, 2, or just 1? If you think that this counts as preserving the Spirit Fox royal family, then forget I said anything. That's all I have to say. Think it over. Fox Lu's expression changed several times before she sighed. Although I do not wish to go against my ancestral teachings, what you said is not without reason. I will consider it carefully. After saying this, Fox Lu summoned Fox Tian to lead the others to the training room, and then she took Su Chen and Emo Shuinshua to Illusory Stream Lake. True to its name, Illusory Stream Lake was filled with drifting fireflies, and the reflection of the stars and moon indeed gave it a dreamlike quality, prompting one to gaze at it a little longer. However, in stark contrast to the calmness of Su Chen and Emo Shuinshua, the eyes of the Spirit Fox royal family's powerful members revealed extreme fear. Even the clan leader, Fox Lu, showed a wary expression upon seeing the lake, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Young Master Su Chen, I will ask you once more, do you really want to go down there? Being in it truly carries the risk of falling. It's not too late to back out now. Fox Lu took a deep breath and asked again with a heavy expression. Su Chen calmly nodded. Seeing this, Fox Lu no longer persuaded. Twisting her wrist, a token fell into her hand. Immediately, the spiritual energy of the surrounding world surged into it. In an instant, the token trembled, and a blinding white light shot out from it, vanishing into the Illusion Stream Lake. In the blink of an eye, the calm surface of the lake was stirred up into a tumultuous wave. Under the hazy moonlight, a simple ancient stone door could be clearly seen continuously emerging from within. Within just a few seconds, the stone door had fully manifested, accompanied by a relentless, overwhelming aura of demonic energy, like a blood rain and fierce wind. Under the moonlight, the stone door seemed to be infected, slowly opening, releasing an extremely intense demonic aura. If one listened closely, they could even hear countless roars and howls of the demon clan. Looking at this situation, your Spirit Fox clan probably hasn't entered for thousands of years, right? Emo Shuinshua sneered. Fox Lu's expression turned somewhat awkward upon hearing this. She was right, it had indeed been a long time since anyone from her Spirit Fox clan had entered. Thus, the current Illusion Stream Lake was no different from a flourishing territory of demons. In fact, it was very likely that these demons had already established a new order within. This was also the reason she was worried about Su Chen encountering danger and had asked several times. Swish! Before she could speak, Su Chen had transformed into a streak of colorful light and darted into the stone door. Young Master Su Chen, catch this token. You'll need it when you come out. Seeing this, Fox Lu threw the token in her hand. As the token disappeared, the stone door slowly closed, and within a few breaths, it sank into the void. Emo Shuinshua, seeing this, sat down expressionlessly and took out a bag of chips to eat. Originally, she had no interest in the things of this world, but since she had eaten these chips, she had found some unusual enjoyment. Aren't you worried that young Master Su Chen won't be able to come out? Fox Lu asked, noticing her indifferent demeanor while eating. You know nothing of his terror. Mo Xuanxue coldly glanced at her, then extended her hand, offering the chips to her. Sigh. The red ones. I remember the Saintess had a bag of green ones. Did Su Chen give you these too? The only things he gave were a few hundred large stones. Mo Xuanxue's mouth twitched. Is that so? Fox Lu picked up a chip and sniffed it, a fragrant aroma instantly rushing into her nostrils, invigorating her. Without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth, accompanied by a crunching sound. Her pupils constricted, and she froze in place. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses, her face filled with lingering desire. What is this snack called? It's so delicious. No wonder the Saintess can't forget it. Give me another piece. The two may not get along, but they can still update early. To all the future wealthy lords and celestial beings, please give a little gift to encourage the child who is about to starve to death. Under the blazing sun, with dust everywhere, a man and a woman walked through it, slaying every demon they encountered. Ding! Host has slain a demon X1, gained attribute points X10. The colorful sword light was retracted, and Tianqing quietly followed behind Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was gazing around with eyes shimmering with colorful light. He hadn't expected that the territory used by the Spirit Fox royal family to imprison demons would be so similar to the world within the suppression tower of the Imperial Capital University. Both layouts were the same, the only difference was that the spiritual energy within this world and various attribute powers were much stronger here. As a result, the solidity of the space here was significantly enhanced, and correspondingly, the strength of the demons here was also much greater. The demons they encountered along the way were at least at the sea observation realm, indicating the overall strength of the demons in this place. Moreover, the number of demon clans here far exceeds that of the suppression tower world. Based on the previous performance of Fox Lu, he guessed that it had been a long time since any fox demons had come down. However, this was just right, as it allowed him to fatten up. I wonder if the combined strength of all the demon clans here is enough for me to upgrade my blood-devouring sky talent to SSSS level? Su Chen pondered for a moment, then released his early-stage Bodhi realm cultivation. Whoosh! The aura of a strong person surged like a tidal wave, and in an instant, Su Chen's overwhelming presence spread out, spanning thousands of miles. Human aura. How could a human come to this place? Kill all demons. Heed my command. Let's slay this person and showcase the might of our supreme demon clan. Kill the humans, devour their flesh and blood. Soon, a group of demons came howling in. In just a few breaths, a dense mass of demons had gathered around Su Chen. Among them, the weakest were at the sea observation realm, while the strongest included dozens at the Bodhi realm. This was still under the effect of weakened spiritual energy, but from this, one could glimpse how powerful the ancestral spirit fox, the fox sovereign of the supreme realm, had been when this place was established. Kill! The blood feud between the two races needed no words. As soon as they met, the group of demons charged in, unleashing various spells without giving the two any chance to react. Su Chen silently watched as these spells fell, and just as they were about to disperse, his figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, an extremely terrifying, multicolored sword light, spanning nearly 10,000 miles, suddenly appeared, slicing straight towards the group of demons. Zing! Under the 10 Directions world, long rainbow slaying demons, only a few dozen Bodhi realm demons remained in the field. Ding! Host has slain demons X4, 321, 659, gaining attribute points 32, 100, 239, 240. Flee! Without any words, such a terrifying move made this already brutal group of demons feel the terror. They almost simultaneously used their techniques to escape. This world was a cage, neither too big nor too small. Where could they possibly escape to? Su Chen's gaze was calm as he wielded the Excalibur and chased in one direction. At this moment, in the Spirit Fox heavenly realm, the two who were enjoying potato chips felt a tremor on the lake's surface, and then the previously pitch-black lake water suddenly became a bit clearer. The reflected stars and moon, along with the fluttering fireflies, also became more dreamlike at this moment. How long has Su Chen been down there? How could the demon energy in the illusory stream lake suddenly decrease so much? This scene nearly startled Fox Lu into dropping the potato chips in her hand. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, grabbing them and stuffing them into her mouth to chew. Isn't this exactly the effect you wanted?
using Su Chen's power to quell the crisis of your illusory stream lake in the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm.
If I'm not mistaken, in a few years, these demon clans will be able to break free from the cage.
Although your Spirit Fox royal family has many strong members and formations,
facing these brutal demon clans, even if you can slay them all, it will come at a heavy cost. Mo Xuanxue said coldly.
You guessed correctly. I know Su Chen can resolve the crisis of my Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm,
but I didn't expect to see results so quickly. Fox Lu did not deny it. I told you, you know nothing of his terror. Mo Xuanxue seemed to feel thirsty and took out 2 bottles of wheat juice. What is this? Fox Lu leaned in, curiously staring at it. Alcohol. You're lying. How can alcohol have such a strange fragrance? Can I taste it? You can, but it depends on what you offer in exchange. It's best to have Nirvana energy, if not, the repairing Heaven Stone and Chaos Spirit liquid will do. Open the attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Early Stage of Bodhi Realm 20. 328, 244, 258/100 trillion, points can be added, attribute points, 173, 365, 723, 224, physique, 95, 654, 732, 983, for phases body, points can be added. Physique will undergo a qualitative change when it reaches 300 billion, spirit, 83, 834, 294, 321, Heavenly Tao Origin, points can be added. Spirit will undergo a qualitative change when it reaches 300 billion, Talent, Pure Sword Heart, SSS level Blood Devouring the Sky 0/50 billion, SSS level Dark Knight, SSS level Madness, SSS level Sword Soul, points can be added. World, Attribute Tao Intent, SSS, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Ice, Thunder, Light, Dark, SSS level Confinement World, Transcendent Supreme Sword Tao, SSS Chaotic Sword Intent World, Gun Tao Intent, SSS level Gun World, Weapon Tao Intent, SSS, Sword, Fork, Stick, Whip, Halberd, Hammer, Axe, Spear, Hook, Wind Tao Intent, SSS level Wind World, SSS, Swift Azure Steel, Lightning, Ethereal Spring Breeze, Cold Soul, Summoning Illusions to Ride the Air, X10, points can be added. Rules, SSS level Light Rule, SSS level Space Rule, SSS level Wind Rule, SSS level Dark Rule, SSS level Venom Rule, SSS level Suppression Rule, SSS level Assassination Rule, SSS level Wood Rule, X10, points can be added. Martial Skills, C-level Sword Technique Fuyo 3 Swords, Proficiency, Perfect. A-level Area Damage Sword Technique Autumn Water, Proficiency, Perfect. S-level Sword Technique Slaying Demons, Proficiency, Perfect. Points cannot be added. Weapon, SSS level Excalibur. Attributes, SSS level Sharpness 0/30 billion. SSS level Excalibur Intent 0/50 billion. SSS level Hardness 0/40 billion. S-level Excalibur Formation 0/40 billion. SSS level Excalibur Spirit, Tianqing 0/40 billion. Points can be added. 2 days later, in the cage of Huanshui Lake, Su Chen opened his eyes and examined the attribute panel before him. In these 2 days, he had slain all the demon clans in this place and comprehended all the rules and worlds to the SSS level. System, add 50 billion points to the talent Blood Devouring the Sky. Ding! Points added successfully. SSS level Talent Blood Devouring the Sky has been upgraded to SSS level Weapon Blood Devouring the Sky 0/500 billion. SSS Weapon Blood Devouring the Sky. Upon reaching this talent, one can absorb 100% of the Slayer's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain critical hit rate 200%. Additionally, there is a 1/5 chance to devour the Slayer's talent, with the devoured talent starting at B level. Furthermore, the current Blood Devouring the Sky has been upgraded to SSS level, and the skill range has expanded from 3,000 miles to 28,000 miles. Weapon Blood Devouring the Sky, skill activating this skill allows the excess absorbed cultivation to be transformed into Tao soldiers, with no upper limit to their strength, and can be infinitely enhanced with the infusion of cultivation. Boom, crack. At that moment, the sky of the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm suddenly split open, revealing a vast expanse of roaring thunder dragons. What's going on? How can such a thunder tribulation appear in the sky of the Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm? You must know, our Spirit Fox Heavenly Realm is a supreme world established by our ancestors. with sound rules and a harmonious Tao of heaven and earth. Why is it still targeted by such heavenly laws? This scene caused the Spirit Fox royal family to be filled with anxiety, and many powerful beings gathered together to discuss how to deal with this heavenly tribulation. But upon seeing the vast thunder up close, even the clan leader, Fox Lu, showed a look of apprehension. They had been isolated from the world for too long and had no idea how to cope with such a situation. Moreover, the opening of the Spirit Fox heavenly realm was determined by the will of the ancestors, and they too could not intervene, only able to watch helplessly as the thunder tribulation continued to brew. What's wrong? Is this thunder tribulation really that terrifying? Zhou Qili looked puzzled at a nearby powerful Spirit Fox. Through 2 days of cultivation, the Chang'an team had successfully entered the Bodhi realm and had become familiar with the fox demons within the Spirit Fox royal family. Brother Zhou, don't you find this thunder tribulation frightening? The fox demon looked at Zhou Qili in confusion. Logically, since the spiritual energy had just revived and the human race had not inherited much, they should be more afraid of such a thunder tribulation than they were. How had the situation reversed? Those with inheritance were terrified, while those without seemed unfazed. Thinking of this, the fox demon curiously observed the other members of the team. Without exception, there was no sign of fear on anyone's face. They appeared very calm. What's so scary about it? The last time our captain broke through to the Bodhi realm, that thunder tribulation was terrifying as hell, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. This little thunder tribulation is nothing compared to that. Zhou Qili recalled the grandeur of that day and suddenly remembered something, a bitter smile appearing in his eyes as he instinctively pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Noticing the curious gaze of the Spirit Fox warrior, Zhou Qili instinctively offered him one. Brother Zhou, what is this? This is called Relieve 1,000 Worries. Just watch me and you'll get it. After saying this, Zhou Qili took out a pressure cooker lighter, lit the cigarette, and took a deep puff. Witnessing his enjoyment and nonchalance, which seemed to exude a hint of dominance, the Spirit Fox warrior's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly borrowed the flame to light his own. After a few coughs, the Spirit Fox warrior found some rhythm and began to feel increasingly relaxed. This scene caught the attention of many other Spirit Fox warriors, and soon, numerous fox demons gathered around, completely forgetting the thunder tribulation above them. How is this possible? No matter how monstrous one is, they shouldn't be able to attract a thunder tribulation spanning hundreds of thousands of miles when breaking through to the Bodhi realm. Hulu exclaimed in shock. She was the top prodigy of the previous generation of the Spirit Fox royal family, yet even she had only attracted a thunder tribulation of less than 10,000 miles when she broke through. But Su Qin could attract one spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Such a gap was hard for her to believe. I told you, you know nothing of his terror. This thunder tribulation should have been caused by him, so there's no need to worry. What you should be thinking about now is how to improve the combat capabilities of your Spirit Fox royal family. To be honest, with this group of laid-back guys, if they were on the battlefield, they would only end up as cannon fodder, Mo Xuanxue said coldly. Hulu followed her gaze and saw that many powerful Spirit Foxes who had come with her had somehow run over to the Chang'an team. Moreover, regardless of gender, everyone had something smoking in their mouths, puffing out clouds of smoke, their faces showing expressions of pleasure. When she saw the scene, her face darkened. Clan leader, quick, give me a Relieve 1,000 Worries. This stuff is really potent. Hu Tian eagerly brought over a cigarette, and Hu Lu wanted to say something but recalled the potato chips and wheat juice she had consumed a few days ago. She swallowed and instinctively accepted it. This is how it works, you do it like this, just inhale. Hu Tian smiled as he demonstrated for Hu Lu. Before long, Hu Lu joined the group, starting to indulge in the act of puffing smoke. Mo Xuanxue saw this and twitched her mouth, then dove into another world, choosing not to see. As the thunder tribulation rained down, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the heavens. Damn it, why is everyone silent? Who stole my pressure cooker lighter? Boom, crack. The furious thunder struck precisely into the illusory stream lake, and immediately, a wave of overwhelming lightning surged across the water's surface. Yet, in an instant, this sky-filling thunder vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds outside dissipated, and the rift to the Spirit Fox heavenly realm closed as well. Huff! Under the pressure of the crisis, Hulu finally exhaled the smoke from her mouth with satisfaction. However, for some reason, she always felt that this smoke had a strange taste. Doubting it, she took another deep drag. As a result,
That puff left her face pale. At that moment, Zhou Qili walked over, looking at her with a peculiar expression. Clan leader, you can't smoke this. Inside Illusory Stream Lake, a massive amount of thunder surged into Su Chen's body, but he, possessing the four aspects physique, was completely unaffected. However, the residual power of the thunder turned this area upside down. Under the unfolding of the heavenly Tao, Su Chen discovered what he was looking for, a piece of golden fragment of unknown material, radiating a warm luster. Even though it was just a broken fragment, it still appeared extraordinarily noble, impossible to ignore. Intuition told Su Chen that this was what he had been searching for. Master, it's her! Tian Cheng exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the fragment. I can sense her, the aura of the human emperor's battle armor. But her current condition isn't too good, she's severely damaged. The extent of her fragmentation should be about the same as mine was initially. Su Chen nodded. Can you sense her location? Tian Cheng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing this, Su Chen said no more and led Tian Cheng out of Illusory Stream Lake. Boom, crack! As he stepped out of the stone door, the members of the Chang'an team, including Mo Sun Shui, surrounded him. Even the powerful members of the Spirit Fox royal family, who had previously been terrified of this place, came to Su Chen's side, looking at him with gratitude. They could sense that there was not a trace of demonic energy here, meaning that Su Chen had already slain all the demons in this area over the past 2 days, eliminating a huge hidden danger for their Spirit Fox royal family. Hulu, thank young Master Su Chen for resolving our crisis. Hulu extinguished the cigarette in her hand and solemnly bowed to Su Chen. The other powerful members of the Spirit Fox royal family followed suit with serious expressions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hulu handed Su Chen a warm jade bottle. Young Master Su Chen, this item contains the aura of Nirvana. Our ancestors instructed that if anyone can quell the danger of Illusory Stream Lake, we should give this to them. Su Chen did not decline. He could not kill demons openly now, and to continue enhancing his strength, he needed to take a different path, employing the methods of the ancient strong. To merge multiple Dantians into one, he would need this item for assistance. Additionally, with young Master Su Chen's strength, you should also need the Heaven Mending Stone and Chaos Spirit Liquid to continue opening up your Dantians, laying the groundwork for the Cave Heaven realm. Hulu brushed her hair back and smiled. However, even in the ancient times, this item was a rare treasure. Are you proposing a trade? Su Chen frowned, seeing through her intentions. Young Master Su Chen truly has a keen mind. You saw through my intentions so easily. Hulu took out a cloth bag. This was something he had seen before. A storage bag used by ancient strong beings. Mo Sun Shui had several as well. Young Master Su Chen, take a look at these items. How many chips, wheat juice, and resolve 1,000 worries can they be exchanged for? If there are other human items, we can continue to trade. Resolve 1,000 worries? Captain, this one. Zhou Qili, seeing Su Chen's confusion, quickly raised the cigarette in his hand. Just trade for these? Even someone as calm as Su Chen found himself a bit at a loss at that moment. These items are quite common in the realm of humans and extremely cheap, yet the Spirit Fox royal family is willing to exchange such precious treasures for them? Such an act is akin to giving them away for free. However, Su Chen indeed needs these 2 items, so he agreed to her trade request. In the storage bag, there are a total of 20 sky repair stones and about 20 bottles of Chaos Spirit Liquid. A quantity sufficient to build 20 Dantians, equivalent to 2 cave heavens. Actually, these items are not precious to our human race. I advise you to reconsider. Su Chen pondered for a moment but still pushed the storage bag in front of Fox Lu. Ah! Zhou Qili slapped his forehead upon seeing this. Ouch! It hurts. How could such a clever captain make such a foolish mistake at this moment when there was an opportunity to pick up treasures? Beside him, Chen Xuanji and the others, after a brief surprise, calmed their minds, and their admiration for Su Chen grew even stronger. Ha! Quite clever. Mo Xuanxue snorted coldly. I know. Fox Lu nodded. As a powerful being from the Bodhi realm who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, she understood very well that although these items were clever tricks, they had no trace of spiritual energy and were not worth much. But so what? I am trading with young Master Su Chen. It is a mutual agreement. Fox Lu smiled. Fox Tian, Hu Mei Hong, here. Fox Tian and Hu Mei Hong stepped forward together. From now on, you two will follow young Master Su Chen. Whatever he says will be as if I commanded it myself. Do you both understand?
Understood. The two clasped their fists in response. At this moment, Su Chen also understood Fox Lu's intention. Her earlier mention of the trade was merely a test to see if he was willing to be sincere. If he had just brushed it off, Fox Lu would certainly not send anyone to follow him, indicating the Spirit Fox royal family's stance in this extermination war. Conversely, if he was honest, it would mean the Spirit Fox royal family was aligning themselves with the human race. Su Chen thought for a while and said nothing. Currently, the human race was weak and indeed needed some strong external support. Swish! Su Chen waved his hand, and suddenly thousands of colorful smoke appeared in the sky. These smokes were specially made by the Meritorious Hall, mixed with spiritual energy, and compared to the ordinary smokes Zhou Qili had brought out, they were much stronger and more suitable for martial artists to smoke. I only have smoke, Su Chen said expressionlessly, then looked at Zhou Qili and the others. If you have snacks, take some out. At the captain's command, I would gladly die 1,000 deaths, Zhou Qili shouted, and with a wave of his sleeve, he produced several tons of snacks, as well as alcohol, drinks, and even hundreds of game consoles. Seeing this scene, the strong members of the Spirit Fox royal family had their eyes shining with excitement, completely oblivious to the dark expressions on Chen Xuanji, Mo Xuanxue, Gu Jinyuan, and Zhang Shilong's faces. I collected a bit more of these favorite things when the spiritual energy revived. Zhou Qili chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. As a dignified Bodhi realm expert, having so many snacks and drinks on him was indeed a bit embarrassing. This is too much. Fox Lu rushed over, unable to help but swallow her saliva while holding 2 bags of spicy strips. She had thought Su Chen would leave behind a pile of things, but she never expected him to leave so much. To know, she had used 5 sky repair stones yesterday just to exchange for a bottle of wheat juice from Mo Xuanxue, but now, there was an abundance of wheat juice, and various colored drinks. It was simply too extravagant. Is your clan leader always like this? Zhou Qili looked at Fox Tian beside him. She usually isn't like this, Fox Tian swore, but the scene before him was truly hard to watch, and he quietly turned his head away. However, to be fair, if it weren't for maintaining this demeanor, he would want to rush over too. Clan leader, I want some too. Me too. What a delicious smell. I want some too. Take me with you. Hu Tian wanted to maintain his composure, but the other powerful Fox clan members couldn't care less. They surged forward like a pack of wolves, fearing that if they were slow, there would be nothing left. Many even held impromptu contests right there, just to grab more snacks. At this point, even Chen Xuanji and his group were left dumbfounded. So many powerful beings from the Bodhi realm were actually fighting over a pile of snacks. It was truly a sight to behold. Let's go. Su Chen opened the colorful world and led everyone away, while the group of Spirit Fox royal clan members, immersed in the spiritual food, remained completely oblivious. As Su Chen departed, an old man silently appeared in the sky above the Spirit Fox heavenly realm, bowing solemnly in his direction. The future of the Spirit Fox royal clan is entrusted to you.